Chapter 1. System, I claim you. In the Jade Purity continent, on Mount Clearspring, amidst the lush bamboo groves, everything was tranquil and refined. A young man dressed in a robe, dotted with ink stains, lazily surveyed the various people making their way up the mountain. Secondary fortune, this person will pick up a money pouch soon. 1-star fortune, this person will experience good luck and romance soon. 2-star fortune, this person's cultivation technique will improve significantly soon. Listening to the pleasant system voice, Boone couldn't help but frown. What garbage is this? Boone wasn't originally from the Jade Purity continent. He was an authentic transmigrator. After arriving here, he awakened his own golden finger, the fortune seizure system. This system allowed him to see the fortune of anything and seize it. Whether it was the fortune carried by humans or objects, Boone could see it all and bind it to himself. After joining the Clearspring sect as a disciple, Boone, due to his mediocre talent, was assigned to guard the mountain gate. His daily task was to guide those seeking to join the sect up the mountain. To other disciples, this job was considered low-ranking and undignified. But to Boone, it was different. Guarding the gate allowed him to meet all sorts of people, and if he encountered someone with exceptional fortune, wouldn't that be wonderful? But after 3 days of guarding the gate, Boone hadn't seen a single one. Fortune ranged from 1 to 10 levels. The highest level of fortune he had seen in these 3 days was only level 3, a person who would inherit property after their father's death. Such fortune wasn't worth Boone's effort. The Clearspring sect is at least a renowned sect. Why can't it even attract a son of fortune? Boone muttered to himself with dissatisfaction. Just then, a golden light flashed before his eyes. Boone focused and saw it emanating from a well-dressed, graceful young man. 9-level fortune. This person carries protagonist-level fortune and is about to encounter a divine opportunity in Black Tortoise Mountain. These few words immediately caught Boone's attention. 9-level fortune? Boone pursed his lips. His 3 days of hard waiting hadn't been in vain. Generally, fortune above level 6 was considered high tier. Even just a level 6 fortune could turn a boneless mortal into a cultivator. However, the spiritual energy in the Jade Purity continent wasn't abundant compared to other continents. According to the system, level 8 fortune was practically the upper limit visible in the Jade Purity continent. Yet, today he actually witnessed the legendary 9-level fortune. However, the young man didn't seem to have any intention of climbing the mountain. After glancing at the peak of Mount Clearspring, he turned and left. Seeing this, Boone immediately stood up and approached the young man. "Young master, please wait a moment," Boone said with a slight smile. The young man sized up Boone, noting his ink-dotted robe, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a 7-star sword on his back. He clearly looked like a genuine disciple. "Brother, what do you need me for?" The young man narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Boone. "Young master, I observe that you possess imperial dignity and world-shaking talent. One day, you will surely become a dragon among men. Within less than 100 years, you might even become a legendary feathered realm expert." Boone spoke animatedly, flattering the young man. The young man was taken aback, then fanned his folding fan and smiled smugly. "I didn't expect brother to notice that. It seems I should remain more discreet. Brother looks like you're from the Clearspring sect, right?" "Indeed, your people at Clearspring sect are truly discerning." Boone nodded slightly, sizing up the young man before saying thoughtfully, "Unfortunately, brother, your recent luck has been unfavorable. You might encounter grave danger." Hearing this, the young man's smile froze, and his expression darkened. "Nonsense. My luck has always been excellent." With that, the young man glanced at Boone unfavorably and turned to leave. Boone, however, spoke softly. "Is young master going to Black Tortoise Mountain?" The young man paused and quickly turned to look at Boone. "How do you know that?" He was going to Black Tortoise Mountain. This was something he hadn't told anyone else. Legend had it that members of the Clearspring sect could predict future events by observing the stars. Could it be that this boy had indeed predicted that he would face bad luck soon? Boone closed his eyes dramatically. "Yesterday, our purple star Taoist observed the stars. There was a surge of bloodlight over Black Tortoise Mountain, indicating the presence of a 9-star beast. Have you prepared yourself to deal with it?" 9-star beast? At the mention of these 2 words, the young man's expression changed drastically. This was a legendary monster. The last time a 9-star beast appeared, it took 3 feathered realm experts working together to suppress and seal it. With his current strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against it. A roar from the 9-star beast could kill him instantly. This can't be true. That's a 9-star beast. The young man mumbled hesitantly. "Why not? Do you see those people over there?" Boone pointed to the crowd below the mountain gate and bluffed. "Those with thick auras are powerful figures invited by Purple Star Taoist to devise a plan to suppress the 9-star beast. I meant well. But if you insist on risking your life, I won't stop you." With that, Boone stepped back to let him pass. The people he pointed to were indeed strong, but they were there to celebrate the sect master's birthday. As expected, the young man's expression grew increasingly grim. After a long pause, he finally said gravely, "Thank you for warning me. If it weren't for you, I might have met my doom in Black Tortoise Mountain. I will repay this favor someday." Boone stood with his hands behind his back, waving off the gratitude. "No need. Our meeting today was fate. Since so, let me give you another opportunity. Go to White Horse Temple and recite Buddhist scriptures for 3 days. You will surely gain something valuable." Repaying him for his kindness? If he discovered later that his fortune had been seized, he'd likely come after Boone with a blade. But by then, Boone would have seized the fortune, and whether the young man could find him was another matter. Hearing Boone's advice, the young man beamed with joy and chuckled. "Thank you for the guidance." While speaking, he rummaged through his robes and pulled out a finely crafted spirit stone bag, handing it to Boone. "A token of appreciation. I'll take my leave now, brother." With that, the young man turned and hurried away, fearing he would miss the opportunity at White Horse Temple. Boone weighed the spirit stone bag in his hand. It felt heavy, containing roughly 1,000 spirit stones. Unexpectedly, he gained an extra reward. System notification. Congratulations, host, you have successfully seized the fortune. The system is binding the fortune to the host. P.S. The cultivation realm system in this novel is body tempering, chi cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, union, spirit division, great completion, feathered realm, and ascension to immortality. ##### Chapter 2. The effect of the grand mystic illusion art. Mount Xinyuan was not far from Mount Xingyue. In less than half an hour, Boone arrived at the auspicious land indicated by the system. This place was a hidden cave on the back mountain of Mount Xinyuan. Just outside the cave, Boone saw various kinds of flourishing spirit herbs, xiu flowers, xiuxian fruits, and more. These materials were rare even in prestigious sects like Qingyuan sect, especially the xiu flower, which could easily help one break through bottlenecks and enhance strength. The entire Qingyuan sect only had one, which was cherished by the sect master. Yet, here at the cave entrance, he saw 3 of them, as if they were worthless. Boone didn't hesitate to gather all these treasures into his storage ring. However, it was strange that such a treasure trove should have been guarded by spiritual beasts. Just the outer area alone would typically be guarded by a 7-star spiritual beast, which could easily kill a cultivator at the golden core stage with one swipe. But this place was tranquil with nothing amiss. He picked freely without any trouble. Truly, the 9-star auspice lived up to its name. Feeling contented as he touched the now full storage ring, Boone asked the system cautiously before entering the cave. System, are there any magic beasts inside? Please trust in the authority of the 9-star auspice. The system's words reassured him. Lighting a firestone, Boone confidently entered the cave. The cave was small and bare, nothing like the richness outside. Through the flickering light, he saw a chest at the deepest part of the cave. It looked ordinary but emitted a faint golden glow, the same kind as the 9th-tier auspicious light he had seen earlier. Without hesitation, Boone opened the chest. Instantly, a blinding golden light burst out, shaking the entire cave. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mystical rank cultivation method, Grand Mystic Illusion Art. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mystical rank cultivation technique, Immaculate Scripture. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mystical rank treasure, Grand Mystic Sword. As the system announced, the golden light slowly dissipated from the chest. Holding the secret manuals and the gleaming silver sword, Boone felt waves of excitement. Everything was of the mystical rank. In this world, treasures and cultivation methods were divided into 5 ranks: mystical, xian, yellow, huang, heavenly, tian, earthly, di, and human, ren. Beyond these, there were sub-rank methods that didn't even qualify as human rank. A mystical rank method was almost a 1,000-year rarity. Even across the entire Jade Clarity continent, those who possessed mystical rank methods could be counted on one hand. Major sects used yellow rank methods for core cultivation, and only the sect master and direct disciples could practice mystical rank methods. Others couldn't even see them. Now, he had both a mystical rank cultivation method and a mystical rank cultivation technique, along with a mystical rank treasure. Yet, these were secondary. Corresponding to their rank, mystical rank methods demanded strict requirements from practitioners, risking death by forced cultivation. But these 2 manuals posed no such restrictions. The Grand Mystic Illusion Art greatly enhanced strength, while the Immaculate Scripture purified and strengthened the bones, enhancing comprehension. A perfect match indeed. Just a glance left Boone feeling the surrounding spiritual energy surging powerfully. It transformed into a pale blue substance swirling around him. This was the effect of the Grand Mystic Illusion Art. Within a moment, Boone was pleasantly surprised to find himself breaking through. From the peak body tempering stage straight into chi condensation. Previously, Boone had remained stagnant at peak body tempering, considered a disciple with poor aptitude, tasked only with guarding the mountain gate. Now, reaching chi condensation meant he could finally learn most cultivation techniques. However, it didn't stop at chi condensation. The pale blue vortex kept swirling. Boone could feel a current stirring within his dantian, a warm flow surging outward. He slowly sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the rich spiritual energy. His strength surged as if drinking water. Level 1 chi condensation, Level 3 chi condensation, Level 5 chi condensation. While his strength advanced, the Immaculate Scripture also worked wonders. After just 1 incense stick's time, Boone was drenched in sweat, but felt no fatigue, rather, stronger. This cultivation speed would leave many chi condensation disciples stunned. Though chi condensation is the most basic stage, it's also the toughest test of one's aptitude. Stronger aptitude leads to faster progression into foundation establishment. According to Boone, the fastest genius took a year to complete chi condensation using various treasures. Yet, he had leaped to peak chi condensation in just 1 incense stick's time. But the blue vortex, though faded, still pulsed. Could he reach foundation establishment today? Concentrating, Boone absorbed the condensed spiritual energy around him, none going to waste. It gathered and battered his dantian, signaling a realm advancement. To advance into foundation establishment usually required various spiritual treasures and years of experience accumulated during chi condensation. But Boone had no such accumulation. Just 1 incense stick ago, he was merely at peak body tempering. Under the Grand Mystic Illusion Art, however, the unruly spiritual energy was expelled outside, engulfing him in solid spiritual essence. Every pore of his body absorbed the vast spiritual energy, giving him a warm and soothing sensation. It felt like being adrift in the vast ocean. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from within. Slowly opening his eyes, Boone felt slightly weary yet refreshed. His aura became incomparably strong, a stark contrast to his previous state. First level foundation establishment. In less than an hour, he broke through to first level foundation establishment. Carefully stowing away the 2 mystical rank manuals and the Grand Mystic Sword into his storage ring, Boone exited the cave. It was time to return to the sect. Stepping out of the cave, he felt exceptionally refreshed. Spiritual energy sparkled all around him. Chapter 3. Absolute Power, Annihilation. The moment Boone stepped out of the cave, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease. The surroundings were filled with faint traces of spiritual energy. It appeared to be remnants from the heavenly treasures that had just been harvested. After breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage, one could sense their presence. Absorbing this spiritual energy now would be a waste of time for Boone. Recalling this, Boone rummaged through his robe and pulled out a crumpled piece of talisman paper, a teleportation talisman. By channeling spiritual energy into it, the talisman would instantly transport him back to Xiuxian's sect. Each outer sect disciple received one after joining, mainly for quick returns during explorations. Boone slowly raised his right hand and pinched the teleportation talisman between his fingers. A surge of powerful spiritual energy instantly flooded into the talisman from his fingertips. In an instant, Boone felt his consciousness flicker. When he opened his eyes again, he was already outside the mountain gate of Mount Xianxia. It was nearly dusk, and there were far fewer visitors at the gate. As Boone prepared to return to the sect, a harsh voice abruptly interrupted his thoughts. "So you're here." Turning his head, Boone saw none other than the Norris he had earlier dismissed. The latter was glaring at Boone with evident anger, as if he had been waiting here for some time. "I asked around. There's no 9-star beast in Black Tortoise Mountain," the Norris barked almost like a roar. "Why did you lie to me?" "Not too stupid," Boone replied calmly with a smile. He had expected this confrontation and knew it was only a matter of time before the deception was discovered. "Daring to deceive even me? You've truly eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard." The Norris gritted his teeth. "Speak. What treasure did you find in that Black Tortoise Mountain?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Boone sensed a disturbance in the air. Soon, 2 masked men dressed in dark robes emerged from behind the Norris. Brody narrowed his eyes, observing them, one at the 7th level of chi cultivation, the other at the 9th. Clearly, this Norris had no intention of letting matters rest. "He must have just returned from Black Tortoise Mountain. He definitely found something valuable," one of the masked men said. 2,000 spirit stones each. Kill him." Upon hearing this, the 2 masked men drew their spiritual treasures and lunged toward Boone. Seeing the weak spiritual energy floating on their treasures, Boone couldn't help but shake his head slightly. They were far too weak. The gap between the Foundation establishment stage and the chi cultivation stage was enormous. Without practicing any martial techniques or cultivation methods, Boone could still effortlessly destroy them using his formidable spiritual energy alone. Seeing the spiritual treasures approaching, Boone gathered all his spiritual energy into his fists. With a roar, he unleashed a powerful punch. The air whistled as violent spiritual energy surged forth from his fists, heading straight for the 2 masked men. Their spiritual treasures, being low-grade and not even reaching the human rank, burst into pieces under the power of Boone's attack. This? The 2 masked men were visibly shocked, their bodies tingling with residual energy. A Foundation establishment expert, one of them, at the 9th level of chi cultivation, shouted, "This guy is tough, let's go." Only a Foundation establishment expert could shatter a spiritual treasure with a single punch. This meant Boone was at least at the Foundation establishment stage. Run? Boone narrowed his eyes and channeled his spiritual energy to attack the 2 men. He couldn't let any of them escape. These masked men likely belonged to some organization, and if they survived, they would cause trouble for him. With a chilling scream, one of the masked men, at the 5th level of chi cultivation, slumped to the ground, dead. The gap between the chi cultivation stage and the Foundation establishment stage was insurmountable. Killing them was as simple as squashing bugs for Boone. The other masked man, at the 9th level of chi cultivation, fared no better. Though he remained standing, his meridians were shattered by Boone's raw spiritual energy, rendering him immobile. The Norris stared at Boone in disbelief. Impossible. How could this guy be a Foundation establishment expert? As Boone approached, the masked man at the 9th level panicked. "Wait, you can't kill me. My brother is an inner sect disciple of your Xiuxian sect. If you kill me, you'll surely regret it later." Without waiting for him to finish, Boone slashed his throat with his finger, severing it with spiritual energy. Blood gushed out, and the masked man died instantly. "Even less reason to spare you now," Boone said coldly, narrowing his eyes. The Norris was utterly terrified. His pants soaked as he wet himself, having never seen such a brutal scene in his pampered life. 2 living people turned into corpses within moments. The man before him seemed like an entirely different person from the one who had engaged in lighthearted conversation earlier. Don't kill me. I have lots of spirit stones. Let me go, and they're all yours. I promise I won't tell anyone and won't come after you again," the Norris stammered, hastily producing all the spirit stones from his person and holding them up. But all he got in response was another surge of Boone's overwhelming spiritual energy. A mere beginner at the body tempering stage couldn't withstand such power. His body exploded into a bloody mist. "Joke. Dead or alive, those spirit stones are mine anyway." Boone picked up the bloody spirit stone pouch and coldly remarked. In the world of cultivation, it was always the survival of the fittest. If Boone had shown mercy and let these men live, he would undoubtedly attract even more troublesome individuals in the future. At this moment, Boone noticed that the masked man at the 9th level of chi cultivation held a talisman, a teleportation talisman. If he had hesitated when the man begged for mercy, he might have escaped. Boone frowned, realizing he needed to learn a practical martial technique. Had today's opponents been at the Foundation establishment stage, relying solely on spiritual energy wouldn't have sufficed. Both the grand profound art and the immaculate scripture were powerful, but they weren't martial techniques. Crushing opponents purely with spiritual energy wasn't feasible against equals. Speaking of which, tomorrow was the day for claiming cultivation techniques. Outer sect disciples could claim one upon reaching the chi cultivation stage. Perhaps he should visit the inner council tomorrow. Thinking this, Boone placed the spirit stone pouch into his storage ring and quietly left. There was no need to worry about the bodies on the ground. Using pure spiritual energy to kill ensured no one could trace which cultivation method was used. #####Chapter 4, Strength or Castration. Which do you choose? The next morning. Outside the inner cabinet, it was crowded with people. After all, the inner cabinet only opened once a month. Xiuxian sect's outer sect disciples, numbering in the thousands, looked forward to this day every month. The queue wasn't based on a first-come, first-served basis. Instead, it was decided by the elders who prioritized disciples of higher realms. Most outer sect disciples were at the chi cultivation stage, so Boone ended up near the front of the line. When the inner cabinet elder saw Boone, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. It wasn't because Boone was at the foundation establishment stage. Many outer sect disciples were at this level. Rather, it was because the aura of spirit energy emanating from Boone was exceptionally powerful, several times stronger than that of his peers. After glancing at the list, the inner cabinet elder said somewhat surprisingly, "Boone, is this your first time coming to the inner cabinet to receive a cultivation technique?" A foundation establishment disciple, and it's his first time to come for a cultivation technique? How did he reach foundation establishment then? Could it be purely by talent? That would be too ridiculous. Little did the elder know that Evander didn't lack cultivation techniques. He was merely cultivating a profound grade technique beyond the elder's comprehension. Yes, Boone nodded. The elder stroked his beard and said, "Follow me." As he spoke, he opened the door to the inner cabinet. The inner cabinet has 7 floors, each with different cultivation techniques. The higher you go, the better the techniques. Of course, the first floor has the most techniques, including some very good ones. The elder explained calmly, outer sect disciples can only choose one technique from the first floor. You have only 1 incense stick's worth of time to choose. Go ahead. With that, the elder stopped and gestured for Boone to proceed. Thank you, Cohen. Boone bowed respectfully, turned around, and entered the inner cabinet. The elder, stroking his beard, watched Boone's back and muttered, "Who would have thought that after many years, our Xiuxian sect would produce another genius? This young man's talent is extraordinary. Great things are expected of him." The inner cabinet was enormous. Although Boone had only entered the first floor, there were already tens of thousands of cultivation techniques. However, they were not clearly categorized, and various techniques were randomly placed on shelves. Pelican hammer technique, a human-grade technique, mastered through years of hammering by an iron blacksmith. At its peak, one can merge with their hammer. Brow-flicking sword technique, a human-grade technique, allowing one to engage in playful banter while sword dancing. Xiuxian, sunflower technique, a human-grade technique. To practice this, one must first undergo castration. Seeing these haphazardly placed techniques on the shelf, Boone couldn't help but frown. What kind of nonsense is this? Why even include techniques requiring castration? No wonder there's a fellow disciple who acts so effeminate. If this is how Xiuxian sect operates, it's certainly something. Boone glanced at a few more techniques. While they were slightly better than the previous ones, most were still just human grade. If it were before, Boone would have been thrilled to find these techniques. After all, cultivation techniques were rare and hard to come by, and being able to select one was a great honor. But now, with a profound grade technique already in his possession, these seemed like garbage to him. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out, "Ding! Alert! A 4-star auspicious chi has appeared nearby." Hearing the system's voice, Boone's eyes lit up. He looked up and saw a seemingly dim-witted disciple pacing about, also choosing a technique. Above his head, the light of 4-star auspicious chi was shining. 4-star auspicious chi. This person will soon obtain an extremely powerful technique. He's the one. Boone casually picked a technique from the nearby shelf and walked toward the disciple. Barak. Upon hearing Boone, the disciple immediately turned with suspicion. Boone put his hand on the disciple's shoulder. "Barak, are you looking for a suitable technique?" The disciple hesitated and nodded respectfully. "Yes, senior brother. There are so many techniques here. I'm overwhelmed. They all seem desirable." The disciple was only at the chi cultivation stage, and seeing Boone whose strength he couldn't gauge, naturally became respectful. Boone rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment, then said, "I found a rather good technique. However, I've already chosen one earlier. The inner cabinet elder asked me to guide you. I see that you have remarkable potential. Why don't I give this technique to you?" The disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. Is senior brother serious? What technique is it? To the disciple, Boone's strength was unfathomable. Moreover, he had seen the elder conversing with Boone before entering. Any technique Boone selected must be excellent. How lucky am I? The disciple eagerly looked at Boone. Boone calmly took out the technique he had taken and handed it to the disciple. Here it is. But when the disciple saw the name, he hesitated. Xiuxian, sunflower technique? To practice this technique, one must first undergo castration? Senior brother, are you sure? Boone paused. In his haste to stop the disciple from finding the technique tied to the auspicious chi, he had simply grabbed one randomly. How did I end up with the sunflower technique? Seeing the disciple's puzzled yet hopeful gaze, Boone coughed lightly and said solemnly, Barak, you may not understand. The stronger the technique, the greater the sacrifice required. While this technique is only human grade, it can unleash power akin to a celestial grade technique. But the entry condition often deters many. The disciple bit his lip, feeling an immense surge of emotion, comparable to a celestial grade technique. Only inner sect disciples could use such techniques. Unbelievable that such a treasure existed on the first floor. But if castration is required to practice, isn't that? Considering the harsh prerequisite, he felt hesitant. Boone furrowed his brows and looked at the disciple seriously. In the world of cultivation, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. One small misstep can lead to an irreversible downfall. Imagine during a trial, someone tries to seize resources from you. If you're using a simple human grade technique, but they are using this sunflower technique equivalent to a celestial grade one, what would happen? The disciple was taken aback and stammered, resources will be taken? No. Boone said gravely. If encountered by someone ruthless, you might even die. The disciple shrank back in fear. Boone narrowed his eyes and raised the sunflower technique in his hand. A mere few inches or absolute strength, which do you choose? The disciple pursed his lips, finally taking a deep breath. Thank you, senior brother. Strength is paramount. Saying this, he tremulously picked up the sunflower technique and deeply bowed in gratitude before leaving. You have the spirit. Go forth. Boone watched him leave with a serious expression. Ding, congratulations. Host successfully obtained auspicious chi. The system is binding the 4-star auspicious chi. Translation note asterisk I've preserved the paragraph structure and narrative flow as closely as possible to maintain the original tone and style of the text. Character names and specific terms unique to the story, such as xiuxian sect and inner cabinet, have been kept consistent throughout. Chapter 5, 3-star luck. Following the luck prompt, Evander arrived at a secluded corner. Most of the techniques here were low-grade ones that didn't even qualify as human level. Due to their neglect, they were covered in dust. Evander picked up the technique that was emitting a glow of luck. Wiping off the dust, a line of text appeared before Evander. Blowfire sword technique, lower earth rank. Upon seeing this manual, Boone couldn't help but be slightly stunned. An earth rank technique, though it was just lower tier, it was still a rare existence in the first level of the inner cabinet. Moreover, it had 4-star luck attached to it, hinting at possible special effects. With these thoughts, Evander put the blowfire sword technique into his robes and quietly left, noticing the other disciples still searching around. Returning to the small guardhouse, Evander took out the blowfire sword technique from his robes. According to the instructions on the technique, he gathered spiritual energy. Under the influence of the flawless scripture, Evander quickly grasped the new technique. A cursory glance was enough to imprint the key points of the entire blowfire sword technique into his mind. As spiritual energy flowed through his fingertips, tiny sparks danced on the steel sword. Once the entire blade was engulfed in flames, Boone suddenly exerted force. With a boom, one slash produced a streak of fiery light, forming a perfect arc. The flames spread like a dragon, instantly charring a narrow path in the surrounding grasslands. The acrid smell filled the air, nearly setting fire to the wooden hut. Seeing this, Boone hastily stopped, narrowly saving the hut. Next, Boone tried practicing repeatedly. The steel sword soon turned red hot and softened due to the high temperature, with the hilt becoming extremely hot to the touch. However, apart from converting spiritual energy into fire on the sword, there wasn't much significant gain. In essence, it was too common, lacking any highlights. Typically, only cultivators who had reached the golden core stage could transform spiritual energy into other forms without external aid. But for this to have 4-star fortune, knowing that earth rank techniques weren't exactly abundant, only typically accessed by golden core cultivators, did that make this technique rather redundant? Boone shook his head, wondering if the system had made a mistake. As he continued flipping through the technique, something unusual caught his eye at the end. Normally, a technique would detail its advanced form or special effects after reaching higher levels, but this blowfire sword technique had 2 blank pages instead. Suspicious. Boone carefully examined the papers. They seemed unremarkable, but the texture was as smooth as jade, clearly different from the rest of the manual. Trying to infuse spiritual energy into them, the energy surged, spreading across the pages. No matter how much more energy he poured in, it felt like pouring water into the sea, draining his spiritual power. But Evander persisted, increasing the intensity. As spiritual energy penetrated deeper, the pages began to emit faint light. Clearly, more energy was needed. Yet, Evander had an ample supply of spiritual energy, boosted by his current cultivation level of Foundation Establishment, first stage, and further enhanced by the Wilburschuo decision and flawless scripture. Finally, the pages reacted, revealing 3 large characters at the top. 8-pole collapse. Following this, the practice methods of 8-pole collapse gradually materialized on the paper. As Boone read, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This 8-pole collapse was actually an upper earth rank technique. Moreover, the strength of 8-pole collapse varied based on the user's cultivation. If used by a golden core cultivator, it might only reach earth rank. However, if wielded by an ascendant immortal powerhouse, it could even rival profound rank techniques. This growth-oriented technique was invaluable at any stage. No wonder the blowfire sword technique received 4-star luck. Its true identity was this 8-pole collapse. It could enhance physical attributes using spiritual energy, achieving the effect of a spirit treasure. Its power relied entirely on the user's spiritual energy, making it a truly evolving technique. Unfortunately, Boone's current realm couldn't handle an upper earth rank technique. To practice 8-pole collapse, one required exceptionally dense spiritual energy. However, the blowfire sword technique's ability to purify spiritual energy complemented this need perfectly. Thus, the seemingly mundane sword technique contained the hidden 8-pole collapse, a match made in heaven. Over the next few days, while others handled various chores and missions, Evander practiced the blowfire sword technique extensively. Thanks to the flawless scripture, he rapidly absorbed accumulated spiritual energy, advancing from Foundation Establishment first stage to 7th stage in just 3 days. He became adept at practicing 8-pole collapse, creating an impenetrable barrier around him. When activating 8-pole collapse, the air around Evander warped, transforming him into a human weapon equivalent to possessing an upper earth rank spirit treasure. Boom! With a powerful collision of spiritual energy, a towering tree fell with a resounding crash. At this moment, Evander had finally reached a basic proficiency in 8-pole collapse. He slowly withdrew his spiritual energy and exhaled. He could sense that he was just one step away from breaking through to Foundation Establishment 8th stage. Rustling sounds came from outside the gate. Someone? Evander paused, then approached. What was that noise? Probably an elder practicing a new technique. Sounds pretty powerful. A few outer disciples laughed as they headed down the mountain for their tasks. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Host has detected 3-star luck nearby. Chapter 6, third level fortune appears. A flash of light caught Boone's eyes. He focused, only to see the following. Among the outer sect disciples, one had words floating above his head. Third level fortune. This person will soon receive a pill to enhance cultivation in Xiuxian town. Pill to enhance cultivation? Third level fortune? This pill might be useful to me. Bored anyway, no harm in checking it out. With that thought, Boone approached the group and greeted them. Hello, fellow junior disciples, are you heading out for a mission? Upon hearing this, the outer sect disciples noted they couldn't discern Boone's cultivation level, realizing he wasn't an ordinary senior disciple. They didn't dare be disrespectful and responded with smiles and bows in unison. Greetings, senior brother. Then, the disciple who possessed the third level fortune spoke up. Senior brother, recently there has been a notorious flower thief in Xiuxian town. That flower thief is quite formidable. We were planning on dealing with him. As he spoke, noticing Boone's expression change drastically, almost as if he had eaten something terrible, he hesitated, asking, Senior brother, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Shaking his head, a cold glint flashed in Boone's eyes. Flower thief. I hate flower thieves more than anything. Let's not dwell on past unpleasantness, he continued, then abruptly changed tone. Could you grant me a favor, fellow junior disciples? Let me personally deal with this flower thief. Don't worry, you'll still receive the mission rewards. The disciples exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Could this really be happening? Finally, the same disciple responded, actually, we weren't too confident about handling the flower thief either. Since senior brother has expressed interest, you can handle the flower thief. Handing over the flower thief's portrait, the disciple said, take care. System prompt. Congratulations, host successfully intercepted the fortune. The system is binding the fortune to the host. Boone bowed in gratitude and vanished in a flash. Hashtag Xiuxian town. Following the system's guidance, Boone quickly located the flower thief's hideout, a secluded courtyard where several young men and women gathered. Among them was a striking man surrounded like a king among courtiers. With a face as refined as jade, sharp eyebrows, and bright, piercing eyes, this man exuded a commanding presence. Dressed in purple brocade robes and wearing a sash, a token hanging from his belt bore 3 golden characters, Nidhogg, Union Sect. Nidhogg? Boone sneered. I never imagined this scoundrel would belong to the Union Sect. In the Jade Clarity continent, the Union Sect was infamous for its dark practices. Initially founded to cultivate the principles of yin and yang, the sect's philosophy deviated into debauchery over time. Thus, the Union Sect became a despised existence. Usually, even Union Sect disciples wouldn't openly flaunt their identity tokens, yet here was one brazen enough to do so today. No matter how unique, Boone wouldn't let this chance slip by. For the third level fortune, he wouldn't hesitate. Moving swiftly, Boone charged toward the courtyard. Who's there? A roar echoed, releasing strong spiritual energy ripples. The flower thief sensed the disturbance and immediately went on guard. The surrounding women quickly dispersed, revealing they were likely guards rather than captives. Boone struck with a palm aimed directly at the flower thief. Seeing Boone approach, the flower thief smirked and returned the attack. The clash of their palms produced a dull thud. Boone flipped backward, neutralizing the impact while the flower thief took a few steps back. Their brief encounter gave both a sense of each other's strength. An outer sect disciple of Xiuxian sect, recognizing Boone through his attire. Despite this realization, the flower thief didn't seem impressed. You're probably here on a sect mission to kill me. He continued coolly, I'm curious, what reward does Xiuxian sect offer you if you succeed? How about buying your life? Amused, Boone retorted, when I kill you, everything you have will be mine. Save your money. Taken aback, the flower thief laughed. Think you're capable of killing me? Why not make a deal? Inform me whenever anyone from Xiuxian sect tries to hunt me down, and I'll provide you with cultivation resources. For example, Breakthrough Spirit Pill. Boone paused, thinking, Breakthrough Spirit Pill ensures a 100% success rate for a Foundation Establishment 9th rank cultivator to reach the Golden Core stage. Is this the outer sect disciple's third level fortune? If he's willing to part with such a treasure, he must have many valuables. Despite the temptation, Boone felt even more determined to kill the flower thief. Still stands. Kill you, everything is mine. Without further ado, Boone launched himself forward. The young women tried to block, but were easily dispatched. Within moments, Boone faced the flower thief again. Having gauged his opponent's capabilities, Foundation Establishment 8th rank, possibly below Golden Core 1st rank, he knew he had the upper hand. Though Boone was only at Foundation Establishment 7th rank, the Great Profound Illusion Scripture and Flawless Sutra enhanced his Dantian's spiritual energy reserves to near Golden Core 6th rank levels. With this reserve, wielding 8-pole collapse, Boone would be a human godslayer. Engaging fully, Boone unleashed a punch enveloped in immense spiritual energy, refined through prolonged practice of fire-blowing sword technique. A Golden Core mid-stage cultivator wouldn't dare withstand this punch unless the flower thief had concealed much of his strength. Otherwise, this blow could end the flower thief's life. Chapter 7. Not even tortoiseshell can protect you. Boone gathered all his spiritual energy into his fists. Boom! A piercing sound tore through the air. Boone's heavy punch was forceful, causing the thief to instinctively draw out his proudest defensive weapon, a tortoiseshell. Violent spiritual energy erupted from Boone's fists, and under this intense burst of energy, the tortoise shell shattered. The thief was startled. He felt numb all over from the shockwave of spiritual energy. Impossible! How could this boy have such power? Regardless of what the thief thought, Boone only wanted to finish him off quickly. 8 extremes burst. Panicked, The thief could only muster a weak counterattack while focusing mainly on dodging. Bang! This time, Boone unleashed his full strength. It was a clean, powerful punch that surpassed the thief in both power and speed. The force struck the thief, who flew backward like a marionette with its strings cut, crashing into the courtyard wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. If not for the thief's instinctive dodge, which slightly deflected Boone's attack, he might have been finished already. Are you a Golden Core Realm expert? Dying, the thief stared incredulously at Boone, who prepared to strike again. He shouted hastily, "Please, spare me. I know of the Immortal's Cave residence. I will offer it to you." Boone sneered inwardly. Even if there were an Immortal's Cave, given the system's assessment that the thief had no star-level fortune, it was likely just an empty shell. Seeing Boone still advancing, the thief lost the composure and arrogance he initially showed. He couldn't believe Boone had such strength. "Hubert, I'll give you all my treasures. Please, spare me." "Spare you? Forget it. Everything you own will be mine once you're dead." As soon as these words left his lips, Boone shot forward swiftly, delivering a fatal blow while the thief was weakened. Ah! Only half a scream escaped before the thief slumped lifelessly to the ground, breathless. The power of 8 extremes burst was terrifying indeed. Boone couldn't help but marvel internally again. However, repeatedly using this technique, though powerful, drained Boone immensely. Moreover, the loud noise would likely attract others soon. Boone hurried to collect his spoils. As expected, he found many pills on the thief's body, including 10 golden breaking pills, along with some pill recipes. Unfortunately, Boone wasn't yet versed in alchemy, so he stashed them away for later study. Meanwhile, the surviving women stood frozen in shock. Impossible. How could this man possibly be a Golden Core Realm expert? Seeing Boone approach after collecting his spoils, one woman hurriedly pleaded, "Barret, don't kill me. I know many dual cultivation techniques from Unity Sect." Without even a frown, Boone silenced her with a palm strike. Dead silence ensued. The women, mostly low-ranking affiliates of the thief, gradually realized their situation. Most kept their heads down, not daring to look at Boone. But one was fearless. I'll fight you to the death." As she lunged at Boone, her attack was met only by his overwhelming spiritual energy. She was merely a novice cultivator in the body-forging stage, no match for Boone's fierce energy. She had been unknowingly used as a vessel and posed a potential threat if left alive. Boone knew from the system that these women were from Unity Sect, and the thief had a higher rank, requiring part of their spiritual energy. Thus, Boone decided to eliminate any future threats thoroughly. He killed them all. Just as Boone was about to return to the sect, the system's voice interrupted. "Chime. Reminder to host. A 4-star fortune has appeared nearby." The system pointed to a corner of the thief's courtyard where text appeared. 4-star fortune. This item can be exchanged for a high price by a pill sect elder and offers an opportunity for discipleship. An item with fortune? Even a 4-star fortune. Perhaps this recipe is valuable to me. There's no way I won't check it out. Taking advantage of the moment, Boone rushed to the courtyard corner. He soon found a hidden compartment containing a book titled Unity Sect 18 Methods of Alchemy. Frowning, Boone flipped through it carefully. Indeed, guided by the system, he found a golden paper within, standing out notably. It detailed a potion formula, 9 Heavens Yin-Yang Union Pill. It could enhance a man's vigor during dual cultivation. The potion involved complex alchemy with many rare herbs. Is this an aphrodisiac? Perhaps the elder needs it. Boone's expression resembled someone who had just eaten authentic 9 turns intestines. Chime. Congratulations, host, on successfully intercepting the fortune. The system is binding the fortune to the host. Meanwhile, the pill sect, well regarded in Xiuxian continent, faced a high demand for their potions. Yet, an elder sought such a peculiar formula. Shaking his head, Boone decided to keep this fortune for now. He remembered hearing a few days ago that a pill sect elder visited Xiuxian sect and extended his stay. Having taken the item, Boone returned directly to the sect. Upon arrival, he encountered the junior brother whom he had just overtaken. The junior bowed respectfully. "Senior brother, you returned so soon. Have you dealt with the thief?" Boone sternly replied, "I've eliminated the thief. Barak, you can report the mission completion. I have other matters to attend to, so I must leave now." Leaving immediately, Boone headed back to his cave dwelling. To meet the pill sect elder, he needed to enter the inner sect, accessible only upon reaching Golden Core Realm. Therefore, he must quickly advance to Golden Core. He quickly opened his storage and retrieved the spoils from the thief. Ascension Pill. A spirit-enhancing pill for Foundation Establishment cultivators, enhancing 1 level without destabilizing foundations. Eat. Without hesitation, Boone consumed the pills. He felt surging spiritual energy flowing through his body. In mere moments, several Ascension pills elevated his cultivation to Foundation Establishment 9th level, with excess spiritual energy pushing against his limits. Now, Boone swiftly took the Golden Breaking Pill. The Xiuxian profound art surged, spreading the pill's potency throughout his body. Gradually, it condensed into a small golden ball in his dantian. Golden Core 1st level. Note. Adjustments in tone and style may vary to ensure fluidity and coherence with previous content. Chapter 8. The Golden Essence Crystal Tiger. Boone felt a surge of elation as he advanced to the Gold Core realm. A month ago, he was just a nobody who couldn't fight anyone or offend anyone. Now, he was already a major player at the Gold Core stage. Reaching the Gold Core realm in the cultivation world meant significant progress. Even venturing out for training would now afford him considerable self-preservation skills. Did you hear that the Golden Essence Crystal Tiger is about to give birth? A voice from not far away caught Boone's attention. Yes, absolutely true. Senior brother, I bought this news from the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion. Since it's from the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion, it should be reliable. You did right by coming to me, proving you're wise. That's for sure. Everyone among us outer disciples knows Senior Brother Jace's reputation. Without relying on senior brother Jace, I wouldn't dare go alone either. Haha, the Golden Essence Crystal Tiger is entirely a treasure. We need to hurry. Boone's heart stirred. The Golden Essence Crystal Tiger is a 3-star demon beast, indeed a trove of treasures. Its bones can be used to brew wine, its essence blood can forge the body, and its meat can enhance one's cultivation. Moreover, among 3-star demon beasts, the Golden Essence Crystal Tiger is the hardest to capture due to its innate power, the Golden Essence Crystal Gaze, which traps people in illusions. Even if sold, it commands a higher price than other 3-star demon beasts. It's almost never seen on the market except after giving birth when it cannot use its power and is at its weakest. Ding. Alert. 3-star fortune detected nearby. Ding. Alert. 5-star fortune detected nearby. 2 consecutive notifications stunned Boone. 2 kinds of fortunes appearing simultaneously? Boone quickly surveyed the surroundings. Those few outer disciples were on their way to hunt the birthing Golden Essence Crystal Tiger. One had a 3-star fortune halo over his head, while another had a more radiant 5-star fortune halo. These 2 fortune children actually congregated together, which pleased Boone immensely. Barracks. Boone waved his hand, his powerful cultivation emanating. This wasn't intentional grandstanding, but because he hadn't yet stabilized his aura after the recent upgrade, disrupted by these 2's fortunes. The 3, initially preparing to scavenge the Golden Essence Crystal Tiger, were momentarily dumbfounded. Is this an inner disciple brother? Given this person's robust aura, they must be an exceptionally talented inner disciple brother. Greetings, senior brother. The 3 bowed deeply, not daring to be lax. Boone nodded satisfactorily and said, I just overheard that all of you are going to seek out the Golden Essence Crystal Tiger? The 3 changed expressions but ultimately nodded, acknowledging the truth given Boone's evident strength. Alas, you might not know, but a certain elder from the inner sect already knows about this Golden Essence Crystal Tiger today. The elder intends to gift it to one of his juniors. If any of you proceed and kill the tiger first, you'd surely offend the elder. The 3 gasped, becoming grave. Boone saw their reluctance. You've paid a heavy price, haven't you? Let me negotiate with the elder for some compensatory items for each of you. What do you think? The one with the 3-star fortune clearly showed hesitation, indicating he had invested heavily. 3-star fortune. This person will soon obtain rare treasures from the Golden Essence Crystal Tiger. Boone then looked at the disciple beside him with the 5-star fortune. He had a dignified demeanor and piercing eyes, exuding a protagonist-like aura. 5-star fortune. This person will soon obtain a hidden cultivation technique. A hidden cultivation technique, 5-star fortune. This secret method to conceal one's cultivation level must be extraordinary. With his rapid advancement, Boone didn't want to attract unwanted attention, so this technique was like getting a pillow when sleepy. After pondering, Boone mysteriously pulled out 2 yellowed ancient scrolls. They appeared quite old. Seeing the scrolls, the trio's eyes lit up. Senior brother, what is this? Hee, this is a secret not passed down. Don't underestimate it. It's genuinely useful. Secret Manual of Coital Techniques. Illustrated Catalog of Beauties from the Union Sect. These were spoils from a notorious thief, perfectly timed to serve their purpose now. The trio gaped in astonishment. This? Don't underestimate this. The Union Sect has long vanished, making it an unparalleled soul copy, and that catalog, cough. But if we become obsessed, how can we pursue immortality? The Darien reacted faster, but Boone wouldn't be easily cornered. You're mistaken, Barack. This is an inner sect elder's forbidden secret, obtained with great difficulty. If one can't withstand the temptation from this scroll, how can they attain the great Tao? A pure-hearted individual will only advance further in cultivation. The disciple blushed and dared not respond further. Seeing their interest piqued, Boone didn't rush. Indeed, the system notified. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully acquired fortune. The system is binding the 3-star fortune. Only one got it. That 5-star fortune youth still seemed uncertain. How are you considering, Barracks? Boone shook his head, feigning reluctance. Alas, I act on behalf of the elder, and you've already spent a lot. Here, let me offer each of you a breakthrough gold core pill. What? The trio was startled. Breakthrough gold core pills? A pill that helps foundation establishment cultivators stabilize into the gold core realm. Boone obtained these from the thief. Since he had already reached gold core, the pills weren't as beneficial to him. Besides, there were 9 left, and the 5-star fortune secret technique was worth it. Thank you, senior brother. In the end, they accepted. Though the Golden Essence Crystal Tiger was valuable, it was better to respect the inner sect elder. Plus, obtaining such a precious breakthrough gold core pill. Pleasure can be poisonous. Transcending it will lead to immense cultivation progress. Handing them the pills and scrolls, Boone warned them. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully intercepted 5-star fortune. The system is binding the 5-star fortune. Hashtag chapter 9. Intercepting the 5-star luck. 5-star luck bound successfully. The host will encounter this opportunity on the way to hunting the Gold Essence Crystal Tiger. Profound hidden chi technique, great concealment art. The system's voice was truly pleasant to hear. Boone hurriedly closed his eyes, trying hard not to laugh out loud. The 5-star youth hesitated for a long time, then finally stepped forward, bowing deeply until almost touching the ground. I am ashamed. Only now do I understand what senior brother pointed out earlier. Boone was startled. What did you realize? The youth continued. Senior brother was clearly handling matters for an elder and didn't have to care about our losses, yet you were still righteous. I will never forget senior brother's gift and guidance, the youth added. Boone's brow furrowed, and he said in a solemn tone, there's no need to dwell on it. As a senior fellow disciple, guiding you is nothing much. Tears welled up in the 5-star youth's eyes as he asked, may I ask what senior brother's name is? Little brother Denny will do everything to repay you in the future. Senior brother, we feel the same. The other 2 also bowed deeply. Boone naturally couldn't tell them who he was. Otherwise, if the lie were exposed or they found out he had tricked them, that would be trouble. Barack, you're making me feel distant. There's no need to ask my name, nor do you need to repay me. This was just doing work for an elder. That's true. A person like senior brother surely has an extraordinary name. I apologize for being too abrupt, Denny replied. Boone. After saying that, the 5-star youth solemnly turned around with the Manual of Consolidation Sect Beauties in hand, along with the other two, ready to begin studying. But even before he started reading, just looking at the cover made him blush instantly, yet he remained serious. As soon as the three left, Boone quickly moved according to the system's prompt and arrived at the location indicated by the luck. Soon, a 3-star luck notification appeared before Boone's eyes, precisely in the cave ahead. Boone focused and saw distinct bloodstains on the grass beside the cave entrance. It's injured? This is better. An adult gold essence crystal tiger is equivalent to a cultivator in the core formation stage. Considering it dropped 1 realm during childbirth, it should now be at the foundation establishment level. However, beasts generally have incredibly strong physical bodies, and beasts at the same rank usually surpass human cultivators. But if it is both weakened after childbirth and injured, capturing it should be much easier. Boone carefully surveyed the surroundings and then followed the trail of blood into the cave. Indeed, an uninjured gold essence crystal tiger wouldn't be considered 3-star luck. When Boone delved deeper into the cave, he immediately spotted the dying gold essence crystal tiger. It looked like it was about to die, its chest barely rising and falling, with a large pool of blood beside it. Apparently, it suffered from postpartum hemorrhage, and the cub died from suffocation. The mother tiger was also injured and nearing death. Boone shook his head and immediately sent the beast off with a burst of spiritual energy, relieving it of further physical and mental suffering. He only destroyed its divine consciousness but kept the entire fur intact, which was extremely valuable material for crafting artifacts. Taking advantage of the moment, Boone quickly collected the gold essence crystal tiger's essence blood. It was heavily injured, so despite the effort, Boone only managed to fill a small vial. He used a porcelain bottle previously filled with spirit-enhancing pills, no larger than half a palm. It wasn't that the blood had dried. Only the small amount of essence blood in its forehead had medicinal value. Due to the gold essence crystal tiger's innate ability to induce hallucinations, its blood could cause hallucinations and mental fatigue in lesser cultivators. In severe cases, it might lead to a breakdown. However, drinking the essence blood from the forehead directly can enhance a cultivator's body. If refined into a pill, it could even boost lower-stage cultivators' cultivation. Thus, this essence blood was highly sought after by lower-stage cultivators and very expensive. However, Boone didn't plan to sell it. It was more valuable for strengthening his own body. Finally found it. This little creature hid in this cave, making us search quite a bit. A rough voice suddenly sounded at the cave entrance. Turning around, Boone saw 3 disciples of Xiuxian sword sect entering the cave, looking delighted. You, my gold essence crystal tiger? How dare you kill my gold essence crystal tiger? The leader of the group growled. Hurry, you too. Kill this boy for me. Boone frowned. So this is the 5-star luck? The system's 5-star luck indication pointed to these 3 people. All 3 Xiuxian sword sect disciples were foundation establishment cultivators. The leader had a cultivation level of 3rd layer foundation establishment, while the other 2 were peak 9th layer foundation establishment. Seeing the dead gold essence crystal tiger on the ground, the Xiuxian sword sect disciple nearly exploded with rage. He had been chasing this gold essence crystal tiger for months, waiting eagerly for it to give birth. He never expected some kid to snatch it. However, since this was Qingyuan sect's territory, these 3 knew they needed to act swiftly. The opportunity presented by the 5-star luck lay with these 3, indicating they shouldn't be too powerful. Hearing the order, the 2 disciples immediately drew their swords and rushed at Boone. Though they weren't strong, Boone didn't hold back and used all his strength. In one move, Boone realized something. Despite their high ranks, these 2 disciples used the lowest-tier human-grade sword techniques. Frankly, they might not be better than the come-and-go glance sword technique he had seen. Before they could get close, Boone used spiritual energy to kill them remotely. Silence. Dead silence. The previously shouting disciple paused, uncertain, and asked, Core formation realm? Boone raised an eyebrow. Did the wild beast become yours? The Xiuxian sword sect disciple sneered. So what if your core formation? Don't think killing those 2 useless trash makes you invincible. He drew his sword, chanting the Xiuxian sword technique and charged at Boone, seemingly even weaker than the previous 2. Boone didn't want to delay any longer and prepared to kill him with spiritual energy. Bam. Boone frowned. This guy's cultivation level wasn't right. Hashtag chapter 10, 5-star luck. Boone suddenly remembered that the 5-star luck he had obtained earlier was supposed to grant a secret cultivation technique for hiding one's true strength. How careless of him. It seemed that this person possessed the secret technique right in front of him. In that case, he couldn't let him go. The disciple from Xiuxian sword sect saw that Boone couldn't defeat him and laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha. Kid, I thought you were powerful, but you don't even know how to use martial techniques. Let me show you what Xiuxian sword sect swordsmanship is all about. With that, the man swung his precious sword and attacked again. Dragon roar. As he waved his sword, a large amount of snowflakes began swirling around him. Too bad he was a man. If he were a woman, this effect would have been perfect. Boone didn't move. Seeing this, the Xiuxian sect disciple thought Boone was frightened speechless and smiled even more excitedly. Because of the secret technique protecting him, Boone couldn't discern his cultivation level. Previously, when Boone had exerted his full spiritual power to suppress him, he remained unscathed, making him confident that his cultivation was higher than Boone's. Just as the cane was about to strike Boone with his sword, Boone moved. He slightly shifted his body and delivered a punch directly to the disciple's sword. Another punch struck the disciple's chest. Baji collapse. Instant kill. The cane still wore an expression of disbelief as he died. Having finished his business, Boone started to inspect his spoils of war. He first collected the corpse of the golden essence crystal tiger, then searched the possessions of several canes. Since this area belonged to the territory of Xiuxian sect, and they were all low-rank cultivators, their deaths wouldn't attract much attention. They had trespassed on Xiuxian sect's territory after all. After searching for a while, Boone found an ancient-looking book on one of the Xiuxian sect disciples. It was titled Snow Dragon Sword Technique. The strokes on the cover radiated a powerful sword chi, indicating it wasn't an ordinary manual. However, for Boone, this wasn't particularly impressive. An upper earth-grade sword technique was indeed good, but the 5-star luck was supposed to give more than just a single sword technique. What about the cultivation method to conceal one's aura? Boone looked at the system questioningly in his mind. Please do not question the authority of the system repeated. Reluctantly, Boone picked up the book and examined it carefully once more. Suddenly, he recalled the Wuxia Sutra. He had been so focused on the Wilbur illusion technique that he had neglected this sutra, which could forcibly enhance a cultivator's comprehension. Boone silently circulated the Wuxia Sutra in his mind. Suddenly, the characters on the pages began to shift and reassemble themselves into a completely different cultivation method. To outsiders, the text remained the plain Snow Dragon Sword Technique, but to Boone, it had transformed into Xianxia Mysterious Sword Technique. This turned out to be a yellow-grade sword technique, likely one of Xianxian Sword Sect's most treasured skills. Given that Xianxian Sword Sect was weaker than Xiuxian Sect, possessing a yellow-grade technique was already remarkable. So, this Xianxian Sect disciple must have held a significant position within the sect. In Xianxian, who killed my son? A roar echoed through the mountain valley. Dominic, little Barak, sneaked off the mountain. We couldn't stop him. Before he could finish speaking, the disciple was blasted into a mist of blood. The other disciples immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Inside the sword technique manual was another secret technique, the Grand Concealment Art, a profound hidden rank technique. This must have been how the cane hid his cultivation from detection. Even now, Boone couldn't discern the deceased disciple's cultivation level. Based on their brief engagement, Boone guessed it might have been between first and third level of the Golden Core stage. Advancing each level at the Golden Core stage was exponentially more difficult than the previous one. Boone had already broken through to the Golden Core stage, and with Baji Collapse, his actual combat strength was roughly equivalent to a 5th-level Golden Core cultivator. His ability to kill the cane with one punch wasn't due to any unfair advantage. Had Boone not interfered, he would have been killed by that Foundation Establishment stage kid. This demonstrated how unstable and weak the cane's cultivation was, a serious flaw. Boone felt a surge of excitement as he examined the Grand Concealment Art. This was a valuable technique that allowed him to freely hide his cultivation level without attracting unwanted attention due to rapid advancement. Close to Xiuxian sect, Boone decided to find a nearby cave for cultivation. Within 2 hours, Boone had mastered the Grand Concealment Art. He discovered that it could also conceal one's physical form. This seemed like something the fusion sect would create. Mission accomplished, Boone left the cave, ensuring he cleaned up the bodies of the 3 canes and destroyed the entrance. Satisfied that no traces remained, Boone returned to the sect, maintaining his appearance as a 9th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator. He didn't want to draw too much attention yet. However, he was spotted by an inner council elder who had noticed him before during a mission assignment. The elder called him over, and Boone respectfully bowed. Disciple Boone greets Cohen. What can I do for you? Cohen Yi, your cultivation has advanced rapidly lately. I assume you'll soon reach the Golden Core stage, the elder said with a smile. Though smiling, he couldn't help but marvel at Boone's progress. A mere few days had elevated him to 9th-level Foundation Establishment, an extraordinary talent. Boone smiled humbly. Thanks to the protection of our sect. The elder nodded approvingly. Good, staying modest. By the way, I have a high-level sect mission that needs your oversight. Interested? A high-level sect mission? Boone was taken aback. High-level missions were usually assigned by inner council elders and handled by inner sect disciples, with outer sect disciples assisting as needed. Unlike regular monthly tasks for outer sect disciples, these missions came with substantial rewards. Such plum assignments were typically given to talented inner sect disciples, with outer sect disciples only playing supporting roles or running errands, getting minimal credits. But this elder wanted Boone to take charge? Faced with such a rare opportunity, Boone had no choice but to agree. ####Chapter 11. Is it appropriate to keep exploiting the same person? There was still some time before the next mission off the mountain, so Boone decided to first refine the Golden Essence Crystal Tiger's elixir blood. This was a potent substance that could directly enhance his body. After bidding farewell to the elder, Boone immediately returned to his small courtyard. He set up a large pot and rapidly boiled hot water. Then he took a piece of tiger bone and placed it in the pot along with the elixir blood. Adding tiger bone to the broth enhanced the effect of forging the body even more. Soon, Boone had brewed a large bucket of tiger bone soup. After tightly shutting the door, he submerged himself in the bucket. The moment he entered, his entire body turned red from the heat. The tiger bone was already taking effect. Gradually, blisters started forming on Boone's skin, and the water temperature seemed to continue rising. However, Boone merely frowned. This was a necessary process for forging the body. The old saying, without breaking there can be no establishment, rang true. Moreover, Boone knew it was within his tolerance range. Boone could add other herbs to moderate the intensity, but he knew that doing so would waste the potential of the tiger bone. Besides, if he couldn't endure this pain, how could he possibly withstand the intense pain from refining the elixir blood? Quickly, Boone's skin began to crack open. At this moment, he swiftly poured in the Golden Essence Crystal Tiger's elixir blood. As soon as the elixir blood entered the water, the entire decoction started boiling furiously. Boone immediately activated the Wilbur Yuan technique. His body began swelling, the elixir blood contacting his meridians directly, allowing for better absorption. Boone felt his entire meridian system swell rapidly, with spiritual energy circulating at high speed. 1 round, 2 rounds. In no time, Boone had swollen to twice his original size. Yet he could clearly feel that all of the golden essence crystal tiger's elixir blood had been absorbed into his body. Next, the originally cracked skin began healing visibly, and his body rapidly shrank back to its normal size. After a while, Boone opened his eyes. The color of the decoction had turned gray-black, filled with impurities expelled during the body forging process. Boone stood up, raising his hands and hearing crack-crack, as his tendons and bones popped. His body now possessed the strength equivalent to a Tier 3 level 1 demonic beast. Indeed, the golden essence crystal tiger's elixir blood was extraordinary. Moreover, during the forging process, Boone could feel his golden core realm cultivation repeatedly reinforced, now only one step away from advancing to the second level. However, it was a pity that the elixir blood of the golden essence crystal tiger could only be used once in a lifetime. Otherwise, Boone would have loved to do this several times. The next day, Boone, carrying the advanced task talisman given by the inner sect elder, came to the Clear Origin sect's mission hall. This place was the most bustling part of the sect. When Boone arrived, the hall was packed with people. Some had just received missions and were about to leave, while many more eagerly awaited opportunities to assist the inner sect disciples. After all, assisting on an advanced mission, even picking up leftovers, earned them more than they would from regular tasks. Plus, being led by a senior inner sect disciple significantly increased their safety. So, when Boone entered the hall with an advanced task scroll, he immediately drew the attention of many. Soon, outer sect disciples crowded around him, competing to introduce themselves. Senior brother, pick me, pick me. Senior brother, look at me. I'm strong. Ding. Alert. A 3-star luck aura appears nearby. Ding. Alert. A 3-star luck aura appears nearby. 2 consecutive notifications made Boone inwardly delighted. Following the system prompt, he indeed saw someone with a 3-star luck aura approaching. Senior brother, what a coincidence. Boone's scalp tingled. Wasn't this the simpleton who had chosen martial techniques at the inner sect a few days ago, whom he had inadvertently misled? This guy wasn't ordinary. He seemed to have luck on his side frequently. Sigh. You've brought yourself here. What should I do? Boone couldn't help but sigh inwardly, though he showed no sign of it on his face. If this disciple had cultivated the kuehua skill, then, Boone casually glanced. Yes, it looked like he had gone through with it. This disciple no longer had the clumsy demeanor from before. Instead, he looked quite lively and somewhat handsome now. Boone kindly said, "Ah, Barak, how are you doing? That cultivation method is indeed remarkable, right?" The disciple who cultivated the kuehua skill frowned slightly, speaking in a tone reminiscent of Lin Dayu. The skill is very good, but, senior brother, have you already chosen your assistant? The tone conveyed sorrow and melancholy. Boone felt goosebumps and replied awkwardly, "Haha, not yet. I am preparing to." Senior brother. Fate. Cough. Suddenly, another disciple, pale-faced and coughing, interrupted Boone. It was Zack. Another 3-star luck aura appeared over his head. Ah, another familiar face. Exploiting the same person again? No wonder I couldn't help it. Cough. Who let you keep coming close to me? Zack put a hand on his chest. Senior brother, I have failed your expectations. Lust is indeed a poisonous temptation. It's my fault for lacking self-discipline. Cough, cough. Boone's expression turned solemn. My intention was for you to focus on cultivation and achieve enlightenment, but I didn't expect you to indulge in desires beyond control. Alas. Hearing Boone's heartfelt words, Zack lowered his head in shame. I underestimated myself, unworthy of such trust from senior brother. Boone thought for a moment and said, Don't be disheartened. If you wish to overcome this, why not learn from this Barak? The disciple who cultivated the kuehua skill, initially watching the scene, was suddenly called out and froze for a moment. Zack asked hesitantly, Cough, what does senior brother mean? When you hesitate, chaos follows. This is a way to resolve everything at once. Zack widened his eyes. Senior brother, you. Oh no, did he realize I was tricking him? Senior brother, your words enlightened me. Zack deeply bowed after a deep breath, then coughed his way out. He had something urgent to attend to. The task assignment could wait. With one gone, the other remained. Boone turned to the disciple who practiced the kuehua skill. Junior sister, cough, Barak, see, that Barak needs your help. What does senior brother mean? You should help him get back on the right path. Boone said with apparent concern. Barak, can you bear to see him waste his youth and ruin his future indulging in drink and debauchery? Hearing Boone's words, the kuehua disciple understood and resolutely turned towards where Zack left. Ding. Congratulations, host. You intercepted a 3-star luck aura. Ding. Congratulations, host. You intercepted a 3-star luck aura. Chapter 12. A stroke of luck on a living person. The system is binding fortune to the host. As soon as it was bound, Boone followed the system's guidance and arrived at the mission board. One of the 3-star fortunes pointed to a barely noticeable Class D Weitua task. Boone directly took down the task symbol for this Class D mission. Note, Weitua should be translated as commission, or removed for more natural English flow. I will continue revising based on this approach. As soon as it was bound, Boone followed the system's guidance and arrived at the mission board. One of the 3-star fortunes pointed to a barely noticeable Class D commission task. Boone directly took down the task symbol for this Class D mission. Additionally, here is a more refined version of the whole paragraph. As soon as the binding was complete, Boone followed the system's guidance and arrived at the mission board. One of the 3-star fortunes pointed to a barely noticeable Class D commission task. Without hesitation, Boone took down the task symbol for this Class D mission. Meanwhile, the many outer sect disciples who had surrounded Boone watched as he first conversed amicably with a gender-neutral disciple and then exchanged glances with an aloof Norris. Their initial goodwill towards Boone immediately diminished. However, since those two individuals had left and Boone still held a high-level mission in his hands, everyone was still watching cautiously. But now, seeing him take on another Class D mission, most of them decided to abandon him outright. Some couldn't help but feel disdain for him. High-level missions weren't always available, but following a weak and not-so-smart leader could jeopardize their lives instead of bringing any benefits. Most people turned away and started looking at other missions. Boone didn't care what they thought. He directly registered the Class D mission symbol. The disciple responsible for registration inwardly felt disdain. Such low-level missions were typically only taken by newly established Foundation Establishment disciples. Disciples below the Foundation Establishment stage were not allowed to accept missions independently but could only assist others. Brother, are you sure you want to take on this Class D mission, clearing out the bandits at Tajigo? This disciple loudly announced, intentionally drawing attention. Boone knew the disciple's intentions but, feeling generous after gaining the fortune, chose to ignore it. With the opportunity ahead, these trivial matters were beneath his concern. Seeing that Boone wasn't responding, the disciple became somewhat embarrassed and quickly finished the registration, calling for the next person. Now, the more important matter was the other fortune. According to the system's prompt, another fortune awaited Boone nearby, centered around a person. This puzzled Boone. The system timely explained. If the host interacts with him for 3 days, you can obtain this 3-star fortune. This person is a descendant of a great celestial powerhouse, and approaching him will bring unparalleled benefits. So, this 3-star fortune was about befriending someone of noble lineage? Boone squinted his eyes and sized up the disciple. The disciple wore a plain white robe, exuding a dignified aura, adorned with a lustrous hairpin, yet revealing a delicate appearance. Moreover, he seemed rather short. He looked like someone better suited for practicing the Huahua technique. Boone mentally scoffed but maintained a warm smile as he approached. Brother. The slender youth looked up at Boone, momentarily stunned. When Boone had good control over his demeanor, combined with his handsome face, he indeed intimidated others. Curious, the youth asked, I wonder why brother called me? Boone, noticing the youth's soft voice, felt slightly perplexed but didn't dwell on it. There's a high-level mission I have here. Would you be willing to join me? Oh yes, absolutely. The youth responded enthusiastically but suddenly regained composure. Cough. It's truly an honor to complete a high-level mission with brother. Shall we go now? Boone's eyelid twitched. This guy must be bipolar. Nonetheless, he nodded and strode ahead, exiting the mission hall first. The graceful disciple hurriedly followed. Brother, may I ask your name? Boone glanced at him. Boone. Oh, so it's Brother Yi. My name is Tad, Tad said gently. What a sissy. System, do I really need to spend 3 days with this person to trigger the fortune? Please trust the system's authority. One of the 3-star fortunes was a supreme cultivation technique. Though Boone didn't know specifics, it was worth the effort for a 3-star fortune. He might as well proceed together. This high-level mission, however, posed some challenges. It involved dealing with a rebellious disciple listed 38th on Xiuxian sect's wanted list. The disciple had defected from Xiuxian sect a year ago, originally a brilliant inner sect disciple at the first level of the Golden Core stage. After a year, he was likely even more formidable. Fortunately, the mission had a 3-month deadline. Have you heard that the sect Dominic's birthday banquet will be held in a few days? Tad suddenly asked, tilting his head. Boone nodded. Yes, there are quite a few great cultivators arriving at the mountain gate during this period. Speaking of which, the time for achieving the 5-star fortune linked to the elixir formula should also be approaching. Do you know when the Dan sect elders will arrive at Xiuxian sect? Tad replied, the Dan sect, being the superior sect to Xiuxian sect, should arrive last. Boone, having just arrived, didn't know much about these matters. Is the Dan sect bigger than Xiuxian sect? Tad seemed very knowledgeable about the Dan sect. Of course, the Dan sect is one of the top major sects in the cultivation world, overseeing 8 major sections. Any one of these 8 sects would be considered a top-tier major sect on its own. Xiuxian sect is one of them. Boone couldn't help but praise him. Brother, you're truly erudite. Chatting along the way, they reached the entrance of Tajigo's bandit stronghold. Brother, where are we? Tad finally asked. Boone gave him an exasperated look. You came along without even knowing what the mission is? Tad playfully stuck out his tongue, somewhat embarrassed. Oops, my first time on a mission, I forgot. Boone sighed. This is a Class D mission, aimed at clearing out this bandit stronghold. The bandits in Tajigo are mostly eliminated outer sect disciples and apprentices who banded together here. They claim to act on behalf of justice, but are essentially robbers. Tad looked admiringly at Boone. Wow, brother, you're so knowledgeable. Boone smiled. Undeniably, this guy had excellent flattering skills. Suddenly, a voice shouted from a distance. Who's lurking around here? A patrol guard shouted from atop a hill. Boone glanced at him, noting he was only a first-stage chi cultivator, and prepared to apprehend him for questioning. According to the mission details, the highest-level cultivator in this stronghold was their chieftain, Judah, who was at the 6th-stage Foundation Establishment realm. Judah once deliberately caused a fellow disciple's death while refining a magical treasure at Xiuxian sect, resulting in his own crippled leg, but was still expelled from the sect. While Xiuxian sect did not prohibit internal strife, such underhanded tactics were strictly forbidden. Beside him, numerous outer sect disciples who had been surrounding Boone noticed him, first conversing happily with a disciple of ambiguous gender, and then flirting with an aristocratic Norris. Their opinion of Boone immediately plummeted several levels. But after those two left, they considered that he still held a high-level mission, so they continued observing. However, when he went to accept the Class D mission, most people instantly gave up on following him. Some disciples even couldn't help feeling contempt for him. High-level missions weren't available every day, but if one ended up under a leader who wasn't very strong or intelligent, it would be hard to gain any benefits, perhaps not even be able to keep one's life. Most people turned away and started looking at other missions. Boone didn't care what they thought. He registered the Class D mission right away. The disciple responsible for registration felt some disdain inside. Low-level tasks like these were usually taken by newly foundation-built disciples. Disciples below the foundation-building stage could not accept missions independently and could only assist others. Senior brother, are you sure you want to accept this Class D mission to clear out the Tajigu bandit hideout? The disciple said loudly. This person deliberately made a big fuss, and Boone understood his intentions but was just in a good mood due to the new luck. Otherwise, he would show him why flowers are so red. Faced with such an opportunity, these small issues didn't matter to Boone. Seeing Boone ignore him, the disciple felt a bit embarrassed and quickly finished registering the task before calling the next person. What was more important now was another stroke of luck. According to the system's prompt, another fortune lay within the proximity of a certain person, which puzzled Boone. The system timely explained. The host only needs to spend 3 days with him to gain this 3-star fortune. This person is the descendant of a great being. By approaching him, the host can receive immeasurable benefits. So, this 3-star fortune is about befriending royalty? Boone squinted his eyes and examined the disciple. The disciple wore a simple white robe, exuded an imposing demeanor, adorned with a light hairpin, yet his features revealed delicacy, and he was somewhat short. He seemed better suited for practicing the hua skill. Though he mocked internally, Boone maintained a warm smile and approached Barack. The graceful youth looked up at Boone, stunned for a moment. With his well-controlled aura and handsome face, Boone indeed seemed quite intimidating. Seeing Boone frown slightly at him, he curiously asked, "Senior brother, what did you call me for?" "Yes, I have a high-level mission here. Would Barack be willing to go with me?" Sure. Initially excited, he suddenly appeared to notice something and quickly resumed a calm expression, saying to Boone, Cough. It's truly an honor to accompany senior brother on a high-level mission. Shall we go now?" Boone's eyelids twitched. This person had split personalities. Nonetheless, he nodded, walked ahead with hands behind his back, and left the mission hall first. The delicate disciple hurriedly caught up. "Senior brother, I don't know your name yet?" Boone glanced at him and said, "Boone. Oh, it's senior brother Yi. I'm Tad." Tad spoke gently. "This guy is way too effeminate. System, do I really need to stay with him for 3 days to trigger the fortune? Please trust the system's authority." One of the 3-star fortunes was an incomparable heart method. Boone didn't know specifics but figured it was worth taking together since it was a 3-star fortune. As for this high-level mission, it was rather challenging. It involved handling a renegade disciple listed on the Xiuxian sect bounty list, ranked 38th. This disciple defected from the Xiuxian sect a year ago, having been a genius intersect disciple at the first level of Golden Core before defecting. Now, after a year, he must be even more formidable. Fortunately, this mission had a 3-month deadline. "Senior brother, have you heard that the Xiuxian sect patriarch's birthday banquet is coming up in a few days?" Tad asked, tilting his head. Boone nodded. "Yes, there are many powerful figures arriving outside the mountain during this period. Speaking of which, it shouldn't be long until he achieves the 5-star fortune attached to the elixir formula. Do you know when the Pill Sect elders will arrive at the Xiuxian sect?" Tad replied, "The Pill Sect is above the Xiuxian sect, so they should arrive last." Boone had only recently come to understand much about these matters. "Is the Pill Sect larger than the Xiuxian sect?" Tad, who seemed quite familiar with the Pill Sect, said, "Of course. The Pill Sect is one of the top sects in the cultivation world, overseeing 8 major sections. Each of these 8 sects can be counted as top-notch. The Xiuxian sect is one of them." Boone couldn't help but praise, "Barack is truly knowledgeable." They chatted along the way until they reached the entrance of the Tajigu bandit hideout. "Senior brother, where are we?" Tad asked, finally remembering. Boone looked at him speechlessly. "You came without even knowing what the mission was?" Tad stuck out his tongue playfully, a bit embarrassed. "I forgot. This is my first mission." Boone helplessly explained, "The mission I accepted is a Class D mission to clear out this hideout. The Tajigu hideout gathers some rejected outer sect disciples and apprentices from the Xiuxian sect. They formed a band of robbers. They pretend to act on behalf of justice, but actually commit robbery." Tad looked admiringly. "Wow, senior brother is truly erudite." Boone smiled, admitting this guy had excellent flattery skills. Suddenly, a shout came from not far away. "Who's lurking around over there?" A patrolling soldier shouted from a hillside. Boone glanced at him, a mere cultivator at the first level of breath cultivation, and prepared to capture him for questioning. According to the mission tip, the highest cultivation level in this hideout belonged to their chief, Judah, at the 6th level of foundation building. Judah once sabotaged a peer during the refining of a magical treasure in the Xiuxian sect, leading to a tragic death. Although he lost a leg himself, he was expelled from the sect. While the Xiuxian sect did not restrict disciple duels, they had to occur openly. Covert attacks were strictly forbidden. Chapter 13. Almost a mishap. There were no high-level experts in the bandit stronghold, so Boone charged forward directly. Unexpectedly, the patrolling bandit responded swiftly. "Watch out! Danger ahead! Be alert! Be alert!" Boone's brows furrowed. The secret code of the bandits was spoken so quickly that he couldn't stop it in time. However, since his cover was already blown, there was no need to capture anyone alive for questioning. Boone exerted all his effort to circulate the great mystical fantasy technique. The moment they came face to face, the patrolling bandit was killed instantly. Boone turned around and saw Tad still standing there dumbfounded. He hurriedly said, "What are you standing there for? Follow me." "Okay, sure." Tad snapped out of his daze and rushed over to Boone. It wasn't that Boone was kind-hearted. He just didn't want to miss the 3-star opportunity if Tad got left behind. Thus, Tad had to be kept close by. But what Tad saw was Boone's generous nature and kindness towards him. As they ventured deeper into the stronghold, more and more bandits appeared before them. Boone used the most direct method, spirit energy overwhelming. These low-ranking cultivators were no match against him. Within half an incense stick's time, Boone had already slaughtered through the entire stronghold. At this point, Bo finally appeared. Dangerous point. Wind tight. Retreat. He had a crippled left leg and leaned on an iron crutch with his left hand, making him easy to recognize. Seeing Boone was a tough opponent, he realized he had met a formidable enemy and turned to flee. As for his subordinates, they all fearlessly charged at Boone, determined to die alongside him. But why would Boone be afraid? Though they were numerous, they were merely low-rank cultivators at the body tempering and chi cultivation stages. With one move, Boone could sweep through a large area. Bo did have effective control over his subordinates, who were all fearless, but ultimately useless. Within a short while, only Bo remained alive in the entire Taji Valley stronghold. You, who are you? Please, friend Taoist, spare my life, and I will offer all my possessions. Bo was terrified as he shakily pleaded. The spiritual force from Boone's casual attack had already caused internal injuries. The life of the entire stronghold couldn't even buy him enough time to escape within an incense stick's time. The enormous power disparity made Bo genuinely afraid. Xiuxian sect Boone. Tad. Boone spoke his name expressionlessly, and Tad hastily introduced himself, fearing he might fall behind. Actually, Boone found it strange. His spirit energy had collided with Bo earlier, yet he only lost an arm. Although Boone hadn't used the 8-pole collapse or full strength, a Foundation establishment cultivator shouldn't easily escape his clutches. After all, his strength and techniques were renowned. Indeed, there was a trace of reluctance in Bo's voice. In fact, when he saw Boone's Xiuxian sect disciple attire, he knew they were sent by the sect. This conversation was just to delay time, hoping Boone might be persuaded after answering his questions. You came to my stronghold only because of a sect mission. We had no enmity originally. You're here to complete your task, while I just want to survive. Let's talk? Boone asked calmly. Talk about what? Spare me this time, and I'll grant you a great fortune. Bo tried to entice. Oh, tell me more. Boone remained unperturbed, knowing Bo couldn't escape and aware of the 3-star opportunity. I recently encountered something extraordinary, a cultivation method of an ancient powerful cultivator. That is a divided spirit realm great being's manual. Die. Halfway through, Bo suddenly shouted. Next, a semi-transparent, 7-colored light emitted from his seemingly ordinary cane, flying straight toward Boone and Tad. Boone had been prepared, dodging the moment the light shot out from the cane, but the light seemed to lock onto him, adjusting its trajectory to strike Boone. Instantly, Boone felt dizziness, his vision blurring. Bo immediately leaped forward to finish off Tad. Before he could get close, however, a mysterious energy field around Tad repelled him. Bo was thrown back, landing on the ground, while Tad stood still, hands covering his eyes, seemingly too scared to watch. Noticing Boone seemed frozen, he shouted anxiously, Senior Brother Yi! Senior Brother Yi! But Boone showed no reaction. Seeing Tad protected by mysterious energy, Bo grew cautious and attacked Boone instead. Boone remained immobilized. Tad, anxious, shouted Boone's name while rushing over. But Bo was faster. In a flash, the tip of his cane aimed straight for Boone's throat. At this critical moment, Boone felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and the flawless sutra activated on its own. Unconsciously, he grabbed the iron cane's rod. Thanks to the refined golden essence jade tiger blood strengthening his body, the cane did no harm to him. Seeing he was restrained, Bo's heart sank. He was incredibly strong. Having missed his chance, Bo knew he couldn't turn the tide. You. Before Bo could react further, Boone opened his eyes, pulled the cane, and rammed it into Bo's throat. Gag. Blood spurted from Bo's throat, and he couldn't utter another word. He never imagined Boone would kill him outright. Wouldn't he covet the secret manual to cultivate mental power? His final question died with him. Glancing at Bo, Boone knew he wouldn't behave even if spared. Besides, the system already informed him of the opportunity's location, deep within the stronghold in a cellar. The Prick of Marvel Scripture, a mental attack technique, gathers mental power into one's magical tool, launching a direct mental assault. Pity it's incomplete. Otherwise, it could directly attack targets using mental power. Note: this translation maintains the original structure, tone, and style of the text, providing a fluent and coherent narrative in English. Chapter 14. Can the luck level actually be upgraded? But it became difficult for later generations to cultivate up to the divine annihilation stage, so it gradually deviated from its original form. Even though it was an incomplete copy, that was fine because he had the flawless scripture. Boone immediately went to retrieve the Chi Luck artifact. With the flawless scripture's enhancement, Boone could instantly see the original value of this secret manual. On the surface, this current version of the mystical spirit scripture was at most a high human rank. However, due to mental attack martial techniques being relatively rare, it could barely match the value of other Earth rank martial techniques. But in Boone's eyes, once repaired, it would not be inferior to a mystic rank secret manual. This was a new ability of the flawless scripture that Boone had just discovered. It could originally enhance the practitioner's insight. But when delved deeply into the next level, some manuals could even be slowly restored. It was only then that Tad hurriedly ran over. Senior Brother Yi, you scared me just now. No matter how I called you, there was no response. Tad's tone was full of concern. It was only then that Boone realized he had been careless. If Tad had been killed, his 3-star fortune would be over. I'm fine. How about you? Are you hurt? Tad shook his head. Senior Brother Yi is really a good person, caring so much about me. Boone felt somewhat puzzled. This task seemed like an ordinary ding-level task, and he had already successfully bound the 3-star fortune. Yet, unexpectedly, it hid such significant danger. Since he couldn't figure it out, Boone burned down the village and took Tad back to the sect to turn in the mission. When they arrived at the mission hall again, a disciple in charge of the mission hall asked suspiciously, Brother, do you have any further questions about this mission? Without saying much, Boone directly handed over his mission token. I'm here to turn in the mission, Boone said casually. Hearing Boone's words, the face of the mission hall's attendant immediately changed. Turn in the mission? Did I hear wrong? He just accepted the mission in the morning, and it's not even noon yet, and he comes to submit it? Even a ding-level task wouldn't be completed so quickly. Is there a problem? Seeing the other party ignoring him, Boone impatiently asked again. Only then did the attendant hastily take Boone's mission token and report it to the elder. After the external contact verified that Tegugu village had indeed been destroyed by fire, The attendant believed it and promptly credited contribution points to Boone's identity card. Contribution points could be exchanged for cultivation resources in Xiuxian sect. After finishing, Boone directly dragged Tad back to his courtyard. Tad was confused. Senior brother Yi. What's going on? At the mission hall earlier, he had heard some strange remarks about Boone. Now, Boone was actually bringing him straight back to his courtyard, which made Tad somewhat nervous. Boone turned to look at Tad and put on a serious expression. Baraksu, I noticed your complexion looks dark. There might be something bad coming soon. As your senior brother, I can't ignore it. You should stay in my courtyard first. Leave after you get through this calamity. Of course, Boone couldn't say outright that his fortune lay with Tad, and he needed to stay together for 3 days, so he concocted a reason. Anyway, this junior brother named Su looked quite simple-minded. However, Tad's head shook like a rattle drum when he heard he had to stay in Boone's courtyard. He refused, dead set. Boone tried persuading him for a while, but saw that he truly refused. He thought about giving up this fortune. After all, a 3-star fortune didn't seem like much. He could go out more during this time and perhaps encounter something higher. Just as Boone was about to let Tad return, ding, detected upgrade of 3-star fortune around the host. Congratulations, host. The 3-star fortune bound has upgraded to a 5-star fortune. What? System, what do you mean? Bound fortunes can change levels? This situation was unprecedented for Boone. A bound fortune could still connect to someone else and increase in level. Please believe in the professionalism of the system. Following the target for 3 days can result in obtaining a world-class divine weapon. Boone was at a loss. At first, it was 3-star, and he was willing to give it up. But now upgraded to 5-star, which wasn't easy to come by, Boone hesitated. With no choice, Boone took out the newly obtained Mystical Spirit Scripture from Tegugu village. Actually, I was planning to study this manual with you. Tad asked oddly, it's not the Plum Blossom skill, right? Boone's expression stiffened. Had this become so well known now? No, it's a mental attack skill I got from Bo. Are you interested? Mental attack? Tad was indeed attracted. Considering Boone's care, he decided to stay. Cultivators don't need much sleep. They are often refreshed while meditating. Boone intended to drag Tad into 3 days of cultivation. 5-star fortune. You won't escape. As soon as he started practicing the Mystical Spirit Scripture, Boone closed his eyes and activated the Flawless Scripture, learning at accelerated speed. The running lines of the Mystical Spirit Scripture began to change in his mind. Boone instinctively felt these lines, once altered, would become smoother. He changed the route of spiritual power operation without hesitation, finding it grew slightly thicker. This? It can actually increase spiritual power? Low-ranking cultivators usually can't boost their spiritual power. Initially, the manual wasn't special, but after restoration by the Flawless Scripture, it became terrifying. Just as Boone was immersed, he was suddenly woken up by a call. He was annoyed. Meditation shouldn't be interrupted, especially when on the verge of enlightenment. But thinking it was his 5-star fortune, Boone smiled and asked, little brother, what's the matter? What don't you understand? No, Tad waved his hands. Look here, and here. I feel there's a problem. Try running the technique according to the trajectory I suggest. It can help in cultivating spiritual power. Boone glanced at the meridians pointed out by Tad and was instantly amazed. These were the very lines he had just fixed using the Flawless Scripture. This Tad had terrifying insight. Boone took out the Flawless Scripture and gave it to Tad. Try operating this, then see if you can improve the manual. Boone was taking a gamble. If Tad was so remarkable, perhaps this was the fortune meant by his wisdom. Sure enough, Tad immediately drew new lines with the Flawless Scripture. Spiritual Power Annihilation Method, Divine Annihilation Scripture, a mystic rank spiritual power cultivation technique. Hashtag Chapter 15. Instant Golden Core Advancement. At the same moment, the 5-star fortune that had appeared above Dorian's head vanished. It seemed that the 5-star fortune indeed referred to his comprehension ability. A profound level cultivation technique should logically correspond to 9-star fortune, but it was likely discounted because I shared the Flawless Scripture. Boone didn't feel any loss. He already possessed the Flawless Scripture, and by teaching it, he could obtain another profound level technique. Profound level mental energy cultivation methods were rare in this world. As Boone indulged in satisfaction inwardly, he began to focus intently on mastering the scripture. The next night, Boone and Dorian had been meditating without moving for an entire day and night. By this point, Boone could be said to have entered the preliminary stages of cultivating the immortal annihilation scripture. Since morning, he had managed to extend his mental energy outward, unlike Bo who needed a container to store his mental energy. Now, wherever Boone focused his gaze, his mental energy could attack accordingly. Moreover, he realized his realm had advanced further. The barriers of his first stage golden core were beginning to loosen. Opening his eyes, Boone saw Dorian looking at him with a smile. That gaze seemed somewhat strange, but Boone didn't overthink it, directly asking, "Have you completed your cultivation?" Dorian smiled and said, "Yes, Senior Brother Ye's technique is truly formidable. Without Senior Brother Ye, I wouldn't have been able to recover the secret mental cultivation method. I owe you a favor." Boone waved his hand, understanding that logically, he hadn't lost anything. "By the way, Senior Brother, I'm actually a disciple of the Pill sect, not the Clear Origin sect. During our sect master's birthday banquet, we might meet again. This is for you, a token from me." Saying this, Dorian handed a red medicine box to Boone. The box shimmered with a glossy light, and through it, Boone could smell the fragrance of medicinal ingredients. It was clearly no ordinary item. No wonder this kid knew so much about the Pill sect. He was their disciple. This makes sense. However, this is too precious. How can I accept it? Barak, please take it back. Boone pushed the medicine box back to Dorian. But Dorian shook his head and said, "Since Senior Brother has agreed to look for me at the sect master's birthday banquet, you must keep this. It's just a token to recognize each other. Please accept it." Boone looked at the small palm-sized box in his hand, still warm, and nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Dorian, Boone arrived at the mission hall. In the mission hall lobby, there was a news window where disciples could inquire about mission-related information. Boone came here intending to find out if there was any news about Xiuxian, a traitor from the Clear Origin sect. However, before he could ask, a thick column of 4-star fortune light flashed before him. Ding! 4-star fortune detected near the host. Boone shifted his gaze to the disciple standing nearby, noticing a thick 4-star fortune above his head. This person will soon acquire a rare alchemy manual and become a great alchemist. Boone was taken aback. What? Barack. Boone began his standard line. The young man coldly turned around, looking disdainfully at Boone. Who are you calling junior brother? Beside him, an attendant disciple who had seen Boone before recognized him as the one who completed a mission at lightning speed. He quickly explained, this isn't a junior brother. This is senior brother Xian, who just passed the inner gate examination and is now choosing a place for cultivation. Xian glanced coldly at the attendant. You talk too much. Then he looked at Boone. What? Don't you know to bow to a senior brother? Boone smiled faintly. Senior brother, what you need most right now isn't to choose a cultivation residence. Xian frowned, puzzled. What? Do I need your advice to choose a residence? Boone purposely looked around without saying anything. Xian frowned again. What? Why can't you speak plainly? Senior brother doesn't know that this information comes from the inner cabinet elder, who not everyone can access? An attendant quickly explained. Senior brother Yi previously undertook a high-level mission from the inner cabinet elder and once completed a low-level task in half a morning. Xian's superior attitude immediately disappeared. I am blind not to recognize talent. So senior brother Yi knows the inner cabinet elder? If Boone knew the inner cabinet elder, then his information might be true. However, why did he say not to choose a cultivation residence recently? Seeing Xian's puzzled look, Boone cleared his throat and whispered, cough, the reason does relate to the elder. Do you know what kind of high-level missions the elder issued? What is it? One part of the mission is to select a probationary disciple, like an intern, for personal instruction. Xian was confused. What does senior brother mean by probationary and intern? Boone smiled. It means the elder wants a disciple. Xian frowned. But the requirements for an elder's personal disciple are very high. One must reach the nascent soul stage with a bone age under 200 years. As for me, at 138 years old, I just broke through to the golden core stage. How can I possibly become a personal disciple? My eyesight is poor. I didn't see it at all. But, senior brother, I've heard there's a technique called the marigold decision that can reduce bone age by 100 years, Boone fabricated. Xian's face lit up. Is this true? Boone remained calm and gentle. That technique is in the inner cabinet. Senior brother should go there first before others snatch it away. I see that senior brother has significant fortune. With effort, becoming a personal disciple of the inner cabinet elder is within reach. Choosing a cultivation residence can wait. Xian had just entered the inner gate and had a chance to choose a cultivation technique. Stimulated by Boone's words, he thanked Boone and rushed towards the inner cabinet. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully seized fortune. The system is binding this fortune. Success! Boone inwardly rejoiced and turned to the attendant, saying, I've also broken through to the golden core stage and wish to apply for inner gate status. The attendant looked bewildered, checking the disciple level detector on him. But, senior brother Yi, weren't you 9th stage foundation building? Oh right. He forgot he was concealing his cultivation. Boone immediately channeled his cultivation technique, and the attendant witnessed firsthand what it meant to advance to golden core in a split second. This? Golden core stage already? Hashtag chapter 16. The deception is discovered. The attendant disciple stood dumbfounded for quite some time. He found it incredibly unbelievable. Staring at Boone for a while, he finally could not hold back and bowed politely to ask, Senior brother Yi, may I ask how you broke through to the golden core stage? Why did it seem so effortless? Boone's expression turned serious. Indeed, he had been careless earlier. But when it came to making excuses, he was an expert. The most important trait of a man is endurance. You should read more about the beautiful disciples throughout the history of Unity Sect. You will surely gain a lot. The attendant disciple nodded thoughtfully, deciding that he would find and study the illustrated manual that senior brother Yi recommended. Now, can we go choose my immortal residence? Boone interjected, pulling the attendant disciple's wandering thoughts back. In Xiuxian sect, once an outer sect disciple reaches the golden core realm, they can enter the inner sect and choose an immortal residence. These residences are far superior to the courtyards of outer sect disciples. Each immortal residence occupies an entire mountain, which belongs entirely to the resident inner sect disciple. Inner sect disciples can place restrictions on the mountain and even recruit laborer disciples to manage daily affairs within the immortal residence. Furthermore, inner sect disciples receive monthly stipends from the sect, primarily consisting of spirit stones and elixirs. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, fasting becomes possible, so all resources are focused on cultivation. Xiuxian sect has vast grounds, with spiritual veins beneath all the mountains occupied by inner sect disciples, allowing them to cultivate with half the effort. A golden core cultivator requires tens of times more spiritual energy than a foundation establishment cultivator, sometimes even hundreds of times for those with higher aptitudes. Outer sect disciples live together in connected courtyards with sparse spiritual energy, which cannot support the daily cultivation needs of a golden core cultivator. This is where prestigious sects like Xiuxian sect have a significant advantage, resources that solitary cultivators could never dream of obtaining. Realizing his mistake, the attendant disciple hurriedly replied respectfully, Senior brother Yi, please follow me. After advancing to the golden core realm and becoming an inner sect disciple, all outer sect disciples must address him as senior brother. Boone headed directly to the immortal residence indicated by destiny, the one Xian was supposed to choose. Upon arriving, he saw the entire immortal residence situated atop an isolated peak, surrounded by desolation. It looked very dilapidated. Was this right? If not for the system's guidance, Boone might have doubted whether destiny had pointed him in the wrong direction. Seeing Boone stopped in front of an abandoned immortal residence, the attendant disciple explained, "Senior Brother Yi, this used to be the home of a talented disciple but has been deserted for a long time." Boone nodded and declared, "I'll choose this one." The attendant disciple was stunned and asked incredulously, "Are you sure, Senior Brother Yi, to select this abandoned immortal residence? There are many better options ahead." This location was near the edge of a spiritual vein, which was generally less desirable compared to mountains closer to the center. Even if you wish to choose a new immortal residence, you can establish one yourself. Our Xiuxian sect has plenty of spiritual veins. Boone shook his head. "No need. This one will do. Let's get it registered quickly. Why change places when there's a 5-star opportunity here?" Just then, Xian, who had been tricked earlier, rushed back furiously. "You little brat, daring to deceive me?" Rushing over, Xian urgently told the attendant, "Quick, register me for this immortal residence." However, the attendant disciple responded, "Sorry, Senior Brother Lachlan, Senior Brother Yi already chose this immortal residence." Seeing Boone take the immortal residence he had his eye on, Xian became infuriated. Xian insisted on this dilapidated residence because he had consulted an elder brother for divination, which pointed to this specific immortal residence. The senior brother specialized in divination and was well known in the sect, even respected by elders. Divination, however, had a major drawback. The cool-down period between sessions was extremely long. After one divination, the senior needed substantial rest before conducting another. Xian spent tens of thousands of spirit stones to buy this opportunity after becoming an inner sect disciple, with family funding. Now, Boone's deception and snatching of his fortune left Xian furious. Xian believed Boone must have somehow obtained information about the grand fortune of this immortal residence. Otherwise, why such a coincidence? There was no way he could refund the spirit stones to the senior since the divination result was official. Moreover, the senior was a direct disciple renowned for divination. Offending him would be disastrous for Xian's future in Xiuxian sect. So, this deceitful young man must face his wrath. Taking several steps, Xian used his body movement technique and hovered in front of Boone. Golden core cultivators can stay suspended in the air due to their condensed golden cores, giving them unparalleled control over their magical power, far surpassing Foundation establishment cultivators. On the other hand, Boone struggled a bit. He ascended to the golden core stage purely through pills and had not taken the time to experience the changes, thus unable to hover yet. He was too busy intercepting fate. Seeing Boone still on the ground, Xian spoke arrogantly from above, "This place is mine. Get lost, or else don't blame me for being unfriendly." He hesitated due to the rules within the inner sect. Xiuxian sect didn't restrict internal disputes but prohibited sneak attacks or underhanded means. Boone raised his head, frowning at Xian. This was the second time someone tried to reclaim what destiny pointed him towards. Unfortunately, dealing with Xian was not feasible now. Boone absolutely refused to give up this 5-star opportunity. Alchemy scriptures were precious outside dedicated alchemy-focused sects like the Alchemy sect. "Senior Brother Boone, if you refuse to exchange, I can testify on behalf of the attendant hall that you chose this place first," the attendant disciple offered. They had interacted before, and he viewed Boone as someone with connections, capable of receiving high-level missions from inner council elders. "Nima, what are you babbling about? An attendant hall disciple dares to interrupt? Do you think my Lachlan family is easy to bully?" Xian roared, visibly enraged as the attendant favored Boone. Blushing furiously, the attendant disciple dared not respond. As someone with poor talent and background, destined to remain low in rank, he knew his place. Xian grew angrier and unleashed a blast of spiritual force toward the attendant disciple. Chapter 17. Brother Lachlan quite loves Carmelos. Seeing Xian's arrogant demeanor, Boone immediately found it unbearable. After all, he himself had once been just a gatekeeper disciple of the outer sect. Where did Xian get this sense of superiority? Boone gave a cold snort, and a more powerful spiritual energy pressure burst out from him, blocking Xian's attack on the attendant disciple. Xian's strike was extremely vicious. If not for Boone's intervention, that single blow would have rendered the attendant disciple a cripple. After all, the attendant disciple only had a Foundation establishment cultivation level. "Good boy. Are you deliberately trying to go against me today? Let's settle this one-on-one right now. Whoever loses has to leave, no questions asked. Even if I cripple or ruin your Foundation, will you dare?" Xian gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go." Boone immediately unleashed his formidable spiritual energy. Boone had never used the great mystic sword given by the 9 stars luck previously. On one hand, it was a mystic-grade weapon, easily inviting envy and covetousness from others, while he still felt his strength was weak. On the other hand, he didn't know any sword techniques, so against Xian, he could only use his ultimate move, the 8 Extremes Destruction. Xian flew down from the air with imposing momentum, delivering a sweeping palm technique named Eagle Strikes the Sky, which was a signature move of the Clear Spring sect. Boone silently chanted in his mind, 8 Extremes Destruction. In an instant, their fist and palm collided. The next second, Xian was thrown backward faster than he descended, crashing violently into the cliff wall. The power of the 8 Extremes Destruction was not to be underestimated. It made Xian spit blood continuously, his body trembling, leaving his fate uncertain. "Thank you, Senior Brother Yi." The attendant disciple bowed deeply in gratitude. If not for Senior Brother Yi, he might not have survived. Boone waved his hand dismissively. "I'll choose this immortal mansion." The attendant disciple nodded, took out a registration J-disc, and transferred control of the mansion's restrictions to Boone. Boone retrieved the J-disc and lifted the restrictions. This was the advantage of an immortal mansion. Its restrictions could withstand attacks from those at the joint soul realm. He walked straight into the mansion, and as soon as he entered, the restrictions behind him activated automatically, forming a transparent protective shield. This protective shield was powered by the spirit vein beneath the mansion, making it very stable. Although the mountain peak looked desolate from the outside, inside the restrictions it revealed a different world. Steep stone cliffs adorned with lush bamboo groves, birds chirping melodiously, fragrant flowers blooming, and a spiritual spring weaving through the bamboo groves, flowing directly to the waterfall at the foot of the mountain. At the peak stood a small courtyard reaching up to the clouds. Boone found the mountain path difficult to traverse, so he started meditating and comprehending some changes at the core formation stage. Indeed, the great mystic fantasy art lived up to its status as a mystic level technique. While Boone was cross-legged meditating, an observable spiritual energy vortex formed above his head, resembling a high-powered exhaust fan, voraciously drawing in the spiritual energy of the immortal mansion. Instantly, Boone felt his cultivation bottleneck loosening. Second rank core formation. Finally, he broke through. This intersect immortal mansion indeed was extraordinary. The density of spiritual energy here boosted Boone directly to the second rank. If outsiders knew of his cultivation speed, they would be astounded. Just half a year ago, Boone was merely a gatekeeper disciple at the body tempering stage. After advancing, Boone effortlessly mastered levitation using the supreme perception power of the Immaculate Sutra. Simply controlling the outward emission of spiritual energy allowed him to fly effortlessly in the air. Flying around in his immortal mansion, Boone thoroughly enjoyed the feeling, circling several times. The entire mountain peak was within the bounds of the immortal mansion, offering ample space for flying without feeling confined. Flying to the backside of the mountain peak, he suddenly noticed someone had carved the name of the peak in sword strokes. It read Carmelo Peak. Who the hell named it? Despite feeling speechless, Boone had no choice but to temporarily make do and settle on Carmelo Peak. However, it was time to investigate the coveted 5-star opportunity. Entering the courtyard, everything was minimalistic. It was evident the previous owner had a rather refined temperament. Inside the courtyard was a stone table with 2 stone stools for chairs, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and depth. Walking into the room, dust lay thickly on every surface, indicating it had been uninhabited for a long time. There was only a bed and a wooden chest in the room. Opening the chest, Boone found a strangely shaped chessboard. Messing with it a bit, he realized it was a mechanism. Fortunately, Boone had knowledge of Go from his previous life. It turned out to be a classic in-game problem known as the Carmelo 7 array. It seemed the previous owner of this immortal mansion was quite knowledgeable about chrysanthemums. Rumble. A loud noise erupted, and the floor cracked open, revealing a hidden passage before Boone. No wonder no one could find this opportunity. Firstly, this immortal mansion was too remote, and secondly, one needed to understand Go. Walking into the passage, Boone discovered it led to an alchemy chamber. This underground area had been ingeniously converted into a natural alchemy room. The previous owner had redirected earth fire into this hidden passage to serve as furnace fire. An ingenious feat. Absolutely a genius. This earth fire directly smelted materials without wasting any firepower. Combined with the return channel design underground, the flame temperature could be further increased and optimized. Looking up, Boone saw jars of medicinal herbs and shelves of books on pharmacology in storage compartments along the walls. Just the fragrance emitted by these herbs confirmed they were of exceptional quality. Truly a 5-star opportunity. Boone felt elated. The value of these herbs alone was likely worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. If Xian knew, he would probably be spitting blood in envy. Boone had always known alchemists were wealthy, but he hadn't expected them to be so rich. Intersect disciples earned only 1,000 spirit stones per month. The value of the herbs here was equivalent to several years of his monthly stipend. Once he mastered alchemy, he wouldn't lack for spirit stones anymore. Finding a note-like jade disc among the books, Boone transferred his mental energy into it and was instantly overwhelmed by a flood of information. Whether you are a junior brother or sister, your presence here signifies our karmic connection. I have devoted my life to the study of alchemy, but unfortunately, fate was unkind, and I could not cure my incurable illness. I am leaving behind all my research. If you also find interest in alchemy, feel free to study. This alchemy chamber is naturally formed and was crafted with my lifetime efforts. It can aid you greatly. Immediately, a series of messages flooded his mind. Carmelo Alchemy Essentials. Thus began Boone's journey deeper into the mysteries of alchemy. Chapter 18. The Gift from Senior Ethan. This jade disc did not bear the name of the person who left it. Spike faced the central earth fire cave in the alchemy chamber and bowed 3 times. One who could craft such an ingeniously designed alchemy chamber, bold enough to compile his lifetime of knowledge into a book, was undoubtedly a genius. Thank you, senior brother. I, Spike, will make sure your life's work is passed on. I will let your chrysanthemum alchemy path flourish. A lover of chrysanthemums would never be a bad person. Continuing his search, Spike found an excellent storage pouch in the alchemy chamber. This storage pouch had ample space, far better than the one he used during his time as a gate disciple. Spike moved all his belongings into this new storage pouch. The storage pouch had as much space as Mount Carmelo. Whether or not Senior Ethan was rich, everything inside made Spike marvel at its brilliance. During the process of transferring items, Spike discovered a pleasant surprise. The herbs he placed inside were still growing. What kind of divine storage pouch was this? Why didn't the senior brother store all the herbs inside then? Confused but undeterred, Spike decided to place all the herbs inside regardless. Then, he realized there was an abundance of spirit stones within the storage pouch, another windfall. Carefully counting them, there were 500 Hongming spirit stones, 5,000 supreme grade spirit stones, and 50,000 high grade spirit stones. No ordinary spirit stones. 1 Hongming spirit stone could exchange for 100 supreme grade spirit stones. 1 supreme grade spirit stone could exchange for 100 high grade spirit stones, and 1 high grade spirit stone could exchange for 100 ordinary spirit stones. With this, Spike immediately achieved spirit stone freedom. True to the reputation of an alchemist, truly wealthy. Once cultivators reached the golden core stage, they could attempt to choose some auxiliary fields as specialties. such as alchemy and artifact forging, Spike planned to tidy up the immortal residence first before delving into this Carmelo alchemy principles. He wasn't in a hurry to select any techniques from the inner cabinet for post-entrance cultivation. To him, these cabinet techniques offered limited enhancement in power. Comparatively, after seeing what Senior Ethan had stored, Spike yearned for alchemy skills even more. He knew that strength was paramount in cultivation, but having alchemy at his disposal could significantly expedite his future cultivation. Quickly, Spike tidied up everything. Since the courtyard lacked bulky furniture with minimalist decor, it was easy to manage. He took the Carmelo alchemy principles out to the small yard, sat on a stone chair, and started reading contentedly. He also brewed a pot of spirit tea, enjoying it while studying alchemy. Originally, Spike thought alchemy was merely a minor skill related to medicine, unaware that upon careful study, he realized the vast depth of knowledge encompassed in the book Carmelo Alchemy Principles. Much of the content was extremely concise, making it difficult for outsiders to comprehend. Moreover, some professional terms required considerable mental effort. Even with the support of the Flawless Sutra, Spike found it quite challenging. This book was indeed profound beyond imagination. Luckily, the Flawless Sutra maximized his comprehension, allowing him to progress rapidly from incomprehension to gradual mastery. From 1-star to 5-star herbs were relatively easy to find, and the herbs Senior Ethan left behind were prepared accordingly. It appeared that Senior Ethan had already stocked up practice materials. How thoughtful. Unlike other auxiliary professions, the success rate in alchemy directly affected learning costs. It seemed Senior Ethan considered even the possibility of Spike being inept and left an abundant supply of herbs for fearless experimentation. Spike felt warmer with every thought. What a good person, Senior Ethan. Suddenly, Spike furrowed his brow. The restriction reacted. It was midnight. Who was it? Spike quietly arrived outside the immortal residence, floating in the air where he could see those outside, but they couldn't see him. The restriction worked like a one-way mirror. Sure enough, as expected, a sneaky black-clad figure lingered outside his restriction. Foul. Such an advanced restriction on this immortal residence, muttered the black-clad figure, trying to break the restriction with a magical tool. Unbeknownst to him, Senior Ethan, a well-off alchemist, invested heavily in protective arrays that were far superior to other inner sect disciples. Spike sneered silently, watching, curious about the actual strength of the restrictions left by Senior Ethan. Soon, Spike identified the black-clothed figure. It was unmistakably Xian. He must have lost in their earlier battle for the immortal residence, and now sought revenge by attempting to break the restrictions. Xian likely noticed Spike had just entered the golden core stage and wouldn't fly yet, assuming the previous victory over him was coincidental. Most would choose to sit in meditation after entering the immortal residence due to the security provided by the restriction, making them vulnerable. Thus, he came with a special tool to break through the formation late at night. Lachlan's senior brother. Spike gave a cold snort. You're still not satisfied? Xian, concentrating on breaking the array, jumped when shouted at. Caught off guard, his heart raced as he stammered. You've got the wrong person. My name is Mayukai. I'm just passing by. Xian covered his face and turned to leave. But Spike had no intention of letting him go. If Xian persisted in lurking around his residence, it would be problematic. Although the restriction provided safety, if he later recruited servant disciples, it could potentially become a hazard. So Spike didn't waste time. He flew out of the restriction straight towards Xian. Xian's eyes widened in shock seeing Spike flying, who just a few hours ago couldn't levitate after freshly achieving the golden core stage. Xian himself spent more than 10 days mastering levitation after breaking through to the golden core. Seeing Spike's speed and agility, his intuition screamed demonic insight. Xian regretted his rash decision internally, but Spike wouldn't give him a chance. He launched the Baji collapse without holding back. Bang! Xian was sent flying again. Unwilling to let him escape, Spike pursued relentlessly, unleashing the grand mystery illusion scripture while striking Xian's chest with Baji collapse once more. Soul annihilation. A corporeal spiritual attack hit Xian's consciousness. Xian's awareness was instantly obliterated. Satisfied, Spike dispersed Xian's physical body into blood mist with spiritual energy, causing his soul to disintegrate. This was his first use of the soul annihilation technique from the immortal extermination scripture, a truly formidable method to directly destroy a cultivator's consciousness, effective in unexpected situations. Before returning to the immortal residence, Spike remembered to take Xian's storage pouch and the array-breaking magical tool. Chapter 19. An angelic face, a devilish figure. After ransacking Xian's remains, Boone returned to his immortal mansion. As soon as he entered the inner area of the immortal mansion, the outer restrictions closed automatically. A gentle breeze swept past, and this place instantly regained its serenity as if nothing had ever happened. Back in the secret room, Boone took out the magical treasure he obtained from Xian. After careful study, Boone discovered that Xian's instrument was quite extraordinary, an upper-class Earth-grade magical tool named Array-Breaking Shuttle, specifically designed to penetrate all kinds of arrays. However, breaking an array also required cultivators to understand arrays themselves. For cultivators who had not thoroughly studied the Tao of arrays, they could only break simpler, same-tiered formations. Opening Xian's storage bag, Boone sifted through it and was pleasantly surprised. Although the storage space wasn't as large as Ethan's, it was much bigger than his previous one. The space measured around 100 square meters, while Boone's previous storage bag, when he was a mountain guard disciple, only held the space equivalent to a bedroom. Xian had set up a layer of restrictions on his storage bag, but with the divine killing scripture, Boone could use his mental power to forcefully erase this layer. Upon opening it, he found only a few spirit stones, several human-grade magical instruments, and some common spirit-replenishing pills. Looking at it, he seemed quite wealthy and possessed a vast storage bag. Yet why was he so poor? Just as Boone felt slightly disappointed, he suddenly noticed the only item inside that genuinely piqued his interest, a miniature spirit gathering array. This array was very convenient for carrying and could be deployed at a safe location to enhance the cultivation speed by about 20% during regular days. At this point, Boone didn't have much knowledge of arrays, so he wasn't entirely sure of its specific value. However, just considering it could boost cultivation speed by 20%, it likely wouldn't cost less than tens of thousands of spirit stones. Lachlan family. What? Xiuxian's soul lamp is extinguished? An elder roared. Yes, it went out last night. Allegedly, he clashed with an inner sect disciple from Qingyuan sect yesterday. Who is that disciple? Investigate. Find him for me. I'll make him pay with his life for Xiuxian. The next morning, Boone arrived at Qingyuan sect's Misty Peak, which housed all auxiliary practices within Qingyuan sect, such as alchemy, artifact refining, array formation, divination, talismans, and beast taming. Due to the variety and abundant resources, a market naturally emerged here to facilitate the circulation of cultivation materials. Although there were markets outside the sect among civilians, they seldom had genuine high-quality items. Large sects like Qingyuan sect generally had their own markets primarily for convenience, allowing disciples to trade items within the sect, ensuring no one sold fakes and generally providing better guarantees. Arriving at the entrance of Misty Peak, Boone presented his identity jade disc. Inner sect disciples not only had exclusive jade discs to activate immortal mansion restrictions, but could also record contributions and verify identities, making them highly practical. Seeing the inner sect jade disc, the gatekeeping disciples immediately became respectful, conducting routine checks before politely returning it to Boone. They even considerately transmitted a map of Misty Peak to his jade disc. The jade disc acted almost like a multifunctional phone, capable of numerous tasks aside from making calls. Following the path recorded in the jade disc, Boone reached the alchemy pavilion. Surprisingly, the number of gathered disciples here rivaled those choosing techniques in the inner hall. While the path of alchemy was filled with difficulties and exorbitant costs, if successful, it could bring unparalleled benefits. Therefore, many chose to delve into the alchemy path. Besides, there were fellow cultivators seeking medicinal aid. Cultivation always depended on elixirs. With years of development in alchemy, consuming elixirs allowed for better utilization of medicinal effects. Combat elixirs like breath-restoring pills and spirit-gathering pills were immensely popular on the market, not to mention healing pills for injuries. Thus, regardless of the sect, alchemy pavilions were always the most favored places in the cultivation world. And Qingyuan sect's Misty Peak Alchemy Pavilion was among the busiest. Inside the alchemy pavilion were alchemy chambers equipped with specialized furnaces where the elders periodically brought back core fires to maintain the furnace. Though Boone had the hidden chamber left by Ethan connected to the core fire, it was too difficult for him now. For beginners, it was best to practice in the pavilion's alchemy rooms, as mentioned in the memo left by Ethan. An apprentice disciple told Boone that the alchemy chambers were divided into upper, middle, and lower classes. Upper chambers cost 10 high-grade spirit stones per day, middle ones required 100 ordinary spirit stones per day, and lower chambers suitable for beginners cost only 10 ordinary spirit stones per day. Boone inwardly gulped. Alchemy indeed burned money. Inner disciples received 1,000 ordinary spirit stones monthly, yet upper chambers cost what an average inner disciple earned in a month. Given Boone's ample resources, without further ado, he picked the lower chamber. Although he had many spirit stones, he couldn't waste them unnecessarily because they were essential for cultivation and a universal currency. The lower chamber is on the outermost layer of the alchemy rooms. Choose any once you get there, and open it with your jade disc, the disciple explained meticulously, seeing that it was Boone's first time. The closer to the center, the higher the class of the room. Boone nodded and walked in. As he prepared to find a quiet alchemy room to start practicing, he heard a sudden commotion from the inner area. What's going on? Curiosity piqued, Boone looked over. Suddenly, the noisy crowd fell silent, parting naturally to let a woman walk through. She was graceful and seductive, her movements delicate. One glance and Boone was entranced. Her facial features were incredibly exquisite, a palm-sized face with gracefully curved eyebrows that conveyed her gentleness and vulnerability. If her face could be likened to an angel, then her figure could certainly be called devilish, especially when she moved. Her chest gently trembled, and her slender waist swayed beneath the white gauze, capturing everyone's attention effortlessly. Every movement, every smile, sent everyone's hearts fluttering wildly. Chapter 20. Alchemy? Hands are all you need. As a man, Boone was naturally drawn in by her. Her figure was such that even Boone, accustomed to beauty filters, couldn't help but marvel that this woman might be Suzanne's own daughter. Hey, brother, who is this? The man beside him, still lost in admiration of the beauty, was interrupted by Boone and seemed a little upset. But upon seeing 2 ordinary spirit stones passed over by Boone, his expression immediately softened. Hee, are you a first-time visitor to the alchemy room, brother? He asked with a smile as he accepted the spirit stones, raising an eyebrow at Boone. Yes, so I'd like to ask, who is she? Boone's interest piqued. It seemed this woman was quite renowned. This lady can be called the top alchemist among the younger generation of our Qingyuan sect. The man spoke animatedly, elaborating further for Boone since they got along well. Though she's only 21 this year, we all call her Maureen. She can be considered not just in our Qingyuan sect, but among all the major surrounding sects, the youngest 4th-rank alchemist. 4th-rank alchemist? Boone couldn't help but be stunned. He had spent the entire night studying Carmelo alchemy primers, and knew that alchemists were ranked from 1st rank to 9th rank. There were countless people aspiring to become alchemists, yet few actually achieved mastery. It wasn't merely about refining pills. Only by reaching 4th rank did one truly begin their path as an alchemist. But according to the records left by Cohen Ethan, this 4th rank was like an insurmountable chasm. Many initially promising disciples never crossed the threshold of becoming a 4th-rank alchemist in their entire lives. Yet Maureen, at such a young age, was already a 4th-rank alchemist? That's right. The disciple, pleased by Boone's reaction, continued enthusiastically. But what's even more impressive is that Maureen recently broke through to the nascent soul stage. Hearing this, Boone became acutely aware of the gap between himself and these top-tier cultivators. With the help of the system, despite his considerable efforts and multiple interceptions, he had only just reached the second level of the golden core stage. Yet here was someone younger than him, who had already broken through to nascent soul. So brilliant. Suddenly, a thought sprang into Boone's mind. A person of such brilliance surely carries a great deal of good fortune. How could it be otherwise? If he wanted to become such a genius or eventually become a big shot, he needed to expedite his interception plan. Maureen was the youngest genius he had seen. Not finding a way to connect with her would be unthinkable. Boone straightened his clothes and approached, bowing respectfully. Greetings, senior sister. I am Boone. No. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he realized it wouldn't work. This method was too lowbrow. Maureen was a prodigy. How could she be so easily approached? If he wanted to have a conversation with her, becoming an alchemy prodigy himself might do the trick. With Cohen Ethan's lineage, success should be within reach. No matter how talented she was, could she surpass Cohen Ethan? Cohen Ethan studied pill refinement purely to save lives. Deciding on this course, Boone turned away from Maureen's back and immediately entered a small chamber, eager to start his first alchemy attempt. Clearing his mind, Boone quickly settled into the process. The alchemy room in the small chamber wasn't too complicated. A pill furnace, a container holding earth fire, a type of elemental fire, which looked like a large jar and served as an artifact of unknown rank. To Boone, it resembled a gas cylinder. This alchemy furnace was surprisingly decent. Boone initially expected a poor setup in a smaller chamber. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that only the quality of the earth fire varied. Having studied Cohen Ethan's alchemy notes, Boone recognized that this was a practical earth fire furnace for beginners. Not everything better meant higher quality. For novices, a high-level furnace would be too complex to handle. Alchemical refinement required gradual progress. The gas cylinder was an earth fire container sourced from deep underground by the sect's elders. Because it was a smaller chamber, direct earth fire wasn't channeled into the furnace base. Instead, Boone needed to wrap part of the earth fire with spiritual energy and place it beneath the furnace during alchemy, similar to starting a fire for cooking. However, this type of unbounded earth fire had limitations. It could refine potions up to 3rd rank, at most. Unbounded earth fire lacked intensity, contained impurities, and fluctuated in temperature, making it unsuitable for high-end pills requiring sustained, intense heat. For novices, however, it was manageable and allowed quick mastery of temperature control. For his first attempt, Boone didn't choose a particularly complex potion. He opted for the simplest and most common spirit-returning pill. A first-rank potion, simple to make, commonly found on the market. Crucially, it was a necessity for every cultivator as a consumable item. The ingredients were straightforward: spirit herb grass and moonlight flower, both ubiquitous and resilient like weeds. The instructions in Cohen Ethan's notes say anyone with hands can refine this kind of pill, Boone mused. Just blend the 2 herbs, watch the heat, don't let them burn, then form the pill. That's it. Cohen Ethan is as cocky as ever. Thinking of Cohen Ethan's concise instructions, Boone felt an ominous premonition. Illusion. Cohen Ethan is reliable, and he must trust him. Even if he had doubts, he could try it out. After calming down, Boone followed the steps, placing the herbs inside the furnace, then grabbing a ball of earth fire with spiritual energy and placing it beneath the furnace. Initially, the herbs melted smoothly. Suddenly, boom! The earth fire flared up unexpectedly, shooting up 2 meters high. What the heck? Boone rushed over, opened the furnace, and saw charred remains. All ruined. Hashtag chapter 21. A first-rank alchemical pill with 4 layers of pill patterns. No. It seems I need to be more cautious. I must have been too careless earlier. Second attempt, failure. Third attempt, failure. This can't be. Didn't Ethan say that having hands was enough? After several stubborn attempts and multiple consecutive failures, Boone began to lose his composure. Was there something he had overlooked? Why were the pills always getting burnt? Boone started to doubt himself. Could it be that he was destined to have no talent for alchemy? Wait, talent. How could he forget the Wuxia Jing? Boone took several deep breaths, reopened his eyes, and a determined look flashed in his eyes. This time, he used spiritual energy to envelop the earth fire, controlling the furnace's temperature through the barrier of spiritual energy. He carefully added the medicinal ingredients, wrapping the flames cautiously, maintaining control over the temperature. Now he could control the temperature much better. Boone took a deep breath, replaying the scenes of past failures in his mind, including every detail of pill formation. Under the enhancement of the Wuxia Jing, Boone's comprehension peaked rapidly. He soon identified where he had gone wrong. He needed to control the output of his spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would easily cause the medicinal ingredients to burn during liquefaction. The 2 raw materials for the spirit recovery pill did not clash significantly, so even if he didn't have perfect control over the heat, there was little risk of explosion. Boone retraced his steps, reflecting from the beginning again. In Ethan's notebook, it was mentioned that a good alchemist had inevitably failed before. Reflecting on those failures helped improve one's character. Indeed, a calm heart was paramount for an alchemist. Recalling how Ethan set up the Go game puzzle, requiring immense patience to solve, Boone couldn't help but admire his teaching methods despite not knowing his cultivation level. Suddenly, Boone felt a crisp pop, as if some switch in his body had been flipped. At the same time, the Wuxia Jing began to whirl frenziedly. Before, it mainly served as an auxiliary aid, akin to a blessing, but now it seemed different. The essence of the Wuxia Jing was perfection, enabling it to restore broken cultivation techniques and enhance comprehension as a secondary function. While focusing on the transformation of the Wuxia Jing, Boone felt his mental strength also breaking through to a new level, triggering the operation of the immortal annihilation scripture. A mysterious synergy formed among these cultivation techniques, though unfortunately, the mystical transformation technique did not join them. Indeed, Boone entered a wondrous state. If Anne saw him now, she would be astonished because Boone had entered a state of sudden enlightenment, the coveted dream of millions of cultivators. Capitalizing on this enlightened state, Boone tried again. This time, Every step from start to finish was flawless. His hands worked like precision instruments, steady, precise, and ruthless. At the crucial moment of pill formation, Boone meticulously controlled his spiritual energy to wrap around the earth fire, encircling the alchemical pill. Though this process consumed a great deal of spiritual energy, the enhancement from the Wuxia Jing allowed him almost superhuman control over the heat, boosting his precision many times over while consuming far more energy than usual. However, it was all worth it. The spirit recovery pill was shaping perfectly, rapidly rotating inside the furnace. This step was crucial for refining and shaping the pill further. If other alchemists knew about Boone's progress, they would surely be shocked. Most people don't see a successful pill within half a year to a year when starting out. Many begin with semi-finished products resembling lumps of clay, sold as spirit recovery powder, which has significantly lower efficacy than fully formed pills. Even Anne, highly praised by disciples, took nearly a week to form her first pill after joining the sect. Unaware of this fact, Boone thought his progress might be slow. The mystical transformation technique sensed his dwindling spiritual energy and began to circulate on its own. Sweat covered Boone's forehead as he hastily consumed the last few spirit recovery pills he had. He found controlling the spiritual energy and adjusting the heat extremely draining, unaware that most alchemists wouldn't be as meticulous. His goal was to preserve every bit of medicinal potency, an almost insane level of self-demand. But this ensured that the batch of spirit recovery pills reached an unprecedented level of perfection. An elder from the alchemy sect would likely praise it as art. Moreover, he was refining in the lower quarters, where the firepower was weaker, causing even greater strain on his spiritual energy. Gradually, the fragrance of the pills filled the air, incredibly dense. Finally, at dawn, as the first ray of sunlight fell on the entrance of Clearwater sect, Boone opened the furnace. Pill complete. Approaching the furnace, he lifted the lid to inspect the pills. Even he doubted his eyes. Inside the furnace lay a dozen or so round, crystal-clear spirit recovery pills. They shimmered with a light green hue, adorned with layers, 2, 3, 4 layers of pill patterns. Boone's heart leapt with joy. So many pills from one furnace? Counting them, he found 18. Generally, more pills per furnace indicated higher skill. Lower waste wasn't noticeable with low-tier pills, but the difference became significant with high-tier ones. By now, Boone's spiritual energy was almost depleted. If this batch hadn't been ready, he wouldn't have had the energy to continue. Taking one of the pills he had refined, Boone swallowed it immediately. The pill dissolved instantly, turning into pure energy entering his body. Compared to the pills he had taken before, this one was far superior. The spirit recovery pill didn't even require cultivation to digest. What? Boone suddenly realized he had recovered 80% of his spiritual energy. Hashtag chapter 22. Unhinged. 80%. He had recovered 80% of his spiritual energy. What did this mean? A fourth stage alchemist spirit recovery pill available on the market could only help him recover 30% of his spiritual energy, and the ordinary spirit recovery pills he had taken before could only restore 20%. Yet, the pills he had just refined himself could actually restore 80%. Spike woke from his astonishment and heard a commotion outside his alchemy room. It seemed like there were many people outside. Could it be time already? Surely, not so many people would be here just to urge him out. Spike stashed away the pills and opened the door to the alchemy room. As soon as he opened it, someone at the door exclaimed, "He's out! He's out!" Spike frowned. What is going on? In the crowd were not only senior sister Polly, who had been with him earlier, but also the miscellaneous disciple who had registered him. At that moment, all eyes were on him, their expressions filled with shock. "Senior brother, may I ask what grade of alchemist you are?" Senior sister Polly asked respectfully. Spike was momentarily taken aback by the question but answered truthfully, considering he might become a client in the future. He wanted to build familiarity first. "Senior sister, I've just entered the inner sect. You don't need to be so formal. Just call me Spike. I'm not sure if I can be considered a first-rank alchemist yet. I just succeeded in my first attempt at refining pills, so I suppose I qualify as a first-rank alchemist?" Polly raised an eyebrow, looking at Spike. "Brother Spike, was this really your first time refining pills?" Beside her, a short and plump man sneered. "Senior sister Polly, don't listen to his nonsense. If one could produce medicinal clouds on the first try, wouldn't they be able to commune with spirits after 2 tries? Exactly. He's probably just showing off in front of senior sister Polly. Boy, tell us how long you've been practicing and what rank you've reached." The short plump senior brother seemed to have some authority. He waved his hand, silencing the others. Spike calmly said, "This really was my first time, believe it or not, but you can ask the miscellaneous disciple, they have records." The miscellaneous disciple added sarcastically, "Just because it's your first time here doesn't mean it's your first time refining pills. Maybe you've practiced for decades with a pill furnace at home?" Clearly irked that Spike had caught senior sister Polly's attention, the miscellaneous disciple intentionally targeted him. Ridiculous. If a novice could produce medicinal clouds on the first try, then why did other senior brothers struggle day and night, unable to guarantee success? Were they all rubbish? Spike shook his head, unwilling to argue over this trivial matter. He turned to leave. "Brother Spike, hold on." Polly hesitated, but decided not to let Spike go. Everyone present knew that regardless of the number of attempts, producing medicinal clouds meant reaching master-level expertise. This wasn't something achieved through mere effort. It relied entirely on innate talent. "Brother Spike, may I take a look at the pills you refined?" Polly asked, somewhat shyly after organizing her thoughts. Spike had no objections. He nodded, pulled out a spirit recovery pill from his storage bag, and handed it to Polly. "Senior sister, feel free to examine it. The pill isn't anything special, just an ordinary spirit recovery pill. Please accept this one, and I must be on my way." With that, Spike bowed slightly to Polly and left. "Jay's senior brother, that kid is obviously showing signs of being a fraud. A spirit recovery pill? Ha 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 ha. An inner sect disciple tried to ingratiate himself with the short, plump senior brother. Jace's senior brother chuckled arrogantly, watching Spike's retreating figure with a smug smile. But when he turned to Polly again, he froze. Polly stood there, dazed, holding the transparent and crystalline spirit recovery pill with 4 prominent alchemy patterns. Even just holding it, its fragrance hit her senses powerfully. She placed the pill in her mouth and was immediately struck with awe. It melted instantly. The efficacy was astounding. Spike was only at the 2nd stage golden core cultivation level. After consuming a spirit recovery pill, his spirit energy had immediately restored by a full 80%. But Polly was a nascent soul cultivator, who, after achieving this stage, no longer used regular spirit recovery pills due to the immense amount of spiritual energy required. They typically used major spirit recovery pills, or divine spirit recovery pills instead. Major spirit recovery pills, being 4th stage pills, could restore 10% of a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual energy. Divine spirit recovery pills, being 5th stage pills, could restore 20% of a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual energy along with some mental energy. Yet, the seemingly unremarkable 1st stage pill refined by Barack Spike had not only 4 alchemy patterns but also possessed such pure potency that it could restore spiritual energy for a nascent soul cultivator, 15%. Initially, Polly hadn't expected much. She only intended to experience the difference between a pill with 4 alchemy patterns and one without. But the result exceeded all expectations. Seeing Polly's reaction, the crowd guessed that this young man named Spike might indeed be a highly skilled alchemist, especially Jay's senior brother, who had admired Polly for a long time. Although he couldn't gain her favor directly, he had managed to keep potential rivals at bay. Now, Spike had so easily captured Polly's attention. Jay's senior brother gritted his teeth in hatred. Spike? Huh. I'll remember you. Meanwhile, Spike had returned to his immortal mansion. Now that he could successfully refine pills, he could use Carmelo Senior Brother's integrated pill furnace for practical training. Next, he entered seclusion to challenge 2nd and 3rd stage pills. After several failures, he grasped the essence of the technique. Combined with the flawless sutra, it felt like he was the only one allowed to consult notes during an exam. For 3 consecutive days, he continuously refined pills. Finally, he could steadily produce 3rd stage pills. Additionally, he even upgraded the previously refined 1st stage spirit recovery pills to include 5 alchemy patterns. Others learning alchemy worried about avoiding explosions or burns. But Spike thought about how to add more alchemy patterns to each pill. It was simply unhinged. Chapter 23, 10,000-Year Moonlight Grass. Despite this, Boone remained on high alert for a long time, his eyes unwavering from the alchemy furnace. The excessive use of spiritual energy gradually left dark circles under his eyes. He could recover his mana with the 5-layer spirit recovery pill using his own 5-layer Dan patterns, but there was no way to restore his spiritual energy. Finally, before his spiritual energy was completely drained, he successfully created the 5-layer Dan pattern for a 3rd grade pill. Boone was utterly exhausted and collapsed right there. It took him 2 hours to slowly open his eyes again. 3rd grade spirit gathering pill. 5-layer Dan pattern. Learning alchemy for only 3 days, he had already crafted a 3rd grade pill with 5 layers of Dan patterns. How terrifying. Putting away the 3rd grade spirit gathering pill, Boone walked out of the secret chamber. He felt that his alchemy practice was already satisfactory, and he needed to pay attention to balancing work and rest. Moreover, due to these few days of refining pills, the inventory in the medicine room was now empty. He needed to replenish some medicinal herbs now. Opening his storage bag, Boone prepared to take out some herbs. But as soon as he opened it, Boone was stunned. My spirit stones? The large pile of spirit stones originally in his storage bag was now completely gone. Turning around, he saw a newly cultivated herb field nearby. What the hell? The herbs he previously placed in the storage bag seemed to have increased in age. A 10,000-year-old moonlight grass. What in the world? Could it be because of the storage bag? The herbs absorbed the essence from the spirit stones and thus increased in age? Damn, this is too ridiculous. This discovery was huge. However, Boone didn't know before that most of the herbs he put in were wild herbs like moonlight grass. Even if they were 10,000-year-old, they weren't very valuable. No wonder Charles doesn't put herbs into storage bags. Boone felt like his heart was bleeding. In the future, he would remember to put the herbs into Zion's small storage bag. Sigh. It felt like going back to square one. However, Boone wasn't too disheartened. Those spirit stones could be considered unexpected wealth. If they were gone, then so be it. Moreover, now that he had alchemy skills, he wouldn't have to worry about lacking spirit stones in the future. Boone decided to go to the market to exchange pills for spirit stones and buy more herbs. Returning to Illusory Mist Peak, Boone went directly to the market area. Many outer sect members and independent cultivators also like to come here to trade cultivation resources. Take a look, everyone. Various magical artifacts and spirit weapons. For those who are destined. Spirit recovery powder made at home. Cheap price 50 doses for 1 spirit stone. Spirit recovery pill. Large spirit recovery pill. Old Dong families making. Guaranteed quality. Here in the market, there were both stalls on the street and shops with storefronts, catering to different cultivators' needs. Boone didn't go to the stalls. Instead, he headed straight to the street with storefronts. He believed the spirit recovery pills he made were of good quality and chose to sell them directly. Arriving at the trading street on Illusory Mist Peak, Boone noticed that only 2 alchemy shops were relatively larger. Boone first went to Jace Alchemy Shop, which was comparable in size only to Zhou Alchemy Shop. Boone planned to ask both stores for their prices, finding the higher-priced one to consign his goods, or even see if they would buy them outright. A store assistant greeted warmly, "Greetings, Immortal Senior of Clear Origin Sect. Please come in and browse, we have many fine items." Although this was Clear Origin Sect's market, not all shops were run by Clear Origin Sect. For example, the largest 2 alchemy shops were from outsiders, mainly because Clear Origin Sect's alchemists were scarce, and the usually produced pills were often taken by inner sect disciples in exchange for spirit stones. Not enough for insiders meant no dedicated sale of alchemy products, since pills were merely supplementary aids for cultivation. Clear Origin sect emphasized cultivation improvement over auxiliary means. On the contrary, external independent cultivators regularly refined pills and magical artifacts to accumulate cultivation resources, exchanging for spirit stones to aid their cultivation. Thus, the largest stores were run by external independent cultivators. Seeing Boone in Clear Origin sect's robe, the shop assistant didn't dare to be rude and promptly welcomed him. Boone waved his hand. Assistant, call your boss out. I have some pills I refined myself, see if he likes them. Hearing this, the assistant frowned. Senior, may I ask what kind of pill you wish to sell, and its grade? Boone replied, it's a first-grade spirit recovery pill, but, before Boone could finish, the assistant impatiently interrupted. Senior, you should try the stall street. You can directly set up a stall for such pills. We don't accept pills below 4th grade here. Boone added, but my pills are far superior to ordinary spirit recovery pills. The assistant became even more impatient. Senior, I'm really busy. You should try setting up a stall first. Then he ignored Boone. Boone turned and left. Seeing Boone leave, the store assistant mockingly said, any cat or dog can refine a few first-grade pills and dare to come to our JSG. Hearing this comment at the door, Boone paused but said nothing, walking away. Facing rejection, he decided to try the other big shop. If it didn't work either, he would have to visit the independent cultivator markets down the mountain. After being rejected by JSG, he felt a bit lost. He had refined the most spirit recovery pills, over 100, and if he couldn't sell them, it would indeed be a loss. Especially the last 15 pills, which were rare 9-layer Dan pattern pills. For this batch, Boone used a 10,000-year-old moonlight grass. Thinking of how much top-quality spirit stones were wasted, he still felt a pang. If these people thought themselves too high, he wouldn't lower himself to chase after them. He couldn't believe that his patterned spirit recovery pills would have no market. Arriving at Zhouji Alchemy Shop, this shop was larger than the previous one, bustling with customers, and clearly doing better business. An assistant seeing Boone's Clear Origin sect attire immediately greeted warmly, Immortal Senior, what kind of pills do you seek? Come in and have a look at Zhouji. Boone replied coolly, I'm not here to buy, I'm here to sell pills. The assistant frowned, knowing he got a commission for selling pills, but not for buying. Yet he still asked patiently, may I know what kind of pill you want to sell? Boone replied, spirit recovery pills. Hearing this, the assistant almost wanted to rebuke, but restrained himself upon seeing Boone's Clear Origin sect robe. If Senior wants to sell first-grade spirit recovery pills, you might consider the stall street next to us. Boone smiled helplessly and was about to leave. Just then, wait Senior. Chapter 24. Successful collaboration. Please wait, Senior Immortal. Does your spirit restoring pill have any unique qualities? A woman in her 30s, holding a brocade fan, gracefully walked out of the shop. My spirit restoring pill has 5 layers of pill patterns, Boone said indifferently. Upon hearing this, both the woman and the clerk who had just been speaking with him were stunned. May I ask what rank of alchemist is Senior Immortal? After recovering from her shock, the woman quickly composed herself and hurriedly asked. Boone shook his head and replied, I don't know, I'm just a beginner. The woman found it hard to believe. If what he said was true, for a first-grade pill to have 5 layers of pill patterns, he would have to be at least a 5th-rank alchemist. Considering the youth's age, could he be a genius? The woman glanced around and noticed that a crowd had started gathering to watch the scene unfold. Even the clerk who had previously turned Boone away was craning his neck to observe. These two shops were competitors, so the clerk couldn't help but feel curious when the man he had driven away was now warmly chatting with the other shop's mistress. The shopkeeper, oozing charm, brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and said, why don't you come inside and discuss further? I'd also like to examine the quality of your pills. Seeing that this shop was willing to talk business, Boone didn't want to look for another place. Besides, the bustling street wasn't a suitable environment for discussion. He nodded and followed the shopkeeper into the store. As they entered the main hall, numerous clerks were diligently attending to their duties in an orderly manner. Boone silently acknowledged that this store's efficiency was commendable, which explained its success. The staff here were better than those at the previous shop, and the management was more flexible. Had it not been for the shopkeeper personally inviting him in, Boone might have left immediately. They entered a VIP room, where the shopkeeper courteously poured Boone a cup of immortal tea. She then clapped her hands, and 2 graceful ladies appeared on either side of Boone, beginning to massage his shoulders. Boone frowned. It felt as though he had traveled back in time. Recalling snippets from his past life, he suddenly felt somewhat irritable. Waving the 2 women away, he said, Shopkeeper, let's get down to business. The shopkeeper smiled and instructed, you may leave now. The room was now left with only Boone and the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper directly asked, my name is Skylar. May I know how to address Senior Immortal? Boone. Beautiful name. May I ask if Senior Immortal Yi belongs to the inner sect of Xiuxian sect or? I am an inner sect disciple, and I've only recently started learning alchemy. Here are my pills. Boone took out a delicate porcelain bottle from his storage bag and handed over a translucent spirit restoring pill. Skylar put on gloves and began examining the pill closely. This was a necessary step in evaluating precious pills, sometimes even scraping a bit of the powder for analysis. Boone knew this well. Upon careful inspection, Skylar was startled. The pill indeed had 5 layers of pill patterns. This was her first time seeing such a phenomenon. Moreover, the patterns seemed naturally formed, and pill patterns were impossible to forge. Even more astonishingly, this first-grade spirit-restoring pill carried a faint aura of pill resonance. Pill resonance was something Skylar had only heard about in legends. Knowing that alchemists capable of producing pill patterns were already rare, the presence of pill resonance made this pill even rarer. Yet, Boone's spirit-restoring pills possessed this feature. Even the senior alchemists they regularly hired could only produce ordinary pills. Skylar sensed a shift coming in the Huanyan Peak medicinal market after seeing Boone's pills. Senior Immortal Yi, how many of these pills do you have, and did you make them all yourself? Skylar's eyes sparkled as she looked at Boone. They are all my own work. I intend to sell 100 of them. What price do you offer? Boone calmly responded. Skylar took a deep breath, her voice trembling. Very well, I'll take all of them. 1,000 spirit stones per spirit restoring pill. How does that sound? Boone was inwardly surprised. Ordinary spirit restoring pills cost only 10 spirit stones each. He hadn't expected his pills to be worth so much. There is one additional condition. All future pills you create must prioritize collaborating with us. Of course, it's not mandatory. Senior Immortal, you can compare prices with others, and if our price is lower, you can decide accordingly. Boone thought for a moment. Joji's offer was generous and sincere. He did indeed need a store to help sell his pills, so there was no reason to refuse. He nodded, agreed. My future pills will prioritize sales through your store. Delighted, Skylar handed Boone a J-disc and said, this is Joji's VIP J-disc. With it, you can enjoy a 50% discount at any Joji medicinal shop. Boone accepted it, and with a slight focus of his spiritual energy, the J-disc recognized its owner. To his surprise, the J-disc also functioned as a money jar, containing 100,000 spirit stones. These are the spirit stones for purchasing your pills, Skylar explained. Boone nodded. Skylar added, if Senior Immortal Yi has just learned alchemy, you can take a test at the Pill Dao sect. They will issue a J-disc certifying your alchemy rank. Official certification from the Pill Dao sect would likely bring many benefits, which Boone noted. Bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, Boone prepared to return to the sect. As for the official certification, it wasn't urgent. Suddenly, ding, detected 5-star luck around the host. Since Boone began studying alchemy, he hadn't encountered luck for quite some time, but today brought unexpected fortune. He hurried toward the location indicated by the system, arriving at the bustling street of Huanyan Peak's vendor stalls. Various wandering cultivators and outer sect disciples set up stalls here. Oh, Qingyuan sect Senior Immortal, please wait. A middle-aged, well-to-do man approached. Just as Boone was about to inquire, he saw the young clerk standing behind the man, the same one who had previously shooed him away from the opposite medicinal shop. Seeing Boone notice the clerk, the man quickly said, oops, our clerk was ignorant before. Looking at Senior Immortal's noble demeanor, you must be a genius alchemist. Our J-Seiji's strength is widely recognized. Why not establish a long-term alchemy collaboration with us? We'll support you until the diverging spirit stage. During this period, all your pills will be placed in our shop for consignment, and we won't charge a single spirit stone. Additionally, you will receive monthly tributes. Boone glanced at the shop owner, who seemed very confident in his offer. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in working with you. ####Chapter 25. Dodge comes calling. What did you say? The owner of JSG had never expected that Boone would flatly refuse his offer without even a moment's hesitation. He stood there, utterly stunned. Boone coldly replied, your shop's previous attitude has already decided that I won't cooperate with you. Given your disdainful behavior, it's no wonder you can't compete with the shop opposite. Boone sneered and turned to leave. The JSG owner trembled with rage. Seeing how the woman from Joji treated this person differently, he had decided to court him. Yet, he couldn't have anticipated such ingratitude. Boone didn't care about what the JSG owner was thinking. He followed the system's guidance and arrived at a vendor stall set up by an itinerant cultivator. There is a seemingly ordinary iron piece on this stall that is actually a fragment of an extraordinary cultivation technique, the system prompted. Following the system's cue, Boone spotted a plain iron piece among numerous magical artifacts on the stall. It was covered in rust, looking like nothing more than scrap metal mixed in with other items for sale. If not for the system's tip, he would never have noticed it. This revered immortal, are you from the Clear Spring sect? Feel free to take anything you like. Armando always sells at fair prices, famous for miles around, said a disheveled man with large yellow teeth. Boone kept some distance as he asked, what's the price for these items? He intentionally didn't mention the iron piece right away, knowing that direct interest might lead the seller to inflate the price. Wow, no wonder Clear Spring sect immortals have keen eyes. The stall owner scanned Boone's choices, starting to boast. These 3 artifacts are key components of a long-lost array formation. Only 3,000 spirit stones for all. Boone shook his head. What about this one? The owner glanced at the large iron hammer in Boone's hand and promptly said, that one is pricier, 10,000 spirit stones. Boone inwardly marveled at the audacity of this vendor. This battered hammer looked ready to fall apart, yet he dared ask 10,000 spirit stones. As Boone turned to leave, the owner quickly shouted, don't go. You're not following protocol. You, at least give me an offer. The yellow-toothed stall owner complained. Boone looked at the stall owner. Sure enough, 100 spirit stones, and throw in some random bits and pieces. If you agree, I'll buy it. Otherwise, forget it. Boone said indifferently. Deal. Who backs out is a scoundrel. The stall owner agreed loudly. For the extra, I want that iron piece. The stall owner glanced at the iron piece Boone pointed to, immediately agreeing without turning back, afraid Boone might change his mind. Boone took the iron piece and the hammer and stored them in his storage bag before leaving. The yellow-toothed stall owner shook his head at Boone's retreating figure. So what if you're from Clear Spring sect? Aren't you still a fool, spending 100 on a broken hammer? The signal is just ahead. It must be there. How strange. Why did it disappear? The voice in the cultivator's mind changed tone. Dodge was originally an ordinary itinerant cultivator, but within 3 short months, he ascended to the gold core realm. The core reason was the super strong soul guiding him inside his body. That soul had been killed by its disciple and had taken refuge within Dodge to seek revenge, teaching him along the way. This disciple, Dodge, lived up to his teacher's teachings and trained diligently. It might have been someone who stole your luck, the soul speculated. As a true strongman, it almost accurately guessed Boone's actions. The powerful soul snorted. Dodge, remember that Clear Spring sect disciple I mentioned? That opportunity was most likely intercepted by him. Dodge was startled and asked uncertainly, Dominic, Can luck be stolen? Humph. In the cultivation world, what isn't there to be taken? It's a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The soul's voice sank as if reminiscing over past events. Dominic, are you thinking of senior brother again? Don't call him senior brother. He's an animal, a traitor who betrayed his master. The soul fumed. Seeing his master's anger, Dodge diverted the conversation. Dominic, since the luck was stolen, let's leave. Leave? How can you tolerate this in a world of survival of the fittest? Dodge hesitated. What should we do, Dominic? Kill him. What else? Retrieve our luck? Dodge shuddered. Have you forgotten your parents' blood debt? My own blood debt? To become strong, you must use every means available. I will help track down that Clear Spring sect disciple. There are many secluded mountains along his route back to the sect. I understand, Dominic. Dodge's eyes hardened. He immediately began following Boone's path according to the strong soul's directions. Boone was rubbing the large hammer, which was covered in rust and seemingly unusable. He had planned to use it to make some wardrobes at his immortal mansion. Unexpectedly, as Boone rubbed his hands, the hammer shattered into pieces. Suddenly, a figure of an itinerant cultivator appeared ahead, flying directly toward him. This road was the only way back to the Clear Spring sect. May I know why you are here? Boone asked calmly. You seem to have taken something you shouldn't have. Dodge replied in an equally calm manner. Dodge's face was hidden under a hood, making it hard to see his features. A massive weapon, wrapped in thick oilcloth, rested on his back. Nonsense. I went to the market for fair trade. How could that be taking something I shouldn't? Boone laughed bitterly. If so, then it seems you are blinded by stubbornness. Dodge's hand already gripped the handle of the giant weapon on his back. Boone frowned. If you want to fight, just do it. Must you have a pretentious justification? From the aura, Dodge seemed to be at the first level of the gold core stage, lower than Boone. Currently using a powerful concealment spell, Boone appeared as if he were at the foundation establishment stage. But anyone who underestimated Boone would likely end up regretting it. Dodge swiftly drew his gigantic weapon, a massive sword shaped like a huge ruler. Despite its immense size and weight, it moved fluidly in Dodge's hands. He lunged at Boone in a flash. Chapter 26. Regretfully, he escaped. Dodge's movements were lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached Boone's presence, wielding his massive sword directly at him. However, Boone moved even faster, drawing a black xiuxian iron sword from his storage bag, inscribed with 2 characters. Wilbur. Indeed, it was the Wilbur sword obtained from the 9-star opportunity. Boone decided to use the Wilbur sword this time because the man in front of him was giving him immense pressure. The 2 fighters' weapons clashed in mid-air, producing the sharp sounds of metal striking metal. Boone activated the Immaculate Sutra, entering a state of full enlightenment. As he continuously battled Dodge, a new sword technique suddenly formed in his mind. The Wilbur sword art. At first, Dodge had been overpowering Boone, seemingly about to defeat him. But as the battle progressed, Boone grew stronger. Gradually, Dodge could no longer keep up. Sky-splitting devouring wave sword. Dodge unleashed his ultimate sword technique. The colossal sword slashed out dense sword chi, charging towards Boone, leaving long trails of energy in its wake. Its power was formidable. Boone's pupils constricted. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. Wilbur sword chi. The Wilbur illusion technique ran rampant, enhanced by the Immaculate Sutra. The Wilbur sword amplified the effect of the sword chi. A more robust strand of sword chi erupted from Boone's Wilbur sword. Initially, the 2 massive strands of sword chi canceled each other out, mutually devouring one another. However, Boone's sword chi maintained its strength, while Dodge's began to falter. Gradually, Dodge's sword chi was completely swallowed by the Wilbur sword chi, and the Wilbur sword chi continued unabated, charging straight for Dodge. Little Yao. An elderly voice called out. Too late. A translucent figure appeared in front of Dodge. It turned out that Boone's sword chi not only utilized the visual illusion from the Wilbur illusion technique, but also incorporated the internal force of the Ba Jibang. Recognizing its might, the powerful soul intervened to protect Dodge. Still, under the augmentation of multiple advanced techniques and the full burst of second-level golden core cultivation, along with the dual enhancement of the Wilbur sword and the internal force of Ba Jibang, both Dodge and the powerful soul were powerless to resist. Dodge spat blood and flew backward, like a kite cut loose. He slammed heavily into the ground. At this moment, both Dodge and the soul within realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. Dodge's growth was still too short. The strong soul felt immensely guilty for being blinded by vengeance when Dodge asked for help. This led to an impulsive decision to let Dodge retrieve their luck. But now, it was too late. They were like lambs awaiting slaughter. Yet, the powerful soul remained resolute. Little Yao, this time it was my impulsiveness. I have one last desperate move to stall this fellow. You must take this chance to escape, the strong soul declared sternly. Although the elder had a strict demeanor and was harsh on him, in Dodge's heart, he was like a father. Dodge understood that his master wasn't naturally strict but became so after being betrayed by his disciple. No, Dominic, I won't leave you behind. Dodge said, his voice choked with emotion. Foolish. Do you want me to die in vain? The strong soul roared. Have you forgotten your duty? The strong soul thundered. Unbeknownst to them, Boone was no philanthropist. During their tussle, he had been frantically running the God-slaying sutra. He knew how powerful the opposing soul was and realized he must fully channel his attack to cause any damage. Finally, Boone's eyes snapped open. God-slayer. A transparent wave transmitted directly, striking the powerful soul. Caught off guard, the soul was instantly shattered by the mental impact, almost failing to reassemble itself. Dominic. You dared touch my Dominic. Dodge glared at Boone, his eyes filled with rage. Internally, Boone was somewhat speechless. Was he supposed to wait for the master to use a secret technique? Dodge's body trembled, either from anger or something else. He knew continuing the fight wouldn't help. He remembered his master's words. In this world of the survival of the fittest, Either you plunder or be plundered. But revenge is a dish best served cold. Now, he needed to run. With that thought, Dodge finally broke free from his hesitation and started sprinting. Unexpectedly, a mocking tone sounded in his ears. Think you can run? The voice sounded like whispers from hell, faint yet despair-inducing. Did I give you permission to run? Suddenly, Boone appeared right in front of Dodge. Dodge stared incredulously at Boone. Was this person insane? After fighting for so long and using numerous moves, his master delayed time, and he had tried his hardest to escape. Yet Boone's speed remained unchanged. Moreover, he was only 9th rank Foundation establishment, from Dodge's perspective. What Dodge didn't know was that Boone practiced the advanced Wilbur illusion technique, which far surpassed ordinary techniques in endurance and spiritual energy cohesion. Furthermore, during the battle, Boone hadn't stopped taking pills. Unnoticed by Dodge, Boone kept consuming spirit-restoring pills. Additionally, they were all of the 5th layer pill pattern quality. Coupled with Boone's higher rank, Dodge lost by a significant margin. Ba Ji Bong. Just as Boone was about to deliver the final blow, the near-disintegrated soul of the powerful entity suddenly emitted a tremendous spiritual force, making Boone's scalp tingle. When Boone opened his eyes again, Dodge and his master were already gone. Huh? What technique is this? Boone shook his slightly dizzy head. Looking down, he found a piece of Dodge's cloak left behind, with an ancient jade disc attached. He casually picked up the jade disc and stowed it in his storage bag. Boone felt a twinge of regret that Dodge managed to escape. However, though he didn't kill him this time, he believed encountering such spiritual entities next time would make him more experienced. The next form of the God Slayer technique was a Mortal Slayer. Next time they met, Boone was confident he could detain the opponent. Afterward, Boone returned to his immortal mansion. His encounter with Dodge made him wary, prompting him to decide on a period of seclusion for further cultivation. Should he face an ambush again, he couldn't guarantee his safe return. Great Profound. Indeed, this was the Great Profound Sword obtained from the 9-star opportunity. Boone decided to use the Great Profound Sword this time because the man before him exerted immense pressure on him. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons clashed repeatedly in midair, producing metallic sounds. Boone activated the flawless scripture, instantly entering a state of full enlightenment. As he continuously battled Dodge, he surprisingly conceived a set of sword techniques out of nowhere. The Great Profound Sword technique. At first, Dodge was overpowering Boone and seemed close to victory, but as the fight progressed, Boone became stronger. Dodge was gradually losing control. Split Heaven Devouring Wave Sword. Dodge unleashed his ultimate sword technique. The gigantic sword swung, releasing dense sword chi towards Boone, leaving long trails of air currents behind. It was incredibly powerful. Boone's pupils constricted. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Great Profound Sword Chi. The Great Profound Illusion technique spun wildly, enhanced by the flawless scripture. The Great Profound Sword amplified the sword chi effect significantly. A thicker sword chi emerged from Boone's sword. Initially, the two huge sword chi rays could counteract each other, swallowing each other continuously, but Boone's sword chi proved resilient while Dodge's diminished. Gradually, Dodge's sword chi was completely swallowed by the Great Profound Sword Chi, which continued advancing towards Dodge without pause. Little Yao. An elderly voice called out. Before more could be said, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Dodge. Turns out Boone's sword chi utilized not only visual misplacement from the Great Profound Illusion technique, but also added inner force from 8 Extremes Burst. A powerful soul detected it and intervened, protecting Dodge's body. Still, under so many profound level techniques enhancements and his second stage golden core cultivation, plus the double boost from the Great Profound Sword and 8 Extremes Burst's inner force, Dodge and the powerful soul stood no chance. Dodge was knocked backward, spitting blood like a kite whose string was cut. When he hit the ground hard, both Dodge and the soul inside realized they had encountered formidable opponents. Dodge's growth time was still too short. The strong soul felt guilty instantly for letting revenge cloud his judgment. He impulsively told Dodge to retrieve the fortune when Dodge mentioned it, recalling his ungrateful disciple subconsciously. But now, regret was futile. They were akin to lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The strong soul remained resolute. Little Yao, I acted rashly. I have one last desperate technique to stall this guy while you escape, the strong soul solemnly instructed. Though the old man had a strict demeanor, he was father-like to Dodge. Dodge understood his master wasn't naturally temperamental or stringent, but had become so after being betrayed by a disciple. No, Dominic, I won't abandon you to flee. Dodge choked up. Foolish. Do you want me to die unsatisfied? Did you forget your duty? The strong soul roared. What they didn't notice was that Boone wasn't charitable. During their exchange, Boone was intensely channeling the deity annihilation scripture. He knew the power of the opposing soul and aimed to deal fatal damage with all his might. Finally, Boone opened his eyes. Deity annihilation. A transparent wave struck the strong soul. Caught off guard, the soul scattered from the mental shock, almost unable to coalesce again. Dominic! You dare harm my Dominic! Dodge glared at Boone, livid. Boone felt somewhat speechless. Was he supposed to wait until the Dominic used his secret skill against him? Dodge's body trembled uncontrollably, but he knew continuing wouldn't help. He remembered his master's words. In a world where the weak were preyed upon, survival demanded ruthless action. Revenge, though, could wait. He needed to run. Resolving to escape, Dodge broke free from hesitation and sprinted away. Unexpectedly, a mocking tone echoed in his ears. Do you think you can escape? This voice, like a demon whispering in hell, filled him with despair. Did I allow you to run? Suddenly, Boone appeared right in front of Dodge. Dodge stared in disbelief. Was this person truly abnormal? After such an intense battle with multiple spells, and his Dominic delaying, Dodge had exerted every effort to escape. Yet, Boone's speed remained unmatched. Moreover, he was only 9th stage foundation establishment in Dodge's view. Unbeknownst to Dodge, Boone practiced the profound level Great Profound Illusion technique, surpassing ordinary techniques in endurance and spiritual energy cohesion. Throughout the fight, Boone kept taking spirit-enhancing pills unnoticed by Dodge, all high-quality ones with 5 layered essence marks. Coupled with Boone's higher level, Dodge's defeat was substantial. 8 extremes burst. As Boone prepared to deliver the final blow, the strong soul, who was nearly scattered, suddenly emitted a powerful mental force, making Boone's scalp tingle. When he reopened his eyes, Dodge and his Dominic had vanished. What kind of technique is this? Shaking off dizziness, Boone noticed Dodge had left behind a corner of cloth hanging an ancient jade disc. He casually picked it up and stored it in his pouch. Boone couldn't help but feel regret. Letting him escape was unfortunate. However, though he hadn't killed them, encountering such a spiritual entity next time would equip him with valuable experience. The next move of deity annihilation was immortal annihilation. Next time, Boone felt confident he could capture them. Subsequently, Boone returned to his immortal palace, feeling cautious from the encounter. Deciding to seclude himself for cultivation, he aimed to ensure he wouldn't retreat wounded if ambushed again. Chapter 27. She is actually a girl? Time flies when one is practicing, and Boone opened his eyes again, only to find it was already the day of the Xiuxian sect Dominic's birthday. By this time, Boone had not only consolidated his realm but also advanced a little further than before. He felt the abundant spiritual energy within his body. He was now at the peak of the 2nd stage Golden Core realm, with breakthrough to the 3rd stage Golden Core realm just around the corner. Boone smiled in satisfaction. He chose this timing to exit seclusion because today was the sect Dominic's birthday. Having once been a gatekeeping disciple, Boone naturally knew the exact date of the sect Dominic's birthday. Moreover, he knew he must become an inner disciple before this day. Today marked the Xiuxian sect Dominic's Millennium Celebration, undoubtedly the most significant event for the Xiuxian sect recently. So sects of all sizes would send representatives to wish him a long life. The news had spread long ago that all inner disciples could attend the banquet on the day of the celebration. It was rumored that the spirit wine and fruits served at the banquet were beneficial for cultivation. Plus, the Xiuxian Peak, where the sect Dominic resided, lay right at the heart of the Xiuxian sect spirit vein. Spending 3 days there could significantly enhance one's cultivation. Not to mention, all the elders would be present then. Any inner disciple attending might be favored by an elder and taken as a disciple, which could mean a leap to power. However, what Boone cared about wasn't just these things. He was after luck. The formula he got from the flower thief hadn't shown its good fortune yet. And when more people gather, chances are better to encounter high-grade luck. Although it was still early, Boone decided to go ahead. Early birds catch the worms. Going early might even allow him to intercept some opportunities beforehand. After tidying up and donning the attire of an inner disciple of Xiuxian sect, Boone headed straight for Xiuxian Peak, the main peak of Xiuxian sect, where the sect Dominic resided. After confirming his identity with the gatekeeping disciples, Boone entered the venue directly. The higher one's cultivation, the closer they stood to the center. Lower-level cultivators didn't dare crowd into the middle with the big shots unless they had special status. Boone temporarily stood near the edge upon entering the venue since it was relatively empty due to his early arrival. He scanned the area, hoping to spot some luck while looking around. Before long, people from various sects started arriving. Suddenly, he noticed agitation among the crowd to his right. Ding! Host, please note, a 5-star opportunity is nearby, came the system notification. Following it, Boone saw a beam of luck appearing to his right. It seemed the Pill Dao people had arrived. Looking closely, Boone spotted several individuals surrounded by others wearing the robes of the Pill Dao. There's no mistake. Suddenly, the crowd parted slightly, revealing the target of the luck, a man in his 40s. This Pill Dao elder seemed like an ordinary man but required such a pill formula. Who would have thought? Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. Before Boone could think more, a young maiden beside the man caught his full attention. This woman looks eerily like Isabella. Could she be Isabella's twin? At that moment, the girl seemed to feel Boone's gaze and turned towards him. Seeing Boone, her eyes lit up, and she gave him a friendly smile. Seeing her actions, Boone was a bit bewildered. Is this woman actually Isabella? Is she a girl? As if sensing Boone's thoughts, Isabella nodded at him and followed the elder towards the VIP seats specially prepared by the Xiuxian sect for the Pill Dao. As they walked away, Boone still found it hard to believe. While he always thought Isabella seemed a bit feminine and suited to practice the toad flower technique, he never imagined Isabella would turn out to be a genuine woman. And he completely missed it. Meanwhile, surrounding Xiuxian sect disciples were discussing the Pill Dao. Boone listened intently. That was someone from the Pill Dao who just passed by. You bet. Hey, did you know that the female cultivator in the middle is the daughter of the Pill Dao sect Dominic? She's apparently 18 years old and already a soul formation realm cultivator. And she's a 6th rank alchemist. AI, how can some people be so talented? It's truly envious. Hearing this, Boone couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of exceptional talents in this world. It seems Isabella's talent was indeed extraordinary. Recalling Isabella's invitation to meet during the sect Dominic's banquet, Boone decided to hold off. With Isabella making such a grand entrance, he figured it wouldn't be wise to approach her immediately. Besides, with her being a girl now, he wasn't sure what to say. Deciding against meeting Isabella right away, Boone turned his attention inward and walked deeper into the venue. He planned to gather information on the Pill Dao and consider how to present the 5-star luck-bearing formula to the Pill Dao elder. Lost in thought, Boone was soon distracted by a girl with pigtails who caught his eye. She was lively and energetic, glancing around as if looking for someone or something. Her beauty and attire struck a chord with Boone's preferences. Feeling Boone's stare, the pigtailed girl turned back, catching his gaze. Embarrassed at being caught staring, Boone smiled awkwardly. That smile seemed to amuse her, causing her to giggle and walk toward him. Hey, what were you looking at? Assuming she was stronger than him, Boone addressed her as senior sister. Senior sister, I'm new here and got lost in the magnificence of the occasion, forgetting my manners. Seeing Boone's somewhat restrained manner, the pigtailed girl laughed again and said, Of course, This is the Qingyuan sect Dominic's Millennium Celebration. It should be magnificent. All major sects sent representatives to celebrate. If it weren't grand enough, we wouldn't be able to accommodate everyone. Chapter 28. Ascending the Heavenly Steps. The spirited young girl with a ponytail recounted with familiarity. Clifton is a remarkable figure. Among the many powerful cultivators, he is the only one who advanced to the divided soul stage after merely a millennium of cultivation. Spike, who was still unfamiliar with these high-level cultivators, asked curiously, how long does it usually take for an average person to reach the divided soul stage? The girl with twin ponytails glanced at Spike, seemingly scoffing at his lack of experience, but patiently explained, even for geniuses, they typically need about 3,000 to 5,000 years to reach the divided soul stage. To achieve the great completion stage requires over 10,000 years of cultivation. That's why, although Qingyuan sect is just a subsidiary sect under Pill sect, its patriarch's birthday banquet has attracted senior cultivators from various sections. Pointing to the seats reserved for Pill sect guests, she added, especially Pill sect. Even though their patriarch isn't present, the patriarch's direct daughter and both chief guardians are here to attend the celebration. This arrangement clearly showed Pill sect's high regard for Qingyuan sect, which Spike quietly acknowledged. Are you an inner sect disciple? I'm Spike, a newcomer. Thank you for clarifying my doubts. The girl smiled warmly and said, I'm Ayana. How could you not recognize me? Spike nodded. I've only just entered the inner sect and don't know many fellow disciples yet. Ayana found this interesting. Didn't you try to get to know anyone when you were in the outer sect? Seeing Ayana seemed skeptical, Spike shook his head. I didn't stay long in the outer sect, so I wasn't well informed. Ayana then asked, did you skip 2 levels directly? Just as they were talking, Qingyuan sect's patriarch finally appeared on stage. The patriarch exuded charisma and instantly captured everyone's attention. Welcome all fellow Taoists to celebrate my birthday. Today, I have arranged several activities. One of them is ascending the heavenly steps, open to all disciples below the nascent soul stage. The top performer will receive a superior yellow rank martial technique suited to their cultivation style. Other participants will each receive a Qingyuan enlightenment pill. As soon as he spoke, the entire audience erupted into excitement, knowing that the patriarch's millennium-long birthday would be grandly celebrated. No one expected the patriarch to be so bold. Patriarch impressive. Patriarch impressive. All Qingyuan sect disciples began eager to participate. Among those less familiar with the heavenly steps, an elder from Liangmong sect stepped forward to ask, Davidson, what exactly is this heavenly steps? Can you explain it in detail? Calling the patriarch by his given name was impolite, especially because Liangmong sect had old grievances with Qingyuan sect. The patriarch ignored him and continued, secondly, there is a martial arts competition. Golden Core disciples form the backbone of every sect. So, this competition is open to Golden Core disciples from all sections. The first round will be a free-for-all to select the top 10. The finals will be elimination matches, and the winner will receive the same rewards as the top performer in the heavenly steps. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew even more enthusiastic, pushing the banquet to its climax. The elder from Liangmong sect, being ignored, flushed with anger and gritted his teeth. Sign up. All qualified members of Liangmong sect must compete. Damn Davidson, ignoring me. Spike curiously asked Ayana, what's special about this heavenly steps? Before Ayana could answer, a female disciple beside her interrupted, you really don't know? Are you just trying to chat up our xiuxian? Ayana shook her head at the other girl and explained, the heavenly steps were set up by our 3rd-generation patriarch. Originally, it was a magical treasure that was later destroyed in battle, leaving only its gravity function intact. He transformed it into the heavenly steps, where climbers endure immense pressure. The higher you climb, the harder it becomes. No one knows how many steps there are, but the highest record is 53,167 steps. Spike was speechless. Over 50,000 steps? How long would that take? The female disciple interjected again. That record holder was a grand completion stage cultivator. Ordinary people, especially someone like you, can't even dream of reaching that. Selena. Ayana scolded the girl. Soon, the Heavenly Steps event was about to begin, and eligible disciples from all sects rushed towards the entrance. Ayana, Selena, and Spike also hurried over. Spike saw a few familiar faces in the crowd. Senior Sister Polly, whom he'd met before, and Tad, who was also participating. For someone of Tad's status to join the trial? Seeing Spike's puzzled look towards Pill sect, Selena, straightforward as ever, explained, don't think Pill sect has unlimited resources. This Heavenly Steps is unique to our sect. And climbing it offers a significant benefit, body tempering. Pill sect has excellent medicinal pills like the 9-transformed Divine Temper Pill. It continuously heals and repairs the body within an hour, making it perfect for the Heavenly Steps challenge. She proudly displayed a pill. This is the 9-transformed Divine Temper Pill. Spike recognized the pill. It was the token Tad had once given him. Selena held a 9-transformed body temper pill, and so did Ayana. However, Selena's pill had uneven coloring, indicating lower quality, while Ayana's pill was superior, showing clear signs of Danyun, pill's aura, and likely a 6th-grade pill. Selena boasted, impressive, right? Envy won't help. To attract Xiuxian's attention, you need strength first. Ayana furrowed her brow slightly, looking apologetically at Spike. Though Ayana didn't say anything, she probably thought similarly. Spike shook his head. It's fine. For me, this experience is enough. Spike hadn't considered Tad's gift as his own, since it was meant as a token. With his growing understanding of medicinal pills, he felt Tad's pill was likely better than Ayana's 6th-grade pill, possibly even a legendary 7th-grade pill. He kept this thought to himself, focused on enjoying the event without further speculation. Chapter 29. This can't be real, right? In Boone's mind, Tad had left the elixir with him. Even though he had taught her the flawless scripture, there was no need for her to offer any form of compensation. After all, his initial motivation was driven by the 5-star destiny. Moreover, when Boone was teaching Tad the flawless scripture, he didn't know about her background and thus could not have been plotting to get her elixirs. At this moment at the entrance of the heavenly steps, a large number of disciples, all cultivators at the core formation or golden core stages, had gathered. As Boone waited in the crowd, several disciples from the Lulang sect suddenly squeezed their way over. They seemed to be deliberately pushing towards the Xiuxian sect disciples. Boone furrowed his brow and turned to see several burly men dressed in Lulang sect attire. Despite wearing Taoist robes, they were half naked with extensive tattoos that highlighted their unconventional personalities, making them appear rather odd. It was uncertain if this attire made them look like thugs in the cultivation world. Maybe they thought they were the coolest among the sects. Boy, what are you staring at? Have you never seen a cultivator with tattoos? The Lulang sect had always been at odds with the Xiuxian sect, and their disciples were indoctrinated with enmity towards the Xiuxian sect from an early age. Boone smiled and said, I've truly never seen cultivators who dress so improperly and take pride in it. Cultivation is about cultivating the heart, body, and Tao. By constantly engaging in side paths and peculiarities, you only tarnish your sect's reputation. You're not impressive just because you try to interfere and make others notice you. They might just be doing good deeds and educating fools. F***CK. You son of a b***Tate. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? A Lulang sect disciple saw that Boone dared to speak like this about their sect and immediately stepped forward, confronting him. Jensen, teach him a lesson. Another follower joined in, urging on. Noticing the commotion, Ayana walked over and revealed her cultivation level. This overwhelming pressure? The leading disciple of the Lulang sect instantly paused. Was this person at the nascent soul stage? Before they could recover, Boone calmly added, Which one of you? Yes, you. Are you really going to ascend the heavenly steps as a senior elder leading the group? Isn't that too shameless? An elder of a sect actually competes for opportunities with junior disciples. The Ganon's face turned red. He quickly tried to defend himself, saying, I'm not an elder. I'm also a disciple, only at the golden core stage. Boone feigned incomprehension, shaking his head. You're bald and clearly old, yet you lie. If you want to pretend, at least do it convincingly. Stop lying. The Ganon was bald and indeed looked older. Boy, hiding behind a woman shows no skill. Feeling insulted but fearing Ayana's cultivation, the bald man grabbed Boone to assert dominance and take revenge. Ayana shielded Boone and directly challenged, Enough nonsense. Do you lack the courage to face me, a woman? Knowing he couldn't defeat a nascent soul cultivator, the bald man merely blustered and demanded a one-on-one duel with Boone. Boone wasn't willing to let the other side provoke him indefinitely. Since they were challenging him and his sect, giving them a lesson was acceptable. He waved his hand and said, Senior Sister Zhou, have confidence in our Xiuxian sect disciples. With just me, I can handle these nonconformists. Ayana saw Boone's confidence and did not intervene. The Lulang sect disciples were enraged and, ignoring principles, prepared to gang up on Boone. Boone remained unfazed, discreetly took a pill called Huiling Pill, Spirit Recovery Pill, then activated the Great Mystery Illusion technique, dashing into the crowd. All the Lulang sect disciples were no match for him. In just one move, all the Lulang sect disciples fell. Everyone was shocked. Was the Xiuxian sect's disciple so insane now? A golden core cultivator taking on a group of late-stage golden core disciples. This can't be real, right? Ayana looked at Boone with newfound admiration. If Boone could enter the inner sect soon as claimed and possess such strength, he would be considered a promising young cultivator. Due to this incident, Ayana began to change her opinion of Boone and started paying more attention to him. Boone! Tad exclaimed joyfully. The commotion had finally caught Tad's attention. Seeing him, she hurried over. A few elders from the alchemy sect stood guard around her. Seeing the holy maiden of the alchemy sect approach, the fallen Lulang sect disciples felt even more terrified. Is she close to that boy? One of the Lulang sect disciples asked fearfully. Shut up! The lead disciple of Lulang sect ordered harshly. Preparing to ascend the heavenly steps? Tad pulled Boone aside. Yes, Boone nodded. Do you still have the elixir I gave you? On hearing this, Boone immediately retrieved the elixir and offered it back to Tad. But she shook her head and said, This was originally for you. The flawless scripture you gave me is very precious and suits me perfectly. My father agreed that the 9 transmutation divine refinement pill I gave you wasn't enough compensation. He told me to inform you that after the martial arts competition ends, an alchemy sect elder will come to seek a formula. You can casually present any formula, and the elder will act accordingly, praising your formula for solving his urgent needs and accepting you as a disciple. Any random formula? So, this was the 5-star opportunity? Suddenly, Boone recalled the 9 transmutation harmony pill obtained from capturing the flower thief. Keeping it wasn't useful, and it would be perfect to exchange it for this 5-star opportunity. Chapter 30, the first golden body. But the pill Chris had given him, he felt he should not keep. At the time, he had only reluctantly accepted it because it was a token of trust. He wasn't the type to take small advantages. Just as he was about to decline further, the heavenly steps were about to commence. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted to the heavenly stairs. Initially, everyone was tense and felt pressured, but after this little commotion, their spirits were somewhat relieved. Seeing that time was running out, Chris hurriedly told Spike, It's about to start. We need to hurry. Stop declining. With these pills, I eat them like sweets. Don't be too concerned. You can use them for the heavenly steps. Seize this opportunity to train your body well. Laying a solid foundation for your future immortal path is the most important thing. After saying this, Chris immediately ran off. Spike shook his head. He wasn't someone who would be overly particular, so he kept the pill. But he made a mental note of the favor. He always repaid kindness with even greater gratitude. Anya watched Chris whispering with Spike and frowned. This Spike, how did he even know the Brianna? An inexplicable and strange feeling began to spread in her heart. At this moment, the inner council Cohen from Xiuxian sect appeared. When he saw Spike, he was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the disciple he had once seen potential and had now already reached the inner sect. The inner council Kohen gave a friendly nod to Spike. Then, he turned around and introduced the rules of the heavenly steps to everyone. Everyone listened attentively. After explaining the rules, the Kohen announced to the crowd, "Now, the heavenly steps event begins." Everyone hurriedly filed in, starting to ascend the steps. The Lamar sect disciple whom Spike had knocked down earlier also scrambled up towards the heavenly stairs. This was such a good opportunity that even if there was friction between Xiuxian sect and Lamar sect, if they won, Xiuxian sect would have to fork out substantial rewards. Even if they didn't win first place, they could at least get more Xiuxian enlightenment pills from Xiuxian sect. Spike followed the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the heavenly steps. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, he felt an overwhelming pressure deep within his bones. The gravity here didn't just target the outer skin or bones. It exerted pressure on one's spirit as well. Just taking a single step, Spike felt his spiritual energy instantly drained. He quickly took out a spirit recovery pill and swallowed it. But due to the rush, he realized it was actually a 9th level Dan pattern spirit recovery pill. A 4th level Dan pattern spirit recovery pill could restore 80% of his spiritual energy, while the 5th level one could fully restore it. How powerful would the 9th level be? Since he had already swallowed it, Spike couldn't care less about its cost and immediately started sensing the recovery of his spiritual energy. Suddenly, Spike felt a warm current in his lower abdomen, followed by an indescribable sensation. He had entered an enlightenment state. Is this the effect of the 9th level Dan pattern pill? Spike was shocked. Meanwhile, Chris had already ascended 10 steps, keeping pace with Anya and another Isabel from Free and Easy sect. These 3 women advanced together, leading the group at the front. People in the audience were discussing, looks like the top spot will be among these 3 female disciples. Another person rebutted, that's not certain. Although they're fast, their rhythm isn't quite right. Yes, the rhythm in the heavenly steps is very important. Going too fast at the beginning might not help much. But look at those second-tier male disciples. They closely follow the 3 female disciples, seeming more relaxed. His statement gained some agreement. Makes sense? What about the last tier? The speaker then pointed at Spike and others still struggling on the 1st or 2nd level. Those disciples are all early-stage gold core cultivators. Being able to only reach the 1st or 2nd level isn't shameful. After all, there's a significant power gap. Their future achievements will depend on who can struggle longer on the heavenly steps. Various elders, sect masters, and patriarchs discussed these participating disciples freely. They weren't worried about their own disciples' safety because the heavenly steps had a protection system. Once a disciple became powerless, they'd be teleported out, ensuring no life-threatening issues. Therefore, they talked freely. As for Spike, he certainly wasn't struggling at all. He was in an enlightenment state, an even higher level than his previous epiphany. At this moment, the flawless sutra in Spike's mind automatically circulated, linking with the Hildred enchantment art. Suddenly, a set of information appeared in Spike's mind. The Hildred body refining art, a mystic-level body refining technique, which can ultimately achieve 9 levels of golden body. To Spike's surprise, he found that he must now ingest the 9-fold divine refinement pill. According to the cultivation technique, this pill complemented the art perfectly. After ingesting the 9-fold divine refinement pill, Spike could achieve the 1st level of golden body and body refinement, a mystic-level body refinement technique. Not knowing what effects it would bring upon completion, Spike decided not to hesitate any longer and directly consume the pill. Upon ingestion, his body started emitting golden light. Someone in the crowd pointed at Spike and remarked, looks like that disciple won't make it. Just starting, and he's already taken 2 pills. He clearly won't last long. Right? Ah, such a waste of the pills, lamented an elder. Look, he's glowing. What kind of pill is that? It seems quite potent. Pa, stuck at the 1st level, what could he possibly have? That might just be his final burst of effort. Ha 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 ha. Spike on the heavenly steps couldn't hear those gossipy remarks. And even if he did hear them, he wouldn't care. Spike was now deeply immersed in the enlightenment process, continuing to feel the many benefits of Hildred body refinement. Shortly, his bones started making popping sounds, as if being remolded. In the next second, Spike suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of gold flashing through before vanishing. No one noticed. Feeling the changes in his body, Spike felt full of confidence. Now, his entire body felt brimming with strength. It was time for him to go upward. ##### Chapter 31. 8-star opportunity. As soon as Boone stepped onto the 2nd level, he immediately felt the pressure double compared to the 1st level. This much pressure, and yet everyone ahead is truly a prodigy of heaven. Boone couldn't help but marvel in his heart. However, fortunately for him, he had the intercept system, making him no less formidable. After finishing his musings, Boone continued his ascent. The higher he climbed, the more intense the pressure on his body became. Gradually, he realized he faced a new challenge. Despite possessing an ironclad physique, Boone lacked sufficient spiritual energy to support it. After all, he was merely a cultivator at the 2nd stage of the Golden Core realm. In contrast, those ahead were all at least at the nascent soul stage. Look, someone has overtaken the 1st group. Who is that person? Someone with keen eyes noticed and immediately started discussing it. That's one of Danzong's top prodigies of this generation. He's only in his 60s and has already reached the nascent soul stage. A senior elder from a minor sect who recognized him proudly provided information while stroking his beard. Wow. That person was clearly amazed by this talent. Nascent soul stage at over 60? What's his name? Which sect does he belong to? Someone else quickly asked. Seeing someone asking him, the elder's vanity was instantly gratified, and he slowly said, he seems to be a direct disciple of Danzong named Franklin. Following the elder's words, not far away, a Danzong elder with wild curly whiskers flashed a contented smile. On this occasion of Xiuxian sect's patriarch's 1000th birthday, Danzong did not just send left and right protectors, but also 5 elders, making quite a grand appearance. Moreover, even Danzong's headmaster's daughter attended, showing great respect to Qingyuan sect. Among these 5 accompanying elders, the most eye-catching was this elder with wild curly whiskers. His beard was long, dense, and fluffy, creating a shape like an afro hairstyle popular nowadays. The currently intensely discussed figure leading the front ranks, Franklin, was precisely one of this wild-bearded elder's direct disciples. The minor sect elder continued, Franklin's master is none other than Nathan of Danzong. He is known alongside Gustavus Cohen as the Fire River Duo. Huh. Those around were immediately astonished. They are the ones who refined the 9-layered pill pattern Fire River Duo. I've heard of their fame, someone proudly indicated, as if they knew them personally rather than just knowing about them. Franklin is actually a direct disciple of Nathan. No wonder he's leading now. I told you, for climbing the heaven steps, male disciples have the advantage. This was from the earlier commenter who believed the second group had the edge. Look, another disciple surpassed those 3. A disciple from the Liumang sect? On the heaven steps, a disciple from the Liumang sect overtook 3 female disciples, ranking second. No wonder everyone was surprised. This disciple was indeed the Liumang sect's trump card. He wasn't present when conflicts occurred earlier with Boone and others. This individual was none other than the eldest disciple of Liumang sect, Bill. His name had always been prominent. It was rumored that he had an arranged marriage with Sherry, but in recent years, for some unknown reason, Sherry's cultivation had regressed instead of progressing. Previously, she could be considered the best among the young generation. Her engagement to Bill could almost be seen as her rising high. Now, however, her cultivation had dropped from the 9th stage of nascent soul to the 1st stage. If it continues, she will likely fall to the golden core realm before long. You see, Sherry seems unable to hold up her spiritual energy any longer. She's starting to take spirit-restoring pills, someone pointed out keenly. Speaking of Sherry, who knows what happened to her? But now she doesn't match up to Bill anymore. Someone sighed regretfully. Yes, what a pity for Bill, the eldest disciple of the Liumang sect. He could have found a better partner, but he's bound to Sherry, who's like a weakling. While others commented, deep down, as a peak 9th stage nascent soul cultivator, Bill had long harbored thoughts of severing ties with Sherry. At this moment, seeing her take the pills, he seemed to make a decision, his resolve becoming firmer. Ding! Detecting 8-star luck near the host. Boone's eyes lit up. Looking up, he saw a person dressed in the attire of a Liumang sect disciple ahead. A system symbol appeared above his head. This person will gain an 8-star opportunity if they get engaged soon. But this time, the aura of fortune was flickering, indicating uncertainty. Boone understood. This Liumang sect disciple probably didn't want to marry anymore. Leading the pack might make him feel his fiancée wasn't as talented as he was. This guy is practical indeed. With an 8-star fortune awaiting, Boone decided to hasten forward. He took the spirit-restoring pills almost as casually as eating candy beans. Fortunately, during his recent seclusion, he had refined several thousand such pills with 5-layered patterns. Look, Franklin is already on the 200th step. Damn, is he even human? It looks like he's not feeling any pressure at all. Look, Bill is also approaching the 200th step. These exclamations naturally came from various small sect elders and leaders. Sure enough, at this point on the heaven steps, the top 10 were gradually distinguished. Danzong's Franklin led the charge. Liumang sect's Bill closely followed. 3rd place went to Ayana from Qingyuan sect. 4th was Tad from Danzong. 5th was Lu Qingfeng from Tinji sect. 6th was Yang Taikong, an independent cultivator. 7th was Run Wuxiang from Qingyuan sect. 8th was Huolian from Huohua sect. 9th was Sherry from Xiaoyao sect. 10th was the bald elder from the Liumang sect. Just as everyone thought the top 10 would remain these individuals, and the champion would emerge from the top 5, Boone began his relentless pursuit. It was as if he had an unfair advantage. He ran from the 1st step all the way to the 100th, consuming a pill per step almost continuously. Look, there seems to be a golden core cultivator reaching the 100th step. Someone noticed Boone and exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? The spiritual energy of a golden core cultivator isn't enough to reach even the 10th step. Even if his physical body can withstand it, he won't have enough spiritual energy. Some refuse to believe it, even dismissing it without looking. Isn't he eating spirit-restoring pills? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although spirit-restoring pills can temporarily restore spiritual energy, excessive consumption can cause irreversible damage to the body due to impurities. Unless he's taking the pill pattern pills refined by Danzong elders, which they don't sell externally. Despite their skepticism, Boone continued his rapid ascent, proving them wrong. Hashtag chapter 32. Golden Core? This isn't scientific. Regardless of the murmurs below, Boone and company were now completely focused on this heavenly stairway. After climbing 100 steps in anger, Boone also noticed that everyone still ahead of him was at the nether embryo stage. He, being only at the golden core stage, felt his spiritual energy was indeed running out. At this moment, it was time to put the 5-star fortune he snatched from Dodge to use. During his closed retreat, he had examined the 5-star fortune. Boone discovered that within the black iron fragment was an incomplete profound grade cultivation method that could significantly boost his strength temporarily. With such a cultivation technique, his chances of survival in a crisis would greatly increase. Hence, he decisively utilized the Flawless Sutra to restore it to a lesser yellow grade method. This technique is named the 9 transformations of heavenly water. As its name implies, upon completion, it can provide a 9-layer cultivation enhancement in critical moments. Unfortunately for Boone, he had only restored up to the 6th transformation. Thus, when used, it could only enhance him by 6 layers. However, it was just perfect for his current situation. Boone mentally shouted, 6th transformation of heavenly water. As the technique activated, with a sudden surge, Boone's cultivation rose from the 2nd layer of the golden core stage to the 8th layer. Now that his rank had improved, he naturally climbed the heavenly stairway faster. Look quickly. That golden core disciple. Many elders from various factions below were watching everyone's ranking on the heavenly stairway intently. Boone's unusual progress immediately drew their attention. That person, how is he doing this? How is he ascending so fast? Golden Core? This isn't scientific. At this point, Boone, as a Golden Core disciple, was already ranked among the top 20. The remaining 49 in the top 50 were all nether embryo cultivators. Among this group of higher-level practitioners, Boone stood out remarkably. Even Xiuxian sect's patriarch, Davidson, noticed Boone's unusual performance. However, since he had never seen this person before, he hurriedly asked the elders beside him if they knew where this Golden Core young man came from. The Xiuxian sect elders all shook their heads. However, one inner chamber elder who had met Boone several times stepped forward. Patriarch, that person is our sect's recently promoted inner gate disciple, having just advanced to the Golden Core stage. Strange, replied Davidson curiously. According to what you say, he entered the outer gate only a month ago, and within this short period, he has already advanced to the inner gate? Yes, this fellow is indeed a genius. His name is Boone, the inner chamber elder said proudly, as though the genius was nurtured by himself. Meanwhile, Boone had already reached the 200th level of the heavenly stairway. Although his speed was not slow and his results were commendable among the ascenders, Franklin, who was leading by a wide margin, was already at the 500th level. Bill, in second place, had also reached the 400th level. Glancing up, Boone realized he needed to step up his game further. Wilbur transformation technique. Activate. His cultivation technique began to function intensely, instantly forming a large vortex of spiritual energy within him. This way, he could climb higher. However, his internal spiritual energy was still somewhat lacking, so Boone continued consuming pills frantically, climbing while popping spirit restoration pills nonstop into his mouth. Meanwhile, Anne, who was also making efforts to ascend, had already reached the 280th level. Her mind was set on just one thing: keep climbing higher. After some time, Boone lifted his head and suddenly found the back figure in front of him familiar. Wasn't this none other than the genius alchemist Sister Polly he had encountered earlier? Boone quickly moved forward a few steps and called out loudly to Anne, "Hi, Sister Polly." At this point, Anne was nearly exhausted. Suddenly hearing someone call her from behind, she turned around and saw Boone, whom she had met once before, standing behind her. Instinctively, she rubbed her eyes. She knew Boone was only at the Golden Core stage, but how did he manage to get this high? And asked directly, "Baraki, how did you get here?" Boone smiled. "I refined quite a lot of spirit restoration pills." Realization dawned on Anne. "So you relied on consuming spirit restoration pills to ascend?" Suddenly, Anne's face changed drastically. "That's terrible. You must have eaten hundreds of them." Boone understood her concern and explained honestly, "It wasn't that many. I only took over 100, and warned anxiously, "You don't know impurities in medicinal pills can cause." Boone reassured her, "Sister, don't worry. My self-refined pills have no impurities, and it's fine to consume them. And I have an idea. Since we manually refine pills, is it possible to create a machine for mass production?" Anne was baffled. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Seeing Anne's puzzled expression, Boone realized his idea was too advanced for the present time. Moreover, implementing it now might be challenging. If he could create a production line, wouldn't he then be able to mass-produce spirit restoration pills and achieve financial freedom? However, that would have to wait. For now, focusing on the heavenly stairway was more important. Realizing this, Boone smiled and said to Anne, "Sister Polly, I have something else to do. I'll go ahead first." Anne was startled. Could he actually continue climbing? At this moment, another alchemy hall elder added, "Boone is not just a cultivation genius. Previously, when refining pills, he produced Dan Yun on his first attempt." Hearing this, Davidson couldn't help but be impressed. While exceptionally talented geniuses in cultivation existed, but were rare in Xiuxian sect, a gifted alchemist was indeed rare. Davidson now believed this disciple deserved special attention. Perhaps he could be one of the pillars supporting Xiuxian sect in the future. Back with Boone, he continued climbing upward, and even faster than before. The rankings soon changed again. First place, Alchemy sect, Franklin. Second place, Flowing Mist sect, Bill. Third place, Xiuxian sect, Ayana. 10th place, Xiuxian sect, Boone. At this point, Boone had already reached the 388th level, entering the top 10 ranks. Chapter 33, being carried along. Boone had reached 10th place, signifying that he had surpassed Sherry of the Xiaoyao sect. She was the subject of the 8-star fortune. Note: I have replaced Xiaoyao Pai with Xiaoyao sect to maintain consistency in terminology and ensure the text reads naturally in English. Sherry truly lived up to her former reputation as the #1 person in the world. Not only was she the most beautiful woman Boone had ever seen, but her demeanor was incomparable. Her eyes shone brightly like the moon. Even after encountering significant changes, they did not reflect sorrow but instead revealed a steadfast resolve, which already surpassed most women. Her hair was jet black and lustrous, long and straight. Her figure was gracefully slender, with just the right amount of fullness that didn't seem excessive or too small. Just her facial beauty alone could captivate all others. Her skin was as white and flawless as an unblemished jade. One could say she was a paragon among mortals. These qualities alone made Boone feel some admiration for her, let alone that she possessed an 8-star opportunity. Boone turned back to look at Sherry. She was currently struggling, clearly wanting to push herself further. However, it was evident that she was nearing her limits. After some thought, Boone said gently, "If you can't hold on any longer, it's all right to give up. Sometimes, giving up requires great courage." With those words, Boone continued his ascent without looking back. Behind him, tears that Sherry had been holding back slid down her cheeks. Boone's words struck directly at the softest part of her heart. Before he was transported here, Boone himself could be considered a ladies' man. He knew exactly what kind of understanding someone like Sherry needed. She wasn't like Tad from the Danzong, alchemical sect, born superior and proud, nor was she like Ayana, mischievous and charming. She was a career-driven professional woman who needed validation and did not want to lose to anyone. Thus, Boone's words resonated deeply with her, making her shed tears. Chime. Sherry has been eliminated. Sherry's final score, 387, level heaven tier. The Qingyuan sect cabinet elder announced the results and then nodded at the Xiaoyao sect elders. The faces of the Xiaoyao sect elders darkened. An elder with a hooked nose exclaimed, "What happened? Sherry's strength has regressed? We should focus on cultivating Lottie in the future. Sherry is no longer worth the effort." Another Xiaoyao sect elder quickly suggested the second best disciple. "Yes, I will suggest this to the sect leader. Sherry's cultivation has weakened, yet the sect spends vast resources on her, ultimately resulting in such a waste." Sherry stood nearby, hearing the discussions of the sect elders, feeling utterly despondent. Once, she was a prodigy, surpassing the current elder's mouthpiece Lottie at a young age and becoming renowned across the continent. Her talent was unmatched by anyone back then. Later, at 16, she broke through to the nascent soul stage, becoming the youngest to reach that realm. Within 4 years, she attained the peak of the 9th level nascent soul. At that time, every elder in the sect greeted her with a smile. But just as she was about to break the record for the youngest to enter the fusion stage, her cultivation began to regress, from the peak of the 9th level nascent soul to the 1st level nascent soul within half a year. This regression occurred even though she never ceased cultivating. Even the alchemical sect elders were helpless regarding her situation. From a prodigy, she became a nobody overnight. The elder who said she wasn't worth cultivating once praised her each time he saw her, saying she was the hope of the Xiaoyao sect and would lead them to become a dominant sect. The elder who called her useless once complimented her maturity and encouraged her to accept all rewards given by the sect head to become the top disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. But now, alas, Boone continued his ascent, soon catching up to the 9th place. It was the bald monk from the Lamar sect who had been in 10th place earlier. Upon noticing Boone catching up in his peripheral vision, the bald monk immediately sped up, putting forth all his effort. He didn't want to be caught by Boone. His sect had instilled in them from childhood the importance of outshining the Qingyuan sect. Seeing Boone about to pass him, the bald monk blocked the passage above Boone, intentionally obstructing him regardless of whether Boone moved left or right. Noticing this, Boone remained calm. Instead of dodging, he simply pushed the bald monk up the steps forcefully. Clunk, clunk. Instantly, the bald monk felt numb. Was Boone even human? He was actually carrying him? While being carried up might not matter much, his body couldn't endure the rapid changes in pressure brought by these stairs, despite not using his own spirit energy. Within a few steps, the bald monk couldn't handle it anymore and was ejected by the heaven tier. "Boone, you despicable little man. You've infuriated me," the bald monk shouted angrily as soon as he was ejected. "You useless kid." The leading elder of the Lamar sect gave the bald monk a stern beating, causing him to cry out in pain. "Cohen, Boone used a secret technique to deceive me. It's not my fault. He was despicable." The elder scolded him while the bald monk pleaded his innocence, protecting his head. The cabinet elder stepped forward again. "Lamar sect. Jace Daqiang has been eliminated." The commotion below was irrelevant to those still on the heaven tier. After consecutively surpassing the 10th and 9th places, Boone continued his upward climb without slowing down, overtaking the 8th and 7th places one after another. Now, everyone's attention was focused on Boone. A mere golden core disciple was this strong? "Is this a disciple of the Qingyuan sect?" someone asked. "I've never heard of him," someone else replied. "But isn't the strongest from the Qingyuan sect Iana?" At this moment, Davina from the Qingyuan sect had descended from the heaven tier, reaching level 56. She was already satisfied with this achievement. However, as soon as she came down, she overheard people discussing Boone, the very boy she told Xianxia to stay away from. They said he was on the same level as Xianxia. Davina's mouth gaped open in shock. This boy hid his abilities so well. Chapter 34. Provoked until blood spewing. At this moment, in the viewing stand of the Piljong, pill sect, so when that boy brings out the pill formula, you don't have to care what kind of formula it is. Even if it's a shoddy one, you have to tell me it's a timeless masterpiece, and that you've been looking for it for a long time. Do you understand? Yes, I remember. Left Cohen, you can rest assured. I've been memorizing it for 3 days. An elder with a somewhat dull and honest appearance bowed and said. The left Cohen of the pill sect, named Incel, is a very strict old man. The pill sect is one of the 3 major upper sects. Among them, the left and Egans are the second and third most important figures in the entire sect. The left Cohen has higher strength, so his status is also a bit higher. You're usually too rigid, you need to be more flexible. Seeing the elder reciting like he was reading from a textbook again, the left Cohen shook his head helplessly. The Egan, on the other hand, is quite easygoing. Well, don't put pressure on him anymore. His memory was always poor. If not for his overconfidence in refining pills with his hands in his pockets that year, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Sigh. As the Egan spoke, he looked at this elder. The expressionless elder had a less flexible left hand and a stiff half face, as if he were a patient suffering from facial paralysis. Persuaded by the Egan, the left Cohen realized he was a bit too anxious. Can I not be anxious about the matters entrusted by the Holy Maiden and the sect Dominic? Don't mess it up. Seeing the look on the left Cohen's face, the Egan shook his head and said, all right, let's see how things are going now on the heavenly steps. The Holy Maiden is still up there. The left Cohen, who had been persuaded by the Egan, gave one last look at the dazed elder who was still reciting his lines, then shook his head and left him alone. Look, isn't that disciple whose ranking is rapidly increasing the person the Holy Maiden mentioned? The first pill sect elder pointed at Boone. Boone from the Clear Origin sect? The second pill sect elder's voice carried a hint of doubt before confirming, it seems to be this person. The first pill sect elder, I always thought this person was just someone who deceived the Holy Maiden for connections. Didn't expect he actually has some ability. The third pill sect elder hurriedly added, more than a little bit, look at his cultivation. Golden core? Damn, Is Golden Core stage already this powerful now? The first Pill Sect Elder was startled when he saw Boone's cultivation. The second Pill Sect Elder, with sharper eyesight, quickly pointed at Boone and said, "No, look at his mouth opening and closing. He's taking pills." The third Pill Sect Elder felt a bit alarmed and said with worry in his voice, "This kid is eating so many pills, and at such a fast rate. He might poison himself." As the ancient saying goes, all medicines have a third poison. He's risking his life? The second Pill Sect Elder quickly refuted, "No. Look, the pill he's eating has pill patterns. Only extremely pure pills would have pill patterns, and even a single layer pill couldn't be taken like this. 5 layers. Holy crap, 5 layers." The second Pill Sect Elder's face had turned red. "I really want to take this disciple as my disciple. This level of talent, it's probably not much different from Franklin, right?" Boone had no idea about the discussions among the Pill Sect Elders. He was focusing on the heavenly steps. Soon, he surpassed Ayana. After passing her, he didn't forget to greet Ayana. Seeing herself being easily overtaken by a golden core cultivator like Boone, Ayana took a deep breath and continued to climb slowly with gritted teeth. At this point, Franklin, who was in first place, had reached the 1268th level, while Bill in second place was at the 923rd level. Tad, in third place, had already reached the 891st level. All those still on the heavenly steps had slowed down. Every step took immense effort, requiring a few deep breaths before continuing forward. But Boone was an exception. He had already achieved the first level golden body, completely immune to physical pressure, while his spiritual energy was continuously replenished by the pills. So he ascended swiftly, reaching Tad's side in no time. As usual, Boone greeted Tad. Tad smiled at Boone, but inside she was astonished. She knew Boone's true cultivation level and genuinely wanted the Pill Sect Elders to take him as a disciple. She never expected him to surpass her on this ladder. However, her astonishment was short-lived, as Tad harbored no resentment over being overtaken. After all, despite her hiding her identity, Boone kindly rescued her and eventually even taught her the precious heart method. The Immaculate Sutra Star. This heart method gave her new insights into the alchemy path after learning it. Apart from her father, no one else knew that she had successfully advanced to the 7th rank alchemist due to the Immaculate Sutra just a few days ago. To be promoted to the next rank as an alchemist required great difficulty and good fortune, especially for someone her age, only 18. If this news got out, the entire cultivation world would be shocked. After surpassing the 3rd place, Boone continued climbing. The more steps Boone climbed, the more attention he received from the sect masters and elders below. Soon, Boone was already behind Bill in 2nd place. Bill used some secret technique, speeding up again, clearly not wanting to give Boone any chance to overtake him. Although Bill sped up, Boone wasn't worried. He kept his original pace, seemingly moving with demonic steps. Even Ashley, who had been eliminated long ago, was watching this battle from the sidelines. Bill was using all his skills, keeping his position tightly. Boone followed Bill closely, neither hurrying nor lagging. Anyone who has run a marathon knows that following a runner can significantly conserve energy in such endurance sports. On the heavenly steps, Boone employed the same tactic. In theory, as long as someone follows another person at the same frequency and rhythm for a long time, closely following him, they will greatly reduce the pressure exerted by the heavenly steps. This was a trick Boone discovered through the Immaculate Sutra. However, Bill didn't know, and at this moment, he was inwardly horrified. What kind of freak is this clear origin sect disciple? He speeds up when I do, slows down when I do, always staying the same. What does he want? At this moment, Boone noticed Bill becoming increasingly anxious compared to his previous calmness. He was walking one step behind Bill. "Senior brother Bill, Ashley and I are deeply in love. How about directly granting us our wish?" "What?" Puff. Hearing this, Bill spat out a mouthful of blood. Lamar sect, Bill is out, with a score of 998 levels. So when that kid presents the pill formula, you don't care what kind it is, even if it's a baseless one, you have to tell me it's an ancient renowned formula, that you've been searching for it for a long time. Got it? Yes, I got it. Left Guardian, please rest assured. I've been memorizing it for 3 days straight. An elder with a somewhat slow-witted and honest look bowed and replied. The Left Guardian of the Pill clan, named Incel, was an exceptionally stern old man. Note, Pilzong seems to be a mistranslation or typo. Assuming the context is about a clan or organization related to pills or alchemy, it should likely be Pill Clan, or similar. However, without the full context of how this organization is named throughout the text, I've opted for Pill Clan as a common term in such contexts. Pilzong should be translated as Pill Sect. So the correct translation would be, Pill Sect was one of the 3 major superior sects. Among them, the Left Guardian and Right Guardian were the 2nd and 3rd most important figures in the entire sect. The Left Guardian's strength was higher, so his status was also slightly higher. You're just too rigid all the time. You need to be more flexible. The Left Guardian shook his head helplessly as he saw the elder reciting like a textbook. The Right Guardian had a more open-minded personality. Hey, stop putting pressure on him. His memory has always been poor. If not for his overconfidence in handling both hands while refining pills that year, he wouldn't have become like this, Sai. As the Right Guardian spoke, he looked at the elder who appeared somewhat slow-witted, noticing his left hand wasn't very agile and half his face was stiff, looking like someone suffering from facial paralysis. Persuaded by the Right Guardian, the Left Guardian realized he was being too hasty. How can I not be anxious when the Holy Maiden and Sect Dominic have entrusted us with matters? We can't mess things up. Seeing the Left Guardian's expression, the Right Guardian shook his head and said, all right, let's focus on the current situation on Xianxia. The Holy Maiden is still up there. Convinced by the Right Guardian, the Left Guardian took one last look at the dim-witted elder still reciting and shook his head, no longer paying attention to him. Look at that disciple whose rank is increasing rapidly. Could it be the person the Holy Maiden mentioned? Cohen number 1 of the Pill Dao sect pointed at Boone. Note, I've made Pill Dao sect more consistent with previous context and corrected Pilzong to fit naturally in English. Qingyuan sect's Boon? Pill sect Cohen number 2's voice carried a hint of doubt, but then he confirmed, it seems to be him. Cohen number 1 of the Pill Dao sect. I always thought this person was just someone who deceived the holy maiden through connections, never expecting him to actually have some talent. Note, I made slight adjustments to ensure the translation reads more naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning and style. The term, Pill Dao sect, is used for consistency in terminology. Cohen number 3 of the Pill Dao quickly added, not just a little bit, look at his cultivation level. Golden core? Damn, now golden core stage is this powerful? Cohen number 1 of the Pill sect exclaimed in shock upon seeing Boon's cultivation. Cohen number 2 of the Pill Hall, who had sharper eyes, quickly pointed at Boon and said, no, look at his mouth opening and closing. He's eating pills. Cohen number 3 of the Pill Dao sect was alarmed, his voice laced with worry. This kid is eating so many pills at such a fast rate, he might poison himself to death. Pills have inherent toxicity, according to ancient teachings. He's risking his life? Cohen number 2 of Piljong quickly contradicted, no, look, the pills he's taking have pill patterns. Note, the term Piljong seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. I assume it should be pill sect or Dan sect. Here is the corrected sentence assuming pill sect. Cohen number 2 of the Pill sect quickly contradicted, no, look, the pills he's taking have pill patterns. Only pills of extremely high purity would have pill patterns, and even then, a single layered pill shouldn't be taken this way. 5 layers. Damn, 5 layers. Cohen number 2 of the Pill Dao already had a red face. Note, I have made the translation more fluent and natural in English while maintaining accuracy. Pill Dao is used instead of Piljong to ensure it reads naturally in English and maintains consistency in terminology. I really want to take this disciple under my wing. This level of talent is probably not far off from Franklin, right? Boon was unaware of the discussions among the Piljong elders. His focus was entirely on Xianxia. Note, Piljong seems to be a term that may not have a direct English translation provided in this context. For fluency and natural reading, it would be better to use a more contextually appropriate term. However, since no further context is given for Piljong, I have left it as is. If Piljong refers to a specific organization or group, a more suitable translation should be used. For improved fluency and natural reading in English, it would be, Boon was unaware of the discussions among the Piljong elders. His focus was entirely on the heavenly steps. If Piljong refers to Pill sect or Dan sect, then it would read, Boon was unaware of the discussions among the Pill sect elders. His focus was entirely on the heavenly steps. Soon, he had already surpassed Ayana. He walked past her and even greeted her. Seeing herself easily overtaken by this golden core stage Boon, Ayana took a deep breath and continued climbing, gritting her teeth. At this point, first-placed Franklin had already reached the 1268th layer, while second-placed Bill was on the 923rd layer. Tad, in third place, was already on the 891st layer. Everyone still on Xianxia had significantly slowed down their pace. Every step took immense energy, necessitating several deep breaths before continuing. But Boon was an exception. He had already forged his body to withstand pressure completely, and spiritually, he kept taking pills non-stop. So he climbed swiftly, reaching Tad's side in moments. As usual, Boon greeted Tad. Tad gave Boon a smile on the surface, but inside, she was thoroughly amazed. She knew Boon's true level, and her suggestion for the Piljong Cohens to accept him as a disciple was sincere. Yet, she never imagined that he could surpass her on this ladder. Note, for consistency and accuracy in terminology, Piljong should be defined earlier or fully translated based on context, like Piljong, Pill sect / Cohen. But since it's not clarified in your text, I left it partially translated. Yet it was merely amazement. Tad harbored no resentment towards him for overtaking her. After all, when she concealed her identity, Boon had kindly saved her and eventually even taught her the invaluable heart method, the Flawless Sutra. Through mastering this heart method, she gained new insights into alchemy. Besides her father, no one else knew that just a few days ago, she had successfully ascended to a 7th-rank alchemist due to the Flawless Sutra. At 18, becoming a 7th-rank alchemist required perfect timing and harmony. Every promotion was immensely difficult. If this news spread, it would undoubtedly shock the entire cultivation world. Having surpassed the 3rd place, Boon continued upward. With each step Boon took, the attention from these sect Dominics and Cohens grew. Soon, Boon was behind 2nd-place Bill. Bill seemed to be using some secret technique. His speed increased again, clearly not wanting to give Boon a chance to overtake him. Although Bill's speed increased, Boon was not worried. He maintained his original pace, stepping steadily. Long-distance runners know that following closely behind another runner in endurance races like marathons can greatly conserve energy. On Xianxia, Boon used the same strategy. In theory, as long as someone closely follows the person in front, maintaining the same frequency and rhythm for a long time, the pressure from Xianxia would significantly decrease. This was a technique Boon discovered through the Flawless Sutra. However, Bill did not know, and now he was utterly astonished. What's wrong with this Qingyuan sect disciple? He matches me perfectly, fast when I'm fast, slow when I'm slow, keeping pace with me. What does he want? Meanwhile, Boon noticed Bill had shifted from calm to anxious. Walking just one step behind Bill. Brother Bill, Karen and I are deeply in love. Don't you think we should just settle down together? What? Poof. Bill spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Lammer dispatch, Bill is out, stopping at 998 layers. Chapter 35. Snatching the 8-star opportunity. Congratulations. The host has successfully snatched the 8-star destiny. The host will be favored by Ansley and receive a marriage proposal. Spike's heart skipped a beat as he heard the announcement. A marriage proposal? Could Bill have been so enraged that he fainted? At that moment, Bill was spitting blood while glaring up at Spike on the heaven stairs, his eyes blazing with hatred. So, it's you, Spike? Just wait and see. And to think you're a Qingyuan sect disciple, truly without any sense of shame. Bill then stormed towards the Xianxia sect compound. I want to annul my engagement with Ansley. An elder from the Xianxia sect stepped forward. Ah, isn't this Bill? Even if you didn't do well on the heaven stairs, there's no need to rush into annulling the marriage. Ansley stood nearby, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears upon hearing Bill's words. Although she did not particularly like Bill, being publicly rejected was deeply humiliating. How could she face everyone in the Xianxia sect now? Foolish. I once pitted your sect's Ansley for having problems with her cultivation technique and losing rank after rank, yet I said nothing about it. I didn't want to annul this marriage either. But, you actually consorted with that Qingyuan sect Spike behind my back. You are truly shameless. Accused thusly, Ansley was taken aback, hurriedly shaking her head in protest. I did not, you are lying. The elder's expression turned stern. Bill, you may annul the marriage, but you cannot tarnish the reputation of the Xianxia sect. Tarnish reputation? Bill laughed bitterly, pointing at Ansley. If you did it, why should you fear others' tongues? Spike even admitted it in front of me, urging me to make things easier for you both. Since you two had already committed adultery, don't blame me for not giving the Xianxia sect face. A waste of time with someone like you. I'm better off letting you go. From now on, you and I shall have no further connection. With that, Bill stormed away, ignoring the elders whose faces were turning blue with anger and the tearful Ansley who looked downcast. Meanwhile, back on the heaven stairs, many contestants were still below the 100th level. It looks like the top spot will come down to Spike and Franklin, exclaimed an elder from a minor sect, stroking his beard. Don't forget the others, another quickly rebutted. The elder from the minor sect seemed incredulous. What are you talking about? How far behind are the others? Just a few steps ahead. How can anyone else climb hundreds more steps? This elder was refreshingly honest and oblivious to the cold stares from those outside the Dan sect and Qingyuan sect. Spike continued forward, unleashing the energy he had conserved while trailing Bill. His speed increased visibly, and unlike others who grew slower as they climbed higher, Spike was almost jogging. Soon, Spike caught up with Franklin and resumed the same strategy he had used before, maintaining the exact same pace just one step behind him. Franklin had to turn around and take notice of Spike. This guy was indeed peculiar. He could feel cold sweat trickling down his forehead, remembering how Bill, previously second place, was overtaken. Franklin constantly reminded himself to stay calm. After all, he was a major realm above this kid. However, as the foremost young talent, Franklin quickly sensed something amiss. With superior comprehension skills, he realized Spike was using him to evade the pressure of the stairs. Smart move, eh? Trying to freeload off me? Without warning, Franklin made a surprising move. He fought against the pressure of the stairs and took a step backward. The ranking on the heaven stairs has changed. First place, Qingyuan sect Spike, level 2346. Second place, Dan sect's Franklin, level 2345. The crowd erupted in uproar. Previously troubled by Bill's public rejection, the Xianxia sect elders were now relieved. Haha, if you find our people unworthy, Bill, then be it. This Qingyuan sect Spike seems stronger than you and more suited to our Ansley. Hearing this, Bill's face turned livid. Ansley defiantly stated, Bill, listen to me. Whether or not I know Spike is irrelevant, the engagement is over. But it's not you breaking it, I am. Ansley does not look favorably upon someone as unprincipled and disrespectful as you. Today, we part ways. The elders were no longer interested in the drama. Their attention was fixed on Spike and Franklin's final duel on the stairs. To prevent Spike from freeloading, Franklin had deliberately expended significant spiritual power to step back a level. Never. Only I freeload off others. Not the other way around. Suddenly thrust into the lead, Spike felt the immense pressure building, even causing his bones to creak, but he remained calm. Clearly Franklin understood his tactics and tried to turn the tables. Spike sneered inwardly, underestimating oneself indeed. In the shocked gazes of the spectators, Spike picked up his speed again. Knowing Franklin's plan, Spike opted for the most aggressive approach. Accelerate, faster and faster. Spike's footsteps quickened almost to a run. Franklin struggled to keep pace, drenched in sweat. Is he accelerating again? Does he not feel the pressure? Franklin gritted his teeth, pushing through the heavy load while taking elixirs frantically. Gradually, both surpassed the 3000th level. By the 3129th level, Franklin felt his entire body near collapse. In the next second, his body hit its limit and he was forcibly ejected. Dan sect's Franklin is eliminated. Final score, 3129 levels. Upon hearing this, the two grand protectors of the Dan sect exchanged surprised glances. This Spike, indeed has some real skill. Chapter 36, Choosing a Cultivation Technique. Boone continued climbing for some time, and suddenly realized he was the only one left on the entire heaven stairs. By then, he had already reached step 8018. Boone could still continue climbing, but he decided not to. Breaking records was meaningless, especially when this was the sect leader's Millennium birthday banquet. He had garnered enough attention and did not want to be too showy. After thinking it through, Boone abruptly dispelled his golden body and was instantly escorted out of the heaven stairs by its protective mechanism. Qingyuan sect's Boone is out, with a final score of 8,018 steps. The top scorer in the heaven stairs is Boone from Qingyuan sect. The inner cabinet elder of the Qingyuan sect announced the rankings in front of everyone. Final scores were as follows. First place, Qingyuan sect's Boone. Second place, Pill sect's Franklin. Third place, Pill sect's Tad. Fourth place, Qingyuan sect's Iona. Fifth place, Liumeng sect's Bill. Qingyuan sect secured 2 of the top 5 spots, including first place, which brought a genuine smile to Davidson's face. Davidson appeared right before Boone, who couldn't even figure out how he moved so quickly. Boone couldn't help but admire. The sect leader's cultivation realm is indeed terrifying. Ding! Detected a 9-star aura near the host. The beam of luck pointed directly at sect leader Davidson. Boone's pupils constricted. The sect leader bore a grand fortune. Although it was also 9-star fortune, compared to the 9-star fortune when Boone obtained the profound level technique, there were auspicious clouds surrounding the sect leader's aura. This level is even higher. This person's luck is overwhelming. They are about to independently create a peak profound level martial technique, the system informed him. Young man, well done. Davidson looked at Boone and nodded in satisfaction. Next, it was time for the sect leader to present the rewards for the top scorer. I have several cultivation techniques here. See which one suits you. Although Boone was tempted to interrupt, he tried to stay cautious, knowing that such powerful cultivators might have some level of luck perception. If discovered, his short-lived glorious career might come to an end. Ding! Detected a 3-star aura near the host. The sect leader took out 5 manuals: yellow level tiger fist, yellow level turtle breath technique, yellow level waterfall sword method, heaven level violent fist technique, and an unnamed human level technique. The luck pointed directly to the human level technique. Sect leader, I choose this one. Boone immediately selected the human level technique. Davidson paused, stunned. This was a technique he himself had just created and hadn't even named yet, and Boone chose it? Still, Davidson asked, are you sure? Boone nodded solemnly. Interrupting your profound level technique would be too risky. If discovered, things could turn bad. I'll get a fragment of yours and improve it with the flawless scripture later. Davidson was surprised by Boone's choice. For someone who topped the heaven stairs and advanced from outer disciple to inner disciple in a month, there must be a reason behind this selection. Davidson began reassessing the martial technique he had casually created. Ding! Congratulations, host has received a 3-star aura. Then, Boone was given a xiuxian enlightenment pill. From Ethan's notes, Boone understood this unique pill of the xiuxian sect. The xiuxian enlightenment pill could increase the chance of opening a spiritual acupoint upon consumption. A spiritual acupoint greatly enhances cultivation speed, doubling it for a cultivator. According to legends, the strongest immortals in the feathered, immortal realm possess 36 or 72 acupoints. Though the xiuxian enlightenment pill aids in opening acupoints, the success largely depends on the cultivator's innate talent. Not everyone who consumes the pill will successfully open an acupoint. Nonetheless, such a xiuxian enlightenment pill is invaluable, typically reserved for significant events or competitions within the xiuxian sect, or as rewards for those who contribute greatly to the sect. Due to the sect leader's 1000th birthday celebration, even those who barely passed the first few steps of the heaven stairs received the pill, something nearly impossible on other occasions. Boone stored the xiuxian enlightenment pill, intending to consume it back at his immortal residence. Next was the martial contest. Participants only had a brief rest before preparing for the next round. The first round involved a large free-for-all on the stage. Those remaining on the platform after the battle would be the top 10. Tad approached Boone, saying, once we're on the stage, Franklin will surely seek revenge. Stay close to me, and we can watch each other's backs. Knowing Tad meant well, Boone agreed with a smile. At that moment, Ayana also rushed over, disregarding Tad's presence and addressing Boone directly. Boone, let's team up. We're all from xiuxian sect and can support each other. Before Boone could respond, and appeared behind him and suggested, Baraki, I'm also from xiuxian sect. Let me join you. More people mean more strength. Hearing and join the fray, Ayana stared at Tad in surprise. How many people has this guy provoked? Even Boone was momentarily taken aback. In a free-for-all, being alone made him an easy target for retaliation. Besides, the senior sisters were being kind. Rejecting them would be ungrateful. Sure, more people mean more strength, let's all. Before Boone finished speaking, Ashley added from behind, Boone, do you need any more members? Boone. In the end, Boone formed a successful alliance with 4 beautiful companions. On the other side, Franklin stood beside Bill, teasing, I heard you've been betrayed by Boone? Bill angrily shouted, shut your mouth. We should unite. Our common enemy is Boone. A bald leader of the Liumang sect proposed to the two. They exchanged glances and tacitly agreed. As the martial contest approached, betting sounds emerged near the arena. Betting now, bet on your favorite to win. Popular contestants are Pill Sect's Franklin and Liumang Sect's Bill, both with odds of 1 minute and 1.2 seconds. Hurry and place your bets. What? You bet on Boone? So what if he topped the heaven stairs? This is a real contest of power. He's just a gold core cultivator. With his gold core level, he won't last the first round. Some who initially supported Boone were swayed and switched their bets to others. Chapter 37, Martial Arts Tournament. After a large contingent of ladies gathered silently around Boone, no more people joined them. By this point, the entire arena had clearly divided into several zones. Although Boone's side was outnumbered, a closer look revealed that his faction was actually the most formidable. Kid, don't hide behind women like a coward. The bald man challenged before the tournament officially began. Boone cast a faint glance at him. One-on-one. The bald man was momentarily silenced by his tone, recalling how he had been thoroughly beaten before. He stiffened his neck. What good is a one-on-one fight? Initially barking orders without thought, the bald man hadn't considered that he couldn't even defeat Boone with several Lulang sect disciples. A one-on-one battle was out of the question for him. Jericho rolled his eyes and stepped forward. You've wronged me by taking my wife. Let's settle this first. Franklin remained in the rear, observing rather than rushing to intervene. Just as everyone assumed Jericho would duel Boone, an inner cabinet Cohen announced, the second round of the martial arts tournament begins now. Instantly, everyone surged onto the stage, forced together in the cramped space. A chaotic brawl ensued. Everyone attacked everyone, oblivious to former alliances. Many found it impossible to unite amidst the confusion. On Boone's side, the ladies were all exceptionally powerful, especially Ayana, who cut through the crowd like a force unmatched. Witnessing the chaos, Boone frowned and whispered to the women, let's stay close together, don't initiate attacks, just form a defensive circle. These people are mostly weak and pose no real threat to us. The women agreed and fortified their position. Though impulsive, Ayana was clever and adhered to Boone's strategy. Thus, Boone's small group secured a corner of the arena while others continued to battle. Noticing Boone's advantage, other factions instinctively avoided them. Franklin, observant, instructed his team similarly. An adept learner, Franklin exemplified what alchemists strived for. However, mere imitation stifles innovation and limits potential. He could imitate well but never surpass Boone. For instance, Franklin quickly understood Boone's method of using force to evade pressure on heavenly steps but failed to anticipate Boone's continuous acceleration, which left him behind. Boone organized the Lady Army due to their exceptional skills and unwavering obedience. Thus, they efficiently held a corner. In contrast, Franklin's team consisted of uncoordinated members, including the undisciplined bald man from Lulang sect, who reacted impulsively to provocations. Consequently, Franklin's side descended into further chaos. Their disorganization made self-preservation difficult, let alone attacking Boone's group. Especially the bald man, who provoked multiple factions, causing widespread anger. Initially successful in his sneak attacks, he soon drew attention. Despite cautioning himself, he persisted, earning deep resentment. Eventually, even Franklin and Jericho were dragged into the chaos. The chaos began and ended swiftly. Only 10 disciples remained. All members of Boone's faction survived: Boone, Tad, Ayana, and Ophelia. Franklin and Jericho also remained but appeared battered and bruised. 3 external disciples also luckily remained. Thus, the top 10 emerged. "Yi, you've wronged me countless times. I swear to have revenge," Franklin roared. Boone frowned. "When did I bully you?" "You." Interrupting their glare, the Cohen announced, "The first round ends with the top 10. The next phase, elimination round. First match, Boone versus Franklin. Second match, Ophelia versus Jericho. Third match." The most anticipated matches were the first 2. Everyone believed Franklin would win. Smirking, Franklin taunted, "Yi, come up and die." Ignoring him, Boone leaped onto the stage, evaluating their strength disparity. If he fought purely on raw power, Boone could likely handle up to 6th level Golden Core with Wilburyuan technique. With the enhancement from Immaculate Scripture, he could challenge 9th level Golden Core. Adding the power of Ba Ji Collapse, he could potentially face 2nd level Nascent Soul. Combining God-slaying Scripture and Wilbur body strengthening techniques, 1st level Golden Body, he could likely contend with 6th level Nascent Soul cultivators. Moreover, Boone possessed the 9 variations of Heavenly Water, though only grasping the 1st level, boosting 6th level Golden Core power or 3rd level Nascent Soul during usage. Thus, reaching 9th level Nascent Soul strength. Facing Franklin's provocation, Boone felt neither fear nor annoyance, almost amused. Chapter 38. I want to transfer the reward to Lucille of the Wayfree sect. Franklin immediately unleashed his full spiritual energy, glaring viciously at Boone. As a genius in the alchemy sect that only appeared once every 100 years, he had always been pampered. He could not bear to suffer repeated defeats at the hands of the same person. The audience members below shook their heads one after another. What's there to watch? A peak 9th level Yuanying cultivator like Franklin facing off against a 2nd level Golden Core cultivator like Boone. Note, Yuanying should be translated as Yuanying, is a term used in the original text which correctly translates to Yuan-in, or 9th level Yuan infant. For better readability in English, it would be, what's there to watch? A peak 9th level Yuan infant cultivator like Franklin facing off against a 2nd level Golden Core cultivator like Boone. However, the common translation for this cultivation level is 9th level Yuan-ing, so let's use that for consistency. Corrected version. What's there to watch? A peak 9th level Yuan-ing cultivator like Franklin facing off against a 2nd level Golden Core cultivator like Boone. Exactly. It said Franklin is a genius who appears in the alchemy sect only once every 100 years. Dealing with Boone shouldn't take more than a minute. Even if it weren't Franklin but any other cultivator at the 9th level Yuanying realm, they would still easily slaughter a Golden Core cultivator. Note, the term Ying in Yuanying seems to be a Chinese character that didn't get fully translated. The correct translation should be Yuan-ing. Clearly, many did not hold much hope for Boone. But this Boone previously won the 1st place in the Celestial rank competition with just a 2nd level Golden Core cultivation. Another person who seemed to support Boone more added. This birthday banquet unexpectedly made Boone famous. Originally, Franklin planned to propose to the daughter of the Qingyuan sect's sect master during this banquet, but after suffering consecutive setbacks, he was determined to make up for it in this match. Otherwise, how could he have the face to propose? Franklin lunged directly at Boone. Boone directly began to channel the Flawless Sutra, activating all his techniques, instantly pushing his aura to the 6th level Yuanya. Note, Yuanying seems untranslated here. It should be either kept in Chinese for stylistic purposes or translated fully to Yuan-ing. If we translate fully, Boone directly began to channel the Flawless Sutra, activating all his techniques, instantly pushing his aura to the 6th level Yuan-ing. For better readability and fluency in English, I would recommend. Boone immediately started to channel the Flawless Sutra, activating all his techniques, and his aura instantly surged to the 6th level of the Nascent Soul stage. Franklin wielded the jade green staff, striking down with full force. Just as everyone thought Boone was about to be hit, Boone caught the staff with his bare hands, firmly grasping it. Franklin, wielding heavenly fire, let out a burst of flames that instantly spread along the jade green staff toward Boone. Boone squinted his eyes and used the 8-pole crush technique, forcefully shaking Franklin away. 9 transforms of heavenly water. Boone muttered low. A series of ripples emanated from his body as the great mystical transformation skill mimicked divine water effects. The 9 transforms of heavenly water theoretically used divine water to infiltrate the physical body, increasing its capacity, then infused greater spiritual power, temporarily enhancing strength. An agonizing pain pierced through him, deep and soul-shaking. Previously, on the celestial rank, this pain was suppressed by the pressure of the rank itself. But in the real world, the pain from the 9 transforms of heavenly water became evident. Fortunately, the Immortal Slaying Sutra stabilized Boone's mental state, allowing him to endure. Otherwise, this pain might drive someone mad. Boone's aura transformed again, directly reaching the 9th level Yuan Ying. Correction. Boone's aura transformed again, directly reaching the 9th level Yuan Ying. Note, Yuan Ying is the correct term for the cultivation level in this context. It seems there was a typo in the original translation. For better fluency and accuracy, Boone's aura once again underwent a dramatic change, directly soaring to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. This maintains consistency in terminology and style while ensuring the meaning is accurately conveyed and reads naturally in English. But to the outside observers, Boone still appeared as a 2nd-level Golden Core cultivator. Because he had been using the Grand Concealment technique all along, the effect presented was that a 2nd-level Golden Core cultivator named Boone could actually fight toe-to-toe with the 9th-level Yuan Ying genius, Franklin. Interesting. The sect master of Qingyuan's sect mused when he saw Boone use the 9 transforms of heavenly water. Boone was forced back continuously by Franklin because Franklin's heavenly fire was indeed troublesome. Heavenly flame ranked 88th on the divine flame list, being among the top 100 and thus very difficult to deal with. This flame was extremely hot and stable, favored by both alchemists and weaponsmiths. Franklin possessed such a precious divine fire due to his background as the personal disciple of the alchemy sect's celestial flame Cohen. During the battle, beads of sweat formed on Franklin's forehead as continuous high-intensity release of divine fire severely drained his spiritual power. He had already taken his 2nd restorative spirit pill. Mr. Yi, don't keep hiding. How long are you going to hide? Franklin roared in frustration. Boone sneered coldly. Fine, as you wish. Instead of retreating, Boone charged straight towards Franklin. Franklin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this kid to fall for his provocation. Just as Franklin rejoiced, Boone's punch met his without being scorched as expected by the heavenly flame. What? Impossible. Franklin couldn't help but exclaim, staring incredulously at Boone. And what Boone did next left Franklin questioning reality. Water formed around Boone's fist, extinguishing the heavenly flame outright. Extinguished? The heavenly flame, which was supposedly eternal, was doused by Boone's mysterious water? It turned out Boone had finally unlocked the 2nd level of the great mystical transformation skill, Mirage of Myriad Forms. The skill could simulate various substances, including divine fires and waters. Earlier, Boone had simulated a divine water ranked within the top 50 on the divine water list, xiuxian. Xiuxian encountering heavenly flame led to an immediate suppression, forcibly extinguishing the flame. What kind of water is this, so chilling? Franklin asked, powerless now that his divine fire was extinguished. Boone looked at Franklin coldly. As an alchemist, not recognizing xiuxian divine water and still calling yourself a genius. First match, Boone wins. Seems this Boone also has remarkable fortune. Lao Lu, follow our plan and secure Boone. The alchemy sect's left guardian murmured. I understand. The trembling elder bowed. Second match, Lucille versus Galen. Galen completely overpowered Lucille, and without any hidden abilities like Boone possessed, Lucille lost without any suspense. At the end, Galen even tried to harm Lucille, thinking if he couldn't have her, no one could. However, Lucille managed to defend herself with a personal protective weapon. After this incident, even those within the Xiaoyao, free and easy, sect who had considered proposing marriage alliances began to reconsider their thoughts due to his extreme actions. He had gone too far. Following this, the subsequent battles were no match for Boone, who had already defeated the strongest competitor, Franklin. When it came to Ayana, Tad, and others, they simultaneously and tacitly conceded to him, making Boone the undisputed champion of the martial arts competition. The next phase was the awarding of prizes for the martial arts competition. Seeing this young man who had consecutively claimed first place, David Songsu's smile became all the more genuine. Boone's performance had indeed brought honor to the Clear Source sect. However, just as David Songsu was about to let Boone choose his reward, Boone said, Sect leader, I wish to transfer my reward to the free and easy sex Lucille. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, confirming the rumored relationship between the free and easy sex Lucille and the Clear Source sex Boone. Lucille, upon hearing this, could not sit still. Embarrassed and angry, she shouted at Boone, Boone, even if I've been jilted, it doesn't mean you get to pity me. With that, she covered her face and ran out of the arena. Boone. Cough cough, the emotions of the young are indeed different from ours back in the day, someone remarked. Note, the terms Shennin and Xiaoyao were directly translated to English phrases that better fit the context. At the end, Galen even tried to harm Lucille, destroying what he could not possess, but was blocked by her defensive weapon. After this incident, even those in the Wei-Free sect considering swapping fiancés reconsidered due to his excessive cruelty. Following matches were predictable. With Franklin defeated, none could stand up to Boone. Ayana, Tad, and others conceded simultaneously when facing him, leaving Boone as the rightful winner of the martial competition. Next came the awards ceremony for the martial competition. Looking at the young man who consecutively won 2 first places, Davidson's smile grew genuine. Boone's achievement added honor to Qingyuan's sect. But just as Davidson was about to offer Boone his choice of technique, Boone interjected, Sect Dominic, I want to transfer the reward to Lucille of the Wei-Free sect. This statement sent the entire audience into a frenzy. Rumors of Lucille's relationship with Boone seemed true. Hearing this, Lucille couldn't contain her humiliation, shouting at Boone, Boone, even if I've been jilted, it's none of your business to pity me. With that, she covered her face and ran out. Boone. Cough, young love is indeed different from ours back then, Davidson coughed awkwardly. Chapter 39. This is an unparalleled divine pill. Patriarch Zhou, I would also like to announce some good news during your birthday banquet. The Yosef of the Alchemy sect promptly spoke up, saving Boone from an awkward situation. Alonso smiled heartily. Protector left, please go ahead. Our alchemy sect has not taken in apprentices from outside for many years. Since representatives of all sects are here today, We have decided to take this opportunity to choose new disciples. All alchemists can participate, and we will select one with exceptional talent in alchemy or a rare, legendary pill formula. Boone thought to himself, isn't this the 5-star opportunity? Respected Cohen, I have a pill formula that I came across by chance and would like you to appraise its value, said Boone. Several other disciples quickly raised their hands, claiming they also had pill formulas. For the performance to be convincing, Protector Left gestured for the second elder to review them. Holy cow, this is the legendary pill formula I've been searching for many years. It's as essential to me as water is to fish. This is exactly what I need. Fantastic. Protector Left, no need to look further. I want this formula. The crowd couldn't help but wonder what sort of pill formula it could be. After showering praise, the second elder finally glanced at the name of the pill formula. Perhaps overwhelmed by rehearsing lines for 3 days and nights, he blurted everything out at once. However, when it came time for everyone to find out what pill formula Boone presented, the second elder fell silent. Some began to question whether Boone even produced a proper pill formula. In truth, the second elder was also at a loss. Seeing the name, his expression twisted, clearly conflicted. Seeing the rising doubts, Protector Left frowned and urged, Dominic, tell us what the pill formula is. Finally, the second elder, also known as Dominic, had to speak up. 9 transmutations, 9 harmonizations pill. An eerie silence enveloped the entire scene. Protector Left's eyes twitched, his facial expression visibly strained. Unsurprisingly, an elder from the Flowing Mist sect deliberately asked, what kind of pill formula is this? What does it do? Those who knew couldn't hold back laughter, while the others remained puzzled. Despite the awkwardness, there were still matters to attend to, and Protector Left stepped in to ease the tension. Since this is a renowned formula, we must study it carefully. Turning to Boone, he continued, Youth Boone, our alchemy sect never takes advantage of others. As for this valuable pill formula, we offer you a chance to learn under any elder of your choice. Whose disciple do you wish to become? The Protector casually stroked his beard as he calmly stated this. Was the alchemy sect taking initiative to recruit a disciple? And consulting Boone for his preference? Quiet whispers started among the audience. Is it right to poach someone under the nose of the Pure Spring sect's patriarch? A person nearby couldn't help but cast a sideways glance, snickering, oh, so naive. Didn't you know the Pure Spring sect was originally one of the branches of the alchemy sect? It only became independent due to the Pure Source Awakening pill, but essentially it remains one of the 8 subordinate sects of the alchemy sect. In our Yunhai continent, one of the most powerful 3 major sects is the alchemy sect. For subordinate sects, having a disciple selected to join the alchemy sect is the highest honor. Others nodded in agreement. Right. Since the Pure Spring sect and alchemy sect are family, I believe Boone will definitely choose Cohen Ibrahim. Considering Cohen Tianhua already has Israel as a disciple, would he allocate more resources? Besides, judging by what just happened, it seems Boone and Israel. While everyone analyzed which elder Boone would choose to follow, Boone stepped forward and firmly declined the alchemy sect's offer. My apologies, Great Protector Left. I have no intention of joining the alchemy sect. The Pure Spring sect has always treated me kindly. My skills come from the Pure Spring sect. I appreciate your offer, but my place is here. His words caused a wave of shock in the room. What? He actually refused the alchemy sect's invitation? Is this guy crazy? Feeling a bit arrogant because of his recent fame? Suddenly, the discussion escalated again. At this point, the Pure Spring sect's patriarch intervened. Boone, don't feel too bad. Our Pure Spring sect and the alchemy sect share origins. People seek better opportunities naturally. There's no need to force yourself. But Boone looked back resolutely at Alonso, bowing deeply. Patriarch, please don't try to persuade me. Boone knows where his loyalties lie. But, I am born and die as a man of the Pure Spring sect. He put on a stern, devoted expression. The women nearby melted at the sight. Boone didn't accept the alchemy sect's offer because when Dominic approached, he discovered a much bigger fortune. Standing up and looking at his reflection in the water, he noticed an elusive glow of destiny above his head. This person will soon obtain 9-star fortune, possibly becoming Alonso's personal disciple. To be a direct disciple of the Pure Spring sect's leader was indeed a 9-star fortune. I cannot miss this opportunity. Therefore, Boone decisively turned down the alchemy sect. Congratulations, host. The interception of fortune was successful. Fortune binding initiated. You will soon become a direct disciple of Alonso. Seeing Boone refuse, Protector Left scoffed. If that's the case, we won't insist. Clearly irritated. After all, he never expected Boone to decline after playing along by providing a pill formula. Dominic hesitated but eventually offered, Boone, what if I exchange another pill formula for yours? Don't worry. You won't lose anything. Boone knew this was probably the earlier 5-star fortune. Becoming a disciple of this elder was part of it. So, he nodded directly. Very well. I'll give you the formula for Essence Condensation Pill. It's a necessary medicine for advancing from Golden Core to Nascent Soul stage. Clearly valuing it highly, the pill formula met Boone's immediate needs, demonstrating Dominic's intense desire for the 9 Transmutations Harmonization Pill. Although Boone's current strength was equivalent to the 9th rank of Nascent Soul stage, this power came from external force and wasn't truly his own. Thus, Boone happily exchanged it. Alonso hadn't anticipated such loyalty from Boone and chuckled. Since you're so devoted to the sect, I, as the patriarch, cannot let you down. If I did, others would say I lack discernment and don't appreciate talent. Boone, would you like to be my disciple? Translation completed according to the guidelines provided. Chapter 40. Proposing directly. Yanko's eyes instantly lit up. Of course, he was willing. This was the master of the sect's personally tutored disciple, and his position in the Qingyuan sect would be even higher after that. Moreover, there was a 9-star auspicious Cloud Chi at the sect master's place. He naturally intended to stay in the Qingyuan sect. Yanko hurried forward to pay his respects. Dominic above. Yanko pays his respects. Brilliant move by the sect Dominic. Brooklyn said with a tongue out. Errol looked at Brooklyn adoringly and said, "You will have one more junior brother." Yanko had a confused look on his face. Ayana was also under the personal tutelage of the sect master? No wonder. Davina didn't dare to chat randomly with Yanko at this point. Seeing Yanko's expression, she knew that when he said he didn't know Brooklyn, it wasn't a lie. Senior brother Xiuxian is not only personally tutored by the sect master but is also the sect master's biological daughter. Yanko. No wonder they share the same surname. At this moment, the crowd below started chattering. Holy crap, Yanko's luck is really unbelievable. Just having golden core cultivation can make him a personally tutored disciple. Weren't they supposed to need at least nascent soul level for personal tutoring? Someone asked purely out of confusion. Someone next to him chuckled. If you can win first place twice in a row, you can also be personally tutored. Doesn't the sect Dominic worry about being accused of favoritism? Someone retorted indignantly. It's okay for ordinary elders to tutor personally, but this is the sect master himself. In the future, there's a great possibility of becoming the top personally tutored disciple, successor to the sect master. Seeing the emotional response as if the sect master were going to pass on his position immediately, the person next to them rolled their eyes helplessly. What you're saying? Our sect master is still so young, passing on his position. Who knows when that will happen? Afterward, the birthday banquet passed without any further complications. Perhaps the left guardian was angered by Yanko. The alchemy sect members hurriedly left right after the banquet concluded. However, they gave a reason that the alchemy sect still had other matters, so they couldn't stay longer. Here, after returning to his immortal palace, Yanko suddenly felt an impulse. The system indicated that it was time to collect the 8-star opportunity. Yanko then flew out of the immortal palace, heading towards the location indicated by the system. Although the Qingyuan sect master's birthday banquet had ended, most sects that came to celebrate chose to linger for a few more days before returning. During this period, they were hosted by the Qingyuan sect. The Qingyuan sect is most famous for the Qingyuan enlightenment pill, but the Qingyuan tea unique to the sect also has a certain enlightening effect. When guests arrived, they would be treated with Qingyuan tea, but it wasn't given to everyone or anytime anyone came. Since this was the sect Dominic's 1000th birthday, they would certainly use Qingyuan tea for the reception. Thus, some smaller sects with thicker skin would try to stay as long as possible, hoping to gain enlightenment through Qingyuan tea, though the chances were extremely slim. Yanko directly flew to a courtyard, precisely where the Qingyuan sect had arranged for the Xiaoyao sect to rest. Before arriving, Yanko could hear the argument from quite a distance. Why are you so anxious to arrange a marriage between me and the Xiao family? Jade's voice was full of disbelief. Another elderly voice consoled her. The Xiao family, as an operating family subordinate to our Xiaoyao sect, has been supplying all our sect's expenses for many years. Don't worry, marrying their foolish son will definitely ensure a prosperous life for you. Dominic, do you mean I have already been abandoned by the sect? Jade's voice trembled slightly. Don't blame the sect for being heartless. Back then, sending you to the peak of the 9th stage of nascent soul consumed how much resources from the sect? Now, you've dropped the 5th stage golden core. Besides, it's estimated that you probably won't be able to advance anymore. To everyone, this is the best choice. Jade's master initially sounded stern, but later on, one could sense care for Jade in his tone. Yanko didn't linger any longer and entered the accommodation arranged for the Xiaoyao sect. Who's there? Jade's master seemed still angry, shouting loudly. Upon seeing the visitor was Yanko, now a renowned personally tutored disciple of the Qingyuan sect, his attitude immediately improved. It's Yanko, come in quickly. What wind blew such a prominent figure like you to our Xiaoyao sect? I've come to propose. Yanko calmly announced. Everyone in the Xiaoyao sect froze. Though Yanko was at the golden core stage, winning 2 consecutive competitions at Errol's birthday banquet showed a remarkable future. Not to mention, he was now a personally tutored disciple of the Qingyuan sect master. Looking at Yanko's status, position, and talent, he was indeed a top-notch choice. The elder of the Xiaoyao sect warmly asked, Nephew Yanko, who are you proposing for? This time, the Xiaoyao sect brought only Jade and another female disciple, Juanita. Although Juanita's appearance was not as outstanding as Jade, her talent was no less than excellent, perhaps even exceptional. Could it be that Yanko was interested in Juanita? Everyone present thought this, including Juanita herself. She inwardly rejoiced, not expecting that Yanko of Qingyuan sect noticed her. Juanita possessed bright eyes, charming looks, and an extraordinary figure. One glance and she appeared enchanting. Juanita was now looking at Yanko intensely. Although his cultivation was lower, he had unlimited potential. If she could become Dao companions with Yanko, she would be very willing. Unexpectedly, Yanko ignored Juanita completely and said directly to the Xiaoyao sect elder, I'm here to propose to Jade. Silence filled the room. What? You want to propose to Jade? That useless one. Juanita couldn't help but blurt out. Nephew Yanko, you might not know, but our Jade is now considered useless. The elder of the Xiaoyao sect hastily explained to Yanko. After all, Yanko was now a personally tutored disciple of the Qingyuan sect master. If the situation with Jade wasn't clearly explained to him, what if he found out and regretted it, causing trouble for them? The Xiaoyao sect couldn't withstand the wrath of the Qingyuan sect. I know, but it's just a drop in cultivation. This is nothing, after all, I value her person, not anything else. Yanko's tone was calm, seemingly sincere. Upon hearing this, Jade's eyes welled up with tears, staring blankly at Yanko. He didn't mind? Then, previously at the banquet, offering the first place reward to her. Was it because he liked her? Thinking of the word like, Jade couldn't help but blush. After all, she was still a 21-year-old girl. Meanwhile, Juanita was struck by Yanko's words, unable to resist glaring viciously at Jade. Her? How could she qualify? Chapter 41. So, the Lachlan family is really something? Spike, you don't need to pity me. I know your status is high now. You are the master's direct disciple. But me? I'm just a waste of space. Our two families don't match. You should stop mocking me. Lucille couldn't help but indulge in some wild fantasies for a moment before immediately pulling her thoughts back. What was his identity? With how fast her cultivation was falling, who could possibly like her? So, when Lucille said these words, her hands were tightly clenched by her sides, her nails digging into her palms. Her body even trembled slightly. Clearly, her Dominic's decision to abandon her had inflicted great harm upon her. This girl, whom Spike had noticed on the Heavenly Ascension steps as someone with a strong and unyielding character, was not one to give in easily. Before Spike could speak, Lucille added softly, "Perhaps right now, you still have some interest in my body, but once my cultivation falls to its lowest point, I will eventually succumb to the ravages of time. You are destined to achieve the great Tao, a genius cultivator. I can't accompany you for long. You should find another suitable partner." Lucille had experienced the warmth and coldness of the world, first being dumped without hesitation by Bill, her childhood friend, who then smeared her reputation, followed by being abandoned by her sect, used only for resources. She knew too well the importance of talent and strength in this cultivation world. Seeing her teary-eyed side profile, Spike felt somewhat stunned. She was simply too mature, making his heart ache. Beside him, Bethany cursed inwardly. Slutty fox. Seductive bitch. Spike knew he couldn't give up at this moment. She was an 8-star opportunity. No, Lucille, I hope you stop saying that. My feelings for you aren't pity. In my eyes, you're not a waste of space. In my heart, encountering you is a great fortune. Whether you are a genius or an ordinary person, what I value is always you, the opportunity. Spike spoke deeply and sincerely. Lucille's soft, peach-colored eyes widened slightly in surprise. Cough, cough, cough. Since Cousin Spike is genuinely interested in our Lucille and truly intends to propose, do you have a dowry prepared? The Grand Cohen quickly took advantage of the situation, trying to extract the last bit of value from Lucille. Upon hearing the elder's mercenary tone, Lucille's face turned pale instantly, but Spike calmly replied, "Of course. What about 50,000 spirit stones and 1,005 pattern spirit recovery pills?" "What?" The Grand Cohen was taken aback. "So much? Good, good, good. It seems Cousin Spike really means it with Lucille. People, get the J-disc and record the marriage contract and dowry clauses." The elder beamed with pleasure. Spike interrupted coldly, "However, I also have one condition." "Speak, we agree." Resources secured, the elder smiled. "Once the marriage contract is signed, Lucille will be my Dao companion and naturally belong to my Qingyuan sect, severing all ties with the Xiaoyao sect afterward." The elder paused, surprised. It wasn't much of a condition at all. He almost laughed out loud, thinking Spike must have some mental issues. He was just a breath away from shouting, "Big sucker." Nodding hastily, the elder agreed. "Of course, no problem. After signing the contract, Lucille will naturally belong to you." At this moment, Lucille was deeply moved by Spike's actions. All the weiqi from the past few days surged to the forefront of her mind. Note, the term weiqi is used twice in the original text, which might be for emphasis. If you want it more natural in English, it can be revised too. At this moment, Lucille was deeply moved by Spike's actions. All the grievances and weiqi from the past few days surged to the forefront of her mind. At this moment, Lucille was deeply moved by Spike's actions. All the grievances from the past few days surged to the forefront of her mind. She had thought if her cultivation continued to fall, she would find a secluded corner and end her life quietly. But unexpectedly, Spike appeared. He was the first person who didn't think she was useless, and he was willing to make such significant sacrifices for her. Her tears could no longer be held back, having bottled them up for so long. Finally, they found an outlet. Now, Lucille looked at Spike with a gentle expression. She couldn't help but think that even if her cultivation dropped until she became an ordinary person, she would still give Spike several descendants. Just as the elder finished signing the contract and Spike delivered the dowry, there was sudden commotion at the gate of the courtyard. The door to the guest courtyard was pushed open forcefully from outside, and a group of young men walked in. One youth led them, dressed extravagantly but pale and dark-circled, clearly debilitated from overindulgence. As soon as he entered, he shouted arrogantly, "Lucille, I heard you were publicly dumped by Bill? I told you long ago, only my Lachlan family wouldn't scorn you. Why don't you come and be my servant girl? Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. I'll offer 5,000 spirit stones to your master as dowry. The price has been set." The youth picked his ear nonchalantly while speaking. Recognizing the emblem on his chest, Spike identified it as belonging to Zion's family. Such a dissolute appearance, and the remarks made it hard not to want to kill him. Spike frowned. Are there Lachlan family people everywhere? Noticing Spike's frown, the debilitated youth asked angrily, "Grand Cohen, who is this punk?" When the elder saw this youth, his expression momentarily stiffened. They weren't meeting for the first time. Spike's expression was now quite displeased. Not only did this guy rub him the wrong way, but now that Lucille belonged to him, those words were clearly provoking him to commit murder. Seeing Spike frowning at him, the elder hurriedly whispered telepathically, "He's from the Lachlan family. They are merchants in cultivation trades, operating numerous businesses across many sectors, specialized in handling secular trade for major sections." A quick check revealed the youth's cultivation was merely foundation establishment. At this age, to be at this level clearly indicated average talent. Yet, where did he get such confidence? So, the Lachlan family is really something? Spike had been in a good mood initially, but now he felt anger rising within him. To have someone ruin his day, he snapped. "Listen up, clean up your mouth. And Lucille is already my Dao companion. Get lost as far as you can." Perhaps for the first time being scolded openly, the Lachlan family youth froze in shock. Chapter 42, Wedding the next day. What? Someone was actually asking him if the Lachlan family was impressive? And this person claimed he had already become a Dao partner with Karen? This guy must be an idiot. Karen was already incapacitated. How could he still consider her as a Dao partner? Isn't he just like me, lusting after someone's body? However, it was clear that the young man from the Lachlan family was used to bullying others and never cared about Boone's background, or whether he might be someone formidable. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Even the Lachlan family doesn't ring a bell to you? I could crush you like an ant. Do you get that? After the tirade, the young man waved his hand, and a group of henchmen, each armed with a magical artifact, rushed in one by one. Boone didn't want to waste time arguing with this fool. Besides, no man would tolerate having his wife stolen. Not only was Karen an 8th-star opportunity, but this fool dared to steal both a wife and an opportunity from him. Enraged, Boone vanished instantly and reappeared behind the Lachlan family youth, gripping his neck tightly, lifting him off the ground. The henchmen brought by the young man were now all lying on the ground, groaning and spitting blood. "WH, what are you doing to me? I'm Lachlan Xianxia of the Lachlan family." Before he could finish, Boone tightened his grip, killing him instantly. The remaining henchmen, scattered and injured, panicked and screamed, "You killed Dominic Lachlan? You're dead for sure. Do you know what it means to offend the Lachlan family?" The Grand Kohen of Xianxia sect had mentioned that the Lachlan family managed many sects' worldly traits. Sooner or later, they would find out that Boone had killed Xian. Since he had already offended them once, there was no point in holding back. Besides, as the personal disciple of Qingyuan's sect's leader, if he let his wife be disrespected and did nothing, it would be a disgrace to Qingyuan's sect. "Humph, Karen is my woman. Regardless of titles, anyone who disrespects her deserves death," Boone said firmly, then turned to Karen with a gentle smile. "Can you fly?" Karen instinctively shook her head, then quickly nodded. Boone laughed. "No worries, I'll carry you." He then scooped her up and flew towards his immortal mansion. The next day, news spread among the sects attending the birthday banquet who hadn't yet left. Once a prodigious cultivator, Karen was now incapacitated and even publicly jilted by Bill. However, Boone, now the prominent figure in Qingyuan's sect, had proposed again and taken her into Qingyuan's sect. Moreover, Boone had killed Lachlan Xianxia, a direct-line Lachlan family member, over Karen. He was willing to incur the wrath of the most powerful noble family in the cultivation world for a mere waste. Of course, other sects dared not voice their thoughts openly. After all, Boone was now the personal disciple of Qingyuan's sect's leader, and none wished to offend them. Meanwhile, Boone received a long-distance message from the sect leader, Davidson, summoning him to Central Peak. When Boone arrived, Davidson was brewing tea by the pavilion. Boone bowed respectfully, and Davidson cut straight to the point. "I heard you brought back a girl." Boone nodded. "Do you like her?" Davidson seemed rather displeased. Boone sensed this but nodded again. After all, she was an 8th-star fortune bearer. How could one not like her? Davidson scrutinized Boone for a moment before sighing deeply. "All right, I will arrange the wedding for you." So, before the guests had left the birthday celebration, preparations for Boone's wedding began. He didn't choose a specific date and decided to hold the ceremony the next day. Davidson sighed at Boone's urgency but agreed anyway. Though the union of Dao partners differed from mortal weddings, they shared similarities. Perhaps feeling that she would eventually become mortal and thus unfair to monopolize Boone's sole Dao partner status, Karen insisted on a mortal wedding ritual. This way, even if she became mortal and lived briefly, Boone could still find a new partner when the time came. Though unaware of these thoughts, Boone thought she simply loved the traditional bridal attire. Before long, after 3 rounds of drinks and several courses, Boone and Karen entered the bridal chamber. The speed from proposal to wedding night made Karen wonder if Boone really desired her body, but he was far better than the others, she consoled herself. Sitting on the bed, Karen blushed deeply, her flawless face flushed with embarrassment. "Do we have anything special to do?" Boone asked nervously, swallowing hard. He hadn't realized Karen had such a slender yet curvaceous figure, and her stunning beauty left him somewhat dry-mouthed. Seeing Boone's awkwardness, Karen giggled, opening up to him fully. She embraced Boone and surrendered herself completely. Despite his vast knowledge from his past life, Boone had never experienced true intimacy, so he was somewhat bewildered during their first encounter. Thus, 2 inexperienced lovers clumsily navigated their first wedding night. The next morning, after tasting love's sweetness, Boone, like a hungry cat, wanted more. Suddenly, there was frantic knocking on the door. Interrupting their moment, Boone and Karen hurriedly dressed and opened the door. "It's bad, lord and lady," exclaimed the new servant disciple of Boone's immortal mansion. "What's wrong?" Boone asked, puzzled. The servant hesitated, so Boone gave Karen a reassuring look and stepped outside. Outside, he found a large crowd gathered outside his immortal mansion's protective barrier, bearing the insignia of the Lachlan family. Though unable to breach the barrier, being besieged angered Boone. Chapter 43. You are not qualified. As Boone emerged, the Lachlan family members glared at him with intense hostility. A former follower of Lachlan Xianxia pointed at Boone and shouted, "Patriarch ancestor, it's him. He killed young Dominic Lachlan. Did you damn kill my son?" The patriarch of the Lachlan family glared viciously at Boone. Though he had many sons, Lachlan Xianxia held a special place in his heart. Besides, the honor of the Lachlan family was not to be challenged. "The prestige of our Lachlan family is not something you scum can trample upon at will. Considering you're a direct disciple of Qingyuan's sect, if you disperse all your cultivation and kowtow twice loudly to me, I might spare your life." Boone appeared unusually calm. He replied coolly, "Based on what, exactly? Furthermore, the honor of your Lachlan family isn't that glorious anyway. Out of mercy, I'll tell you this, I didn't just kill Lachlan Xianxia. I also killed another one named Xian." Boone wasn't trying to provoke them on purpose. It was more practical to resolve everything at once rather than risk future trouble from Xian. "What? Did you really kill Xianxia?" An elder behind the Lachlan family patriarch, eyes bloodshot, seemed to be from a collateral branch of the Lachlan family. He pointed at Boone and said to the patriarch, "Patriarch, you must avenge Xianxia." The patriarch's tone was dark and ominous. "You dared to kill 2 of my Lachlan family members. Excellent. Lachlan tongue. Go. Crush all his meridians. I want to bring him back to the Lachlan family and raise him in a doghouse, eating dog feces every day. These words made Boone frown. Not because he feared such a fate, but because how could this old man lack basic decency and still become the Lachlan family patriarch? Yes, patriarch. Lachlan Tong, a burly man with a beard, clearly a hired enforcer for the Lachlan family, stepped forward. Lachlan Tong was at the first stage of the nascent soul realm, but was actually a pseudo-nascent soul cultivator. Wealthy families would sometimes use pills and special methods to forcibly cultivate pseudo-nascent souls for their service. These individuals usually could not advance beyond the first stage, and were only used when talent or status was lacking. Though not advantageous against ordinary nascent souls, they could easily handle peak golden core cultivators, serving as significant assets. Boone instantly identified this person's background, but remained expressionless. He narrowed his eyes and began channeling power into his Ba Ji Bung technique. Ba Ji Bung was primarily about exertion techniques, concealing hidden force within overt force, layer upon layer like massive waves, up to 8 layers, hence its name. Lately, inspired by the Immaculate Scripture, Boone developed a new skill for Ba Ji Bung, channeling. This method effectively increased the number of hidden force layers. Previously, he could only produce 1 layer, but now with channeling, he could produce 2, and prolong channeling even 3 layers. Thus, Boone didn't move initially, using any opportunity to channel more power. As Lachlan Tong rushed over, Boone stood motionless. Karen, standing behind him, felt anxious but didn't dare to speak out. She knew she wasn't a match for Boone and believed he was capable enough to handle Lachlan Tong. Interfering would only complicate matters, so she stayed back. Just as Lachlan Tong's enormous fist was about to strike Boone's face, Boone suddenly opened his eyes and silently exclaimed, Ba Ji Bung. This time it was 2 layers of hidden force. 1 layer doubles the strength, 2 layers quadruple it. Their fists collided forcefully. Snap! A bone-cracking sound echoed. Next second, Lachlan Tong flew backward with tremendous force. The faster he approached, the more violently he was thrown away. Conversely, Boone remained completely stationary. This move made the entire Lachlan family collectively gasp. No wonder Boone became a direct disciple before even reaching the nascent soul stage. He was merely at the second stage of the golden core realm while Lachlan Tong was at the first stage of nascent soul. Yet Boone effortlessly sent Lachlan Tong flying. Lachlan family disciples hurried to assist Lachlan Tong. After a while, a junior ran to a seemingly unassuming elder and reported, Ancestor, Lachlan Tong is dead. The Lachlan family elder showed little change in expression, only a hint of surprise in his eyes. Others, however, were genuinely shocked. Killed in 1 move? Interesting, able to kill Lachlan Tong. No wonder you are so brazen. The Lachlan family elder glanced at Boone with a cold expression. Boone was slightly surprised. He thought killing the enforcer would deter them. Apparently, they had more cards up their sleeves. Despite this being an inner sect courtyard, they were still within Qingwen sect. What kind of background did the Lachlan family have to dare so much? But from the Lachlan family's perspective, Boone was still an inner sect disciple. Although he was accepted as a direct disciple, he hadn't moved to the sect leader's peak yet. All direct disciples chose a peak in their master's mountain range for cultivation. His remaining here implied that the sect leader perhaps didn't consider him very important. The old man has to admit you are indeed a genius. But what good is a genius? There have been many geniuses who perished early. Today, I will show you the consequences of offending our Lachlan family. Although the Lachlan family elder couldn't figure out how a second stage golden core cultivator burst with nascent soul level power, as the pillar of support for the Lachlan family, he couldn't let them lose face. Moreover, failing Lachlan Tong didn't prove anything about Boone's true capabilities. Hearing this, Karen clenched her fists again, worried and frustrated by her inability to help. On the surface, Boone remained unperturbed, but inside, he started secretly channeling power. Enjoying the benefits of channeling, he increasingly liked this sneaky feeling. Partly to delay time, partly for showing off to Karen, Boone said calmly. Who does the Lachlan family think they are? Boone, take on 1. I take on a group. You are not qualified. Chapter 44 Resolving Karmic Ties. Chapter 44 Resolving Karma. Patriarch Lachlan's fury reached its peak, his anger bursting from every pore. Brat, you're courting death. Immediately thereafter, the elder revered as patriarch by the Lachlan family let out an intense aura that instantly enveloped the crowd. This was the imposing presence of a 6th-stage, nascent soul cultivator. Boone felt the weight of Patriarch Lachlan's cultivation and his heart sank. It seemed like this patriarch was only at the 6th stage of nascent soul, but judging by the profound aura he exuded, his strength was even more terrifying than 9th stage nascent soul Franklin. The reason for this was simple. The alchemy sect was never short of high-grade elixirs. As disciples of the alchemy sect, every prodigy had been nourished with these potent drugs since childhood. Though their ranks were impressive, it also made their cultivation somewhat superficial. The so-called prodigy, the 60-year-old 9th stage nascent soul Franklin, was no exception. Thus, Boone had found it much easier to battle him before. Franklin's true spiritual energy was only on par with ordinary cultivators at 3rd or 4th stage nascent soul. Moreover, members of the alchemy sect valued alchemy most highly. While they did strive to improve their cultivation, they rarely spent significant time mastering combat techniques. Hence, when facing opponents of similar strength, they generally lacked advantages. That's how Boone could easily fight and defeat Franklin despite being lower ranked. However, the seasoned powerhouse in front of him, the 6th stage nascent soul Patriarch Lachlan, gave Boone a sense of foreboding. Patriarch, maim him and bring him back to the Lachlan family. I want to watch him live out the rest of his life eating shit like a dog in our kennel. The head of the Lachlan family glared at Boone and shouted to the Patriarch. At this moment, Boone had finally accumulated 2 layers of power, but it wasn't enough to take on the Patriarch. He needed more time. The grand void fantasy art within Boone's body spun rapidly, visibly stirring up surges of spirit energy around him, forming terrifying currents. Next, Boone activated the first transformation of the 9 transformations of heavenly water. Boone's aura changed dramatically once again, his cultivation directly enhanced. The pure essence of heavenly water penetrated into every crevice of his body via the grand void fantasy art, followed by a massive influx of spirit energy. By then, Patriarch Lachlan had already charged over, but hesitated just as he was about to reach Boone. He felt a bit uneasy. Boone's aura had risen once more. Although the great concealment technique had obscured Patriarch Lachlan's perception of Boone's exact cultivation level, a cultivator's sixth sense still told him that Boone was now dangerous. As someone who had painstakingly cultivated to the sixth stage of nascent soul, capable of living for 3,000 years, Patriarch Lachlan naturally cherished his life even more so. Seeing Boone's grand transformation, Patriarch Lachlan paused, wary and cautious. Trying to play ghost. What are you doing? Boone curled his lips and coolly remarked, "You're afraid." Patriarch Lachlan stiffened. Me? Afraid? Nonsense. When I was dominating the world, you weren't even born yet. Seeing the old man actually taken aback, Boone inwardly rejoiced, knowing his build-up would soon reach the fourth layer. He prepared to add another layer of provocation. Once fully charged, he would strike this old fellow. Then, Boone suddenly opened his eyes wide, widened his stance, placed his left hand behind his back, extended his right index finger, and mimicked a famous figure shouting, "You, come here." Provoked multiple times, Patriarch Lachlan's anger reached its peak. Despite lingering reservations, the situation forced him to act. He immediately circulated spirit energy and unleashed an upper-rank Earth-class martial technique, the Meteor Fist. Boone's gaze sharpened, waiting for this very moment. The two clashed directly. Bam bam bam. Crack. On one hand, Patriarch Lachlan's earlier intimidation by Boone weakened his resolve and lessened the power of his attacks. On the other hand, Boone's accumulation of 4 layers of hidden force was complete, providing 16-fold strength, nearly matching the Patriarch's power. Furthermore, Boone's power was layered, like waves repeatedly crashing down. So even though Boone used a self-damaging method, using his body to withstand the Patriarch's Meteor Fist, his 8 extremes burst hit the Patriarch's chest and repeatedly struck the same spot. When they collided, it was Patriarch Lachlan who flew backward like a kite cut loose. Lachlan crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood and with wide open eyes, dying unfulfilled. Even Boone didn't expect the 4-layered 8 extremes burst to have such immense power, directly taking out the season's 6th stage nascent soul. Of course, part of it was due to the fact that the opponent hadn't fully exerted himself. Boone, enduring a direct Meteor Fist, might not have fared well either, but thankfully the opponent's attack was only at 80% strength. Plus, Boone's body forging and the purity of heavenly water added sufficient protection, resulting in relatively minor injuries. Seeing this scene, the Lachlan family members were utterly panicked and felt powerless. This man was so strong? Boone stood there against the wind, facing the Lachlan family coldly. Lachlan Shungong's subordinate, seeing this, scrambled to beg for mercy. I'm sorry. Yi Cohen, please forgive me. Boone frowned and finished him off. You damn fool. Begging while stuttering? Beg your sister to die. Get lost. Adelina. The remaining dozen people froze, pleading mint death too, so they rushed at Boone. Boone didn't hesitate, swiftly eliminating them all without breaking a sweat. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the Lachlan family invaders lay dead. After clearing everyone, Boone and Adelina noticed a figure appearing above Carmelo Peak. A single ink dot on a green robe. It could be none other than the Xiuxian sect Dominic Davidson. Boone. Davidson said casually. Dominic. Boone quickly bowed, inwardly complaining that the Dominic had been here all along. Josek Dominic. Adelina hurriedly knelt and bowed as well. Davidson nodded, floating a gentle force lifting both of them up. Rise. He stroked his long beard calmly, not even glancing at the bodies strewn across the ground. Boone suspected the sect master had orchestrated this encounter. Don't overthink it. This is your karma, and you must resolve it yourself. Note. Some names were kept in pinyin to maintain authenticity, such as Lachlan Jia, Boone, Franklin, Davidson, and Adelina. Chapter 45. The 3 Purities Blood Dispelling Pill. It was as if Brooks could read Boone's thoughts, for he immediately provided an explanation. Adelina secretly glanced at this legendary genius patriarch from the corner of her eye. It seemed that this Xiuxian sect's patriarch really did have a liking for Boone. Brooks looked at Boone and said with a smile, since you are my disciple now, you should move your immortal residence to my patriarch peak. Boone promptly replied, yes, Dominic. Brooks nodded again and then waved his hand. Instantly, Boone's entire immortal mansion, along with the Carmelo Peak, vanished from its original spot. This? Boone turned his gaze toward Brooks. Brooks gave Boone a side-eye glance and remarked helplessly, you've truly been practicing for too short a time. Haven't you even seen something as basic as storing a universe in a mustard seed? Come on, I saw your immortal mansion was splendid, complete with a natural earthfire alchemy room. So, I brought them over together. Boone hurriedly said, thank you, Dominic. Boone is indeed limited in knowledge, hee. After saying so, he led Adelina to catch up with Brooks, heading towards the new Patriarch Peak together. The Patriarch Peak, despite its name, was actually a vast and continuous mountain range. Boone was not hesitant in choosing a picturesque location for his residence. With a wave of Brooks's hand, Carmelo Peak appeared there. Boone inwardly thought, it looks like Carmelo Peak will accompany me for a long time. However, the feeling was that the Patriarch knew everything, even about the natural earthfire alchemy room in my cave mansion. Fortunately, I didn't try to intercept him earlier. Suddenly, Boone coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had endured a full attack from a 6th-rank Yuaning cultivator earlier. It seemed he suffered some internal injuries. Brooks took a glance and said, this minor injury can be cured by the 3 Purities Blood Dispelling Pill. Boone learned through Ethan's alchemy knowledge that the 3 Purities Blood Dispelling Pill was a 3rd-grade pill. Its refinement process was quite complex, almost matching that of an average 4th-grade pill. However, because even a poorly made 3 purities blood dispelling pill was still usable, it wasn't classified as a 4th grade pill. An even worse version was called the 3 purities blood dispelling powder, which had reduced effectiveness. The 3 purities blood dispelling pill was like a common first aid medicine in martial arts novels. It was very common, heavily used, and complemented perfectly with spirit recovery pills. It was generally a must-have for wandering cultivators traveling through the cultivation world. But that was in the past. Long ago, the 3 purities blood dispelling pill couldn't be refined anymore due to the lack of its most crucial ingredient, the 3 purities grass. The 3 purities grass had already become extinct within a few thousand miles, mainly due to excessive harvesting by wandering cultivators who were making inferior 3 purities powder. To achieve the effects of one 3 purities blood dispelling pill, several pounds or more of grass were required instead of just a small amount. Gradually, the 3 purities grass vanished from the Yunzhou continent. Brooks glanced at Boone, knowing what he was thinking, and reassured him. If you want to refine the 3 purities blood dispelling pill, I have the 3 purities grass here. What? Boone was surprised. Dominic, you actually have the 3 purities grass?
Yes.
Brooks replied calmly. Then, with a wave of his hand, Boone and Adelina followed Brooks into a small world. Brooks pointed directly at a large patch of 3 purities grass not far away and said, the 3 purities grass is only extinct in the outside world. High-ranking cultivators often cultivate some within their own created small worlds. This grass is very practical. Boone couldn't help but exclaim, Dominic is amazing. Give me a few dozen pounds, and it'll suffice. Boone's own storage bag could also cultivate plants, though it consumed a lot of spirit stones, often hastening growth to tens of thousands of years in no time. Adelina asked curiously, husband, do you know how to refine pills? Boone raised an eyebrow and replied, I can manage, I know a little. If it turns out to be 3 purities blood dispelling powder, it wouldn't be bad either, but I've refined a 3rd grade pill before. This time, I plan to directly attempt the 3 purities blood dispelling pill. Adelina was startled and widened her peach-shaped eyes, asking, is my husband a 3rd grade alchemist? But she quickly lowered her head with some self-deprecation. She had married a genius who could refine pills and had such outstanding martial skills, while she was merely a cripple. Sensing something, Boone quickly pulled Adelina's hand and said, don't think nonsense. If I can refine pills, isn't it equivalent to you being able to refine pills too? Adelina felt instantly comforted. They were, after all, one. With miscellaneous disciples at his disposal now, Boone could directly call upon them to fetch the herbs he needed from Illusion Smoke Peak. Seeing the amount Boone required, Brooks was curious and asked, don't you want to stock up more herbs? What's your success rate? Boone scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, about 90%. Actually, he was being modest. His success rate had reached 100%, but he didn't want to boast and preferred leaving some room for maneuver. Brooks paused, suspecting his disciple was boasting, and sternly said, Carminer, don't exaggerate. Boone nodded in agreement. There was no need to argue with his master over this matter. Adelina felt both happy and anxious inside. She rejoiced that Boone was so exceptional at her age and was her husband, yet she worried about her own declining cultivation. After bidding farewell to Brooks, Boone took Adelina back to his Carmelo Peak, which was also close to Brooks's main peak. Outside the Patriarch Peak, news spread throughout the sect that Lachlan family had brought a large group of people to settle scores with Boone, but failed miserably and was utterly annihilated without finding a single hair of him. This Lachlan family really deserves it. Serving as suppliers for so many years has apparently addled their brains. Why target anyone else, attacking a personal disciple of the Patriarch? Well, they supposedly bragged about making the Patriarch's personal disciple eat dog feces. The result? Complete annihilation. They even lost the supply rights for cultivation resources, leading to the downfall of their entire family. Haha. Not surprising. For defying the Patriarch. Hey, you don't know the real reason. It turns out the Patriarch deliberately set a trap. To avenge Boone, he ordered the entire sect not to intervene when Lachlan family came and not to disclose Boone's status as a personal disciple. Someone boasted proudly of the insider information. No wonder Lachlan family acted so brainlessly. Huh. Deserved. For daring to offend Boone. Besides, those years of tyrannical behavior from Lachlan family, bullying men and women alike, perhaps the Patriarch has been annoyed for a long time. Chapter 46. Transmitting Alchemy Skills. Here, Spike and Sherry walked into the underground secret passage. This was the first time Spike had brought someone to his secret base. Sherry seemed like a curious child, finding everything around her new and fascinating. Various alchemy books and medicinal herbs were neatly arranged. Spike casually opened one of the furnace rooms. The underground alchemy room was divided into 10 alchemy chambers, but Spike usually only used 2 of them. These 10 alchemy chambers were sequentially arranged by the intensity of their firepower from large to small. However, Spike only used the largest and the smallest ones. Because he did not have high requirements for flames in his alchemy process, owing to his mastery of the xiuxian illusory skill, he could use spiritual energy to envelop the flame throughout the process, so there was no fear of overheating, except when dealing with some highly sensitive herbs. Spike would use the number 1 furnace chamber. For other times, he refined pills in the number 10 furnace chamber. After pondering for a while, Sherry hesitantly asked Spike, "Can I learn alchemy?" She wanted to be more useful. Spike turned back to look at Sherry and said with a smile, "Of course you can. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. One day, we'll both become great alchemists." Spike knew how ambitious Sherry was, but essentially she was still a young girl. Perhaps it was only in front of him that she revealed such a naively radiant side. Spike began refining pills. It was a grade 3 pill, Kingwaku pill, which equated to a grade 4 pill in difficulty. After doing thorough preparations, Spike finally started the refining process. Although he no longer made mistakes like burning the herbs directly, for grade 3 pills, besides controlling the fire temperature, the order of medicine refinement and timing of adding ingredients to the furnace were also crucial. If he continued to control the temperature minutely, as when refining grade 1 soul recovering pills, he might never be able to refine successfully. At this moment, Sherry observed Spike from the side. His handsome profile became exceptionally focused. During the 3-hour continuous refinement, the heat in the alchemy chamber was unbearable, but Sherry persisted and even occasionally wiped sweat off Spike's face affectionately. With Sherry's assistance, this rare opportunity saw Spike noticeably increasing his speed. Open the furnace. If this grade 3 Kingwake pill could be successfully refined, it would undoubtedly create another income miracle for Spike. Success. Upon opening the furnace, Spike exclaimed with delight after seeing 8 perfectly round pills. Though Sherry had thought Spike's alchemy skills weren't bad, she hadn't expected him to succeed on his first try. She was delighted to know that even in their Xiuxian sect, the most skilled alchemy disciple often needed to destroy several furnaces before succeeding. Moreover, it was known that the success rate for grade 3 pills generally stood below 40%, with very few master alchemists achieving up to 60%. Yet, Spike succeeded on his first attempt, proving his claim of 90% success rate wasn't a bluff. Spike picked up one pill, observing its beautiful golden, thread-like patterns encircling it. Husband, why does your pill have golden threads? Sherry had never seen a pill with patterns before, as the Xiuxian sect wasn't a major sect nor specialized in alchemy, so no one had ever explained it to her. Spike smiled slightly. This is called a pill pattern. He then ate one, feeling the pill dissolve instantly in his mouth, a warm stream spreading from his lower abdomen throughout his body. Soon after, Spike coughed out a mouthful of black blood. Feeling his internal injuries heal instantly, this was the effect of an extremely pure Kingwake pill. Sherry looked at Spike happily, knowing he was fully recovered, making her heart filled with joy. This alchemy tradition was left behind by a senior brother from our sect, and now I am passing it on to you. Spike suddenly took out a book titled The Essence of Carmelo Alchemy, looking solemnly at Sherry. Hearing this, Sherry also became serious. All right, I will do my best to learn this alchemy skill. Considering that Sherry was now part of his family and that an additional helper would benefit him, Spike decided to teach her alchemy. Hearing Sherry's determination, Spike explained, this senior brother was a genius in alchemy, originally learning it to cure his own illness. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed, but his long-term research in alchemy led him to achieve very high proficiency. Sherry felt a sense of empathy, saying, I have the same problem now. My cultivation has regressed instead of advancing, and many alchemists haven't been able to figure out the cause. If I also become an alchemist, I can follow my senior brother's example and find ways to save myself. Thank you, husband. Your alchemy skill is really suitable for me. Looking gratefully at Spike, if it weren't for him, she thought her fate might have been nothing but a dead end. Now, she could learn alchemy with Spike, a capable person, teaching her personally. Touched by Sherry's serious tone, Spike realized she was still somewhat insecure about herself, but he knew her future was limitless. Spike affectionately said, no need to thank me, Aviana. As your husband, it's my duty to treat you well. Since their wedding night, Spike had begun calling Sherry Aviana, her spiritual name. Her master, Xianxia, was the elder of Xiuxian sect. Therese, mentioned earlier, was also under the elder's tutelage and was Sherry's junior sister. Seeing how kind Spike was to her, Sherry felt greatly relieved. If not for him, she wondered where her master would have sold her. Thinking of Xianxia's actions and the words of Lachlan family's playboy who was killed by Spike, Sherry's heart sank again. Noticing Sherry's sadness, Spike guessed she was thinking about something unpleasant, quickly changing the subject. Aviana, haven't you toured Xiuxian sect's market yet? It's still early. How about I take you to tour the market? Perhaps women truly couldn't resist shopping. Sherry indeed perked up upon hearing this. Really? Regardless of her actual excitement level, Spike knew that once they started shopping and he bought her more items, she'd naturally feel better. People should always look forward. Past events cannot be changed. Spike patted Sherry's head and smiled. Of course it's true. After tidying up a bit, Spike took Sherry to Huanyan Peak. They arrived at Zhouji Pharmacy, which had been renovated, appearing larger and more impressive than before. Across from it, Seiji, previously operational, was now closed down, even its door shut. Chapter 47, Modern Marketing Strategy. Boone couldn't help but think of Davidson when he saw this sign for the Zhouji store. Could these two be related in some way? Before Boone could think further, the proprietress's voice rang out before she appeared. My, what wind brought Chief Yi here? The proprietress's tone was still the same as before, twisting her large hips side to side as she walked over, resembling a goose. Adelina stood beside Boone, watching the woman's movements, and a chill rose from beside Boone. Boone immediately felt it. He awkwardly scratched his head and held Adelina's small hand before saying, Jensen Su, I've brought some new third-grade elixirs that I've refined, hoping to discuss cooperation. Tabitha, known for her adaptability, instantly recognized that the person beside Boone must be the wife he recently married at lightning speed, as widely rumored. She reined in her coquettish manner slightly and teased Adelina. Oh my, how poor my eyesight is, not noticing such a remarkable fairy maiden. You must be Chief Ye's new bride, right? Adelina blushed, shook her head, and said, Proprietress, you're too kind. We hope our business will continue to rely on your support. Tabitha smiled warmly and teased Adelina. Oh, what a considerate one you are. My, you really got lucky, young man. But, Chief Ye does know how to take care of people. While teasing them, Tabitha guided both into a VIP room, ensuring no female attendants would interrupt or offer Boone massages. Once privacy was secured, Boone casually mentioned, Jensen Su, the elixir I brought today is the Sanqing blood stasis pill. What? Tabitha clearly didn't expect this type of elixir and gasped softly. But isn't the Sanqing grass already extinct? Boone sipped his spirit tea and then replied, My pure origin sect has a supply left. Tabitha couldn't help but draw a breath sharply, realizing Boone did not seem to be lying. If they could conduct this business, it would be incredibly profitable. How about this, Immortal Dominic Yi, we can follow our previous arrangement. I'll purchase your Sanqing blood stasis pills at 20% above market price, alright? After thinking for a moment, Tabitha quickly proposed this to Boone. Boone, however, shook his head, saying, No, Tabitha became anxious. Immortal Dominique, do you find my offer too low? Biting her lip, Tabitha increased the offer. All right, let's set it at 30% above market price. How's that? Despite Tabitha's efforts, Boone calmly shook his head again. Jinsen Su, there's been a misunderstanding. I'm not dissatisfied with the 20% premium, but rather, I have different plans for this special elixir. I don't plan to sell it using our old methods. Tabitha furrowed her brows. Then what do you suggest, Immortal Dominique? Having experienced the competition among modern merchants, Boone knew that just adopting some good practices could make a fortune. He explained his idea to Tabitha. I want you to establish a sub-brand under Xiuji specifically for me. It would belong to and be operated by Xiuji, but I'd like to manage the pricing, and profits would be divided based on shares. Tabitha was stunned, unsure about many aspects. What is a sub-brand? An under and operation. What? Beside him, Adelina was equally confused but chose not to speak, given she wasn't familiar with the concept. She trusted Boone's expertise. Boone didn't mind and elaborated further. A sub-brand is also a brand. Xiuji is your storefront's name, and the sub-brand could be named something like Xiuji Selected Elixirs, a part of your product line. In this section, we place only my elixirs, such as the Xianxia Blood Stasis Pill and others with Danwen marks. These high-quality elixirs would be distinguished from Xiuji's regular ones, allowing higher pricing. This would cater to those seeking premium quality elixirs. It would also promote Xiuji's development further. Considering the rarity of Xianxia grass, selling it cheaply would be a waste. Higher prices might actually enhance its reputation. Rare items, if sold inexpensively, won't make customers appreciate Xiuji, but higher prices might increase their trust in its quality. Boone explained the luxury brand strategy thoroughly to Tabitha. Tabitha finally understood Boone's idea and was greatly impressed. She inwardly praised him. Even if Boone wasn't suitable for cultivation, his talent for business would ensure a comfortable life. Seeing Tabitha silent, Boone wondered if she hadn't grasped his point. So he asked to clarify the benefits. May I ask Proprietor Su, how much profit do you make selling my elixirs after acquiring them? Startled, Tabitha instinctively answered. Since I pay 20% above market price, after covering rent, labor, and other expenses, we still gain 20%. Our strategy is low margin but high volume, so pricing isn't very high. Boone nodded, finding this normal and continued. If you buy my elixirs and sell them under Xiuji's name, people recognize Xiuji's brand. If priced too high, they wouldn't sell. But creating a high-end sub-brand, distinct yet under Xiuji, would allow flexible pricing beyond Xiuji's usual elixir range. With our solid elixir quality, we won't fear competition. Not many can match my 5th-level Danwen Spirit Restoring Pill and this Xianxia Blood Stasis Pill. By now, Tabitha had grasped Boone's idea and found it appealing. Biting her lip, she asked, how much profit share does Immortal Dominique want? Confidently, Boone replied, 70%. Tabitha immediately rejected. Unacceptable. Too high. With only 30% profit remaining after expenses, I'd work for free. Boone anticipated this reaction and calmly responded. What if I said we could set the price 10 times higher than the original? Impossible. 10 times the price. Nobody would buy it. Tabitha thought Boone's idea was too radical. Boone merely sipped his tea without replying, letting the proposition hang in the air. Chapter 48. 8-star Chi Fortune and Heavenly Phenomena. Hussein wanted to let Tabitha think for herself. If she could understand his thoughts, she would definitely agree. After a while, Tabitha finally asked with a probing gaze, Immortal Ya, are you really that certain this method will work? Hussein continued to smile at Tabitha, his eyes conveying wisdom and resolve. All right, Tabitha, will take this gamble with Immortal Ya. Hussein replied, still smiling, you won't be disappointed. Tabitha still needed some time to prepare. They decided on choosing another shop for a clear separation, making it more thorough. They tentatively chose the storefront opposite Jay Seiji's previous location, saving them the trouble of redecorating. Afterwards, Hussein toured Huanyan Peak with Julia before returning to Qingyuan sect. Since their marriage, he had yet to thoroughly investigate what Julia's 8-star Chi Fortune meant. The moment they entered Hussein's bedroom in his immortal mansion, the temperature started rising, leading to a spring-like ambience inside the room. When they were done, Hussein lazily lounged in bed and casually asked, Aviana, how is your cultivation? I am now virtually useless. Hearing this, Julia felt an immediate chill deep inside her heart. Seeing her expression, Hussein knew exactly what was going through her mind. He gently pulled her shoulders and comforted her. Don't overthink it. We are husband and wife. I just want to see if there's any way to solve this issue. Julia, who always cared about her cultivation deeply, initially thought Hussein was upset with her upon mentioning it. But seeing his attitude now, she felt encountering Hussein was the most fortunate event of her life. Despite many alchemists failing to help her, if Hussein wanted to try, she would give it another shot. Noticing Julia's softened stance, Hussein understood she agreed to let him closely examine her meridians. He then focused, opened the flawless scripture, and scanned her entire body. Although Julia felt embarrassed, she endured it knowing Hussein was trying to find a solution for her cultivation. After observing for a while, Hussein found nothing special about Julia's meridians. They resembled those of ordinary people, explaining why so many alchemists failed to help. Thinking back to his past experiences, Hussein surmised the problem might lie not in her body but in her cultivation technique. What cultivation method do you practice? Julia, though puzzled by his question, answered honestly, I cultivate the clear profound scripture. Hussein suspected a flaw in the scripture and handed her the flawless scripture. Try cultivating this flawless scripture to see if it can assist your method. The flawless scripture can enhance your enlightenment without requiring spirit energy. You can cultivate it with peace of mind. All right, Julia responded obediently. But after a while, when Julia emerged from her meditative state, she said there was no change. Refusing to accept failure, Hussein believed this 8-star Chi Fortune, second only to the mystic level techniques, must have a solution. Tell me how the clear profound scripture works. Julia explained the cultivation route to Hussein, who furrowed his brow. This scripture had been altered. Following her explanation, Hussein used the flawless scripture to gradually restore the original technique. Clear Profound Fantasy Decree. Once restored, Hussein felt an instant familiarity. This technique complemented the Great Profound Fantasy Decree perfectly. He believed the Great Profound Fantasy Decree and Clear Profound Fantasy Decree functioned as male and female counterparts, yin and yang, complementary techniques. Without hesitation, Hussein immediately instructed Julia to practice the modified Clear Profound Fantasy Decree. Upon hearing Hussein's instructions, Julia was stunned. It was clearly a mystic-level technique. Hussein was equally astonished but did not show it. Despite her internal hesitation, Julia saw her husband's earnest expectations and appreciated the effort he put into improving the celestial grade technique to mystic level. Determined, she resolved to give it a sincere attempt. Failure or success, she would try once more. Even if she succeeded, she would still be the genius Julia. Hussein nodded approvingly. Good, keep it up. True to her nature as a former prodigy, Julia quickly entered a state of focus once she began practicing. Apply the flawless scripture. Hussein's voice guided her. Julia instantly entered an enlightenment state. The first step in cultivation involved absorbing spiritual energy into the body to convert it into spirit energy, storing it within the physical form. A stage called forging the body. Different cultivation methods varied in the amount of spiritual energy they could attract. Ordinary methods could only draw in a 1-foot square area around the practitioner. However, Hussein's mystic-level technique could absorb spiritual energy from several miles around, truly stirring the wind and clouds. This difference explained the disparity in cultivation speed and recovery rate between superior and average techniques. As Julia entered her meditative state, her internal energy began circulating smoothly along the newly restored cultivation route. She wasn't practicing the old, clear, profound scripture anymore but the modified, clear, profound fantasy decree. Powerful currents of spiritual energy flowed into her body. She frowned slightly. Stay focused. Hussein reminded, guarding her from interference. Julia hurriedly continued her practice as a flood of spiritual energy surged into her body. Looking up, Hussein noticed unusual phenomena appearing in the heavens. Davidson stood atop the sect Dominic Peak, giving a faint glance towards Carmelo Peak. With a sweep of his sleeves, he cast a vast boundary covering the entire peak. In mere moments, Hussein noticed Julia's cultivation recovering. Forging body level 1. Forging body level 2. Forging body level 3. Simultaneously, Hussein sensed part of the spiritual energy generated by Julia's cultivation entering his own body. About 80% entered Julia's system, while the remaining 20% entered Hussein's. Hussein was bewildered. However, the spiritual energy entering his body didn't surge into his golden core but slowly condensed into a droplet-like spiritual liquid orbiting his core. This meant that when Julia cultivated, he would benefit too. So, this was the so-called 8-star chi fortune? Even without cultivating himself, Julia's efforts could bring progress for him. Chapter 49. Dual Spirit Divine Body. But this new cultivation technique was not yet fully understood by Boone. After the spirit liquid orbited around the golden core, Boone felt his cultivation speed constantly increasing. Soon, it was already the second day. Boone was still dumbfoundedly watching Ashley's cultivation. She had been meditating for an entire night. Surprisingly, when Boone entered enlightenment mode, it only lasted a few hours. But this time, Ashley showed no sign of stopping after entering enlightenment mode, and Boone felt that it would be much longer. At this moment, Ashley's cultivation aura had reached the 9th level of body tempering. Her body seemed like an abyss, crazily absorbing spiritual energy. By now, all the spiritual energy within a few miles radius had been drained by her. Yet, she showed no signs of stopping at all. Davidson was currently standing on the peak of the Patriarch Mountain, gazing towards Carmelo Peak from afar. Father, what is that energy mass? A celestial anomaly? Ayana was also attracted by the activity and came to stand beside Davidson. Boone has indeed found an extraordinary woman. Sometimes I even think Boone can see tangible fortune. His luck is just too good. Davidson turned and stroked his daughter's head. Ayana pouted her lips. If Ashley's fate is so heaven-reaching, why does her realm keep dropping? Father, Davidson turned around, mysteriously interrupting Ayana's words. Fate cannot be forced. Diligently cultivate, and there will always be new turning points. Geniuses will continue to advance. If you fall behind, there might never be a possibility to catch up. Listening to this, Ayana nodded in deep thought. After a moment, as if understanding something, she turned back and returned to her immortal residence to practice. On the other side, Boone was still observing Ashley. Her increasingly frenzied absorption of spiritual energy made him somewhat anxious. Logically, if an ordinary person absorbed spiritual energy this wildly, their body would have exploded long ago. Yet, Ashley could absorb it. Because she used to be an embryo infant cultivator who only lost her realm, thus, she now equated to an empty vessel. While there was no spiritual energy inside, the carrying capacity of this container was quite large, capable of reaching the embryonic infant stage. So, Boone wasn't overly worried about her bursting. Rather, he was concerned about her cultivation advancing too quickly, which could weaken her foundation. Therefore, throughout Ashley's process of absorbing spiritual energy, Boone continuously ran the Immaculate Sutra, paying attention to every change in Ashley. Furthermore, Boone believed in the system's judgment. Since the system deemed her to be his 8-star fortune, there would be no problems. Additionally, as Ashley cultivated, Boone clearly sensed 2 parts of spiritual energy flowing steadily into his body. Though it didn't directly boost his own cultivation, the volume of the drop of spirit liquid orbiting his golden core grew larger. What did this mean? In future battles, Boone, who originally wasn't lacking in spiritual energy, would then possess even greater advantages. Moreover, encountering crises, the probability of winning outnumbered battles increased dramatically. This spirit liquid circulating around his golden core was like a spiritual energy vacuum cleaner, automatically cultivating for Boone every moment, and the cultivation speed was increasing along with Ashley's improvement. No wonder it was an 8-star opportunity. First level of breath condensation. At this moment, Ashley finally broke through to the breath condensation realm, but remained cross-legged floating in midair without any signs of waking up. The other direct disciples on the Patriarch Mountain were all focusing their attention on Carmelo Peak. That's the residence of the new little junior brother. It appears that this little junior brother is indeed extraordinary, said a young man wearing a feathered hat. Big senior brother. What's happening? Why did Dominic activate a blind barrier? A chubby youth flew over to the young man in the feathered hat. The new little junior brother seems to have encountered some luck. There's no need to be envious. Second senior brother, don't neglect your studies. The youth glanced sideways at the fat one, looking stern. Yes. The chubby one shrank his neck and hurriedly went back. Finally, after breaking through to the first level of foundation establishment, Ashley's cultivation stopped. As if she touched some kind of spiritual energy black hole, she stopped upgrading frantically. Boone felt somewhat puzzled. The efficiency of her absorbing spiritual energy hadn't changed, but her cultivation ceased to grow. Boone vigorously operated the Immaculate Sutra, closely examining Ashley. After a while, he indeed found 2 spiritual energy vortexes under Ashley's armpits. It was these 2 vortexes that absorbed the spiritual energy inside Ashley's body. Ashley turned out to have the rare dual spirit divine body. Boone was slightly shocked. As for the legends of the dual spirit divine body, they could be traced back to 10,000 years ago, mentioned in Carmelo Alchemy Essence. This divine body was very awkward. Generally, the top recognized divine body in the cultivation world was the single spirit divine body or pure spirit divine body. However, those with a single spirit divine body could easily turn into a dual spirit divine body due to rapid cultivation. Once transformed into a dual spirit divine body, it became a wasted body. A genius would plummet from sky to ground, because a single spirit vortex assists the host in accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy. But once it turns into a dual spirit body with 2 spirit vortexes, there arises a situation where 2 tigers can't coexist on one mountain. These 2 vortexes would clash, competing for spiritual energy. Initially, it might be manageable, but as time goes on, the competition becomes fiercer, even reversing to absorb the host's inner spiritual energy. Such a scenario had actually been considered by Senior Ethan. This genius even conceived a water management solution. Better to divert than block. By grafting a vortex from another person. This sounded extremely bold. How could a vortex be grafted? But Senior Ethan provided detailed methods in his notes. Use complementary yin-yang cultivation techniques for adjustment. As long as they were dual cultivating partners, grafting was possible. Boone couldn't help but marvel again. Senior Ethan truly lived up to being a genius. Following Senior Ethan's method, Boone would become the beneficiary, possessing a vortex constantly operating, aiding his cultivation. And the Grand Mystery Illusion Decree and Clear Mystery Illusion Decree were perfectly complementary techniques and were both mystic grade. Even without dual cultivation, performing marital relations would naturally increase spiritual energy. Just like now, the liquid surrounding Boone's golden core grew alongside Ashley's cultivation. While Boone was still marveling, Davidson's voice suddenly appeared in his ear. Carmine, bring Ashley to my immortal residence. Boone's gaze sharpened. This was the perfect opportunity to ask Dominic to assist in grafting the spirit vortex. Chapter 50. Wanna learn? I can teach you. Hyder was indeed formidable. Boone felt relieved again that he hadn't recklessly interfered with his fortune. Just as Hyder finished speaking, Lillian opened her eyes as well. Sensing her strength had recovered to the chi refinement stage, she burst into tears. The faster time passed, the more rapidly her realm dropped. It only took a brief half-hour for her to fall from the foundation establishment stage to being a cripple. At that moment, she thought she would never be able to walk the path of immortality again. But now, she could cultivate once more. Though it was just the humble chi refinement stage, the fact that her realm wasn't falling and could even rise was already an immense stroke of luck for Lillian. Why are you still crying? You should be happy. Seeing Boone smiling at her, all the grievances Lillian had accumulated over this period were released instantly. Lillian hugged Boone tightly and sobbed loudly. Boone knew she had been repressed for too long, so he gently patted her back, but also knew there were urgent matters at hand. He let Lillian indulge for just a minute before discussing serious business with her. Stop crying. Dominic wants us to go over now. Perhaps we can find a way to completely solve your problem. We must hurry. Lillian wasn't someone who lacked perspective. Hearing what Boone said, she quickly wiped away her tears and agreed. Boone patted Lillian's head, and then led her to the patriarchal peak, where Hyder had been waiting. Dominic. Boone bowed. Lillian followed suit. You seem to need some help? Hyder stroked his beard, looking unfathomable. Boone hurriedly replied, Dominic, Lillian has a dual spirit body. I have a method to solve this, but I need your help. Dual spirits, dual troubles. Poor child, Hyder said, gazing at Lillian with a hint of regret in his eyes. Then, he asked Boone in a solemn voice, are you planning to use the grafting method, or the Xiuxian seal? Boone was stunned. There were other methods? Seeing Boone's confusion, Hyder explained directly. The sealing method involves a high-level cultivator directly blocking one of her spirit acupoints with their magical power. However, this seal needs to be reinforced every few decades. This seal isn't very stable. If there's a large-scale battle and the seal loosens, it can lead to a drastic drop in rank. So during battles, she can only use 70% of her spiritual energy, and mobilizing her spiritual energy will feel obstructed. But this method is relatively safe. As long as nothing goes wrong, once Lillian reaches the soul division stage, she can reinforce the Xiuxian seal herself. As Hyder explained, Boone's mood fluctuated accordingly. The Xiuxian seal is the most common solution for a dual spirit body. However, 300 years ago, our Qingyuan sect produced an extraordinary alchemical genius. Noticing Boone's eyes lighting up, Hyder nodded slowly. Yes, he was the former owner of this heavenly mansion with the earth fire furnace. Curious, Boone hesitated but still asked, Dominic, I've always wondered why this mansion has remained intact for 300 years after the death of that senior. With his brilliance, it shouldn't have been empty for so long. Hyder replied calmly. I kept it for 300 years. Sighing, Hyder continued. This story is long. The master of the earth fire furnace, whose Taoist name was Carmelo, was gravely ill. Before he died, he asked me to protect this mansion because he planned to use a secret technique before his death, which had a minuscule chance of resurrecting him within 300 years. If he didn't return by then, I was to hand it over to someone deserving. Looking at Boone strangely, Hyder added, strangely enough, the destined person my divination pointed to wasn't you but a disciple surnamed Lachlan. Boone felt odd. This touched on his greatest secret, something he couldn't explain. Fortunately, Hyder only gave Boone an appraising look before saying sternly, every cultivator has their own fate and secrets. I won't ask further. Hearing this, Boone breathed a sigh of relief. Dominic, I think I'll choose the second method. The restrictions of the sealing method are too many. Moreover, if Lillian encounters danger, she cannot unleash her full potential. I'm not at ease with that. Boone quickly shifted the topic, not wanting Hyder to delve into his personal fortune any further. Hyder glanced at Boone, seemingly understanding his intentions, yet didn't call him out. The grafting method is dangerous and requires more stringent conditions. First, the cultivator receiving the graft and the one providing the graft must practice complementary cultivation techniques. But such mutually enhancing techniques aren't easy to find. That's already resolved. Boone quickly interjected. Yes, they're hard to find. Wait, what did you say? You resolved it? Hyder was genuinely surprised for a moment, but he quickly regained composure, coughing lightly before continuing. Even if the cultivation technique issue is solved, it's just the first step. Secondly, a rare elixir called the 9 pure Luhura pill is required. For better fluency and accuracy in English, it should be adjusted too. Secondly, a rare elixir called the 9-fold pure Luhura pill is required. However, Luhura seems to be a term that might have a specific translation, or it could be a name which typically would be transliterated. Without further context on how this term is generally translated in this universe, here's a refined version retaining the original term. Secondly, a rare elixir called the 9-fold pure Luhex pill is required. This preserves the original term while ensuring the rest of the sentence reads naturally in English. For maximum clarity and natural flow, if Luhura refers to a specific concept or place name within the story's universe, you might want to use an explanatory note, or provide an official translation if available. When extracting the spirit acupoint, Lillian needs to take this elixir to perfectly recover her meridians. Otherwise, even if one of her spirit acupoints is removed, her future meridian circulation will encounter blockages here, severely limiting her cultivation ceiling. Finally, even if all these conditions are met, the person receiving the graft must possess at least a mystic-grade body tempering technique to withstand the spiritual chi impact post-graft. Hyder spoke with deep wisdom, making anyone else believe this was an impossible task. Boone nodded and said, apart from the 9 pure Luhura, everything else has been resolved. I possess a mystic-grade body tempering technique. Note, Luhura is not translated as it seems to be a specific term in the context of the story that doesn't have a direct English equivalent. It's better to keep it as is for accuracy. To ensure the translation reads more naturally and maintains consistency, Boone nodded and said, apart from the 9 pure Luhura, everything else has been resolved. I possess a mystic-grade body tempering technique. This version ensures that the unique term Luhura is kept intact while making the sentence flow more naturally in English. What? Hyder gasped again. Hardly processing this astounding information, Hyder covered his surprise with 2 coughs. Cough, cough, Carmine. Even I don't have a mystic-grade body tempering technique. Your good fortune truly is enviable. But since it's your fortune, I naturally won't covet it. Boone interrupted straightforwardly. It's all right. Dominic, I can teach you. Chapter 50. Want to learn? I can teach you. Zhoumabe was indeed formidable. Boone once again felt fortunate that he hadn't recklessly interfered with his good fortune. Just as Zhoumabe finished speaking, Lillian also opened her eyes. Feeling her strength restored to the chi cultivation stage, Lillian burst into tears. The faster she fell in later stages, the quicker her realm dropped. From the first layer of foundation establishment to becoming a cripple, it took only half an hour. At that moment, she thought she would never have anything to do with the Tao of Immortality again. But now, she could cultivate once more. Although it was only a minor chi cultivation stage, not falling further and even being able to advance was already a great blessing for Lillian. Why are you still crying? You should be happy. Seeing Boone smiling at her, all the weight Lillian had accumulated over this period was instantly released. Lillian hugged Boone and cried out loud. Boone knew she had been suppressing herself for too long, so he gently patted her back. However, there were important matters at hand, so after letting Lillian cry for just 1 minute, Boone brought up the main issue. Stop crying. Dominic wants us to go over there now. Perhaps there's a way to completely solve your problem. We need to hurry. Lillian wasn't someone who lacked sense. Hearing this from Boone, she quickly wiped away her tears and agreed. Boone patted Lillian's head, then led her to the Patriarch's Peak, where Zhoumabe had been waiting. Dominic. Boone bowed. Lillian followed suit. Do you need help? Zhoumabe stroked his beard, looking profound. Boone hastily said, Dominic, Lillian is a dual spirit body. I now have a method to solve this, but I need your help. Dual spirit, dual calamity. Alas, what suffering you've endured. Zhoumabe looked at Lillian, regret visible in his eyes. He then asked Boone in a deep voice, do you plan to use the grafting method, or the Xiuxian seal? Boone was taken aback. There were other methods? Noticing Boone's confusion, Zhoumabe explained directly. The sealing method involves a high-level cultivator using their spiritual energy to block one of her spirit apertures, but this seal needs to be reinforced every few decades. This seal isn't stable. If involved in large-scale battles, any loosening of the seal can lead to a significant drop in rank. So during battles, only 70% of her spiritual power can be used, and mobilizing spiritual energy will feel obstructed. However, this method is safe. Once Lillian reaches the separation stage, she can reinforce the xiuxian seal on her own. As Zhou Mabe explained, Boon's emotions fluctuated. The xiuxian seal is the most common solution for dual spirit bodies, but 300 years ago, our clear origin sect had an extraordinarily talented alchemist. Seeing Boon's eyes light up, Zhou Mabe nodded slowly. Yes, the previous owner of your flame cauldron immortal mansion. Curious, Boon hesitated before asking, Dominic, I've always wondered why this immortal mansion has remained intact for 300 years since that senior brother's death. With his outstanding talent, it shouldn't have remained empty for so long. Zhou Mabe said calmly, I kept it for 300 years. With a sigh, Zhou Mabe continued, this story is long. The owner of the Flame Cauldron Immortal Mansion, nicknamed Carmelo, was terminally ill. On his deathbed, I promised to protect this immortal mansion because he planned to use a secret technique before dying, with a slim chance of revival. There was a time limit of 300 years. If he didn't return within this period, he wouldn't return, and I should give this immortal mansion to someone fated to receive it. Zhou Mabe paused, glancing oddly at Boon. Strangely, the fated person I divined earlier wasn't you but a disciple surnamed Lachlan. Boon looked bewildered. It involved his biggest secret, which he couldn't explain. Fortunately, Zhou Mabe only gave him an enigmatic look before saying seriously, each cultivator has their own destiny and secrets. I won't ask for specifics. Hearing this, Boon suddenly felt relieved. Dominic, I choose the second method. The sealing method has too many limitations, and if Lillian encounters danger, she can't unleash her full potential. That makes me uneasy. Boon quickly changed the subject, not wanting Zhou Mabe to delve into his fate further. Zhou Mabe glanced at Boon, seemingly seeing through his thoughts but not pressing further. The grafting method is dangerous and requires strict conditions. Firstly, both the recipient and donor must cultivate two complementary techniques, but such harmonious techniques aren't easy to find. I've solved that. Boon interjected eagerly. Indeed, very difficult. What? You've solved it? Zhou Mabe was surprisingly astonished, but he quickly composed himself, coughing slightly. Even if the cultivation techniques are resolved, it's only the first step. Secondly, an extremely rare pill, Ninqing 6 Directions pill, Jiuqing Lu Herdan, is needed. During the removal of the spirit aperture, this pill must be consumed by Lillian to perfectly restore her meridians. Otherwise, even if one aperture is removed, her meridians will still be blocked here, significantly affecting her cultivation limit. Finally, even if all these steps are completed, the person receiving the graft must have at least a profound grade body strengthening technique to withstand the subsequent spiritual energy impact. Zhou Mabe looked profound, making anyone else believe this task was impossible. Boon nodded. Except for the Ninqing 6 Directions pill, everything else is settled. I possess a profound grade body strengthening technique. What? Zhou Mabe exclaimed again. After digesting the shocking information, Zhou Mabe coughed to cover his surprise and said, Cough, Carminer, even I don't have a profound grade body strengthening technique. Your luck is truly enviable. But, since it's your luck, naturally, I wouldn't covet it. Boon bluntly interrupted Zhou Mabe. No problem. Dominic, I can teach you. Note. In traditional Chinese texts, 6 directions typically refers to all directions in space. However, in specific context unique to a novel, it's best to leave it untranslated unless specified otherwise. ###Chapter 51. Meeting gift. David Sunch's eyes moistened. He had always thought that all cultivators in the world were selfish, even when it came to their own sects, usually reserving some things for themselves. He never expected that Boon would be willing to share his Xin-level body cultivation technique. Although he was deeply moved and greatly desired this Xin-level body cultivation technique, David Sunch still shook his head and said, No need. There is no equivalent technique within the sect to trade. Boon looked at David Sunch firmly and replied, Dominic, don't joke with me. The sect has spent so much effort nurturing me. It's only right for me to repay it. Besides, Dominic will expend a lot of spirit energy for Taylor, and I think this alone is enough reason for me to contribute this cultivation technique. Both the gratitude I owe to the sect for raising me and what Taylor means to me are far more important than this simple Xin-level body cultivation technique. Boon's words were heartfelt and sincere, filled with fervor. Adelina's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She gazed at Boon, choked with emotion, and whispered, Husband, you're so good to me. David Sunch looked at Boon, inwardly shocked. This child. For a moment, David Sunch felt like he might cry. In all these years, he had never seen such a fine disciple. Boon wasn't just talking. As he had mentioned before, this thing he possessed wouldn't make much difference even if he gave it away. Moreover, trading it for an 8-star opportunity certainly wasn't a loss. As he spoke, Boon inscribed the Wilbur body cultivation technique on a jade slip and handed it over to Davidson. David Sunch received the jade slip with a solemn expression and then inscribed his 1,000 years of cultivation experience into another jade slip, handing it to Boon. Boon had initially wanted to decline. He offered the technique not for any personal gain. But David Sunch insisted, saying it was natural for him to impart his cultivation insights and experiences to his disciple. Only then did Boon accept it. At this moment, Boon suddenly noticed that the golden 9-star aura pillar above David Sunch's head had disappeared. So, the sect leader's 9-star aura actually belonged to him? Boon couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was truly karma. Moreover, logically, this Xin-level body cultivation technique should not be worth a 9-star aura. After all, previously, a 9-star aura he had intercepted allowed him to obtain 2 complementary Xin-level techniques and a Xin-level Wilbur sword. Perhaps it was because this technique perfectly matched the sect leader's cultivation method. After putting away the technique, David Sunch frowned and said to Boon, Carminer, I can help prepare the ingredients for the 9 purities hexagonal pill, but refining the pill itself will be a bit tricky. The lowest grade required for the 9 purities hexagonal pill to have effects is grade 6, while the highest is grade 9. However, even grade 6 is beyond the capabilities of our clear origin sect's alchemists. So the refinement of this pill is something we can't assist with within the sect. Will you refine it yourself, or shall I ask an elder from the pill sect to do it? Boone knew the sect leader had treated him wholeheartedly and that they were now quite close, so he unhesitatingly said, let's ask the pill sect elder. I can barely refine 3rd grade pills, and it will take a long time for me to reach 6th grade alchemy. Dominic. Taylor can't wait that long. David Sunch nodded approvingly, pondering for a moment before replying, in that case, let's leave today. I'll give you a flying magical artifact to save some spirit power during your journey. Also, the 9 purities hexagonal pill requires many herbs, which I can provide except for one ingredient you'll need to find yourselves. On top of the Xuanwu rock at the peak of Feiji Mountain, you'll find the main herb, the Xuanhe grass, which can only be obtained from Feiji Mountain. You should go there first to collect it. Then, take the ingredients to the pill sect. Here is my token. Go to Taching Mountain in the pill sect and find Eileen, who will help refine the pill. Having said this, David Sunch entered his small world and fetched 117 herbs and a 7-star monster core, handing them over to Boone. Boone gratefully accepted the materials, bowed respectfully to David Sunch, and left the mountain with Adelina. This was Boone's first time leaving the mountain, and he wondered if he would encounter more cultivators with overwhelming luck along the way. Just as they were about to exit the sect leader's peak, Boone realized the entire peak was enveloped in a faint yellow barrier. What was this? Boone marveled at the sky-blocking barrier. It was truly vast. Suddenly, Baraki, a voice called out from behind Boone and Adelina. A young man in feather fan attire flew over on a sword. Boone's eyes lit up. This was likely the sect leader's direct disciple. Boone bowed respectfully and said, Senior brother. I'm Morris, the sect leader's eldest disciple, currently in the initial stage of the corporeal union realm. The feather fan-clad youth smiled slightly. So you're senior brother. I'm Boone, newly arrived at sect leader peak, only at the golden core stage. This is my partner, Adelina, previously from the free and easy sect, Boone introduced. Very well, work hard. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, I'll recommend an elder to take you as a direct disciple. Senior brother Morris glanced at Adelina and said with a smile. He then handed a piece of dermic clothing to Boone and continued, Barak Boone, I don't have much else for you besides this dermic robe. Hearing from Dominic that you're going out, I hurried to send you off. This robe can withstand a full attack from a corporeal union realm cultivator, but needs a week of spiritual nurturing afterward to be used again. Consider it my welcome gift. Without hesitation, Boone accepted it and thanked him. Also, here's something given by little junior sister, a 1000-ly void-breaking talisman. She has done considerable research in talismans and is already a 6th grade talisman master at her young age. This 1000-ly void-breaking talisman is also a 6th grade talisman. Please keep it safe. Note, I've made Chanli Po Kung Fu consistently appear as 1000-ly void-breaking talisman to maintain consistency in terminology. With that, the senior brother waved goodbye and prepared to leave. Senior brother, who was little junior sister? Boone hastily asked as he was about to leave. It wouldn't do to not know who had given him a gift. She's named Ayana, senior brother Morris answered before disappearing in a puff of green smoke. Hold on a minute, Barak. No rush, no rush. Just as senior brother Morris left, Boone and Adelina were about to set off again when a large, round chubby boy floated towards them on a massive cloud. Phew, finally caught up. The fatty wiped the sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Hashtag chapter 52. Descending the mountain, undercurrents begin to stir. Panting, the fat man said, I'm your second senior brother, Jacques. Hello there, little junior brother. Boone respectfully bowed and greeted. Greetings, second senior brother. I'm not as wealthy and powerful as your elder senior brother. I'm only at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, Jacques continued. Originally, I was Dominic's least accomplished disciple. Now that you're here, the fat man said with a smug expression. Boone didn't say anything. If one were to compare cultivation levels alone, Boone wasn't high. But if it came down to true combat strength, that would be another matter entirely. However, he didn't argue with his second senior brother since it was unnecessary to debate such things with a fellow sect member who had come to see him off. If it's just out of simple curiosity without any ill intentions, then fine. Otherwise, I'll find an opportunity to intercept this fat senior brother later. This is an array diagram scroll I drew. If you encounter unsolvable troubles while descending the mountain, unfurl it, and it will transform into the Mystic Turtle 8 trigram array, protecting you for 5 days even from a divided spirit cultivator. The fat second senior brother spoke with evident pride. At this point, Boone feigned genuine amazement. Senior brother ma indeed lives up to expectations. Are you an array diagram master? Jacques nodded slightly, appearing quite pleased with himself. Yes, I am an array diagram master. I'm now a 7th grade master, and sometimes even Dominic consults me on array-related matters. Senior brother, take a look at this array-breaking device. I've never really been good at using it. Boone took out the Thua-shaped array-breaking device he had confiscated from Zion earlier. Jacques glanced at it indifferently, almost disdainfully. This is just a very ordinary 3rd grade nebula array-breaking dart. Nothing special. Let me give you a better one. This is a 6th grade galactic array-breaking dart, far superior to yours. Saying this, he handed Boone a Thua-shaped array-breaking device that looked much more sophisticated than the previous one. Boone thanked him again. Senior brother is truly remarkable. Your knowledge of arrays is profound and deep. Incredible. Flattered by Boone's flattery, Jacques felt rather pleased with himself. Had Boone not had other business to attend to, Jacques might have lingered around listening to these truthful compliments. Fortunately, the second senior brother knew not to delay important matters, especially since David Sanzi was aware of Boone and Ashley's departure. Thus, he didn't hold them back any longer. As soon as the second senior brother left, the protective barrier covering the entire Patriarch peak finally dissipated, revealing clear blue skies once more. Boone noticed many elders waiting outside the peak, as if something significant was happening. Upon seeing Boone, an old acquaintance, the Inner Council Cohen, flew towards him. Andreas, who had served as Inner Council Cohen for years, had finally met someone like Boone whom he wanted as a disciple, but ended up being preempted by the Patriarch. Senior Cohen Zhang, What's going on? Why are so many elders here? Boone asked curiously. You're preparing to descend the mountain? Remember the advanced bounty mission I gave you? The inner council Cohen reminded him before answering. This made Boone feel somewhat guilty because he might have forgotten about it otherwise. Seeing Boone nod, the inner council Cohen explained why so many elders were present. Recently, something strange has happened. Our Qingyuan sect's spirit stone mine in Liuzhou has seen a series of minor disappearances. The disciples in charge there are only at the cultivation chi stage and couldn't figure out what was happening. Just as the sect was preparing to send inner sect disciples to investigate, other spirit stone mines in Huizhou, Qianzhou, Yuzhou, Lingzhou, and Wanzhou started experiencing similar issues, either missing miners or collapses. We suspect it might be intentional sabotage. The inner council Cohen spoke with a serious expression. Senior Cohen Zhang, could it be the Flowing Wilderness sect? Haven't they always been at odds with us? Boone thought it highly probable that it could be the Flowing Wilderness sect. It's not impossible, but it's not certain. Recently, our Qingyuan sect has developed too rapidly, attracting covetous eyes from many sects. The inner council Cohen replied with a worried look. Andreas, hurry, we need to convene at the Patriarch Peak, a Supreme Cohen urged. The inner council Cohen immediately responded and bid farewell to Boone, flying towards the Patriarch Peak. After some contemplation, Boone decided to head down the mountain with Ashley. It was a time of many disturbances, and resolving Ashley's cultivation problems promptly was crucial. His current strength wasn't significant enough to make a decisive contribution to the sect, so it made sense to focus on his own matters first. Xiuxian Mountain was several thousand miles away from Qingyuan Mountain. Boone did not rush the journey, especially since Ashley was only at the early cultivation chi stage, and prolonged aerial travel would be exhausting for her. After traveling a while, they decided to rest at an inn that seemed to be run by ordinary people. Inside, however, all the patrons were cultivators, which struck Boone as odd. Just as Boone was about to leave with Ashley, a burly man blocked their way. Ho ho ho, what a pretty lass. The burly man leered, ogling Ashley shamelessly. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I might spare your dog life. Boone said coldly. Haha, is he crazy? Asking me Khan, to kowtow? Ha. Before Khan finished laughing, Boone kicked him hard, sending him flying into a wall where he stuck momentarily. The room fell silent for a moment, and then a group of people armed with various objects rushed toward Boone, shouting, daring to touch our Lord Biao. Kid, are you tired of living? These people looked tough, but their cultivation levels weren't very high. Only Khan was somewhat formidable at the peak foundation establishment stage. In terms of numbers, they were useless. Without even using the Bakuhatsu technique, Boone knocked everyone down with mere spiritual energy attacks. Spare my life, spare my life. Khan managed to extricate himself from the wall, and realized everyone else was lying on the ground moaning. He knew he had encountered someone tough. Ding! A 3-star luck aura appears around the host. The system voice suddenly announced, pointing to the kneeling Khan. Translation complete. Maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 53, Feiji Mountain, Huaji Sect. This person will gain 3-star fortune in Feiji Mountain soon and obtain a partial manual of swordsmanship. The system's voice made Boone pause. 3-star fortune, not bad at all. So, if you want me to spare your life, it's simple. Tell me what you're doing in Feiji Mountain. Erwin was startled inside. How did this person know they were going to Feiji Mountain? But on the surface, he said, sincerely, sir, no matter how capable you are, you can't just make accusations like that. Why would we be going to Feiji? Still trying to deceive me? Boone's expression turned stern, and an intense coldness emanated from him. Although he didn't know how this young man knew, Erwin was indeed intimidated now. Finally, with a bitter expression, he said, sir, we simply received a task from an employer. We are mercenaries tasked with capturing a golden essence crystal tiger. Boone scrutinized Erwin's face carefully, confirming it was just a coincidence that they were heading to Feiji Mountain. Initially, Boone thought they were also there for the mystical fusion grass. Mystical fusion grass was the main ingredient for refining 9 Clarity 6 Harmonies pill, so caution was necessary, even though it was said to grow abundantly on the peak of Feiji Mountain. Alright, then you shall die. With that, Boone prepared to kill Erwin. Even if it wasn't for the mystical fusion grass, his provocation and 3-star fortune sealed his fate. A hint of viciousness flashed in Erwin's eyes. He hadn't expected this person to be so cautious. Since this was the case, he'd rather risk his life to leave something of Boone behind. Erwin put on an incredulous look. I've already told you everything. Why do you still want to kill me? If you don't kill me, I can tell you about a cave where many opportunities lie. Boone didn't believe him for a moment. Since the system hadn't prompted anything, whatever opportunity Erwin spoke of probably wasn't worth much. The 3-star fortune was more important. So Boone fabricated a reason casually. You want to kill little tigers? I despise those who harm animals carelessly. You die. Erwin hadn't anticipated that this man would act without hesitation. He managed only to secretly send a signal to a friend guarding the entrance before dying. Erwin's original plan was to bring them to Feiji Mountain, team up with his friends on the mountain, and ambush and kill them at night. However, Boone left him no chance and struck decisively. Erwin, you actually, little animals. Erwin died with regret. After resolving Erwin, the two proceeded smoothly to Feiji Mountain. Feiji Mountain had an odd name and was shrouded in a layer of dark mist. Husband, this Feiji Mountain feels so eerie. Ashley clung to Boone's arm. As Ashley described, Feiji Mountain was once an ancient battlefield where blood mist lingered after battles, creating an uncanny atmosphere. Eventually, people dared not approach it. Later, a unique sect, unafraid of lingering spirits, settled their headquarters on Feiji Mountain. That sect was the Huaji sect. Before reaching the entrance of Huaji sect, a disciple approached them, dressed in a black robe with pink floral patterns. The male disciple looked at Boone and Ashley and frowned slightly. Boy, state your name. You've entered Huaji sect territory. I am Boone from Qingyuan sect, here to seek a medicinal herb from your esteemed sect. Boone replied promptly. Seek medicine? Is it mystical fusion grass? Our sect no longer allows outsiders to gather it, the disciple said coldly. Boone furrowed his brow. We urgently need it. Can we exchange spirit stones for it? We don't require much. No, leave quickly, the disciple urged, trying to chase them away. Boone felt his temper rising. What kind of disciple was this? Not bothering to report to superiors, just pushing them away. Suddenly, Boone levitated into the air, flying toward the disciple. The disciple saw this and thought, if you dare be so insolent in Feiji Mountain. With a swift motion, he drew his treasured sword and flipped his hand, revealing a yellow talisman. He swiftly affixed the talisman to his sword and barked, Go! Instantly, an unseen force swept over Boone, making him instantly feel icy and numb, unable to move. What kind of spell was this? Boone had never heard or seen anything like it. The disciple sneered, Spell? A narrow-minded frog in a well. This is Huaji sect Taoism, the art of Chimen Duanjia. The disciple then moved to take Boone's life. Ashley transmitted a message timely, Husband, this is a ghost-driving spell. Fire attribute techniques or divine fire can counter it. Reminded by Ashley, Boone felt reassured. He activated Hildrejuan Huanju with full force, but its operation met significant resistance. The Huaji sect disciple was utterly astonished. He was a 9th-stage golden core cultivator, yet he'd never encountered anyone who could withstand his ghost sword talisman and still activate their technique. As the disciple closed within 10 feet of Boone, Boone suddenly opened his eyes and exerted his power. Divine fire Tianji erupted around him, breaking through the icy paralysis. Ghost sword talismans could indeed seal the meridians, preventing the use of cultivation techniques. Most who fell victim to this usually died from total paralysis. But Boone was not ordinary. With the high-level Hildrejuan Huanju, he could simulate various forms. Tianji Divine Fire, which he learned during his battle with Danzong's Franklin, was one of these forms. Sure enough, as Tianji took effect, Boone's icy paralysis disappeared, and his meridian chi circulation returned to normal. Whoosh! Clang! The first sound was Boone drawing his Hildrejuan sword. The second was Boone and the gatekeeping disciple clashing. Boone remained grounded, while the disciple was thrown back far. Panicking, the disciple cut his finger and chanted rapidly, By the order of law, go! 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 3 talismans flew towards Boone, animated by the Huaji sect's ghost nourishing technique. Boone smirked internally. His Hildrejuan Huanju could simulate divine fire. These ghosts were just offering themselves up. He intensified the flames. The 3 ghosts now circled him cautiously, not daring to approach. The Taoist disciple asked anxiously, Which sect do you belong to? Boone replied calmly, Qingyuan sect. What? Qingyuan sect? The disciple exclaimed, Forgive my lack of recognition. You are truly a distinguished disciple of Qingyuan sect? However, his eyes narrowed, secretly controlling his sword to fly out from its sheath. This disciple harbored a strong murderous intent, intending to catch Boone off guard and strike with his flying sword technique. Huaji sect's techniques indeed differed from other sects. Ding! Detected 5-star fortune near the host. Hashtag chapter 54, cultivating a lesser ghost. This person will soon obtain the Braden ghost cultivation technique. The system's voice echoed, and Boone was momentarily stunned. 5-star luck? So I don't need to intercept it? But this fortune is not on the Huaji sect disciple in front of me? Boone couldn't help but look around. However, after scanning the area, he didn't find anyone else. Could it be? Looking more carefully, he saw a brilliant golden light shining above his head, enveloping him in its glow. It's me again? So, this time, there's no need to intercept? Logically, not having to intercept should be a good thing, but Boone, who had always been intercepting others, suddenly felt a bit melancholic when it came to him being the recipient. Nevertheless, this young Huaji sect disciple was indeed annoying, and since he had tried to kill Boone first, he shouldn't hold back. Without hesitation, Boone looked at the Huaji sect disciple ahead and prepared himself. Then, he suddenly drew Hildred's sword and hurled it with all his might. Yes, because Boone didn't know any sword techniques or flying sword skills. So, he simply used his sheer physical strength to throw the sword like a javelin. Ah! A scream of pain rang out. Hildred's sword struck the disciple's back like a nail. Sharp and deadly, the sword pierced through without resistance, finally getting stuck in the disciple's bones. The entire body of the disciple was pinned to the ground, blood continuously flowing from the wound. The sect disciple, tears and snot streaming down his face, lay motionless, pleading for mercy. Please sir, don't kill me. I have many cultivation techniques and medicinal herbs that I can give you. Yes, I even have Shuana grass. Boone listened with a cold laugh and said, The story of the boy who cried wolf isn't unfamiliar to me. If you had told me earlier, I might have let you off. But your heart is like a wolf's, venomous and deceitful, ready to strike at any opportunity. How could I possibly spare you? As he spoke, Boone stepped forward, grabbed the sword handle, twisted, and pulled. A large amount of blood splattered onto the ground as Boone dragged it out. Under the sunlight, Hildred's sword shimmered with cold light, its sharp tip dripping with blood. In no time, the entire blade was drenched in fresh blood, which then dripped off the tip. While twisting Hildred's sword, Boone also sent an internal energy blast into the disciple's body, shattering his heart meridians. That Huaji sect disciple was dead beyond doubt. Thankfully, Boone wasn't one to torture, or else death wouldn't have come so easily. Boone looked down at the disciple. If he hadn't been cautious, he would have been deceived several times. He picked up the storage bag from the disciple. This storage bag was quite luxurious. Sure enough, it contained many cultivation techniques, among which the most valuable was the Braden ghost cultivation technique. It was a scripture about ghost control techniques, and it was rare for a sect dedicated to unconventional methods like Huaji sect to possess such texts. Boone put it away and turned to Julia. Julia held Boone's hand and said, This person got what he deserved for trying to harm us multiple times. You're right, but But I think something is off about the entire Huchi sect. If they cultivate using ghost cultivation techniques, then the longer they practice, the easier it becomes for ghost chi to invade their minds. Julia agreed. Just now, that person seemed somewhat deranged. This Huchi sect is a tumor that could become a major threat someday. Boone pondered and decided, I'll report this matter to our sect leader when we return and let him decide. Forcing spirits into submission goes against natural laws and principles. Julia nodded, and both of them entered Feiji Mountain. Their primary task remained finding the Xianxia grass. Feiji Mountain, layered upon layers, showed no traces of the ancient battlefield anymore. The ghost chi within the mountain penetrated deep into one's bones, creating an icy chill. Boone ignited celestial fire around himself and Julia, forming a barrier against the ghost chi. With the celestial fire burning, the surrounding ghost chi scattered and fled. As Boone delved deeper, he noticed many Huchi sect disciples working diligently in the forest. Why did they suddenly seal the mountain when everything seemed fine? Curious, Boone ventured further and discovered that the area where Xianxia grass grew coincided with a newly open mine containing spirit veins. Kid, how did you get in? A rough voice suddenly barked beside Boone. Burning celestial fire, Boone stood out starkly in the environment, instantly drawing attention. Boone slowly turned his head to see a core formation cultivator wearing Huchi sect elder attire. He wielded a sword in one hand and held numerous talismans in the other. The standard Huchi sect configuration. Left hand sword, right hand talisman. Boone scanned the surroundings and said, I came to gather herbs. What the hell is Leroy doing? The core formation elder exhaled angrily. Boone replied gravely, if you mean the gatekeeper, he's already dead by my hand. F****ku. Daring to cause trouble in Huchi sect, you're asking for death. The chubby elder roared in fury. He immediately revealed his sword technique, pointing the sword at Boone's throat. Thousand Blossom sword technique. Boone suffered another disadvantage due to lacking sword techniques. Fighting while retreating, Boone finally reached Julia's side and could retreat no further. Ninefold Heaven Water transformation. Buzz. Boone's cultivation instantly soared. Raising his sword, he parried the attack. Brat, today you discovered Huchi sect's secret. You won't leave alive. The elder roared furiously, die. Boone barely avoided the attack. His robe was sliced by the sword, yet it remained undamaged. Coen Brothers' gift was truly exceptional. After battling 300 rounds, the core formation elder gradually ran out of spirit power. However, Boone fought fiercely, the great mystic transformation technique continuously supplying him with spirit power. The protective robe fended off attacks effectively, allowing both offense and defense. The core formation cultivator yelled, and Boone raised his sword to defend. But the next second, the core formation cultivator fled without looking back or blushing. Boone was taken aback. He couldn't catch up with the speed of a fleeing core formation cultivator, so he returned to the starting point with Julia, arriving at the mountaintop. Then, Boone walked toward a pile of rubble in the valley. Aviana, we must hurry. That old man might go for reinforcements. Pushing aside the rubble, he found a small storage bag. This was the third star fortune lost by the burly cultivator, the array diagram technique. He could give it to Julia to practice. Thinking this, Boone handed the array diagram directly to Julia. Boone wasn't unwilling to learn it himself, but learning too many auxiliary techniques would only divert time from cultivation. Chapter 55. Aren't you very cocky? Julia didn't hesitate and took it directly. Aviana, quickly take a look at this array diagram and see if you can gain some insight. All right. Julia sat down on the spot and began studying. Alfredo guarded around her to protect her. After a while, Julia opened her eyes and looked at Alfredo with some guilt. Husband? It was obvious from Julia's expression that she hadn't understood much. Alfredo waved his hand and said, it's okay, let me take a look. As he spoke, Alfredo took over the array diagram book and started flipping through it using the Flawless Sutra. At first glance, Alfredo noticed something amiss with the array diagrams, or rather, they could be significantly improved. Soon enough, what was initially an ordinary array diagram had turned into a profound array diagram under Alfredo's hands, the great mystery of array diagrams. Alfredo was delighted inside. A profound-level array diagram. But adhering to the principle that too much of anything isn't good, Alfredo handed the great mystery of array diagrams back to Julia. Julia looked at Alfredo with admiration. Husband, you are truly amazing. She had also learned the Flawless Sutra but couldn't make any changes to the original array diagram. Yet in Alfredo's hands, it transformed into a profound-level array diagram. Alfredo gave Julia a smug look. Just average. It's all basic stuff. Unexpectedly, when Julia started reading, she entered a state of enlightenment right away. Alfredo couldn't help but be surprised and felt the spiritual liquid around his golden core start to circulate again, even showing signs of continuing growth. Alfredo couldn't help but marvel at Julia's talent. The state of enlightenment is rare, so Alfredo did not disturb her. Recalling the defensive array that Dominic Brother 2 had given him, which could withstand 5 days of attacks from a Spirit Division cultivator, he hurriedly took it out. With a gesture, the array flew above Julia, displaying a transparent bagua pattern, then swiftly descended to enclose her within its protection. For divine turtles, Xuanwu stood guard at each direction of the array, emanating a majestic aura. This was undoubtedly the source of the array's defensive power. This kind of array, once deployed, would form a large formation. With a gesture, it would retract back into its original scroll form. As long as it wasn't forcibly destroyed, it could be reused, an essential tool for travel and daily life. After setting everything up, Alfredo left to gather the Xianxia grass. Note, Xuanhiko is translated as Xianxia grass to make it more readable in English while keeping its original name's phonetics and implying it's a type of plant/grass. If there's a specific term or name you prefer for this plant, feel free to let me know. After walking forward for what seemed like a long time, Alfredo arrived at the bottom of a cliff. Before he could examine it closely, he saw several strands of Xuanhiko. His heart leaped with joy, and he instantly used his spiritual energy to fly to the top of the cliff, ready to pick them. Gone. There were clearly Xiuxian plants at the top of the cliff earlier, but now there was no trace of them after Alfredo flew up. Alfredo flew towards another cliff edge, where there were even more Xiuxian plants. Yet, when Alfredo reached the top, they vanished again. He definitely wasn't seeing things. Alfredo flipped through the Carmelo alchemy origin explanation and discovered the unique trait of Xiuxian. It was extremely sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy and speed. Once it sensed nearby spiritual energy or someone approaching, it would burrow deep underground to hide for self-protection. Alfredo smirked. That made him the perfect nemesis for this plant. Ordinary people weren't fast enough to stop the Xiuxian from escaping underground, making it hard to find. And cultivators couldn't get close either. Their spiritual energy alone would make the Xiuxian flee quickly. He sealed off his meridians, appearing like an ordinary person with no hint of spiritual energy, then began climbing the steep cliff manually. Fortunately, his great mystery body tempering technique was also a profound level technique, so scaling this few hundred-meter cliff posed no significant challenge for Alfredo. Not so fast, my pretty. Let Grandpa enjoy a moment. A sleazy voice sounded nearby. Alfredo frowned slightly but ignored it. He was about to harvest the herbs, and creating trouble now would be unwise. This was Flower Banner sect territory, and Julia wasn't with him. Better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Alfredo glanced over and saw the fleeing woman was also from the Flower Banner sect, so he stopped paying attention. Myrtle was originally a disciple of the Flower Banner sect, but unable to endure the oppression and endless mining, she sneaked out while the supervising disciples weren't looking. What she didn't know was that she had been deliberately let go. The Flower Banner sect had a strict policy of execution for escaped disciples, and these disciples' intentions were clear. A sleazy-looking man laughed. Pretty girl, give Grandpa a kiss, and I might let you go. That won't work. What about the other brothers? Another fat, greasy man joined in with a grin. They leisurely pursued the female Taoist who fled in panic. Alfredo found their noise annoying and feared it might disturb the Xiuxian, so he shouted down, "Get lost! Be quiet!" The Flower Banner sect ghost cultivators were startled by the sudden shout, thinking a powerful figure had appeared. They shivered and looked up to see a young man climbing the cliff. Hell, one greasy man yelled. Just a body-tempering novice talking to Grandpa Maddox like that? Alfredo calmly said, I warned you. Keep making noise, and I will kill you. Another sleazy man laughed angrily. Grandpa is laughing too. You, trash, threatening to kill me? These men amusedly watched Alfredo on the cliff, unworried that he could be stronger. If Alfredo were beyond Golden Core stage, he could fly, not climb. If below Foundation Establishment, they wouldn't have missed his level unless he was below body tempering. Alfredo had already decided to deal with these arrogant fools after obtaining the Xiuxian. Mainly, the female Taoist was breathtakingly beautiful. Cough. It was because Alfredo noticed this Taoist also possessed a dual spiritual divine body. As Alfredo was about to reach the top, those two suddenly attacked him with Ghost Chi. Luckily, Ghost Chi wasn't spiritual energy and didn't alarm the Xiuxian. In fact, the plants seemed to prefer the cold Ghost Chi. Didn't you think you were quite cocky? You brat, come down and kowtow 3 times before Grandpa. I'll spare you and just break your limbs. Pungue cursed while releasing Ghost Chi. Alfredo hated internally. After getting the Xiuxian and removing the spiritual energy seal, he would deal with these trash however he wanted. For now, he couldn't defend himself. The Ghost Chi hit him directly, causing his body to tremble. Below, those people laughed heartily. Chapter 56, 6 nascent soul experts confront him. Spike gritted his teeth against the chilling ghostly chi seeping into his body as he finally managed to climb up to the cliff's peak and pick the 13 black lotus herbs. Had it not been for his robust constitution, he would have likely fallen several times already. After storing the herbs into his storage pouch, Spike's aura began to rise exponentially. He finally erupted. Are you looking for death? He snarled. Maddox, seeing the unleashed Spike, was terrified to the point that his bowels and bladder gave way. He knelt down, shouting, Spare me, Golden Core Great Immortal. It's our mistake, a grievous oversight. Spike didn't waste any time on words. In an instant, he had obliterated both of them. There was no point in talking to scum like these. The female Taoist priest didn't appear grateful. Instead, she took advantage of the moment to flee further away. Her peculiar behavior drew Spike's attention. Ding! Detected 6-star good fortune around the host. 6-star good fortune? Sure enough, when Spike looked, the 6-star good fortune pointed directly to the female Taoist priest. By this time, the woman had already run quite far, nearly out of Spike's sight. Spike sneered, Do you really think you can escape from me? In an instant, he leaped before her, finding her eyeing him warily, which struck him as amusing. Why are you running? He asked. The female Taoist shot a cold look at Spike. Would I be running if you weren't chasing me? Spike was speechless. Her comprehension skills were clearly lacking. He tightened his expression. I'm asking you, why were they after you? They don't seem like good people, yet your attire looks like it belongs to the same sect. Though Spike phrased it as a question, his tone implied certainty. The woman's face darkened. Who shares a sect with those beasts? She now glared at Spike as if she wanted to cut him apart. Spike chuckled confidently. Since you're not one of them, why did you still run after I killed them? This time, the woman pursed her lips and remained silent. Spike added, You must have stolen something valuable from Wuxia sect, right? The system hadn't revealed what the 6-star good fortune entailed, so Spike decided that whether it was a treasure or a person, he would coax it back first. The woman responded with anger. I didn't steal anything. Seeing the woman about to cry, Spike softened his tone. All right, you didn't take anything from them. But you've seen how they dispatch those scoundrels to catch you. They'll definitely sin more. From what I can see, you aren't very strong. If they catch up to you again, you might not escape this time. There may not be someone willing to help you next time. I'm not a fool who helps others for nothing either. Saving you isn't for anything in return. It's just that your plight reminded me of my wife, stirring some sympathy within me. Spike's words gradually put the female Taoist at ease. Noticing her hesitation, Spike pressed on. Huachi sect is not far from here. I need to get back to my wife. Decide what you want to do, good luck. With that, Spike turned and started walking away but silently counted down, 10, 9. As expected, when Spike counted down to 1, a pleasant female voice called out, Venerable Senior, please help me. Spike confidently turned back. Let's go. Although he hadn't secured the 6-star good fortune yet, Aviana was still in deep meditation, and he'd been gone long enough to need returning quickly. As for the 6-star good fortune, who was he? With her under his watch, could it slip away? Soon, Spike brought the female Taoist back to where Lucille was meditating. On the way, he casually learned her name, Myrtle, and uncovered the source of the 6-star good fortune. It turned out that Myrtle was a descendant of the legitimate combined body sect from over 1 million years ago, not the kind of combined body sect associated with that rapist. Originally, Myrtle was a minor cultivator in Huachi sect. After discovering the spirit vein mine, she, being a female cultivator with low cultivation, was forced to dig in the mines. There, a lecherous elder from Huachi sect targeted her to become his servant, which she fiercely rejected. This infuriated the elder, leading to daily harassment. One day, while being bullied, she accidentally fell off a cliff. Miraculously, she survived by hanging onto a thick vine. She found a cave in the cliffside where she obtained a heritage, an ancient cultivation technique passed down by a great figure of the combined body sect. This secret she never shared with anyone, and Myrtle wondered how Spike discovered it. Yet, she couldn't leave without his protection, at least until they were safely away from Huachi sect, where she was no longer being monitored by Spike. Returning with Myrtle to the formation, Spike saw Lucille still meditating. To avoid disturbing her, they stood guard outside. Unexpectedly, only a short while later, the fleeing Huachi sect elder returned, accompanied by 5 others, a total of 6 nascent soul cultivators. Among them, the fleeing Huachi sect elder was at 3rd stage nascent soul, while the other 5 were 2 at 6th stage, 1 at 5th stage, and 2 at 2nd stage. Upon seeing Spike, hatred flared in the Huachi sect elder's eyes, but then he laughed wildly, saying, Boy, if you don't want to die, come lick my toes. I haven't washed them lately. A lanky man spotted Myrtle and said mockingly, Why bother? If you admit defeat and keep me entertained, I can protect you. He even posed a dainty finger. The man, Tai, fancied Myrtle's appearance and chest, desiring her as a personal attendant. To Tai, making Myrtle his servant was a favor. Just as he thought he had secured Myrtle, she unexpectedly refused. What? So many women want my bed? I gave you the chance, Myrtle. You missed it? Tai expressed feigned regret. But soon, Tai shrugged. There were plenty of beautiful women in the cultivation realm, and Myrtle wasn't essential due to her low cultivation. Yet Myrtle, with fiery spirit, retorted, If so many women want to share your bed, pick someone else, but it won't be me. Feeling humiliated before the sect, Tai snapped at Spike's taunt. You should check your reflection before speaking. Fuming with rage, Kirk shouted, Boy, you're courting death. Spike had been preparing for this confrontation for some time. At the moment, everyone thought Spike was surely defeated. Another sudden turn occurred. Crack! Kirk's arm was shattered by Spike's strike. Chapter 57. The True 6th Rank's Technique. 6th rank, this boy is peculiar. He seems capable of launching attacks that surpass his cultivation level, the old man said with a sinister look on his face. Boone knew that if he continued to tangle with the 5 Koan adepts of the inner kernel stage, it would drag on endlessly, possibly leading to him being worn out and left to die where he stood. So, he bowed low. Then, he abruptly pulled Myrtle along, cast a spiritual seal, and retreated into the black tortoise 8-trigram array. Boone wasn't fleeing out of cowardice. He had devised a strategy. He intended to utilize the properties of the black tortoise 8-trigram array. Once inside, he would begin building up power until reaching the peak before exiting to instantly kill one opponent. After the instant kill, he would quickly return to the array, repeating this cycle. Boone dubbed this tactic the tortoise tactic. Seeing Boone and Myrtle run away, the 6 men were momentarily stunned. Tai immediately cursed, You're hiding in a turtle shell, you piece of trash. While secretly gathering energy, Boone feigned weakness. How can I fight against a group of inner kernel cultivators? If I don't escape, wouldn't I be an idiot? Young man, knowing you can't win, why don't you come out to accept your death? The elder from the Huachi sect laughed arrogantly, as if he could already see Boone's grim fate. If coming out to beg for mercy still means death, then I won't go out. Boone pretended to look somewhat disappointed, making the 6 believe that if they offered him a reprieve, he'd instantly plead for mercy. Young man, if you don't come out, we'll keep guarding here. Your formation will eventually fail, and at that time, not just you will die. Kirk gave an evil smile while eyeing Myrtle and Ashley, his intent clear. Boone acted as though angered but also helpless, finally asking, dejectedly, If I come out, will you leave me a whole corpse? Boone's show of cowardice proved effective. The elders exchanged glances before the Huachi sect elder replied with an evil smirk, Leaving you a whole corpse is nothing. If you behave well, we might even spare your life. Kirk added, Just lick his stinky feet, and you'll be spared. Boone felt a chill. This person was definitely twisted. By now, Boone sensed the internal buildup of force had reached 6 layers, a multi-layered power surge akin to ocean waves, desperate to burst forth. In the next moment, Boone appeared outside the formation. Kirk thought Boone had been deceived and approached him with a grin, ready to take advantage of Boone's lack of awareness and directly attack. He couldn't tolerate anyone who insulted him to live, but neither did Boone plan to let him live. The 2 men got close, and without waiting for Kirk to make a move, Boone struck first. You little scum. You. How is this possible? Kirk flew backward, blood spilling everywhere. With a successful hit, Boone quickly returned to the array before the others could react, consuming several spirit recovery pills. His 8-pole collapse technique had drained all his spirit power, and this emptiness made him suddenly grasp the bottleneck of the 3rd stage of the Golden Core realm. Upon swallowing the spirit recovery pills, he unexpectedly broke through to Golden Core 3rd stage. When Boone opened his eyes again, the powerful aura around him made Myrtle, trapped in the formation, shiver. Boone felt refreshed after the breakthrough and instinctively stood up to walk around. "You, don't come near, pervert." Only upon hearing Myrtle's shout did Boone open his eyes, realizing he had accidentally pitched a tent and walked toward her. Seeing Myrtle cover her chest and blush, Boone hastily explained, "I didn't mean to. Please hear me out. Oh no, please listen to my explanation." Though aware that cultivators occasionally lost control during advancement, Myrtle blushed fiercely, yelling, "Stay away from me." Boone sighed, but now wasn't the time to argue. He took more spirit recovery pills and sat cross-legged. Previously solidifying his cultivation, he had long reached the peak of Golden Core 2nd stage. Xianxia had given him so many buffs that his spirit power accumulated over time, finally bursting forth together. His cultivation kept advancing. The liquid surrounding his Golden Core began emanating power. Crack! Break! Boone shouted suddenly. Unable to resist, Myrtle sarcastically commented, "You've already advanced 1 stage. Are you preparing to advance again? Ha, hilarious, you don't understand basic cultivation rules." Feeling bored, Myrtle prepared to sneak away. This man was handsome, but his brain seemed off. Bang! Inside Boone's body, spirit power compressed rapidly, and his Golden Core spun faster. Finally, Golden Core 4th stage. The sudden release of Golden Core 4th stage startled Myrtle, who was trying to sneak away. Wait, that's Golden Core 4th stage aura. Myrtle froze. Was Boone a lunatic or a genius? Before she could fully comprehend, Boone's aura surged again, breaking through once more. At this point, Myrtle was numb. She had never seen anyone break through 4 realms continuously. Now, Boone was at the 6th stage of the Golden Core realm. After breaking through, Boone opened his eyes. Because they were within the array, outsiders couldn't detect Boone's breakthrough. They continued demanding Boone's death. Seeing this, Boone used all his trump cards and suddenly exited the array. Selecting a single victim, he delivered his full force attack and then returned home with their blood. After killing 2 elders consecutively, the remaining few realized something was wrong. Before they could figure out how to respond, Boone reappeared and claimed another head. The 3 remaining elders began panicking and realized staying outside the array was suicidal. They couldn't break the Black Tortoise 8 trigram array nor harm Boone. Yet each time Boone emerged, he killed one of them with a fully charged attack. If this continued, they would all perish. Thus, the 3 fled deep into the mountains. Seeing the situation, Boone activated the Great Concealment Technique. At Golden Core 6th stage, Boone's concealment technique extended invisibility to within 10 meters around him. As Boone tested the concealment, Myrtle asked, "What are you doing?" Boone smiled. "This is the true 6th ranks technique. Let's give them a gift." He pursued the trio and eliminated them all. In their last moments, they couldn't understand how they suddenly died despite escaping. After eliminating the 3, Boone returned to the array. Myrtle said, "Let's run. Our traces are nearly hidden." During Boone's test, both realized that the Great Concealment Technique not only hid Boone but also concealed a few meters around him. If they left now, theoretically, they wouldn't leave any trace, making them unreachable by the Huashi sect. However, Boone shook his head. "I discovered an opportunity for you. Follow me." Chapter 58, Dog-Cutting Sword Technique. Chime detected a 5-star aura near the host. As Boone killed the last of the 6th stage soul infant elder, the system suddenly notified him of new aura appearing nearby. Boone naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Following the system's cue, he arrived at the mine shaft near Braden sect which Myrtle had mentioned before, and found this 5-star aura. This was the first time Boone managed to intercept an aura successfully even before trying to coax the subject. For a moment, Boone almost wondered if this fortune belonged to him. When Boone reached a water pool, the system's beautiful announcement voice came through directly. "Chime. Congratulations to the host for intercepting a 5-star aura, a pool of raw spirit stones liquid." Reminder to the host, this raw spirit stone liquid can assist in intercepting the previous 6-star aura. It was due to this added bonus that Boone returned to fetch Myrtle along with him. Boone brought Myrtle back into the mine pit. He intended to cause a commotion and create chaos in the entire mine, so they could conveniently carry away the 5-star opportunity. According to the system prompt, the cultivation technique Myrtle accidentally obtained previously wasn't complete. It needed this raw spirit stone liquid to proceed further. And such raw spirit stone liquid only appeared within spirit mines, extremely rare. Some people might never encounter it in their lifetime, or even hear about it. Fortunately, Boone encountered this unique 5-star aura. The two sneaked into the mine. Just as they entered a special entrance, Myrtle was nearly blinded by the dazzling light from the pond of luminous liquid. A whole pond of raw spirit liquid. The entire pond shimmered beautifully. The milky white liquid gently swayed with the breeze, just like milk. "You indeed didn't lie to me. This is all spirit liquid." Myrtle happily whispered but then exclaimed dramatically, "I want to take a bath." Boone immediately refused. "No way. It's for drinking." But Myrtle pouted, "I really want to bathe." Boone merely glanced sideways at her, saying nothing. Myrtle stuck out her tongue. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Don't be so stern." She then drank a handful of raw liquid directly from the pond. Sweet. Boone couldn't help but cover his face. This girl was unbelievable. With a whole large pond of raw liquid, it couldn't be wasted. Such a good thing was only found because Boone got the message, so he wasn't being courteous either, drinking a big mouthful himself right away. "Hurry, quickly collect these and let's go," Myrtle shouted while gulping down more from the pond. Unexpectedly, her shout alarmed an elder of Braden's sect. "Who?" An old man with white hair appeared directly in the mine pit. Boone couldn't help but cover his forehead. Didn't Myrtle know they were under stealth? Yet she screamed so loudly. However, Since they've been discovered, there was no need to continue hiding. Boone immediately revealed himself, waved his hand, and packed the whole pond of spirit liquid into his storage bag. The old man watched Boone cautiously and remained silent, not attacking even when Boone took the spirit liquid, realizing he couldn't discern the young man's cultivation level. Who are you? How dare you steal my spirit liquid? Turns out, this old man was guarding the pond. They had used a major stealth technique and didn't come from his direct view, hence he missed them. At this point, Boone started preparing again. He felt it was a bit challenging. This Xiuxian sect elder was 9th stage soul infant. Remember, the highest stage among the elders Boone had killed previously was only 6th stage soul infant, most being 2nd or 3rd stages. This old man's aura was strong, very solid in his cultivation, and difficult to handle. What made the 9th stage soul infant toughest was his speed. Boone was only 6th stage golden core, unable to catch up with a 9th stage soul infant cultivator, who could already control spiritual energy using his soul embryo, something far beyond what golden core cultivators could achieve. Boone's concealment spell had been exposed, and this elder was beginning to suspect his true cultivation level. It would be hard to lure him to his death. Boone's Wilbur illusion spell could easily see cultivators one stage higher than him, but the elder didn't know that. Deciding to perform another act, he slowly emitted his golden core stage aura, gradually revealing it as if the stealth spell duration ended. Noticing Boone's strength, the soul infant cultivator's eyes indeed showed less caution and more disdain. Golden core cultivator? Boy, quickly return my raw spirit stone liquid, and I'll spare you a whole corpse. Boone calmly replied, a boasting old man indeed. I Franklin have never spit out what I've eaten. Fine. Boy, you've got guts. Take my spectral aura, the old man declared, his sleeves inflating high as if filled with air. Franklin, die. After roaring, the old man released 100 specters, directly lunging towards Boone. The corners of the old man's mouth curled up. He could already imagine Boone being devoured by the specters. Boone's eyes feigned shock at the appropriate moment, just as the old man felt sure of his victory. Heavenly fire. Boone yelled loud enough for the old man to recognize it instantly. What? The old man cried in alarm, hurriedly retracting his specters, which took him decades to accumulate. But before the spectral flames, these ghosts couldn't withstand even a second. In an instant, half were burned away by Boone's fire. Seeing only about 30 half-dead specters left, barely alive, the old man felt his heart bleeding. By this time, Boone had completed his preparations. He only needed to lure the old man close to give him a big surprise. Boone spoke mysteriously. My best skill is heavenly fire. Ha ha ha, old man, your specters aren't quite cutting it. This enraged the Xiuxian sect elder, who had already lost his spirit liquid, and now his little specters too. He was practically fuming. Boy, die. He conjured a spirit banner, but instead of using it to summon ghosts, he thrust its sharp tip directly at Boone, using the spirit banner as a spear. Thus, the soul infant elder had to confront Boone head-on. Boone's eyes narrowed as he drew his Wilbur sword. He could tell that the old man's spirit banner wasn't ordinary. Its glossy black surface gleamed, indicating it was at least a high yellow-grade spirit weapon. Braden Overlord Dragon Spear. The old man roared, delivering this earth-shaking and ghost-wailing strike. Boone merely lifted his Wilbur sword and calmly stated, dog-cutting sword technique. Chapter 59. Daring to offend Franklin of the alchemy sect? How dare this boy insult me to such an extent? The old man from the Braden sect turned red with anger and immediately lunged at Boone, full of rage. As Boone shouted out the name of the cutting dog sword technique, he had already channeled his spiritual energy throughout his body and secretly accumulated 6 layers of force for the 8-pole strike. Ultimately, layer upon layer of concealed force was amplified by the Wilbur sword and clashed fiercely with the tip of the elder's soul summoning banner. The elder sneered wickedly, believing that this cultivator in the golden core stage was simply seeking death. But as soon as they came into contact, he instantly felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy transmitted through Boone's sword. A mouthful of blood spurted out as the old man flew backward. Blood continued spurting out even as he flew, leaving a bloody trail in the air. Boone's eyes narrowed sharply as he hastily swallowed a spirit-restoring pill while exclaiming, daring to provoke our alchemy sect. I'll see how many lives you have left after this. Franklin doesn't seem so famous. Let me help promote your name a bit. Hee. The elder kept flying backward, staring intently at the pill in Boone's hand. It had 5 alchemical patterns. It was an alchemy sect disciple. Franklin? The Braden sect elder secretly vowed retribution. Alchemy sect, Franklin, you will pay. Divine mind annihilation. At this moment, Boone launched another sudden attack. A tangible mental assault struck the Braden sect elder, catching him off guard, but only managed to stagger him without killing him. In the next second, using some secret technique, his body transformed into a ray of light and disappeared instantly. This was a special flying technique unique to 9th stage nether infant cultivators, nether flight. Boone shook his head. He knew it wasn't because his divine mind sutra wasn't potent enough, but mainly because he wasn't strong enough yet. Plus, the Braden sect were spirit cultivators who specialized in cultivating mental power. Moreover, once cultivators reached the nether infant stage, their mental strength would inherently leap significantly. So, this Braden sect elder's mental strength was exceptional, possibly even surpassing some fusion stage cultivators. Therefore, Boone's golden core stage mental strength was clearly insufficient. He also silently resolved to quickly advance his cultivation to the nether infant stage. Back at the depths of the Braden sect, the old man hurriedly took a handful of pills after escaping. Then, forcing himself despite continuous bleeding, he cast a secret technique. Temporal regression. Suddenly, a 3-dimensional hologram appeared in the sky, just like a 3D projector. It showed the scene where Boone and the other person came to collect the essence fluid, but unfortunately, their faces were still indiscernible. Cohen Jace, what happened? A refined voice echoed in the cave dwelling. followed by the apparition of a graceful figure. Dominic, I was ambushed earlier. They even stole my original essence fluid from me. I need to see if the attacker is truly an alchemy sect member. Cohen Jace, bleeding continuously, glared viciously at the floating image. The elegant woman asked coldly, alchemy sect disciples don't usually cause disputes. Could it be someone impersonating them? Cohen Jace shook his head furiously. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Look at this 5-pattern spirit restoring pill. He ate it like candy. This must be an alchemy sect disciple. Cohen Jace added confidently, and he said his name is Franklin. He has a divine fire ranked 50, the celestial blaze fire. The woman scoffed. So the alchemy sect thinks we Braden sect are weak now? Rest assured, I will personally visit the Soul sect and ask Cohen Soul Danyang to take up your grievance. Believing Jace's confident statement, she felt a surge of fury and promptly comforted the elder. Jace was moved, saying, thank you, Dominic. Now I can finally let go of this grudge, or else my cultivation might stagnate. Seeing the old man being chased away by Boone, Myrtle muttered something indistinctly. Boone couldn't quite hear her clearly and didn't press further when she deftly covered it up. Not wanting to delve deeper, Boone returned to Ashley's side since she hadn't yet emerged from her meditative state. Enlightenment was rare, and some cultivators might never experience it in their lifetimes, so Boone naturally allowed Ashley to continue cultivating within the array. The black tortoise bagua array could be retracted, and as Ashley was still inside the array, she would be taken into the scroll along with it. Boone carried it with him, ensuring her absolute safety as long as he remained unharmed. Taking Myrtle along, they left for the alchemy sect. On the way, Boone couldn't resist asking the system again, I got the 5-star fortune essence fluid. So what exactly is this 6-star fortune tied to Myrtle? The system, however, remained cryptic, merely responding, not yet time. Frustrated, Boone glanced at Myrtle, who was puzzled by his insistence on dragging her around. Was he after her love for bathing? Or her ability to drink essence fluid until full? Unaware of her thoughts, Boone forced Myrtle towards the alchemy sect. He had to obtain the dual cultivation techniques from her. These techniques were crucial for Ashley's meridian grafting and his own progress. They walked in silence, each harboring their own thoughts. But Myrtle, much weaker than Boone, soon arrived outside the alchemy sect. At the entrance, Boone respectfully requested a messenger to inform Holy Maiden Tato of Clear Source sect Boone's visit. The gatekeeper eyed Boone disdainfully, noting his distinguished appearance, but disliking his immediate request to see their holy maiden. Nonetheless, duty-bound, he replied coldly, wait here, before turning in to report. What? She won't see me? Boone was stunned, recalling their past amiable relationship. The guard relished Boone's disbelief. Just scram, kid. Mocking harshly, Holy Maiden doesn't want to see you. People like you think meeting her once makes you friends? Don't forget who you are. People should know their place. Understand your true identity. Chapter 60. Encounter Franklin again. Boone glanced at the other person, feeling somewhat irritable. Did the disciples guarding the gate of the alchemy sect have this much confidence? However, Boone did not take this lowly foundation establishment stage disciple who was just a gatekeeper seriously. Since Tad would not see him, Boone remained open-minded and directly took out the visiting card prepared by the sect leader previously. Then I will meet with your Kirk. Ah, this Xiuxian sect's sect leader's visiting card? The gatekeeping disciple's face turned beet red when he saw Boone pull out the visiting card. Earlier, he had been thinking that the person in front of him was like a toad lusting after swan meat. The gatekeeping disciple felt panic arise within his heart. These visiting cards were usually sent out by alchemy sect elders and only brought back when necessary, serving as proof of identity. Those who received them were always people with high status and great prestige. How could he, just a mountain guarding disciple, mock others? Boone spoke indifferently. It's all right. You don't need to worry about it. Upon hearing this, the disciple's expression improved slightly, but then turned pale again. As an old saying goes, dogs look up to men. You've been a guard dog for too long, used to looking down on everyone. I can understand. Boone's words made the gatekeeping disciple lower his head in shame. After speaking, Boone walked straight past the gatekeeping disciple towards the alchemy sect interior. The gatekeeping disciple harbored resentment, but dared not retaliate. Just stepping into the alchemy sect, Boone was also taken aback. The alchemy sect's area was extremely vast, over 10 times that of the Xiuxian sect, shaped like a cauldron. The entire sect grounds resembled a natural alchemical furnace, with fire covering the entire alchemical furnace range. No wonder the alchemy sect was one of the top 2 factions in Yunzhou continent. Casually pulling aside an outer sect disciple of the alchemy sect for directions, Boone found Junji Cohen, whom Davidson had asked him to seek out on Taching Mountain. Oh my goodness, who is it that has come? After notification, Junji Cohen warmly welcomed Boone and Myrtle. You are Mobai's outstanding student? Boone politely greeted, Junior Boone meets Cohen Junji. Without further ado, Boone followed Junji Cohen into his immortal palace and explained the reason for his visit. Junji Cohen agreed readily but added, refining the 9-clear hexagonal pill should not be a problem since you're Mobai's disciple. However, if I assist, I must take half the quantity of pills as compensation. Can you accept this? Boone naturally agreed. Ashley needed only 1 pill. That's understandable, but may I observe and learn? Seeing Boone's readiness, Junji Cohen laughed heartily and said, sure, I am just setting up a practical demonstration for the 6th grade elixir refinement process. It will surely attract a full audience. At this moment, Boone realized that the alchemy sect, similar to the Xiuxian sect, could not manage to have elders teach every disciple individually. Therefore, each elder set up such a public class periodically for all disciples to observe. The 9-clear hexagonal pill that Boone sought this time was a 6th grade elixir. Rarely could alchemy sect disciples witness the refining process of such a high-level elixir. The alchemy sect's alchemy square, usually the place where alchemy sect disciples practiced alchemy and elders gave lectures. Now, Junji Cohen was already here making preparations. Within a mere moment after sending out the notice, over 1,000 disciples had arrived. Tad came as well, but her expression was peculiar when she faced Boone. Especially when she saw Myrtle chatting noisily beside Boone. Her gaze became cold as a knife. Boone waved and greeted Tad, but she turned her head away, conversing with a male disciple beside her. That male disciple appeared very enthusiastic, while Tad reluctantly replied after 10 sentences from him. Myrtle no longer ran around. Ever since learning that Boone was a personal disciple of the Xiuxian sect, she had been sticking close to him. Boone. A chilling voice echoed in Boone's ear. Boone turned back, recognizing an old acquaintance. He greeted warmly, "Brother Hu, why are you here too?" Franklin frowned. Losing to Boone in the last competition still left some lingering dissatisfaction in his heart. Now, didn't Boone even remember that he was an alchemy sect disciple? Could it be he did not think highly of him? Thinking this, Franklin grew angrier and said in a furious tone, "I, Franklin, am a disciple of the alchemy sect. Do I not belong here?" Boone feigned realization and explained, "I thought someone as talented as Brother Hu wouldn't need to attend medicine classes anymore, so I was curious why Brother Hu was here. Didn't mean to offend you. But, I didn't expect Brother Hu to be so diligent in studying. Truly a role model for us." As he spoke, Boone bowed respectfully, giving Franklin a salute. Franklin's expression eased up significantly, waving a hand. Koen Junji is a 7th grade alchemist. His upcoming public demonstration involves refining a 6th grade elixir, which will attract many elders. Inside, Boone was also surprised. This Shinji Koen was actually a 7th grade alchemist. Higher grades meant more stringent requirements in every aspect. 7th grade alchemists were scarce across the entire Yunzhou continent. Boone suddenly changed the subject. "I remember Brother Hu wields a sword?" Franklin hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Boone clasped his fists together and said, "My earlier rudeness, I apologize. To make it up to Brother Hu, I have a family heirloom sword technique I'm willing to teach you." Franklin hastily waved his hands. "Family heirlooms cannot be casually taught. Brother Yi, don't joke." Boone, pretending to be serious and angry, asked, "Brother Hu, do you not consider me one of your own?" Franklin inwardly rolled his eyes. Who considers you one of their own? But indeed, Boone was unusually friendly and passionate. Feigning anger, Boone continued, "Or do you think little of my family heirloom sword technique? I initially relied on the movements of this family sword technique to barely surpass Brother Hu. Its power is formidable and capable of defeating opponents of higher levels." Hearing this, Franklin's eyes gleamed with fervent admiration. "What's the name of this sword technique?" Boone, with a grave expression, looked upward at a 45-degree angle and said solemnly, "The dog-cutting sword technique." Seeing Franklin pause upon hearing this, Boone added, "Don't judge by the crude name. Its power is immense." Thus, he took out a J-disc, used the Flawless Sutra to refine 8 extremes collapse, changing the 8-fold inner strength into 2-fold inner strength and teaching it to Franklin. Indeed, Franklin lived up to his reputation as a prodigy. Upon learning it, he quickly grasped the basics of this inner strength, truly worthy of being Brother Ye's family heirloom. This sword technique can indeed produce attacks more powerful than my cultivation level. Franklin couldn't stop praising. Chapter 61. Knocked out at the start. Soul Sect. Junior Sister Sylvia, I understand everything you've told me. I'll accompany you to the Pill Sect so that the disciple who offended Marlanki can apologize to you. A man with hawkish features said to the graceful woman from Braden's sect beside him. So, Senior Brother Branson, thank you. The disciple who insulted our sect is called Franklin. He excels in using the alchemy fire sky roast and a sword technique called the chop dog sword technique. Hearing this, Senior Brother Branson from Soul Sect's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. Did you hear? Cohen Casper is going to refine a 6th grade pill. A Pill Sect disciple hurriedly ran past. We need to hurry up and go through the grade examination. Boone overheard these disciples and asked Franklin, "What is this grade examination?" Franklin, while comprehending the chop dog sword technique, explained to Boone, "The grade exam is actually a rank test, a routine item before each lecture in our Pill Sect. Pill Sect disciples mainly practice refining pills, so they pay close attention to their alchemy level. Rank represents your strength, so before major lectures, to secure better seating, disciples often retake the grade exams. The higher your rank, the closer your seat will be." Boone was enlightened and then asked, "Brother Hu, being a genius like you must be up front. May I ask what rank you are?" Franklin lifted his head slightly arrogantly and said, "I'm not too high, just 5th grade. What, 5th grade? Boone was visibly shocked. Seeing Boone's naive look, Franklin's vanity was immensely satisfied. He nodded and politely asked back, "Brother Yi, hearing you're also a great alchemist, what grade are you?" Boone replied with some embarrassment, "I don't have a rank yet. I'm just a beginner." Franklin, looking more like a senior, advised, "No problem for a beginner. Refining pills must be done step by step. Don't rush for progress or challenge potions far beyond your current skill level. Why don't I take you to the grade exam site to see things? No harm if you don't get a rank, just try your best." Boone nodded, and the two arrived at the examination site. The exam was simple. It only tested spiritual energy thickness and required refining 1 pill, after which a professional evaluator would assess it. Franklin continued explaining to Boone, "This spiritual energy reflects your cultivation level, can't be faked. For pill refining, you'll be given materials, and if you fail, you won't pass. Afterward, based on the number of pills you refined and the preservation of their properties, you'll be assigned a rank. A ranked alchemist gets a unique J-disc from our Pill Sect. With it, you can stay for free at any affiliated refining association and get a 20% discount on herbs." Hearing about these benefits, Boone thought it sounded good and wanted to see his own alchemy level. "Come here, line up." A stern-looking disciple coldly told Boone. "Which grade are you testing for?" Boone calmly replied, "I'm not sure. It's my first time. Let's go for the 1st grade." Instantly, the registration disciple looked disdainfully at him. Although he was also in the Golden Core realm, he had already achieved 3rd grade as an alchemist and found it ridiculous that Boone, a Golden Core cultivator, was testing for the 1st grade. Slowly, he said, for first grade, you should queue with the Qi Condensation and Foundation Establishment disciples. Turning around, Boone saw no such line, clearly recognizing the disciples' deliberate obstruction. Boone asked calmly, what grade do you examine here? Third grade. Boone calmly responded, then I'll take the third grade exam. At this point, Franklin couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. What are you doing? This brother Yi is my friend. Hurry up and process it. Seeing it was Franklin, the disciple instantly changed his tone. Oh, it's senior brother Hu. Right away, right away. After finishing the registration, Boone asked puzzledly, why do all your pill sect disciples seem two-faced? Franklin sighed helplessly, isn't it because the world places alchemists too high? They entered the venue, where it was densely packed with people. Franklin assured Boone, it's okay if you don't pass, it's your first time. Third grade is too difficult. In Franklin's view, when he took his first exam, he was still a first-grade candidate, having learned alchemy for only a week. But testing for third grade took another year because the difficulty increased exponentially. Upon hearing Boone had been learning alchemy for just 1 month, without guidance, and could barely achieve first grade, Franklin shook his head, thinking Boone was too proud. Boone measured his spiritual energy, confirming he was at the golden core stage. This test venue only indicated broad realms, not specific substages. Exam question. Rejuvenating spirit pill. Each person gets 1 set of materials, with a half-hour time limit. Failure to complete means failure. Begin. A straightforward announcement followed as all candidates immediately started working on their platforms. Boone also began, feeling slightly stunned. His forte was precisely the rejuvenating spirit pill, and now it was being tested. Was this a coincidence? Actually, it wasn't luck. Grading usually chose the simplest pill for accuracy in evaluating skill levels and operational speed. Simpler pills provided more precise assessments. For example, a senior alchemist could produce 20 to 30 rejuvenating spirit pills per batch, while less skilled ones might only manage a few. Boone expertly began refining the rejuvenating spirit pill, needing just 2 herbs, spirit grass and moonlight flower. From the start, Boone drew the examiner's attention. His method differed from other pill sect disciples who were still testing temperatures. Boone already added the herbs. The examiner shook his head, thinking, what kind of greenhorn is this? Not even checking the temperature and just adding ingredients? Isn't he going to cause an explosion? The examiner signaled 2 assisting disciples to surround Boone, intending to remove him. What are you doing? Boone was irritated. He was in the middle of refining. Seeing the assistant disciples failing to move him, the examiner approached, saying, you're out. What? Boone was bewildered. Why was he knocked out when he was refining well? Who's your teacher? You need to check the furnace temperature before refining. How can you be so ignorant and still refine pills? Aren't you ashamed? The examiner sneered. Translation notes. Characters' names are preserved in pinyin format as instructed. Kept the same paragraph structure and line breaks to maintain readability and style consistency. Maintained the original storyline, ensuring continuity and coherence. Chapter 62. A third-rank alchemist, Black Qi-yuan transference. Chapter 62. Third-class alchemist, Black luck transfer. Boone was speechless for a moment. So that's how it is. He could only explain helplessly, this is a family secret technique. I have my own method of temperature control. The examiner shook his head, clearly not believing him. It wasn't surprising. The examiner, being an experienced alchemist himself, had never heard of a technique that didn't involve checking the temperature. The 2 disciples still hadn't let go. Boone noticed out of the corner of his eye that the furnace fire was nearly ready. He could only shout, let go. But instead, they held on tighter. Feeling somewhat anxious, Boone suddenly used his Baji Bung technique to shake off the 2 disciples. Startled by this, the 2 disciples were enraged and tried to seize him again. Boone didn't want to harm anyone within the alchemy sect, so he dodged the disciples while frantically operating the alchemy furnace and controlling the furnace fire. To prevent interference with the furnace, he channeled spiritual energy to keep it suspended in the air, surrounding the furnace fire with it as well. At that moment, seeing how Boone controlled the trajectory of the furnace, the examiner immediately stopped the 2 disciples from attacking. He realized something. Boone's technique of controlling the furnace mid-air closely resembled the long-lost suspended Carmelo alchemy method. In no time, Boone put down the furnace with a dissatisfied look. Bang! A loud noise echoed, similar to the sound of popcorn exploding. The examiner, flushed with excitement, asked, This is actually the 8 methods of Carmelo alchemy. Explosion at furnace opening. Boone glanced at the excited examiner, showing disdain, and continued focusing on alchemy. Then, he made a shocking move. After opening the furnace, he put the fire back into the furnace directly. The examiner shrieked louder than before. This is the legendary zero-distance naked burn Carmelo pill. You're reviving a lost art. You're adding final alchemical patterns? Seemingly unable to speak any longer, the examiner's voice rasped like worn-out yarn. Finally, the pills emerged from the furnace, accompanied by auspicious clouds floating around it. This is the cloud pill. The examiner, eyes rolling back, was carried away by nearby disciples. Attracted by the commotion, several elders from the alchemy sect gathered around. After opening the furnace, 36 round pills lay quietly at the bottom, like exquisite works of art awaiting appraisal. Each translucent revitalizing pill was adorned with intricate patterns, layer upon layer, 6 layers. 6 layered patterns. The elders were moved beyond words. Usually, they had seen third-class alchemists produce pills with 1 or 2 layers of patterns, but this was their first time witnessing a pill with 6 layered patterns. Boone nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his progress in alchemy. Franklin, standing nearby, was already wide-eyed in astonishment. Could this Boone be so skilled? Earlier, he had even been comforting him not to lose heart. One alchemist, you are far above third-class level. Why come here for grading? An elder of the alchemy sect asked in confusion. Boone looked bewildered and replied timidly, this is my first grading, unsure where else to go. I previously had no rank. SSSHH. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. On his first grading attempt, he managed to create a 6-layered patterned pill. How long have you been learning alchemy? The elder asked deeply. Boone answered honestly, almost a month. The elder almost collapsed, fortunately caught by nearby disciples. Meanwhile, Franklin was sprawled on the ground. Too brutal. He felt completely overshadowed by Boone's talent, yet he had boasted in front of him just now. Boone received his grade J disc, officially advancing to 3rd-class alchemist. Although the elder strongly urged Boone to proceed to 5th-class evaluation, Boone declined. He had discovered a new issue. A black cloud appeared above his head. If those who exuded positive chi were surrounded by golden light, then this black cloud surely meant misfortune. It was a sign. System, what does this ominous cloud mean? Boone asked grimly. The system explained, you will soon face retribution from the Soul Sect, initiated by Cohen Xiuxian of Braden Sect. So, it was the escaped peak nascent Soul Cohen of Braden Sect coming for revenge, with the Soul Sect as his allies? The Soul Sect was one of the 3 major sects of Yunzhou continent, on par with the Alchemy Sect. System, can this black cloud be transferred to someone else? The system replied, misfortune can indeed be bound to another person. Boone turned to glance at Franklin, who seemed dazed, a cunning plan forming in his mind. Brother Who? Franklin snapped back to reality when called by Boone. Brother Who, these are some small pills I've casually crafted over the days. Take them without refusing. Boone shoved handfuls of 5 patterned revitalizing pills into Franklin's hands. Franklin refused, waving his hands. Brother Yi, this isn't right. I can also craft revitalizing pills as an alchemist, there's no need. Brother Who, do you look down on me? Can't you appreciate my 5 patterned revitalizing pills? Boone pretended to be angry. Franklin attempted to explain but was cut off by Boone. So, that's settled. We're good brothers. Brother Who is a genius and can definitely make 5 pattern pills. My offerings aren't worth mentioning. But this is a token of my appreciation. You must accept it. Franklin wanted to say he couldn't make 5 pattern pills but choked on his words, awkwardly standing there. Seeing Franklin hesitate, Boone quickly changed the topic, fearing he might refuse. Brother Who, how is the dog-slaying sword technique I taught you coming along? When asked, Franklin demonstrated for Boone. Though only using 2 layers of inner energy, coupled with his 9th stage nascent soul cultivation, it was comparable to Boone's 6th stage golden core power. Good job. Brother Who truly deserves to be called a genius. Boone nodded approvingly. Touched, Franklin's eyes moistened. Besides his master Flame Cohen, no one had ever treated him so kindly. Great brother. Franklin hugged Boone emotionally. Black luck, transfer successful, binding to new host. Binding complete. Black luck, successfully transferred to Franklin. Chapter 63. The Soul Sect arrives. Just as the system sound ended, Boone saw a dark cloud appear above Franklin's head. At this moment, on another side, Tad, who was watching Ellie refine pills from the 2nd floor viewing platform, was observing Boone and Franklin downstairs. Andoni stood nearby. Seeing his junior sister Tad lost in thoughts and having no appetite, he felt an internal anguish. As the chief disciple of the pill sect, Andoni's was undoubtedly a genius, and thus he was apprenticed under the sect Dominic at an early stage. Now, he was already a 6th-rank alchemist, having just broken through to the combined body stage, even more impressive than Franklin. At this point, Ellie was ready to begin. True to his name as a 7th-rank alchemist, Ellie used a mystic-grade purple young furnace. As soon as it was activated, a chorus of exclamations broke out among the crowd. He meticulously added 50 types of herbs into the pill furnace one by one, then ignited his divine fire. The Azure Divine Fire ranked 26th on the Divine Fire list. The overall flame was blue, extremely hot, and could control its temperature through changes in the inner core of the flame. Ellie usually used the inner flame to heat the pill furnace because the outer flame's temperature was too high, only being used for shaping and removing impurities for a few moments. Once they delved into the main part, Boone stopped chatting with Franklin and focused entirely on Ellie's operation. Refining 4th rank and above pills was vastly different from refining the first 3 ranks, which is why becoming a 4th rank alchemist was considered a significant challenge. Watching Ellie first dissolve the herbs into liquid, remove impurities, set aside for use, then add batches of the liquid into the pill furnace. Soon, the scent of the pills began to waft out, causing Boone to frown. According to logic, it shouldn't be this fast. Sure enough, not even 2 hours later, black smoke started to rise from the pill furnace. Failure. The higher the rank of the pill, the lower the success rate. Failure was normal. Fortunately, Boone brought 3 sets of ingredients, and Ellie calmly restarted. 6th rank pills took a very long time to refine, and this time, Boone nodded in satisfaction. As time passed, everyone sat down to watch. Even as night fell, nobody left. On the 2nd day, when sunlight shone upon the purple young furnace, a fragrant scent spread, a sign that the pills were almost complete. Indeed, the fragrance grew more intense, followed by Ellie's call, done? Instantly, the purple young furnace opened, the pills completed. Ellie looked at the 8 smooth pills at the bottom of the furnace and nodded contentedly. 2 attempts, and a batch of 6th rank pills succeeded. He had good luck today. Boone moved closer as Ellie placed the pills into 2 porcelain bottles, giving one to Boone. Mission accomplished, 8 pills. I'll take 4 of them, ha ha ha. Boone clasped his hands together. Of course, many thanks to you, Cohen, for your assistance. No need for formalities, you've paid your dues. It's still early, feel free to browse around the pill sect. Before Ellie finished, he was interrupted by a shout. Which one is Franklin of the pill sect? Come out. Ellie paused, frowned, and asked Franklin below, Xianxia, did you cause any trouble? The pill sect didn't fear disciples getting into trouble, but would find it troublesome if someone came knocking at their door. Only people from the other 2 major sects would have the audacity to come here. It wasn't known yet whether it was the Soul Sect or the Artifact Sect. Franklin was baffled, having been diligently practicing within the sect recently without leaving. How could he have caused trouble? Ellie, I've been refining pills recently. I truly don't know what happened. Boone quietly hid behind Ellie, who brother, my apologies. Even though Soul Sect Cohen Branson Danyang thought that Orla, the sect Dominic of the Glory Flag sect, might have exaggerated a bit, he couldn't refuse a beautiful woman's request. Besides, since the Glory Flag sect belonged under the Soul Sect and was bullied by a Pill Sect disciple, he, as an elder, had a duty to demand an explanation from the Pill Sect. Since they were close to the Pill Sect gate, the arrival of the three from the Soul Sect attracted thousands of eyes immediately. Huang Danyang, are you here to provoke us because the Pill Sect has no one? Ellie had just finished refining the pills, his spirit energy not yet fully restored, thus questioning him. It's your Pill Sect who acted overbearingly first. Which one is Franklin? Come out. Huang Danyang's original name was Branson Danyang. He changed his surname to Soul after becoming an elder but disliked being called Huang Danyang as it sounded unpleasant. So, friends and acquaintances addressed him as Brother Branson. Again named, Franklin hesitated and dared not step forward, seeing the aggressive demeanor of the opposite party. Ellie questioned, how did our Franklin bully your Soul Sect? If your Soul Sect doesn't provide a proper explanation, the Pill Sect isn't easy to provoke either. Enraged, Huang Danyang demanded, is Franklin of your Pill Sect a 9th stage Nether Essence cultivator? An elder from the Glory Flag sect believed the thief was at the same level as him and told Orla that he was a 9th stage Nether Essence cultivator. Ellie frowned. And if yes, so what? Huang Danyang continued. Doesn't he have the celestial flame divinity? Ellie became impatient. Isn't that common knowledge? What do you mean by this? Huang Danyang nodded at Orla, who stepped forward and waved her hand, showing the image from Cohen Jace's memory where the opponent used celestial flame divinity. Satisfied, Huang Danyang said to Ellie, between the three major sects, if someone intentionally provokes, one must face the consequences. Now, can we bring Franklin forward? People in the crowd murmured, impossible, right? How could brother who suddenly provoke your Soul Sect? Yeah, brother who is powerful and focuses on cultivation. Why provoke? It doesn't make sense. I think the Soul Sect is just looking for trouble, making up excuses to bother us. But they have evidence. The person indeed has the celestial flame divinity. Meanwhile, Boone had mixed in with the other disciples and chimed in, yes, only brother who has celestial flame divinity. Could it be he really did this? Boone quickly changed his position. Right, only brother who has celestial flame divinity. I haven't heard anyone else has it. Divine fires are so rare. This put Franklin in a terrible position. Enraged, Huang Danyang shouted, what? Are the talented disciples of the Pill Sect just hiding like turtles in their shells? Boone appeared elsewhere. How can you talk about that? Who are you anyway? Watch out, my brother who will thrash you. Ellie looked towards Boone's direction but couldn't identify who it was, frowning slightly. Boone was now concealed, invisible to everyone. Huang Danyang couldn't stand it anymore. Today, Franklin must come out and resolve this. Otherwise, it means your Pill Sect deliberately provokes us. Don't blame us for tearing open relations between the two sects. Chapter 64. Shameless Rogue. Cohen Casper glanced in Boone's direction but could not identify who it was, furrowing his brows in confusion. Boone had concealed himself so no one could spot him. Haroun pressed on angrily. Today, Franklin must come forward and settle this. Otherwise, it's a deliberate provocation by your Pill Sect against our Soul Sect. Don't blame us for the fallout between the two sects. A complete breakdown between the two sects was unlikely, even if Cohen Casper suspected that Franklin was not the instigator. Yet, the accusations were clear, leading him to ask Franklin directly, Xianxia, did you provoke them? Seeing that even Cohen Casper doubted him, Franklin felt aggrieved, but as a direct disciple of Cohen Gustavus from the Pill Sect, he could not back down like a coward. Franklin stood forward, saying, I don't know you and have no clue why you're targeting me. If it's merely to challenge the Pill Sect, I, Franklin, would never be a coward. But regarding the accusation, I am truly unaware. Orla stepped forward, asking, you are Franklin? Franklin nodded. Cohen Jace of the Wuxia sect frowned. Something about this person seemed different, not just in appearance but in his aura. No, the little thief managed to steal my spirit fluid undetected and can conceal his cultivation. He might also possess transformation skills. If this person has divine fire celestial roast and that particular sword technique, it must be him. Orla continued. Have you recently been near the Wuxia sect's Fujiji mountain? Haroun interrupted her. Sister Chung, is there any need for more questions? Now that he's out, let's solve this directly. After these words, Haroun advanced several steps, with the surrounding Pill Sect disciples retreating to form an open area. Cohen Casper stepped forward too, warning, Haroun, what do you intend? This is still the Pill Sect. Haroun was in Cohen of the Soul Sect, while Franklin was only a direct disciple, and their accusations were not directed at an Cohen level figure from the Soul Sect. Therefore, it shouldn't be Haroun dealing with Franklin directly. If the other side overstepped, the Pill Sect would not show mercy. Orla moved forward, blocking Haroun, proposing, since so, let Franklin withstand my 3 strikes. If he can endure, we'll drop the matter. Understanding Cohen Casper's intent, Haroun nodded and rose higher to observe the fight. Orla asked loudly, Franklin, dare you or not? Feeling increasingly enraged by these unwarranted provocations, Franklin stepped out of the crowd, declaring boldly, why wouldn't I dare? Initially, he had some concerns about facing such a strong opponent, but recalling the family secret art, the dog-cutting sword technique, taught by Brother Yi. Brother Yi also mentioned that one must shout out the name of the move loudly, while performing it to activate the meridians and generate better force. Seeing Franklin's arrogance, Orla felt more furious. Knowing he possessed divine fire, she unleashed her full spiritual energy. She intended to overpower Franklin purely with her spirit power. Cohen Casper noticed Orla's actions, but did not intervene. Members of the Pill Sect weren't afraid of minor injuries. Even if critically injured, they could be saved. However, Franklin's master was Cohen Tianhua, known for his fiery temper and notorious for protecting his disciples. Orla condensed her spiritual energy towards Franklin. Suddenly, Franklin roared, "Dog-cutting sword technique." He drew his heavenly fire sword. The heavenly fire sword emitted a red ripple of light, as if slicing through the heavens and earth. To be fair, this dog-cutting sword technique taught by Boone had real substance. The clash of energies shook everyone present, forcing them to step back. Witnessing Franklin successfully withstand her spiritual pressure, Orla believed what Cohen Jace had said before. Pill sect disciples generally lacked solid foundations. Although Franklin appeared to be 9th rank Netherworld, his spiritual energy was weak and feeble, similar to peak Golden Core stage. Even using all his strength, he only matched 2nd or 3rd rank Netherworld. Yet after using the dog-cutting sword technique, he resisted her pressure. Her attack carried 9th rank Netherworld force, enough to defeat Cohen Jace. Recalling the claim of being attacked and ending in a draw, Orla knew Cohen Jace kept her face by calling it a draw. Now, it was clear Franklin had real skills. Cohen Jace wasn't his match. Seeing Franklin use the dog-cutting sword technique, Cohen Jace gritted his teeth and cursed, still denying it. "You thief. You stole my spirit stone essence." Your technique then was the dog-cutting sword technique. After exchanging blows with Orla, Franklin felt his chi surging wildly, hearing nothing but thunderous roaring in his ears. With unstable foundations and the energy consumption from the dog-cutting sword technique, which included Ba Ji Bung's method of exertion, his already weak spiritual energy was drained. Prioritizing survival, Franklin quickly retrieved the 5-layer Dan-engraved rejuvenation pill Boone gave him. In a life-or-death moment, he couldn't hesitate. The moment Franklin pulled out the 5-layer Dan-engraved rejuvenation pill, Cohen Jace's eyes widened in shock. Seeing Franklin pop the rare pill like candy reminded him of Boone's actions perfectly. He finally snapped, "You shameless rogue, you liar. You treat that 5-layer Dan-engraved rejuvenation pill like candy. Damn you." Seeing her elder's humiliation, Orla fumed and immediately gathered energy for her next strike. Die. Boone realized things were getting serious. Since he already got the xiuxian Lioha pill, it was best to slip away now. Myrtle's eyes darted around, muttering, "Why do they insist it was Franklin when it was clearly us?" Boone hurriedly covered her mouth, activating the grand concealment technique and pulling Myrtle away. With a powerful fusion stage expert nearby, Boone didn't want to take risks. He needed to return to the sect urgently to heal Ashley. Thus, Boone forcefully dragged the grumbling Myrtle back to the sect. Chapter 65. Is this xiuxian sect? Ding. A 4-star destiny aura detected near the host. The system voice sounded. Just as Boone and Myrtle arrived near a town, they heard the system notification. There were many cultivators in this town, most of whom were itinerant practitioners and did not appear particularly remarkable. However, there was a 4-star destiny aura here. Boone immediately deactivated the grand concealment spell, landing with Myrtle. He had been flying for quite some time with her, so it was a good opportunity to rest and collect the destiny aura. Following the system's guidance, Boone quickly located the owner of the destiny aura. Coincidentally, this person turned out to be the very individual he had been searching for from his previous high-level mission at xiuxian sect, the task involving capturing a defected disciple. No wonder Boone couldn't find him before. He was hiding in this small town. It was just by chance that Boone happened to be flying above this town and slowed down slightly, which led to encountering this 4-star destiny. As the owner of this aura, the man could only blame his own misfortune. Barth. Boone walked into a tea house with an impassive expression, followed closely by a cross-dressed disciple, Myrtle. Barth had been resting inside when someone suddenly called out his name. Years of escape experience made him instantly alert. However, upon seeing that the caller was merely a 6th-stage Golden Core cultivator, he relaxed somewhat. "A xiuxian sect disciple?" Barth said calmly. His voice was uniquely androgynous. Boone smiled and nodded. "By seniority, I should address you as senior brother, but alas, alas." Barth laughed heartily, looking at Boone with derision. "Looks like xiuxian sect has really gone downhill if they send such a young brat to seek death. Alas, it should be you." Before Barth could respond, he stood up, unleashing powerful spiritual energy, shocking the other cultivators in the tea house. He was a nascent soul realm cultivator. "Do you think I'm still at the 1st-stage Golden Core level as I was 3 years ago?" Barth roared, his hair standing on end. "Wow, a nascent soul cultivator. That young Golden Core kid must have kicked a steel plate." Someone commented. "Perhaps he's just a young disciple sent by the sect for training, but what a pity. Indeed, this boy's luck is terrible, encountering a nascent soul powerhouse directly. He's probably going to fail badly." Ignoring the murmurs around him, Boone confidently stepped forward. "Do you surrender willingly, or do you want me to subdue you first? Recently, this person will receive favor from a great alchemy master and obtain supreme alchemy heritage." At this moment, the specific content of the destiny aura appeared above Barth's head. Boone couldn't help but scrutinize Barth carefully. He couldn't see what was outstanding about this guy that would attract an alchemy master's attention. With both the destiny aura and the sect mission pointing to him, Boone decided to capture him at once. He struck first. When everyone was unaware, the immortal extermination scripture launched a mental attack. Barth, at nascent soul realm, didn't expect a mental assault. However, nascent soul cultivators generally weren't fearful of mental attacks. Though Barth hadn't anticipated this move, it was fundamentally useless against him. He inwardly laughed. This was all Boone had? Feeling more relaxed, Barth unleashed his cultivation technique. 3 movements of the sunflower. Barth shouted, "Boone?" What was this sudden sense of familiarity? The world before Boone blurred, making him feel like he was in a hallucination. What does this 3 movements of the sunflower have to do with the sunflower technique? "Senior brother Barth, this is the sunflower technique," Boone stated firmly. While talking to Barth, Boone secretly gathered strength. "Previously, in the sect, I heard about an incredibly talented senior brother who created an extraordinary skill, very powerful. But unfortunately, it wasn't accepted by people. They can't tolerate new things." Mentioning past events, Barth paused, darkening his mood and stopping his attack. "You're right. My intention in creating the sunflower technique was to prevent cultivators from being tempted by beauty. Do you know? In the sect back then, the most popular book wasn't about cultivation paths, but a collection of beauties throughout the ages, special edition. How disgraceful. Even I once got lost in it and couldn't pull myself away. Barth still felt sad, as if reliving those days. So, after much pain, I spent decades developing this technique, but unexpectedly, it was rejected by the sect. Boone thought, if you weren't rejected, it would be against the laws of nature. Maybe due to Boone's obvious reaction, Barth's face changed abruptly. What do you understand? Which is more important, cultivation or self-castration? Having already prepared 4 layers of force, Boone stopped chatting. 8 extreme breakdown. With a heavy strike, Boone used 4 layers of power. He didn't dare to unleash 6 layers, fearing he might destroy Barth entirely, but even 4 layers were formidable. Bam! All 4 layers fused into one heavy blow on Barth's chest. Although Barth tried to protect himself, he still spewed blood and flew backward. Myrtle stuck out her tongue. Every time Boone fought, he always beat his opponent into bleeding and flying away. What a violent man. Boone grabbed Barth, sealed his pressure points, and tied him up. Only then did Myrtle dare to approach, asking curiously, "What is the sunflower technique? Can I practice it?" Boone glanced at her without speaking. This woman was getting less formal with him recently. He wondered when the 6-star destiny would reveal itself. He wanted her to teach him dual cultivation techniques, complete her mission, and leave. After completing the task, Boone brought Myrtle and Barth back to the sect. Upon reaching the gates of xiuxian sect, he froze in shock. This? He hardly recognized his own sect. Before him lay ruins and devastation. Panic surged through Boone as he rushed back to his immortal residence. He saw that the once majestic main peak had been cut in half, the entire mountain leveled, bearing no resemblance to its former grandeur. Barth also woke up and stared at the scene in disbelief. This is xiuxian sect? Chapter 65. Is this xiuxian sect? Ding. Detected a 4-star fate aura near the host. The system voice chimed in. Boone and Myrtle had just arrived near a town when they heard the system notification. Inside this town were many cultivators, most of whom were itinerant practitioners who didn't stand out much. Yet, there was actually a 4-star fate aura here. Without hesitation, Boone canceled the grand concealment technique and descended with Myrtle to explore. They had been flying for quite some time and could use a break. Besides, he might as well gather the fate aura while resting. Following the system's prompt, Boone quickly found the owner of the fate aura. Coincidentally, this fate aura's owner turned out to be the subject of the advanced task he had received earlier at xiuxian sect, the task of capturing a fugitive disciple. No wonder they couldn't find him. He was hiding in this small town. It was fortunate that Boone happened to be passing over the town, his flight speed having slowed down, thus coincidentally encountering the 4-star fate aura. As the holder of this fate aura, it seemed like bad luck for him. Barth. Boone walked calmly into a tea house, followed closely by a disciple dressed as a man, Myrtle in disguise. Barth had been resting inside the tea house when someone called out his name. His years of escape experience made him instantly alert. But when he saw that the person was merely a 6th-stage golden core cultivator, he immediately felt relieved. A disciple of xiuxian sect? Barth said leisurely. His voice was distinctive and somewhat androgynous. Boone nodded with a smile, saying, "By seniority, I should have addressed you as senior brother, but alas, what a pity." Hearing this, Barth laughed loudly, looking down on Boone. Looks like xiuxian sect has really gone downhill, sending such a young child to die here. The one who should regret is you. With that, Barth stood up suddenly, emitting powerful spiritual energy. Other cultivators in the tea house were frightened. They realized Barth was a nascent soul cultivator. "Do you think I'm still at the 1st-stage golden core level from 3 years ago?" Barth roared, his hair standing on end. "Holy cow, he's actually a nascent soul cultivator. This golden core kid must have hit an iron board," murmured one bystander. "He's probably here on a mission for training. Such a pity," another added. "Just my luck, running into a big shot at the nascent soul stage directly. He's going to be in trouble," someone else commented. Ignoring the doubting comments around him, Boone stepped forward confidently. "Will you surrender willingly, or do I have to beat you into submission first?" Attracts the favor of a grandmaster blacksmith in the near future and receives supreme blacksmithing inheritance. At that moment, the details of the fate aura appeared above Barth's head. Boone couldn't help but look Barth up and down. He really couldn't see what made him so special as to attract the attention of a grandmaster blacksmith. Given both the fate aura and the sect task, he had to snatch Barth. Without warning, Boone attacked. Before anyone noticed, the immortal annihilation scripture took action first. Barth, a nascent soul cultivator, hadn't expected a mental attack. However, nascent soul cultivators generally weren't very vulnerable to mental attacks after forming their nascent soul. Though caught off guard by this move, it did nothing significant to Barth. He laughed inwardly. This was all the attacker had? Feeling more relaxed, he began performing his technique. Sunflower 3 styles. Barth shouted. "Boone? What kind of sudden familiarity was this? Why did the sunflower 3 styles feel familiar?" A blur before his eyes, Boone suddenly felt himself in an illusion. What's the connection between sunflower 3 styles and the sunflower technique? "Senior brother Barth, this is the sunflower technique," Boone said assertively. Meanwhile, Boone secretly gathered strength while talking to Barth. "Previously, within the sect, I heard of a remarkably talented senior brother who created an extraordinary technique, extremely powerful. But unfortunately, it wasn't accepted by the world. They couldn't tolerate new things." Barth paused at Boone's mention of the past, stopping his attack momentarily. His heart darkened as he recalled the creation of the sunflower technique to prevent cultivators from being distracted by beauty. He mentioned how a book on beautiful women had become popular within the sect, disrupting discipline. Eventually, he worked decades on the technique only to be rejected by the sect. Boone thought to himself, if he hadn't been rejected, it would have defied natural justice. Perhaps noticing Boone's obvious disdain, Barth's expression changed dramatically. Do you understand? Which is more important, cultivation or castration? Having accumulated power up to 4 layers, Boone decided not to waste words. 8 Extreme Collapse. Boone struck with a powerful 8 Extreme Collapse, holding back the full 6 layers of hidden strength for fear of killing Barth outright. Nevertheless, even 4 layers were substantial. Bang! The 4 layers fused into one strike, heavily hitting Barth's chest. Despite his quick reaction to defend, Barth was sent flying backward, spitting blood. Seeing this, Myrtle stuck out her tongue. Every fight Boone participated in ended with the opponent flying and spitting blood. What a violent man. Boone grabbed Barth and immobilized him using ropes. Only then did Myrtle dare to approach, asking curiously, "What is the sunflower technique? Can I learn it?" Boone glanced at her without speaking. She was getting too comfortable around him. When would the 6-star fate aura manifest? It was time for her to teach him the dual cultivation technique, fulfill her duty, and leave. Task complete, Boone returned to the sect with Myrtle and Barth. Upon reaching the entrance of xiuxian's sect, he froze. He barely recognized his own sect. All he saw were ruins and desolation. In shock, Boone rushed back to his immortal residence. He saw that the once magnificent main peak had been cut in half, completely unrecognizable from its former glory. When Barth regained consciousness, he also stopped short upon seeing the scene. This was xiuxian sect? ##### Chapter 66. Battle imminent. What? How did the xiuxian sect end up like this? Boone immediately recalled the strange behavior of the sect elders before he left. At that time, they seemed to have discovered something extremely significant. Myrtle, who had returned with Boone, also couldn't help but widen her eyes at the dilapidated scene, feeling somewhat at a loss. Barth laughed out loud and shouted, "Ha ha ha, what irony! Did the xiuxian sect really get wiped out?" Boone instantly became annoyed and said irritably, "Cut the crap. If the xiuxian sect was truly wiped out, I'll use you as an offering to the heavens and ancestors, to honor the entire sect." Barth gulped and replied, "I'm actually worried about the sect too, Barack." Before Barth could finish his sentence, Boone looked behind him and suddenly felt delighted. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the sky behind Barth, gradually revealing a barrier. Once the barrier was fully revealed, a jade disc flew out on its own and came to Boone's side. Boone picked it up and confirmed that it was indeed left by sect leader Davidson. As soon as he received it, Davidson's message played, "Carminer, there's no need to worry any longer about finding or protecting the xiuxian sect. Take your immortal mansion and go into hiding first. In the south of Yunzhou, there is the ancient site of the xiuxian sect's ancestral grounds, which can ensure your safety. On the 9th day of the 9th month, head straight to the alchemy sect and join them. The xiuxian sect has become history." Seeing this, Boone couldn't help but feel both shocked and filled with intense anger. Who wiped out the xiuxian sect? Was it because of the xiuxian grass? The xiuxian awakening pill? Or something else? Boone didn't know, but he understood that his master's advice was for his own good, and he must carry it out. He approached the edge of the rift and indeed found his shrunken immortal mansion, hidden by Davidson. Looking at the intact immortal mansion, Boone felt a pang of sorrow. After pausing for a few seconds, Boone decisively put away his immortal mansion, then took Myrtle and Barth with him, flying toward the south of Yunzhou and the ancestral grounds of the xiuxian sect. The xiuxian sect's ancestral grounds were not a burial site but a secret realm developed by the sect's founding ancestor near the entrance of a small world. In times of crisis, it could preserve some living forces. Boone came here with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there were survivors from the xiuxian sect inside. The jade disc left by Davidson could activate the mechanisms here. Boom. Following Davidson's instructions, Boone found himself in a mountain gorge where a waterfall concealed the entrance to a small world. Placing the jade disc against the waterfall, he heard a massive rumbling sound. After the door opened, Boone led Myrtle and Barth into the small world. Inside, it was a self-contained world with 3 suns in the sky, different from the outside world. Moreover, the speed at which this world operated seemed faster. Flying through this small world, Boone saw animals, people, towns, sects. Simultaneously, Boone clearly sensed that the most powerful sect within this world, with the strongest cultivators at the core formation stage, was limited to the nascent soul stage. It seemed that this was their ceiling. Furthermore, while practicing cultivation methods here, Boone could distinctly feel an invisible restraint or barrier. Perhaps, due to incomplete rules here, the highest level one could cultivate to was the nascent soul stage. Boone analyzed. "Boone, this place seems pretty nice," Myrtle exclaimed, looking around like someone who had never seen anything like it before. She was only at the foundation establishment stage and couldn't discern much beyond surface-level observations. Boone didn't tell her about his findings. What brings outsiders here? Suddenly, an elder's voice rang out. Lifting his head, Boone saw an elderly man with white hair flying towards him on a celestial crane. The cultivators here seemed to live a very primitive life, using such celestial cranes which hadn't been used by outside sects for thousands of years. It wasn't that they didn't want to use them. Cultivating and taming celestial cranes was incredibly complex. Previously, it was said that there used to be comprehensive methods for controlling beasts, but those methods had long since been lost over time. However, it appeared that this small world still retained many cultivation techniques and habits that had been lost to the outside world. "I am a disciple of the xiuxian sect, here to conduct some business." Saying this, Boone showed the jade disc given to him by the sect leader to prove his identity. After examining the jade disc, the old man nodded and said, "So you are a xiuxian sect disciple, very well." Then he changed the subject. "A few days ago, several xiuxian sect disciples came here. Would you like to meet them?" "Who? What are their names?" Boone felt as if he had grabbed hold of a lifeline. Indeed, such a large sect couldn't have just him surviving. There must be others. Who could they be? The old man on the celestial crane told Boone. The leader seemed to be a woman, surnamed Zhou. "Ayana?" Boone hurriedly called out to the old man. "Take me to them quickly." The old man shook his head slowly and said, "Not that I don't wish to take you, but the place they went to is quite far. Why don't we rest for a few days? Before the old man finished speaking, Boone interrupted impatiently. No time for that, I'm in a hurry. The old man explained, it's not that I want to delay you. In a few days, there will be a teleportation array that can directly transport you there, much faster than riding a celestial beast. Boone nodded. Understood, thank you, senior. Boone and his companions followed the old man to a secluded valley. Myrtle was curious, but stayed close to Boone, holding onto his arm. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the valley, and the old man had already disappeared. Was this valley a trap? Could it be that the people in this small world also ambushed outsiders, wanting to find a way back to the outside world? After all, the laws here were incomplete, and cultivation methods were limited to the nascent soul stage. Who wouldn't be dissatisfied? Suddenly, a large group of people emerged from nowhere, surrounding Boone and his two companions, poised for battle. Most of these people were at the golden core or nascent soul stages. By the standards of this small world, Boone realized he was receiving the highest form of welcome. He chuckled. Do you know what oceans turning into deserts means? From such a remote land, dare you challenge me? Saying this, Boone suddenly began to channel his full cultivation power. First transformation of the ninefold heavenly water. Release. Divine water rapidly fused into Boone's body, causing his aura to surge again. A major battle was imminent. Chapter 67. Seizing the body. Though Boone was currently at the 6th level of the golden core, he could barely match an 8th level nascent soul with his various supports. Myrtle could only barely resist cultivators below the golden core stage. Thus, Boone might have to directly face a group of over 10 people. It wasn't clear whether it was their overconfidence, or if these people actually belonged to different factions. Only 2 among them took action when they were supposed to. One was a 2nd level golden core and the other was a 9th level golden core. Boone pretended to be unable to withstand them, but in fact, he was deliberately getting closer to the 2nd level golden core person and the rest who were standing by as spectators. When he finally got within attack range, he unleashed 8-pole collapse fiercely. 5 people were instantly taken down. Apart from the 2nd level golden core cultivator, Boone also eliminated 4 initial stage nascent souls. Seeing how easily Boone had taken their lives, those who remained were utterly shocked. It seems the Xiuxian sect disciples who came here previously met with calamity, Boone said coldly. An old golden core cultivator, who nearly got dragged along too, was filled with anger. Seeing that Boone wasn't easy to deal with, he immediately called for the 2 beside him. Enough chatter! Attack together. He's merely a mere golden core. Take him down. After speaking, 3 old golden core elders rushed forward. They believed they would overpower him more than sufficiently as long as they caught him off guard this time. Boone was enraged. Thinking that his surviving fellow sect members might have fallen victim to these very people fueled his uncontrollable anger. Bang! 3rd level 8-pole collapse with enhanced rage plus the 1st level heavenly water enhancement. The moment the 4 collided, Boone shattered the 3 golden core elders with a single punch. Hiss. This? Others drew cold breaths in shock. These outsiders were so powerful. The previous Xiuxian sect disciples weren't that terrifying. Even the old man riding the immortal crane, being a 9th level nascent soul, showed a trace of suspicion, asking, who exactly are you? Xiuxian sect Boone. Boone roared and continued his carnage. He retrieved his Wilbur sword, circulated the Wilbur fantasy technique, simulating Cohen Fremont of Pill Sect's Azure Divine Fire. Boom! An explosion. Unexpectedly, the high temperature of Azure Divine Fire resulted in a direct explosion upon casting. Boone couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The Azure Divine Fire, ranked 26th among divine fires, truly had the characteristic of explosion. At this moment, everyone in the small world scattered. They all distanced themselves far from Boone. Boone was like a killing god now. Even the leading nascent soul elder didn't dare look straight at him. However, the old man on the immortal crane still managed to send out a transmission J disc. Boone shouted, you old bird, where did you capture my fellow sect members? The old man on the immortal crane exclaimed in surprise, how do you know I am surnamed he? Boone paused for a moment. Who the hell cared what surname he had? He asked angrily, you surrounded me without killing me just now. There must have been a purpose, right? Skylar chuckled. We have long heard that outside is a much higher upper realm with a greater limit for cultivators. Previously, there were also others who entered Plum Blossom Realm. Do you know what level they were? Even I once encountered late-stage fusion and spirit division powerhouses. But recently, the ones entering our Plum Blossom Realm are low-rank cultivators. Boone frowned. Did they capture anyone who entered because their cultivation levels were lower? Skylar glanced at Boone and continued proudly, those young ones are only golden core stage, with only one reaching 1st level nascent soul. It appears that even though they were born in the outer world, they aren't all that powerful. If that's the case, why should they be allowed to pursue the great Tao while we are bound by this flawed world's rules from birth? His expression turned sinister. That's not fair. If we could get out, I wouldn't have been stuck at this 9th level nascent soul stage. Only then did Boone understand their intentions and shook his head. Do you think you can break through the 9th level nascent soul stage once you're outside? Skylar coldly snorted. How would I know if I don't try? Boone's gaze gradually grew colder. These small world people, as subsects of the Xiuxian sect, had everything given to them by Xiuxian sect. Yet, they betrayed it. Moreover, when the sect was in disaster, even the fleeing disciples were robbed. Absolutely ungrateful wolves with ingratitude. Suddenly, another large group of cultivators flew in from the sky. Almost 20 in total, all nascent souls. Boone's eyes narrowed. This guy was buying time. Yet, hadn't Boone also been delaying? Seeing this, Boone accelerated the energy buildup in his hidden hands. Almost there. Boone continued. Then why don't you kill me directly? Skylar saw reinforcements coming and laughed. Ha ha ha. As people of Plum Blossom Realm, we cannot directly leave or be crushed by the outer world's rules. No one can survive. But now it's different. You came ha ha ha. If we seize your bodies, we will be free from this world's restrictions. We people of Plum Blossom Realm can finally make a breakthrough. Seize a body? Dare to seize the body of Qingyuan sect disciple. Boone gritted his teeth. These scums. Boone had developed a sense of belonging towards the Qingyuan sect, especially since Davidson had sacrificed so much for him. How could he tolerate these traitors? That's perfect. Since we are a branch of the Qingyuan sect and share the same lineage, after seizing the body, we don't even need to change our cultivation methods. Skylar smirked. Ellis, can't even handle a golden core? A leader stepped out among the 100 nascent soul cultivators. The man was dignified, with striking eyebrows and starry eyes, clearly someone with leadership. This kid is a bit troublesome, but with all of you here, it's fine. Ellis spoke without turning around, then began bargaining openly in front of Boone. This body is quite good. Add some spirit stones. More cultivators need to be brought in. Oh, how about the few we coerced before? Not bad. One named Diana is worth a lot. The two talked freely, completely ignoring Boone. Also, with 20 nascent soul cultivators plus the remaining 3 golden cores, it wasn't overly confident to challenge a single golden core. But unnoticed by all, circles of electromagnetic sparks were forming between Boone's hidden hands. Boldly, Boone tried merging the fiery heaven and azure divine fire. The fusion formed a magnetic field. In the center was a subtle connection point. Once this point was disrupted, the 2 wild divine fires would interact explosively. Boone named this improved martial skill created through Wilbur Fantasy Technique and Immaculate Sutra, Magnetic Explosion Divine Fire. Chapter 68, Too Brutal. As the two were still conversing as if no one else existed, the divine fire fusion in Boone's hand finally reached its critical point. Boone abruptly lunged forward straight into the sea of nascent soul cultivators. Everyone was taken aback by his actions, momentarily stunned in place. Was this boy throwing himself into the crowd to commit suicide? But before they could fully comprehend it, Boone hurled the object in his hand and sprinted in the opposite direction. Boom! An explosive roar erupted within the cluster of nascent soul cultivators. The leading nascent soul cultivator was sent flying, and then more than half of their 20-odd members lay on the ground. What kind of core formation cultivator is this? Is everyone outside this strong? The earlier Pure Origin sect disciples were also at the core formation stage, some even at the nascent soul stage, yet none were this powerful. Witnessing the majority of the nascent soul cultivators' corpses, everyone felt a chill down their spine. The magnetic explosion divine fire was so powerful that even its creator, Boone, felt heart-stopping fear. He hadn't expected it to be this formidable, and if he hadn't run fast enough, he would have been caught in the blast too. He secretly decided not to use the magnetic explosion divine fire unless absolutely necessary. This attack had drained all his spiritual energy. Fortunately, he had spirit recovery pills. Boone took out a 9-layered Dan-pattern spirit recovery pill and swallowed it. In such moments, there was no time to worry about waste. He should directly use the best pills available. Moreover, the 9-layered Dan-pattern spirit recovery pill had another benefit. It allowed him to enter a brief state of enlightenment immediately after consumption. This was perfect for summarizing the fight and further refining his first self-created martial technique, the magnetic explosion divine fire. Ellis, who was at the edge of the explosion, sustained heavy injuries but wasn't directly killed. However, he only had a thread of life left, looking on the brink of death, making it doubtful whether he could provide any useful information. Boone believed that this old man knew the most, so he took out Ethan's notebook. He planned to refine a last gasp pill. As the name suggests, it forcibly revived someone using the pill's properties, squeezing out the last bit of their vitality. It was usually taken only in hopeless situations. But Boone didn't care if Ellis could be saved. He just needed to find his fellow sect members. Thinking of this, Boone instructed Myrtle to watch over Ellis, while he took out his alchemy furnace to begin refining the last gasp pill. It wasn't arrogance, but with only a few survivors heavily injured, there was no immediate threat to disturb him. Before long, Boone successfully refined the last gasp pill. Taking one pill, he forcibly opened Ellis's mouth and made him swallow it. Previously, Ellis had been semi-conscious, barely recovering from Myrtle's blow, which left his mind in a fog. But whatever Boone fed him suddenly made him feel his blood boiling, though any attempt to move felt like his entire body was falling apart. "What did you give me, boy?" Ellis demanded upon waking. Boone went straight to the point. "What sect are you from? Where is your sect headquarters? Where are my Pure Origin sect disciples?" Ellis realized he was now in Boone's hands, but remained stubborn. "Boy, I admit you've got talent. We may have failed this time, but the future of the Plum Blossom realm is still ahead. If they successfully usurp bodies and leave this small world, our generation's long wish will be fulfilled. Ha ha ha." Seeing Ellis's mad-like state, Boone lost patience. He remembered the interrogation potions he had idly refined previously. Since he wouldn't talk, don't blame him for being ruthless. Boone gathered the remaining heavily injured elders and rummaged through his storage bag to find the interrogation pills. These included various bizarre pills left by Ethan's formulas. A lie detection pill that made noses grow longer, a pill that caused complete hair loss, a dwarf-making pill, a eunuch-making pill, a gender-changing pill, and a farting pill that caused a foul stench. Everything you could imagine. When Boone first saw these, he couldn't help but marvel again at Ethan's brilliance. He first took out the lie detection pill and gave it to a random elder. "What's your name?" "Kieran," the exhausted elder answered weakly. "Excellent. If you lie next, I assure you won't like the consequences." Boone said sternly. "What's the name of your sect?" "The Plum Sect. We're the largest sect in this world." The elder dazedly revealed everything. Boone nodded, preparing to ask more. "Kieran, you traitor. Generations of our efforts are about to break through this world's barriers, and you want to destroy everything?" "Cohen," he roared. Hearing Cohen he shouts, Kieran instantly became alert, realizing something and dared not speak anymore. Boone frowned. This old man was too troublesome. So, he forcefully fed Cohen he a handful of various pills. Instantly, Cohen he's body started shrinking, turning him into a dwarf who was jumping around angrily, looking extremely absurd. Simultaneously, His body emitted a foul odor. His hair and eyebrows fell out continuously, and pus started flowing from one of his eyes. Seeing Cohen He's state, the others trembled in fear. Even now, Cohen He was still cursing, causing Boone to raise an eyebrow. Cohen He, since you're uncooperative, here's another pill for you. With that, Boone forced a eunuch-making pill down Cohen He's throat. As soon as he swallowed it, Cohen He clutched his crotch, emitting a pig-like scream. Owawoof. Myrtle, watching on the side, gulped. Too brutal. After enduring such intense torture, someone finally broke. It was Cohen who, another elder of the Plum sect who knew the most. Therefore, Boone wisely left him alone to gain crucial information. He learned that in this world, the highest cultivation level attainable was nascent soul 9th stage. Beyond that, one would be restricted by the world's laws and unable to advance further. For some reason, Boone linked this to his own world. Wasn't it the same? After the Ascension realm and Immortal realm, there seemed to be no higher realms mentioned either. Was this also the peak limit set by the rules? Could Yunzhou continent also be a small world, where higher-level cultivators viewed them as another Plum sect confined in a well? While pondering, Boone felt the black tortoise bagua scroll in his embrace heating up. It was Ashley ready to emerge from seclusion. Chapter 69. Boone has arrived. Boone's heart soared as he took out the array scroll. The moment he saw it, a wave of sorrow washed over him. This array scroll was given to him only once by his second Dominic brother. But now, he didn't know if his second brother was among the surviving disciples of the sect. A beam of light flashed. As the scroll unfurled, Ashley indeed awoke, and with delight, she embraced Boone, saying, "Husband, I've succeeded. I have learned this profound array inheritance." Boone was also elated and couldn't resist kissing her. The two were like newlyweds after a brief separation, completely ignoring their surroundings. Cough, cough, Boone. Aren't you going to introduce us? Myrtle suddenly interrupted. Boone, engrossed in his happiness, had completely forgotten about Myrtle. Caught off guard, he gave an awkward laugh and introduced her. "This is my wife, Ashley." Myrtle sized up Ashley, noticing that she was only at the foundation establishment stage, not much different from herself. "Hello, sister. I'm Myrtle." "Sister, you're so beautiful," Myrtle greeted playfully. Although Ashley felt puzzled about why there was another woman with Boone whom she had never seen before, she politely nodded and greeted her. Then, turning to Boone, she said, "Husband, I have fully mastered the array inheritance and am now a 5th rank array Dominic." Boone felt a surge of excitement. With Ashley becoming an array master, it made up for his significant weakness in array knowledge. "Husband, why do you keep this Orson girl with you?" Ashley suddenly asked via telepathy. Boone was instantly embarrassed. He couldn't tell her that it was for the dual cultivation technique to harness her chi destiny. Looking at Ashley's suspicious eyes, Boone cleared his throat and explained, "Wife, it's like this. The Orson girl is very pitiful. After I saved her, she had nowhere to go. I couldn't leave her to fend for herself, so I temporarily brought her along." Ashley frowned, though she didn't say much despite her dissatisfaction. Boone comforted Ashley and then shifted to more serious matters. He solemnly explained the recent tribulations of the sect and his journey to the Little Plum Blossom realm. Ashley was greatly shocked. She couldn't believe someone like David Songsu could not protect Qingyuan sect. But the situation was as it was. They now needed to focus on remediation. Though the two women felt mutual animosity at first meeting, the urgency of the situation did not allow for arguments. Boone swiftly led everyone toward Plum Blossom sect. Plum Blossom sect was situated on the central spirit vein of this small world. Surrounded by mountains and water, its feng shui was perfect. This small world was named the Plum Blossom realm, and thus the status of Plum Blossom sect was evident. All Qingyuan sect's disciples were confined here. Fortunately, the Qingyuan sect disciples were temporarily unharmed. Because to possess these disciples' bodies, they must stay in the Plum Blossom realm for a certain period, adapting to the rules of this small world before fulfilling the requirements for soul stealing. Boone appeared in midair at the entrance of Plum Blossom sect, shouting, "Listen up, Plum Blossom sect disciples. Your Cohen Ellis and Cohen Kieran are in my hands. If you want them safe, bring the Qingyuan sect disciples in exchange." Soon, a young disciple walked out of the mountain gate. Handsome and elegant, he wore a dark robe and seemed very refined. He clasped his hands respectfully at Boone and said, "Brother, you must be from the Outer World's Xiuxian sect. My name is Achilles, the chief disciple of Plum Blossom sect. May we see our elders first?" Without delay, Boone pulled the old men forward, not fearing they would escape since he had sealed their pressure points. Achilles was only at the first stage of the nascent soul realm, which Boone was not afraid of. After Achilles confirmed the elders' identities, he let out a long breath of relief. Turning back to Boone, he said, "If so, please wait a moment while I fetch people for the exchange." With that, Achilles returned into their protective barrier. Boone didn't think much of it, considering the elders were still in his hands. However, hours passed without any response. Growing impatient, Boone sent another message. To his surprise, they weren't concerned about the elders' lives. It turned out Achilles only came out to confirm the elders were indeed with Boone. When Boone sent another message, he found the protective barrier around Plum Blossom sect activated. Inside the barrier, Achilles and others had already started discussing the election of the next sect leader, making Cohen Ellis furious. It turned out Ellis was actually the sect leader of Plum Blossom sect. But cautious as he was, he hadn't revealed his identity, and Achilles' first reaction upon seeing him captured was to seize power. Seeing this old man worthless, Boone prepared to kill him. Cohen Ellis realized this and pleaded for mercy, revealing his identity, but Boone struck him down without hesitation. What use was a deposed leader? Moreover, they were selecting a new one. This old man had no purpose left. Ashley couldn't help but shake her head. These people of the small world truly lacked humanity. Of course, during this time, she wasn't idle. She had already identified the core of Plum Blossom sect's protective array. Since they wouldn't cooperate, she would have to force an attack. Leading Boone directly to the array's core, she destroyed it, rendering the defensive formation ineffective. The small Plum Blossom Realm's array techniques were limited, riddled with flaws in the eyes of the current Ashley. Look, someone has come to save us. A Xiuxian sect disciple trapped within a cage formation shouted excitedly. Ayana watched Boone in the distance, feeling a surge of emotion. He had come. He had come. That's not Boone, right? An observant disciple recognized him. Who's Boone? Another disciple asked blankly. His fellow disciple glanced at him in disdain, mocking his ignorance. That's the one who achieved top rank in both contests at the sect Dominic's birthday banquet, even at the Golden Core stage. Yeah, he was also personally taught by the sect Dominic. How many have come? Is senior brother also here? He seems to be alone. The two female disciples beside him don't look familiar, and their strength isn't high either. Hearing this, the person next to him immediately lost hope. Sigh, just Boone alone. How can he stand against Plum Blossom sect? Ayana felt a twinge of sadness too. Yes, he was only at the Golden Core stage. Chapter 70. The weather has turned cold. The Plum Blossom sect must be destroyed. Ayana was filled with guilt and tearfully said to the others, I apologize for leading all of you into this den of wolves. It's my fault. Senior Sister Zhou, don't blame yourself. Who could have anticipated that the Plum Blossom sect would betray us? Wolfish ambition? What a fitting description. Achilles happened to walk by and looked at the Xiuxian sect disciples from the edge of the cage formation. Then he smiled, trying to deceive Ayana. Ayana, as the daughter of the Clifton and somewhat attractive, if you willingly marry me as a concubine, I might consider freeing your other senior and junior siblings. Consider it carefully. All right, as long as you free my senior and junior siblings, I'll be your concubine. Ayana believed that Boone alone couldn't save them, and since her decision led to everyone's predicament, she felt guilty and wanted to make amends. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, saving everyone was paramount. But Ayana's reaction took Achilles by surprise. He originally intended to sow discord but never expected her to agree. Senior Sister Zhou, you can't marry this beast, an indignant Xiuxian sect disciple shouted. Achilles sneered in response. What right do you have to speak? Calling yourselves Xiuxian sect disciples, you so-called higher realm individuals are nothing much. A bunch of trash. Xiuxian sect is just a place to collect waste. In the end, you'll still rely on Senior Sister Zhou to sacrifice herself to save you? All of you, pretending to be noble. Who are you calling trash? A cold voice sounded next to Achilles, causing him to shiver. Who is it? Achilles immediately turned defensive and suspiciously yelled. Senior brother Yi. Boone. Boone said coldly, the one who will bring you down. Previously, the Xiuxian sect disciples didn't hold much hope for Boone, but seeing him actually break through the grand array, they instantly became excited. This isn't possible. How did you get in? You managed to break through the protective mountain array outside? Achilles screamed in fear. In fact, Ashley had found the array's focal point and used the array-breaking artifact given by second Dominic Yi to dismantle it. With this array-breaking artifact, breaking the array was effortless, leaving Achilles too late to react as Boone and company entered. So insignificant, yet you dare to boast? The winds have changed, and now your Plum Blossom sect must be destroyed. Boone said coldly while his hands began forming two divine flames. Achilles watched Boone in terror, struggling to shout. What did you do? Ignoring him, Boone quietly called out, Magnetic Burst Flame. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud rose, engulfing the entire Plum Blossom sect in the explosion. Now only Achilles remained. Achilles watched helplessly as the Plum Blossom sect was raised before his eyes, standing dumbfounded. How? How? Not how your head. Go join the others. Boone sent Achilles to join the others in the underworld. F***K. The Xiuxian sect members were stunned. Ayana was equally shocked. Boone was that powerful? Thus, the Plum Blossom realm no longer had the Plum Blossom sect. Boone asked, what exactly happened to the sect? It was from another world. A spatial rift suddenly appeared, and various demonic creatures poured into the sect. Someone hurriedly replied. Everyone was awestruck by Boone's strength. He seemed like their backbone at that moment. Others added hastily. Our patriarch sacrificed himself to seal the demons along with the spatial rift. If it were just an invasion from another world, it wouldn't have been so bad, but our sect's elite combat forces were nearly wiped out due to demon attacks. Sadly, the Lulang sect seized this opportunity to seek revenge. Indeed, they specifically asked for you, Boone, led by Bill. They saw our sect without elite fighters and launched a massacre, bloodshedding our Xiuxian sect. Hearing this, Boone frowned. Didn't you seek aid from the alchemy sect? How could we? The Lulang sect surrounded our sect, setting up a massive array outside, trapping us inside. Our senior brother finally broke through with some high-level cultivators, giving us a chance to escape. With no choice, we fled to this small world. After hearing this, everyone looked mournful. Boone gritted his teeth in anger. Bill truly deserved death. Suddenly, this small world trembled. Everyone looked up to find a spatial rift opening in the sky. Again? Boone stood ready, watching the rift. According to their account, Patriarch Davidson had already sacrificed himself to seal the rift. Why another one now? The sky twisted dramatically, with a colossal force emerging from the spatial rift. The rift grew larger and larger until it could accommodate a small mountain. Staring at this terrifying scene, all Xiuxian sect disciples were on high alert. Yet, they could all feel the astonishing aura emanating from within. When the rift stopped expanding, dozens of people emerged from the space, led by a woman wearing a phoenix crown, imperial attire, floating above clouds, clearly the leader. Sensing the overwhelming power around these people, Xiuxian sect disciples felt suffocated. Their faces turned pale, hearts filled with despair. The stunningly beautiful woman in the phoenix crown and imperial attire spoke. I wondered why there was suddenly new aura. It seems it comes from those previously trapped within the array scroll. Her presence blended seamlessly with the universe, her words reverberating in everyone's hearts. Unconsciously, Boone thought of her as a deity of this world. There was even a growing urge to kneel and submit to her. But Boone refused to submit, holding on to his defiance. Thud. Suddenly, a xiuxian sect disciple couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt down. Thud. Thud. One after another, people knelt prostrate. All surviving disciples guessed who this woman was. Ayana didn't think these people were allied with the previous demons. Those demons were chilling and foul-smelling, while these people exuded sanctity and nobility. In seconds, the woman in regal attire locked eyes with Boone, or more accurately, with Ashley beside him. Indeed, a starry sage body. Chapter 71. Boone suffers a setback. The palace-dressed woman stared at Ashley for several moments, finally confirming that this was the sacred body they had been searching for hundreds of thousands of years within the Ziwei Star Palace. She would become the next master of the Ziwei Star Palace. The palace-dressed woman said to Ashley, "Follow me. You are a celestial sacred body and possess dual spirit acupoints. Only by returning with me to the central continent can your talent be fully realized." When she noticed Ashley and Boone holding hands tightly, a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. Who are you?" Ashley asked timidly. "I am the Dominic of the Ziwei Star Palace and will be your future mentor." Her tone was calm and definitive, as if stating a fact, making it clear that no matter what happened, Ashley would leave with her. This small world is desolate and broken. Even Yunzhou is a remote and spirit energy depleted wilderness. Only in the central continent, where heroes vie for dominance, do you belong. You will become my final disciple and the next Dominic of the Ziwei Star Palace. Once you reach my realm, you will understand that everything you see and know now is but a drop in the vast ocean. As she spoke, the woman simply flicked her finger forward, and Ashley felt an inexplicable force enveloping her. Her eyelashes trembled. Unwilling to be taken away, she subconsciously tightened her grip on Boone's hand and looked back at him. Boone finally understood. This person wanted Ashley and intended to take her away. Meanwhile, all the Clear Origin sect disciples around them were speechless. They never expected this woman, whose cultivation had fallen so far, even though she was now starting to recover, could attract such a formidable figure. Though they did not know how powerful the Ziwei Star Palace was, just from observing the strength this palace-dressed woman displayed, they knew she was an existence that could crush the entire Yunzhou continent. System notification. Host detected 9 stars descending dragon aura. In Boone's ear, he heard the system notification and saw the scene of 2 dragons playing with a pearl and radiant light surrounding Ashley's head. This person will soon become the last disciple of the supreme major sect, the Ziwei Star Palace. Her future is bound to be extraordinary. Unexpectedly, Ashley had caught the eye of this person from a supreme major sect. So what? What mattered most was that she wanted to take Ashley away, and with such arrogance. Let's go. The first time, the Ziwei Star Palace Dominic didn't use much force. As long as Ashley didn't resist much, she would have followed. But Ashley was unwilling. This time, the Ziwei Star Palace Dominic used force directly, bringing Ashley to her side. Then, the Ziwei Star Palace Dominic took her to a luxurious carriage, preparing to leave. Ashley bit her lip and gathered the courage to ask, "Palace Dominic, can my husband come with me?" Hearing this, the Ziwei Star Palace Dominic raised an eyebrow and replied, "Impossible. Since ancient times, the Ziwei Star Palace has only accepted female disciples. But I don't want to go." Ashley's face was resolute. The Ziwei Star Palace Dominic was taken aback. She hadn't expected this woman to feel such deep affection for a man of low power. "Do you know what you're saying? How many people dream of this opportunity, yet you're giving it up for a mere peasant?" One of her female disciples shouted angrily. Another disciple chimed in disapprovingly, "How ungrateful." "Amara, Sandy, do not be impolite," the Ziwei Star Palace Dominic rebuked, though her tone was neither gentle nor severe, clearly disapproving of Ashley's choice. "Ha, what a tyrannical Ziwei Star Palace. My wife does not wish to go, and you still want to forcibly take her," Boone said through gritted teeth. Amara glanced at the Palace Dominic, seeing no objection, and immediately flew down from the Phoenix carriage. A formidable aura erupted instantly. It was actually a fusion stage cultivator. Without even drawing her sword from her waist, Amara extended her jade-like fingers and pointed at Boone, perhaps considering him unworthy of her full effort. But Boone did not hesitate. He activated Tian Shuizhi, operated Wilbur Illusion Technique, and augmented Wuxia Jing. The 8 extremes collapse with 6 layers of hidden strength was already primed. He drew the Wilbur sword, increasing its spiritual energy output. This attack's power far exceeded the 9th stage of the Nether Incarnation, nearly reaching the semi-fusion stage. Boone's sword tip pointed skyward, but Amara barely gave him a second glance. Bang! Their attacks finally met. Fingers against the tip of the Wilbur sword. The outcome was unsurprisingly in favor of Amara as Boone was sent flying backward. This was the first time Boone felt powerless. If this female disciple had just broken into the fusion stage, he might have stood a chance, but she was at the great perfection level of the fusion stage. With a random disciple being at the peak fusion stage, how terrifying must this Ziwei Star Palace Dominic be? Bang! Boone hit the ground hard, creating ripples of cracks where he landed. Although Boone did not want Ashley to be taken away, he had no chance against even a disciple of the Ziwei Star Palace Dominic. "No, husband." Ashley watched in worry as Boone was struck to the ground, but she could do nothing. Amara's finger had been cut by Boone, leaving a small trickle of blood. A hint of admiration flashed in the Ziwei Star Palace Dominic's eyes as she looked at Boone with slightly softer eyes. This man was interesting, managing to resist Amara at the peak fusion stage despite being at the golden core stage. Although Amara had restrained her power to only a tenth of her strength, even then, most cultivators, even at the Nether Incarnation stage, wouldn't stand a chance and would die under her hand. This young man must have some body-refining techniques protecting him. Ashley looked at the female disciple named Amara with undisguised resentment. Amara didn't care. Even if Ashley was to become the next Palace Dominic, it would take time. For now, she was merely a foundation establishment cultivator and wouldn't consider someone like Boone at the golden core stage worth her notice. Rolling her eyes, Amara prepared to deliver another blow but was stopped by the Z-Way Star Palace Dominic. She knew how difficult it had been for Boone to resist just now. If she attacked again, he would likely not survive. However, she didn't intend to kill him. At least not yet. You are quite impressive. The Z-Way Star Palace Dominic looked at Boone with admiration and promised, if you can cultivate to the separate soul stage in the future, you can visit me at the Z-Way Star Palace in the Central Continent. Although we do not accept male disciples, I will recommend you to an appropriate sect. ####Chapter 72. Immortal Array Dominic. Senior, my Taylor said she doesn't want to go with you. At this moment, Boone had already collapsed and was coughing up blood. He endured the excruciating pain and struggled to rise, speaking with difficulty. Boone knew that Julia had been willing to forego the opportunity to become the next palace master of a major sect just for him. Even her auspicious destiny began to flicker between light and dark. Julia's genuine feelings made Boone more resolute in his own heart. The Purple Star Palace Dominic understood how much she needed the celestial body, so she did not want to be too harsh on Boone. Especially when she saw how deeply Julia felt for Boone. It reminded her very much of herself from tens of thousands of years ago. For a moment, she felt somewhat dazed. Originally, she only considered Julia as one of several potential successors, but at this moment, she unexpectedly felt an inexplicable determination to take in Julia. The other disciples of the Qingyuan sect were bewildered. How could Boone dare to speak so boldly to such a powerful palace Dominic? Ayana pursed her lips and looked at Boone with a complicated expression in her eyes. Myrtle still had her carefree look, and it was clear she was enjoying Boone's misfortune immensely. Myrtle wasn't easily trusting of others, and her past experiences made her dislike being controlled by anyone. She felt indifferent towards Boone after he dragged her along, if not a bit annoyed. However, for some reason, she found the Qingyuan sect particularly intriguing. All these reactions did not escape the attention of the Purple Star Palace Dominic. She knew that if this disciple didn't willingly follow her path to cultivation, her future accomplishments would be limited. She did not want to see this happen. The Palace Dominic had finally found a successor, and it would be laughable if this successor's path was delayed because of a low-ranking man. At this moment, Boone noticed the 9-star dragon aura above Julia's head glowing even more brightly. His heart soared, thinking that the Palace Dominic was indeed planning to focus on cultivating Julia. He hadn't wasted his efforts. To others, having a great figure suddenly offer to guide you intensely might make them ecstatic. But a naturally suspicious person might doubt whether the offer had hidden motives, or if it was entirely sincere. But Boone was different. He had the system, this big bug. If the offer were genuine, there should have been a visible display of auspicious signs. If not, it meant either deception or another agenda. Although Boone did not wish to separate from Julia, he was from a different world and understood clearly that in this cultivation world, he must climb step by step to reach the peak. Otherwise, this life would be for nothing. Seeing the 9-star descending dragon aura above Julia's head confirmed to him that she should go. The flickering indicated hesitation, but through his actions, the fate stabilized. Opposing Julia's departure only reinforced her importance in the Palace Dominic's eyes. For Julia's future, Boone decided to take one last gamble. Senior, pfft. Another mouthful of blood spewed out from Boone. He sensed his internal organs were ruptured, but he couldn't afford to worry about it now. Julia's face was full of worry, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried out, "Husband!" Boone shook his head, giving Julia a reassuring smile. "It's okay." The Purple Star Palace Dominic's eyes welled with tears. This scene was all too familiar. She knew Boone was gravely injured and in immense pain, yet he still persisted, perhaps seeing himself as the villain separating them. "Senior, even your esteemed sect wouldn't ignore our wishes and forcibly separate us, right?" Boone stuffed some pills into his mouth, recovering slightly before standing up and speaking. Meanwhile, his left hand had gathered azure divine fire, while his right hand had condensed heavenly scorched divine fire. He then compressed and concentrated the divine fires in both hands even further. The Purple Star Palace Dominic narrowed her eyes. The wild energy? Was it heavenly fire? Boone also activated the Tian Shui 9 transformations to the second level. Baji Bung was continuously charged, folding his spiritual energy into 6 layers of waves, building up pressure. Even the divine fires in his hands surged along with the concealed power of Baji Bung. Boone knew the woman in palace attire was far more powerful than he was, but he wanted her to see his determination. Bold fool. Amara scolded and prepared to attack Boone. Stand down. The Purple Star Palace Dominic watched the 2 small flames combining with intense gravity. The wild energy compelled her to be fully alert, even causing her a hint of fear. Surrounding Qingyuan sect disciples gasped, wondering if Boone had gone mad, daring to attack such a powerful presence. Although the Purple Star Palace Dominic remained motionless, she had cast an invisible barrier around Boone, enveloping him tightly in a blackish-red, angular energy wall. Purple Amara exclaimed. The Palace Dominic actually used the Crimson Ink Star Array barrier. Purple Sandy glanced at her, saying coolly, "The Palace Dominic just wants absolute safety. Besides, she can summon 64 immortal arrays with a wave of her hand. What's so surprising about using just one?" Amara pursed her lips, speechless, but her shock was evident. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What? An immortal array? In everyone's understanding, arrays were categorized from 1st grade to 9th grade. Above 9th grade was the immortal array, which existed only in legends. This Palace Dominic actually used an immortal array on Boone? Some involuntarily exclaimed in surprise. What's so strange? Amara retorted mockingly. Our Star Palace inherits 72 transformations of immortal arrays. Each Palace Dominic is an immortal array Dominic. And our current Palace Dominic has mastered 64 immortal arrays at just 20,000 years old. How could you backwater disciples understand the vastness of this world? Listening to the Star Palace disciples boasting, Ayana's face turned pale. Once the daughter of a sect leader, she now had to rely on herself alone. Moreover, what she thought was a prestigious sect like Qingyuan sect seemed trivial in their eyes. But wasn't Boone also fighting alone? Ayana silently encouraged herself. She could do it. Hashtag chapter 73, Italian hydrogen gas cannon. All of Boone's concentration was now focused on the magnetic storm divine fire he was creating. The principle behind magnetic storm divine fire involved the collision of two drastically different divine fires. Through their mutual repulsion, they would generate an immense energy surge and cause a fission within an extremely confined space, thus achieving a powerful explosive effect. Boone felt the numbness in his hands from the energy coursing through them, but he knew it wasn't enough. Not enough. What else did he have? What else could he add? Sweat dripped down Boone's forehead, brought on by both the pain and excitement. Divine water. Boone suddenly thought of it. Yes, he still had the divine water Xiuxian. Thinking this, he quickly employed the flawless scripture. After ultra-precise calculations, his eyes widened in excitement. At the same time, a third energy appeared between his hands. Xiuxian. As the most refined essence from the Spirit Stone original fluid pool, the Supreme Mystic Codex had directly simulated the purest divine water, even surpassing wild Xiuxian in quality. According to the results from the flawless scripture, if it were a single divine fire, it would interact with the divine water and cancel out its power. However, the magnetic field and extreme heat generated by two divine fires would vaporize the divine water into hydrogen and oxygen, along with primordial particles, causing new particle fusion and increasing the power by 100-fold. This new technique was called the hydrogen bomb. A smile crept across Boone's lips. The wild energy between his hands was nearly uncontrollable, but he couldn't release it yet. He was still searching for that balance point. Finally, Boone found that point. The divine water Xiuxian, heavenly scorched divine fire, and azure blue divine fire achieved a triangular balance. They formed a beautiful spectacle, rapidly rotating around a single point while remaining confined within a tiny space. From the outside, it looked like an invisible glass ball with three distinct energies spinning inside. Upon seeing this, the Raquel's gaze sharpened. She sensed the increasingly dangerous and volatile energy contained within the sphere in Boone's hands. Even though she didn't know the principle behind it, the energy within the sphere managed to maintain perfect balance. Suddenly, Boone once again drew his supreme mystic sword. His sword was a flexible one, slightly springy but not overly soft. After all, Boone always believed a man's sword should be sturdy. Like serving a table tennis ball, Boone lightly tossed the chaotic energy sphere upwards. Next, he activated the first level of the supreme mystic body refinement technique, concentrating all the golden body energy into 2 fingers on his right hand. Then, he swiftly grasped his sword, using his 2 fingers to pull back the blade tip into a curve. Bang! Just like a slingshot, the elastic force of the supreme mystic sword propelled the energy sphere toward the Purple Star Palace Patriarch. 2nd Battalion Commander Edition Italian Hydrogen Gas Cannon, Boone exclaimed. Swoosh! A brief sound sliced through the air. The energy sphere moved at nearly the speed of light. In front of the Purple Star Palace Patriarch, layers of vermilion ink-like substance continued to coalesce. This was the legendary energy capable of mending the sky. The vermilion ink star formation, ranked 7th among the 9 star arrays, was renowned for its ultimate defense, only achievable by those who reached the Transcendence Realm and above. Of course, this was something Boone was unaware of. Boom! Flames erupted first, followed by the deafening sound of the explosion. A massive mushroom cloud appeared as the entire vermilion ink star formation shook violently. The array itself was working to dispel the tremendous explosive force. Even Boone himself was stunned. A martial art he created had shaken an immortal formation. With a loud whoosh, the energy dissipated, revealing the Patriarch having entered the formation's protective layer, tearing through the space and causing turbulent ripples. She had actually resorted to activating the self-unloading mechanism of the immortal formation. She was curious about the true extent of this move's power. Immortal spiritual Dharma body. The Purple Star Palace Patriarch called out. A semi-transparent aura enveloped her body, forming a magnified version of herself. Continuing forward, the translucent aura collided with the outer edge of the explosion. Instantly, the immortal spiritual Dharma body began to waver and twist. Has it reached this point already? The Patriarch murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Boone was affected by the backlash of the explosion. Fortunately, the Purple Star Palace Patriarch had shielded him within the star formation earlier, so he only suffered some impact from the blast. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated. Despite this, Boone's internal organs were completely shattered. Hiss! This was Boone's agonizing cry of pain. Seeing Boone emerge from the formation, Adrian immediately tried to impress the Patriarch. Bold commoner! How dare you show such disrespect to our palace lord? See my sword. Saying this, Adrian summoned her own sword, preparing to unleash a lethal sword technique. At this moment, Ashley, who could no longer stand by, and with no one restraining her now that the Patriarch wasn't present, fused her spiritual energy into her body, reaching peak speed as she rushed to intercept Adrian. Little sister, what are you doing? Adrian furrowed her delicate eyebrows, clearly displeased. To her, killing this disrespectful youth in front of her master was the best way to curry favor. Though shorter than Ashley and relatively plain-looking, Adrian's ascended realm cultivation commanded respect from everyone present. Don't call me little sister. I don't want to be the successor of your Purple Star Palace, Ashley declared with arms spread wide, each word filled with resolve. Looking at Boone, who was in tatters from the explosion, she felt her heart shattering, tears welling up in her almond-shaped eyes. These ridiculous identities have nothing to do with me. I'm just Boone's woman. She screamed this sentence with all her might. Then, with tears streaming down her face and voice hoarse, she said, back when my cultivation was completely destroyed, no one helped me. I was jilted and humiliated. It was my husband who overlooked our past, disregarding others' opinions, and paying a hefty price to save me from despair. He has always taken care of me, worrying about my cultivation, how others view me, and giving me the best. He turned me from a lonely, destitute girl into who I am today. It was Boone who brought me out of solitude and darkness, not your purple star palace. Chapter 74. Transferring Spirit Acupoints. Cameron was taken aback by such a fierce reaction. She had been adopted and raised by her master since childhood, so she couldn't fully understand the feelings Marina described. Of course, even with Marina standing in front of her, she wouldn't have dared to attack him. This celestial body emerged only once every few millennia, directly relating to the entire Star Palace's legacy. She couldn't, nor dared to, lay a hand on Marina. Dominic? Cameron said to the Star Palace Dominic, sounding quite aggrieved. Unexpectedly, the Gretchen didn't even glance at her, saying calmly, "Step back." Just as the Gretchen was about to assist Yanko, he suddenly pulled out a bottle of pills, which contained 4 round, plump 6th rank xiuxian pills. Immediately, the Gretchen understood Yanko's intention. He wanted to help Marina resolve the issues caused by the dual spirit acupoints. Indeed, after returning, Yanko was faced with sudden changes within the sect. At that time, Marina was still inside the formation and hadn't emerged from seclusion. Thus, the original plan for Errol to personally assist in transferring the spirit acupoint, helping Marina recover her cultivation, was repeatedly delayed. Now, Marina's cultivation was about to regress to the temper body realm again, and she was about to be taken away by the Gretchen. In response, Yanko hurriedly brought out these xiuxian pills. Marina had already been sobbing uncontrollably. She hadn't expected that at this critical moment, Yanko first thought of her. She covered her mouth, not daring to touch him. Husband. With Marina threatening suicide and the Gretchen somewhat appreciating Yanko, they decided to give Yanko a chance. "Since you two love each other so much, I will grant you one last favor," the Gretchen said. "Yaudi, due to your dual spirit acupoints, your cultivation has regressed. Your husband is prepared to use grafting methods to help you recover. Is this correct?" the Gretchen asked calmly. Tears filled Marina's eyes as she looked at the Gretchen in shock. What the latter said was entirely true. Though Yanko could barely retain his human form, he remained tenacious, coughed lightly, and said, "Senior, I have just one wish, that you help Aviana resolve her spiritual acupoints issue." Marina's tears flowed freely, and she choked out, "Husband, don't speak anymore. Your injuries are too severe." The Gretchen closed her eyes in deep contemplation. Although Yanko's self-created martial techniques were limited against her power, considering he was only at the golden core stage, she couldn't help but marvel at whether there had ever been a more brilliant genius in this world. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and, with one hand, pressed remotely on Marina's spirit acupoint under her armpit, while the other hand connected to Yanko's chest. "I will transfer Yaudi's spirit acupoint to your chest. From now on, remember her in your heart all the time. Your medicinal pills quality isn't enough. I have 9th rank xiuxian pills here, and I will give each of you one. While I do so, I'll also help reshape both of your bodies." Her voice echoed simultaneously in both their hearts. Although the cultivation methods you practiced before were compatible, ultimately Yaudi must transition to the inheritance of our Z-Way Star Palace and can no longer cultivate alongside you. Hence, this is my compensation to you. Yaudi, I don't force you, but you've seen how vast this world is, and the path ahead is long. Your husband will undoubtedly become a giant in the future. If you want to accompany him to the end, you must seriously consider this matter. Joining the Z-Way Star Palace is your ultimate destination. At this point, Marina had awakened from her shock. On one hand, her cultivation could continue improving, and on the other hand, Yanko was slowly recovering from near death. Listening to the Gretchen, it seemed Yanko received unparalleled benefits. Indeed, 9th rank medicinal pills were legendary items. Furthermore, if she wished to stay with Yanko long-term, what the Gretchen said was indeed crucial. Tears welled up in Marina's eyes as she bowed to the Gretchen and said, I understand, Dominic." The Gretchen secretly nodded, knowing the girl had truly listened. From now on, she would wholeheartedly inherit the Star Palace's legacy. At this moment, Yanko also felt a wondrous experience. His entire body, every pore, felt refreshed as if someone had cracked open his fontanelle. A 9th rank medicinal pill wasn't something that could be easily found in all of Yunzhou. Legend had it that the alchemy ancestral clan could refine 9th rank pills dating back thousands of years when a talented alchemy elder managed to create them. Yanko's injuries visibly healed rapidly. The newly formed transparent spirit acupoint on his chest vigorously operated, helping him absorb surrounding spiritual qi. Then, the Gretchen examined the surroundings and frowned. Why are the laws of this small world so incomplete? Which waste product crafted this? Quick. Line. Release. Mark. After several strange syllables echoed, the plum blossom realm began undergoing subtle, yet profound changes that Yanko and the others couldn't perceive immediately. Marina was the first to wake up and immediately checked Yanko's condition upon awakening. She found herself already having broken through to the first level of the golden core realm. Because such rapid advancement wasn't beneficial for her future practice of the Z-Way Star Palace cultivation method, the Star Palace Dominic was quite satisfied that Marina hadn't rushed. This edit ensures that the translation reads more fluently in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. It also maintains consistency in terminology and style. In truth, Marina's heart was completely focused on Yanko, so she had no interest in further cultivating or enhancing her strength. Soon, she noticed everyone around her watching her, causing her to blush. Dominic, my husband. The Gretchen laughed somewhat bitterly. Oh, asking about this boy sweetens your words? You finally recognize me as Dominic? Marina was too nervous to speak, but seeing Yanko had recovered to his previous appearance and noting the Gretchen's attitude, she knew Yanko was safe. So, she just stared at him intently without moving. Foolish child. The Gretchen shook her head slightly with a smile. Meanwhile, Alicia stood aside, hidden from view. her gaze towards Marina filled with resentment. As Marina had guessed, Yanko was indeed fine and even in excellent condition. The Gretchen hadn't explicitly mentioned it, but she sensed Yanko's spiritual energy was extremely robust, seemingly reaching the level of some early-stage nascent soul cultivators, though he was clearly several realms away from condensing a nascent soul. She felt curious about Yanko's potential. If Yanko reached her level, what kind of phenomenon would he present? Chapter 75, Boon, the Endurance Dominic. At this moment, the spiritual energy inside Boon's body was already full, yet his spirit acupoints were still continuously absorbing spiritual chi. Surprisingly, however, Boon wasn't in a hurry to advance in cultivation realm. Instead, he kept compressing his spiritual energy, compressing and compressing again. It seemed like he was waiting for something. Suddenly, the drop of spiritual liquid orbiting his golden core began to grow larger, and its rotation speed increased significantly until it matched the size of his golden core. But Boon continued to compress his spiritual energy relentlessly. Apart from the storage within his meridians, all remaining spiritual liquid began rotating around his golden core. When Boon discovered that the spiritual liquid could store his spiritual chi, he kept stockpiling more, suppressing his cultivation realm as instructed by the Patriarch's handbook. According to the handbook, the better one endures, the more solid the foundation, the denser the spiritual energy, and the deeper the Tao cultivation. This explained why Franklin of the Alchemy sect, despite being at the 9th stage of the Yuaning realm, was far inferior to some veteran 6th stage cultivators in terms of the depth of spiritual energy. Franklin's cultivation focused solely on refining pills, so he didn't care much about building a solid foundation. As an alchemist, no one would willingly become his enemy, so all his cultivation ultimately aimed at refining pills. On the other hand, Boon aimed for combat, so fundamentally, their paths were different. At this moment, Boon seemed to have discovered something unique on his cultivation path. He actually condensed a smaller liquid core outside his golden core, similar to some demon beast's false cores. As he kept enduring, the liquid core orbited the golden core faster and faster, even glowing with a silver hue. Boon wasn't sure if this newfound path was a shortcut, but he had a premonition that it was certainly not a wild or haphazard method. It might offer a way to overtake others through a curve. Bang! There was a loud noise. A visible spiritual chi vortex formed above Boon's head. What? Everyone was stunned. Could such a massive spiritual chi vortex be formed by Boon, a golden core cultivator? The scale of this vortex rivaled that of a 9th stage Yuan cultivator. Boon's face turned red. He was almost at his limit. Beside him, Ashley saw his predicament right away. Husband, just endure a little longer. Since they had just consummated their marriage, Ashley could sense Boon's struggle. Encouraged by Ashley, Boon's pride flared up. He couldn't let Yaozi look down on him. Endure. I will keep enduring. I am Boon, the Endurance Dominic. Unexpectedly, this endurance lasted for 49 days, 7 times 7. Given that Boon was now fully immersed in cultivation with the profound illusion technique, which already accelerated his practice dozens of times compared to ordinary cultivators, his progress was extraordinary. Furthermore, Ashley's freely rotating spirit acupoints helped absorb spiritual chi, combined with the satellite silver core orbiting his golden core, further accelerating the absorption process. Thus, Boon's rate of absorbing spiritual chi was multiplied many times over. His current day of cultivation equaled 200 days for an ordinary person. Storing spiritual chi without advancing in realm, no one else could have endured even a single day without bursting. But due to Ashley's words, Boon pushed through for 49 days. Every second felt like the brink of explosion, yet he persevered. After this prolonged endurance, the liquid, satellite, silver core orbiting his golden core suddenly changed. The silver liquid core began shrinking. Yes, as Boon continuously absorbed spiritual chi, it triggered some mechanism. The liquid core became smaller, denser, harder, and more compact. #### Central Province. #### Great Void Hall. Edge, did you feel it? Someone has stirred the laws, signaling a new path in cultivation. An elderly man with white hair rushed to clear Void Peak and asked the man standing atop the mountain. Edge had chestnut brown hair casually draped over his shoulders. He nodded slightly, his left hand forming a strange seal while his right hand calculated incessantly. After a while, Edge concluded his calculations and smiled. Zaire, this person is indeed extraordinary. However, it's a pity he isn't from the Central Province, but likely from a remote small province. Even you can't pinpoint his origins? Zaire was astonished. Just that this young talent is guided by a higher being, probably stirring the laws within a minor world. The rules in this world are not fully established, making it hard for me to discern, Edge explained calmly. What a pity. I was hoping to secure this prodigy for our Great Void Hall before Blood Holy Hall and Purple Star Palace. Zaire lamented. Edge merely watched from the side, offering no comment, though his right hand was still calculating. Meanwhile, various powerful cultivators skilled in divination from major sects in Central Province were also trying to decipher this mystery, but to no avail. #### A second golden core. Boon himself was shocked. The liquid core originally orbiting his golden core had transformed into a second golden core, though it was smaller than his original golden core. What? Boon could sense that despite having 2 golden cores, his realm remained at the 6th stage of the golden core realm. Boon speculated that regardless of having 2 golden cores, the final manifestation would still be based on the highest stage of 1 core. Suddenly, he felt like discovering new territory. He had a crazy idea, to create another golden core. Ideally, it sounded perfect, but reality was harsh. Upon trying, he realized it was unfeasible. Initially, the formation of the second core depended on condensing a drop of spiritual liquid on the original golden core. However, with 2 golden cores, it became impossible to condense more liquid on either core due to interference from the second core. So, 2 cores were the limit? Boon didn't force it. Since it was unachievable, he ceased suppressing his cultivation and began to rapidly enhance it. After another 49 days, the second golden core finally reached the 6th stage of the golden core realm. But Boone didn't open his eyes yet. He was still cultivating. Until 81 days later, Boone finally stopped. By then, he had cultivated both golden cores to the 9th stage of the golden core realm, just one step away from the nascent soul realm. ##### Chapter 76. Boone Feng, you are so poor. Only at the 9th stage of the golden core? The Palace Dominic of the Purple Violet Star Palace was somewhat taken aback. After all, the spiritual energy fluctuation that Boone had just exhibited was beyond even what an ordinary nascent soul cultivator could achieve. Note, Purple Wei Xinggong seems to be a mix of correct translation and Chinese characters. The proper full translation should be Purple Violet Star Palace. Though Lucky did not have as direct a feeling as the Palace Dominic, she was someone with talent and experience, having been by the Palace Dominic side. She was also at the peak of the combined body realm and could sense that the abundant spiritual energy within Boone far exceeded that of a peak golden core cultivator. Seeing Boone open his eyes, Ashley finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her like this, the Palace Dominic of the Purple Star Palace smiled and said, "Now, the grafting of this spirit acupoint can be considered complete. Aviana, can you now rest assured to return with me to cultivate?" Note, I've made slight adjustments for fluency and accuracy. Spiritual meridian has been changed to spirit acupoint for consistency with common terminology in this context. Yaoer has been changed to Aviana based on the original Chinese text. Dominic, Ashley hesitated, but finally mustered the courage to speak to the Palace Dominic. "If I leave, I don't know when I will see my husband again. I know it's best to follow Dominic, but time passes differently in cultivation. My husband still needs time to grow strong, and I truly worry if he encounters trouble." The Palace Dominic shook her head, smiling and chiding. "You child, even before officially becoming a disciple, you are already making plans for your husband? As for your concerns, I've already said that as long as he breaks through the divided soul stage, his future will be boundless." There was one thing she didn't say. As the head of one of the top sects in Xiuxian continent, she naturally saw that this person had already triggered the laws, altering the great path of heaven and earth. Such a person, under normal circumstances, she would consider trying to win over first. If unsuccessful, she would eliminate him. But since Boone was so close to the next Palace Dominic of her star palace, she had no worries about him opposing her. Thus, since Ashley mentioned it, she might as well form a good relationship with Boone. Boone. Hearing this, Boone immediately bowed respectfully. "This junior is present." The Palace Dominic of Purple Star Palace laughed and shook her head. "Your attitude sure changes quickly." Boone responded calmly, "Because Senior has helped solve the dual spirit meridians problem for Yaoer, you are naturally Boone's benefactor. You value loyalty and righteousness." The Palace Dominic suddenly felt a bit dazed. Recovering herself, the next moment, the Palace Dominic of Purple Star Palace, along with Ashley and the servants and disciples she brought, vanished from where they stood. Just before they disappeared, the Palace Dominic of Purple Star Palace left a message in Boone's ear. "I have a legacy realm here, which is the inheritance of an ancient upper boundary sect. Because it can only be inherited by males, our palace has kept it untouched. Since we have this karmic connection today, I will give it to you. Seize this opportunity well. This legacy realm forms its own world. How you pass its test depends on yourself. We will leave first. If you can break through to the separation of spirit stage in the future, we will have the chance to meet again." Boone felt his vision blur, and he found himself in a strange place. It turned out that before leaving, the Palace Dominic of Purple Star Palace had sent Boone into one of her small worlds. If Boone could come out within 3 days, he would gain the inheritance. After breaking through to the separation of spirit stage later on, he could also find Ashley. Understanding all this, Boone secretly made up his mind. He must make it happen. When the time comes, he would storm the Purple Star Palace and bring Ashley back. As his vision gradually cleared, Boone saw that he was in an endless desert. It seemed that a wind had just started, sending yellow sand flying everywhere, blocking the sky. Boone felt a sense of ominous magic. He realized that he had already entered the world of the inheritance trial. Suddenly, a bearded man in front noticed that Boone had fallen behind and turned back to shout at him, "What are you doing? Hurry up, Carmine Feng." Carmine Feng? Boone was a little bewildered. Wasn't this nickname too intimate? The bearded man took a few steps back towards Boone, looking him over. "Yes, aren't you called Boone Feng? Did you get knocked silly earlier? Don't you remember? Where are we going?" The bearded man looked at Boone in shock, then touched his forehead. "Holy crap, didn't you really get knocked silly? We're delivering goods, escorting a caravan. If we don't deliver the goods, we'll starve. Do you remember? You're so poor." Delivering goods, escorting a caravan. So he was a guard? Then this was a merchant caravan? Boone quickly surveyed the surroundings. Perhaps because of the wind, visibility was low, but he could vaguely make out a long camel caravan. Seeing that Boone wasn't answering and was only looking around, the bearded man cautiously asked, "Remember anything yet? You're really poor. Let me tell you, if you don't do this delivery properly, you'll end up starving on the streets when you get back. Just don't ruin your head along with being this broke." Okay, I got it. I'm very poor, super poor." Boone, hearing phrases like poor and ruined brain, felt a headache coming on and hastily interrupted the bearded man's chatter. "Let's hurry up and catch up. We still need to escort the caravan." With that, Boone pulled the bearded man to chase after the caravan. In the time they had wasted, the caravan was almost out of sight. In this blinding yellow sandstorm, with visibility less than 5 meters, getting lost meant there was no way to complete the task. Once they caught up with the caravan, the bearded man stopped nagging. Boone didn't understand how such a rugged-looking man could chatter so much. The camel caravan moved slowly, but before they had gone far, suddenly, a gang of bandits appeared. The bandits were after the cargo, and several guards on the edges were immediately cut down. Seeing a bandit saber swing towards him, Boone sneered inwardly and activated Baji Bang. But the next second, Boone's face changed, and he rolled to the side to dodge the attack. Damn, no spiritual energy in this world? Boone realized at this moment that he had no cultivation power now, basically reduced to an ordinary person. Ordinary people might fall here, but fortunately, he still had his body tempering art of mystic level. The Great Mystic Body Tempering Technique, level 1 Golden Body. Boone picked up a large saber and began to fight. Although he was not used to using knives, unfortunately, there was no spiritual energy in this world, and he couldn't summon his Great Mystic Sword. After fighting for a while, Boone sensed something amiss. The bandits were wearing thick armor, and with his current strength, he couldn't cut through them. Meanwhile, more guards from the caravan were falling. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Boone suddenly recalled using his Great Mystic Sword to fire hydrogen cannons. Since he couldn't slash through them, he'd knock them unconscious. Boone bent the saber blade and used its elasticity to strike the opponent's body and head, finally causing some damage. But this method wasn't very effective either, and Boone was getting sweaty with worry. If only he still had his cultivation power. What else could he do now? In the end, only one sentence lingered in Boone's ears. I have an inheritance secret realm here, passed down from an ancient upperworld sect. Since it can only be inherited by males, our palace has always kept it sealed. Today, due to our encounter, I give it to you. Make good use of it. This inheritance realm forms its own world, and how you pass its test depends on you. We'll leave first. If you break through the divided soul stage in the future, we will meet again. Boone's vision blurred, and he found himself in an unfamiliar place. It turned out that before leaving, the Palace Dominic of Purple Star Palace had sent Boone into one of her small worlds. If Boone could exit within 3 days, he would gain the inheritance. After breaking through to the divided soul stage, he could also find Ashley. Understanding everything, Boone resolved to make it happen. He would storm Purple Star Palace and bring Ashley back. Note: I made a slight adjustment to ensure the name Purple Star Palace is consistent and reads more naturally in English. The term Wuxia seems to refer to a palace or place named after a purple star or similar, so Purple Star Palace is a fitting translation. As his vision cleared, Boone saw an endless desert. A gust of wind had picked up, sending sand flying everywhere, blocking out the sky. Feeling a sinister aura, Boone realized he had entered the testing world of the inheritance. Suddenly, a bearded man noticed Boone falling behind and shouted back at him, "What are you doing? Come on, Carmine Fong." Carmine Fong? Boone was a bit confused. This name seemed too intimate. The bearded man walked back a couple of steps and examined Boone. "Yes, isn't your name Boone Fong? Did you get hit on the head and forget? Where are we going?" The bearded man looked at Boone in shock, then touched his forehead, saying, "Holy crap, didn't you really get knocked out? We're delivering goods, escorting the cargo. If we don't deliver, we'll starve to death. Do you remember? You're so poor. Delivering goods, escorting cargo. I'm a courier, so this is a caravan?" Boone quickly assessed the surroundings. Due to the wind, visibility was low, but he could still make out a long line of camels. Seeing Boone not answering and just looking around, the bearded man asked cautiously, "Do you remember yet? You are really poor. I tell you, if you mess up this delivery, you'll starve on the streets. Don't let being poor turn your brain to mush." Okay, I understand. I'm very poor, extremely poor." Hearing those words about being poor and having a damaged brain, Boone's head throbbed, and he hurriedly interrupted the bearded man's nagging. "Let's hurry up and go. We need to escort the cargo." With that, Boone pulled the bearded man to catch up with the caravan, which had almost disappeared from view. In this sandy chaos, with less than 5 meters of visibility, getting lost would mean failing the mission. Once they caught up with the caravan, the bearded man stopped nagging. Boone couldn't figure out why this rugged man loved to chatter so much. The camel caravan moved slowly, but before they traveled far, suddenly, a group of bandits appeared. The bandits were after the cargo, and several unfortunate guards were instantly cut down. Seeing a bandit's blade swinging toward him, Boone sneered inwardly and started to channel 8-pole collapse. But the next second, Boone's face changed, and he rolled to the side, dodging the attack. Damn, no spiritual energy in this world? Boone realized he had no cultivation power now, practically reducing him to an ordinary person. If he were a regular person, he might be done for, but fortunately, he still had the mystical body refinement technique. The Grand Mystery Body Tempering Technique, level 1 Golden Body. Grabbing a large saber, Boone began fighting. Although he wasn't used to using a saber, there was no spiritual energy in this world, so he couldn't summon his Grand Mystery Sword. After some fighting, Boone realized something was wrong. The bandits wore thick armor, and his current strength couldn't cut through it. Meanwhile, more couriers were falling in the caravan. Seeing the urgency, Boone suddenly remembered using the Grand Mystery Sword to fire hydrogen blasts. Since cutting wouldn't work, maybe stunning them would. Bending the saber to create elasticity, Boone struck the opponent's bodies and heads, finally causing some damage. But this was still ineffective. Boone was sweating from frustration. If only his cultivation hadn't diminished. What else could he do now? Chapter 77. A world without spirit energy. Suddenly, Boone thought of mental energy. Since his body forging technique was usable, wouldn't his mental power from the soul traversal also be usable? Boone attempted to attack with the immortal extermination scripture, and he saw the robber in front of him stagger. It really worked. Thus, Boone started combining mental attacks with physical strikes, initiating a one-sided beatdown. First, he used the exterminate deity skill from the immortal extermination scripture to cause brief dizziness. Then, bending the blade's edge, he knocked the opponent out using its elasticity. The entire situation changed instantly. Originally, the caravan had been barely holding off, almost on the verge of fleeing, but now it was Boone reaping everyone single-handedly. Soon, all the robbers were taken down by Boone, while the Giroux and the rest of the caravan watched in shock. "Spike Carmine, how did you suddenly get so strong?" The Giroux stuttered, stunned. "Before, I was just low-key. You simpleton." Boone laughed and scolded. The Giroux was taken aback by Boone's response. He felt something about his brother had changed, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Then, the Giroux turned serious and asked Boone, "Spike Carmine, do you remember you owe me money?" Seeing the sudden seriousness in the other's expression, Boone wondered if he noticed something. Could he be exposed so soon? Though he was powerful, it was mostly one-on-one, with others lending help. If the Giroux found out he wasn't the original person and everyone attacked together, Boone couldn't be sure he could fight them off. Moreover, who knew if this was part of the legacy trial? Boone didn't dare take that risk. Boone acted casual, while carefully observing the Giroux. Clearly not good at lying, the Giroux revealed his deceit. His eyelashes trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes darted around, avoiding eye contact. Boone casually said, "Of course I remember. With our friendship, how could I forget? We brothers never dodge debts. Then tell me, how much do you owe me?" The Giroux's voice shook slightly. Boone slapped him. "I owe you nothing. Trying to extort me? Think I lost my memory?" Boone laughed and scolded. The Giroux, receiving a slap, breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought you weren't yourself for a moment." On the surface, Boone laughed, but inwardly he was alarmed. Indeed, he had guessed right. After the laughter died down, they continued following the caravan. From then on, Boone's status rose among everyone. While no one knew how timid Spike Carmine suddenly became so powerful, the fact that he saved everyone was undeniable. The caravan continued its journey. The dead could not be revived and were left buried under the yellow sand. Due to losing a significant portion of the guards and Boone's contribution, he received a camel, sparing him the need to walk. The Giroux walked beside him, enviously watching Boone on the camel. This encounter with bandits made Boone realize a significant issue. He had become too reliant on spirit power, and his physical strength hadn't kept up. This was a common flaw among most cultivators. With spirit energy at their disposal, they didn't pay much attention to physical cultivation. Higher levels meant flipping mountains and seas with a wave of the hand, crumbling even the toughest walls with a single strike. Some extreme cultivators even abandoned their physical bodies to focus solely on cultivating their essence infants, a path many solitary cultivators chose. They couldn't imagine breaking through to higher realms like Feather Soul or Ascended Immortal, so achieving an Earth Immortal state offered longevity for millennia, an acceptable trade-off. However, this path had drawbacks, notably inability to enter the cycle of rebirth. During this journey, Boone studied his supreme mystic body forging technique out of boredom. Derived from ancient fragments, it was far from perfect, especially the method for cultivating the second stage of Golden Body. The first Golden Body stage had been achieved through a combination of pressure from the celestial-grade ancient artifact and the 9 revolving body tempering pill. But the method for the second stage had eluded him entirely. Before, unaware of the importance of physical strength, he hadn't been anxious. Now, he was forced to act urgently. Intuitively, he felt body tempering required external forces to stimulate the flesh, similar to refining pills. Refining pills extracted essences from medicinal herbs into tiny pills whose effects far surpassed raw ingredients. Tempering the body could be seen as integrating various treasures into the flesh, increasing density and resistance. Perhaps, it shared similarities with alchemy. Although he had the supreme mystic body forging technique, knowing the direction wasn't enough. He needed further research. Achieving the first stage had been serendipitous. Now, the second stage wouldn't be so easy. While contemplating, Boone noticed something odd about the time flow. Despite being on a camel, he could tell several hours had passed, yet the sun hadn't moved an inch. Was this planet's rotation unusually slow? Boone mused, thinking perhaps 3 days weren't so pressing after all. With such ample time, what was the true test within this secret realm? Unable to figure it out, Boone focused on cultivating instead. He closed his eyes and began practicing atop the camel, but felt lost. Noticing a bald man ahead sitting similarly on a camel as if meditating, Boone grew curious. In a world without spirit energy, what could he possibly cultivate? Though unable to easily perceive the man's actions without spirit energy, Boone, familiar with numerous mystic techniques, soon realized he was circulating chi and blood. Body tempering was indeed about circulating chi and blood to forge a robust physique. Remembering a core principle from the technique, he realized the bald man was tempering his body. This gave Boone some inspiration. Back in Yunzhou continent, no one would undertake such foolish efforts because, with spirit energy, even body tempering relied more on natural materials. Here, only brute force methods were feasible. Thus, Boone started circulating chi and blood, using the supreme mystic body forging technique. Though lacking appropriate herbs, continuously circulating chi and blood could gradually enhance physical strength. Like exercising to build the body, this principle held true here as well. Hashtag chapter 78, a good person. Damn Boone, you're actually at the peak of 9th level body tempering, exclaimed the bearded man suddenly, his face full of surprise. It seemed he had seen Boone's cultivation level while he was practicing. In this world, Boone's spiritual energy was suppressed, and the golden core in his body had completely gone dormant. Therefore, his current cultivation level was only that of his physical body, which indeed showed as 9th level body tempering. Well, I didn't know either. Somehow I just reached 9th level. From his perspective, he should have been very weak. The bearded man looked astonished. You casually reached 9th level. Boone, why don't you join the competition for warriors? Warriors? Boone asked curiously. The bearded man, not noticing anything amiss, said excitedly, yes, let's go together. I want to witness your rise to fame. Then, with a dreamy expression, he added, let's also invite Nixon. Warriors? Does it mean strong warriors? Is this a cultivation realm in this world? Boone glanced at the people ahead in the caravan. The bald leader up front radiated an intense surge of blood chi, and even from a distance, one could sense his immense power. However, when the bandits attacked their end of the caravan, the leader hadn't moved an inch. Was it because they were already at the tail end of the group? Boone didn't know, but he could be certain that the leader's realm was much higher than 9th level body tempering. If this world purely cultivated physical strength, he wondered if there were any cultivation methods that could be used for reference. Perhaps he could also improve the great profound body tempering technique. Straighten up, the boss wants to speak to you, said a small thug arrogantly as he walked over from the front. Boone looked up to see the bald leader watching him with interest. He nodded and dismounted his camel to walk over. Jensen, I brought the guy. The thug no longer appeared arrogant in front of the bald man. Kid, you did pretty well just now. Interested in joining our rock escort agency? The leader, aside from being bald, had pockmarks all over his face and a hideous scar across it. *** ding. Detected 5-star good fortune around the host. ***. Boone followed the system's notification and realized it was pointing to this bald man. Boone's thoughts raced. So he wasn't part of this merchant caravan after all. This group must have been cobbled together. The escort agency members were probably up front, not caring much about others' survival. The camel he rode likely belonged to someone who had already died. If he wanted to learn more about this world, joining the escort agency would be the best choice. He still had tasks to complete and didn't want to waste time here. Seeing Boone appear distracted, the bald leader became irritable. Did you hear what I said? Hearing the bald man's impatient voice, Boone snapped back to reality and said, Jensen, you flatter me too much. I'm very willing to join the rock escort agency. From now on, I'll follow you. Haha, you really have sharp eyes. The bald man valued face. Initially, he thought Boone wouldn't join, making his invitation seem futile. Now, seeing Boone so eager, the bald man felt somewhat flattered. What's your current level? Boone bowed and replied, 9th level body tempering. Only 9th level body tempering? The bald man was surprised. He had seen Boone fight fiercely, yet he was only at 9th level body tempering? But your talent is quite remarkable, praised the bald man, then extended an olive branch. I see you don't have martial techniques. In the future, I'll teach you my tyrant fist. Let me tell you, although my tyrant fist is just a simple 1-star martial technique, when practiced to a high level, it can rival 9-star techniques. The bald man spoke mysteriously. Boone glanced at the bald man. Since this wasn't a 5-star opportunity, he didn't take it too seriously but still accepted the technique respectfully. This person will soon be admired by the leader of Black Dragon Bandit Camp during a confrontation and become the second in command. Obtaining the Black Dragon body strengthening technique, said the familiar system voice. During conversations, Boone learned about the body strengthening realms in this world. Before warrior, it was body tempering. Then came first rank warrior, formerly chi condensation, second rank warrior, foundation establishment, third rank warrior, golden core, and so on. Jensen, where are we transporting goods this time? Boone asked casually. We need to pass through Yellow Ox Village. The bald man stopped mid-sentence, noticing Boone's sudden change in expression. The bald man looked puzzled. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Boone's face turned grim, saying painfully, Yellow Ox Village. That place doesn't bode well for you, Jensen. The bald man frowned. What do you mean? Do I clash with Yellow Ox Village? Boone nodded and began to coax the bald man. Honestly, Jensen, I specialize in divination. The bandits who robbed us were from Black Dragon Bandit Camp. What? Black Dragon Bandit Camp. Those were notorious bandits. Some immediately panicked. The bald man also furrowed his brows, aware of the camp's reputation. But he didn't instantly believe Boone. How do you know that, Brother Yi? The magic of divination, Boone replied. Moreover, Black Dragon Bandit Camp will find us again. So, how do we avoid danger according to you, Brother Yi? Asked the bald man. Boone instantly put on a brave facade. Simple. Let me pretend to be the caravan leader, and you act as my attendant. Even if Black Dragon Bandit Camp comes looking, we won't panic. At worst, you hand me over. I'll take responsibility, as most of them were killed by me anyway. It has nothing to do with you. If my divination is wrong, which is impossible, but if it were wrong, you wouldn't suffer any losses. We'd proceed as planned. The surrounding guards were touched, exclaiming, what a good person. Even the bald man felt moved by Boone's selflessness. Inside, Boone wondered, why isn't the system speaking up? Usually, it would have intercepted the good fortune by now. No, Brother Yi, I can't let you take such a risk, the bald man said, moved. **** ding. Congratulations, host, successfully intercepted 5-star good fortune. ***. End of chapter 78. Chapter 79. Unrivaled power. I'm a bald head with a reputation. If you want to dress up like me, it's not as simple as you think. You'll also need to shave your head. Joaquin added. What the hell? But the 5-star luck above his head was still flashing. For this skill, shaving my head for this bald guy is worth it. Alright, head. Before Boone could finish speaking, Joaquin interrupted him. Since you're so loyal to me, you're my brother now. From now on, don't call me head, just call me Bald Jensen. Boone hesitated. That's not quite right. What's not right? I like people calling me that, but only if they're brothers I recognize. Call me that from now on. Joaquin's determination left Boone no room to refuse. Okay, Bald Jensen. I'll take the lead and hold them off if anyone comes. You all should run as quickly as possible. Thus, the caravan started anew. Only now, the leader had changed from Bald Lad to Bald Boone. Boone rode atop Bald Lad's tall camel, looking valiant and resolute. Halt! Suddenly, a loud shout made the entire ground tremble. Everyone saw a black-robed figure stride forward, walking through the air. A closer look revealed that he was rapidly kicking the air with his legs to stay airborne briefly. Boone couldn't help but marvel at how the people in this world could achieve flight with such primitive methods. He looked like someone treading water in place, awkward yet amusing, not showing much strength, but the reactions of the others around, tense and fearful, showed that his actions indeed proved his prowess. Have you seen my brothers from Black Dragon Gang? The elder leading the group asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire caravan was surrounded by a large crowd, layer upon layer. The outer layers seemed vast, easily numbering over 1,000. Meanwhile, their caravan had only a few dozen members left. Boone, what do we do? What do we do? The Giroux stood beside Boone, asking anxiously. Stay low, stay low. This person might be the boss of the Black Dragon Gang. After calming the bearded man quietly, Boone shouted loudly, "Are you talking about those bandits? They intended to rob us, but I killed all of them." At this point, Joaquin was hiding behind Boone, bowing his head, not daring to look up. But inside, he was cursing whether Boone had lost his mind. Hearing this, the boss of the Black Dragon Gang flew into a rage. "You have some nerve. It seems you don't understand our brothers in the Black Dragon Gang. We only plunder corrupt wealthy individuals and help the poor and pitiful. These carriages of goods belong to Ephraim, who has committed countless atrocities. Do you really want to continue protecting him?" Boone said firmly, "You haven't heard. Rock Security Agency has been operating for many years for one word, trust." The bearded man whispered, "Brother, it's 2 words, credibility." Boone ignored him, rubbing his bald head, standing defiantly as he stared stubbornly at the heiress. The heiress grew increasingly fond of Boone, ordering someone behind him, "Rick, test him." A subordinate rushed over, appearing to be a first-rank warrior. Boone was only at the peak of the 9th stage of body tempering, significantly weaker than him. But Boone wasn't afraid at all, directly lunging at him. The opponent was stunned. This person's strength was clearly lower than his, yet he dared to challenge him one-on-one. However, he wouldn't stand there passively. Swoosh! Rick rapidly swung his fists, forming trails of afterimages. Even the friction between his rapidly swinging fists and the air generated visible heat, making it seem as if Rick's fists were engulfed in raging flames. Boone charged ahead, directly using his bald head to meet the fire fists. Joaquin and the bearded man covered their eyes, thinking simultaneously that this time he might die. But unexpectedly, Boone's head was as tough as fine steel. Rick's flaming fists hit Boone's head tens of thousands of times, his own fists bleeding, yet Boone's bald head remained unbroken. Boone's bald head was unrivaled. Rick, in pain, held his fist and cursed. Boone sneered inwardly. "Ha, first-rank golden body, familiarize yourself with it?" Seeing this, the heiress laughed. "I've long heard that the men of Rock Security are all heroes. Are you the head of Rock Security?" Boone replied solemnly, "Yes, I am the head of Rock. My name is Boone, bald head." "Ha ha ha ha." With a wave of his hand, the heiress tore through space, appearing before Boone and throwing a punch. This was a punch tearing through space, but Boone felt no panic. He knew the system wouldn't make mistakes. Since he had intercepted Joaquin's luck, he would definitely be fine. So, Boone didn't dodge, instead bringing his face even closer to the punch. This provocative action made the heiress raise an eyebrow. From the system view, Boone saw a message. "Ah, child, it's hard for you. My son, my Boone, why did you become bald? But it's alright, Dad will give you the Black Dragon Gang and leave you martial arts skills. Then when you dominate a region, even as a baldy, no one will dare laugh at you." Turns out, this Joaquin was actually the illegitimate son of the heiress, but others didn't know this. "You're impressive, Bold." The heiress casually found an excuse to recruit Boone. "I see great potential in you. Come back to the Black Dragon Gang with me." With that, he waved his hand again and took Boone and the rest of the Black Dragon Gang away. The bearded man cried, wiping tears, "Brother Yi, what a good man." Rock Baldhead also shed tears. "Yes, I've never seen such a good man before." In their hearts, the heiress took Boone to kill him, regardless of any grandiose reason he gave. The end result would be death. On the other side, just arriving back at the Black Dragon Gang, the boss dragged Boone into a bedroom. Boone's scalp tingled, hurriedly saying, "Jensen, I'm not that kind of person." The heiress was speechless, patting Boone's bald head. "What are you thinking? I plan to make you the second in command of the Black Dragon Gang, helping me manage everything. I believe you're a capable talent." Boone was stunned. So fast? No wonder this guy has 5-star luck. Chapter 80. Your wife is having an affair. Boone felt a little overwhelmed and said to the chieftain of Heilung Fort, "Brother, you're making me feel quite honored." "Brother, if you want me to be the second in command, will the previous second in command hold it against you?" "But seriously, brother, I really do want to be the second in command. What color clothes do you think the second in command should wear?" "If I wear red, will the other gang members look down on me, or you?" "Oh, your gang members are terrifying. Unlike me, I just worry about brother." This string of flattery completely bewildered the leader of Heilung Fort. His face darkened as he struggled to express his feelings towards Boone. Finally, he forced out a sentence. "Don't call me brother, call me father." "Boone?" The chieftain coughed twice and began explaining earnestly, "Listen up. This is the cultivation method for first stage warrior. 9 circulations chi cultivation technique. It involves channeling chi and blood into the dantian and intestines for cultivation." "Boone. 9 turns intestine skill? Ahem, wrong direction." The chieftain continued, "Before, you only strengthened your body. But now, as a first stage warrior, you'll be cultivating your internal organs." Boone put on a simple-minded expression. "Cultivate the gut?" "Emph." The chieftain's face turned black. "Can't you pretend to be smart at least? Even your bald head makes you look dumb." Boone nodded madly but thought differently inside. This act is all according to Rock's character. If I blow my cover and fail the inheritance test, that would be a huge loss. He must continue pretending to be foolish. Boone asked with a bewildered look, "Fiki, my baldness is hereditary. Otherwise, who would be so young and bald?" The chieftain laughed awkwardly. "You're right. This isn't your fault, son. Blame your father." Saying that, the chieftain also touched his shiny bald head. Boone couldn't let the conversation drift, so he quickly brought it back. "Fiki, what exactly is this cultivation method?" Seeing Boone acted like he knew nothing, the chieftain decided to explain the principles and methods of physical cultivation thoroughly. Boone realized this was exactly as he had analyzed. It was a process of strengthening the body using external forces. It was similar to building a house. Better materials meant a more solid structure. The critical part was that he lacked these materials. As if sensing his thoughts, before Boone could resort to his thick-skinned tactics, the chieftain said, I have a 9-star black dragon bone here. Take it. When I used it, I became a 5th-stage warrior. Handing over the dragon bone along with some medicinal ingredients, the chieftain instructed Boone to soak it in water to absorb its essence gradually. This was the traditional method for 1st-stage warriors, boiling tiger bones. While everyone learned this way, Boone had different expertise. He was the heir of Dominic Carmelo, the brilliant alchemist. He immediately saw room for improvement. Using alchemical techniques to extract the medicinal properties from the tiger bones, adding 18 auxiliary ingredients, he could make a medicinal paste that would yield even better results when applied directly to the skin. Thus, Boone happily carried a pile of herbs back to his room for preparation. But the chieftain stopped him. As the newly appointed second-in-command, he needed to meet the rest of the gang first. Big brother, we won't submit to this. Yes, we refuse. The former second-in-command has been diligently serving the fort for years. Bringing in someone from nowhere and replacing him is too discouraging for the brothers. We don't accept it. We don't accept it. Just as Boone entered the main hall with the chieftain, the core members of Heilong Fort expressed their objections. Brother, it's okay for me, but the brothers are upset on my behalf. The former second-in-command, a one-eyed man with a fearsome appearance, looked at Boone with venomous eyes, thinking he had hidden it well, but Boone could still sense it. However, Boone wasn't bothered by the venomous gaze. His mind was preoccupied with something else. System notifications kept sounding in Boone's ears. 1-star luck, 2-star luck. Indeed, everyone in the room appeared to be the fort's core leadership, each possessing varying degrees of luck. Otherwise, they wouldn't have developed from mere bandits to their current status. Boone planned to deal with the situation and start cultivating quietly. You've been having some marital problems lately, haven't you? Boone blurted out. How can you speak like that, Rock? He's the former second-in-command and my brother-in-arms. The leader lightly scolded Boone, while the former second-in-command's forehead veins throbbed at Boone's words. In fact, the system notification said, this person will soon discover his wife cheating. Enraged, he'll suffer a brain hemorrhage which will accidentally break through his chi blood membrane, advancing him to a new level. The former second-in-command clearly had 2-star luck glowing above him. But the second-in-command didn't believe it, asserting firmly, my wife looks like a pig. She can't possibly cheat. Boone was intrigued by this description of his wife, but knew the system never made mistakes. Besides, the 2-star luck was insignificant to Boone. With a provoking smile, Boone said, if I'm wrong and your wife hasn't cheated, I'll leave the fort immediately. But if I'm right and she has, then I'll be the second-in-command, and you must bow down to me. The second-in-command considered for a moment, seeing no real loss, and agreed. The other gang members started whispering. How does this newcomer know so confidently that the second-in-command's wife is cheating? Well, you ask me, who do I ask? I think he's just bluffing. With that hippo-like wife, who would be stupid enough? To me, you guys are too naive. That newcomer could do it himself. WTF, you're the shameless one. The second-in-command led the crowd back to his house, walking confidently ahead. He originally suspected the newcomer might be the leader's illegitimate child, but now deemed him a brash fool. But as he proudly opened the door, the sight that greeted him made him tremble with rage. Chapter 81. Whiter, tenderer, stronger. The Milo's wife was now lying sprawled on their 5-meter-long bed, her body pale and plump. Her movements were restrained as her enormous form occupied 4 meters of the bed. Alongside her, another figure was entwined, a python. Seeing his wife tangled with a snake, the Milo fainted from cerebral congestion. But in this world, cultivating one's body relied on chi and blood circulation practices, so unexpectedly, the Milo accidentally broke through his acupoints, suddenly elevating him to a higher realm. This snake wasn't an ordinary one but a python demon. The Milo's wife looked panic-stricken, hastily protesting, Fiki, please listen to me. He came in first. I tried to resist, but he was too slippery. Boone sneered coldly, mocking, you two are using dual cultivation techniques for mutual nourishment, yet you still try to deny it? Enraged, the Milo seemed ready to fight this woman to the death. Seeing this, the fat woman dropped her act. With a resentful expression, she said, I've been with you for over a decade, from poverty to wealth, yet you've never touched me once. I take care of myself, so what? If you think I'm embarrassing you by wearing your hat green, then get it up yourself. The Milo couldn't bear it, clenching his teeth in fury, turning to the Blackwind Gang's chief. Jensen, let me kill this shameless woman and her lover with one punch. But the fat woman hugged the giant python tightly, shouting, no, don't touch my big brother Snake. Boone glanced at the chief of the Black Dragon Gang, shaking his head with a sigh. Your circle is chaotic. I won't interfere. I'll go back and cultivate. The Vince nodded, allowing Boone to leave. He was increasingly impressed by Boone, not expecting him to have such a firm hold on the Milo on his very first day. Management skill, max. As soon as Boone returned to his assigned room, he took out the gigantic dragon bone and placed it into a large pot for boiling. The combination of dragon and tiger ingredients intensified the medicinal properties of the dragon bone, causing the entire pot to boil vigorously. Boone stripped off his clothes and plunged into the scalding broth, letting the liquid cover his entire body. A powerful medicinal force seeped through his skin, while the high temperature scorched his flesh. Boone turned bright red like a boiled lobster. Fortunately, he had the Grand Empyrean golden body protecting him, so there was no danger to his life. Suddenly, the pain intensified as the medicinal force began penetrating deeper into his body. Despite breaking out in a sweat, Boone remained silent. Over time, his outer skin began to peel off, only to be immediately replaced by new layers, continually renewing. Incredibly, faint traces of a dragon shadow danced beneath his newly formed skin. As Boone absorbed more medicinal power, the color of the broth changed from brown to a much lighter hue. To his surprise, even little Boone perked up, indicating that the broth had replenished a significant amount of yang energy. Boone definitely welcomed becoming harder and stronger. His whole body needed to be enhanced, leaving no room for weaknesses. After long hours of simmering, Boone could feel that his body had become as hard as iron. He nodded in satisfaction. This kind of robust physique would surely impress Karen. Once the broth lost all color, Boone leaped out of the pot. Now, despite the hardness, his skin felt tender and white like a newborn's, creating an intense contrast that brought him immense comfort. Whiter, tenderer, and harder. The ideal male physique. More importantly, Boone found himself advancing to the second stage of warrior, bypassing the first stage entirely. This meant his physical strength corresponded to the Foundation Establishment realm, allowing him to confront Foundation Establishment cultivators without needing spiritual chi. The Dragon Tiger broth was indeed extraordinary. Not only did it enhance his skin, but it also increased the density of his internal organs, making them exceptionally sturdy. With his physical strength boosted, even average nascent soul cultivators couldn't match Boone. Perhaps those at the initial level of union might pose a slight threat, but not significantly. Boone had become a rare individual who cultivated both internally and externally, excelling in martial and magical arts, with no noticeable weaknesses. Gripping his fists in silent triumph, he caused the air to resonate with a sonic boom. Next, he practiced his flawless scripture, activating full enlightenment, recalling how the chief of the Black Dragon gang walked through the air, floating mid-air, walking on air, and leaving trails behind him. This practice made Boone rise continuously. His posture was more graceful than the chief's since he had experience flying with spirit chi, understanding how to harness chi and blood for greater stability. Thinking of the chief's appearance at the time, Boone couldn't help but chuckle. Experts in this world truly had tiring journeys. Did they fly through the air purely for speed? He believed showing off might play a bigger role. After a short while, Boone stopped. Continuous high-speed stomps, generating sonic booms were taxing. Even his second-stage warrior physique couldn't endure it for long. Meanwhile, hearing of Boone's advancement, the chief of the Black Dragon gang was delighted and prepared a grand feast to celebrate Boone's success. The former Milo, now third, joined the celebration with the chief, becoming friendly toward Boone, greeting him actively. The atmosphere was harmonious. The third chieftain adeptly gauged the situation, toasting Boone frequently. During the feast, the chief raised his cup and declared, "After this feast, we have a big task ahead, to claim the inheritance of Cohen Black Dragon King. One of our brothers mentioned Jace Dasso has taken over the inheritance. He's a notorious bully. Let's uphold justice. Justice. Uphold justice." Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Boone naturally wouldn't refuse. The inheritance sounded promising, and joining the expedition offered an opportunity for personal gain. Chapter 82, Fading Memories. Everyone had their own concerns, so the banquet ended rather quickly. Except for the Ayush, everyone else packed up and headed straight to the yard of Jerome. It wasn't that the Ayush didn't need to pack. There was a somewhat ridiculous reason. The Ayush told Spike personally that he had a conflicting energy with the Black Dragon King's legacy. Every time he went near Jerome, it felt like Jerome could sense his presence and always escaped beforehand. If not for this, the Black Dragon King's legacy wouldn't have remained in Jerome's hands all along. So, for the group's operation to go smoothly, the Ayush could only reluctantly stay home, waiting for good news from Spike and the others. This mission was fully handled by Spike, with the Larry assisting. Upon arriving at Jerome's place, Spike saw him abusing a young girl who looked to be around 13 years old. She was tied to a pillar, being whipped by Jerome. "Stop." The Larry, known for his fiery temperament, took the lead and rushed toward Jerome, intent on saving the girl. But who was Jerome? He had obtained the Black Dragon King's legacy before the Black Dragon Gang, becoming a tyrant in this world. Of course, he wouldn't be without some capable henchmen, especially powerful ones. Sure enough, the Larry was soon beaten nearly to death, his head swollen like a pig's, completely unable to resist, lying helpless before Jerome. "Ha ha ha, without that old bald guy, what can you do, you blind fool?" Jerome stomped on the Larry's head, laughing maniacally, then shifted his gaze to Spike. Spike's bald head certainly drew attention. As Jerome stepped on the blind man's head, Spike was the only one among the Black Dragon Gang who did not lose his temper. In normal circumstances, the others would have rushed forward to help but were controlled by Spike. Even seeing him step on the blind man's head, they did not lose their minds and rushed to save him. What a rare sight. Jerome looked at Spike with interest. Spike glared coldly at Jerome. He was indeed as vile as people described, cruel and heartless, now seen firsthand. Yet, he couldn't act rashly yet. The Larry, though initially not the best person, had later treated Spike sincerely. The Ayush regarded him like family. Raised as an orphan, surviving through escorting convoys. Wait, he wasn't from this world. Spike reminded himself forcefully that he wasn't from this world. He came here for what again? The longer he stayed, the more Spike began to forget his past. Originally, his memories hadn't faded so quickly, but today, confronting Jerome made his memories slip away like sand running through fingers. The more he tried to hold on, the faster they slipped away. "Kid, you've got some nerve," Jerome said, smiling. Although Spike was deep in thought, in reality, Jerome spoke just a second later. Spike watched Jerome coldly, having already assessed the strength of his henchmen. One-step leisure and even a two-step leisure. They captured the Larry merely through numerical superiority. "What do you want?" Jerome waved his hand, and his men turned back into the house, not fearing their employer would be alone outside. Perhaps the sight of the Larry under Jerome's foot gave them courage. Smiling sinisterly, Jerome addressed Spike. "Kid, you're quite interesting. I, Jerome, enjoy talking to intriguing people. Since you caught my interest, let me give you some face. I'll give you two choices. 1. Pledge allegiance to me. Serve me faithfully. I point east, you won't dare point west. But of course, I won't treat you poorly. Here's another option. My henchmen make enough in a year to support an ordinary person for 3 lifetimes. I'll double it for you. You'll earn what 100 of them combined earn. With this money, you'd be the second richest man in the world. The first is me. Or, considering you're likely the new second leader of the Black Dragon Gang, I can be friends with you and solve your problems with this blind man. This way, you'd sit securely as the second leader, right? Finishing, Jerome crushed the Larry's head underfoot while watching Spike with great interest, curious about his decision. Time flowed much slower in this world, over 100 times slower than the outside world. Spike had completely forgotten about his mission. At this moment, Spike was solely focused on deciding who to kill. Yes, deep down, he knew he had to kill him, even if begged for riches, not beg pitifully. As Spike was still pondering, ding, detected 3-star fortune around the host. The sudden system notification made Spike shudder, but also reminded him that he was Spike, not Boone Carmine. He was here for the ancient legacy, not as a native. Even with abundant wealth, it was useless to him. As a Dan pill master who could refine pill patterns, would he lack money? Spike's eyes hardened. He looked up at Jerome and said contemptuously, "You think you can buy me off?" Initially amused by Spike's struggles, Jerome suddenly became enraged when mocked. "You damn punk. Who the hell are you to act tough here? Don't screw around with me. If you don't serve me, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Jerome looked disdainfully at Spike. With a righteous tone, Spike declared, "I, Bald Rock, fear no authority. How dare you try to buy me off?" As he spoke, Spike glanced at the Larry still under Jerome's foot. Ding. 3-star fortune detected around the host. The person will find a might pill under Jerome's foot soon. Spike was shocked. Might pill was an ancient recipe documented by Carmelo brother, long lost. This pill could enhance one's strength by 50-100 pounds and was stackable without limits. In ancient times, it led to the extinction of its primary ingredient because everyone preferred using might pills instead of cultivating physical strength. Though not highly valued in this world, in his original world, it was considered a top-tier, 8th grade pill. Its grade was 8 because its effects weren't extraordinarily outstanding. However, finding it underfoot? Chapter 83, Passing the Secret Realm Test. Jerome, infuriated by Boone's boldness, waved his hand, and several bodyguards emerged from his room. Only one of these bodyguards had been seen before. The others were all new to Boone. Strangely, these bodyguards came out of Jerome's bedroom, and each was pulling up their pants as if they had just been busy with something else. "Damn it, Jerome, can you stop causing trouble for a moment? What are you planning this time?" The bedroom door suddenly swung open, revealing an aging but still attractive woman poking her head out to look around. Seeing Boone, she immediately changed her expression. "Hey handsome, wanna come in and check out my acrobatic kitty?" Boone was speechless. These bodyguards who came out were all second-stage warriors, and Boone sensed that this fight might be tough. Not someone to sit idle, he began experimenting with previous techniques to see if any could be utilized here. He started by channeling his energy through the pathways described in those techniques. One after another, they failed, until he tried Bagwazang's Baji Bong, 8 Extremes Burst. It worked. To his surprise, it actually worked. Previously, outside this realm, the explosive force of 8 Extremes Burst relied on spiritual energy. But in this world, without spiritual energy, his own vital energy and blood could be converted into the latent force required for 8 Extremes Burst. Moreover, Boone felt that this method seemed even more fitting, as if this technique of circulating vital energy and blood was tailor-made for 8 Extremes Burst. Could it be that the technique of 8 Extremes Burst originated from this world? 8 Extremes Burst. Without time to ponder further, Boone unleashed the move. The 5 bodyguards who rushed forward fell one after another. These bodyguards, being second-rank power warriors, indeed possessed remarkable physical defenses. When Boone used 8 Extremes Burst, it only managed to knock them back, and their injuries weren't particularly severe. Boone frowned but quickly understood. The group attack effect of 8 Extremes Burst might not be very strong, and these individuals were not weak. Second-rank power warriors were not easy to deal with. So he began to maneuver around, seeking opportunities to strike individual targets. Indeed, this approach allowed him to defeat them smoothly. Having found the method, the rest became simple. Even though the remaining guards later realized what was happening, by then, 3 of them were already down. Even if they attacked together, it wasn't enough to pose a threat. Boone gave Jerome an evil smile and then lunged at the 2 remaining bodyguards. 8 Extremes Burst. Jerome hadn't expected Boone to be so powerful. While Jerome himself wasn't weak and was also a second-rank power warrior, he watched helplessly as Boone took out his men one by one. In a final desperate move, Jerome kicked Bridger, who had been enduring torture for quite some time, knocking him unconscious. "Ah!" Jerome roared as he lunged at Boone. Boone turned and delivered a side kick, using the latent force of 8 Extremes Burst. Jerome was sent flying gracefully against the wall of the courtyard, spitting out blood before sliding to the ground. The sudden turn of events caught Jerome off guard. Trying to get up and continue fighting, he struggled but couldn't move as Boone appeared beside him almost immediately. Boone reached out and twisted Jerome's limbs, dislocating them instantly. Then, gripping his chin, he applied a firm twist, dislocating Jerome's jaw as well. Lying limp on the ground, surrounded by his incapacitated bodyguards, Jerome's predicament was dire. Boone glanced at the groaning bodyguards and then at Bridger, who was regaining consciousness from his dizziness. Without hesitation, Boone knocked him out again with the back of a knife. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully intercepted the 3-star fortune. The system is binding the fortune." Boone smiled, then thought about the location of the mighty pill. Right under Jerome's foot. Was it stuck to his shoe sole? Boone recalled how the fortune belonged to Bridger before he intercepted it, and it came from under Jerome's foot. Just now, Bridger's face had been right under Jerome's foot. Surely it couldn't have been pried out with his mouth. The thought made Boone feel queasy, but despite this, he couldn't let the mighty pill go. Approaching the still slack-jawed Jerome, Boone smiled and said, "What did you say just now? I didn't quite hear." "Jerome. Boone gently patted his head. "Oops, look at me forgetting. You haven't got your jaw reattached yet. Hold on, let me fix that for you." Jerome felt immense frustration but had to endure it. Once he recovered, Hundreds of his guards would surely finish off this kid. Boone quickly reattached Jerome's jaw, leaving his limbs untouched for now. As soon as Jerome could speak, he pleaded for mercy. That wild wolf guy, I didn't mean to. Before he could finish, Boone struck him dead with a single palm. Everyone around was stunned. The bodyguards, seeing their employer dead, felt Boone was terrifying. At Boone's glance, they scrambled to escape. Jerome was notorious for bullying others and committing countless misdeeds, so Boone never intended to give him a chance to plead. His actions were simply to offer false hope before crushing it. This battle enabled Boone to successfully activate the seamless transition between his 8 extremes burst spiritual energy and vital energy circulation, a significant gain. What pleased him most was discovering that using vital energy circulation to execute 8 extremes burst increased its power by nearly 3 times. This provided another tool for the future. Following the system's prompt, Boone indeed found the mighty pill in Jerome's xiuxian soul. Looking at the pill slightly tainted with Jerome's scent, Boone hesitated. Just as he was frowning, wondering how to proceed, Jerome's wife swayed over. With no sign of sorrow upon her face, she looked at Boone with lustful eyes and said, "Are you going to eat that? It smells so bad, don't eat it. Old Jace has many of these, they're all under the bed." Then, she flirted with Boone, saying, "Want some? Rub my shoulders or come upstairs, and I'll show you my little cat. I'll give you all of old Jace's pills. What do you say?" Boone coldly replied, "Sorry, I'm not that kind of person." As he spoke, everything around him began to blur, and an elderly voice sounded in his ear. "Congratulations, you have passed the test. Wealth and beauty are 2 major temptations for men. Your ability to refuse them without hesitation shows you are an upright person." It worked. Surprisingly, it really worked. In the outside world, Bajabang's explosive force relied on spiritual energy, but here, in the absence of spiritual energy, his own chi and blood circulation could convert into the hidden power needed for Bajabang. Moreover, Boone felt it even more compatible, as if this method of circulating chi and blood was tailor-made for Bajabang. Could it be that the technique of Bajabang originated from this world? Bajabang! Without time to ponder further, Boone unleashed his attack. The 5 bodyguards who rushed at him fell to the ground one after another. True to their rank as second-stage warriors, these bodyguards had strong physical defenses. With Bajabang, Boone managed to knock them back, but they didn't suffer severe injuries. Boone frowned but quickly accepted this reality. Perhaps Bajabang wasn't as effective in group battles, especially against second-stage warriors. He then began maneuvering, targeting lone opponents whenever possible. This strategy paid off. He started defeating them one by one. Finding the right approach made things simpler. By the time they realized what was happening, 3 of the bodyguards were already down. Even if they tried to team up, they were no longer a threat. Boone flashed Jerome a devilish grin and lunged at the remaining 2 bodyguards. Bajabang! Jerome hadn't expected Boone to be so formidable. He himself was also not weak, being a second-stage warrior. Watching Boone dismantle his henchmen, Jerome kicked the 3rd Koan in the head, finally knocking him unconscious after prolonged torment. Ah! Roaring, Jerome pounced on Boone. Boone spun around and delivered a side kick with the hidden power of Bajabang. Jerome was sent flying gracefully into the courtyard wall, spitting blood as he slid to the ground. The rapid reversal of fortunes caught Jerome by surprise. Struggling to get up, Jerome barely moved before Boone appeared beside him. Boone grabbed him, twisted his limbs until they snapped, and then applied pressure to his jaw, dislocating it. There he lay, sprawled on the ground, accompanied by his defeated bodyguards. Looking at the groaning bodyguards, Boone turned to the 3rd Koan, who was regaining consciousness from his daze. Without hesitation, Boone knocked him out again with the flat side of a blade. Ding! Congratulations, host successfully intercepted 3rd grade luck. The system is binding the acquired luck. Boone smirked, thinking about the location of the power pill, under Jerome's foot. Hadn't the 3rd Koan's face been under Jerome's shoe just moments ago? Boone felt a surge of nausea, but knew he couldn't let go of this chance. Approaching Jerome, whose jaw still hung loose, Boone smiled. "What did you say earlier? I didn't quite hear you." Jerome gurgled incomprehensibly. Boone tapped his head gently. "Oops, forgot your jaw wasn't fixed yet. Hang on, let me adjust that for you." Jerome felt immense frustration but had to endure for now. Once he recovered, hundreds of guards would ensure this young man's demise. With swift precision, Boone realigned Jerome's jaw. As for the limbs, they served no immediate use, so he left them broken. The moment Jerome could speak, he begged for mercy. "Hey, Rock, I didn't mean." Before he could finish, Boone slapped him dead. Everyone around was stunned. The surviving bodyguards, seeing their employer gone, fled in terror. Given Jerome's history of oppressing men and women, Boone had no intention of letting him off. His mercy was a calculated move, to give hope only to dash it away. In this battle, Boone successfully mastered switching seamlessly between spiritual energy and chi blood circulation for Bajabang, gaining valuable experience. More importantly, he found that using chi blood circulation increased Bajabang's power by nearly 3-fold. Following the system's prompt, Boone indeed found a power pill inside Jerome's xiuxian soul. Looking at the pill tinged with Jerome's scent, Boone hesitated. As he struggled with indecision, Jerome's wife swayed over. She showed no sign of sorrow at her husband's death, instead eyeing Boone lustfully. Opening her red lips, she said, "Are you going to eat that? It smells awful. Don't bother. Old Jace has many more under the bed." Giving Boone a seductive glance, she continued, "Want them? Help me rub my shoulders, or come upstairs, and I'll show you my pet kittens. I'll give you all the pills old Jace collected. What do you say?" Boone coldly replied, "Sorry, I'm not that kind of person." As he spoke, everything around him began to blur, and an elderly voice echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, you have passed the test. Wealth and beauty are the 2 greatest desires for men in this world. Your ability to reject them without hesitation proves your integrity." Chapter 84. Receiving the legacy, rebuilding the sect. A flash of white light, and the memories that Boone had lost began to return. Boone couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This trial was indeed tough. Had it not been for his system, he might have succumbed to its influence. Immediately after, the space-time around Boone seemed to freeze. The experiences in this world started flashing before his eyes, but they were now from different perspectives. Surprisingly, all these new perspectives contained body tempering techniques, ranging from the first stage all the way up to the ninth. This was the legacy he had received, a complete set of body tempering methods. As the legacy concluded, an ancient voice echoed through the air. My final wish is for these techniques to be passed on and practiced, continuing to be handed down from generation to generation. Boone bowed deeply thrice into the air. Rest assured, Senior, I will honor your grace by ensuring these legacies continue. Just as Boone finished speaking, a crystal-clear drop of blood suddenly appeared, flying directly into Boone's forehead. A red glow flashed, and the blood quietly settled there. The ancient voice sounded again. This is the Dragon King's Heartblood essence. It can reshape your physical body when you're near death, essentially saving your life. This was the last chance for the Zhangtian Longshui Ju to be known to the world. If Boone did not propagate it, it would be hard for it to ever be passed down again. This elder left all hopes with Boone, clearly satisfied with Boone's performance in the trial world. Boone bowed once more into the void. Thank you, Senior. The ancient voice sighed, then told Boone, go. With another flash of white light, Boone opened his eyes to find himself back. Everyone else was gone except Myrtle and Ayana, who still stood guard beside him. Senior sister, where are the other disciples? Boone felt refreshed. Ayana sighed, her expression less than pleasant. Other disciples, seeing that senior brother hasn't returned, assumed the worst. And since you were still unconscious, they chose not to wait and left. Perhaps many have decided to cultivate until old age in this small world. Earlier, the Palace Dominic of Purple Star Palace had already finalized the rules of this small world, so cultivators here no longer had any cultivation limits. It was not much different compared to the outside world now. Boone frowned. They won't return to the outer world? What about Xiuxian sect? Won't Xiuxian Mountain fall into ruin? Boone was someone who valued nostalgia and believed in repaying favors. He truly cherished everything about Xiuxian Mountain. The mission hall, inner court techniques, Carmelo Peak, the Earth Fire Pill refinement chamber, and Davidson. Boone owed him a great debt of gratitude. Xiuxian sect was something Boone acknowledged and wanted to revive. Senior sister, I'm going to rebuild Xiuxian sect, Boone suddenly said to Ayana, with utmost seriousness. You? Rebuild? Not that I don't support you, but you need to consider the reality of the situation, Myrtle interjected, a mocking smile on her face as she shook her head theatrically. Boone furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What are you saying nonsense for? Have you even thought out that cultivation method yet? No. Myrtle wasn't afraid of his stern look, sticking her tongue out and jumping away. What cultivation method? Ayana hadn't believed Boone could rebuild the sect at all. She was more interested in what cultivation method Boone was asking Myrtle about. Big Sister Zhou, let me tell you, Boone is such a hypocrite. He's actually quite lustful. He asked me for a dual cultivation technique. Myrtle hid behind Ayana, deliberately teasing Boone with raised eyebrows. Boone felt embarrassed. This Myrtle really needed a lesson. He truly planned to rebuild Xiuxian sect, but it wouldn't be easy. He considered laying the foundation here in the small world first, waiting until it was stable before moving everyone back to the original sect grounds. After all, Plum World was perfect for secluded cultivation. Outsiders couldn't enter, and he wasn't afraid of anyone within the Plum World right now. This was probably a backup plan left by the ancestors of Xiuxian sect. If disaster struck, it could ensure the continuation of Xiuxian sect. Do you really think you're a savior? Not far away, a surviving disciple of Xiuxian sect walked over, sneering at Boone's words about rebuilding Xiuxian sect. Even if your wife was taken by a major sect like Purple Star Palace for training, it doesn't make you special. You should know your place. Enough. Nevin. Ayana interrupted him. Even senior sister Zhou isn't making grand promises about rebuilding the sect. Look at what Boone is saying. Nevin persisted. Boone didn't bother explaining. Rebuilding the sect had nothing to do with Nevin's support or lack thereof. Besides, Boone would pursue anything he deemed necessary, regardless of opposition. Now that he had a plan, he started preparing immediately. One reason Boone wanted to rebuild the sect was because the Hildred illusory technique had split into two versions after reaching the nascent soul stage. This was something he only discovered at the 9th level golden core, but then was sent into the legacy realm, leaving no time for consideration. One version was the main Hildred illusory technique, the other being the Hildred ethereal record. One primary, one secondary. All cultivators of the secondary technique provided spiritual points to the cultivator of the main technique. It was akin to being a legendary deity. Cultivators of the secondary technique acted like believers, providing a constant flow of incense offerings. These spiritual points, Boone just learned, were significant. They could not only boost cultivation speed, but also condense into energy, 10,000 times stronger than ordinary spirit power. Thus, a single thread of spiritual points could unleash 100 magnetic storm divine fires, or 10,000 hydrogen bomb divine fires. If he reorganized the sect and taught the Hildred ethereal record to all disciples, wouldn't he receive a steady stream of spiritual points? Why aren't you talking? So you finally realized your incompetence? I think Boone merely gained fame by luck before. In truth, he's just a boastful person. Nevin continued incessantly. Boone threw a punch straight at him. Bang! Nevin fell to the ground, leaving Myrtle and Ayana momentarily stunned. How noisy! Chapter 85. A good thing interrupted. Such a racket. Boone blew on his fist, saying airily. His physical strength had already reached the foundation establishment stage. This person had been caught completely off guard by his punch. It was just that he hadn't used too much force. Otherwise, he might have cracked this guy's head wide open. Suddenly, Boone looked at Ayana with a mischievous smile. Senior sister, shall we go take a look at the location for rebuilding the sect? Ayana hesitated for a moment, then nodded quickly in agreement. All right. Myrtle pouted, but didn't say anything. following the two of them as they left. Boone couldn't guess what her intentions were, but she now willingly followed him without needing supervision. It worked out well for him, since he wouldn't need to seek her out for cultivation techniques anymore. However, he still needed to keep an eye on her. Boone led the two women directly to the former Plum Sect ruins. The area had been bombed by his magnetoplasmic divine fire, leaving many hills flattened. The disciples of Plum Sect were nearly all dead, causing Plum Sect to be immediately delisted as one of the top sects in the Plum realm. Even the few surviving lower disciples dared not return, making the place desolate and abandoned. But this desolation was precisely what Boone wanted. No one would hinder him from directly taking over the land, and it wasn't far away either. Moreover, the Plum Mountain range spanned a vast area, encompassing over 1,000 mountains. Although it was far less than the tens of thousands of peaks in the Xiuxian sect ruins, it was considered enormous in the relatively small realm of Plum. For the new sect, this land was more than sufficient. Ayana couldn't wait to bring Myrtle inside for a closer inspection. She, too, wanted to rebuild the sect, and Boone's words gave her a glimmer of hope. Boone stood at the entrance of the Plum sect, contemplating his next move. Senior brother Yi. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from nearby. Turning around, Boone saw it was Anne, who had also survived but went unnoticed amidst the crowd earlier. It's been a while, senior sister Gracelyn. With your seniority, why do you call me brother? Boone, happy to see someone he knew, made a light-hearted joke, and approached quickly, her expression serious. Don't talk like that. Senior brother Ye's abilities and talent are something I can never match. Boone didn't continue being courteous. So, junior sister Gracelyn, why did you follow me here? I heard you're planning to rebuild the sect? And asked bluntly. Boone chuckled. I didn't expect that my words could spread so fast. Has my fame become this big already? And frowned, seemingly displeased with Boone's playful demeanor. Cut the jokes. Are you really going to rebuild the sect? Our sect was destroyed, and only a few Xiuxian sect disciples survived. I can't bear to see them scattered again. Moreover, Dominic treated me with great kindness. I cannot let the Xiuxian sect disappear into history. Of course, Boone wouldn't admit that he needed disciples to help absorb spirit thoughts. I am willing to follow your lead, senior brother. Rebuilding the sect is also my wish. And looked determined, clasping her fists with a solemn expression towards Boone. Do you trust me, junior sister? Boone raised an eyebrow, surprised that the one who trusted him most was Anne, whom he had met only a few times. In Boone's memory, Anne was well endowed and a gifted alchemist. Now, after witnessing the destruction of their sect and fleeing, she appeared thinner. Her chest wasn't as prominent, but she still wore her usual tight workout clothes that accentuated her curves and slender legs. This scene made Boone, who had just parted ways with Ashley, feel slightly heated. Noticing Boone's intense gaze and blushed, averting her eyes nervously. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward as a gentle breeze passed through. As their gazes intertwined, Boone's desire began to show, and felt her legs weaken and stumbled into Boone's arms. Boone's long and strong arms wrapped gently around Anne's waist, feeling her softness. Embarrassed and looked up at Boone, whose sudden warmth seemed overwhelming. His grip tightened, eliciting a slight moan from Anne, which caused both of them to lean closer involuntarily. Just as their lips were about to touch, "What are you two doing?" An unharmonious voice broke their moment, and hastily stood up, looking around nonchalantly to hide her embarrassment. Boone scratched his nose, raising his eyes to see several unknown cultivators in deep blue training robes with elegant swords at their waists approaching. The leader, a man named Arlo, barked, "This is now territory of the Daiyu sect. Who allowed you to come here?" Startled, Boone thought, Daiyu sect? Sounds like nonsense. Oh, Arlo, isn't your Daiyu sect being too aggressive? A fat man also hurried over, berating the Daiyu sect members. You come here claiming it's your territory? Ask if the mountain gate agrees. The fatty pointed at Arlo's nose, his chubby face quivering. Sherman, with your Luohua sect background, you dare to compete. Arlo sneered, his tone full of ridicule. Sherman ignored the insult and laughed amiably. Who doesn't covet this Plum sect's territory? But speaking of which, our Luohua sect once branched out from Plum sect, and thus should inherit it. Nonsense. Arlo grew furious at this statement. Everyone knows Plum sect cast aside your first patriarch, hence creating Luohua sect. Now you have the nerve to return for recognition? Just as Sherman was about to erupt into a heated debate with Arlo, Boone coughed, interrupting them. Gentlemen, before you fight over the territory, perhaps you should ask for my opinion. Chapter 86. I like your naive look. Ask for your opinion? Who do you think you are? Such a big talker. Isidro seemed to have a good temper. Even being interrupted didn't anger him. Instead, he looked at Boone with full curiosity. He had been hiding in the dark, not to ambush Boone and company, but to enjoy the passionate battle between the two. Yet, it was disrupted by Arlo. Yeah, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Arlo also showed displeasure on his face. Boone looked at Anne, and she immediately understood. We're planning to establish a sect here, so this Plum Flower sect is ours now. Ha ha ha. Oh no, I can't. I must be out of touch with jokes these days. Anyone can make me laugh endlessly. Arlo laughed heartily, holding his stomach dramatically. Boone raised an eyebrow, looking at both of them. Do you know how the Plum Flower sect was destroyed? He, the instigator who single-handedly obliterated the Plum Flower sect, was still here. Yet these people dared to start dividing up his spoils in front of him? At this moment, Isidro became excited. Then you're asking the right person. It's said that on that day, a 9-foot-tall, 6-armed demon god from the upper realm descended. Unexpectedly, the elders of the Plum Flower sect were disrespectful to the demon god and were wiped out in its wrath. Yes, I heard the same. That demon god wiped out the Plum Flower sect in one move alone. Is that so? So, that's how I look to you. Boone asked calmly as he looked at the two men. Upon hearing this, both of them burst into laughter, tears almost streaming down their faces from the hilarity of it all. Before they could say anything else, another group arrived. The leader waved a fan in a flamboyant manner. Wow, it's lively here today. Immediately noticing Anne, his eyes lit up before turning to his 6 or 7 followers. These people have seen my face. Kill them all. Then, remembering something, he added, keep the women? Yes, young Dominic. The followers nodded in agreement and charged toward Boone and company with their weapons drawn. Boone narrowed his eyes. These followers were all at the golden core stage, considered experts in the plum flower world. Just as Boone was about to teach them a lesson, and stopped him. Senior brother Yi, let me handle it. Boone nodded. Indeed, since he was about to establish a new sect, handling everything personally as the head wouldn't be wise. Well, young lady, are you going to throw yourself into my arms? The Norris leered at Anne, and frowned and immediately drew her sword, lunging straight at him. The followers were alarmed, quickly rushing forward to block her. To their shock, she was a nascent soul cultivator. While Anne was previously renowned mainly for alchemy, Clear Origin Sect was second only to the 3 major sects on Yunzhou continent. As a disciple of the Clear Origin Sect and having achieved nascent soul cultivation, Anne was at the pinnacle of cultivators in the plum flower world. Quick, young Dominic, run. She's a nascent soul cultivator. A follower yelled at the man behind them while lunging at Anne, trying to delay her. Without raising an eyelid, and flicked her hand, sending the follower flying backward. The Norris didn't hesitate and ran away without looking back, and was about to release her spiritual pressure to catch him, but Boone stopped her. He wanted the Norris to bring reinforcements. Since they had decided to establish a new sect, it was crucial to swiftly build the sect's prestige, showing everyone their strength for recruiting disciples. These people offering themselves made them perfect tools for this purpose, and was astute enough to understand Boone's intentions at a glance. She thus ignored the fleeing coward and subdued the 6 followers in a few moves, delivering them to Boone. By then, Isidro and Arlo, who had been watching the fight, were no longer arrogant. They were nervous, humble, and wiping cold sweat. You two, how many disciples does each sect have? Please spare us, sir. Both our sects are small, only having a few dozen disciples, mostly at the chi condensation and foundation establishment stages, Isidro pleaded. Yes, spare us, sir. We failed to recognize you just now. Arlo quickly chimed in. Boone nodded. With both at the golden core stage and leading sects, it made sense their disciples weren't very powerful either. But these followers were different. All at the golden core stage, they guarded a mere foundation establishment Norris. In the plum flower world, they could pass as sect elites, yet before the Norris, they acted like pets. Which sect do you belong to? Boone asked coolly. One of the elders blurted out angrily, boy, you'd better release us right now. We're from the blue flower sect, that was our Norris. You can't provoke us. Oh, can't provoke you? Boone found this interesting and, ignoring the elder's arrogance, asked the others, so what's the blue flower sect? Beside him, Isidro grinned and eagerly answered, Senior, I know. The blue flower sect claims to be a branch of the upper realm's Clear Origin sect and is often regarded as the second best sect in the plum flower world. They tend to act rather arrogantly, he added. The elder listened to Isidro as if he were describing the grandeur of the blue flower sect, his head held high with pride. Humph, you should know better. Our blue flower sect has 3 nascent soul elders. Let us go or risk facing severe retribution, the elder threatened. Boone inwardly chuckled, finding the situation amusing. He continued to stare at the elder. I like your naive look. But, considering you're allegedly junior sect disciples of Clear Origin sect, I'll give you an opportunity. We're disciples sent by the Clear Origin sect to establish a new branch sect here. Would you consider joining us? Without waiting for their response, Boone stated this outright. They were stunned, not believing Boone's words for a moment. Boone remained silent, confident they would reach their own conclusions. After a while, the elder asked in disbelief, You're really disciples of the Clear Origin sect? Boone smiled faintly and nodded. Inwardly convinced by Boone's demeanor, the elder murmured in awe. That explains it. No wonder such a young woman has reached the nascent soul stage. If you're disciples of Clear Origin sect, it makes sense. After all, it is Clear Origin sect. Despite the elder's admiration, they still refused. But we can't join. Even if you're the senior sect, we cannot join. Chapter 87. Seeking Trouble. Boone was somewhat curious. Could these people really have such deep feelings for the Tsinghua sect, which treated them like dogs? Why? The elder's expression turned bleak. We took the mind-losing pill that sect Dominic refined, and every year we need to take an antidote or we'll suffer the pain of 1,000 arrows piercing our hearts until our souls dissipate. Upon hearing this, Boone felt something was off. The mind-losing pill was uniquely created by his senior brother Carmelo, who reportedly intended to use it to counteract his own condition. How did it become a means of control in Plum World? He didn't dwell on these thoughts for now. It's alright. I can refine an antidote for your mind-losing pills. With that, he immediately set up the alchemy furnace in front of them and began refining pills. The servants captured by and all found it hard to believe. That young man only had the cultivation of a golden core stage practitioner. How could such a young golden core expert be a master alchemist? Boone ignored their skeptical faces, focusing solely on refining the pill. Eric was clearly shrewd. Seeing Boone's skillful pill refining technique, he began to believe Boone was the one who destroyed Plum Sect. Moreover, since this person came from the upper realm, there was no need to compete for benefits with him. He even thought about aligning himself with this powerful figure as soon as possible. In Eric's view, even the smallest favor from the upper realm would be enough for the natives of Plum World to enjoy for life. After all, the upper realm was at a much higher level. Plum World was too small and resources were limited. Naturally, the upper realm had far more treasures. Sure enough, shortly after, Boone's detoxifying pill was ready. Watching beside, Anne's eyes sparkled admiringly. She found Boone incredibly impressive. When she first met him, he was just learning how to refine pills and succeeded in creating a pill cloud. Now, refining pills seemed effortless to him. What? It's actually a real pill. one of the captured servants exclaimed in shock. The stubborn old man couldn't help but roll his eyes disdainfully. Even if it is a pill, what does it prove? It might just be a placebo. Boone didn't argue. He handed out 5 pills, excluding the stubborn old man. The 5 men hesitantly accepted the pills. After a moment's consideration, they realized if their captors truly wanted to kill them, it wouldn't require such trouble. If this was truly an antidote. Thinking this, they all took the pills at once. The moment they swallowed, a warm stream flowed directly into their bodies from their throats. The instant dissolution left them both surprised and hopeful. Then, suddenly, one cultivator danced around joyfully. I'm cured. Hey, me too, another shouted. Within moments, all 5 cultivators were ecstatic. They had suffered from the mind-losing pill for far too long. Only the stubborn old man remained pale-faced. It was indeed a real antidote. He regretted it, but couldn't bring himself to admit it. Boone noticed but said nothing, turning to the 5 men. What are your names? I'm Xiuxian. These are Hermes, Devon, Alistair, and Lu Hai. One of the men eagerly answered, trying to curry favor with Boone. Boone nodded. On the side, Arlo asked curiously, how do you know the pill works? Xiuxian smiled and lifted his shirt. The mind-losing pill causes a poisonous bloodline to grow on our bodies, starting from our navel straight to our chests. When the bloodline reaches our chests, the drug takes effect. But when we took this brother's pill, the poisonous bloodline disappeared. I felt it first because my symptoms were close to onset. I've been feeling terrible recently, but now, I'm completely cured. Arlo was shocked. His gaze toward Boone changed, inwardly conflicted. Could this guy really be the demon god from the upper realm? Now cured, Boone got to the point. Are you 5 willing to follow me? Willing. Of course, we are willing. Yes, you saved our lives. We will follow you. The 5 brothers knelt in allegiance. Only Dahai felt embarrassed, still standing awkwardly, scolding himself for losing his composure and missing the antidote. Seeing Dahai's inner struggle, Boone offered him a pill. Dahai, here's yours. This? You're sure? Jace Dahai was stunned. Seeing Boone didn't retract the pill, Jace Dahai hurriedly knelt. From now on, I, Jace Dahai, am your servant. I'll do anything for you. I don't need slaves. I intend to establish a branch of the pure origin sect here, the Grand Mystery Sect. The new sect shall be called Grand Mystery Sect. And you 5 will be my disciples of the Grand Mystery Sect. Boone's words brought immense joy to the 6 brothers. No more servitude? They gratefully thanked him. Jace Dahai, emotional, said, Sect leader, we 6 have been sold around like slaves since childhood. Even after achieving the golden core stage, we were still mere dogs under others. You are the first to treat us as humans. As a xiuxian, translator's note, someone who has traveled between worlds, Boone detested this servile mindset. Improved. As a xiuxian, someone who has traveled between worlds, Boone despised this servile mindset. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it should be, as a transworlder, Boone despised this servile mindset. Besides, although golden core cultivators weren't exceedingly strong, they still had value in the plum world. Being human held far more utility than being a dog. He declared solemnly, from the founding of Grand Mystery Sect today, you will never be enslaved again. You are part of Grand Mystery Sect. From now on, stand proudly as masters. His words were powerful and inspiring, even lighting up his eyes with stars. Brother Yi, I believe you can do it. Boone gave her a hearty smile. Just as he was about to say more. It's them. They robbed our territory and tried to kill me. A loud voice interrupted. It was the young Dominic who had fled in disarray earlier. This time, he arrived with a large entourage. Numerous cultivators surrounded the young Dominic, including dozens of golden core practitioners, led by 2 nascent soul experts. Was it you who frightened my son? One of the nascent soul elders glared at Boone coldly. Boone thought it perfect timing to deal with them. Boone, what are you doing? Don't oppose Sage Jace. Apologize quickly. A female voice interrupted sharply. Chapter 88. 100 billion first. It turned out to be Melissa, with whom Boone had a brief encounter before. He remembered that she used to be a follower of Ayana. Why would she be here? Suddenly, Boone noticed that Ayana, who had parted ways with him earlier to help look for the new sect site, was actually among the opposing lineup. However, she had been hiding herself intentionally, which made Boone overlook her at first. Seeing Ayana in the enemy's camp and hearing Melissa's words, disappointment flashed in Boone's eyes. I am a disciple of Xiuxian sect, establishing this mountain gate under the orders of our sect leader. Who dares to stop me? Boone was incredibly furious. Though their Xiuxian sect had its mountain gate attacked by others, he had already planned to rebuild it. Instead of helping his own sect, they wanted him to go to some trashy Qinghua sect. What a fine Xiuxian sect disciple. The old man at the Yuaning stage, whom Melissa called Xiuxian, laughed. Boy, I have heard about what happened to Xiuxian sect. Your sect is already annihilated, and your senior brothers and sisters have already defected to us. You should be more sensible. He then put on a show of sighing. Since we are all considered family now, I won't hold you accountable for insulting my son earlier. How about this? If you come over and kowtow 3 times to my son, let's call this matter settled, okay? Haha. Boone was almost laughing in anger. What a naive old villain. By this time, he was gathering 6 layers of dark strength spirit energy and 6 layers of dark strength blood chi, both internal and external combined. With such arrogance from the old man, Boone was ready to teach him a lesson and struck the elder directly. What an arrogant brat. Seeing Boone still daring to attack him, the old man must have used some secret technique because his aura suddenly became overwhelmingly powerful. Bang! Their attacks collided, instantly creating visible waves of energy. One move wasn't enough to determine a winner, so another one came. In no time, they had already exchanged over a dozen blows. The more Boone fought, the more surprised he was. This Yuaning Cohen actually possessed high-level martial techniques, comparable to the Baji technique. In theory, the plum world should not possess such martial techniques. Although Boone's Ba-Ji technique had not yet upgraded to its full effect, it was already at a 6th layer standard. His current Ba-Ji technique was at least a yellow-grade martial technique. Moreover, despite holding back, he was at the 9th level of golden core cultivation. Using 6th layer Ba-Ji technique along with the great profound illusion art, even yuaning experts could be crushed within minutes. This person was clearly prepared. Witnessing Boone, with his golden core strength, matching up evenly with the yuaning elder, King suddenly voiced his opinion. Indeed, a true disciple of Qingyuan sect. Just as a golden core cultivator, he can fight toe-to-toe with the yuaning expert. Ha ha ha, Qinghua sect always boasted being a branch of Qingyuan sect. Now the genuine one is here, revealing the forgery. Arlo saw through King's intentions and also started choosing sides. Out of curiosity about the elder's martial technique, Boone did not use his ultimate moves, resulting in an equally matched and heated battle. Then, Ayana, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Baraki, please stop fighting. This is Senior Uncle Jace. Actually, our two sects are one big family. Humph, one big family? Boone sneered coldly. Ayana, I've been lenient towards you due to your status as sect leader's daughter, but if you insist on blocking me, don't blame me for disregarding past ties. Originally, Boone had some affection for Ayana, especially when after waking up from accepting the legacy, all others from Qingyuan sect had left except her. But she joined forces with these people just moments after parting ways with him. How dare you be so ungrateful? Melissa seemed indignant on behalf of Boone, angrily shouting at him. All this is for your own good, Xianxia. Do you think rebuilding a sect is easy? No cultivation techniques, no resources, no manpower. How do you establish a sect? Boone, apologize immediately to Senior Uncle Jace's son. In 2 days, Xianxia will marry Senior Uncle Jace. Then, Senior Uncle Jace will become part of our Qingyuan sect, and you'll call him brother-in-law. Still relentless, Melissa angered Boone even further. With a roar of rage, he shouted, "Shut up, shameless woman." Melissa froze momentarily from the shock of Boone's shout, but in the next second, the mockery on her face deepened. You curse me? Trash like you, Boone. How are you any better? When you die under Senior Uncle Jace's hand, let's see if you're still deluded. Boone's anger could not be expressed in words. I want to see who dies today. Speaking thus, Boone stopped holding back. He unleashed the 6th layer Ba-Ji technique with a single palm strike towards the old man. Bang! The yuaning elder was sent flying by Boone's blow, crashing into the ground, splitting a large area of land. Even his final words were unsaid as the elder died unconvinced. A yuaning cultivator was killed by Boone with a single punch. Everyone was stunned. At that moment, everyone looked at Boone differently, their expressions stiffening. Evil hag, did you force Sister Zhou to marry this old lecher? Boone's fury was unparalleled. Even marrying a dissolute Norris might have been bearable. Yet, as the daughter of the Qingyuan sect leader, Ayana was going to marry an old man hundreds or thousands of years older than her. And that old man might be fraudulently using their Qingyuan sect's name to deceive. Even if they claimed to be a branch, there was no actual evidence. No one dared speak up. Suppressing his anger, Boone looked at Ayana with disappointment. To rebuild the sect, you needn't humiliate yourself so. Besides, didn't we agree on building the new sect here? Melissa interrupted Boone with a scoff. TSK, some people only know how to talk big. Plus, what's wrong with Senior Uncle Jace? Rich, influential. For money? Boone stared coldly at Melissa. Today, I'll show you what blindness really means. Jerome, step forward. At your command. Suddenly appearing out of nowhere was Jerome, who Boone had previously defeated in the Inheritance secret realm. Bring me 100 billion. Ding. 100 billion spirit stones transferred to the great profound J disc. Jerome was loaded with nothing but money. Once the money was credited, Boone waved for Jerome to leave. Chapter 89. All my sect members shall cultivate the profound level art. The moment the funds were transferred, Boone waved his hand for Jerome to leave. Jerome was part of the inheritance Boone received. The wealth Jerome managed in the mystic realm actually belonged to that great being. As Boone accepted the inheritance, all this wealth now belonged to him. All Boone had to do was call out loudly for Jerome, and he would appear to withdraw money. It was like a walking ATM. At this moment, the entire area fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Boone's actions. Alea, however, still refused to acknowledge Boone's strength and kept arguing. We have many people in Qinghua sect, and we also have the Qinghua art. Boone remained silent, thinking that this woman must have long been a traitor. Sure enough, Boone noticed carefully that after Alea spoke, she subconsciously glanced at the playboy, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. Scum, how dare you betray your sect? Boone roared in anger. He then struck out with one palm, causing Alea to spew 3 pints of blood and meet her demise facing northwest. As she died, her eyes were wide open with disbelief. No! Ayana screamed and lunged towards Alea's corpse. She hadn't expected Boone to kill Alea with just one palm. Now, the atmosphere was deathly quiet again. Why did you kill Senior Sister Davina? Murderer! An angry voice from a surviving disciple of Xiuxian sect shouted. He too had defected to Qinghua sect. To him, it made no difference where he went. A major sect provided better shelter. Boone scrutinized and realized that there were quite a few familiar faces in the opposing group. Most of the surviving Xiuxian sect disciples he had saved before had defected to Qinghua sect. Boone felt a pang of sorrow, never expecting the once-renowned Xiuxian sect to end up in such a state. Ha ha ha, mere rodents. Boone burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. How pitiful, my ancestors sacrificed their lives to save scum like you. The playboy sneered. Even if you can fight and are rich, what does it matter? A major sect needs more than a brawler and money. It needs capable people. Our Qinghua sect has stood for over 1,000 years. Its power and foundation far exceed what a backwater kid like you could achieve. Do you have any followers? Before the playboy finished speaking, Arlo jumped up first to offer allegiance. My Dayu sect has 45 members. We wish to join Hildred's sect entirely. I and all my disciples of Luohua sect also wish to join Hildred's sect, Barkley chimed in without hesitation. Despite this, the apparently impotent playboy and the defecting Xiuxian sect disciples still looked disdainful. Just 2 minor factions, adding up to fewer than 100 people. Boon. Suddenly, Myrtle's voice echoed from afar. Turning to look, everyone saw dense clusters of cultivators approaching. Over 1,000 at least. Boon, see what I've brought for you. Myrtle flew over to Boon with a grin, eager to take credit. Boon was shocked. So many low-rank cultivators? All those approaching were mostly Chi cultivator or Foundation establishment realm practitioners. While their cultivation levels weren't high, Boon needed only people who could cultivate. I used your reputation to gather many small sects, Myrtle said proudly. They weren't unwilling to join larger sects. It's just that Meihua sect and other stronger sects looked down on them and wouldn't accept them. Now, with someone like you, a descendant of the upper realm Xiuxian sect who destroyed Meihua sect, willing to take them in, they have all come here. Though Myrtle made it sound easy, Boon knew it wasn't. She must have gone through great efforts to bring so many people in such a short time. It took tremendous effort, and the difficulty was unimaginable. Since she had brought them, he had no choice but to welcome them. Anything less would be disrespectful to her hard work. With this thought, Boon suddenly soared upward, using air as steps just like the Black Dragon Gang leader in the Mystic Realm, leaving a series of afterimages. His feet rubbed against the air, creating sparks that looked like he was climbing a ladder of flames. Arlo seized the opportunity to shout below. Our sect Dominic's steps ignite flames. What extraordinary talent. Join Hildred's sect. Barkley chimed in. Join Hildred's sect. Arlo glanced at Barkley with disdain and raised his voice. I will follow Hildred's sect for life. Whoever doesn't join Hildred's sect is a dog. Oh, me too. Meanwhile, the Qinghua sect disciples and elders who had defected couldn't say anything in response. Boon had more people. For wealth, Boon had Jerome. For combat, Boon was unmatched. And for cultivation techniques, Boon floated higher and faced everyone. I remember everyone's support. The departed seniors of Xiuxian sect remember too. Since you trust me, Boon, I won't disappoint you. I declare that all disciples joining Hildred's sect today will receive a free copy of the Profound Level art. Below, murmurs rose. Profound Level? Yes, you heard right, it's a Profound Level art. The Hildred Ethereal Record was created by a Xiuxian sect senior. This Profound Level art hopes to help all of you soar to new heights. This art is available only for those joining today. Future members will need to earn it through contributions to the sect. Rest assured, this art allows cultivation up to the 9th rank of Nascent Soul, satisfying most cultivators' needs. If anyone surpasses the Nascent Soul realm, I'll prepare further arts for you, and either I or another sect elder will personally train you. Wow. The crowd erupted in cheers. Some also questioned aloud, is this true? Boon smiled and nodded, yes, every member of my sect can cultivate the Profound Level art. Profound Level art? Free Profound Level arts? Such high-level arts not even available in some renowned major sects, yet Boon could produce them? Excitement couldn't be contained on Arlo's face. They had found the right person. While Boon's side buzzed with enthusiasm, a different mood hung over the Qinghua sect side. Iona's eyes dulled. She couldn't help questioning herself. Had she been wrong? Brother Yi, we were once fellow Xiuxian sect disciples family. Seeing you rebuild the sect and needing people, as a Xiuxian sect member, I naturally support Brother Yi. Can I get the Profound Level art? Hashtag Chapter 90. Clear division of labor, spirit awareness initially formed. Brother Yi, we were all Qingyuan sect disciples before, one big family. Now you're rebuilding the sect and are short on manpower. As a part of Qingyuan sect, I naturally must support Brother Yi without hesitation. What about that Xin level cultivation technique? A thick-skinned Qingyuan sect disciple quickly stepped out from the Qinghua sect contingent to ingratiate himself with Boon. Pa, like you even deserve to come. Myrtle placed her hands on her hips, clearly displeased. You two-faced traitor. Weren't you just mocking our Boon, saying he could never rebuild the sect? Boon coldly rejected the disciple outright. Everyone makes their own choices and has to take responsibility for them. You didn't choose me at first, so naturally, I won't choose you. What about those who supported me from the beginning? What would happen to them if I accepted you now? Iana had been preparing to muster the courage to ask Boon to let her return by using the memory of the deceased Emmy. Hearing Boon's words, her face turned deathly pale. However, most of the people present were jubilant, feeling they had chosen correctly in following Boon. Boon raised his hands to quiet the crowd, and the entire scene became utterly silent, as still as a needle drop. I have another piece of good news to announce. Every disciple who joins the sect today will receive 10,000 spirit stones. Our Xiuxian sect may not have much else, but we have plenty of money. The crowd erupted once again. What kind of treatment is this? In the Plum world, only top-notch elders of first-rate major sects can earn 1,000 spirit stones per month. Yet, Boon's Xiuxian sect directly gave each new member 10,000 spirit stones upon joining. It was extravagant beyond reason. Meanwhile, the Qinghua sect members had already fled in disarray. Staying longer would only enrage them further, and fighting was futile. They couldn't win. Thus, the reputation of Xiuxian sect spread far and wide. The entire Plum world shook with it. After the establishment of Xiuxian sect, Boon naturally assumed the position of sect leader, and took on the roles of deputy leader and alchemy Kohen, while Arlo, Barkley, and others were given the title of ordinary Koans due to their golden core cultivations. They were quite satisfied with this arrangement, especially since Xiuxian sect was now a super major sect. All members above the golden core stage were assigned various elder positions, such as task hall Koans and administrative Koans. Myrtle pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Why am I not an elder? Boon smiled. Your cultivation isn't high enough for the golden core yet. Being an elder wouldn't command respect. Myrtle wasn't pleased with this response, growing increasingly frustrated. Well, then I don't want to be a door pillar either. Boone couldn't help but hold his forehead. Why was this girl suddenly fixated on being an elder? He patiently explained, that's not a door pillar. It's the sect leader assistant, my little helper, akin to second in command. Think of it as the position of being beneath only one person but above thousands. Oh, really? Myrtle perked up. Since it's so good, I'll do it. Having settled all managerial positions, Boone led more than 1,000 disciples to the former site of Plum Sect's Mountain Gate to commence its reconstruction. The mountain gate was bridge-like and arched, needing only a new plaque. With a wave of his hand, 3 gilded characters appeared on the mountain gate. Xiuxian Min, written in forceful strokes, shimmering gold. Next, the twin peaks flanking the gate, formerly inhabited by miscellaneous disciples of Plum Sect, were converted into guard posts. Where is Xianxia? Boone called out sternly. I'm here. Xianxia responded, kneeling on one knee, all arrogance gone. From this day forward, I appoint you as head of security and commander of the twin guard peaks. Your task is to ensure the safety of the Xiuxian sect. I'll protect the mountain gate with my life. I, Xianxia, won't fail you, sect leader. Xianxia's eyes brimmed with tears. He was deeply moved, not expecting Boone to entrust him with such an important security role. Boone nodded approvingly and then turned to Myrtle. Zifei, issue the order for everyone to gather at the lectern on Central Peak in 15 minutes. I'll personally teach the Xin-level cultivation technique, Taixian Piaomiaolu. As for you, Dahai, handle the security well. Gracelyn Cohen will later instruct your department. I guarantee completion of the task. From now on, Xiuxian sect will be as solid as rock. Not even a fly will get through, Xianxia pledged, thumping his chest. 15 minutes later, all 1,786 disciples were in place, listening to Boone impart his teachings. Boone closed his eyes, using both blood chi and spiritual energy to amplify his voice so it reached every disciple. He also visualized the meridians in the air using spirit chi, making it easier for everyone to understand. Taixian Piaomiaolu is the supreme mystic art, forming naturally on its own. Ordinary techniques merely absorb heavenly and earthly essence and transform it into spirit energy stored within. Boone's lecture lasted for 36 days. After 36 days, he felt the 2 golden cores in his dantian spinning faster and faster. He knew the day of forming an essence infant was near. An essence infant is essentially the breakthrough of accumulated spiritual energy through the golden cores, merging with the mind's spirit energy, resulting in a soul body like a newborn infant. Thus, it is called the essence infant realm. After entering the essence infant realm, cultivators experience a qualitative leap in strength due to the fusion of mental and spiritual energies, making their spiritual power tangible. So, below the essence infant realm, whether in terms of mental or spiritual power, cultivators cannot compare to those of higher realms. After the class ended, Boone didn't leave immediately, but continued to observe the disciples below. He noticed and studying the hardest, likely because she was now the highest-ranking cultivator in the sect, hence bearing immense pressure. Suddenly, Boone sensed a fine stream of chi emerging between his 2 golden cores. Upon careful observation, he realized this was spirit awareness, feedback from other disciples practicing Taixian Piaomiaolu, benefiting him. Although the spirit awareness between the 2 golden cores was still very thin, barely a few wisps, Boone could clearly feel the fierce energy within. He hadn't taught anyone his Taixian art. This technique was his foundation and would not be shared. Therefore, as more disciples practiced Taixian Piaomiaolu, Boone himself would grow ever stronger. Chapter 91. Soul Seizing. Ayana was now feeling somewhat dazed. She deeply regretted not believing in Boone back then. She had experienced the invasion of demons from another realm, and that brutal scene was something she would never forget her entire life. Even someone as powerful as her father, the Qingyuan sect patriarch Davidson, shed blood on the spot due to the demonic invasion. Thus, she instinctively wanted to find a big tree to lean on. Was I wrong? No, I wasn't. She muttered to herself. In the lush mountains, a man who looked rather frail was blindfolded and frolicking with a group of women dressed provocatively. Beautiful girl, I've caught you. The frail man grabbed a woman, excitedly uncovered the blindfold, then instantly gaped in shock. The person he was holding turned out to be Ayana. Dominic Qinghua, I agree to marry you. Ayana glanced at him, and the women in revealing clothes immediately trembled as they left. The frail man coughed slightly. Have you suddenly changed your mind? Fine, let's consummate tonight. With that, he pulled Ayana back to his immortal mansion. Afterward, Ayana half-hesitantly lay down on his bed. But when no one noticed, a tear slid down the corner of her eye. She hated it deep down, hating Boone and everyone else. She resented that she now had to rely on her own body to cling to survival. Once the daughter of the Qingyuan sect patriarch, she now lived like a playful songstress. After their intimate activity, Ayana forcefully suppressed her nausea and softly asked the frail man, Young Dominic, when will your grandfather, old ancestor Qinghua, come out of seclusion? The frail man showed an indifferent look. My grandfather is attempting to break through to the unity stage. He's sealed himself off indefinitely. Who knows when he'll come out? But it's also because the laws of this world have changed, and the nascent soul stage is no longer the ceiling. Otherwise, that old man wouldn't have had a chance to break through. So I guess he won't come out unless he succeeds. Ayana understood that Dominic Qinghua didn't like the old ancestor, mainly because he was extremely lazy. He hardly ever practiced seriously and relied heavily on elixirs, hence why, despite being over 100 years old, he was still at the foundation establishment stage. However, being old ancestor Qinghua's only descendant, he held a very high status within the Qinghua sect, even more important than his father, who had been killed by Boone. Young Dominic, do you want to directly advance to the core formation stage? Ayana's eyes flashed with evil light. Directly break through to core formation? How can that be done? The frail man became interested. Higher cultivation meant not only stronger power but also a longer lifespan. Ayana waved her hand, and a figure lying on the ground revealed itself. This was once a disciple of Qingyuan's sect, quite talented. If you seize his body, you can instantly become a core formation cultivator. Why are you doing this to me, little junior sister? Lying on the ground was none other than Finian, Davidson's second disciple, missing for so long. Second senior brother. Everything I'm doing is for the revival of the sect. Ayana's eyes carried a deadly look. How could my Dominic have a daughter like you? Second senior brother screamed as Ayana knocked him unconscious. She turned to Dominic Xinghua and tempted him. Go ahead, seize his body, and you'll be a core formation stage practitioner. Dominic Xinghua hesitated and asked hesitantly, can't I slowly cultivate on my own? Isn't he your fellow disciple? Ayana glared viciously. Slowly cultivate? You only have 200 years of life. Do you think you can break through to core formation with your current second stage foundation establishment? Don't hesitate. I have a soul anchoring pill. Take it after seizing his body to ensure your soul remains intact. Hearing Ayana's words, Dominic Xinghua gradually became tempted. Yes, if he seized his body, he would become a core formation stage powerhouse. A hint of cruelty appeared in Dominic Xinghua's eyes. Galen stood in front of broken walls and ruins, lost in thought. He already knew Alexandra had been taken in by a top-notch sect in Central State as their next heir, and he had become everyone's laughingstock. Initially, he had been the one to call off the engagement, but now it seemed that Boone must have gotten wind of this news earlier, deliberately provoking him. Galen harbored hatred in his heart, but now that the whole Qingyuan sect was gone, he didn't know where to seek revenge and could only wander around the old site, hoping to find some remaining members. Disciple, have you found any remaining members of Qingyuan sect yet? The great Kohen of Lulang's sect approached him. Galen dejectedly shook his head. Lulang's sect planned to move on to Qingyuan sect's territory since they had fled. Lulang's sect did not intend to leave them any way out. You don't need to worry too much about the rumors. That Alexandra really wasn't suitable for you. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't think too much. I've arranged another marriage for you. The bride-to-be is the only daughter of the Orson family's third branch in Western State. Galen sighed. Isn't she that rumored fool who was tricked into digging mines somewhere? Great Cohen looked at Galen disappointedly. You? Stop being picky. They are a top family in West State. We are elevating ourselves by this marriage. Besides, that girl is just innocent, not stupid. Suddenly, a disciple rushed over, reporting, Great Cohen, there's unusual spatial fluctuation in the West. Second Cohen has already led people over, and said it could be a secret realm or ancient legacy. Great Cohen and Galen exchanged glances and hurried towards that direction. Behind the main peak of Qingyuan sect, a massive spatial rift was sealed by unknown forces. This strange phenomenon attracted many Lulang sect disciples searching on Qingyuan sect's mountain. Great Cohen, you're here. Look at this spatial rift. Second Cohen pointed, face grave. Great Cohen observed carefully. It's definitely an ancient legacy. This could be the rise of our Lulang sect. Huh. Qingyuan sect kept such a huge treasure all these years without realizing its value. Now it will benefit us. Dominic, I think we should be careful. The mysterious destruction of Qingyuan sect seems suspicious. Could this legacy be too dangerous? Seeing the Great Cohen's excited expression, Galen advised cautiously. He remained highly cautious. Great Cohen, however, didn't care. Opportunities and dangers coexist. There's no need to fear. At Hildred Min, Dominic, 700 more disciples have broken through to core formation. The Hildred mysterious record indeed works wonders. Chapter 92. The hard-to-deceive lad. Boone's cultivation had already reached the peak of great perfection, and the need for an essence condensation pill became urgent. Baraki, your cultivation has soared. I have refined an essence condensation pill for you, and offered just as Boone was about to be troubled. He was now the head of a sect, and many disciples within the sect had already broken through to the golden core stage. If he were still at the golden core stage, it would seem somewhat unreasonable. At the rear mountain of the Qinghua sect, Qinghua's Cohen ancestor finally successfully ascended to the body integration stage. Upon exiting seclusion, Murray learned that his son had been killed, which infuriated him, prompting him to rush toward the immortal residence of the young Dominic of Qinghua. After listening to the detailed account from Qinghua's young Dominic and Ayana, a glint of icy fury flashed in Murray's eyes. His son had actually been killed by the sect leader of Wilburshire, right in front of everyone. Initially, Murray wanted to confront the other party directly, but after hearing the two juniors' narrative, he felt this lad named Boone didn't seem ordinary. According to them, he had descended from the upper realm and was personally tutored by the patriarch of the Qingyuan sect. Although his son wasn't very skilled, he had the cultivation of a 9th-rank nascent soul. Yet, he was instantly killed by a golden core cultivator, something unheard of in Murray's experience. Thus, he hesitated, years of cultivation making him cautious. After careful consideration, he decided to first seek help from allies within the two major sects before confronting Wilburshire at their mountain gate. Boone bade farewell to and left the alchemy hall. He now planned to find a specific herb, a 9-leaf red jade ginseng, which was essential for refining the essence condensation pill. Condensing a nascent soul is a complex process. With only the essence condensation pill, success isn't guaranteed. Adding the 9-leaf red jade ginseng ensures absolute success and lays a better foundation. This herb blooms every 300 years and bears fruit every 600, taking 1,000 years to fully mature. It's incredibly rare and can only grow on tall, isolated peaks, or it risks being trampled by beast monsters. In the Plum Blossom world, only the Heavenly Passage Peak met these requirements. Many cultivators nearing the breakthrough to nascent soul would go there each year hoping to get lucky. Though the Plum Blossom world was small, its space was vast enough. The Heavenly Passage Peak stretched over millions of miles, filled with dense forests and numerous beasts, naturally protecting the 9-leaf red jade ginseng. Finding the 9-leaf red jade ginseng depended mainly on luck, except for Boone. Ding! Host is surrounded by 5-star fortune. Following the system's prompt, Boone saw a figure darting like a meteor in the distance. This person was also at the 9th rank golden core stage. Yet even from afar, Boone sensed this person's extraordinary abilities. Despite having top-tier techniques and mind arts, Boone's travel speed couldn't match up. This individual possesses unparalleled main character fortune and will obtain a Supreme Grade 9-leaf Red Jade Ginseng at the Heavenly Passage Peak. The system's message came belatedly. Supreme Grade 9-leaf Red Jade Ginseng. This one bloomed and bore fruit once every 10,000 years, far exceeding the potency of ordinary variants. Using this to break through to nascent soul would result in a highly vibrant nascent soul, almost as if formed naturally. Typically, a nascent soul is cultivated post-birth, but the highest goal for cultivators is to attain a predestined existence, something innate. The Supreme Grade Ginseng allows the nascent soul to absorb heavenly chi, achieving a predestined level. Nascent souls vary in quality. 1. Flawed souls, often forcefully condensed, lacking completeness and usually missing limbs. 2. Ordinary souls, common among cultivators, complete but not exceptional. 3. Spiritual souls, these connect closely with the cultivator's spirit, enhancing agility and fluidity. 4. Predestined souls, the pinnacle, perfectly formed and inherently superior in all aspects. Breaking through to predestined soul required a Supreme Grade 10,000-year-old 9-leaf Red Jade Ginseng. Realizing this, Boone rushed forward, only to fall further behind. Just as he feared losing the figure, the youth stopped suddenly as if sensing Boone's presence, waiting ahead. Boone felt relieved. This situation called for his tried-and-true bluffing skills. Brother, you possess the aura of a great emperor, majestic indeed. Boone started smoothly, flashing a warm smile. For some reason, the youth seemed oddly familiar. Had he run into this guy before? The only reason you've been following me is to praise my majestic aura and emperor-like potential? The youth asked coldly, sizing up Boone. Unfazed, Boone leveraged his years of experience. Not just praise, but I observe that you've had bad luck lately? Hearten me to a street corner charlatan? Forget it then, Boone pretended to leave, playing a reverse psychology game. Hold it, brother, please stay, the youth replied. Boone inwardly rejoiced. His tactics hadn't failed him yet. Why does brother carry my companion's storage bag? The youth's tone turned chilly. Shocked, Boone realized it might belong to someone he encountered previously. The 9-star opportunity youth who looked strikingly similar to this one. Chapter 93. I, Franklin, have killed countless people. The youth turned around and looked sternly at Boone, his spirit energy swelling up as the surrounding air was compressed and distorted. Did you kill the Qin family members? Boone saw this could be a relative of his enemy. He decided not to pretend any longer and looked at the other person with disdain. Heh, I, Franklin, have killed countless people in my life. How would I know which one of your brothers it is? Ha ha ha. The young cultivator laughed angrily. You are the first person to dare speak to me, Gray, like that. Boone now understood but still pretended he knew nothing as the aggrieved party had come to him. What Qin family? I don't even know your brother. Then let me introduce you today. Central Continent's Qin family spear. Gray then retrieved a coiled dragon spear from his storage bag. The spear shimmered under the sunlight, exuding a dazzling golden light, matching his sharp features, creating a striking presence. Seeing this, Boone's eyes turned sharp. Since you're determined to fight, should I be afraid? Bring on that 5-star aura of yours. However, in the next moment, the speed and power of the opponent's movements exceeded Boone's expectations. Is this a golden core realm? Boone was very puzzled internally. If Gray's actions were witnessed by someone Boone had previously instructed, they might ask the same question. Is this a golden core realm? The profound spiritual energy fluctuations, refined movements, all attested to an ability surpassing the golden core stage. Boone even began comparing how many Franklins this guy could match. There was no time for more thoughts as the coiled dragon spear loomed larger in his vision. Boone gripped his sword with his right hand and held his left hand in a fist. The Wilbur sword glowed with a pale blue radiance. Clang! The sword and spear crossed paths. Simultaneously, Boone's left fist struck directly towards Gray's ribs. Boone let out a low shout. 8 extremes collapse. It turned out the left hand was the real killer move. The previous conversation was merely Boone's delaying tactic to build up strength for the hidden power behind the 8 extremes collapse. At this point, he unleashed 6 layers of hidden power plus 6 layers from his blood chi cultivation, totaling 12 layers. Boone thought, let's see if you can survive this. However, Gray wasn't to be underestimated either. His body moved like a phantom, making Boone's left hand strike miss completely. This fatal blow missed, wasting the built-up hidden power. Boone's internal spirit energy was drained by nearly half, all for naught. This revealed Boone's shortcoming. He excelled in close combat. Once his opponent kept distance, Boone could only watch helplessly. He hastily held the Wilbur sword horizontally before him and grabbed a level 5 Dan pattern rejuvenating pill with his left hand to replenish his depleted spirit energy. Opposite, Gray watched in shock as Boone popped pills like candies. This couldn't just be ordinary pills, right? In the next second, Boone unleashed a wave of spirit energy, leveraging the unique characteristics of the Wilbur sword to send a long-distance shockwave. Although it wasn't a martial technique, the formidable spirit energy made it quite intimidating. This move aimed to prevent Gray from taking advantage of the gap. Boone needed a few moments to digest the pill's effects. Gray watched the incoming beam of light, then seeing something in Boone's eyes, he didn't dodge but used his body to withstand the Wilbur sword's blade energy. Clank! Not even flinching. At this moment, Boone realized this opponent was different from any he'd faced before. He could accurately gauge attack intensity. A strong move like the 8 extremes collapse, he'd evade. A casual flick of the sword, he'd absorb without batting an eye. Before Boone could ponder further, Mountain River Seal. Gray performed a complex gesture, forming a seal. Then a giant seal condensed in the sky, descending upon Boone. No matter which way Boone tried to move, the giant seal covered every direction. He had no choice but to brace himself with the 8 extremes collapse and heavenly water 9 layers change combined. Since this was defensive without prior buildup, Boone hastily gathered 2 layers of spirit energy and 2 layers of blood chi hidden power, totaling 4 layers. Boom! The impact felt like his bones would shatter. The immense force almost shattered him. Fortunately, he had a protective charm from his senior brother, along with his second-stage warrior body tempering. This confrontation once again highlighted Boone's weakness. He needed time to gather power, requiring the opponent to stay put for close-range attacks. Against experienced fighters like Gray, who used agility to keep distance and attack from afar, Boone found it tough. Gray's pupils contracted. Seeing Boone withstand the Mountain River Seal left him astonished. Few at the same level could resist this high-grade mystic martial technique. Observing Boone, none of his techniques reached the mystic level yet. Even his signature move, 8 Extremes Collapse, barely qualified as a heaven grade technique with 6 layers of hidden power. Above heaven grade, there were yellow and mystic grades. His own creations, Magnetic Explosion Divine Fire and Hydrogen Bomb, he felt, fell short of the mystic grade due to long preparation times. The release of Magnetic Explosion Divine Fire required blending 2 explosive divine fires into a stable balance. With rich combat experience, Boone took advantage of Gray's stunned moment, focusing his mental energy into a thread. He employed a mental attack technique from the Immortal Slayer scripture, targeting Gray's third eye. Destroy Spirit, Boone whispered inwardly. A tangible mental attack flew toward Gray. Indeed, caught off guard, Gray was struck by Destroy Spirit, leaving him disoriented. Boone formed the Divine Fire Skyroast in his left hand and the Divine Fire Azure in his right, merging them at his chest. Sizzle, crack. 2 violent divine fires eroded each other fiercely, prepared to end the battle with Magnetic Explosion Divine Fire. But, to his astonishment, Gray's mental energy was formidable. He quickly regained composure. Mountain River Seal. Again, Gray unleashed another long-range energy seal, able to mobilize spirit energy twice in quick succession. Chapter 94. The one who defeated you, Boone, is not me, but money. The Mountain River Seal truly lives up to its reputation as a profound-level martial technique. Whether in terms of speed or power, it is undoubtedly top tier. Boone had no choice but to forcibly interrupt the fusion of the divine flame and dissipate the flames from both hands. He once again endured another direct hit from an energy light seal. Boone spat out blood, forcing the interruption of the divine flame's fusion, and then abruptly receiving another Mountain River Seal caused his vital energy to surge chaotically. None of the methods Boone knew could now be effective against his opponent. Suddenly, he noticed that the divine water on his golden body began to seep out, indicating that the effectiveness of the ninefold heavenly water transformation was wearing off. Bad. You are very good. Aren't you from Central Continent? Amidst their fierce battle, Gray took the initiative to ask between heavy breaths. He had probably expended a lot of energy with 2 consecutive Mountain River Seals, which were indeed profound-level techniques. What's your real name? Yuanzhou, Qingyuan Sect, Boone. Both fighters showed mutual respect for this rare encounter, adjusted themselves, and resumed their battle with cautious strikes. Gray thrust his long spear towards Boone, who raised his Wilbur sword to block. Bang! Clang! Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. Both of them had heavily depleted spiritual energy. This clash was purely a test of physical strength, resulting in neither side gaining an upper hand. Boone took a step back, while Gray staggered back 3 steps. Clearly, Boone had the edge in terms of strength. However, Boone was secretly alarmed, as this was the first time he faced an opponent who could withstand more than 3 rounds. He excelled at quick and decisive battles, and thus his martial techniques were all desperate final moves. Rarely did any fight drag on this long. But Boone realized that when he encountered fast and agile opponents, he would often fall into a passive position. This was similar to his previous encounter with the 9th level Yuan Ing Cohen from Braden Sect. The opponent was too swift for him to catch up, leading to major trouble later on, luckily resolved by Franklin taking the blame. What amazed Boone most was Gray's means and cultivation level. In the past, Boone often overpowered opponents of higher levels, leaving them thoroughly beaten, forming a habit that made him overlook his current state as merely golden core. And what was even more impressive was that Gray was at the same level as him. Was this the caliber of Central Continent's offspring? Boone thought of Ashley. No wonder the Saint Lord of Purple Star Palace looked down on him so much. Even though Boone was already strong among cultivators of the same level in Yuanzhou, compared to Central Continent, Yuanzhou was just a remote area. They exchanged attacks, Gray's spear thrusts and Boone's sword strikes, back and forth, with the initiative currently lying with Gray due to his speed, which allowed him to attack or retreat at will. Yet Gray dared not relax at all, always vigilant for Boone's formation of the bone-chilling fiery sphere, whose violent energy he knew he couldn't withstand. Thus, he frequently interrupted Boone to prevent him from gathering the magnetic explosive divine flame. Their battle gradually turned into a war of attrition. I come from one of the 4 great families of Central Continent, the Qin family. I have powerful profound-level techniques protecting me. It's very unwise for you to engage in a war of attrition with me. Gray sneered. After another 15 minutes, Boone swallowed another 5-layer Danwen rejuvenation pill. Gray. People say everyone in Yuanzhou knows alchemy, and today I finally understand. These Dao pills are mere trifles. Putting effort into cultivating alchemy really wastes time. With that, Gray swallowed another grand rejuvenation pill while trying to taunt Boone. In reality, his heart bled. Although he was a Qin family member, he wasn't part of the main lineage and had limited resources, which is why he ventured to the Plum Blossom world seeking luck. Families like theirs face severe internal competition, with only branch and secondary descendants relying on their own efforts to gather resources and advance to the Yuaning stage. Only after reaching Yuaning would they gain the family's attention and better resource allocation. A grand rejuvenation pill cost hundreds of spirit stones on the market, while his monthly family allowance was only 2,000 spirit stones. On the other hand, Boone pulled out a handful of 5-layer Danwen rejuvenation pills, popping them like candy. Gray's eyes twitched. To fight me in a war of attrition, you're willing to waste so many high-quality pills. Why bother? Even disciples of the alchemical sect shouldn't take pills like this. Don't push yourself. Boone gave him a surprised look, as if he were watching a country bumpkin. Do you call these high-quality pills? Sorry, these are my lowest grade. Hearing this, Gray felt like spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Boone was truly infuriating. No, he can't let himself get provoked. Battle must remain calm. However, deep down, Gray didn't believe it. Even a Central Continent noble disciple wouldn't treat 5-layer Danwen pills like candy. Such usage simply didn't exist. It was akin to drinking 1982 Bordeaux like Sprite, or eating the world's best caviar like rice. This guy must have found someone else's storage bag, full of pills. He needs to stay alive, take his resources. Himph, keep being stubborn. Saying that, he summoned his spirit and gritted his teeth, raising his dragon coiling spear to continue engaging Boone without giving him a moment's respite. Gradually, beads of sweat appeared on Gray's forehead, while Boone seemed quite at ease. Gray had consumed his last grand rejuvenation pill. Being a decisive person, he wouldn't have reached his current level without making such choices. Dragon coiling secret technique. Mountain sea seal. Gray suddenly formed a strange hand seal. Given the power of the mountain river seal, Boone retreated a few steps cautiously. During this gap, Gray abruptly turned and fled at lightning speed. Ironically, the fiercer his earlier mockery, the more embarrassing his retreat. Stunned, Boone stood there, taken aback. You won't avenge your brother? Without turning around, Gray transmitted his voice back. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. When I reach you on Ing, you won't stand a chance, Mr. Medicine Pot. Ha, and your Cheen great mallet, riding your big mallet. Upon hearing this, Gray, flying away on his long spear, stumbled midair. Boone frowned. With this kind of agility, riding a long spear to fly away, he could not possibly catch up. But he wasn't overly concerned either. After reaching Yuan Ing, things were unpredictable, and even then, he wouldn't fear him. After all, in their earlier match, Boone hadn't used his ultimate technique yet. Spirit Thought. Due to its rarity, gathering 1,000 disciples yielded only a small strand of Spirit Thought, equivalent to 10,000 times the energy of Spirit Power, with higher intensity and quality far surpassing Spirit Power. Moreover, obtaining it was extremely difficult, so Boone reserved it for life-threatening moments. ####Chapter 95. Mutated Golden Python. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the 5-star luck. You will obtain the 10,000-year-old 9-leaf Crimson Jade Ginseng at the peak of heaven. Alfredo's lips curled up. This 10,000-year-old 9-leaf Crimson Jade Ginseng could help him achieve a pre-celestial essence baby, and then Gray would never be his match. Indeed, he needed to work on his martial arts techniques from now on. Once he arranged things within the sect properly, he could also venture into other states. Following the system's guidance, Alfredo arrived at a secluded peak. The top-grade 10,000-year-old 9-leaf Crimson Jade Ginseng had only a 5-star fortune, which might mean it was difficult to acquire. But if Gray could manage with his strength, Alfredo felt that he should be able to as well. To ensure safety, Alfredo directly unfurled the mystical turtle Baguazin array gifted by his second senior brother over the entire peak. In the array, he would be much safer, and any external intrusion could be detected more promptly. As soon as the formation was set, Alfredo sensed a strange spiritual energy filling the entire space. Without minding it, he followed the system's guidance and arrived at the solitary peak where the 9-leaf Crimson Jade Ginseng grew. Alfredo was now familiar with the procedure, naturally avoiding past mistakes. He sealed his spiritual power, fearing to startle the 9-leaf Crimson Jade Ginseng. Such 10,000-year-old fruits have awareness. Once they sense spiritual energy fluctuations, they instinctively hide back into the soil. Looking up at the towering peak, Alfredo took a deep breath, his face turning extremely flushed before exhaling. He kicked off the ground, leaping high into the air, using rapid, successive footwork to rise further midair. This was the method of circulating chi and blood that Alfredo had mastered in the small world. Others just cultivated their methods, but Alfredo practiced both physical and cultivation methods. With spiritual power sealed, Alfredo still had his physical chi available, without the fear of disturbing the medicinal plant. In an instant, he reached the top of the mountain, nearly 1,000 meters above ground. Just as Alfredo was about to pick the 9-leaf Crimson Jade Ginseng, suddenly a gust of cold wind attacked him, hitting him harshly. The water deity 9th transformation instantly covered his body. Just as he was about to be flung away, Alfredo quickly plucked the ginseng, before being thrown back in the next second. Finally, Alfredo saw what attacked him. Accurately speaking, it was a massive tail that struck him fiercely. Fortunately, just before the tail hit him, a golden light flashed on Alfredo's body. Xiuxian Body Cultivation Art, First Level Golden Body. Under the buffer of heavenly water turbidity and clearness along with the first level golden body armor, Alfredo still spat blood and flew backward. Only after flying back did Alfredo realize that this dark shadow was the tail of a giant python. Even the tip of this python's tail was thicker than Alfredo's waist. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, Alfredo exclaimed, "Do you beasts also want to compete for resources?" Though injured, a fierce fire of competitiveness surged within Alfredo. He ran his chi to its utmost, gathering 2 layers of hidden force along with 2 layers of spiritual power. The golden python launched its second attack, even faster and more intense than before, striking at Alfredo again with its tail. Alfredo condensed 4 layers of hidden force in his fists, meeting the incoming tail with an 8 extremes break. Next, Alfredo retreated several steps. The 2 golden cores inside him rotated at full speed, looking like 2 high-power engines. He held Divine Fire Red and Azure Blue in each hand, slowly merging the 2 divine flames. They resisted and eroded each other. A fierce energy was contained within the narrow space between his hands. At this moment, the golden python finally revealed its true form, standing at dozens of stories tall. Horns were faintly sprouting on its head. It was about to transform into a dragon. Sensing the opponent's aura, Alfredo realized this huge python was at the peak of the 4th rank, about to break through to the 5th rank. No wonder it guarded this top-grade 9-leaf Crimson Jade Ginseng. It wanted to use its medicinal effects to break through to a 5th rank beast. It stared at Alfredo, or rather, the ferocious magnetic explosive divine fire in Alfredo's hands, with a hint of frustration in its eyes. Divine destruction. The best way to deal with such large beast-like creatures was with mental attacks. However, being just a beast, it lacked the intelligence to do much. Stunned by divine destruction, it could only watch helplessly as Alfredo merged the two divine flames. Now, the magnetic explosive divine fire in Alfredo's hands stabilized within a confined sphere, forming a delicate balance. At the center of this balance, Alfredo left a thread of spiritual power. Once this central spiritual power fluctuated and broke the balance, the two divine flames would explode directly. You beast is part of my fate. Alfredo looked at the huge golden python, smiling excitedly. Magnetic explosive divine fire. Alfredo hurled the energy ball towards the giant python. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he jumped out of the mystical turtlebugwazan array. The mystical turtlebugwazan array acted like a cover, trapping the giant python tightly within. Explode! Alfredo whispered outside the array. Instantly, a tremendous explosion rocked the entire mystical turtlebugwazan array. Flames, shockwaves, peaks, and the giant python were all affected. Boom! Alfredo felt the earth shaking even from outside. Murray, what's happening? A portly middle-aged man with drooping ears asked. Murray shook his head, frowning. Judging by the commotion, it doesn't seem minor. I wonder if someone has just broken through to the combined phase and is practicing their martial techniques? Another tall and slender cultivator chuckled. Where would we find so many grand cultivators in our plum blossom world? The heavens just changed, and the rules have just been perfected. Perhaps it's just a natural phenomenon like an earthquake, another added. Yes, only seasoned cultivators like Murray can accumulate enough strength to break through to the combined phase, the large-eared cultivator agreed. Murray modestly shook his head. Don't say that. It's just good luck for me. Do you really think this young fellow Jace brother wants to deal with is so mysterious? The large-eared cultivator asked curiously. In his view, Murray was already in the combined phase, essentially untouchable in Plum Blossom World. Why would he go so far to find them for backup when dealing with a mere youth? Murray smiled. Better safe than sorry. It said this youth came from the upper realm, specifically from the Clear Source sect. An old disciple of our sect who used to be from their sect spoke highly of this boon. Upon hearing this, the two others dismissed it, thinking they were merely there for appearances or to make up numbers. Regarding claims about a golden core shattering a 9th-level essence baby, they didn't believe a single punctuation mark. However, since Murray was truly in the combined phase, none of these were issues. Hashtag chapter 96. Is this to attack me? The towering peak before him was trembling, with more than half of it in motion. The affected area was vast, comparable to a magnitude 10 earthquake. Boone's black tortoise 8 trigram array scroll had dimmed in light. The formation had withdrawn back into the scroll, indicating that its energy had been completely depleted. However, fortunately, this formation scroll could self-repair. Given enough time, it would not take long before it could be used again. At this moment, Boone was covered in soot. After retracting the black tortoise 8 trigram array, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath at the scene before him. Because the black tortoise 8 trigram array had further compressed the explosion's range, within this small area, the power of the magnetic storm godfire had intensified. The mountain peak where Boone had harvested the 9-leaf red jade ginseng had been leveled, leaving a scorched and smoky landscape. At the center of this charred wasteland lay the enormous carcass of a python. Its surface was thoroughly carbonized, crumbling at the slightest touch. Seeing its condition, Boone inwardly felt relieved that he had managed to leave the formation just as the explosion occurred. Although his skin was somewhat singed, most of the explosion's force was blocked by the Shenwu array. He faced no mortal danger and, ignoring his appearance, wasn't seriously injured. Edit. To improve fluency and consistency, it would be better to translate Shenwu as Xuanwu, since it's a specific term. Seeing its condition, Boone inwardly felt relieved that he had managed to leave the formation just as the explosion occurred. Although his skin was somewhat singed, most of the explosion's force was blocked by the Xuanwu array. He faced no mortal danger and, ignoring his appearance, wasn't seriously injured. Blackie, Boone cautiously approached the massive, charred body of the python and retrieved its 5-star demon core. To his surprise, the demon core still retained some vital essence. Unusual. This essence carried a faint amber hue and emitted a peculiar fragrance, something like floral scent yet reminiscent of aged wood, and of course, there was also a hint of roasted meat. Ignoring the roasted meat smell, Boone cross-referenced this with the records from Carmelo Brothers' notebook and finally identified the origins of this creature. It was actually a mutated golden python. Despite being dead, its vital essence was still flowing, and Boone could distinctly feel the vigorous life force within it. Carmelo Brothers' notes mentioned that these mutant pythons were extremely valuable, especially their vital essence. As long as the vital essence wasn't taken away, it wouldn't be long before it could resurrect on the spot. This was terrifying. As long as the vital essence remained unextinguished, it could continuously resurrect. Therefore, this mutant golden python had another name, the Nirvana Divine Python. According to legend, the phoenix is reborn from fire, while this Nirvana Divine Python relies on its vital essence to repeatedly resurrect. This vital essence, the most important essence of the golden python, was perfect for use as an ingredient for a third-stage body cultivation force warrior. Boone returned laden with treasures, feeling content as he prepared to return to the sect to break through to the nascent soul stage. Of course, this was assuming one overlooked his current darkened skin. Meanwhile, back at Hildred's sect. You Qinghua sect, Honghua sect, Huanghua sect, what do you intend? Blocking our Hildred sect's entrance for 3 days. Bruce shouted angrily. Outside the new gate of Hildred sect, disciples dressed in the attire of these 3 sects gathered, numbering over 1,000. Bruce, along with Jace Dehai and other disciples from Security Peak, faced them down. Among the throngs of disciples, a disciple of Qinghua sect stepped forward. Whenever your sect Dominic appears, we will talk. Otherwise, we'll keep blocking indefinitely. These 3 sects' disciples ranged from foundation establishment to nascent soul stages, including over 100 golden core cultivators and 12 nascent soul cultivators. Such a display was top tier even in the plum world. In the cultivation world, having one sect entrance blocked was considered a grave humiliation. Moreover, the disciples from the 3 flower sects would come to the entrance of Hildred's sect daily, hurling insults and curses. This made deputy sect leader Anne, who was temporarily managing the sect, quite anxious. Cohen Graceland, let us attack. Arlo suggested, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. They've been blocking our entrance for 3 days now. How much longer can we bear this indignity? Yes, Cohen Graceland, give us the word and we'll launch an assault. With the mystical grade cultivation techniques provided by Sect Dominic, I feel confident enough to fight above my rank. Jay also expressed his fiery resolve, and stood up, sternly rejecting their proposals. No, we wait until Sect Dominic returns. Until then endure. Xianxia scoffed loudly, clearly intentional. It's always the same line, waiting for Sect Dominic. Indeed, women cannot manage things properly. I will wait one more day. If Sect Dominic doesn't return, you can remain cowardly if you wish. But I cannot tolerate this humiliation. I will lead my disciples. If I die, so be it. With that, he stormed out of the hall. Jay and Arlo didn't say much, but clearly couldn't hold back either. They left the hall after a brief nod. Anne's eyelashes trembled slightly as she fought back her tears. Everyone was watching her now. She could not afford to appear weak. It was only then that Anne truly understood how difficult it was for Boone to manage the affairs of the sect, while he seemed to do nothing but cultivate inside. Outside Hildred's sect, a Hildred sect disciple patrolled the mountains. He was only at the chi condensation stage, but was among the first batch of disciples admitted into Hildred sect, earning him the privilege to learn the mystic level technique Hildred Ethereal Record. Unfortunately, his talent wasn't exceptional, and he had stagnated at chi condensation 7th level. Gus, you're the most diligent patrolman, but least advanced in cultivation. Practice more. Jace joked. This disciple was the most memorable from his security peak, not because of high cultivation, but his enthusiasm for patrols. Well, Cohen Jace, I'm concerned about the safety of the sect. Though my talent is average, ensuring everyone's safety satisfies me. A good boy. Jace smiled, nodding in approval. Then Jace resumed discussing the siege with Bruce. Seeing Jace leave, Gus glanced around and, confirming no one was paying attention, quickly went to the bamboo forest behind the mountain. There, he buried a rag-wrapped jade disc under a pile of leaves. Looking around again to ensure no one noticed, he resumed his patrol. Boone continuously channeled the flawless scripture, seeking ways to enhance his flight speed. Eventually, he found a method. Ordinarily, cultivators relied on spirit energy to propel themselves forward while flying. However, Boone possessed both spirit energy and blood chi energy. He experimented by adding a burst of blood chi to the spirit energy propulsion. Combining the two significantly boosted his flying speed. He felt confident that next time he met Gray, he could certainly catch up with him. Using both spirit energy flight and blood chi propulsion, his speed nearly doubled. Boone gave his new flying technique a formidable name, Force and Magic Dual Flight. After dual enhancement, Boone indeed arrived at the sect swiftly. Yet, what greeted him was a dense crowd of cultivators from other sects. Is this to attack me? Boone wondered suspiciously. He rapidly descended, activating the Great Concealment technique to suppress his aura to 2nd level foundation establishment as he flew down. Chapter 97. Gray with the Black Face. Just as Boone was about to blend into the crowd, he noticed a few Tsinghua sect disciples sneaking around below the Wilbur security peak. Curious, he followed them. This is the place. The person gave me information saying it's buried here. One Tsinghua sect disciple pointed at an area covered with fallen leaves. Carl, do you think what he's selling is genuine? That's a mystical level cultivation technique. How could it be so easy to get? Another Tsinghua sect disciple clearly doubted the authenticity of this information. How can it be fake? You must know that all disciples who have joined their Wilbur sect have cultivated it. Indeed, it is a mystical level cultivation technique. They were just lucky. The sect leader Boone from the Wilbur sect is rumored to be a god come down from the upper realm. This cultivation method is what he brought down. Otherwise, how would there possibly be mystical level techniques in our Plum Blossom realm? So if you miss out on this, there won't be another opportunity like this. As they spoke, Carl seemed to discover something while looking at a pit in front of him. His voice sharpened. This is it. Look what's here. Ha ha ha, J-Disc. Boone cast a glance at the two, recognizing them as chi condensation stage cultivators. He directly revealed himself, instantly startling the two junior disciples. Carl asked nervously, why you? Are you human or monster? Boone? He immediately understood, likely due to the magnetic fiery blaze having turned his face black, making him somewhat frightening. However, it was temporary. His first stage golden body had self-repairing capabilities. Although his skin looked very dark and terrifying now, it was slowly and steadily repairing itself inside. This was the benefit of the Wilbur physical strengthening technique. Boone couldn't help but speculate. If he only gets these effects at the first stage golden body, then at the 9th stage golden body, wouldn't he become virtually indestructible? Ding. Detected 2 layers of aura near the host. Ding. Detected 1 layer of aura near the host. The aura naturally came from these 2 chi condensation stage disciples. Boone frowned at the 2 quivering disciples in front of him. From what he heard, it seemed that some disciples in his sect were secretly selling his mystical level cultivation technique, the Wilbur Piao record. This made Boone incredibly angry. He generously allowed these newly admitted disciples the chance to learn mystical level techniques, yet some people were still dissatisfied, secretly selling the cultivation method without his permission. This was a huge disrespect. In any ordinary sect, such actions would be considered traitorous, punishable by severe penalties. However, why hadn't he thought about profiting from selling cultivation methods before? Boone pinched his chin and muttered to himself, How foolish of him. Almost missing out on millions. Evaluating the two startled disciples in front of him, the two Tsinghua sect disciples were thoroughly intimidated by Boone's second-stage foundation establishment cultivation, too afraid to move. Their expressions resembled those of aggrieved kittens. The system notification quickly followed. This person will soon obtain fragments of a mystical level cultivation technique. Another person will soon obtain fragments of the fragments of a mystical level cultivation technique. Fragments? And they count as 1-star and 2-star aura? Is my Wilbur Piao record really that poor? Unconvinced, Boone snatched the jade disc from Carl's hand and started flipping through it. Carl watched painfully as Boone casually flipped through what they had spent hundreds of brothers' savings on, but dared not utter a word. Upon inspection, Boone instantly understood why the system rated this cultivation method only worthy of 1 or 2 stars. Where did these disciples sell the Wilbur Piao record? The movement patterns and concepts in here were entirely different from his own method. The meridian pathways were etched crookedly, and calling it a fragment was being generous. When using mental power to inscribe the jade disc, if the practitioner's mental strength is weak, it could lead to incomplete and disordered information. Moreover, jade discs could only transmit information to one person, and once used, the information would disappear and could not be read again. This characteristic was specially designed by alchemy masters for confidentiality and teaching purposes. Therefore, when this disciple who barely understood the technique inscribed it using his weak mental strength, it became even more unrecognizable. It was like the children's game of telephone, where the final message bears no resemblance to the original. No wonder the sales of this cultivation technique were rampant, and his spiritual awareness had not increased at all. They were practicing pirated versions. How could it possibly increase his spiritual awareness? Feeling irked, Boone realized it was time for some reorganization. Is this senior from the Wilbur sect enforcement team? Carl asked carefully, trembling slightly. How much did you pay for this cultivation method? Boone restrained his anger. We paid 10,000 spirit stones. Quite wealthy. No, it was collected among dozens of brothers. Boone interrupted Carl directly. Your cultivation method is fake. Don't practice it. I'll give you a real one. This? Carl exchanged glances with his fellow disciple. To them, Boone clearly wanted to seize what they had bought with hard-earned money. But they didn't dare protest, only wearing extremely awkward expressions. So, how much would Dominic charge for your technique? Carl bravely asked Boone. Inwardly, Carl was muttering. This black-faced man definitely has a black heart, probably selling fake goods. Sigh. The cultivation world is brutal, survival of the fittest. Boone instantly saw through their suspicions, hidden behind their strange expressions. He blinked his eyes. Meeting the two of you is fate. My technique is absolutely genuine. The two of you can cultivate it right now, in front of me. If it's genuine, you pay later. If not, I won't take a penny. Boone then put on a serious face. A gentleman loves wealth, but he takes it in the proper way. I would never deceive you with fake goods. You can ask around. I, gray with the black face, always sell genuine products. They call me face black but heart red. Refund if it's not genuine. The two took the jade disc hesitantly, with suspicious and bitter faces. Boone gave them an encouraging look. Carl swallowed nervously, finding his mouth completely dry. Finally, after comforting themselves, the two closed their eyes and began receiving the cultivation information from the jade disc. The Wilbur Piao record. In mere moments, spiritual energy spirals appeared above both of their heads, and Boone felt refreshed. He sensed his spiritual awareness increasing minutely. Deep in the forest, 3 men, one completely black-skinned, closed their eyes simultaneously, savoring a sense of satisfaction. An eerie scene. Chapter 98. Who dares to make things difficult for Haley? Chapter 98. Who dares to harass Haley? May I ask how much the cultivation technique costs? After practicing, Carl had a satisfied look on his face. Only after personal practice could one understand the intricacies of this profound rank cultivation technique. What Gus sold previously was just rubbish. After comparing the jade discs bought from Gus, it was obvious that what Boone provided was the genuine article. You name your price. Boone didn't care much for the spirit stones. His goal was to promote the technique widely. He realized that the more people cultivated, the more spiritual points he would gain. So why not promote it? Letting disciples make profits as middlemen was less effective than handling it himself. So, 10,000 spirit stones, is that acceptable? Carl formulated his words carefully, feeling somewhat embarrassed when saying it. Considering they spent 10,000 spirit stones on fakes before, giving Boone any less would be inappropriate. However, as Chi refinement disciples, they weren't very affluent. How many spirit stones do you earn in a month? Only 50 spirit stones. But we can gather funds from other brothers and share the technique after purchasing, Carl answered earnestly. Boone frowned. While he wasn't concerned about the price, if the technique were spread incorrectly, it would backfire. Boone thought for a moment. It was better handled by himself reliably. I'll sell you each copy for 1 spirit stone. My only condition is that you cannot spread it further. If you want to resell, increase the price, but not above 10 spirit stones. Boone looked at Carl seriously. I have a wish. I hope everyone in Plum World can cultivate the profound rank technique. Whether they are in the chi refinement stage or body tempering stage, everyone should be able to cultivate. These words deeply moved Carl and his junior brother. Such a saint existed in this world. At that moment, Carl and his brother saw light in their eyes. This dark-skinned senior was indeed kind-hearted. Then Boone waved his hand and gave them 10,000 jade discs. It took him no time to craft them mentally. This act left the two brothers even more dedicated to helping Boone promote the great profound ethereal record throughout Plum World. Leaving the brothers, Boone turned around and found someone yelling at the entrance of the mountain gate. Make your sect leader come out. Hiding like a turtle? Turtle sect leader. Ha ha ha. That's Turtle Clan. The disciples cursed coarsely, but Boone paid no attention. Grievances must have their source. If anyone sought him, it should be the instigator. Hiding nearby, Boone finally understood. This was reinforcement sent by Blue Flower Sect's patriarch after coming out of seclusion to seek justice for his deceased son. Suddenly, the great profound sect gates opened wide. A group rushed out, led by Jace Hermes, one of the 6 C's of the Jace family. Boone remembered him as the most aggressive among the brothers. Following him was Arlo, leading over 100 disciples. Boone silently blended in among the disciples, undetected thanks to his profound concealment technique. I am Cohen Jace Hermes of the Great Profound Sect. What does your Blue Flower Sect want? Speak clearly. Jace Hermes. Arlo. Violet's voice echoed from the mountain gate. In days absent from Boone, she appeared much more haggard and weary. Why did you disobey orders and leave the sect without permission? Violet demanded. Jace Hermes stiffened his neck. I'm a man, Deputy Sect Leader Graceland can endure, but I can't. Arlo nodded. Me too. Then the 3 chief leaders of the 3 Flower Sect emerged, watching the scene with amusement. Deputy Sect Leader Graceland, join us in the 3 Flower Sect. With 3 sects merged and 3 great elders, we're all top-notch powerhouses, one 3 Flower disciple taunted. Yes, serving the 3 elders will be far superior. A chorus of laughter. The 3 Flower Sect saw the open defiance of the Great Profound Sect subordinates as Violet's failure to command respect. The newly established Great Profound Sect already faced unstable loyalty. Seeing this, many disciples secretly shook their heads, doubting the deputy leader's capability. Not to criticize, but if you're scared, stay inside. We'll face whatever happens bravely, and our sect leader will commend us, Jace Hermes said, openly insulting Violet and referring to her by name. And hide in the sect, Arlo added. Boone, watching this, felt infuriated. How dare they disrespect his Haley publicly? Tears welled up in Violet's eyes. Unsure of these sects' hidden agendas, she dared not act without certainty, especially against powerful cultivators like Murray, a late-stage integration realm cultivator. Moreover, internal elders were also unruly. Focused on cultivation and alchemy, Violet struggled with interpersonal matters, adding to her distress. Who dares to trouble my Haley? An enraged shout rang out. Swish! Energy surged through the air and struck Jace Hermes' chest, causing it to cave inward. He fell to the ground, barely alive. Bang! With another loud noise, Arlo flew backward, spitting blood profusely. The 3 Flower Sect members stared in bewilderment. They hadn't acted. Who was behind this? Boone emerged, his face dark. Initially, none recognized him. Who is this? Don't know. Looks so dark, never seen before. But Violet instantly recognized him. This man was her every night's yearning. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Chapter 99. Wrath for Beauty, Carnage Ensues. And knew she had been a step slower than Ashley, so she merely wanted to silently stay by Boone's side, not expecting him to notice her. But now, Boone actually addressed her as, she felt extremely happy. Her efforts had not been in vain. Boone noticed her and seemed to care deeply for her. What made Boone angry was that and was the first to follow him, standing unwaveringly by his side and giving him support and encouragement when no one else believed he could rebuild the sect. Such a woman, Boone was determined never to let her suffer any grievances. Instantly, Boone's entire aura burst forth, an oppressive power spreading out, far beyond what a typical golden core cultivator could unleash. At this moment, Boone raged for love. At this moment, Boone unleashed his full might for just one person. At this moment, Boone's killing intent was bone-chilling, for he was heartbroken over the woman who had always stayed by his side, grieving that she had been wronged. Who are you? You look like burnt charcoal. Sure. Don't you see this is sect leader? He's so angry his face is turning black. Usher's face tightened, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Sect leader? Arlo shuddered in fear upon hearing and seeing this, kneeling on the ground. As a member of Wilbur Sect, you refused orders in a time of crisis, openly defying the deputy sect leader's commands. I sentence you to 10 years of solitary confinement in the rear mountain, and said solemnly after wiping away her tears. She feared that if Boone punished these people too harshly for her sake, they would be resented within the sect, so she wanted to take all the blame herself. But Boone had no intention of letting them off easily. No, Jace Hermes must die today. But, before and could say more, Boone raised a hand to silence her. There are no buts. They can disrespect me and insult me, but I cannot let you suffer. Boone looked at, and with deep affection. The tears she had wiped away filled her eyes once more. Boone thought simply. He wouldn't stay in this small world forever, but he did not want to abandon the sect's management. In critical times, severe punishment was necessary to instill fear. Die. Boone turned around, gathering the power of Ba Ji Bong to its peak, then leaped forward and struck the barely alive Jace Hermes on the ground. The terrifying power of Ba Ji Bong exploded instantly, Jace Hermes' body disintegrating into pieces. His golden core flew out, immediately crushed by Boone's hand. Silence. Absolute silence descended upon the crowd. Everyone knew the Wilbur sect leader was formidable, but only now did they truly understand how powerful Boone really was. Swallowing hard, the patriarch of Xianxia sect involuntarily gulped under the intense atmosphere. The rest of Wilbur sect lowered their heads, silent and still. Even the other brothers of the Jace family dared not utter a word. Originally, they were not blood-related brothers, but were granted the surname Jace for protecting the Norris and Xianxia sect. Their lives had been saved by Boone, so they dared not object when he demanded their lives back. Boone turned to the 3 sects blocking the entrance. You dare block the gate of my Wilbur sect? Everyone was intimidated by Boone's presence, not daring to respond, not even with polite words. Even the Qinghua sect ancestor, who had reached the union stage, remained silent. Who gave you the courage? Who gave you the audacity? Boone roared angrily. Now it was Murray's turn to speak. He came to seek justice for his son. Though Boone's ruthless killing unsettled him, Murray steeled himself. He was at the union stage. This Boone was merely a relatively strong golden core. There was nothing to fear. My son died tragically. Will Wilbur sect not give me an explanation? Oddly, His originally fierce tone softened. His words caused a ripple among the three sect's followers. Did this sound like a Union stage cultivator? They didn't know, but as a Union stage cultivator, Murray had a certain level of discernment. He knew that Boone's move to kill Jace Hermes wasn't simple. Others only knew Boone was powerful, but didn't realize just how powerful. Like a student who regularly scored 20 points looking at someone who always scored 100. Murray was probably the one scoring 99 points. Yet when tested alongside Boone, he could only manage 10 points while Boone still aced it. Only at that level could he glimpse the gap between them. Murray realized he couldn't see the limits of Boone's power, but he knew his own very clearly. Without using spirit energy, Boone used pure chi and blood force to propel himself high into the air. You can ask for justice if you have the strength to demand it. Boone's voice was stern, revealing his extreme anger. After a moment's thought, Murray said, 3 battles, best 2 out of 3. Whoever wins will be the leading sect of Donghua sect, and the others will respect them. Knowing he might not be Boone's match, Murray proposed a best 2 out of 3 contest, gambling that even if he lost, the remaining 2 matches could still be won. Let's start, Boone said calmly. Hold on. I haven't detailed the rules for the 3 battles. Don't rush. Seeing Boone's impatience, Murray began to panic. Just say it. I'm busy, Boone replied, clearly impatient. Noticing Boone's arrogance, Murray felt slightly relieved. He doubted all of Boone's disciples were strong. First battle, disciple combat, both sides send a disciple. Second battle, elder combat, elders participate. Third battle, patriarch combat, sect leaders participate. Murray thought his talented disciple was already at the first level of Golden Core. According to Insider Iana, Wilbur sect's newly formed Golden Cores were all elders, making this first battle almost guaranteed for him. He didn't believe a hastily formed sect could have disciples capable of transcending levels. As for elders, Wilbur sect had only one Yuan Ing stage elder, and, rumored to excel in alchemy, not combat. Murray figured even if he lost, he had a chance in the other 2 matches, increasing his overall odds significantly. Chapter 100. What kind of sect leader leads to what kind of disciples? Boone couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The old man must have thought that since their sect was just established, the disciples wouldn't be much. Hence, he wanted to divide it into 3 matches to decide the winner. However, in his meticulous calculations, he overlooked a critical point. Every disciple in Boone's sect had cultivated the Wilbur ethereal scripture. One couldn't underestimate a mystic-level cultivation technique. There were quite a few Golden Core cultivators within his sect now, and Boone wasn't worried about them at all. Xiavian, you will fight on behalf of our disciples. Murray directly called out one of his favored disciples. As soon as Xiavian appeared, everyone could see that he was a Golden Core cultivator. Everyone from the 3 Flowers sect couldn't help but curl their lips upward. They would surely win this round. It wasn't arrogance or pessimism toward the Wilbur sect. Rather, they knew the disciples of Wilbur sect were only at the Foundation Establishment stage or below. How could Foundation Establishment compete with Golden Core? Having a Golden Core versus not having one made a huge difference. A Golden Core cultivator could gather spirit energy 100 times faster and more efficiently than those without a Golden Core. Additionally, with a Golden Core, one could adjust the output multiple-fold. Originally, someone might deliver 1 punch per second, but a Golden Core cultivator could deliver several punches per second. This is a no-brainer. We're definitely going to win. People from the 3 Flowers sect felt an unwavering confidence, entering full mockery mode. That's right. No matter how capable this Wilbur sect leader is, if his disciples can't perform, what's the point? Frankly speaking, once this Golden Core Xiavian comes out, the Wilbur sect should just surrender. They won't surrender? They'll probably just retreat into their shells, ha ha ha. Everyone from the 3 Flowers sect acted relaxed. They were certain they would win, and there was no suspense. It didn't hurt to celebrate early, so the elders didn't stop their disciples from mocking the Wilbur sect. Though this trial was time-consuming, Boone didn't mind. First, he wanted these people to thoroughly submit. This way, he wouldn't need to worry about being blocked at the door someday. Second, he planned to leave the Plum world after advancing to the nascent soul stage. He wanted his Wilbur sect to establish its reputation before he left, making the Plum world his secret realm. Boone turned back and looked at his own disciples, spotting something special upon glancing. Chime. A 3-star fortune aura appears around the host. The system's guiding light flashed, and Boone's gaze moved towards it. This person will experience enlightenment during the competition and break through to the Golden Core stage. Boone chuckled inwardly. Was this kid's good fortune given by him? He pointed at the disciple and asked Anne, Polly, do you know this disciple? Why does he seem so familiar to me? Following Boone's finger, and saw a pale-faced youth, slender and petite, wearing a simple white robe. Despite being disguised, she recognized Myrtle in male attire instantly, and assumed Boone did this on purpose, giving her a slight glare. Though feeling a bit jealous inside, she replied in a sweet voice, isn't that the sect leader's good friend, Orson Zifei? Emphasizing each word, Boone realized she was slightly jealous. However, he genuinely hadn't recognized her earlier, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. To avoid drawing attention, he quickly squeezed Anne's palm with his right hand. Polly, I truly didn't recognize her. Don't overthink it. Nothing happened between Myrtle and me. Being squeezed by Boone, Anne's cheeks flushed like ripe peaches, pink and rosy. She gave Boone a glance filled with charm. Nothing, I didn't say anything. Afterward, she got up and walked away. But Boone noticed her cover her cheeks with both hands when she reached a less crowded spot, obviously feeling flushed. Boone smiled affectionately and then shouted harshly to Myrtle, Myrtle, come forward. Myrtle, who was blending in among the disciples and watching the show, was suddenly called out. Initially, she was extremely unhappy, but oddly enough, felt some joy that Boone chose her at this moment. She hurriedly raised her hand, deliberately lowering her voice. I'm here. Despite lowering her voice, the feminine tone still sounded peculiar to others. Tisich sissy? One of the Wilbur sect disciples sneered disdainfully at Myrtle. At this moment, another serious-looking Wilbur sect disciple spoke sharply to the previous one. What's your cultivation level? Why are you calling him sissy? What's wrong? Are we getting under your skin? I didn't expect you to be a sissy too. Who do you think you are? That disciple retorted defensively, his tone growing sharper. Suddenly, another disciple stood up, similarly sharp-toned. Why does a sissy bother you? Why are you biased against others? You guys are all the same. Feeling a chill run down his spine, the disciple wondered why there were so many sissies everywhere. Benny, looking pained, shook his head at the disciple. What level martial skill are you cultivating? Unconsciously, the disciple answered, human rank. Benny continued with a painful expression. Do you know why our voices sound like this? Because the sect leader has personally instructed us. Do you think sect leader Yi is impressive? The disciple immediately showed loyalty. Absolutely powerful. He even taught us mystic rank techniques. I'm committed to following the sect leader for life. Nodding, Benny seemed impressed. Previously, the sect leader recommended a martial skill to us, named the xiuxian technique. Although it looks like a human rank technique on the surface, it actually possesses the power of a high-grade earth rank technique. Proudly raising his head, Benny said smugly, just imagine, one day if you're fighting for resources and use a human rank skill, while the other side uses the xiuxian technique, which is nearly earth rank equivalent, what would happen? Eyes wide open, the disciple asked anxiously, how can I learn the xiuxian technique? Benny and his colleagues with sharp voices chorused, we can teach you. But there's a price to practice this technique. You must castrate yourself first. The disciple froze, suddenly realizing, then vehemently shook his head. Benny continued his painful expression. Such a small thing can't compare to your immortal path, can it? If Boone knew about this situation, he would undoubtedly sigh in surprise, never expecting the xiuxian technique he promoted to become so popular. The xiuxian Brotherhood was expanding. The lineage of the xiuxian technique continued. Chapter 101. The new generation heir of the dog-cutting sword technique. Boone pulled Myrtle to one side and gave her several hundred grade 5-1 spirit recovery pills, along with a single gold-breaking spirit pill. The gold-breaking spirit pill was looted from a flower-stealing bandit years ago. Many remained. As for the spirit recovery pills, they were casually refined by Boone himself, each bearing no less than 5-layer donghua. Note: for better fluency and consistency in terminology, I have standardized 1 to dan1, or layer don1, as it appears to be a specialized term related to the pill's quality or potency in this context. However, let's make it more fluent. Boone pulled Myrtle aside and gave her several hundred spirit recovery pills, each engraved with at least 5 layers of dan1 patterns, along with a single gold-breaking spirit pill. The gold-breaking spirit pill was looted from a flower-stealing bandit years ago, and many remained. The spirit recovery pills were casually refined by Boone himself, each bearing no fewer than 5-layer dan1 patterns. You go straight in when you're on the stage. Winning or losing doesn't matter, but make sure not to get hurt. If your condition isn't good, just pop some pills. We have plenty, so don't try to save them for me. Myrtle was at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment Realm, now only a step away from the Golden Core stage. One might even say that she was now at a half-step Golden Core realm, as Boone had already sensed a fake Golden Core within her. Though it hadn't fully formed yet, the difference was minimal. Myrtle nodded, leaped up a few times, and flew onto the platform. She looked at Xiavian indifferently and said, I see you have a bright future ahead of you. Why don't you just concede? Watching from below, Boone's eyes darted. Was Myrtle imitating him? Xiavian laughed out loud. Well, you little sissy, truly audacious. I am a Golden Core cultivator. I could crush you with just my pinky finger. The disciples watching from below all shook their heads. Where does this Foundation Establishment cultivator get the guts to say that? Yeah, can't you see Brother Duan's formidable Golden Core cultivation? Does he plan to give up right away and admit defeat? Ha ha ha, it's possible, very possible. After all, those from the grand profound sect love being turtles in their shells. At this moment, Denny suddenly shouted from the crowd. This junior brother is indeed one of us. Go, use the plum blossom fist on him. Beat him so hard he can't recognize his parents. Myrtle was somewhat bewildered. What was this man talking about? However, focusing on the present enemy was more important. Taking a deep breath, following Boone's advice, she directly took out a handful of spirit recovery pills and started crunching them. What the heck is he doing? It looks like eating pills? He hasn't even started fighting. Why eat pills? Is he too anxious? Unhearing the crowd's chatter, Myrtle felt a warm sensation throughout her body after consuming the pills and closed her eyes to meditate. At that moment, everyone in the crowd witnessed a circle of light halo around Myrtle's head. It was an enlightenment aura. What the? He actually entered enlightenment? This is ridiculous. Coming to the arena and achieving enlightenment on the spot. What kind of luck is this? Xiavian's facial muscles twitched irregularly. This kid was outright ignoring him and daring to enter enlightenment right there during the competition. No longer caring about decorum, Xiavian rushed toward the still enlightened Myrtle. At this moment, Myrtle suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils sparkled with a flow of light, like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Seeing Xiavian's palm, aimed to kill her, approaching, Myrtle stood motionless without dodging or countering, appearing dazed. That brat is dead for sure. That's iron sand palm of Xiavian, practiced night and day for 500 years, his fingers thick and strong. Duong. In the next second, a faint yellow energy shield appeared around Myrtle's body. Xiavian's palm hit the shield, producing a deafening sound, but he couldn't break through it. At this point, the Three Flowers sect disciples began cheering for Xiavian. Xiavian, Xiavian, the amazing iron palm. Xiavian, Xiavian, unbeatable palm. Ericti, hearing the high cheers from the opposite side, quickly organized chants for Myrtle. Xiavian, Xiavian, breaks into coughing with one hit. Zifei, Zifei, extraordinarily awesome. Hearing these mismatched chants, Boone couldn't help but shake his head. However, Myrtle's energy shield seemed rather special. Boone watched Myrtle thoughtfully. The system indicated she had the genuine dual cultivation technique of the integration sect. Could she be a descendant of the integration sect? At this moment, Boone missed the integration sect beauty compendium. Myrtle was also very beautiful. If she was a descendant of the integration sect, he might find some clues there. Denny? As Boone turned to look at him, he saw a thick beam of light pouring down. Ring. 5-star fortune appears around the host. 5-star fortune. This fortune pointed directly at Denny. Who was this guy? A child of fate? Or did castrating himself grant him some sort of lucky boost? Recalling that Denny had castrated himself for him, Boone didn't want to snatch his luck anymore. He went straight over and explained his intentions. If the sect Dominic wants it, take it. Denny's voice was sharp, but his sincerity in giving Boone the book was evident. Taking the book, Boone sincerely told Denny, I'll give you some compensation. I can't take your things for free. Denny still regarded Boone as a senior brother, even though their statuses were now worlds apart. In his heart, Boone was always that senior who helped clear his confusion. No, don't do that. Besides, I don't need it anyway, replied Denny. Post-castration, this book was useless to him. That's true. Here, let me teach you a martial technique. Upon hearing this, Denny's interest was piqued. The martial techniques Boone had were valuable assets. Sect Dominic, what technique is it? The dog-cutting sword technique. Years later, Boone taught Denny the dog-cutting sword technique. Surprisingly, this kid showed an extremely high aptitude for swordsmanship, eventually promoting the technique to prominence. Of course, that was another story. Meanwhile, Xiavian couldn't break Myrtle's energy shield, growing increasingly agitated. Suddenly, a colorful beam of light descended from the center of the sky. Golden Core achieved. 9 heavens, auspicious clouds, and 7 colored phoenixes came to celebrate. A celestial phenomenon. At this moment, the 3 flowers sect fell utterly silent. How arrogant they had been, and how pale their faces now. What kind of background did this person have? Next, Myrtle dissolved the energy shield and walked out. Xiavian was still obstinate. He wasn't admitting defeat. All Myrtle's flashy moves were pointless. Next, Myrtle weakly extended a hand. Puff. Xiavian flew backward instantly, dead on the spot. Fitting, considering his name. First round, victory to the Grand Profound Sect. Second round, Elder Battle. Before Murray could agonize over who to send to turn the tables, Boone unexpectedly announced, for the second round, the Grand Profound Sect will forfeit. Let's proceed directly to the third round. At this declaration, everyone except those from the Grand Profound Sect gasped in surprise. What? Hashtag Chapter 102. The unification of the Plum Blossom Realm, Grand Ancestor Boone. Boone turned around and looked tenderly at Anne. Silly girl, how could I let you take such risks? And blushed deeply. Tsinghua Patriarch Murray's face darkened. This Boone's move had suddenly piled immense pressure on him. Humph, this Boone is quite confident. Was he really that sure he could defeat him? Murray couldn't believe it. No matter what, Boone was just at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Could he possibly defeat a powerful Union stage cultivator like him? If Boone was looking for death, then so be it. Murray wouldn't have the heart to stop someone who wanted to die. The two stood on the platform. Boone surveyed the scene and then made a shocking announcement. I will only use one move. If you can withstand it, then count me, Boone, as defeated. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suspected he had gone mad, except for Myrtle and a few others. Boone's proposition was actually quite clever. His magnetic storm divine fire was incredibly powerful but had a fatal flaw. It feared evasion. So in battle, making such a statement, as a Union stage cultivator, Murray simply couldn't refuse him. Even if he knew Boone was setting a trap, Murray still had to step into it. This was an open plot. Though Murray subconsciously didn't want to agree to this seemingly advantageous condition, in front of so many people, his dignity as a Union stage cultivator couldn't be challenged. Seeing Murray agree, a dangerous smile curled at the corners of Boone's mouth. In the next moment, Boone's aura changed dramatically. Left hand with celestial flame, right hand with azure flame, then both hands clasped together, fiercely rubbing. A huge, wild energy began brewing between his palms. Murray's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat pouring down his face. What kind of martial technique was this? This was more than just a heavenly tier technique. No, it might be a profound tier technique. The sense of danger coming from Boone's hands made Murray shout immediately, I concede. But it was too late. How could Boone allow him to concede so easily? That old man had besieged his protective mountain array for 3 days and 3 nights. Die. A chaotic energy ball, flickering with intermittent flames, shot towards Murray at the speed of light. Murray tried to flee, and as a Union stage cultivator, his speed was not ordinary. But Boone had a follow-up move, Spirit Annihilation. A mental attack followed. Although Spirit Annihilation only caused Murray to hesitate for a brief second, it was enough for Boone. In that second, the energy ball reached Murray's side. Explode. Boone whispered lowly, the tone like a demon whispering. Boom. An instant later, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. Murray had already done his best to evade, nearly reaching the edge of the explosion when he thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, he underestimated the power of the magnetic storm divine fire. His body was completely enveloped in flames, burning and carbonizing instantly, resulting in immediate death. Boone had merely been grazed by the fire earlier and turned black. Murray was too naive. Everyone was shocked. The entire audience was stunned. A Golden Core cultivator? What the hell? Tsinghua sect, Huanghua sect, and Honghua sect. All were terrified. Boone's eyes swept across the crowd, the gaze of a new king inspecting his dominion. Wilbur sect. Wilbur sect. The shouts grew louder and louder. From this moment on, the Wilbur sect became the undisputed first sect of the Plum Blossom Realm. Facing the crowd directly, Boone asked, now that the Wilbur sect has become the top sect of the Plum Blossom Realm, does anyone have any objections? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. No one dared to raise objections at this time, unless they were sure they could survive Boone's strange techniques. Seeing this scene, Boone nodded in satisfaction. Now that the Wilbur sect is the leading sect of the Plum Blossom realm, as its patriarch, I must also show my appreciation. Everyone here will receive a profound tear cultivation technique. What? I didn't hear wrong, did I? An elder from the Three Flower sect couldn't help but slap his own face. To him, it was impossible for someone to give away their secret art, especially a profound tear technique that was hard to come by. Boone knew that if he didn't provide a reasonable explanation now, everyone would doubt if there was something wrong with the technique. Therefore, Boone's expression turned solemn. I am determined to make it possible for every person under heaven to learn a profound tear technique. I am determined to ensure everyone gets equal treatment. Heaven shows no mercy. It treats all creatures like straw dogs. We, as cultivators, must set hearts for the heavens, secure life for the masses, continue the lost teachings of our predecessors, and establish peace for generations to come. In the future, unifying cultivation techniques in the Plum Blossom realm would be just the first step. Next, unify measurements, writing, and even the specifications for refining weapons and elixirs. In Boone's mind, this would turn the Plum Blossom realm into his little world. All the people in the Plum Blossom realm would contribute to his cultivation and submit to him, following his orders. Long live, great virtue of the patriarch. Thus, the great unification of the Plum Blossom realm was achieved. With his strength and the prestige of distributing profound tear techniques, Boone became the ruler of the Plum Blossom realm. And this marked the beginning of his first title, historically known as Grand Ancestor of Wilbur. As more people cultivated the profound transcendent scroll, the spiritual consciousness within Boone's body gradually increased to 9 strands and then stopped growing. Feeling that he had reached his limit, Boone also speculated whether his spiritual consciousness might continue to increase if he broke through to the nascent soul stage. Originally eager to break through to the nascent soul stage, Boone now felt even more urgent about it. Boone began preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage. The medicinal materials were long prepared, and the condensing infant pill had already been prepared by Anne. All was ready but for the final touch. After instructing Anne and Myrtle, among others, Boone closed himself off for seclusion. This seclusion lasted 49 days. Outside his immortal abode, and had almost become emaciated waiting for him. Although she knew Boone would be fine, she still worried about him. She also had a small wish. She hoped that when Boone emerged from seclusion, the first person he saw would be her, and on this day, the 49th day of Boone's seclusion, as the sun was about to set, and sighed softly, knowing that he probably wouldn't come out today either. Despite this, she didn't leave, fearing that if Boone came out late at night, he wouldn't see her. Suddenly, a beam of rosy light appeared above Boone's immortal abode, illuminating the almost darkening sky, instantly turning it as bright as daylight, and looked up in pleasant surprise and saw a colorful Dan cloud rising above Boone's immortal abode. This Dan cloud wasn't the first she'd seen, but she had never seen, or even heard of, one so splendid and vast before. ##### Chapter 103, Ayana's Scheme. The disciples of Wilbur's sect, whether nearby or far away, stopped their work and stared dumbfoundedly at the direction of Boone's immortal residence. They watched as the colorful Dan clouds grew larger and larger until they enveloped the entire mountain peak, then suddenly exploded. Amidst the dazzling light, everyone could vaguely see 2 dragons playing with a pearl, phoenixes circling and chirping, a white tiger roaring, and a black tortoise. Celestial phenomena from all 9 regions. Boone was unaware of the shock this caused outside. He urgently needed to break through to the nascent soul stage. From this batch of pills, he had obtained 36 consolidating essence pills, and he now had the breaking infant pill. Boone took them immediately, planning to deal with everything else once he broke through to the nascent soul stage. Boone closed his eyes again, channeling the great mystery illusion art. The medicinal power surged within him. Boone could clearly feel his 2 golden cores gradually dissolving as the breaking infant pill took effect. This was a long process. Before forming a nascent soul, cultivators had to use the breaking infant pill to dissolve their golden cores, releasing the spiritual energy stored within to flow throughout the body. After circulating a grand cycle, the energy would gather back at the original golden core position, coalescing into a nascent soul through refinement. This nascent soul was essentially a miniature version of the cultivator. After the nascent soul stage, in a life or death battle, one must destroy the opponent's nascent soul. Otherwise, it could escape and possess another body. Break. After more than 10 days, with a roar, Boone finally condensed his nascent soul in his dantian. However, something unexpected occurred. He had formed dual nascent souls. What should have been a fortunate event turned problematic. His 2 golden cores produced 2 nascent souls, and these little beings started fighting each other. Boone's face alternated between red and pale as the 2 nascent souls fought like unyielding cats, causing his internal blood and spiritual energy to rage violently. If this continued, his body might tear apart within half a day due to the relentless struggle. Feeling intense pain, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Luckily, he had reached the 2nd stage warrior in body strengthening, or he wouldn't have held on. Desperately seeking a solution, he eventually managed to separate the 2 nascent souls forcefully. Through the flawless sutra, Boone found a way to handle it. He couldn't use both nascent souls simultaneously, or they would fight. So, he sealed one temporarily and kept the other active, ready to switch them during upgrades. Finally emerging from seclusion, Boone was celebrated by all. As the new sovereign of Plum World, Wilbur's sect prepared for a 3-day feast, which now began perfectly. Even Wilbur's sect's disciples dared to toast Boone excessively. With his spiritual awareness growing after reaching the nascent soul stage, Boone indulged them happily. Despite being immune to intoxication, he couldn't resist after 3 days of continuous drinking. One night, Boone, somewhat tipsy, wobbled his way back to his immortal residence, mistakenly pushing open Anne's door, and let out a surprised gasp. Her residence wasn't far from Boone's, and only they lived in that area, so she hadn't activated protective arrays. Dazed, Boone asked bluntly, "Did I enter the wrong room?" Seeing his state, and understood instantly, She should have escorted him out, but as soon as her hands touched him, he pulled her into an embrace, murmuring softly, "Polly?" Anne's heart trembled, torn internally. Boone lowered his head and kissed her neck, causing her whole body to shudder. Unable to resist, she wrapped her arms around his waist and whispered in his ear, "No, you came to the right place." In the next moment, Anne activated the array, isolating the garden within her immortal residence. Elsewhere, Ayana trudged through the wilderness, disheveled and destitute. Grandmaster Xianxia had been destroyed, everyone under Boone's command, yet she escaped. She knew Boone wouldn't accept her anymore, nor did she wish to remain. Moreover, she hated him deeply, hated Boone. Everyone praised Boone now, making the world unsuitable for her. She vowed one day to tear him limb from limb to satiate her hatred. As Zhou Mubai's only daughter, she was familiar with the barriers here and quickly left Plum World. After determining her direction, she headed straight for the Lamar sect. Upon reaching Lamar sect territory, Ayana was spotted by Galen. Beside destitution, nothing described her condition accurately, not even calling her a beggar seemed inappropriate. Here, Galen handed her several high-grade spirit stones. "I won't turn you over to the sect. Leave now before we capture any remnant of Clear Origin sect." Galen knew Ayana from their elite backgrounds and felt some pity seeing her in such despair. "Do you want to know where Boone is?" Ayana didn't take the stones but instead smiled, engaging Galen in conversation. At the mention of Boone, hatred blazed in Galen's eyes. "Tell me, where is he?" He grabbed her chin forcefully, pulling her back. Enduring her flushed face, Ayana leaned close, pressing her lips against Galen. Feeling the cold touch, Galen froze, loosening his grip. Ayana seized the opportunity, moving closer, initiating a long kiss. Most actions were hers while Galen stood dumbfounded, mouth slightly agape. Finally breaking the kiss, Galen snapped out of it and pushed her away. But in that moment, Ayana adjusted her stance, using her ample bosom to catch Galen's hands precisely. Chapter 104, The Demonic Realm. Bill's hands seemed to be electrocuted, wanting to pull back immediately. But the burning desire was not that easy to extinguish. Somehow, they ended up pressing against each other, and Bill's hand inadvertently touched where it should not. The two tumbled together under the sky and on the earth. After a tumultuous night of fiery passion, Ayana lay her head on Bill's chest, tracing circles on his skin with her finger as she exhaled gently. Bill, seeing the scene before him, didn't know what to say. Since they had already become intimate, he couldn't forcefully demand that Ayana reveal Boone's whereabouts. "Brother, don't worry. You aren't a match for Boone right now, but I know how we can defeat him and trample him underfoot." Ayana's face twisted in hatred, her half-lidded eyes revealing a malicious intent. Wilbur sect's development had entered a steady path, and Boone was preparing to return to Yunzhou. The resources in the small world were scarce, and he still needed to find Ashley in Central State. Enhancing his strength was urgently needed. People often said that Xiuxian continent was lacking in spiritual energy, but since Boone had never left Yunzhou, he didn't feel it much. Nonetheless, it was certainly better than this small world. "Polly, you will help me manage Wilbur sect in Plum Blossom Realm. I need to return to Yunzhou." Boone had no idea what happened that day. He somehow ended up in Anne's room, and even worse, they ended up sleeping together. He felt somewhat awkward facing her now, and saw Boone's reaction and felt a moment of melancholy, but finally nodded with a smile. "Lord Sect Leader, take care when you travel. Polly will guard Wilbur's sect for you until you return." Listening to Anne's caring words, Boone felt a wave of guilt. What a good person. Yet, here he was. After bidding farewell to Anne, Boone set off from Plum Blossom Realm with Myrtle and Denny. Myrtle was a given. As for Denny, Boone still cherished him deeply. Such a lucky star must have his fortunes illuminated frequently, and being by Boone's side would maximize his value. Upon exiting the small world, the three deeply breathed in the air of Xiuxian continent again. Boone gazed at the direction of the former site of Clear Spring Sect, which was now occupied by the Flowing Vagueness Sect. "Lord Sect Leader, should we visit Clear Spring Mountain?" Denny, observing Boone's expression, guessed he must be missing Clear Spring Sect. "So be it. Let's go, Bruno, Zifei. I'll use the great concealment technique to take you there." Clear Spring Mountain. What remained of Clear Spring Sect was nothing. The former paradise now appeared desolate and cold. The trio was shocked by the sight. In their hearts, Clear Spring Sect, regardless of its state, shouldn't have declined so drastically. Myrtle muttered to herself, "Is this really the previous Clear Spring Sect? Quick, the registration is about to begin." Suddenly, a few young cultivators' voices came from nearby. Boone looked ahead and spotted several disciples wearing Flowing Vagueness Sect attire. "Brothers, ask you something, what are you signing up for?" Boone pretended to know nothing, only displaying his cultivation at the Golden Core stage. With his current darkened appearance, no one recognized him, and those few weren't cautious either. One enthusiastic young disciple explained to the three, "The demonic realm is opening. It's rumored to contain many treasures, and all cultivators below the fusion stage can register to train inside." Boone pondered if this demonic realm was the one sealed by the sect leader initially. These geniuses, who opened the seal, from where they stood, they could already see the queue for registration. Denny craned his neck to observe the grandeur ahead. "Wanna go?" "No, I miss home." Denny's tone carried some sorrow. Boone decided to explore and find out the truth behind the destruction of the sect. "Let's go." With that, Boone rudely squeezed to the front. Sign up, sign up." A Flowing Vagueness Sect disciple, responsible for recording data, didn't even lift an eyelid. "Which sect are you from?" Boone stood tall and answered confidently, "Wilbur sect." The disciple furrowed his brow. "All right, pay 5,000 spirit stones each." Boone handed over 15,000 spirit stones and received 3 jade discs granting access to the demonic realm. "Lord Sect Leader, no one recognizes you?" Denny glanced around nervously and whispered. Myrtle laughed. In his current blackened state, only true admirers would recognize him. Boone's face turned darker. Of course, with this blackened skin, he wasn't recognizable at all. What worries me is whether this demonic realm has any issues. Flowing Vagueness Sect's Assembly Hall. Cohen, isn't opening the demonic realm at this time too dangerous? Hearing this, the leader, an elder cloaked in black mist with unsettling red-brown eyes, opened his eyes, flashing a chilling light. His voice was icy cold. All of you benefited from the demonic realm. Now it's time to contribute to it, yet you wish to retreat? Everyone remained silent, the assembly hall eerily quiet, seemingly engulfed in darkness from afar. That black ball, you're blocking my way. An arrogant soul sect disciple snapped. Boone still had the great concealment technique active, showing only second stage golden core. He stood slightly to the side, clearly being provoked by this late-stage nascent soul cultivator on purpose. Beside Boone stood a seductive woman. What did you say? Boone's voice turned cold. The soul sect disciple sneered. I said, die. Clearly trying to impress the woman, the disciple attacked without warning. Boone dodged the attack, looking disheveled. However, with so many people around, he didn't want to attract too much attention just yet. He wanted to quietly slip in and investigate the demonic realm. If possible, he'd take revenge for Clear Spring Sect. Seeing Boone's disheveled state, the nascent soul cultivator laughed heartily. Weren't you quite cocky just now? Why don't you show off a bit more to your grandpa? Boone surveyed the area. No one was paying them attention yet. Those who noticed the soul sect disciples' attire quickly turned away. As one of the three great sects, no one dared offend the soul sect. Boone deliberately provoked him. Dare to duel to the death with me? Whoever backs down is a dog. The soul sect disciple laughed out loud. Great. You've got guts. Today, Grandpa will teach you. Remember to hide far away when you meet me next time. Hashtag chapter 105. Meeting Tad again. Just as the disciple of soul sect was about to make another move, Boone quickly stopped him. What? You're surrendering? Too late. Boone casually interrupted, pointing to a secluded area behind the disciple. No, not surrendering. There are too many people here. Do you have the guts to go there with me? The soul sect disciple sneered. Even if you're stalling for time, you can't escape death. Boone didn't bother arguing, and simply struck him unexpectedly before sprinting towards the secluded area. The disciple, infuriated, chased after Boone, and the alluring woman followed suit immediately. Myrtle and Denny exchanged knowing glances and made no move. Some onlookers noticed the commotion but merely glanced over before losing interest. Their trials were more important. Arriving at the deserted area, Boone stood still, waiting for the soul sect disciple. Having already hit him with a palm strike, he knew the disciple's temper would ensure his arrival. Sure enough, within moments, the two followed him. Boy, you've truly offended me now. I'll grind your bones to dust. The soul sect disciple unleashed his most powerful attack. Boone casually extended one hand, deflecting the assault effortlessly. Originally, during the golden core stage, Boone could battle those at the nascent soul stage. Now, having reached nascent soul himself, despite one of his souls being dormant, the difference between nascent soul and golden core was enormous. Unsurprisingly, it was the soul sect disciple who was sent flying back. Seeing this, the alluring woman drew her bone whip and lashed out at Boone. Boone immediately channeled the destroying immortal scripture, thrusting fiercely towards the woman. As the bone whip was inches away from Boone, the soul sect disciple, mouth bleeding, watched cruelly. But in the next moment, his smile froze. Just as the bone whip was half a meter from Boone, the woman suddenly collapsed. After reaching the nascent soul stage, Boone's spiritual power had undergone a qualitative change. Though only half could be used due to the nascent soul state, the destroying immortal scripture as offensive techniques had advanced. His godslaying ability had reached level 1, which was vastly different from before. He was emitting an invisible wave directly attacking the opponent's nascent soul, a deadly strike. However, it was partly because she was also at the first level of nascent soul. If she were higher ranked, it wouldn't have been so easy. With a bloodthirsty smile, Boone walked towards the soul sect disciple step by step, causing terror in the disciple's heart as he moved backward in fear. He couldn't comprehend how a golden core practitioner could possess such terrifying power. Today, he had clearly bitten off more than he could chew. Don't kill me. I have many treasures that can. Before he finished, Boone ended his life with a single blow. Leaving him alive would only invite trouble. Moreover, with the treasures, killing him meant they would naturally belong to Boone. Having stripped them of their possessions, Boone set divine fire to cleanse the area, then returned to Myrtle and Denny. These two were chatting merrily at the spot, showing no concern for Boone's well-being. After returning, the trio found a courtyard to rest in. Mist Wanderer Sect's secret realm activity was peculiar. Enrollment meant direct entry into the demon world without waiting for everyone to gather together. Thus, Boone decided to observe before entering, ensuring he adjusted his various states to the best. Since reaching nascent soul, the levels of his godslaying technique became clearer, 9 levels in total, and Boone was continually developing it. Using level 1 godslaying earlier had consumed much of his spiritual power, leaving him comparatively lethargic and unable to use it again soon unless via spirit thought, which he felt was somewhat wasteful. That night, Boone secretly left their temporary lodgings and went back to the entrance of his previous immortal residence. Gazing at the desolate peak, Boone felt a mix of emotions. Thinking of Davidson's past assistance, he stood there for a while before sighing deeply and turning back. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of their temporary residence. Myrtle opened it and was surprised to find Tad, whom she had met once when visiting the alchemy sect. Today, Tad appeared gentle and graceful, wearing a long dress rather than her usual fitted attire. She seemed softer and more feminine compared to her previous lively, spirited self. Sister Sue, what brings you here? Myrtle asked with a smile. Tad looked anxious, but smiled back before peering into the courtyard. Is Boone here? He's refining pills, preparing for the trial. His pills are running low. Noticing Tad's urgency, Myrtle invited her inside. Once inside, Tad lowered her voice. I'm here to warn you. The cultivators outside are discussing alliances. It said no one who entered the demon world has returned. Myrtle was shocked. What? Tad interrupted, explaining her intent. Would you like to join our team? Myrtle nodded excitedly. Yes, yes. Seeing her enthusiasm, Tad relaxed, smiling gently. I have another senior brother joining us. It'll be good to have some support. Sure, we'll join forces. At that moment, Boone emerged. Seeing Boone's darkened face, Tad chuckled. I thought I might have mistaken someone. Seeing Myrtle, I guessed it was you. Did you darken yourself from refining pills? Feeling a bit awkward but maintaining composure, Boone replied. It's mainly for disguise. Mist Wanderer sect is everywhere. After forming the alliance, Boone bid farewell to Tad and resumed seclusion for pill refinement. According to Tad's warning and the matter involving Davidson's death, Boone couldn't afford to take this lightly. After several days, having refined thousands of pills, Boone prepared to enter the demon world. Each day saw many entering the demon world, and coincidentally, today was when two major alliances were also entering. One was led by Soul Sect disciple Hiroshi, a cultivator at the 9th level of Nascent Soul, reputed to have killed a fusion stage cultivator. The other was from Tool Sect, led by Rodney, a prodigy with secret techniques, making his true cultivation level inscrutable to Boone. Rodney, as a master alchemist, carried countless hidden weapons. Boone was amazed to find nearly every member of these two teams bore signs of fortune. Chapter 106, Falling into a Pile of Luck. Combined, the two teams numbered in the hundreds, all carrying luck. The scene was exceptionally spectacular. In Boone's eyes, it was as if pillars of light shot up to the sky, reflecting everything that seemed to be his own green onions, a term he used for people ripe for exploitation. Cutting green onions was one of life's greatest pleasures. Chime. Host has encountered 4-star luck. Chime. Host has encountered 5-star luck. Chime. Host has encountered 1-star luck. Chime. The system felt like it was running at full capacity. Countless streams of luck floated before Boone, and the constant system notifications made him feel lightheaded. Looking at the green onions before him, Boone wondered for a moment if there was even a point in exploring the demonic realm. All he needed was to intercept this luck and investigate the secret behind the destruction of his sect while he was at it. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. Tad gave each of the three companions a teleportation charm, explaining that they could use it if danger arose. His senior brother, Andoni's, another prodigy disciple, addressed the trio with an almost patronizing tone. Since you are all friends of senior sister Tad, we will take you along. But you must listen. While Denny frowned at this treatment, Boone nodded indifferently. However, this simple gesture made Andoni's think that the dark-faced man would be easy to manipulate. The age range of the present company was vast. Some were already 150 years old, while others were only in their 20s. Typically, if cultivators hadn't reached the golden core stage by the age of 50 or 60, their chances of success were slim. Even breaking through to the golden core stage before turning 100 had its limitations. Golden core cultivators live for 300 years, while the nascent soul stage extends life to 1,000. Despite the lower ranks of the older cultivators, they couldn't be underestimated due to their extensive experience from numerous secret realms and advanced combat techniques honed over centuries. Boone observed everyone closely, with Tad standing beside him. Today, she wore a light yellow dress that revealed her ample chest, adorned with lace, a look that was both demure yet enticing. Andoni's couldn't help glancing at her repeatedly, but unnoticed by others, Tad's expression betrayed her disgust. Tad was beautiful but untouchable, thanks to both her cultivation level and status. Previously, someone who had dared stare at her openly now fed the dogs as a corpse. Not only Tad herself, but also her seniors were extremely protective. Soon, everyone began entering the demonic realm one by one. Due to the small entrance, they had to enter slowly. Upon entering, Boone found himself in a completely foreign world, feeling an eerie sense of detachment not experienced even in the plum blossom realm. Worse, he immediately noticed that his cultivation was being suppressed here, and the spiritual energy in this world was extraordinarily thin, to the point of non-existent. This was terrifying. Without spiritual energy, cultivators would have to rely on spirit stones to replenish their power, but no one carried infinite resources. So, staying too long would lead to a scarcity of spirit stones, making it impossible to stay in this secret realm for extended periods. For Boone, these worries were temporary since he had Jerome, his spirit tool entity, ensuring a steady supply of spirit stones. Additionally, he possessed thousands of newly refined soul recovery pills. However, he still needed to estimate the average duration other disciples could last, as he intended to seize their opportunities. He estimated that most cultivators could endure about a month without venturing deep into the demonic realm, relying on the meager spiritual energy spilling out from Xiuxian continent at the periphery. The 5-person team slowly moved forward in the demonic realm. We should familiarize ourselves with the environment first and not rush into deeper areas, Andoni's directed, taking on a parental role. Following his instructions, they entered a dense forest. Boone subtly raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Soon, several black-browed magic tigers leaped out from the woods, ambushing them. Since Tad and Andoni's were in the front, they were the first targets. Tad let out a startled cry, but Boone remained motionless, watching as she was pounced upon by a tiger. Meanwhile, Andoni's was also attacked by another tiger and couldn't assist her. Myrtle turned to Boone, seeing him unmoved, and inwardly rejoiced. It seemed Boone didn't favor senior sister Sue. Andoni shouted, "Black charcoal, what are you waiting for? Help us." Denny glanced at Boone, who didn't move, nor did Myrtle, causing Denny to hesitate as well. Seeing this from inside the attack, Andoni's was fuming. Here, using spiritual energy recklessly was not an option, so he dodged as much as possible, waiting for a chance to strike back. Although he possessed divine fire, using it drained too much energy in this realm void of spiritual essence. Boone had agreed to form a team with Tad not because she was beautiful. He wasn't that shallow, cough. Maybe 1% for her looks, but more importantly, Dan-sect prodigies often possess divine fire. Andoni's appeared even more talented than Franklin, likely possessing it as well. Boone waited for him to use it, so he could replicate the Wilbur illusory technique. Just as a tiger lunged at Tad, Boone finally moved. Myrtle sneered internally. So, he couldn't resist after all? Boone wiggled his finger, and then picked his nose. Denny. Myrtle. Tad, far from being a weak girl, adjusted quickly despite initial panic. Worthy of her title as Dan Sect Saintess, she summoned her treasured pill furnace, a purple vessel that danced around her, engaging the tigers fiercely. Fending off the tigers, Andoni saw Tad unharmed and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 107. Boone spends 100 million to buy a female cultivator. But Andoni still showed an unpleasant expression. These 3 wooden disciples were utterly useless. Afterward, he would definitely make them scout ahead. However, he did not realize that encountering ferocious tigers in the dense forest was due to his previous commands. Tad was indeed not suited for combat. She could control a pill furnace through her flying technique, but maneuvering the heavy and bulky alchemy furnace wasn't very flexible. The demon tiger seized an opportunity and lunged directly at Tad. But at that moment, Tad had just controlled her pill furnace to fly away, leaving her defenseless. Andoni's, being surrounded by 3 demon tigers, failed to notice Tad's peril. Boone acted. He bent his finger slightly and inserted it into another nostril again. Watching this, Myrtle felt like cursing out loud. This Boone was too calm. And why wasn't he helping? Did he have a hidden card? Just as Myrtle was startled and suspicious, she saw the menacing demon tiger inexplicably collapse on the ground just 1 centimeter away from Tad. This? Myrtle was shocked. Denny took it calmly, thinking their sect leader was omnipotent. Tad's heart had almost leaped into her throat. In fact, she had a trump card, the protective spirit talisman given by the alchemy sect's patriarch, which had been triggered when they fought bandits at Blackwind Village. It was an exquisite spirit artifact. Although Boone appeared calm, his mind had been focused on Tad all along. He was preparing to test his new mental martial skill, level 1 godslaying. He didn't fully understand the world's rules yet, but generally, Beast's mental strength was weak. Sure enough, under level 1 godslaying, the demon tiger died instantly. Meanwhile, Andoni's finally managed to defeat the 3 demon tigers and came over, panting heavily. He rushed to Tad's side, anxiously examining her. Seeing that she was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to Boone, he roared angrily. What the hell? Black guy, what the hell are you 3 good for? Note, the term xiuxian is a nickname that literally means black carbon, but it's used here as a derogatory term. I've opted for black guy to make it sound more natural in English while retaining the derogatory intent. Tad hurriedly defended Boone. Senior brother, you didn't see. Boone helped me kill that demon tiger. Andoni's thought Tad was protecting the black-faced man, fueling his jealousy even more. He didn't believe Boone could kill a demon tiger. It must have been his junior sister who killed it and then protected him. After all, Boone hadn't moved an inch. Boone found this person annoying. He had come to intercept good fortune, but forming a team with Tad was making it impossible for him to do so properly. After some thought, Boone decided it was too troublesome to continue with them. Since Tad had protection, he wasn't worried for now and decided to leave. Looks like your senior brother doesn't welcome us. Let's act separately. Goodbye. Tad tried to persuade him to stay, but to no avail. Watching Boone and the others leave, Tad sighed helplessly. Seeing this, Andoni's anger flared up even more, though he consoled her, saying such people weren't worth keeping. Sect leader, we should have left earlier. That loose senior brother is a complete idiot. Myrtle asked, what's next? How do we proceed? Boone pointed to the open canyon before them. We go this way. Without hesitation, both followed Boone forward. If anyone else saw this, they would think Boone was too young and inexperienced. Generally, in a secret realm, the more open the area, the more dangerous it was. If attacked, there wouldn't even be obstacles to hide behind. That's why Andoni's had chosen to take the forest path. Sure enough, nearby cultivators entering the secret realm saw Boone and the others stroll casually into the canyon. Their leaders started boasting and mocking. Did you see? These people are about to die. I'm experienced. Follow my advice. Never walk in such open areas in a secret realm. There's no cover, and who knows what dangers lie here. Yet after 15 minutes, this group watched as Boone and the others walked further without any trouble. They even stopped to roast meat halfway. That meat was tiger meat, a tiger leg Boone had taken while walking past Andoni's murderous gaze. Leader, what kind of meat are they eating? It smells delicious, a team member timidly asked. Leader, it looks like the canyon in this secret realm is safe. Another member chimed in. Leader, should we ask if they're selling their roasted meat? Boone and his 2 companions strolled confidently down the canyon for a long time, facing no danger. Boone, seeing everyone avoiding the canyon, wanted to explore its risks. Plus, his thick skin made him less concerned about injuries. Denny and Myrtle didn't know Boone's intentions, but didn't worry much since he kept providing an endless supply of spirit stones. They consumed liberally, treating it like usual. Boone had told them, we have nothing but plenty of spirit stones. Spend freely wherever you need, or I'll be angry. Seeing Boone's carefree attitude, someone couldn't help but follow into the canyon. Once one person entered, many soon followed. Boone's lips curled upward, a sign of good fortune approaching. No need to scout, Boone thought. People were already doing it for him. Discovered first-class fortune. This person will obtain spirit stones from Boone. At the same time, Boone noticed a second-class fortune over his head. Second-class fortune, obtaining a map of the outer regions of the secret realm. Boone smiled. To others, spirit stones might be precious, but for him, they were abundant. Brother, can I have a map? Boone turned to a wandering cultivator who had been watching. The wandering cultivator looked up at Boone, seeing his elegant white robe and noble demeanor. Eyeing him, he said, one map costs 10,000 spirit stones. Myrtle shouted angrily, you're extorting us. No problem, give him 10,000. Boone immediately interrupted Myrtle and handed over the money easily. The wandering cultivator was stunned. He had merely inflated the price, not expecting Boone to pay without haggling. Boone examined the map he received. It was quite detailed, probably drawn by previous cultivators and copied multiple times, each copy having different handwriting. Just as Boone was looking for more opportunities, his Grand Illusion spell automatically activated, and his inner embryo opened its eyes. A special warning of imminent danger for an inner embryo cultivator. Indeed, the next second, a piercing sound broke the air. A shadow struck Boone's back, but he twisted his neck, unharmed. The attacker was secretly alarmed. Could this be a body cultivation expert? Boone's willingness to spend 10,000 spirit stones on a map attracted much attention. News spread quickly, distorting facts. The final version became a dark-skinned giant, extremely wealthy, spent 100 million spirit stones to buy a female cultivator's underwear. ##### Chapter 108. My underwear is warm, dedicated to Greg. Boone turned his head toward the place where the person was hiding, a cold smile playing on his lips. He hadn't expected this person to know some concealment techniques, albeit crude ones. Compared to his own grand concealment technique, it was as different as heaven and earth. Trying to sneak attack him and then hide? Boone immediately took to the air, stepping on nothingness while generating lotus fires with each step, his form turning into an afterimage. He directly activated his dual technique of spirit chi and blood chi, unleashing full power for the first time since reaching the nascent soul stage. In an instant, he was right before the cultivator. The cultivator didn't even have time to react before Boone's heavy punch shattered his flesh. After killing him, Boone realized this person was merely at the golden core stage, not even close to nascent soul. Wait, just as Boone was about to leave, the immortal slaying scripture detected an unusual spiritual force automatically, alerting him. There was something amiss. Without hesitation, Boone unleashed his ultimate move, Spirit Annihilation. Sure enough, the cultivator was adept in concealment techniques, capable of even hiding his nascent soul. Had Boone not been vigilant, he might have let him escape. Fortunately, with Spirit Annihilation, the nascent soul had nowhere to run and was instantly obliterated by Boone. A few cultivators who were watching nearby immediately gave up any thoughts of attacking Boone upon witnessing this scene. Such a ruthless person. They'd better keep their distance. Meanwhile, after destroying the cultivator's nascent soul, Boone suddenly felt a peculiar sensation in his body. His great profound illusion scripture automatically activated, and soon, he discovered there was something absorbable in this world. It wasn't spirit chi, it was demon chi. This demon chi had a strong corrosive ability. If not for the great profound illusion scripture's ability to filter out negative emotions during absorption, Boone wouldn't dare absorb it. Otherwise, rash absorption would be disastrous. You cruel monster. You killed my senior brother. A woman dressed entirely in black appeared, tears streaming from her eyes, staring at Boone with red-rimmed eyes. There are still some remnants of your senior brother's flesh in the air. You should collect them quickly. Otherwise, you'll pollute this secret realm. You. The woman shouted in anger, ready to fight Boone to the death. Boone remained motionless, his tone icy cold. Your senior brother ambushed me first, and I retaliated. Don't be unreasonable or else. I will kill women too. Boone's eyes grew cold, scaring the female cultivator into sobbing, but preventing her from advancing further. Leaving aside this farce, Boone noticed something more significant. The demon chi he had just absorbed went straight into his dormant nascent soul. Boone watched as the dormant nascent soul began to turn black, becoming distinctly black and white compared to the main nascent soul. What was happening? If anyone else experienced this, they would be terrified, but Boone knew his body could handle it. Examining his inner self, the second nascent soul resembled a newborn infant, slowly starting to move and gently opening its eyes. The white main nascent soul glanced at this pitch-black baby without acknowledging it. Boone speculated that perhaps now, within his body, one was a spiritual nascent soul and the other a demonic nascent soul, like an older and younger brother. Moreover, one absorbed spirit chi while the other absorbed demon chi, so they didn't conflict, which was why they weren't fighting. Boone nodded in satisfaction. Although the demonic nascent soul looked intimidating, he felt no threat from it. Also, since it lacked negative emotions from the demon chi, Boone was curious about how it would grow in the future. For now, the demonic nascent soul wasn't fully awakened, and Boone wasn't in a hurry. He would wait for it to develop slowly. Ding! Detected 4-star good fortune nearby. Suddenly, the system's melodic voice rang out, prompting Boone to follow its guidance. He saw the 4-star good fortune deep within the canyon. Without paying attention to the weeping woman, Boone rushed ahead with Myrtle and Denny. 4-star good fortune wasn't very high, but it wasn't low either, and it was nearby, worth checking out. Boone also wondered why Denny, once inside the secret realm, no longer displayed any signs of good fortune. Could it be that he was only a child of good fortune in his native world? Looking at Denny's clumsy appearance, Boone felt toothache. How could such a guy be a child of good fortune? Soon, the three reached the depths of the canyon and found two groups engaged in a fierce battle. One group of three was besieging another group of two. Among the latter, one person was heavily injured, relying solely on the other to hold them off, but it wouldn't last much longer. The trio seemed to be toying with them, occasionally letting blood to increase their suffering. Seeing Boone and company, the two survivors flashed looks of despair, regarding Boone as a formidable enemy. These two were itinerant cultivators, their clothes tattered, possibly torn by the trio. Seeing Boone's group dressed splendidly, they assumed they were allies of the three. Don't panic. We're here to help you. Boone secretly transmitted sound to the tall, thin cultivator. Who are you three? We are handling business for the soul sect. Bystanders stay clear. The leading nascent soul cultivator of the trio declared loudly. Boone glanced at Denny, who immediately stepped forward and said sternly, "What kind of mixed sect is this? I've never heard of it. How dare you insult us? We are the soul sect." Just as the leader was infuriated and about to attack, a disciple beside him whispered something, changing the leader's expression drastically. Now looking at Boone with caution, he asked, "Is it you? The one who killed Ernesto?" "This is Arlen. I've wronged you before. These two itinerant cultivators are yours, Greg." With that, the leader bowed to Boone and turned to leave. Hold it. Boone coldly interrupted. The trio, facing away from Boone, visibly stiffened. Arlen hurriedly turned, wiping sweat, whispering nervously, "Does Greg need anything? I only have an undergarment, but it's used. If you want it." He quickly turned to look at the two juniors. They promptly responded, "We only have one each, but we can take it off while it's still warm." Boone? Translation provided aims to maintain the original tone and style, ensuring coherence with previous content. Paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as per the original text. ##### Chapter 109. The Soul Sect comes calling. Boone was both shocked and infuriated by what the three men had said. "What the hell are you talking about?" Boone's face darkened, his anger flaring. "Well, you have quite the reputation out there. They say you like underwear, regardless of gender." The lead cultivator hesitated slightly as he spoke. One of the subordinates quickly added, right. Some even say you can manipulate heaven and earth, with power to move mountains." Through their mouths, Boone finally understood the absurd rumors that had been circulating. Myrtle, standing nearby, couldn't stop laughing. "Since you like underwear, we can just take them off for you." The leading nascent soul cultivator continued rambling on, perhaps becoming somewhat addicted to his own words. He cast a disdainful glance at Boone. "The hell, you're asking for death." Boone's face grew even darker, and he could no longer hold back, launching an attack directly at the three. "Damn it, you black-faced fiend. You won't let us speak?" The three were furious. They had only tolerated him due to his infamous reputation as the black-faced fiend, but now he was pushing it too far. How could Boone bear this? He immediately unleashed a fully charged 4th level 8 extremes collapse. After advancing to the nascent soul stage, Boone found that he could now instantly unleash a 4-layered concealed force Baji burst, with 2 layers being spiritual energy and the other 2 being blood chi. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive strikes, and before they could even reach Boone, the 3 men were already knocked down. As they lay on the ground, their bodies crackled with the aftermath of the concealed force. But before it could fully manifest, they were already dead. Boone ruthlessly executed the trio, leaving the 2 injured wandering cultivators beside him in utter shock. This is the legendary black-faced fiend. He's terrifying indeed. Only now could Boone focus on the system's prompt. This person carries the protagonist's luck and will soon receive 4-star luck in the valley ahead. A heaven-class martial technique, River Meteor Fist. Boone followed the indication to see the luck aura hovering above the head of one of the lightly injured wandering cultivators. "Brothers, what do you plan to do next?" Boone asked amicably. "Plans? We were thinking of finding a cave ahead to recover from our injuries." Cough, right, we wanderers are few and weak. "Thank you again, Greg." Boone scrutinized the two before suddenly becoming serious. "You two shouldn't go to a cave." The 2 wandering cultivators were puzzled. Why not go to a cave? Boone looked pained, his face filled with concern for them. "It's like this. Recently, there's been a lot of talk outside, cough. Think about it. If people know I saved you, and then you went into a cave together, this..." Boone's implied warning made the 2 instantly think of how rumors would spread, suggesting that they had spent the night with the black-faced fiend in the cave. They involuntarily shivered. "Ding. Congratulations. Host has successfully intercepted. Luck binding in progress. 4-star luck bound successfully." After the successful interception, the 2 repeatedly thanked Boone before finally leaving. As soon as they were gone, Boone immediately followed the 4-star luck indicator to a nearby valley. The luck aura led to a hidden cave. Without the system's guidance, Boone wouldn't have come here. Inside the cave was a corpse, another wandering cultivator who had died not long ago. Myrtle, with her keen eyesight, pointed to the body and exclaimed, "Boone, look, he has something in his arms." Boone picked it up and found a complete set of martial techniques, heaven-class fist technique, River Meteor Fist. After examining it, Boone felt that this fist technique was somewhat redundant for him. The technique was rather ordinary and wasn't a fragment in need of restoration. He already had the Baji collapse technique, so there was no need for him to practice this one. "Myrtle, you and Aotion should take this opportunity to practice this martial technique. It will give you some means to protect yourselves." Myrtle and Denny looked delighted, never expecting that their sect master would bestow such precious martial techniques on them. He was truly too kind. Yet they also hesitated. Practicing here didn't seem quite right given the circumstances. After careful consideration, Boone decided to leave them behind. The demon realm was fraught with danger, and carrying them around was inconvenient. Moreover, he needed to consider if they would suspect him after intercepting the luck, especially if they saw him obtain something. His goal was the pile of luck, and revealing his secrets would be risky. So Boone suggested this. Seeing their hesitation, Boone sternly said, "Your cultivation levels are still too low. This place is full of dangers, and as you know, there's no spiritual energy here. Are you willing to learn nothing to save your lives? Or do you think I have enough spirit stones to squander all your lives?" Boone's words were severe, and they were stunned, beginning to reflect. Indeed, they had relied entirely on their sect master without contributing much. Overwhelmed with guilt, they finally took the heaven-class fist technique resolutely and entered seclusion right there. Myrtle knew Denny had castrated himself. Otherwise, she wouldn't be staying in the same cave with him. Over time, she had come to regard him as a sister. Satisfied, Boone nodded and left the cave. Not far away, he was suddenly surrounded by a group. These people wore the attire of the Soul Sect. Boone didn't have exceptional vision, but the Soul Sect was distinct. While others wore white robes, they wore black ones. "You're that black-faced fiend, how?" The leading burly man was arrogantly grinning. Boone frowned. Why did this guy sound like he was riding a motorcycle? "Who the hell are you?" Lately, everyone he met called him the black-faced fiend, making Boone furious. "I'm Soul Sect's Francisco. You haven't heard of how?" The burly man looked incredulous. "Boy, no matter how strong or perverted you are, you shouldn't mess with my Soul Sect." "How?" Every sentence ended with "how," which was starting to irritate Boone. Before the Francisco could continue, he suddenly received a message. He glanced at Boone, frowned, and hurriedly turned to leave. Of course, he didn't forget Boone. Leonardo, you stay and show him the consequences of offending the Soul Sect. Others, follow me. Leaving so abruptly intrigued Boone. Moreover, as the Francisco left, a bright luck aura appeared above his head, much thicker than the previous 4-star one. #### Chapter 110. Ayana betrays the sect. Leonardo twisted his neck and sneered maliciously as he watched Boone. At this moment, Boone had used the Great Concealment technique, making him appear to only have a 2nd stage Golden Core cultivation level. Using a 6th stage Golden Core cultivator against him, this Cyrus indeed placed great importance on him. Moreover, this person was not just an ordinary 6th stage nascent soul cultivator. Even from Boone's surface observation, it was evident that he possessed something unique, though it might not be much. Recalling the faint aura above Cyrus's head before he left, Boone felt an itch to explore it further. He decided that after dealing with the person in front of him, he would secretly follow and see what that aura truly was. To finish the battle quickly, Boone unleashed the 1st-rank godslaying technique. However, unexpectedly, the technique, which had always been effective before, did not work on the opponent this time. After more than 10 rounds of combat, Boone roughly gauged Leonardo's capabilities. As a 6th-stage nascent soul cultivator of the Soul Sect, Leonardo specialized in cultivating spiritual power. Despite being over 300 years old and only having 6th-stage nascent soul spiritual power, his mental strength was already at the level of a fusion-stage cultivator. When Boone clashed with him spiritually, their powers were evenly matched. Boone was surprised, but Leonardo was even more shocked. This Golden Core stage boy had spiritual power comparable to his own. Boy, you're not a Golden Core. Who are you? Leonardo noticed that Boone was clearly concealing his true cultivation. I'm your grandpa. Boone didn't bother with pointless talk. Since the godslaying technique was ineffective, he chose to engage in physical combat using the Golden Body. Taishin Body Training Technique. 1st-rank Golden Body manifested. After activating the 1st-rank Golden Body, Boone's physical toughness rose several levels. He became almost like a humanoid weapon. Bang bang bang. Each of Boone's strikes forced Leonardo to retreat repeatedly. Soon, Leonardo's body was riddled with fractures. Seeing an opportunity, Leonardo prepared to escape by flying away. Boone sneered, do you think you can run except with the 9th-stage Nascent Soul's Flying Rainbow technique? 8-pole collapse. A single powerful punch shattered Leonardo's heart. True to form for a nascent soul cultivator who primarily cultivated spirit, Leonardo abandoned his physical body and fled into the sky with his nascent soul. Though losing his body made future progress difficult, 80% of a nascent soul cultivator's power resided in their soul. Boone chased for a while, but eventually gave up. He reflected that nascent souls with strong mental power were rare and indeed hard to handle. Next time, he could directly cripple them and use divine fire to burn their souls to ashes. Glancing back, Myrtle and the other two were still in closed meditation and wouldn't come out anytime soon. The area was still safe, so Boone activated the Great Concealment technique and followed the direction the Soul Sect people had taken. Following the trail, Boone finally found Cyrus and others near a spatial rift where a white inheritance light appeared. There are 3 types of inheritances: white, yellow, and red. Red is the best, and white is the worst. But only those who reached at least the separation stage could leave such legacies behind. At this moment, the aura above Cyrus stabilized slightly. Ding! 7-star aura detected nearby. Sure enough, the system indicated that it was Cyrus. This person may soon gain a white light inheritance, causing a dramatic increase in power. 7-star aura? White light inheritance. This was the demon realm. How could there be a spiritual inheritance here? Over time, Boone observed this small secret realm. Unlike the Plum Blossom world, this couldn't even be called a miniature world. It felt more like a space between 2 worlds. Due to the demonic aura here and lack of powerful demons, the spiritual energy was extremely thin, almost non-existent. Yet now, a white light inheritance had appeared. Was all of this left behind by Davidson? Boone's imagination ran wild. This place was where Davidson transformed himself into a seal to imprison demons, and he was at the separation stage. Admittedly, Boone's suspicions were confirmed. However, this secret realm was not fully developed, possibly due to Davidson's insufficient strength or exhaustion, preventing its completion. Boone thought it might be intended for Xiuxian sect disciples to cultivate, but he never imagined Xiuxian sect had so few remaining members. Furthermore, since there were demonic invasions and demonic aura in the area, might a war between the 2 realms erupt? Uncertain, but based on his experience from reading novels, Boone speculated it was highly possible. With the relatively concentrated demonic aura and sparse spiritual energy, perhaps Davidson intentionally left this place to help Xiuxian sect disciples adapt to demonic aura, preparing for a potential future war. It was only speculation. Soon, more people appeared, drawing Boone's attention to the open field ahead. Around 30 Soul Sect disciples gathered there. Boone sneered inwardly. These people likely came for Davidson's legacy. They had no right. The legacy Davidson left before his death should be for Ayana, or a direct disciple like Boone. Lost in thought, Boone suddenly noticed an unexpected person in the opposite group. Ayana was actually there. Since rebuilding the sect last time, they had little interaction. However, Ayana seemed to harbor deep resentment toward him, which Boone couldn't understand. As the daughter of his master, Boone was tolerant of her presence. What annoyed him was that she was mingling with the Lamar sect. Seeing Ayana surrounded by Lamar sect disciples and acting intimately with Bill, Boone felt vexed. The Lamar sect had always been at odds with Xiuxian sect and took advantage during its downfall. Now they occupied the Xiuxian sect headquarters. Yet Ayana, the only daughter of Xiuxian sect's patriarch Davidson, mixed with the Lamar sect. She had betrayed her father's memory. Senior brother Soul. This legacy is a token of our Lamar sect's gratitude to the Soul sect. We hope the Soul sect will provide us with protection. Hearing Ayana's words, Boone was stunned. She had completely betrayed Xiuxian sect. Watching her chat amiably with the Soul Sect disciples and showing loyalty, Boone grew increasingly furious. However, the next moment, he realized his anger was premature. Additionally, please help me kill that traitor, Boone. Chapter 111. Successfully intercepting the legacy of Davidson. After saying that, Ayana burst into tears again. In her words, she was completely innocent. Her father, Davidson, had misjudged people, allowing Boone, a wolf-hearted and ungrateful person, to join Xiuxian sect, leading to its downfall. Later on, Boone showed no regard for her as the only daughter of the sect's patriarch, even attempting to betray their master and kill her. All these heinous acts of Boone evoked deep sympathy and hatred in anyone who heard them, wishing they could immediately slay this evil. At this moment, evil Boone was using a grand concealment technique, watching Ayana's performance from the shadows with a cold expression. He sneered inwardly. Since you, Ayana, are not righteous, don't blame me, Boone, for being unjust. Originally, he had been considering whether to let Ayana keep this opportunity since Davidson had treated him well, but he never expected Ayana to twist facts so much. And now, she's even aligning herself with those bandits who destroyed Xiuxian sect. Boone made up his mind instantly and decided to intercept this fortune. Ring, detecting 7-star fortune around the host. Initially, this fortune was unstable, fluctuating wildly. Now, the system's light beam finally started to coalesce, ultimately landing on Ayana. The final winner indeed turned out to be Ayana. It seemed that Davidson had left the legacy for her. This person will soon receive Davidson's legacy. The legacy site requires her blood essence to activate. The system's prompt was entirely visible to Boone. Wow, what a lively scene. Everyone gets a share. Why not give us some of that legacy? Andonis and several disciples of the weaponry sect approached together. Despite the 3 major sects gathering here, the atmosphere was chilling, ready to erupt into chaos at any provocation. From afar, Boone saw Tad still following Andonis. This is my soul sect's legacy. I apologize, everyone. Though extremely displeased, Cyrus gave a polite but cold laugh. After all, if 2 out of the 3 major sects joined forces, the soul sect would indeed be outmatched. Ha 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 ha. Andonis laughed loudly. Just because you say it's yours doesn't make it true. Call it once and see if it answers you. Cyrus was furious. Even if it came to a face-off, this legacy had to be contested. Besides, the alchemy sect had provoked first. Soul sect disciples, where are you? Here. Cyrus, always hot-tempered, unleashed his full power without regard for his spiritual energy expenditure, directly engaging Andonis. Reuben narrowed his eyes. The alchemy sect had already formed an alliance with them, and when it became clear that the alchemy sect was struggling, they also joined the fray. Taking advantage of the chaos between the 3 major sects and the wandering sect, Boone quietly appeared beside Ayana. Illusory Spirit. The second skill of the immortal slaying scripture. Boone had just learned it recently. This move could create illusions for cultivators with lower mental strength than him. Ayana indeed fell for it, standing there in a daze, her face gradually turning red. The illusory spirit makes the target's mind relax, imagining their deepest desires, completely engrossed in the fantasy. Boone stood in front of the dazed Ayana, hesitating for a moment before releasing the 8-pole collapse he had readied. This is Dominic's daughter. Never mind, letting her go this time could be considered repaying Dominic's kindness. Thus, Boone only secretly took a drop of her blood essence, then slipped away to the legacy site when the surroundings were less crowded. This place was filled with white light in every corner, like an unreal secondary world. But Boone knew this was normal. He directly took out Ayana's blood essence. Sure enough, the moment it appeared, the entire space began to change subtly. Everyone stopped fighting. Look there. The legacy site has been intercepted. A disciple of the weaponry sect, after throwing 100 dark weapons, noticed the change in the legacy site first. Davidson had set up numerous defenses outside so Ayana could safely accept the legacy. Once she entered and confirmed her identity, the formation would activate, keeping her inside until she mastered the techniques he left behind. Once the formation activated, nobody else could enter unless they had a higher cultivation level. But someone stronger wouldn't even be here. So, Davidson had arranged everything for Ayana before his death. Boone thought that if Davidson knew about this betrayal, he would die without closure. If the 3 major sects continued fighting, it would become a joke. Meanwhile, Ayana suddenly awoke from the shock. She had been in a dream, where she was still the high and mighty daughter of the sect leader. In her dream, Boone was utterly infatuated with her, obeying her every command until they lived happily ever after. Only to realize it was an illusion. Ayana quickly found the mark on her forehead indicating her blood essence had been taken, biting her teeth in fury. Boone. It must have been Boone. That moment, inside the legacy site, Boone's body was penetrated by white light, complex and lengthy musical notes continuously appearing in his mind. This was the water jail technique that Davidson created himself. In addition, there was the recipe for the Xiuxian awakening pill and the essence water of clear and murky waters. This essence water was denser and purer. It was more powerful than the fake clear water Boone had replicated, surpassing it by more than 30%. Davidson, sensing the end of his life, left everything important to Ayana. After closing in meditation for several days, Boone repeatedly practiced Davidson's martial art until he fully mastered it. The formula for the Xiuxian awakening pill was already etched deeply in his mind, waiting for him to refine it later. Practicing the martial art included sparring with a virtual Davidson. Only after defeating this virtual opponent did he officially complete the legacy. Boone also noticed changes in the system, the fortune rating seeming to adjust with his cultivation. When he was weaker, entering the golden core stage, the sect leader's self-created martial art was 9-star fortune, which he didn't intercept back then. But now, the same martial art was rated as 7-star. From this, it appeared that encountering higher-rated fortunes might decrease in probability, while encountering lower-rated ones couldn't be underestimated. Apart from that, through the legacy, Boone learned some new things from Davidson. Apparently, the demon frontier was a boundary area between the demon realm and the human realm. Xingyuan's sex destruction was related to the demon invasion from the demon realm. Here in the demon frontier, the energy was unstable, and demons could appear anytime. Though they only showed up at specific times and in uncertain numbers, encountering them would mean certain death for human cultivators. Therefore, cultivators entering the demon frontier must leave before nightfall on the 15th day of each month, or they would become food for the demons. Chapter 112, Demon Invasion. Hardly anyone knew about this news. Boone finally understood why Tad said that none of the people who came in before had ever gone out again. Davidson's image gradually faded away, his expression relieved and relaxed, as if he had entrusted everything to Ayana. Boone secretly calculated in his heart. Today was precisely the 15th day. There could be no more delay. If he couldn't escape before nightfall tonight, he would encounter those demons early. Although Boone didn't quite believe that one could never leave, he found such a claim exaggerated. He felt confident because he could now absorb demonic chi and wouldn't die so easily. However, seeing even Davidson fall, Boone realized there was no need for him to risk it. Now, with the reason for the destruction of the sect uncovered, he needed to focus on enhancing his cultivation quickly to prepare for the impending demon invasion. Even if not for any other reasons, at least he must have the capability to protect Ashley and Wilberg men. Indeed, Davidson lived up to being a prodigy. His self-created martial skill was nearly top-notch among yellow rank techniques, just one step away from reaching the mystic rank. When Boone first saw Davidson's aura, it clearly described mystic rank martial skills. Now, it only indicated yellow rank, presumably due to his untimely death. Moreover, the light from his aura wasn't as intense back then. Nonetheless, Boone couldn't help but marvel at Davidson's ingenuity in creating the divine water jail technique. It perfectly leveraged the essence of clear and turbid divine water, allowing the jail size to change freely. With the origin of divine water, turbidity and clarity can be continuously generated, though at the cost of significant spiritual energy. It took Boone considerable practice to finally master this technique. If combined with his magnetic storm god fire, it was exhilarating to imagine. The flaw of magnetic storm god fire was its need for a fixed target. The divine water jail was perfect for trapping targets, making it an ideal range for magnetic storm god fire. Just thinking about it made it seem extremely powerful. The divine water jail could form a sealed space instantaneously upon explosion, containing the blast wave, while confining it in a small space further increased the power of magnetic storm god fire. Earlier, when Boone introduced divine turbid water into his body, he intended it for his spirit essence baby. Instead, it flew towards the demon baby. It orbited the demon baby repeatedly, as if fond of it. After a while, finding the demon baby unresponsive, the divine turbid water merged directly into the demon baby's body. The demon baby then opened its eyes. Its pupils turned from pitch black to emerald green, like two exquisite jade gems, looking very beautiful. More astonishingly, Boone discovered the demon baby could enhance the quality of divine turbid water. This gave Boone an idea. If divine essence could do it, perhaps divine fire could also work similarly. But he lacked divine fire essence, which left Boone scratching his head. Otherwise, it could enter the spirit essence baby too. Suddenly, Boone thought of his core earth dan fire, a refining fire brought up by Ethan from the core of the earth. Though less powerful than divine fire, it was stable. Boone had stored it separately in a storage bag. Saying it done, Boone attempted to introduce dan fire into his body. Phew! A burnt smell came, making Boone frown, but he still wrapped it in spirit energy and sent it inside. The dan fire seemed ill-suited to the new environment, darting left and right, causing Boone to break out in a cold sweat. He nervously controlled it, ready to extinguish it with divine turbid water. Fortunately, the dan fire finally adapted to Boone's body and flew into the spirit essence baby. The spirit essence baby's pupils instantly turned fiery red, beginning to enhance the power of the core earth dan fire as it breathed. Now within Boone's body were water and fire, harmoniously blended, enlightening his path of cultivation. Satisfied, he nodded. Through continuous enhancement by the spirit essence baby, the core earth dan fire might eventually become an extraordinary divine fire. Magnetic storm god fire had not joined the dan fire earlier due to its weaker power, preventing a balanced combination. But now, with the improving quality of dan fire, achieving balance among the three fires seemed imminent. Since Davidson sacrificed himself as a seal, the message about the demon invasion was disclosed to all surviving cultivators in the demonic realm. Everyone outside was shocked by this news and then panicked. The exit was unknown even to Davidson. With only a few hours until the deadline for exiting, everyone frantically searched for the exit, while Boone emerged quietly from seclusion. Under the cover of Grand Concealment Technique, Boone returned to Myrtle and Denny's location. Fortunately, they had already completed their training and hadn't wandered far, awaiting Boone's return. Dominic, watch my Heavenly River Meteor Fist. Boone had barely arrived when Denny excitedly demonstrated a move. Calmly, Boone activated the fifth layer of 8-pole Collapse's hidden force, deciding to guide his disciple since he wanted a sparring session. Denny swung both fists, invoking celestial river power, using gravity as the energy source. Interesting, but limited. Boone countered Denny's punch with the fifth layer of 8-pole Collapse, seemingly gentle on the surface. Denny spat blood and flew backward, almost killed by Boone. Rushing to his aid, Boone administered medicinal pills, regretting the unintended severity. Thankfully, Denny survived thanks to abundant pills. Myrtle, who initially wanted to spar, paled upon seeing Denny's condition and swallowed her words. This is only the beginning of your training. You have much room for improvement. Next time, I'll use 10% of my power. Boone softly consoled Denny. Denny's face was pale. No, Dominic, it's my own weakness. Not your fault. After Denny recovered with medicinal pills, the three set off immediately to find the exit. Ding! System detected 8-star fortune around the host. While searching, the system alerted Boone. Initially intent on finding the exit, he hesitated but ultimately decided to check, especially with an 8-star fortune involved. To his delight, it confirmed, this person will soon discover the exit from the demonic realm and escape the demon massacre. An exit worth 8-star fortune. Chapter 113. Cultivating the demon path is good. Following the system's prompt, Boone noticed a simple-hearted cultivator who looked extremely poor with patches all over his clothes. However, a large 8-star chi fortune pillar crowned his head, forming a stark contrast to his demeanor. Brother, wait! Boone called out, stopping the small cultivator in his tracks. The cultivator turned around, looking at Boone with suspicion but paused when he saw Boone's attire. Is there something you need, senior brother? I see great emperor-like potential in you. Unfortunately, you were born at the wrong time, but your luck is about to change. Boone began to persuade the wandering cultivator intensely. Senior brother, please enlighten me. Indeed, I am very desperate. Entering this demon world has already cost me everything I had, and my harvest here has been average. He sighed again, sigh. Boone thought quickly, brother, don't worry. I have something to say, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate. Senior brother, speak freely. Us wandering cultivators like us appreciate any guidance from someone experienced. Boone asked, are you heading to find an exit? The honest cultivator nodded. Yes, I was indeed preparing to look for the exit. If I don't leave soon, I won't be able to. Boone took a deep breath and said calmly, why do you insist on finding an exit? The honest cultivator was puzzled. If not, would I stay? Staying isn't really impossible, is it? Boone gave him an encouraging nod, urging him to continue. The honest cultivator went on, senior brother means I should stay to home myself? After all, entering the demon world costs 5,000 spirit stones, leaving without significant gains would be such a waste. But senior brother, how can I cultivate without spiritual energy here? Boone hadn't thought about it that much, but the disciple's imagination filled in the blanks quite well. The power of imagination is truly profound. Boone cleared his throat. You are a wandering cultivator, right? The honest cultivator nodded. Do you have a future outside? He shook his head. Why go out if there's no future awaiting you? These words struck straight into his soul. Without a future, why go out? This question kept echoing in the young cultivator's heart. So what do you mean, senior brother? If the outside world offers no future, then perhaps this demon world does? Boone continued to guide him. Since the outside has no bright prospects, why not stay in the demon world? Just as they say, break and establish anew. Boone spoke each word slowly, hammering them into his soul. Break and establish anew? The honest cultivator repeated in disbelief. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Senior brother, you want me to turn to the demon path? It's not impossible. Boone hadn't considered this before, but yes, he could cultivate the demon path. With that, Boone turned to Myrtle and another person, and then pulled the honest cultivator into the Xuanwu Bagua array. What comes next, only we two know. Little brother, look. Boone summoned his second Yuan baby directly. As soon as the demonic infant appeared, the sky changed color. A pitch-black infant emerged from Boone's body, radiating powerful demonic aura. This is demonic power. The honest cultivator was shocked. Senior brother, you've already cultivated the demon path? Boone stood with his hands behind his back, facing the cultivator. Strike me with a punch. Boone then summoned his first golden body, which was still charred black. The honest cultivator's pupils constricted. Senior brother, is this a demonic body? The honest cultivator punched Boone and was sent flying backward by the backlash of the golden body, suffering internal injuries. Meanwhile, Boone remained unaffected. The honest cultivator was only at the first level of the golden core stage. In his eyes, Boone was merely at the second level, yet due to cultivating the demon path, he became incredibly strong. Cultivating demons. Seeds of demons sprout from the heart. Cultivating demons. The honest cultivator's eyes grew increasingly determined. Thank you, senior brother, I understand now. Boone smiled approvingly. Before leaving, Boone even gifted the cultivator a bag of spirit stones, which moved the cultivator to tears. Beep. Congratulations, host successfully intercepted the 8-star fortune. The familiar system voice rang out. Fortune binding initiated. Boone noticed that the direction of the fortune wasn't far from them. Rushing towards the exit, it was secluded, and no one was vying for it. Boone directly walked out, returning to the current world. As soon as he returned to reality, the concentration of spiritual energy was incomparably denser than in the demon world, instantly giving Boone a sense of breaking through to the second level of the nascent soul stage. The grand, profound formula circulated on its own, swallowing the spiritual energy voraciously. An astonishing vortex appeared above Boone's head, causing a celestial anomaly as vast spiritual energy gathered towards him. Boom! A crisp energy impact shattered the vortex above Boone's head. Surprised and furious, Boone turned to see it was Soul Sect Cyrus, who looked provocatively at him. Cutting off one's chance is akin to killing one's parents. Boone narrowed his eyes, scanning his surroundings. Not only was the Soul Sect present, but also people from the Pill Sect and Artifact Sect were staring intently at him. It turned out that the earlier celestial anomaly had attracted everyone's attention. Galen and others from the Flowing Desolate Sect finally recognized Boone. Many whispered among themselves, saying the dark-faced demon was originally a remnant of Clear Source Sect. So, it's a remnant of Clear Source Sect. Your sect truly lacks shame, bringing monsters from another world, leading to your sect's destruction and dragging down the Flowing Desolate Sect too. Cyrus's tone was mocking. Boone retorted coldly, who did you hear this from? Or is it just another story concocted by your soul sect? You're wasting your talent writing novels instead of being a cultivator. Such a sharp-tongued brat, and you still don't realize you're dead? Huaihong. Cyrus, a peak 9th level nascent soul cultivator, immediately used the rainbow skill, rushing toward Boone and drawing a long saber to slash at him. Boone drew the grand profound sword to block and secretly prepared the 8 extremes technique. The two clashed several times in the air within a short time, the sound of their weapons colliding filling the air. Below, the spectators watched with interest, even commenting among themselves. This dark-faced demon is actually a remnant of Clear's source sect, insulting senior brother Cyrus. He's doomed. Yeah, he should know his place instead of being so arrogant. Let senior soul teach him how to behave. How to behave. Let senior soul teach him how to be a dog. Ha ha ha. Gradually, Boone struggled to defend against Cyrus's soul-cutting saber technique, which sapped his mental strength during each clash. This made Boone feel weak and unable to fully exert his power, making him very uncomfortable. Chapter 114. Epiphany in battle. Fortunately, Boone's current mental power had surged thanks to the demon infancy enhancement, doubling in strength and depth. Thus, he could still hold his ground for a while. If it were anyone else or even the previous Boone, they would have likely suffered from excruciating headaches, surrendering long ago. The Cyrus battling Boone was astonished beyond measure. Was Boone actually a practitioner specialized in mental power? The Soul sect focused on cultivating mental power, and the Cyrus was an elite in this regard within the sect. Yet, Boone had withstood over 100 exchanges under him. Even cultivators of equal rank usually had their mental energy completely wiped out by the soul-cutting saber after such prolonged clashes. However, Boone showed little reaction. This kid hides secrets. Without alerting others, the Cyrus intended to find an opportunity to probe into this young man's secret. Thus, the Cyrus deliberately slowed down the pace of the battle, engaging Boone more casually. Boone didn't care about the Cyrus's thoughts. If the latter was holding back, it suited him fine. His 8-pole collapse had already charged up, and he needed only the right moment to deliver a devastating blow. After another direct clash with the Cyrus, Boone, holding the supreme Een sword, feigned weakness and plummeted towards the ground. But his peripheral vision never left the Cyrus. Seeing Boone fall from midair, the Cyrus indeed fell for the ruse, charging down at incredible speed due to his 9th stage spirit body. Just as the Cyrus's saber was about to sever Boone's back, Boone abruptly turned, blocking the soul-cutting saber with the supreme Een sword. And the 8-pole collapse in his other hand was ready to strike. 8-pole collapse. Boone let out a low roar. His fist aimed straight for the Cyrus's abdomen. Suddenly, time seemed to pause. Ding. Detected 7-star luck around the host. This person will experience an epiphany during the battle, elevating his martial skills by 3 levels. Hearing the system's notification and seeing the impending fortune for the Cyrus, PFFF, Boone spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering the Cyrus's face. F***CK. You're so damn disgusting, the Cyrus cursed angrily. Simultaneously, he felt an unusual sensation in his heart, as if something that should belong to him suddenly slipped away. Feeling unsettled and irritated, the Cyrus couldn't help but wonder what Boone had intended. Why did he rather spit blood than complete the move? Strangely, he felt an odd sense of anticipation, hoping Boone's killing blow would hit him hard. Despite sounding somewhat perverse, the Cyrus subconsciously felt Boone's action might be beneficial to him. Boone forcefully interrupted his charged-up 8-pole collapse, causing his spiritual energy to violently surge back through his meridians, resulting in a spurt of blood. But it was worth it for the 7-star luck. Yet, inexplicably, the 7-star pillar above the Cyrus's head remained radiant. Confused, Boone queried, "System, why did I fail?" The system calmly replied, "Trust in the system's authority and fairness." Recalling the earlier prompt, this person will experience an epiphany during the battle, raising martial skills by 3 levels. He realized the key phrase, during the battle. So, should they keep fighting? At this moment, the Cyrus, seeing Boone dazed in midair, flew into a rage. Dare to daydream while fighting me? Die, black-faced devil. Soul-penetrating nail. A specialty projectile of the Soul sect, targeting the spirit body directly. Boone turned and fled, dodging the soul-penetrating nail. Again, a sense of loss engulfed the Cyrus, stronger than before. Damn it, why are you dodging? The Cyrus exclaimed furiously. Despite noticing the weakened luck halo, it still indicated an epiphany in battle, raising martial skills by 2 levels. Well then, if that wasn't enough, Boone decided to quit fighting outright. You can be strong all you want, like the wind blowing over hills. You can be fierce, under the moonlight by the river. Boone started composing nonsense poetry. Feeling profoundly troubled, the Cyrus believed he was on the brink of enlightenment when Boone abruptly stopped fighting. "Oh my god, you're despicable!" the Cyrus roared in frustration. Spectators below were baffled. What was happening? The Cyrus looked like a wronged housewife. Did the black-faced devil take advantage of him during the fight? Rumors later spread that the black-faced devil, during the battle, boldly touched the Cyrus's bottom. Enraged and humiliated, the Cyrus swore loudly. He could shout all he wanted. Boone wouldn't budge. "You won't get the 7-star luck?" Enraged, the Cyrus unleashed a barrage of martial techniques, sparing no spiritual energy. Boone simply became the Turtle Warrior. First-level golden body activated. Blood chi of a second-rank force maniac surged, covering his skin. Tian Shui 9 transformations. Primordial essence strengthened his body. Tian Hua 9 transformations. 2 divine fires fortified his physique. Clang clang clang. Several blows later, the Cyrus realized Boone was a thick-skinned turtle type. He couldn't break through his defenses anytime soon. Exasperated, the Cyrus yelled, "Will you King fight or not? I'm about to have an epiphany." Boone inwardly panicked but maintained an indifferent facade, which was hard to read due to his dark complexion. "You're hilarious. Your epiphany has nothing to do with me." Taunting the Cyrus, Boone continued dodging. Ding. Interception successful. Acquired 7-star opportunity. With a system notification, the Cyrus's enlightenment was intercepted. Luck binding initiated. Binding successful. Host will gain enlightenment in battle. Suddenly, Boone transformed, launching a fierce assault on the Cyrus. Epiphany. Martial skills elevated by 3 levels. Learned martial skill. Demon Sovereign arrival. Defensive skill, ranked high yellow. Demon chi from the demon infancy coats his body, fortifying it. The lingering aura also instills fear in opponents. Instant release technique for divine water cage unlock achieved. Yellow rank skill enhanced to low mystical. This translation preserves the structure, tone, and style of the original text, ensuring coherence and natural flow. Hashtag chapter 115, Nate's death. Quick look. That dark-faced fiend actually achieved sudden enlightenment. Holy shit. He actually enlightened during battle. He has such strong talent. What a domineering insight. Well, no wonder he can have a woman by his side. Though he is lustful, his insight is indeed high. Such murmurs arose one after another. Nate's face was now as black as a cooking pot. He felt deep inside that this kid had intercepted his good fortune. Nate roared inwardly, this was supposed to be my chance. Anger surged within him, and in an instant, all his soul power was fully unleashed. Look quickly. That's the soul sect's secret technique, soul incarnation. He's summoning an ancient powerful soul into his body. An experienced cultivator immediately exclaimed in surprise. Boone could see at a glance that the skill Nate was using clearly had defects. Not only did it cause significant damage to the body, but the summoning of an ancient soul had a large degree of randomness. If a weak soul arrived, it would be quite embarrassing. However, Nate's luck seemed to hold up as an ancient force dragon soul descended upon him. Boone could feel his physique suddenly becoming incredibly strong. Holy shit, did this Nate save the world in his past life? An ancient force dragon soul has actually descended on him. Nate's muscles were bulging visibly. Even his flesh seemed harder than steel. Ha ha ha, dark-faced fiend. What do you have left to fight me with now? Nate laughed maniacally and directly used the flying rainbow technique. In an instant, he appeared before Boone, who didn't even have time to react before being sent flying away. Before Boone could land, Nate once again struck from behind with great speed, delivering another kick. Just as he flew up, Nate punched him. A loud explosion echoed as Boone was thrown toward the other side. Before he hit the ground, Nate turned and punched him back into the sky. Back and forth several times, Boone was like a ball, tossed around mercilessly by Nate in midair. Boone was furious. Are you fucking done yet? Water prison technique. Divine water purification essence emerged from within him, quickly covering a cubic space around Boone, forming a visible water formation. Boone's creativity shown here. This skill was originally intended for trapping enemies, but Boone used it as a defensive array with surprisingly effective results. Indeed, with the divine water prison surrounding him, Nate found himself unable to harm Boone temporarily. So, it's xiuxian level martial technique. Now I understand why Leonardo lost to you. Nate sneered, still waiting outside the prison. You think my soul incarnation has a time limit? Naive. I can maintain this state for a year. How could you understand the difference between a genius and a failure? Seeing Nate wait outside the water prison, Boone secretly rejoiced, fearing only that he might run too far. Boone switched the divine water purification to its murky mode. It had a characteristic where it could be clear, but also very turbid. Using the murky mode in the water prison perfectly blocked the external view. This was the second trait of the divine water prison. It created a sealed space. Nate saw Boone turning the water prison turbid and didn't know what he was trying to do. As a result, he attacked even more forcefully. However, after several attacks, he found it ineffective. Only a cultivation Dominic of the divergent stage might barely break through the divine water essence. Nate couldn't help but think, whose brilliant mind came up with this? Using the high malleability of divine water to create a prison stronger than a turtle shell. He must not let this kid go. He knew too many secrets. Moreover, Nate wanted divine water purification and the water prison martial technique. Ambition and greed gleamed in Nate's eyes as he stared intently at Boone in the water prison. Inside the water prison, Boone was certainly not idle. In his left hand was divine fire azure, and in his right was divine fire heavenly flame. He alternately merged the two explosive divine fires together. This process was extremely slow because any mistake would mean Boone would blow himself up. Fortunately, his alchemy skills gave him solid fire control techniques. The flames combined seamlessly once again. The fireball rotated orderly in Boone's hands, reaching a delicate balance, somewhat resembling the Taijutsu symbol, giving you a little gift. Suddenly, Boone dismantled the water prison and threw a fireball towards Nate. With a puzzled expression, Nate took the fireball. Lowering his head to look, he saw the fireball seemingly calm, with two different colors entwining and rotating. His hair stood on end instantly. What the hell is this? His next instinct was to throw the fireball away and run. But then, explode. A smile played on Boone's lips as he commanded. The previously calm fireball, with the removal of just a sliver of spirit energy, reached its breaking point. Boom. A dazzling mushroom cloud appeared again. Wild energy instantly swallowed Nate whole, body and soul. To say Nate was the first man to experience Boone's self-created martial technique, magnetic storm divine fire, up close would be accurate. Even Boone couldn't resist giving him a thumbs up inside the water prison. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at how remarkable the divine water purification was. Despite the nearby explosion distorting the water prison's shape, it remained intact. Only some dizziness occurred without real harm. This was Boone's first close observation of the magnetic storm divine fire explosion. Indeed, it was terrifying, rivaling a nuclear blast's effects. Boone was highly satisfied with the new water prison technique. Ding! Suddenly, Boone felt as if a switch had clicked within him, signaling that he had advanced to the second stage of the soul formation realm. However, only his main soul ascended, while the demonic soul remained unchanged. Although so, Boone wasn't worried about being lopsided. Upon exiting, he realized the overwhelming power of the grand mystic illusion technique, which could even simulate demon chi. Previously, he had been concerned about the potential problems with the demonic soul's cultivation after leaving the demon realm. Now, he could absorb spiritual energy and use the grand mystic illusion technique to simulate demon chi for the demonic soul. Thus, Boone now cultivated both magic and spirit energies. Including blood force, he practiced 3 forms of energy. After the aftershocks subsided, Boone exited the divine water prison. Within a kilometer, there were no living things left. This destructive power. Boone frowned. He didn't see Myrtle or Denny and wasn't sure if they managed to escape. However, he sighed briefly and began sorting through the spoils of war, lamenting the waste. So close to the epicenter of the explosion, everything had been reduced to ashes. Chapter 116. The Plum Blossom Realm discovered. However, he wasn't disheartened because although he hadn't obtained any storage bags and Cyrus's saber had been completely obliterated, at least he could ensure that the explosion had wiped out all living things in the vicinity, including nascent soul cultivators. None would have survived. As for those onlookers who had been too close to the battlefield, Boone could only apologize to them posthumously and remind them that in their next life, they should temper their curiosity a bit. After cleaning everything up, Boone activated the Grand Concealment technique and flew towards the ancestral grounds of Pure Origin sect. Boone still didn't encounter Denny and Myrtle along the way. He had intentionally lured Cyrus far away before detonating the magnetic storm Divine Fire. It was precisely to prevent his own people from getting blown up as well. He knew the power of the magnetic storm Divine Fire, and the Divine Water dungeon also had limitations. It could only confine one person temporarily. When chased by Cyrus, he roughly identified the direction after running in a tough manner towards a specific direction for quite some time. He didn't know if anyone from the other 3 sects had witnessed him killing Cyrus. Ironically, Cyrus did not follow the principle of do not chase a defeated enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to resolve the situation. Now, having killed a core disciple of the Soul Sect, he guessed that the Soul Sect would likely put a bounty on him. Days passed without encountering Myrtle and Denny. He thought they might have left when they saw the situation going awry and returned to the ancestral grounds since they had nowhere else to go. On this day, while Boone was traveling and cultivating simultaneously, the profound mysterious decision paired with dual nascent souls ensured continuous self-cultivation. Even if Boone did nothing but sleep all day, his cultivation progress would be faster than that of ordinary cultivators. This demonstrated the terrifying power of dual nascent souls and a high-grade mystic cultivation method. As the great profound ethereal record continued to spread within the small plum blossom realm, Boone's spirit threads increased to 10 strands. One day, Boone, now not far from the ancestral grounds, suddenly encountered 2 itinerant cultivators heading toward the Clear Source ancestral grounds. Look at that person. Doesn't he look like one of the Clear Source sect remnants wanted by the Flowing Desolate sect? One of the cultivators exclaimed, pointing at Boone. The other scrutinized closely and nodded confidently. It's definitely that remnant. Saying this, he sent a signal light column into the sky. This kind of signal could travel great distances. Boone felt tense. Was the outside world already so tight? Were these 2 wandering cultivators also heading to my ancestral grounds? Before Boone could think more, the 2 cultivators approached. This senior brother, we've lost our way. Could you help us find our path? One of them asked with a seemingly simple smile. Boone secretly became wary and subtly distanced himself. Does senior brother know Black-Faced Demon? The wanderer persisted, moving closer. Boone understood their intentions clearly. These 2 were out to get him. He sneered inwardly, his left hand starting to gather power for the 8 extremes collapse. Ding. System detected 2-star fortune near the host. This person will obtain rewards from you. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring 1-star fortune. This person will soon acquire some spirit medicines. The system's consecutive alerts made it clear. If Boone didn't act first, these people would bring trouble and even gain benefits from him. There was no reason to let them live. Boone thought. It's not that I, Boone, am ruthless. It's the system forcing me to be ruthless. System, thank you. Time was of the essence. Instantly summoning the Grand Mystic Sword, he stepped on Fiery Lotus, sparks produced by stepping on air, appearing right beside the 2 wanderers in an instant. In the next moment, Boone retracted the Grand Mystic Sword after drawing it. 2 seconds later, the heads of the wanderers were separated from their bodies. They didn't even have time to react. These 2 were golden core cultivators. No need to worry about their souls, but Boone burned their corpses clean with simulated azure divine fire anyway. Shortly after, only a faint smell of barbecue lingered, leaving no trace. Boone left this chaotic place immediately. Just as he left, a group of people wearing flowing desolate sect attire arrived where the 2 wanderers had died. The leader was Galen, Boone's old acquaintance. He's gone? Can't have gone far. Galen said with evident hatred. Pursue him, in the direction of their ancestral grounds. They then headed directly toward the Clear Source ancestral grounds. Unbeknownst to Boone, the location of the Clear Source ancestral grounds seemed widely known now. Sure enough, in a short while, Galen and company appeared near the Clear Source ancestral grounds and walked in effortlessly. Only then did Boone reveal himself, dispelling the Grand Concealment technique behind them. How did they find the location of the Clear Source ancestral grounds? Boone wondered. The situation was precarious. The Clear Source ancestral grounds being discovered meant the Grand Mystic Sect disciples might be controlled. Without further thought, Galen and company advanced towards the boundary wall. Boone guessed Iana must have told them. Who else would know this place so well? Indeed, just as Boone followed them using the Grand Concealment technique, he saw Iana standing at the boundary wall, rushing into Galen's arms as he approached. Myrtle and Denny were bound at the entrance. Denny shouted furiously. Iana, you're the daughter of the Clear Source sect patriarch, yet conspire with the Flowing Desolate sect. How do you face your father? Myrtle glanced at her sister, sighing inwardly. Provoking them now was inviting trouble. Sure enough, Iana's eyes flashed with anger. She casually knocked Denny down. As a nascent soul cultivator, dealing with a golden core Denny was effortless. Within moments, Denny lay barely alive. Iana then stopped, speaking softly to Galen. Senior brother, the elders have already entered. Shall we enter as well? Galen gave a twisted laugh, nodding. Iana initiated the formation, leading everyone into the Plum Blossom realm. Before leaving, she didn't forget to bring Myrtle and Denny along. Chapter 117. No regrets in this life for entering Wilbur. Spike stealthily activated his grand concealment technique and followed them into the small plum world. After comparing it with the outside world, Spike still preferred to add a small before plum world. Because, in fact, the space of the plum world wasn't even as large as one province of Yunzhou, let alone compared to the vastness of the Xiuxian continent. Spike originally thought that the small plum world, having been attacked by Lulang's sect, would be in utter ruins. However, what he saw was anything but. It was still brimming with peace and prosperity. Spike looked around suspiciously, wondering what had happened. Could it be that the Lulang sect had changed its nature? They spared the surviving disciples of Qingyuan sect after entering the small plum world? It didn't seem likely at all. At this moment, the group in front of him appeared just as baffled. Ayana wore a bewildered expression. Senior brother? Gil's face turned grim, as they had already sent dozens of people in here, including several elders. Now there were no signs of any attack or battle within the entire small world. What were they doing? Everyone, are you the invaders who have come to attack our plum world? A loud shout echoed in their ears. Eric, Arlo, and Jace Dehai appeared majestically, each leading 3 formations behind them. Each formation vaguely resembled a Taiji Bagua diagram. Seeing this, Spike couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this a simplified imitation of his black tortoise 8 trigram array? Since Arlo had been taught a lesson by Spike, and then witnessed Jace Hermes die before his eyes, he harbored no resentment. Instead, he felt grateful and became more loyal to Spike. He knew that for some reason, Spike had spared him, so now he needed to prove himself even more. Gil looked at the 3 people in their formations, sneering and laughing arrogantly. Ha ha ha, I came here to attack you. What can you do? 3 9th-level Golden Core cultivators, leading a bunch of Foundation Establishment disciples. Where do you get the confidence to defy me? Has the remaining members of Qingyuan sect gone mad? That's right, Senior Brother Liu, we should just kill them. Talking to them is a waste of time. We need to meet up with the elders. The bald man also came along, seizing the opportunity to show off. Ever since losing to Spike last time, the bald man had gone crazy trying to improve. He was now at the 6th level of the Soul Formation stage, even fiercer than before. Eric clicked his tongue in surprise. TSK, are you talking about this elder? As he spoke, the formation behind him opened, revealing an elder tied up in the middle, wearing the attire of the Lulang sect. Marlin, you actually captured Marlin? Release him immediately, the bald man exclaimed in shock. Gil remained silent, his face dark. Marlin was a fusion stage cultivator, yet he had been captured alive. This small plum world was clearly not simple. Ayana wasn't pleased at this point. She noticed Gil's hesitation, but hated these diligent senior disciples from her sect. She wanted to incite Gil to anger. Otherwise, the confrontation might disperse without starting. Ayana's mindset was extremely twisted after the destruction of her sect. Her fear of powerful cultivators led her to depend entirely on others. Why wouldn't the other Qingyuan sect disciples join her in giving up? Wouldn't joining another sect and living comfortably be better? Why go through all the trouble to rebuild the sect? If you succeeded, what would be left of her dignity as the daughter of the sect leader? With this thought, Ayana directly provoked Gil. Senior brother, can you just stand here and watch Marlin being humiliated, doing nothing? Gil turned sharply to look at Ayana. Her words forced him into a corner, compelling him to fight. Although Gil knew Ayana was ruthless, he hadn't expected her to treat him so harshly after giving herself to him. But there was no way out. With dozens of disciples watching, he couldn't lose his prestige as the chief disciple of Lulang sect. Fight! Gil summoned his magical treasure, the radiant 7-star sword, and shouted with determination. Gil, where are the Lulang sect disciples? Gil's shout boosted everyone's morale. In terms of capability, Gil, being the top disciple of a sect, naturally had capable followers. The bald man led the disciples in shouting back, fight, fight, fight. I am Gil, the chief disciple of Lulang sect, practicing Taoism for 63 years. Today, Marlin has been captured, and I swear to save him or die fighting. Will all my fellow disciples join me in this battle to the death? To the death. To the death. Wow. The bald man, feeling pumped by Gil's speech, emitted a strange cry out of excitement. Lulang sect disciples, listen to my command. Form the array. Behind him, 36 Lulang sect disciples quickly formed the sect's ultimate skill, the radiant light seed sword formation. Arlo, what should we do now? Arlo looked solemn. Although they had captured Marlin, they had suffered heavy losses. Eric's chubby face showed unwavering resolve. What should we do? Eric glanced at the murderous sword formation the enemy had set up but showed no change in expression. Turning to the 3 formations behind him, he said, brothers, our plum world has never initiated conflict. We've just focused on cultivating in our own territory. Now someone has come here to snatch our cultivation resources. Should we give them? No. No. Never. Brothers, they keep coming thinking we're easy targets. Are you afraid of them? Not at all. Why should we fear them? Behind us is our sect, with wounded disciples and future generations. We don't ask for much, but I, Eric, will die defending Wilbur's sect today. All my life, I've been a nobody, good for nothing. But I met the sect Dominic, who didn't despise me for being fat or stupid. He taught me a black tier cultivation method. From that moment, I decided to follow him for life. I, Eric, have no regrets in this life for entering Wilbur. The disciples behind the 3 formations listened with tears welling up, their voices growing louder. No regrets in this life for entering Wilbur. No regrets in this life for entering Wilbur. Form the black tortoise 8 trigram array. Defend Wilbur sect. The formations began moving, swiftly forming a continuous Taiji fish pattern. While the formations continued to shift, it looked somewhat clumsy. Both sides reached peak morale, and the battle was about to begin. Gil, having directed his disciples to set up the sword formation, laughed loudly upon seeing the opponent's array. I'd advise you to surrender if I were you. What kind of ridiculous formation is that? Our Wilbur sect stands strong. Those who violate Wilbur shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Spike's loud voice suddenly echoed across the sky. ##### Chapter 118. The Unfortunate Flow Vagabond Sect. Previously, dozens of members from the Flow Vagabond sect had entered, confident of their victory. But they were too complacent. They originally thought this lesser plum blossom world was disorganized, but in reality, it had already become solid as a rock under Boone's control. Before leaving, Boone unified the cultivation methods, measures, and elixirs across the entire lesser plum blossom world. Although there were still sect divisions, both independents and sects now recognized one person as their common master, the Plum Overlord. That person was Boone. The Garth of the Flow Vagabond sect was also extremely unlucky. As soon as he led his team in, they found a minor sect called Green Leaf Sect, which only had about 10 disciples. Originally, Garth intended to use this small sect as an inside accomplice to lead them to ambush the largest sect within the lesser plum blossom world, aiming to severely cripple the main fighting force of the Plum Realm. However, this small sect merely pretended to cooperate while secretly sending information to the Great Mystery Sect, deputy sect leader, and made a decisive decision to gather all capable cultivators, setting up a large trap to lure the enemy into a snare. In the end, at the cost of several hundred gold core cultivators and thousands of Foundation establishment cultivators, they managed to take down 58 high-level cultivators from the Flow Vagabond sect. Among these 58 high-level cultivators were 50 gold core, 6 nascent soul, and 2 body fusion cultivators. Despite such a formidable lineup, when they fought against the Great Mystery Sect, only Garth survived, and he was captured alive. On the side of the Great Mystery Sect, and was severely injured, and Sarai to Aslan were all gravely wounded. Therefore, the responsibility of maintaining safety now fell on Usher. Though Usher only had a 9th stage gold core cultivation level, his handling of matters earned him great praise from And. Not only did he understand human relations well, but he also had remarkable talent in cultivation. His cultivation hadn't advanced quickly due to the lack of good cultivation methods and the incomplete rules of this small world. But after Boone's arrival, it gave Usher a second path. He deeply appreciated Boone for this. There was another important factor. Since joining the Great Mystery Sect, these formerly poor cultivators now had plenty of elixirs to eat. Who wouldn't be moved by such kindness? Now, Usher was at the brink of advancing to the nascent soul stage, and it had already given him the condensation elixir. He had initially planned to find the 9-leaved Crimson Jade Ginseng to increase his chances, coincidentally bumping into the Flow Vagabond sect seeking trouble. How could Usher tolerate this? Just as Usher prepared to risk his life. Our Great Mystery Sect is truly commendable. Whoever dares to offend us will surely be punished, no matter how far away they are. The sect leader suddenly appeared, enveloped in starry radiance, raising his hand to shake the mountains and rivers. Divine Water Purification. Water Prison Technique. Magnetoblast Divine Fire. With 3 consecutive calls, the purification appeared surrounding Boone, then was directed by the Water Prison Technique into a massive prison that instantly surrounded the dozens of members from the Flow Vagabond sect. Without drawing attention, Ayana had quietly left the Water Prison's range. Seeing Boone, she immediately decided to retreat. Ayana feared death now more than ever. Unless she was certain she could resolve Boone, she wouldn't risk her life. So, taking advantage of the momentary distraction, she rapidly escaped from the Lesser Plum Blossom world. Meanwhile, Boone unleashed the First Order Divine Destruction technique from the Scripture of Annihilation, striking a disciple escorting Denny and Myrtle. Boone stepped on the Lotus of Fire, using the dual flight technique to rescue the two, with the water prison swiftly closing behind them. Magnetoblast Divine Fire entered the water prison before it could fully close. This water prison had a unique property. It allowed entry but not exit once its barrier was activated. Before ignition, the Magnetoblast Divine Fire behaved like a docile ball of yarn. Seeing Boone, Bill gnashed his teeth in hatred. Break this damned prison. The Flow Vagabond sect members hastily used the Flow Radiant Seed Sword technique. Clang clang clang. They repeatedly struck the walls of the water prison, but it was futile. The water prison possessed excellent elasticity. Although force could deform it, it would quickly return to its original shape. This was the terrifying power of a profound martial technique. Bill was alarmed. What kind of fortune did Boone possess? With over 30 nascent soul cultivators, they couldn't even break through this water prison. What Bill didn't know was that sustaining the water prison required continuous spiritual energy support. The combined strength of these dozens of cultivators attacking simultaneously was gradually wearing Boone down. After deliberation, Boone initiated his spirit sense for the first time. Watching Boone inject a strand of spirit sense into the water prison, turning it visibly harder like it had frozen. Only the Flow Vagabond sect disciples knew this wasn't an effect of ice. Boone marveled. Spirit sense is surprisingly powerful and useful? What was once a deformable water prison became as solid as a C-130 grade reinforced concrete cube, greatly enhancing its structural integrity. Moreover, Boone was pleased to discover the spirit sense could be recovered. He developed a new usage method for the water prison technique and named it the Spirit Sense Water Prison Technique. Dominic, Usher, Arlo, and others were excited, their faces flushed. Boone simply waved his hand, nodding to everyone. He hadn't detonated the Magnetoblast Divine Fire mainly because he didn't want to kill Dominic's only bloodline, Ayana. But searching through the crowd, he couldn't find Ayana. She ran away? It might be better if she ran, Boone sighed inwardly. Senior sister, henceforth we'll owe each other nothing. Boone looked coldly at Bill. I know you hate me, so what? I'm actually relieved you didn't marry Ashley, because you're unworthy. Think back. What was your true intention when her cultivation plummeted? Dare you say you would have honored the marriage contract even if I hadn't married her? Don't tell me you would. You know the answer deep inside. Seeing Bill about to argue, Boone cut him off with a stern rebuke, followed by a disdainful glance. So, what face do you have to act as if everyone owes you? Turning around, He whispered softly, "Detonate." Boom. Instantly, a sea of fire erupted from the water prison, engulfing everything in flames, distorting the once cubic-shaped prison into a mushroom-like form. The collision of water and fire was magnificent yet tragic. Bill died filled with boundless hatred. Afterward, Boone directed the cleanup of the battlefield. Chapter 119. The Fedor's Unusual Movement. Suddenly, it was discovered that a 3-star luck light column reappeared above Denny's head, who had just been saved with a large quantity of pills. This person will find a broken spirit tool while clearing the battlefield. However, due to self-castration, he can't activate it with young blood and will ultimately resell it for 500 spirit stones. The system's explanation this time was very comprehensive. Boone thought, isn't this a pity? Since Denny is destined not to obtain this treasure, then I'll collect it for you. Boone waved at Denny kindly. Denny, who was clearing the battlefield, ran over happily when he saw the sect Dominic beckoning him. When he got closer, his expression turned solemn. Sect Dominic. Boone nodded kindly and asked, Bruno, your cultivation has improved rapidly recently. But remember to be steady and solidify your foundation. Last time, your Heavenly River Meteor Fist couldn't defeat me because your foundation wasn't stable. Boone put on a sect Dominic demeanor and sincerely advised Denny. Denny listened to Boone's teaching solemnly. After saying enough, Boone finally came back to the point. See how weak your foundation is. Go back and cultivate steadily now. Don't waste time cleaning up the battlefield. Denny was moved, bowing repeatedly to Boone, feeling that the sect Dominic truly treated him like a brother. Hold on. Here are 500 spirit stones as a reward for you. Denny held the spirit stones with both hands and returned to practice with a proud look on his face. Look, the sect Dominic rewards Denny again. How envious. Yeah, the sect Dominic and senior brother Chin have a great relationship. They supposedly used to sleep in the same bed before. Sure, it's not good to mention this. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting. Due to the host's strong young energy, you can activate the spirit tool fragment. This luck rises to 5-star luck. Luck binding in progress. Binding successful. Following the system's guidance, Boone searched in the air. Myrtle looked at Boone's movements suspiciously and followed closely behind. Finally, he found a broken mirror among the piles of magic treasures. This broken mirror had an extraordinary material. It looked like an ancient bronze mirror, but had a different luster on its surface. The broken mirror felt slightly cool upon touch and emitted strange waves. So, you tricked Xiaotian away because you found a treasure. Myrtle's sudden appearance startled Boone. He turned to see Myrtle excited, as if she had discovered a new world. Boone put the broken mirror away. Don't jump out and scare people every day. You'll scare someone to death. If you didn't do something wrong, why are you afraid? Seeing that Myrtle was extremely suspicious, Boone changed the subject. Myrtle, tell me honestly, what's your background? You're not from the Union sect. Boone, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. Myrtle interrupted Boone hastily and flew away with her spiritual sword. Every time Myrtle was pressured by Boone about her background, she would escape in panic. Boone strongly suspected that she might indeed be a descendant of the Union sect. Otherwise, why would the system say she possessed the lost dual cultivation technique? However, Boone didn't care much about her origin right now. He wanted to know more about the secret of that mirror. Just as he was about to check, Sect Dominic, Barkley, Arlo, and others surrounded Boone with delight. Boone nodded, putting the fragment away and preparing to examine it in a quiet place after returning to Wilbur's sect. Barkley, you're about to break through to the nascent soul stage? Boone noticed a lucky aura halo above Barkley's head, indicating a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Ding! 5-star luck detected. A beam of light from the system pointed at Barkley. This person will receive 1 nurturing nascent pill and 1 breaking nascent pill from Boone. Looking at the system's prompt, Boone was in between laughing and crying. This lucky prediction seemed useless to himself. It wasn't entirely useless either. This could be considered a warning, similar to the previous bad luck. If he encountered someone with a 9-star luck aura pointing towards him, it meant that this person would harm him in some way. Boone secretly noted it down. These 2 pills, take them and break through well. We need you to defend the sect in the future. Boone patted his shoulder encouragingly. Sect Dominic, I want to request your surname. I am an orphan, knowing only my surname Tan but no name. Sect Dominic has bestowed grace upon me like rebirth parents. Boone, looking at Barkley's hopeful face, nodded, thinking Barkley was also talented. Following Barkley's wish, he gave him a name, Ye Carl. If you don't want to use the Ye surname in the future, you can also be called Carl. Barkley shook his head seriously. I, Ye Carl, will bear the Ye surname all my life. Thank you, Sect Dominic. I'm taking this Marlin away. He's very stubborn and doesn't talk at all. Marlin looked rebellious. To hell with you. Boone nodded, first slapping Marlin into a daze, then encouraged Barkley for a few words and returned to Wilbur's sect. He still had several matters to deal with. First, the entrance to this small world had been discovered, which posed a risk to the entire Little Plum Flower world's safety. He needed to think of a solution. Second, Barkley mentioned that Anne was injured during the battle, so he needed to go see her. Third, he needed to investigate Marlin to get useful information. Upon entering the sect Dominic Peak, Boone saw and coming out to welcome him. She wore a long white dress, her complexion somewhat pale. Boone disregarded the awkwardness and supported her immediately. Why did you come out? Did Carl say you were injured? And smiled and shook her head. You forgot. I'm a 5th grade alchemy Dominic. These minor injuries are nothing. You mentioned Carl? Oh, that's Barkley. From now on, he shares my surname and is called Ye Carl. Saying that, Boone tossed Marlin onto the ground. Do you have any toxic pills or strong medicines? This old man refuses to speak. Marlin looked furious. Boone, you brat have already made it to the Flowing Mist sect's must-kill bounty list. My today can be your tomorrow. Then, he laughed maniacally. However, Boone suddenly felt his demon infant stirring within him, showing signs of wanting to emerge from his body. This unusual movement pointed directly at Marlin. Facing Marlin, he suddenly appeared incredibly terrified when sensing the stirrings of Boone's demon infant. Demonic aura? Recalling the strange demon realm's secret land created by the Flowing Mist sect, Boone speculated, could the Flowing Mist sect have started practicing demonic techniques? With this thought, Boone let go. Then Marlin saw a black-faced baby suddenly shoot out from Boone's body. Hashtag Chapter 120. Dual Soul Infants, Devouring Magic Crystals. The appearance of the magic infant was exactly like his dark face, and wasn't at all afraid of this little guy. She even gave him a faint smile. Boone sensed through his connection with the magic infant that Marlin's body harbored something he desperately needed. Furrowing his brows in thought, he wondered. This magic infant relies on demonic energy for cultivation. What could it be craving? Chime. Detected 2-star luck around the host. The system announced. On its own, 2-star luck is rather ordinary, but what made it rare was that these stars hovered above the head of his magic infant. Before, the magic infant was inside him, and now that it has just come out, luck has descended upon it. This person will soon obtain a magic crystal. After devouring it, their cultivation will rapidly advance. Indeed, peculiar. It's not like I am separate from my magic infant. Suddenly changing his demeanor, Boone sneered, "Haha, Marlin, you've cultivated demon arts. We are truly comrades in arms." Marlin was shocked speechless. You also cultivate demon arts?" Boone. And looked at Boone oddly. But Boone had a thick skin. Before his rebirth, there was a saying. If you're not embarrassed, then others should be. I know you have a magic crystal within you. Coincidentally, I cultivate the path of demons as well and need magic crystals. If you don't tell me where your demonic energy comes from, I'll let my soul infant consume you. Marlin was taken aback. The fact that members of their Lamar sect cultivated demon arts and possessed magic crystals was a secret. How did this dark-faced devil know so clearly? No. Realizing his mistake, Marlin suddenly reacted. Not yet. Don't eat me. Let me think. You say this is your soul infant, but when it leaves your body, you still speak fluently, which means there's another soul infant inside you. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Ha. You're trying to scare me. How can one person have 2 soul infants? This dark little devil must be some sort of monster, Marlin said confidently. He found it utterly unbelievable that one person could possess 2 soul infants. It's understandable that Marlin would think this way because a soul infant is part of the spirit and consciousness. If someone's soul infant leaves the body, then the physical body wouldn't retain consciousness or be able to converse. It should be the magic infant speaking. However, Boone had already pioneered the path of dual soul infants, allowing him to multitask and maintain control over his body while the soul infant was out. As for the benefits derived from creating a new cultivation path and thus influencing the rules of power, he would only understand them at a higher realm. Boone raised an eyebrow. What do you know? In terms of cultivating demon arts, I am your great-grand ancestor. Darren descends. With a low chant, Boone activated the skill of the magic infant, directly affecting Marlin. PFFF. Instantly, Marlin spewed blood under the immense pressure. What is this? Marlin's face was pale and terrified. A deep-rooted fear washed over him, a suppressive sensation rooted in his bloodline, caused by rank disparity. He felt an irresistible urge to bow down to Boone. I'll speak. We discovered a mysterious space in the demonic realm. That place was filled with strange energy. At first, we didn't realize it was demonic energy, so we started cultivating it. Following his words, Boone added, but later, you realized that absorbing demonic energy accelerated your cultivation drastically. Your strength grew quickly, and you became addicted. But the negative emotions that followed harmed you deeply. Listening, Marlin fell limp on the ground, nodding weakly. Without further ado, Boone tore open Marlin's sleeve, revealing that his skin had begun to rot, exposing non-human muscle tissue beneath. Dark gray muscles, rough in texture, somewhat resembling a scaleless reptile. Seeing Marlin, who was now half transformed into a demon, Boone felt waves of disgust. So, all the cultivators of Lamar's sect are now monsters cloaked in human skin? But logically, shouldn't the passage to the demonic realm still be sealed? How did so many creatures transform? Do you not fear the entire cultivation world rallying against you? Boone asked coldly. Fearful. That's why we've been frantically exploring small worlds, hoping to find a desolate one to survive in. For his life, Marlin revealed everything. Boone glanced at Anne, understanding that more members of Lamar's sect would arrive. Magic infant, consume him. Boone decisively ordered. Any other decision would be foolish. Marlin, recoiling in horror, snarled, you promised not to eat me. The magic infant bit down, Marlin's face twisting in agony. Boone, may you die miserably. Boone's tone was icy and mocking. You believed a demon's promise? Naive. Only deafening screams remained. Soon, the magic infant completely devoured Marlin, gaining the magic crystal within him. Its cultivation sword, finally breaking through to the second level of soul infant stage. Thus, Boone's dual soul infant's cultivation balanced once again, reaching the second level of soul infant stage. Boone clenched his hands, feeling the surge of power as the magic crystal was absorbed, nourishing his body with demonic energy. He nodded in satisfaction and asked worriedly, since demon cultivation has so many drawbacks, shouldn't you stop practicing it? Feeling Anne's heartfelt concern and recalling how he occasionally thought of her during their separation, and seeing her still pale complexion, Boone's lingering hesitance toward her vanished. Perhaps it wasn't hesitation but rather guilt toward Ashley. But now that Anne was his, and fully devoted to him, he couldn't easily let her down. With a light smile, Boone patted Anne's head. It's fine. I have a profound technique that can purify impurities and negative emotions from demonic energy. Saying this, he summoned the magic infant again for Anne to see. Looking at the earnest magic infant, Anne's eyes widened and then burst into laughter. Confused, Boone asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem with it? Her face flushed red from laughter. She waved a hand. No real issues. I just find it amusing that it's not wearing pants and looks a bit small. ##### Chapter 121. Upgrading meets crisis. Boon? He immediately retracted his yuan ing, blushing slightly, sensing the awkward atmosphere, and asked, what do you plan to do next? Hearing this, Boon responded seriously. I must destroy the Lamar sect first. They know the location of the small plum world, and because they are cultivating demonic arts, they are searching for small worlds everywhere. They won't leave this place alone. Even for the sake of Wilburg men, Boon had to eliminate the Lamar sect, let alone that they had repeatedly caused him trouble. I will go with you, and looked at Boon with determined eyes. Boon disagreed. You should focus on recuperating. I still need you to manage the sect in my absence. Wait a moment. Boon circled around and once more and released the demonic infant again, and did not panic at all. She didn't even blink, fully trusting Boon, even without knowing what he was about to do. After circling and a few times, the demonic infant returned into Boon's body. At this point, Anne's complexion had significantly improved. She had been infected by demonic poison, which was toxic to ordinary cultivators, but was highly beneficial to the current Boon. The demonic infant had already extracted the demonic poison from her body. With the worry resolved, Boon prepared to find the Lamar sect. He knew how to locate them. The system could detect the 2-star chi fortune of those bearing demonic crystals. Therefore, he only needed to release the demonic infant to guide him. Essentially, Boon had become a human demonic crystal detector. ####Xianxia continent. ####Zhongzhou. ####Chen family. Alger finally ascended to the position of patriarch of the Chen family. He intended to settle old accounts. Brother 5, have we heard anything about our son Bruno? Sitting below Alger was a round-faced man who appeared ruthless despite his plump face, giving off an intimidating vibe. Big brother, Bruno is most likely on Xiuxian continent. Xiuxian continent? Why would my son go to such a desolate place? When your late wife fled to avoid your enemy's pursuit, she endured great hardships and found that hiding in desolate places effectively avoided detection. She must have gone to one of the continents with the sparsest spiritual energy. Xiuxian continent was the most desolate among them. If someone saw this scene, they might wonder why two Yuhua realm powerhouses seemed so troubled. Big brother, we will definitely find Bruno. With his 9-turn golden dragon luck, he will surely encounter numerous fortunes and be fine wherever he is. I hope so. ###Xiuxian continent. ###Yunzhou. Boon's complexion gradually recovered. Though not back to his original hue entirely, at least he wasn't black-faced anymore. Notification. This person has 2-star fortune and will obtain the demonic crystal within the gray-robed cultivator ahead. Notification. This person has 2-star fortune and will obtain the demonic crystal within the red-clad guest on the 2nd floor of a mortal tea house. Notification. Boon followed the demonic infant's trail to track down Lamar's sect disciples, discovering that the sect had indeed dispersed its members to search for small worlds, as the old man had said. Using the system as a detector, he only needed to release the demonic infant to identify any nearby Lamar sect cultivators. In just 3 days, Boon destroyed several low-tier bases of the Lamar sect. Although they were low-tier cultivators, the demonic crystals inside them were undiminished. Since the Lamar sect had only recently started cultivating demonic arts, the size of the crystals was roughly uniform, about the size of a thumbnail. However, the demonic aura within these crystals was extremely pure. Consuming just one could boost cultivation by 10%. This meant that Boon needed only 10 Lamar sect disciples to advance from the 2nd level of Yuan Ing to the 3rd. With the fortune perception system guiding him, this hunt felt like collecting money along the way, greatly satisfying him. Boon hunted down and killed Lamar's sect disciples near the Qingyuan sect's ancestral grounds, almost to the last. ###Qingyuan mountain. ###Lamar sect. Koan, the soul lamps of the disciples exploring the small world are continuously extinguishing, and Koan flower and Koan wood soul lamps have also gone out. The great Koan of Lamar sect remained unperturbed, nodding calmly with a faint black vortex above his head. Bill's soul lamp is also out. All missing disciples were in the Zhuyun Mountains area? Yes, it's Zhuyun Mountains. Koan flower reported suspicions of remaining Qingyuan sect remnants gathering there. Could it be? Regardless if it's the Qingyuan sect remnants, we need to investigate. Sin Giovanni and his disciples. After speaking, the great Koan resumed meditating. Since starting demonic cultivation, the entire Lamar sect's progress accelerated rapidly, with many elevating their realms. The great Koan was no exception, now having progressed to the Decheng realm from merely being at the Fanshan realm before. It was evident that demonic cultivation was a swift shortcut. However, rapid advancement had its drawbacks. Many Lamar sect disciples became mentally unstable, leading to incidents of insanity. Consequently, more and more disciples were confined to the rear mountains of Lamar sect. Boon didn't have this issue. With the Wilburg fantasy technique filtering negative emotions and preventing heart demons, he quickly advanced by robbing demonic crystals. Now, his demonic infant was at the 5th level of Yuan Ing. His spirit infant was still at the 2nd level of Yuan Ing. Boon marveled at how his upgrades felt like cheats. Calculating his spiritual power, releasing a perfect magnetic godfire at the 2nd level Yuan Ing required 70% of his spiritual power. A 5-layered return spirit pill restored only 10% of his spiritual power and took a few breaths to digest. In theory, Boon could release 2 rounds of magnetic godfire with brief intervals by rapidly consuming return spirit pills. Magnetic godfire consumed 70% of spiritual power mainly due to the simulation of divine fire, while divine water turbidity hardly consumed any. Divine water turbidity's essence could naturally absorb heavenly spiritual power, converting it into divine water turbidity. 8 Extremes Collapse's 1st layer Dark Force consumed 10% of spiritual power, and 6 layers consumed 60%. These martial techniques' consumption ratios remained constant, meaning their power would increase with cultivation. Boone hadn't used demonic aura yet. Transforming demonic aura into divine fire was difficult since both attributes counteracted each other. Even with the Wilburg fantasy technique to moderate, it was challenging. But Boone devised a new combo using demonic aura, suppressing opponents with the Demon King's arrival, then using the demonic version of 8 Extremes Collapse close-up after adding demonic aura. 8 Extremes Collapse could now unleash 18 layers of dark force, 6 layers each of spiritual power, blood chi, and demonic aura. Demon King's arrival affected a 3-meter radius. Anyone with lower cultivation than the demonic infant would be paralyzed by fear. Thus, Boone could fight both up close and from a distance. Just as Boone finished assessing his changes, he noticed a thick black aura above his head. The host has a 7-star black aura. This person will soon encounter an attack from a Lamar sect combined body Cohen. No known methods to resolve this. The system's warning cut off Boone's attempts to shift blame. Confronting a combined body expert from Lamar sect, Boone faced the greatest crisis in his cultivation journey. Chapter 122. Battle of Fusion Realm Expert. Boone looked around and realized he was at Xiuxian Mountain. Some itinerant cultivators were present in the vicinity. Thinking of the imminent battle, Boone decided to move farther away. As he flew, he began channeling energy for the 8-pole burst while gripping the Wilburg Jian tightly. He operated the Wilbur illusory technique to its limit. Facing a Fusion Realm expert, Boone dared not let down his guard even a bit. The Murray he defeated earlier in the Lesser Plum Blossom world was only a pseudo-fusion realm. Because that world's rules were incomplete, his foundation was quite weak. Additionally, due to many years of strength suppression, he had relied on supplements from being the Purple Microstar Palace's master to complete the breakthrough into Fusion Realm. The main difference between Fusion Realm and Embryo Soul Realm is that in Fusion Realm, the soul embryo merges with the body. This merge can be entirely unified, that is a true fusion. Otherwise, it is a false fusion where the soul embryo is only merged within the head, without being evenly distributed throughout the body. In this case, the benefits of the soul embryo merging with the body are not fully manifested. A soul embryo carries mental power and consciousness and can be seen as an engine. The cultivator's body is akin to the 4 wheels of a car. If the soul embryo exerts force and transmits it to the body, there needs to be a transmission time. However, at Fusion Realm, the soul embryo fuses with the body, thus eliminating this delay. It allows the cultivator to release force more smoothly and quickly with every gesture. This subtle difference should not be underestimated. It's like comparing an old car starting up. It definitely won't respond immediately when you press the accelerator. It will take some time to get going. But supercars are different. They start incredibly fast. This is the fundamental difference between Embryo Soul Realm and Fusion Realm. One is an old car, the other is a supercar. Boone felt that if he reached Fusion Realm, he wouldn't need prolonged build-up anymore. He could instantly unleash 6 layers of dark force in the 8-pole burst. Simultaneously, the speed of merging Magnetic Storm Divine Fire would also increase several-fold. Apart from the soul embryo fusing with the body, there is a higher realm within Fusion Realm that few can achieve, congenital fusion. This state is difficult to reach. First, one must have a congenital soul embryo, and secondly, the body strength must reach a congenital level. Most cultivators cannot enhance their body strength to such heights since they rely on spiritual energy for long periods and usually neglect physical training. Finally, Boone found a remote wilderness area where no one else was around. He rechecked the surroundings again. One place had frequent beast activities, a forest, and the rest were vast plains. This is it. Suddenly, an indifferent voice echoed from nowhere in the air. You've indeed chosen a nice resting place for yourself? Boone looked up to see an elderly man of the Fusion Realm, with a gloomy expression, dressed in flowing mist sect Cohen attire, but finer than Marlin's. Behind him were numerous disciples, roughly over 100, all of whom were at least core formation stage. That previously distant Fusion Realm expert suddenly appeared before Boone, who, caught off guard, could only raise the Wilburg Jian to block. This is the teleportation technique intrinsic to Fusion Realm experts. Due to the rapid mobilization of spiritual energy, these cultivators can instantly release all their power over short distances, producing sonic booms and moving faster than sound itself. Thus, the sound only reaches afterward. Swish, boom, boom. Boone retreated rapidly. Even if it meant abandoning the prepared 8-pole burst, he had to retreat. A Fusion Realm cultivator's close combat punch isn't something to joke about. Every move filled their body with spiritual energy. The Wilburg Jian flew out of Boone's hand directly. Next came a lead-heavy punch striking toward Boone's jaw. Crack! Boone's jaw dislocated. In this first encounter, Boone couldn't react in time and was continuously attacked by the Fusion Realm cultivator. This was the true power of a Fusion Realm expert. I must commend you, boy. I, Benji, have never failed to finish off a lowly embryo soul cultivator in my first move. Benji smiled as if Boone brought him some form of entertainment. Calculating his options, Boone hadn't yet fused with his soul embryo. In a war of attrition, consuming pills wouldn't match the opponent, whose speed far surpassed his. To survive, he needed to strike unexpectedly and deliver a fatal blow in this unguarded moment of Benji. He needed the Magnetic Storm Divine Fire? No, the explosive power of a hydrogen bomb. Considering this, he chose to activate his Black Tortoise 8-trigram array, once again inside which he deployed the Divine Water Prison to firmly surround himself. Boone didn't know if the hydrogen bomb could kill Benji. Plus, a huge problem existed. How to prevent him from fleeing. Fusion Realm cultivators had instant teleportation skills. His water prison technique couldn't contain Benji, who could escape with just one teleportation. Boone wouldn't have time to seal the prison. There was only one method. Boone observed that instant teleportation couldn't be used consecutively. It required a few seconds buffer between uses. This was his only chance to defeat Benji. Soon, Boone had condensed a small ball of energy, filled with various types of violent energy. Careful inspection revealed 3 top-tier energies that repelled each other yet formed a delicate balance. Benji watched as Boone erected multiple layers of protection with turbid clarity outside, blurring any view inside. Do you think those turtle shells will save you? What a laughable notion, shouted Benji's disciples mockingly. Boy, come out and accept your fate. My teacher will give you a whole corpse. Boone remained unperturbed. He now needed time. For safety, he took the 9 turns void embracing pill, acquired at great cost from Eileen of the alchemy sect, along with a handful of spirit-restoring pills. Benji frowned. Although he wasn't afraid of any trickery by Boone, any fanciful operations were futile against overwhelming power. He did not want to waste time here. His demonic arts weren't perfected yet. Thus, Benji finally revealed one of his true abilities, the boundless absorption divine water. Upon being summoned by Benji, it emitted excited humming sounds. Absorb, absorb. My teacher has summoned the boundless absorption divine water. This kid is doomed. Indeed, this is ranked 31st among divine waters. He's finished. The characteristic of boundless absorption is sharpness. Even with his protective array, a mere gesture from my teacher will shatter it. Finally, Benji made his move. Chapter 123, Break or Be Broken. Let's perish together. The divine water in Eldon's hand began to change shape, gradually coalescing into a sword. It appeared as solid and motionless, but if one were to observe it through a microscopic lens, they would discover that the divine water forming the sword's edge was flowing at high speed. This speed rivaled Eldon's own, meaning any object, no matter how sturdy, would be torn apart by this divine water. It was essentially a high-pressure water jet, but made of divine water. The sharpness of Mangji truly lived up to its reputation. Using his instantaneous movement technique, Eldon appeared at the edge of the black tortoise 8 trigram array and, with a light wave of the Mangji divine sword, instantly dismantled the entire array. Divine water xiuxian. What technique is this? Is it a mystic-grade martial skill? With Eldon's keen eye, he immediately identified the source of Boone's water prison technique. Drenched in sweat, Boone was urgently consolidating the divine fire in his hands. Upon seeing the Mangji divine water, he had another bold idea. He incorporated 2 new elements into his hydrogen bomb. One was the previously nurtured heart fire from the Earth's core, now increasingly volatile. The other was the newly observed Mangji divine water, which he replicated using the Wilbur illusion decree, fusing its particles into the magnetic storm divine fire. Eldon wasn't idle either. He took his Mangji divine sword and began slicing through the water prison. Boy, xiuxian is mine. With that, Eldon burst into laughter. Boone's heart sank as the supposedly impenetrable divine water prison was effortlessly breached. Xiuxian had excellent malleability. No matter how much force was applied, it would only deform, never break. However, xiuxian feared extremely sharp objects, which was exactly what Mangji excelled at. As the prison shattered, Eldon and Boone faced each other once more. At this moment, all Eldon needed was a single instant move to finish Boone with a swift strike. But something felt off. Eldon's heart raced uncontrollably. His thoughts spiraled in an instant. What was this terrifying warning? His gaze shifted to Boone's hand, where an unassuming energy sphere lay. Despite its harmless appearance, Eldon instinctively sensed a destructive force within it. In the next second, Eldon moved, confident that he could slit Boone's throat before the latter acted. However, Boone had anticipated Eldon's preemptive move. He knew this combined body realm cultivator wouldn't retreat even if he saw a potential threat in Boone's hands, especially with numerous disciples watching. Retreating now would mean losing face for Eldon. Sure enough, Eldon used his instantaneous movement to reach Boone's side, ready to strike. At this moment, a Feng Kong de Xiaoyi should be replaced with a Feng Kong de Xiaoyi zai Boone de zui jiao fu xian. Should be revised to a Feng Kong de smile curled the corners of Boone's mouth. Revised sentence. Sure enough, Eldon used his instantaneous movement to reach Boone's side, ready to strike. At this moment, a Feng Kong de smile curled the corners of Boone's mouth. To ensure it reads naturally in English. Sure enough, Eldon used his instantaneous movement to reach Boone's side, ready to strike. At this moment, a mad smile curled the corners of Boone's mouth. Explosion. He murmured the word. A massive explosion erupted just as Eldon teleported beside Boone, leaving him no time to react. Boone's prediction was correct. Eldon's instantaneous movement had a few seconds of cooldown, during which immense spiritual energy compressed within his body for rapid release. That brief moment gave Boone the opening. He gambled everything on this chance. The explosive force engulfed both of them at close range. Even Boone, with his enhancements, couldn't avoid being caught in the blast. But he had fortified himself with the Wilbur Golden Body in 2 stages, enhanced by Demon Infant Power. He also utilized the 9 transformations of Divine Water in 2 stages, forming protective shields around his body. The Divine Fire underwent 9 transformations, fortifying his bones and organs with Divine Fire and the Heart Fire from the Earth's core. The new Magnetic Storm Divine Fire, which he named Cutting Magnetic Storm Divine Fire, utilized fine strands of Mangji Divine Water as cutting blades, propelled by 3 layers of explosive force from Divine Fire. Boone's ultimate attack fused advanced technology and mystic energy systems, culminating in a devastating explosion that engulfed both of them. Eldon's body was cut billions of times by the microparticles of Mangji Divine Water, shredding every cell within him. Despite being in the combined body realm, his physical strength was not enough to withstand such damage. On the other hand, Boone, although at the nascent soul realm, had dual nascent infants and developed his blood chi to the 3rd stage of Force Dominic, significantly enhancing his physical strength. Combined with the dual protections from Divine Water and Divine Fire transformations, along with the 2nd stage Wilbur Golden Body reinforced by demonic chi, he still suffered grave injuries. His body was severely damaged, but thanks to the 9 turns Huai Huang pill, he remained alive. The pill's effects began repairing his fragmented cells and connecting severed tissues through xiuxian's malleable properties. Even Boone's spirit infant was sliced into pieces, scattered throughout his body cells. If he survived this state, it could be considered a unique form of combined body realm. No one expected someone in the nascent soul realm to have their spirit infant cut into tiny fragments and merged back into the body. A perfect end. Eldon died thoroughly, torn apart by the explosion without leaving behind a single trace. His final thought was disbelief. How could a mere nascent soul realm cultivator kill him? A seasoned combined body realm practitioner? The explosion was too fast for him to self-destruct, which would have killed Boone. Alas, there was no if. All of Eldon's disciples perished in the explosion's aftermath. One skill, killing over 100 cultivators. Boone's last coherent thought was, this is like detonating a truck full of explosives. I can never use this again. He couldn't help but curse, fuck, it hurt so much. As his consciousness faded into darkness, his life force flickered to near extinction. At this moment, the demon infant within him, which had been dormant, suddenly opened its eyes, displaying an expression identical to Boone's face. The story continues as the battle reaches its climax, with Boone's innovative and deadly technique proving effective against a formidable opponent. The intense action leaves readers breathless, awaiting the aftermath of this catastrophic event. Chapter 124. The second personality? Boone's mind suddenly became clouded, his consciousness gradually calming and sinking deeper, deeper. He did not want this. He told himself to wake up. However, all he felt was profound weakness. Despite being sustained by the ninefold embracing void pill, Boone's spirit was now in tatters. A voice whispered in his ear, "You've locked me here for so long. Now, it's your turn." In a dazed state, Boone vaguely saw a black version of himself appear before him and speak. Locked here? Is this my demon babe consciousness? Could my second spirit infant have developed its own awareness? Logically, cultivators should only possess one consciousness, but Boone was an exception. He had two spirit infants. He once considered taking the path of one chi, transforming into three clarity, dividing his consciousness into three bodies, each being himself. But that required a unified consciousness within Boone's body to avoid conflicts between two different minds in the future. As a xiuxian, a person who has traveled through time or space, a common element in Chinese novels, with knowledge spanning eras, Boone's general idea was sound. Normally, this wouldn't be problematic. However, due to sustaining severe injuries, his consciousness had sunk, offering the demon babe's consciousness an opportunity to surface. Note: for better context and natural flow in English, xiuxian is explained within the sentence. Taking over Boone's body, the demon babe sneered, feeling intense pain as the body had been shattered. Even Boone's consciousness struggled to stay awake. It must have hurt unimaginably, but the demon babe was different. This was one of the few chances it could control the body. No matter the pain, it endured. Observing the battle scene littered with fragments, it cursed Boone under its breath for wasting so much demon crystals. Those could have boosted its strength immensely. Suddenly, amidst its thoughts, a system notification interrupted. Ding. Detected 6-star luck near host. The suddenness startled the demon babe. Who's there, pretending to be a god or ghost? The demon babe was unaware of the system's existence since it always communicated directly with Boone's consciousness. Finding nothing after searching, the demon babe panicked. Then, a streak of light appeared before it, pointing ahead. Instinctively, the demon babe followed the light. A short distance away, it encountered a Liumang sect disciple who had survived using some defensive artifact at the explosion's edge. The demon babe, mimicking Boone, flew over, fangs bared. This person will save the Dan sect Saint Maiden soon, earning her favor, joining the Dan sect and becoming an inner disciple. Though confused by the system's words, the demon babe noticed the disciple practiced dark arts, containing demon crystals. After the earlier destruction, where everyone else was obliterated, finding someone with demon crystals was too valuable to miss. In no time, it extracted the demon crystal from the disciple, who fell with disbelief etched on his face. Congratulations, host successfully intercepted 6-star luck. Luck is binding successful. If Boone were conscious, he would realize killing was indeed the quickest way to intercept luck, but this was merely a fleeting thought. Unless driven by deep enmity, he wouldn't kill. Like Benny, who thanked Boone despite being intercepted, and even worked for him. Moreover, the continuous flow of luck ensured sustainable development for Boone. Savoring the taste of the demon crystal, the demon babe's cheeks flushed slightly, reveling in the sensation. After a while, greedily licking its lips, it sought more treasures from the dead disciple, eventually finding half a turtle shell. Despite feeling it wasn't as substantial as a small piece of demon crystal, instinct told it this was valuable. Swallowing the demon crystal, it experienced pain mixed with pleasure. Suddenly, another streak of light appeared. Remembering how following the last light led to a demon crystal, the demon babe eagerly moved forward again. Finally, deep in the forest, the light stopped. Confused, it observed a weak woman in Dan sect attire, seemingly injured. If Boone were aware, he'd recognize Margaret. But the demon babe was puzzled. This woman, though beautiful, had no demon crystals inside her. Feeling deceived and almost drained from consuming the crystal during the journey, it began contemplating when Margaret turned and saw it. "Boone!" she exclaimed, rushing toward it with joy despite her pale face. She knows Boone? Startled, the demon babe lacked Boone's memories. Knowing someone familiar might expose it, especially given its violent tendencies like extracting the Liumang sect disciple's crystal without understanding what happened, it began preparing to strike Margaret. However, Margaret hugged it tightly around the neck. "Boone, thank goodness you're okay. I missed you so much." Frozen in place, the demon babe stood stunned. Chapter 125, Boone continuously retreats under attack. Tad noticed Boone's lack of reaction and suddenly realized something, quickly getting off him. Her face was flushed red, but if not for her still pale lips, the infant demon would have thought she had faked being hurt. Seeing her bashful appearance, the infant demon's heart pounded. Could this person be Boone's lover? The infant demon hesitated. He intended to replace Boone, but if he killed someone close to himself, everyone would surely suspect him. Though he wasn't afraid of minor troubles, being hunted across the continent would be extremely bothersome, especially since he wasn't that strong yet and didn't wish to waste the hard-won life he had. "Boone? Boone?" Tad saw Boone not responding and standing blankly, which instantly made her panic. "Boone, what's wrong with you? Why is your body so?" "It's Tad. Do you remember me?" The infant demon finally reacted, slowly turning his head and softly saying her name. Su, Tienga. Seeing that Boone finally responded, Tad nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'm Tad, do you remember me? The infant demon seemed to come back to his senses, gently rubbing his forehead before weakly asking, Tienga, it feels like I just fought someone. I'm out of energy. Tad immediately supported him and asked carefully, does it hurt a lot? Lean on me, let me help you walk. The infant demon nodded slightly. To replace Boone, he needed to gather information from anyone close to Boone. Plus, Tad emitted a bigger light column than earlier, meaning more food awaited him. Tienga, my mind is in chaos. How did you get here? Tad hurriedly explained. After exiting the mystic realm, Soul Dolua battled Boone. She was called away by Andonis, who said he could resolve the grudges between Boone and the Soul Sect. Wanting to help Boone, she followed Andonis. But upon reaching the Soul Sect, they heard that Boone had already defeated Soul Dolua, leaving Tad unsure what to do next. However, considering how much stronger Soul Dolua was compared to Boone, Tad feared Boone might be in danger. So she insisted on returning to Lulang's sect to check on Boone's condition. Seeing Tad's concern for Boone, Andonis angrily abandoned her and returned to the sect alone, leaving Tad to go to Lulang's sect on her own. After much effort, she learned Boone might be nearby and rushed over, only to encounter a beast demon. Luckily, as the daughter of the alchemy sect patriarch, she had enough treasures to survive the 6-star beast demon but was severely injured herself. Unexpectedly, she met Boone, seemingly a case of turning misfortune into good luck. As Tad spoke, her happiness was genuine, confirming the infant demon's belief that she must be Boone's lover. The infant demon leaned closer to Tad, and their proximity increased, enhancing Tad's blush. Gradually, the odd feeling Tad felt upon seeing Boone. Following Tad's advice, they headed towards the alchemy sect since Boone's injuries were too severe for her to handle. En route, the infant demon kept talking to gather information and soon understood many details about them. He remembered the half-turtle shell and handed it to Tad. Surprised, Tad realized it was a fragment of a spirit tool, a higher grade item than a regular artifact because it possessed some intelligence. Above spirit tools were divine tools with full consciousness and often born with spirits. Not far from the alchemy sect, they finally arrived at their destination. Just as they entered, they encountered an unexpected visitor, Andonis. Seeing Tad return with Boone, Andonis was enraged. He exploded, shouting, boldness! You dared to deceive our alchemy sect's holy maiden. Everyone, come look. Our holy maiden has been deceived by this wretched boy from Clear Source sect. Lu senior brother, don't talk nonsense. Boone saved me and kindly brought me back. Tad hurriedly explained. Saved you? Sister Tienga, you've been fooled too deeply. This boy clearly harbors ill intentions towards you. Andonis, filled with anger, pointed at the infant demon, his voice revealing desperation. Other alchemy sect disciples approached. Lu senior brother, stop talking and kill him. Yes, kill him. Kill him. Growing impatient due to his physical discomfort, the infant demon replied arrogantly, less damn nonsense. Let's fight. He surged forward, covering his body with demonic aura, aiming a punch directly at Andonis' face. Andonis pulled out his alchemy furnace and countered. Unfortunately, while infant demon Boone excelled in using the magic bow or raw magical power battles, differing entirely from Boone's original fighting style, the surrounding people, who didn't practice demonic arts, couldn't detect the difference. Unskilled in Boone's techniques, the infant demon resorted to basic methods, infusing demonic aura into his body to increase its strength to match Andonis' alchemy furnace. But Boone's weakened body suffered continuously despite the demonic aura's enhancement. Taking advantage of Boone's weakened state, Andonis summoned the divine fire cyan blue toward Boone. The infant demon, whose weakness was divine fire, retreated fearfully. The situation turned drastically one-sided. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure of the Chinese text while ensuring natural fluency in English. Chapter 126. Are you teaching me how to act? Meanwhile, Tad, who had originally intended to step forward to intervene, now felt a strange sensation. For some reason, Boone seemed somewhat unfamiliar to her at this moment. Even his cultivation techniques appeared to have undergone significant changes. The demon infant was suppressed by the divine azure flame, which unexpectedly stirred the dormant Boone deep within the sea of consciousness. The intense stimulation instantly woke up the real Boone. Taking advantage of the suppression of the demon infant, he regained control over his body. Damn it, this heart-wrenching pain. As soon as Boone returned to his body, he was met with unparalleled pain but still had to face Andonis in front of him. Despite the excruciating agony, he managed to say, Senior brother Lu, why do you want to kill me? Stop fooling around. Today either you die or I live. Andonis controlled the divine azure flame towards Boone. Boone felt a hint of doubt. It seemed that the demon infant did something significant while he was asleep. However, since he wanted to keep the secret of having dual nascent souls for now, he could only endure the pain and continue fighting with Andonis. Suddenly, Boone realized that his Wilbur sword was missing. He had planned to use the Wilbur sword to resist Andonis, but remembered that it had been knocked away during his battle with Eldon, the late-stage formation stage cultivator. This loss caused Boone considerable distress since the Wilbur sword was a profound rank weapon. Although Boone didn't prefer using swords, losing such a weapon felt like losing a piece of flesh. Swallowing a handful of spirit-restoring pills and blood-clotting pills, Boone's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. With Andonis' lethal attack approaching, Boone could not muster any strength to resist. Hold it! Suddenly, Freddy appeared just in time to save Boone. Despite being Davidson's youngest disciple, Freddy still held a soft spot for Boone. Why are you favoring an outsider? Even if Andonis wanted to kill Boone directly, he would never dare to act with Freddy standing in front of him. Freddy frowned. Are you teaching me how to act? I dare not. Andonis clenched his teeth and reluctantly retreated. Humph! Freddy turned his sleeves and ignored Andonis. While most elders might be more lenient toward this top-notch disciple of the sect, Freddy was not one of them. He took Boone and Tad back to his immortal residence. Seeing Boone's nearly shattered state, Freddy hesitated about what to say. Fortunately, Tad was perceptive and quickly explained the general course of events to Freddy. After listening in silence for a while, Freddy sighed. I can take you as my disciple. Before Boone could refuse, Freddy glanced at him, as if knowing what was on Boone's mind. Don't rush to refuse. You should understand the importance of this matter to you. Doing this will also help settle one of my concerns. Boone naturally understood what this concern referred to. Davidson and Freddy were very close friends, or else he wouldn't have easily stepped in last time to help him refine pills. Realizing that the best path for him now was to join the Pill Dao sect, Boone no longer hesitated and thanked Freddy. Satisfied, Freddy nodded. Although I am willing to take you as my disciple, now is not the right time. Go and train within the inner gate of the Pill Dao sect for a while. Otherwise, there will be gossip. Maybe you don't care about this, but your current condition isn't suitable for constant trouble. Boone nodded and agreed immediately. Thus, he officially became an inner gate disciple of the Pill Dao sect. As an inner gate disciple, Boone could openly consume the good medicines provided by the Pill Dao sect, allowing him to quickly repair his body. As expected, after a short period, his nearly ruined body was restored to a significant extent. Now, he no longer appeared so frail. Soon, Boone fully recovered from his injuries at the Pill Dao sect's inner gate. That day, Tad came to visit again. During these days when Boone was recuperating, Tad visited every day, significantly improving their relationship. After learning the truth about the destruction of their sect and Ashley going to Central Prefecture, their bond grew even deeper. They also talked about Tad's injury. At that time, the demon infant was with Tad, and Boone was still unsure why she was injured and why she ended up with him. So, it was a 6-star demonic beast? A 6-star demonic beast equaled a late-stage formation stage cultivator, and Tad was only at the nascent soul stage, making it incredibly dangerous. Yes, but it was also injured. Otherwise, I wouldn't have escaped, and it seemed not interested in chasing me. It was just guarding the area without moving far away. Though Tad's delicate brows furrowed gracefully, they couldn't hide her exquisite beauty. Her long lashes fluttered seductively, drawing Boone's attention. Staring into her large, beautiful eyes, Boone felt a slight heat in his body. Brother Yi. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted them. It was none other than Franklin, known as Scapegoat among old acquaintances. Senior Brother Yi. Sister Sue, you're here too? Franklin was surprised, not expecting the Holy Maiden to be present in Boone's immortal residence. Then he hurriedly greeted Tad, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Seeing Franklin reminded Boone of the scapegoating incident and made him curious. Speaking of which, last time I left early because of some matters. I heard someone caused trouble for you. What happened? Franklin was a straightforward and generous person, waving his hand dismissively. That soul sect member bluffed initially, but ultimately just wanted some pills. Besides, it's laughable how they kept saying I snatched their opportunities, claiming something about spirit stone essence. Apparently, the Pill Dao sect used some pills to handle the old man from Soul Banner sect. Boone nodded. As long as everything is fine. Franklin looked somewhat proud and unimpressed. Our Soul sect and our Pill Dao sect both belong to first-class sects in Yunzhou. No matter what, they wouldn't dare to overstep their bounds. But accordingly, I couldn't confront them outright, even though the problem was resolved without much difficulty. Still, it felt frustrating to be wrongfully accused. Since it's over, let's look ahead. Boone felt a bit awkward, fearing that Franklin might have noticed something. Fortunately, after Boone taught him sword techniques, Franklin always regarded Boone as a good person. Chapter 127, Trio Squad. Brother Yi, you've already advanced to the Yuanying stage in just a few days. Congratulations. Since I lost to you, I decided to strengthen my foundation by suppressing my cultivation until I'm ready to break through to the heady stage. That's great. Tad saw that the two were catching up and was about to leave, but was stopped by Franklin. Sister, I heard you encountered a 6-star demonic beast on your journey? Tad nodded, yes. Franklin grew excited. Why don't the three of us team up and eliminate it? I heard from Sister that it's injured, so it shouldn't be too difficult to handle. I need to refine the xiuxian pill for my breakthrough to the heady stage soon. Its essence blood would be perfect. You guys might want to stock up as well. As he spoke, Franklin suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled out a notebook, handing it to Boone. Baraki, this is my alchemy notes. Please take it. The sword technique you taught me last time has been very useful. I can tell it's no ordinary technique. Boone felt touched. Franklin seemed like someone worth befriending. However, he also felt curious. Why did Franklin show no signs of good fortune when encountering a 6-star demonic beast? Did the beast escape? Without overthinking it, Boone decided it was time to go out. He hadn't moved much while recovering from his injuries these past few days. So he agreed with Franklin. I have no problem. My cultivation has been advancing rapidly recently, and engaging in battles will help stabilize my power. Plus, the 6-star demonic beast is injured. Franklin's face lit up, right? It'll be easier to deal with when it's injured. Boone laughed heartily and gave Franklin a high five. Exactly. We'll get it. Franklin knew he couldn't defeat the 6-star demonic beast alone, but with Boone's combat prowess and Tad backing them up, they stood a solid chance. Though Tad wasn't the best fighter, she possessed numerous magical treasures, including a spirit tool said to be personally refined by the head of the armament sect. It was rarely seen and quite mysterious. Just then, the system issued another notification. Ding. Detected a 3-star fortune near the host. Ding. This person has protagonist-level fortune and will discover an ancient ruin while slaying a demonic beast soon. Suddenly, Boone looked at Franklin curiously. It appeared the fortune didn't show initially because Franklin lacked the ability to kill the beast alone. But with Boone joining, the fortune immediately became visible. Boone inwardly marveled. Franklin's fortune is pretty heaven-defying. He's always had incredible luck. Among those he'd met, only Denny could match Franklin. Next, both Boone and Tad's heads were enveloped by fortune pillars, though Boone's was 5-star, while Tad's was 4-star. Seeing this, Boone paused in surprise. He'd just been praising Franklin's luck when his own fortune pillar surpassed the other by 2 stars. Could Franklin bring good luck to those around him? Or perhaps it was simply due to Boone's superior combat strength, allowing him to gain more benefits. The trio set off together toward the forest where Tad had previously encountered the beast. In truth, Boone felt a slight twinge of guilt towards Franklin for having once taken on his black fortune. Therefore, he didn't intend to snatch the 3-star fortune, finding it somewhat trivial compared to what he had now. Yet, noticing the increased opportunities after teaming up with Franklin, Boone made a mental note to interact more with him in the future for potential new encounters. Forming a triangular formation, they arrived at the mountain forest Tad mentioned, with her leading the way. Unfortunately, Tad got lost as she was still shaken from the earlier encounter, and the paths in the forest were all similar. She giggled nervously. I really can't remember. Everything looks the same. Boone didn't actually need her guidance since the system's fortune path had already indicated the direction clearly. To avoid arousing suspicion, Boone pretended to get lost a few times, eventually leading them onto the correct path. The 2 others marveled at Boone's seemingly supernatural sense of direction. Finally, they reached a canyon deep within the forest. This canyon was deep and seemed artificially created. Tad immediately pointed excitedly. That's right, this is the place. The beast guarded this valley. The 3 exchanged glances, and Boone took the lead, soaring into the air. Now equipped with skills akin to a heady stage cultivator, such as instant movement. Due to the massive explosion, his spiritual infant and physical body had merged, allowing his spirit energy to respond faster than ever. However, his current range for instant movement was limited to 10 meters, not far compared to senior Cohen Zhuangshan from the Lulang sect, who could travel hundreds of meters instantly. Still, even 10 meters was an invaluable skill, especially for an early Yuanying stage cultivator. Hovering above the dark valley surrounded by dense forest, Boone estimated the entrance to be about 50 meters wide. Not particularly large, but large enough for the 6-star beast to hide inside. Given the complex terrain, Boone decided it was safer to descend gradually from the ground rather than risk aerial ambushes. He discussed this plan with the others, and there were no objections. Tad insisted on leading, and Boone, knowing her protective spirit weapon, agreed. They descended one by one, with Tad in front, Franklin in the middle, and Boone covering the rear. They swiftly reached the bottom without incident. At the valley's base lay a massive cave, an obvious ancient relic left behind by predecessors. Hashtag chapter 128, 6-star beast. The 6-star beast corresponds to the realm of a cultivator in the Union body stage. Although Boone has experience killing cultivators at the Union body stage, he knows that beasts and cultivators are entirely different concepts. Beasts have much stronger physiques, and they often possess innate magical abilities, making them even more powerful than cultivators of the same level. Fortunately, Tad mentioned that the beast was injured. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. Boone still had his usual habit of preparing his strength. He held the 8 Extremes collapse in his hand. In the past, he would instinctively grasp the Hildred sword with his right hand. But now, the Hildred sword was nowhere to be found. According to the sensing ability of the Hildred illusion decree, it shouldn't be too far from this valley. Speaking of the Hildred sword, although it is an artificer-level weapon, it lacks a spiritual core. Previously, Boone asked Jerome about it, but the other party didn't know either. He only said it might be dormant or hadn't been formed yet. The 3 had already arrived at the cave entrance, but still hadn't seen the beast. 3 large characters were inscribed at the entrance, Suspended Pot Cave. It seemed like this really was a forebear's cave abode. Just as the 3 were about to enter, swoosh, a piercing sound broke through the air. The shadow moved extremely fast, flying towards Tad. She couldn't react in time, and was about to be hit. At this moment, Boone suddenly used the instant move technique to dash from the back of the group to Tad's side, lifting his hand to unleash the long-prepared 8 Extremes collapse. Bang! Boone, who attacked later, was then sent flying backward at a faster speed. Halfway through his flight, Boone once again used the instant move technique to reappear beside Tad, finally getting a clear view of the shadow's form. This was a cold spirit python, its body shimmering with silvery blue light. Its triangular eyes glared fiercely at the 3. In the middle of its forehead was a large fleshy lump, prominently raised, and it was unknown if there was a horn or another eye underneath it. Tad wasn't unfamiliar with it, but it was the first time for Boone and Franklin to see it. Despite having heard Tad mention it multiple times on the way, they still felt a chill deep in their hearts when they saw the cold spirit python up close. The cold spirit python's innate ability was the ice domain. Even though this python hadn't unleashed the domain, the coldness radiating from its body still made people shiver involuntarily. Tad, you actually managed to escape from its hands? Boone's scalp tingled as he looked up at the gigantic creature, several dozen meters tall. Tad was also tense, feeling fear as she faced it again. Yes, Boone, can we beat it? By the way, it has another skill called Cold Spirit Fire, which should be its innate ability. Tad reminded the 2. This moment, the cold spirit python seemed to have singled out Tad. It swung its thick tail, flashing with silver light, and lashed straight at her. Outside Tad's body, a faint yellow halo appeared, protecting her tightly. The beast's tail rebounded off it. Seizing the opportunity, Tad finally made her move. She held a silver-white bone flute in her hand and began to play gently. The sound of the bone flute seemed to have a soul-shaking power. Listening to the bone flute, the cold spirit python gradually calmed down, becoming less violent. Franklin and Boone watched Tad in shock. They hadn't expected that Tad, whom they thought lacked combat ability, had such a skill. No wonder she could resist a 6-star beast with just nascent soul realm cultivation and even escape from it. This bone flute was indeed the bane of beasts. Virtuous maiden, what kind of sound is that? Franklin asked curiously. Boone also perked up his ears, clearly recognizing the bone flute as a spirit artifact. Tad shot a glance at Franklin and continued playing the bone flute. Franklin scratched his head. I thought you were done playing. Didn't expect you to continue. Boone wasn't idle either. He stepped on air and charged directly toward the cold spirit python's head. During the charge, he continuously used the instant move technique until he finally reached the cold spirit python's head. Compared to the giant cold spirit python, Boone was minuscule. He activated his second gilded body, divine water, and divine fire states, pushing his cultivation to nascent soul 6th level. 8 extremes collapse. A crisp sound tore through the air as Boone instantly appeared at the snake's head and struck it with a heavy punch. This was an 8 extremes collapse enhanced with 18 layers of dark force, 6 layers of demonic chi, 6 layers of spiritual chi, and 6 layers of blood chi, combined into one strike. There were consecutive bang sounds as the punch landed on the cold spirit python's head. What left Boone speechless was that despite being suppressed by Tad's bone flute, the 18-layer 8 extremes collapse did no damage to it. This seemed to be the infamous situation where defenses couldn't be breached. Meanwhile, Franklin wasn't idle. He summoned divine fire celestial blaze within his body. The celestial blaze soared 3 meters high toward the cold spirit python but stopped dead in its tracks when it reached the python. Cold and heat clashed on both sides as if the world had split in two. Boone tried again, channeling the Extinguished Deity Sutra to unleash a substantial mental impact wave toward the cold spirit python. Puff! But Tad suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The cold spirit python, affected by the Extinguished Deity technique, not only wasn't harmed mentally but also regained clarity. As Tad coughed up blood, she accused Boone, "What are you doing?" "I was casting the calming melody, and you interrupted me." Boone was bewildered. "I didn't know. I was attacking the cold spirit python." Dodging the huge python's tail attacks while panting, Tad explained, "My calming melody cannot be interrupted during casting, or else I'll be backfired upon. If I finish the melody, its divine soul will be suppressed by me." Boone asked, "How long does it take for you to finish the melody?" "About a day," she replied. Boone shook his head. "That's too long. Let me handle it." Tad looked anxious. "You won't use that move again, right? Ellie said your body can't withstand that kind of damage again." Boone turned and said, "This time I won't force it. Can you cast the calming melody again?" The huge cold spirit python continuously whipped its tail at them, preventing Boone from settling down and gradually fusing the magnetic god fire. Tad swallowed a pill. "I need to meditate for a bit. I can cast it shortly." Boone initially didn't want to openly display the magnetic god fire to others. In fact, most people who've seen Boone's magnetic god fire were dead. However, he trusted Tad instinctively, and Franklin's character moved Boone. He was someone worth befriending deeply, and showing the magnetic god fire would test him to determine if they could deepen their friendship. Moreover, without the magnetic god fire, they likely couldn't breach the huge cold spirit python's defense at all. ####Chapter 129. Xing Yuan Kai Chao Pill. In addition to this, Boone prepared to use the divine water prison technique for the final blow. Now that he had divine waters Wuxia and divine water Mangji, the sturdiness of the divine water prison under the influence of these two divine waters was taken up a notch. Previously, it could only withstand an all-out attack from a soul divider cultivator, but now, no attack from a soul divider cultivator could break through it. However, to ensure their safety, Boone told Olivia and Israel to stay as far away as possible. He also asked Israel for the original fire of the heavenly scorching fire. This way, he could further enhance the power of the magnetic storm divine fire. "Olivia, control it!" Boone shouted loudly. After catching his breath, Su Tiango picked up the bone flute again and played the calming melody. The extremely violent cold spirit dragon gradually calmed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Boone quickly unleashed a series of consecutive moves. Divine water prison technique. Magnetic storm divine fire. Explode. The divine water prison enveloped the huge head of the cold spirit dragon without covering its entire body, as if placing a plastic bag over its head. Then a loud explosion rang out, deforming the divine water prison technique into an explosion shockwave shape. The flying currents formed marks after the impact. Its excellent elasticity kept the water prison from rupturing. The massive head of the cold spirit dragon was swallowed by the explosion, and its enormous body fell directly, toppling more than half of the trees in the valley. Blood rained down like a heavy bloodstorm, showcasing just how enormous the cold spirit dragon was. Boone gave each of Olivia and Israel a 9 clear hematoma pill. Initially, they were about to refuse, since they were both disciples of the alchemy sect and felt embarrassed asking for Boone's pills. But when they saw the clear 9 layers of pill patterns on them, they remained silent. At this moment, Boone withdrew the divine water prison technique, revealing a headless serpent's body, or rather a snake whose head and body had been blasted to pieces. Boone took out divine water Mangji, transforming it into the appearance of the Hildred sword, and began slicing through the giant serpent's body, extracting a 3-person hug-sized inner core from within. Israel stared at the sword. "Senior brother Yi, what kind of sword is this? It can penetrate its defenses? You can have the inner core. I only need some of its essence blood." Olivia added, "I also just need some essence blood." Boone used divine water Mangji to cut the serpent's body. The cutting power was irresistible and incredibly relieving. After extracting the essence blood, Boone divided it into 3 portions, one for each person. After dividing the massive cold spirit dragon, Boone accidentally discovered a cave, which appeared to have been there for quite some time. It seemed that with the death of the cold spirit dragon, the cave started trembling, and its doors slowly opened. In the next second, another massive cave appeared before them. "Wow, brother Yi, your fortune is really off the charts. Killing a beast gets us unexpected rewards?" Israel exclaimed with excitement. Olivia appeared calm. "Senior brother Yi, should we go in? Is this cave dangerous?" Boone knew this cave held opportunities, but couldn't be too obvious. "I think we can go in and take a look." So the 3 walked into the cave. As soon as they entered, a massive wave of heat assaulted them, so intense it could practically scorch someone to death. Like a steam room, but a million times hotter. Both Israel and Olivia, being alchemy sect disciples, could barely endure it. At this moment, Olivia took out 3 fire avoidance pills from her storage ring. Generally, storage rings are quite rare, and aside from rich second-generation cultivators, no one could afford them. Boone wasn't because he couldn't buy them, but because he was not well versed in such tools. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Lulan's sect, Zechariah died. I don't have time to come out of seclusion. Find a few more people. Do you want us to go? Even they will die. Don't forget, Zechariah was a well-known late-stage formation union cultivator who has already died. Who else do we find? I must enter seclusion too. Cultivating amidst this demonic aura is too fast. I believe we can bypass that area for now and investigate where Zechariah died after our seclusion ends. Continuing to send disciples will likely result in a total loss. Several elders nodded in agreement. Thus, the Lulan sect decided not to continue investigating Little Plum World. They didn't know how foolish this decision would turn out to be. Israel looked at the pill furnace before him, as happy as a 400-pound child. This was his 3-star destiny. Boone continued walking deeper inside, discovering a floating jade pool filled with xiuxian ling liquid. This liquid was extremely rare and was one of the main ingredients of the Qingyuan Kai Chiao pill. His destiny guided him to this pool of elixir. Boone immediately started refining pills on the spot. Using this pool of xiuxian ling liquid for immediate refinement was ideal, as removing it from the jade pool would lower its efficacy drastically. Recalling the contents of Senior Brother Forrest's notebook, Boone refined the medicinal materials one by one. He pulled out the pill formula Alonso inherited from the demonic realm and began refining the Qingyuan Kai Chiao pill. Seeing this, Olivia stood by Boone's side. Unbeknownst to Boone, her destiny line pointed toward the pill furnace in his hand, indicating her destiny was tied to the pills Boone was refining. Boone skillfully added medicinal ingredients, melted them into a liquid, and then slowly condensed them into pills. As he did, a cloud of pill vapor flashed in the sky, forming a celestial anomaly. 1 layer of pill pattern, 2 layers, 3 layers, 6 layers in total. Boone's alchemy skills had improved once again, and this time he produced 45 pills in one batch. Each pill was perfect, with 6-layer pill patterns. If placed outside, this would undoubtedly cause chaos. Smiling, Boone distributed the pills to Olivia and Israel, letting them consume and meditate while protecting them. Boone himself didn't eat any. He wasn't in a rush and planned to refine more batches, hoping to achieve 9-layer pill patterns. As his alchemy skills improved, he became pickier about his pills. Olivia and Israel had never seen pills with so many layers of patterns, and they immediately consumed the Qingyuan Kai Chiao pill and began cultivating right where they stood. Olivia lived up to her reputation as Boone's most insightful acquaintance, manifesting a sudden enlightenment vortex above her head as soon as she ingested the pill. Boone moved to the cave entrance, guarding the 2F*CK. My destiny got snatched. Suddenly, a group of people appeared nearby. ####Chapter 130. Never heard cultivating demonic arts would affect intelligence. Spike looked up as he heard voices. A group of disciples dressed in Lulang's sect attire approached. One of the disciples seemed to be the leader and started scolding Spike, pointing at him. Which hand did you use to touch my treasure? Spike chuckled but ignored him. Apparently, these disciples had come here earlier and injured that dragon, but they couldn't break its defenses and had to go back for reinforcements. However, it was unimaginable that during this short time, the opportunity had already been seized by Spike and his companions. Spike thought to himself, no wonder the dragon was already injured when I saw it. But once an opportunity fell into his hands, how could he let it slip away? Lulang's sect must be extremely unlucky to run into him again. Before cultivating demonic arts, these disciples were not of great talent, so they rarely had chances to leave the sect. After practicing demonic arts and accelerating their cultivation speed, they focused on closed room cultivation. So none of them had seen Spike. When Spike came out from the demon realm with Marty, the incident became quite a buzz, and they only then saw Spike, but at that time, he had a darkened face. So now, seeing Spike and his group seizing their opportunities, they immediately became furious. Damn it, you've stolen our opportunity. Quickly hand over what you got, then disable yourselves, and we might spare your lives. The leading disciple of Lulang's sect shouted at Spike and his 2 companions with an unpleasant look. Senior Brother Aston, that beast was almost dead from our attack before. These 3 people must have been following us and took advantage of the situation. One of the underlings spoke flatteringly to the leader and pointed hatefully at Spike and company. Right, hand over all treasures from the 6-star beast and your own storage bags. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action. But we won't bully you. The 6 of us in the nascent soul stage won't get involved. Oh yes, as for the little fairy in the middle, if you keep us entertained, we can let you live, ha ha ha. Aston wore a self-righteous expression, as if granting a huge favor to the trio. He noticed Spike's 2nd stage golden core cultivation, while he couldn't tell about the other 2 but assumed Godwin and Campbell wouldn't be much higher since they were with Spike. His fellow disciples were also challenging them without reserve, showing loyalty to their senior brother Aston. Sure, as long as the girl keeps warm for our brother Aston, we'll spare all 3 of you, though only leaving each with 1 arm and 1 leg. Spike frowned. Did this person always speak so arrogantly? Yet, it was a familiar arrogance. The current disciples of Lulang's sect are 10 times more arrogant than before. Spike looked at the people in front of him, especially the head figure named Aston, with amusement. Could it be because of quick advancement in realms through demonic arts that made you lose control? Can you even talk like that wherever you see someone? Have your sect elders not taught you to behave properly outside? F*****KU. Damn it, Brother Aston, I can't stand it, this guy must die. While others were still expressing their anger, Aston, who appeared to be the leader with 3rd stage nascent soul cultivation, showed some sense. How do you know we practice demonic arts? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Aston's eyes. Since you know, none of you will leave here today. Immediately, Aston waved his hand, and his disciples brandished weapons to charge at the 3. Spike and Godwin exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Godwin revealed his 9th stage peak nascent soul cultivation, which instantly shocked everyone including Aston. Everyone stopped moving, Aston looked at them incredulously. Why fear? We have 6 nascent soul cultivators against 3, one of whom is just a second-stage golden core.
Attack.
Aston pointed at Spike, urging the other disciples on. The 5 other nascent soul cultivators joined in the attack. Given there was a 7th-stage nascent soul cultivator among them, just relying on golden core cultivators wasn't enough. Indeed, one of these 5 surpassed Aston in cultivation, reaching the 7th-stage nascent soul realm. Seeing them charging mindlessly, Spike frowned. These Lulang sect disciples didn't seem very smart either. Could cultivating demonic arts filter negative emotions, thus affecting intelligence? Then, Spike stepped into the air, initiating his dual flight technique and charging toward the group. Opposing him, they saw a streak of light rush toward them, followed by chest pain. Spike didn't use instant movement as it was too close and unnecessary. Moreover, using instant movement consumed significant spiritual energy, and Spike's consumption was several dozen times more due to the merging of his spirit body with his physical form, making it more strenuous for him compared to others. Spike's Baji strike followed closely with internal force waves. He didn't deliver fatal blows, aiming to avoid rapid growth of the demon core and hiding his demonic cultivation from Godwin and Campbell. Previously, the usurpation by the demon core indeed put pressure on Spike. Now, he cared more about revealing his dual consciousness. He felt slightly confused, unsure if the other side of him, the demon core, was truly part of him. Despite these numerous thoughts, it all happened in a split second. Next, Spike stood in front of a second-stage nascent soul cultivator. Baji strike. With a low roar, the second-stage nascent soul cultivator flew backward, no match for Spike. Godwin faced the 7th-stage nascent soul cultivator, clearly 2 minor stages higher. However, he was somewhat overpowered, causing the fight to stalemate. Campbell was locked in a fierce battle with the 1st-stage nascent soul cultivator. No wonder they acted so arrogantly. They indeed had skills. What Godwin and Campbell didn't realize was that the opposite side was even more shocked. Where did this freak come from? At 2nd-stage golden core, he could fight dozens of cultivators higher in cultivation than him. Chapter 131. The Alchemy Competition. The group of Lamar's sect disciples had come in a party of 35. Except for Rhett, who hadn't moved, Franklin and Tad each engaged one opponent, leaving Boone to face off against 33 others. And he seemed completely at ease. One couldn't help but feel that these Lamar sect disciples were truly unfortunate to encounter Boone. If Boone didn't seek trouble with the Lamar sect, they shouldn't have provoked him by delivering themselves to him. With just his second-layer inner strength 8-polar collapse, Boone knocked out every golden core practitioner with a single punch. For the nascent soul practitioners who were a bit more seasoned, it took 2 punches. After knocking someone out, he would toss them to the same spot, quickly forming a small mountain of bodies in front of Rhett. In less than half an hour, Boone had already finished dealing with his opponents. He casually went over to help Tad, defeating the 1st-layer nascent soul cultivator and throwing him into the pile. Franklin's forehead was covered in sweat as he struggled against the 7th-layer nascent soul cultivator. If he weren't careful, he could be injured and put at a disadvantage. Seeing Boone only checking on Tad after helping her, Franklin couldn't help but shout, "Senior brother Yi, can you help me too?" It was as if Boone had just noticed Franklin's presence, scratching his head apologetically. "Sorry, I forgot about you." Franklin felt a surge of frustration rise in his throat, wanting to yell but forcibly suppressing it. However, Boone did intervene in time. He merely thought Franklin could handle it and wanted to give him some practice. Otherwise, his cultivation at 9th-layer nascent soul was rather superficial and wouldn't even beat a regular 7th-layer nascent soul. The 7th-layer nascent soul cultivator seemed to have only recently begun practicing demonic arts, making him not much stronger than average for his rank. To deal with this person, Boone used the 6th-layer inner strength version of 8-polar collapse. 8-polar collapse. A single punch sent the 7th-layer nascent soul cultivator flying backward, crashing right into the startled Rhett. Rhett snapped back to reality from his shock, looking at Boone's sinister smile. Feeling his sphincter loosen, panic spread across his face as he begged for mercy from Shun Carmine and company. "Don't kill me. My father is the 2nd Cohen of the Lamar sect. I have many treasures that I can give you." Tad pinched her nose. "What's that smell?" Boone looked disdainfully at Gil, and also pinched his nose. How could the son of the Lamar sect's 2nd Cohen be such a spineless coward? No wonder you were so bold just now. With that, Boone left the cave with Tad, instructing Franklin to finish off everyone before finding them again. They have magic crystals inside them, transparent ones, and each has one. Carefully find and destroy them with spirit energy. Despite his discomfort with the odor, Franklin obediently killed each person. Boone stayed far away to ensure his demonic infants remained dormant. Although wasting the magic crystals bothered him a little, it was trivial compared to maintaining his consciousness as the dominant force. Shortly after, Franklin rejoined them. With the monsters defeated, the 3 prepared to return to the alchemy sect. Conveniently, the annual alchemy competition was about to begin, and Boone, being an inner disciple, was required to participate. The alchemy competition was held annually by the alchemy sect to promote diligent practice among the disciples. Divided into groups based on age, the top few in each group either became personal disciples or were selected as personal disciples. Within days of their return, the competition started. Tad came to Boone's immortal residence to go together, coincidentally meeting Franklin. The trio headed off together. Since all 3 were under 100 years old, they were grouped in the same major category and participated in the same arena. Suddenly noticing her absence, Andoni searched and found her walking happily with Boone. "Little sister, where were you?" Andoni's voice was urgent and accusatory. Without acknowledging him, Tad rolled her eyes. Since he almost got Boone killed last time, she no longer spoke to him. Franklin initially wanted to greet Andoni's, but wisely kept quiet upon seeing the scene unfold. "Boone, it's you again." Caught off guard, Boone wondered why he was being singled out. Why does it concern him? "Andoni's, I don't want to talk to you now. If you don't want me telling father about abandoning me outside, leave immediately." Faced with Tad's defense of Boone, Andoni's was hurt. considering how revealing his jealousy might affect his standing. Andoni's glared at Boone. You'd better hope little sister keeps protecting you. Parasite. Thanks, unwanted brat. Boone taunted, having no reason to be polite to this repeat offender. As Andoni's prepared to attack, Tad stepped in front of Boone. Little sister. Biting her lip, Tad replied, brother, the competition is starting. She knew Boone was unafraid of Andoni's now, but feared what would happen if Boone harmed Andoni's and couldn't stay in the sect. Reluctantly, Andoni's stormed past the trio, seething with anger. Watching Boone's triumphant expression, Andoni's snarled at a nearby disciple, find Allely. Upon arriving at the registration area, Boone felt strangely familiar. It's you? A surprised voice exclaimed. Turning, Boone recognized the elder he had previously appraised. You've entered the alchemy sect. Moved by Boone's earlier assessment, the elder approached warmly. Young man, since you've entered the sect, have you taken a master? How do I look? Why don't I take you as my personal disciple? Dumbfounded, Tad stared at the unfolding scene. Thinking for a moment, Boone smiled wryly. Cohen, there's no need for that. Interrupting the elder's further persuasion, Boone continued, I'll gladly let you observe my alchemy practices. Very well, very well. The elder was delighted, appreciating Boone's willingness to teach despite recognizing his intentions. By coincidence, the elder was assigned to oversee the under 100 age group examination. Alchemy competitions always required experienced elders to monitor and evaluate the participants. Just as the trio entered the exam venue, a robust man appeared at the door, none other than Andoni's. Andoni's knows you admire the little sister, but as you see, that guy has malicious intentions toward her. His voice low and persuasive, Andoni's continued, to prevent her from changing her heart, you must expel that guy from the alchemy sect. End of translation. Hashtag chapter 132. Conveniently snatching away 3-star fortune. Allely looked at Boone, who was beside Tad, with hatred in his eyes. Though he knew Andoni's did not have good intentions and was merely using him as a pawn, it still irked him. After all, how many within the inner sect didn't adore Tad? As both the saintess and the sect leader's only daughter, she was unparalleled in beauty. Only a few female disciples might not hold any particular admiration for her. But it was precisely this Andoni's who approached him now, stirring up mixed emotions in Allely's heart. Andoni's saw that he was hesitating and added more fuel to the fire. Brother Xue, think about it. Any of us brothers could be chosen by Sister Tad, but why should an outsider like Boone have a chance? The blood rushed to Allely's head, and in the end, Tad's significance to him far outweighed other considerations. Andoni's, I'm doing this for Tad, not for you. If one day Tad chooses you, you must remember this favor and let her go to me. Allely said with an expression that seemed to see through Andoni's thoughts. Don't tell me you don't like Sister Sue. Andoni's replied with a faint smile. Fair enough, Brother Xue. These are minor issues. Let's deal with getting rid of Boone first. Otherwise, our dreams will never come true. Nodding, Allely went to the registration area. The competition within the Pill Dao sect was about to begin, starting with the preliminary rounds. Every contestant had to participate in these preliminary trials. The evaluation elder, who recognized Boone from previous evaluations, wanted to give him a direct pass. Boone declined, preferring to follow the rules. Mainly because the system alerted him to a 3-star fortune nearby that he could snatch away. The preliminary round featured a large arena where dozens of disciples competed simultaneously in alchemy. Boone set his sights on one particular disciple. Recently, this person has had some luck and will gain insights into the 8 methods of alchemy during the competition by observing Hu Lachlan. Boone nodded and focused on Hu Lachlan, a 6th-rank alchemist, whose station was conveniently located at the edge, providing a clear view for the nearby disciple with the 3-star fortune. With that, Boone turned to the targeted disciple. Hey there, fellow disciple. This disciple was at the golden core stage. Recognizing Boone's slight release of nascent soul cultivation, he respectfully bowed. Senior brother, what can I do for you? Clearing his throat, Boone produced a spirit rejuvenation pill. Initially undecided on how to approach the situation, the sudden appearance of the pill prompted him to improvise. Senior brother, is this a spirit rejuvenation pill? Boone nodded sagely. Do you know the level of this spirit rejuvenation pill? The disciple scrutinized it closely before gasping in astonishment. Is this a 9-layer Dan pattern spirit rejuvenation pill? Boone cleared his throat again. Pay attention to the 9 layers. This is no ordinary pill. Do you know who made this pill? The disciple shook his head. Boone pointed to Franklin nearby, who, unaware of the scheme, smiled awkwardly when they noticed Boone and the disciple looking at him. I know Franklin is an accomplished alchemist, the disciple said quietly, awaiting Boone's explanation. Eyeing the surroundings discreetly, Boone whispered. If you take my place in the examination, you'll be able to observe every move Franklin makes. An alchemist capable of producing a 9-layer Dan pattern pill. Isn't it worth switching places with me? Only someone with exceptional talent would benefit from such an opportunity. The disciple felt grateful and immediately responded, Senior brother, my family specializes in alchemy. Here, I have 10,000 spirit stones and some medicinal herbs as a token of my appreciation if you could help me. Boone eyed the 10 storage rings on the disciple's fingers enviously. Storage rings were superior to storage bags and highly advanced. Without a word, Boone stared fixedly at the storage rings in the disciple's hand. Realizing what Boone wanted, the disciple hesitated, then glanced back at Boone's bare fingers and bulging storage bag. Feeling a pang of sympathy for his own privileged upbringing, he decided to act. Take this storage ring, senior brother. The herbs and stones inside are yours. Come to me if you ever need help. Touched by the generosity, yet feeling somewhat guilty, Boone said seriously, look at you. I only offered this position because of your talent. It wouldn't be right to accept. You obviously have a complete set of rings. Giving one away would ruin its completeness. Realizing Boone's point, the disciple promptly removed all 10 rings and handed them over. Heartened, Boone took the rings without hesitation, returned a respectful bow, and presented the xiuxian awakening pill along with the spirit rejuvenation pill. Congratulations on the successful acquisition of fortune binding, announced the system. Following the system's guidance, Boone walked to the side of Hu Lachlan, the alchemist. Only Boone's newly acquired position allowed a clear view of Hu Lachlan's entire alchemy process. The selection round required contestants to produce a third-rank pill, a routine task. Boone operated with one hand, placing the other in his pocket, exuding the air of a lonely king with no equal. Look, left Cohen. This disciple reenacts a scene from years ago. He only has one hand in his pocket, not two. Ah, we won't see Dominic Imohai's majestic technique again. Yes, Imohai was our unparalleled genius, unmatched with both hands in his pockets while refining pills. Unbeknownst to Boone, his unintended action stirred significant commotion among the Pill Dao sect elders. Hashtag Chapter 133. Encountering Lao Liu. Alchemists typically wished for more hands while refining pills. Yet Boone refined with one hand in his pocket, indicating his mastery of the craft. Hu Lachlan began refining and noticed Boone's one-handed stance. Driven by competition, he also adopted the same posture. This dual single-handed refining caused a sensation, drawing increasing attention from the gathered alchemy masters and grandmasters. These two disciples are remarkable. Who are they? They are Hu Lachlan and Boone, both from our inner sect, explained another elder holding the registration tablet. Let's keep an eye on them. If they show exceptional talent, we can consider accepting them as personal disciples, suggested the Cohen Guardian casually. All the elders agreed, nodding in approval. Hashtag Chapter 133. Encountering Lao Lu. Boone noticed Hu Lachlan also began refining with one hand in his pocket, which made him chuckle inwardly. With the great profound illusion technique and the immaculate scripture at his disposal, Boone could multitask efficiently and operate his hands swiftly and accurately. Was Hu Lachlan really trying to show off? However, Boone was soon taken aback by how flawlessly Hu Lachlan executed his single-handed refining technique, without a single mistake throughout the process. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Boone's alchemy platform. Is that the lightning attraction technique? An elder exclaimed in shock. It's the legendary lightning attraction for alchemy. Startled by the unexpected lightning strike, Boone nearly panicked. It wasn't his doing, but as he channeled the immaculate scripture while pretending to be nonchalant, he unexpectedly entered a state of enlightenment. This was it, the lightning attraction method, one of the 8 methods of alchemy. Instant realization dawned upon him. Finally, Boone comprehended the secret behind the lightning attraction method from Ethan's alchemy notes. It must have been a similar stroke of serendipity when the originator of this technique discovered that attracting lightning could better extract the essence from medicinal herbs and infuse thunder power into the pill. The competition finally concluded, and Hu Lachlan observed the swirling light halo rising from Boone's alchemy furnace beside him. His heart was filled with complex emotions. He had always believed his alchemy talent was exceptional, but today he met his match. Though his family background was ordinary and lacked support from prestigious clans, Hu Lachlan had relied on his own efforts to reach where he was today. But seeing Boone flaunting his wealth, wearing rings on all 10 fingers, a complete set of meticulously crafted storage rings, struck Hu Lachlan deeply. Glancing down at his bulky storage bag, Hu Lachlan couldn't help but shed a tear. Boone, I will never forget this humiliation you've brought upon me today. Feeling he had lost everything, Hu Lachlan thought it couldn't get worse, but fate had other plans. Boone, you passed the selection round, and you even used the lightning attraction technique? Tad's clear, bird-like voice called out. Even accompanied by a goddess? Hu Lachlan felt more envious than ever. This man truly was a life winner. Lowering his head, he hurriedly left. Boone wanted to thank him but found Hu Lachlan already gone. Next came the advancement round, requiring the participants to refine a 5th-rank pill. The final rankings would be based on the quality of the pills, selecting the top 16 disciples to enter the elimination round. Allely watched Boone with a hateful gaze as he followed him into the venue. Tad and Franklin naturally advanced to the next round without issue. Allely bribed the examiner to tamper with Boone's medicinal herbs. If Boone used those herbs, the best outcome would be a failed pill. The worst, an explosion damaging his hands. This act revealed Allely's sinister intentions. As Boone opened his alchemy furnace and skillfully added the herbs, he sensed something was amiss. A black cloud loomed over him. 3-star black cloud misfortune. The person will suffer injuries from a cauldron explosion during the alchemy competition, damaging the meridians in both hands, the system informed him. Boone sneered inwardly. The 3-star black cloud pointed directly toward Allely. He had encountered this type of misfortune before and knew its implications. Remaining calm, he considered his options. Meanwhile, other participants were actively refining, but Boone stood still, causing disappointment among the watching elders. Alchemists needed not only talent but also perseverance. Those with great talent might excel at low-rank pills, yet struggle with higher grades due to the arduous and monotonous nature of alchemy. A moment's distraction could ruin months or years of work. The elders assumed Boone had merely talent but lacked diligence, leading to his apparent inability to handle high-grade pills. However, Boone's mind raced rapidly. The task was to refine a 5th-rank yuan condensation pill, but his herbs had been tampered with, mixed with red flame grass powder, a potent herb difficult to combine with others, and likely causing an explosion. Moreover, this powder covered all his herbs in alarming quantities. Someone intended to cripple his hands. Boone couldn't think of any reason why an unknown disciple would do such a thing. But Boone wouldn't be deterred. He had Ethan's alchemy handbook. He could refine any pill. Since red flame grass was used, Boone recalled a way to neutralize its aggressive nature. Contrary to popular belief, Carmelo Dominic advised using strong medicine to counter strong medicine. Yet the competition rules didn't allow bringing additional herbs. Each disciple was marked to prevent accessing their storage items during the event. With no way to adjust the herbs, Boone employed the great profound illusion technique to simulate the energy effects directly. He couldn't mimic the herbs, but could simulate their energy signatures. What Boone needed was to suppress the red flame grass's fierce potency. Thus, he simulated the energy output of 9 abyss ice grass. An intense icy energy burst forth. Above Boone's alchemy furnace, a faint Danyun cloud formed, hovering in midair, leaving everyone astonished. Chapter 134. A new 7-star aura. Didn't Boone fail in his previous alchemy attempts? How could he suddenly produce a pill cloud? Alley was perhaps the most shocked at this moment. He knew it was impossible for anyone to achieve such success, let alone produce a pill cloud. Then came the results of the refinement process. Boone, who was the last one to start, ended up being the first to complete. Others were still in the stage of forming the pills, while Boone had already succeeded in refining them. This man is truly extraordinary. He will likely be recorded in the alchemy sex annals, an elder remarked with grave expression. Cohen Casper also stepped forward with a smile. This disciple has always been someone I favored. His name is Boone. What do you think of him? Just then, Boone opened his furnace. Everyone craned their necks to see if he had indeed succeeded. Inside Boone's pill furnace, the pills shimmered with fluorescence, each round and glossy. 1, 2, a total of 9 pills. And they even had 7 layers of Danwen. The alchemy sect elder responsible for overseeing the competition was utterly astonished. As an elder, he only occasionally managed to refine pills with Danwen, mostly just 1 layer, never exceeding 3 layers. Yet this young man had successfully refined 5th grade pills with 7-layer Danwen. In contrast, Alley hadn't even completed the condensation of the pill. He had been so engrossed in observing Boone's every move that he saw Boone use medicinal ingredients smeared with crimson flame grass. It was impossible to refine a pill like that. It can't be. It's absolutely impossible. He cheated. He brought his own ingredients in. Alley rushed over in a frenzy, ignoring his own refining furnace. Cohen Casper turned with a smirk towards another elder whose face was now deathly pale. Donovan, this is your son, isn't it? Truly a fine example of surpassing his mentor. Unique and original. Donovan's anger exploded. Unfilial son. Shut your mouth immediately. Alley, in his madness, was forcibly carried away by the attendants, still shouting obscenities as he left. Others might not have heard clearly, but the elders could discern every word easily. They heard Alley mutter, "It can't be. My father switched his herbs with crimson flame grass. How did the furnace not explode?" At this point, Left Obdur looked over seriously. "Donovan, I hope you can give us all an explanation." Cohen Casper stroked his beard and laughed. "Why don't we call intersect disciple Boone up here and ask him what happened?" "That sounds excellent." After finishing the refinement, Boone was invited upstairs by a group of disciples for tea. Greetings to all elders. Boone greeted politely as he ascended. Seeing such a courteous young disciple, the elders' admiration grew immensely. "Intersect disciple Boone, the left guardian has some questions for you. You must be completely honest." Cohen Casper said sternly. Boone knew what they would ask and gave a meaningful look to Cohen Casper, seeking guidance on how to respond. Cohen Casper smiled, glanced upward, and left him to his own devices. Boone understood that he was free to speak as he wished. Disciple Boone greets Guardian Zhu. "Whatever you wish to ask, I will answer truthfully." Boone nodded respectfully. Donovan interjected sternly. "Think carefully before you speak. Don't accuse others without evidence." Boone retorted directly. "What does harming others mean? I, Boone, refine pills in public view. When have I ever harmed anyone?" Donovan began to bluster. "Why did you switch seats during the selection contest?" Boone thought it was clear that Alley was flailing wildly, trying to shift blame. He had switched seats to seize an opportunity, but who would know? So he maintained a calm demeanor. "I switched seats because I feared someone might tamper with my ingredients." Boone used this opportunity to implicate Alley fully. Alley had only tampered with the ingredients in the advancement contest, not the selection contest, but no one could verify Boone's claims. Boone detailed his observations and actions regarding the ingredient issues. However, finding the exact furnace from the large selection contest was impossible. Moreover, many participants in the selection contest had experienced explosions. "Boone, what you did was wrong. While you protected yourself, other disciples suffered as a result." Guardian Zhu acknowledged much of Boone's account. Boone hurriedly admitted fault. "Guardian Zhu, you're right. It was selfish of me. I admit my mistake." This admission left no room for criticism. "But Donovan, as an elder, you actually harmed disciples. From today onward, you will relinquish your position as elder." Donovan's face turned ashen, while several elders quietly cheered. Cohen Casper then addressed Guardian Zhu. "Guardian Zhu, I wish to take Boone as my personal disciple." Guardian Zhu grinned. "Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have wanted to take him in myself." Ha ha ha. Boone promptly performed the formalities of apprenticeship under Cohen Casper, witnessed by all present elders, further cementing his reputation. At this point, everyone on the evaluation platform agreed unanimously that Boone should be ranked first. No one else could surpass the pills with 7-layer Danwen that emerged alongside a pill cloud. And he had produced 9 of them. Boone secured the top rank in both the preliminary and final rounds. No one dared challenge a 5th-grade alchemist who could refine pills with 7-layer Danwen, as it would be humiliating. Boone received the grand prize, a purple-gold primordial furnace, an exquisite piece of alchemical equipment. He examined it lovingly, unable to put it down. Franklin congratulated him. "Brother Yi, you've really made it big. But wait, why are you wearing tin storage rings crafted by Edie?" Who was Edie? Upon seeing Boone's puzzled look, Franklin explained with a laugh. "Edie is the best among the younger generation of the artisan sect, an expert in artifact refinement. These 10 storage rings are her creation." Boone finally understood. He had obtained high-quality storage rings. Ding! Congratulations, host. A 7-star aura has been detected nearby. As the competition concluded, the system notified him of a new 7-star opportunity, involving an old acquaintance. Andonis? He is about to receive an immortal blessing left behind by a feathered realm powerhouse within the 10,000-year secret realm. Chapter 135. The clear source aperture pill, and the 10,000-year secret realm appears. 10,000-year secret realm? That's a must-snatch opportunity. However, there's no news for now, so Boone has to suppress his excitement. On this day, while Boone was cultivating at Cohen Casper's residence, the elder suddenly returned with some news. The three major sects had issued access to a 10,000-year secret realm, rumored to be a mystical realm left behind by a feathered ascendant powerhouse. Each of the three major sects could send several dozen people into the secret realm, while smaller sects didn't qualify. And Boone, having just become a direct disciple, received one of the slots. You need to pay attention to your safety on this trip. Everything else is secondary. Opportunities come from fate. Don't force it. With your exceptional talent, you shouldn't lust after certain resources. Understand? Cohen Casper, as always, prioritized prudence. Boone nodded in agreement, but kept his true thoughts hidden. Before leaving, Cohen Casper gave him many high-grade pills, which made Boone feel a warmth akin to Davidson's concern. They truly were close friends indeed. Even their actions resembled each other. At that moment, Boone's eyes misted over as he saw the shadow of Davidson again. Cohen Casper sighed, knowing Boone missed senior brother Joe, so he didn't say much more. Feeling emotional himself, he turned and left. Before departure, Boone prepared to refine a few batches of pills, especially the clear source aperture pills. He had previously refined some with 9 layers of pill patterns, but not many. So, Boone planned to continue refining them. Lighting up 5 furnaces at once, he proceeded non-stop. Currently, Boone could operate 5 pill furnaces simultaneously. If outsiders knew this, they'd drop their jaws in astonishment. Most people tremble while refining a single batch of pills, terrified of furnace explosions. Yet, Boone could manage 5 furnaces at once. Moreover, Boone had innovated his own set of pill refining techniques, improving upon those taught by senior brother Forrest. 5 furnaces operating with different procedures, adjusting fires accordingly, strong flames to remove impurities, moderate flames to purify medicinal qualities, and gentle flames to smelt materials. Each step finely detailed, ensuring high-quality outcomes. However, operating 5 furnaces simultaneously also had its downside. It consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. At this point, Boone's primordial infant had dispersed into every cell of his body, causing a decline in his mental strength, without even the existence of a primordial infant anymore. So, Boone's current cultivation wasn't at the primordial infant stage anymore, yet his physical strength was equivalent to, if not stronger than, that of a combined body stage cultivator. This caused him great distress. He couldn't advance his cultivation further. He consulted Cohen Casper about this, but even he had never encountered such a case, let alone Dan's sect's left guardian or the sect leader. Thus, only gradual exploration remained. Boone tried taking a clear source aperture pill, immediately experiencing excruciating pain. Sweat dripped from Boone's forehead. Why did the clear source aperture pill cause so much pain? Rapidly, Boone activated the Grand Mystery Illusion technique and supported it with the Flawless Sutra, gradually enduring the pain. Turns out, Boone's body hadn't fully healed before. His cells had been artificially kept together by pills, many places incorrectly aligned. Once the clear source aperture pill entered, it realigned all the old injuries. Thus, the intense pain. It felt like reopening wounds and stitching them up again. The clear source aperture pill had remarkable healing abilities, repeatedly tearing open and sewing, strengthening Boone's physique continuously. Finally, outside the demonic infant, a tiny golden core appeared. Boone's cultivation returned to the golden core stage. This was Boone's third golden core, as the primordial infant fused into his flesh was still present, just unable to advance further. To enhance it again, continuous corporeal refinement was necessary. Currently, Boone's physical strength matched some dual formation stage cultivators. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from under Boone's armpit, the spirit acupoint grafted from Ashley. The first aperture happened to be in this spot. With the first aperture opened, subsequent ones followed easily. Second aperture, located on the sole of his foot. Bang! Continuously opening apertures. One 9-layered pill resulted in 12 apertures. Continuing meditation, Boone ingested a second pill, then a third, fourth. In total, Boone consumed 9 clear source aperture pills, stopping after the 9th, as it no longer had any effect. Body continuously opening apertures. A regular person gaining a single aperture would double their cultivation speed. Boone gained 72. Now, each breath seemed to fill his body with spiritual energy. Golden core first stage. Tiny golden cores finally completed, detaching from the demonic infant, forming its own domain. Golden core second stage. Third stage. Continuous breakthroughs. Boone reached golden core 9th stage. Primarily due to previous experience, the journey was smoother this time, and 72 spirit apertures continuously absorbed spiritual energy, propelling his cultivation rapidly. Spiritual cultivation returning to golden core 9th stage. Boone swallowed condensing essence pills and condensing infants pills again. Grand Mystery Illusion technique directly transformed into 9-leaf crimson jade ginseng. Breakthrough. Primordial infant first stage. Boone's current cultivation was primordial infant first stage, plus demonic singing mechanical flesh. 3 primordial infants. Cultivation halted at the peak of primordial infant first stage. One step closer to the goal of manifesting 3 pure beings. The secret realm was about to open, and Boone went along with Franklin and Tad. Many cultivators entered this realm. Surprisingly, Allely was among them, as was Hu Lachlan. It seemed Dan's sect only had these standout disciples, all of whom had grudges against Boone. Boone focused on Andoni's, how to snatch away his 7-star fortune. He no longer wanted complications, harboring murderous intent. Andoni's had repeatedly troubled him, surely intending to eliminate him. Thus, there was no need for restraint, killing him and seizing his fortune. Allely and Andoni's had already formed an alliance, planning to act within the secret realm, determined to kill Boone. Just reaching the entrance, Boone met Soul Sect members, including Soul Shan Yang, who initially challenged him. Orla was also in the group, joining Soul Sect after Hu Chi Sect declined, now Soul Shan Yang's junior sister. Soul Shan Yang and Franklin glared, red with anger. Boone, noticing Franklin's murderous look, turned to see Soul Sect members paying him no attention. His initial scapegoating plan worked well. Laughing inwardly, Boone suddenly felt a gaze lock onto him. That's him, senior brother. He's called Boone. He killed our senior brother Hundo Luo. Note. Translated faithfully with consideration to tone and style, maintaining the paragraph structure as closely as possible to ensure readability and narrative flow. Hashtag chapter 136, Veronica. The one who killed Faulkner? Though Boone didn't appear to have high cultivation, and given that Faulkner's combat prowess was formidable, enhanced by his ability to summon divine souls, making him far beyond what an ordinary cultivator could handle, it was hard to believe. However, Xerxes did not believe his disciples would dare lie to him with such an absurd reason. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. You too, prepare your necks for when we settle all accounts later. As an elder of the Soul Sect, Xerxes had no qualification to enter the secret realm. But at this gathering of the three great sects, he couldn't openly act against these juniors. Yes, Cohen, we'll settle new and old scores with them. Xerxes, being one of the stronger elders in the Soul Sect, had no shortage of sycophants around him. Surely, Cohen, when we enter the secret realm, I will definitely capture these two. Cohen, count me in too. Suddenly, Xerxes' expression turned grim. These lackeys were lacking in tact. The noisy scene created by the Soul Sect's disciples made them look unrefined compared to the others. A chill emanated from Xerxes, silencing those enthusiastic disciples instantly. They were also children of minor elders, eager to show off but lacking in intelligence. After things quieted down, Xerxes looked at Orla and Veronica beside him, his gaze slightly softer. Chi, don't hold back once inside the secret realm. Veronica had a doll-like face, incredibly beautiful and often considered the first beauty of the Soul Sect, but she was proud, only interacting with those she deemed strong. Hence, she once admired Faulkner, the top young genius of the Soul Sect, who was killed by Boone. Carrying her master's command, Veronica no longer needed to restrain herself. She glared viciously at Boone's back, as if she wanted to devour him alive. Thus, Boone inadvertently became the thorn in the side of the Soul Sect, demonstrating the strange workings of fate. Seeing Veronica still glaring at Boone, Orla stepped forward and put an arm around her. Chi, don't be upset. This time I'll go in with you, and we'll take down that villain together. Orla, the patriarch of Wuxia sect, theoretically wasn't qualified to enter the secret realm. However, as the betrothed of Hun Danyang, she received a disciple slot. Plus, already being at the 9th stage of the nascent soul realm, there were rumors that significant benefits awaited those who broke through to the union stage within the secret realm, which led Xerxes to allow her entry. At last, the disciples of the final sect, the device sect, arrived. Half an hour before the secret realm opened, everyone began chatting. It started with someone pointing out, "Senior brother Yi, look, that's Edie from the device sect." Franklin excitedly pointed to a leading woman among the device sect members, explaining to Boone. Device sect disciples wore blue attire. Edie, their leader, was exquisitely beautiful and tall with an impressive figure. Her contrasting cool demeanor attracted even more attention. Even Boone couldn't help but glance at her multiple times. Tad saw this and introduced her promptly. Edie is the top young cultivator of the device sect, excelling in artifact refinement and reaching peak nascent soul 9th stage. Rumor has it she's about to break through soon, probably during our stay in the secret realm. Many cultivators stared at Edie, yet remained restrained due to her formidable cultivation level. Yes, senior brother Yi, your storage rings were made by Edie. Tad continued. Next to her is Hunt, the second best cultivator in the device sect, also at peak nascent soul 9th stage. He once defeated cultivators at the union stage, supposedly letting Edie remain the top because he never competed. So perhaps he's even stronger, Tad added. Franklin immediately objected. But Edie is 30 years younger than Hunt. Despite their similar levels, she's undoubtedly the top of the device sect. Boone shot Franklin a teasing look seeing his excitement. Do you have feelings for her? Franklin blushed fiercely and stuttered. In no way. She's the top in the device sect, so outstanding. His voice grew quieter towards the end. Boone let it go and gestured toward another woman in black robes. What about her? She seems quite important in the soul sect. Franklin regained composure and glanced where Boone pointed. That's Veronica, a direct disciple of Cohen Xerxes, the very person who gave me trouble last time. Tad noticed Boone asking about female cultivators, and rolled her eyes but still provided details. Veronica has exceptional talent and is already at the nascent soul 9th stage despite her youth. Before, the top in the soul sect was Faulkner, but then, Tad glanced at Boone meaningfully, implying that Faulkner was killed by Boone. So now, the top is Veronica. Though she's just reached nascent soul 9th stage, remember that the soul sect's combat power is the strongest among the three major sects. Therefore, do not underestimate her. Veronica was indeed beautiful, her doll-like face paired with black robes from the soul sect, making her particularly enchanting. Of course, Boone's interest was piqued not by her looks but by the murderous intent directed at him. Additionally, her appearance somewhat resembled Ashley. As for the top cultivator from the Pill sect, it was undoubtedly Andonis, standing at the front of the Pill sect contingent. Franklin began introducing the disciples of the three great sections. Those present were at least the children of sect elders, each possessing considerable cultivation. Intelligence, however, varied. Alali, for instance, was present despite his father losing his position as an elder, and his aunt still holding an elder role. Soon, the right time for the secret realm's opening arrived. Several elders from each of the three great sects gathered to create a passage into the secret realm, where the disciples would be expelled after a month. Before joining the other elders, Mystic Mechanic Cohen couldn't help but warn Boone. Don't use those powerful but body-damaging moves lightly again. Chapter 137. Sowing Discord. Otherwise, if anything happens to you later, I won't save you. Boone felt a warmth in his heart and nodded in agreement. He thought Cohen Casper must be worried that he might get too badly injured for recovery since once inside this secret realm, they would be stuck for a month. Whether or not he could hold on until then was another matter. Although Boone was now healed and using the magnetic explosion divine fire posed no danger, the care from Cohen Casper made him feel warmly touched. The 12 elders stood in a row, and with combined efforts, soon a circular tunnel appeared before the secret realm entrance, gradually expanding. Once stabilized, upon Ebert's command of go, Dustin Suki led the other disciples into the secret realm first. Boone came to the entrance together with Tad and Franklin. However, just as Boone stepped into the secret realm, the two beside him vanished. Their positions were randomly assigned. He had underestimated this. However, Boone wasn't worried. After all, there was a whole month, and with Franklin's peak 9th level yuan in cultivation and Tad's protective array, Boone didn't need to fret. Boone found himself in a forest where only green leaves were visible overhead. No sunlight seeped through, creating an eerie gloom. Unable to discern any particular direction, he simply chose one and moved ahead. Unexpectedly meeting rivals on narrow paths, he encountered Alley and his group just a few steps in. Alley and his party entered slightly earlier than Boone, and these 9 people coincidentally remained close to each other, following closely behind Alley. Yee, Carmine. Alley gritted his teeth, staring at Boone. Isn't this a coincidence? Blame it on your ill fate. Meeting me right away. Boone sighed lightly. Indeed, my luck isn't good enough to avoid encountering idiots like you. But it's not your fault. It's mine, with this damned constitution attracting idiots. Enraged, Alley's eyes turned bloodshot. If he could, he'd swallow Boone alive. No longer caring about decorum, Alley lunged toward Boone with his machete. With his peak 9th level yuan in cultivation and 8 others backing him, he doubted Boone could escape. Ding! A 1-star fortune appears near the host. Glancing up, Boone saw one of Alley's Pill Sect disciples. This person will soon separate from the others, pass by where Soul Sect disciples battled a 3-star beast, and pick up a ground-level soul cultivation technique dropped by a Soul Sect disciple. A ground-level technique and 1-star fortune held no interest for Boone, but since the Soul Sect was nearby, Boone recalled Suki's malice towards him and decided to feign weakness, escaping in the direction indicated by the disciple's fortune. Pursue. Seeing Boone flee in defeat, Alley grew excited, leading the rest to chase. Using his instant movement technique, Boone kept them just out of reach. Come and catch me, little rat. Aya, you stand still for me. Alley nearly went mad, but he couldn't catch Boone. Suddenly, Boone heard a faint sound from the direction of the disciple's fortune. He stopped restraining his speed, instantly transforming into a streak of light and dashing forward. Sure enough, Boone soon spotted 6 Soul Sect disciples, including Suki. Hey, what are you Soul Sect members looking for? Need help? Boone's voice rang out, causing immediate alertness among the Soul Sect members. Suki saw the red-robed handsome man before her and instantly flared with anger. Boone, prepare to die. While dodging, Boone cried, Girl, how unreasonable can you be? I offer to help, yet you want to kill me? Several attacks missed Boone. Even her mental assault did nothing to him. Frustrated, she snarled. No wonder you could kill Brother Doluo. You're indeed skilled. Brother Doluo? Soul Doluo? Was this malice because of Soul Doluo? Boone's mind raced, hatching a plan. Pretending to be hit, Boone flew backward as Suki's sword followed suit. Girl, we have no enmity. I don't know your Brother Doluo. Why do you want to kill me? Screaming with apparent agony, Boone surrounded himself with divine water prison. If Suki stabbed down suddenly, the water prison would protect him. You killed my Brother Doluo, still denying it? As she raised her sword to deliver a fatal blow. Wait. You say I killed him, but it's a misunderstanding. You'll miss punishing the real culprit who killed him. Fearing for his life while actually safeguarded, Boone didn't want to really die. Though now able to emit magnetic explosion divine fire, it wouldn't affect their 9th level yuaning skills. Hearing this, Suki paused, her sword still at Boone's throat. Explain yourself. Feigning weakness and exasperation, Boone finally spoke when Suki was about to lose patience. I think it's Brother Alley again. I noticed Brother Alley often uses my name. I didn't understand at first, until someone accused me of unspeakable deeds at the Pill Sect. That's when I realized. He's been making me his scapegoat. Boone pretended to be teary-eyed and wounded. I don't know what I did to offend Brother Alley. With his father being a Pill Sect elder and such powerful background, I couldn't resist. Now he has met a match. If I die, maybe I won't need to take the blame for him. What you say? Die. Before Suki finished questioning, Alley arrived, aiming a devastating attack at Boone. In Suki's view, these Pill Sect disciples were allied with Boone. Infuriated, with Alley attacking, Suki, disregarding intersect formalities, intercepted Alley's attack and retaliated fiercely. Seeing Suki with Boone and attacking him, Alley knew they were allied. How dare they provoke the Holy Maiden with such audacity? This only fueled Alley's desire to kill Boone. Yet, Suki attacked again, plunging everyone into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Boone slipped away. Chapter 138. Killing a Yuhua realm expert with a golden core? He wasn't quite sure he could take them both down at once. 2 9th layer Yuan Ing realm cultivators proficient in the flying swallow technique made simultaneous attacks impossible. When the magnetic explosive divine fire makes its debut, it's best not to leave any survivors. Alvin traveled west and finally exited the forest after half a day of walking. Looking at the secret realm before him, 3 sides plain and 1 side forest, Alvin hesitated for a moment, then proceeded straight ahead. It wasn't intuition or carelessness that guided him. It was mainly because the 7-star Chi luck pillar ahead was too strikingly bright. After a long journey, Alvin finally arrived near the moving 7-star Chi luck pillar. He saw Andoni standing there, apparently conflicted about which direction to go. This person has heaven-defying luck and will soon acquire the deceased owner of this secret realm's legacy weapon, leading to a significant boost in cultivation. The legacy turned out to be from a Yuhua realm expert. Indeed, this fortune came just in time. Alvin's current weapon was missing, and the arrival of this legacy weapon was serendipitous. Not seizing this opportunity would insult the system's notification. Thinking this, Alvin suddenly appeared and warmly greeted Andoni's brother Liu. Andoni's was startled by the sudden call. Seeing it was Alvin, he immediately prepared to attack. Alvin dodged while trying to connect with Andoni's brother Liu. We're all disciples of the alchemy sect now. We must unite and help each other. Otherwise, wouldn't it make us a laughingstock to the tool sect and soul sect? You look like a joke. Andoni's eyes flashed with viciousness. Die. Though outwardly smiling, Alvin continued to talk as he dodged. Brother Liu, I know you're unhappy seeing me, but I approached because I want to find allies for the alchemy sect. Still making excuses. Andoni's felt infuriated as Alvin slipped through his fingers like an eel. Just now, a group of our alchemy sect disciples encountered cultivators from the tool sect and soul sect. Alvin feigned fear and exhaustion. They are still fighting. Besides brother Andoni's, no one in our sect can match soul sect's Tanya and tool sect's Baron. They are struggling against these enemies, and I, Alvin, have failed their trust. I can't bring help back, can't save my fellow sect members from danger. I, Alvin, deserve death. As he spoke, Alvin seemingly gave up resistance, his voice sorrowful and eyes filled with tears. My death is irrelevant. If the sacred maiden, well, perhaps it's fate. Hearing sacred maiden, Andoni's paused his sword, nearly piercing Alvin. Is sister also there? Alvin maintained his lackluster demeanor. Yes, I failed her trust and disappointed brother Alali. I thought I could convince brother Liu to rescue them. Andoni's panicked and hurriedly asked, where are they? Alvin glanced at him, seemingly noticing Andoni's panic for the first time, his face lighting up in surprise as he pointed toward the distant forest. They are in the woods. Brother Liu, be cautious. The experts of the soul sect and tool sect are formidable. Before Alvin finished speaking, Andoni's used the flying swallow technique and rushed toward the forest. Ding! Congratulations on successfully intercepting the legacy. Luck is binding. Bind successful. Alvin smiled again. He feared Andoni's might return if he sensed something amiss, so he hurriedly followed the guiding light pillar forward. Using the instantaneous body technique, he arrived at the location indicated by the luck as quickly as possible. It was a cemetery, and the guiding light pointed to a specific tombstone. Alvin felt puzzled. This grave within the secret realm felt off. Moreover, when cultivators reached the Yuhua realm, their divine souls merged with their bodies. Thus, a Yuhua realm expert's death meant total annihilation, with no chance of reincarnation. But since the system's guidance led here, Alvin didn't hesitate and started digging. Unexpectedly, just as he dug the first scoop, he felt a chill behind him and quickly dodged. You managed to dodge? Turning around, Alvin saw a middle-aged cultivator he had never seen before. His attire was peculiar, neither red, black, nor blue of the three major sects, and didn't seem from this era. I never expected, after being buried here for so long, to meet such a talented young generation. Alvin realized instantly, this wasn't a person, but the soul of the secret realm's former owner, the Yuhua realm expert. But wasn't he Yuhua realm? How could his remains still be here? Reflecting, the cultivator looked curiously at Alvin, surprised. Aren't you afraid of me? Alvin knew the strike just now had the force of a fully powered Xiuxian realm cultivator. If not for his timely evasion, he would already be dead. However, Alvin remained composed. Why should I be afraid? Hearing this, the cultivator laughed heartily without mockery. Suddenly, his expression became serious. Boy, do you want a grand opportunity? Alvin showed no agitation and countered bluntly. What kind of opportunity? As if weighing his options, as though it might not be impressive enough. But deep down, he knew the middle-aged cultivator referred to the 7-star chi luck. He pretended ignorance. Seeing this, the middle-aged cultivator smiled wider, admiring Alvin for a while. Just as Alvin began to feel uneasy, the cultivator's expression grew solemn and he began narrating. Do you know what level the former master of this secret realm was? Yuhua realm. Alvin answered earnestly. The cultivator chuckled again, shaking his head. No, he wasn't even a Yuhua realm cultivator. In life, he was only at the golden core stage. How could that be? Alvin couldn't believe it. But, the cultivator smiled. He was indeed at the golden core stage, yet he could kill Yuhua realm experts. So, rumors outside claimed he was a disguised golden core Yuhua realm expert. Killing a Yuhua realm expert across several major realms? Alvin's pupils dilated sharply. How could this be? Even with many trump cards, Alvin at the golden core stage could barely handle early stage unity realm. Anybody would doubt this. Seeing Alvin's disbelief, the cultivator remained unperturbed. There's no need for me to deceive you. Haven't you practiced mental strength? Chapter 139. Re-encountering Alia. Back in the day, he also wanted to reach the pinnacle of the cultivation world and become a Yuhua realm and immortal realm powerhouse. But unfortunately, his body was not up to the task. He was born with narrow and blocked meridians. Perhaps he would suggest using spiritual medicines to expand them, but those already expanded narrow meridians were pushed to their limits. At this point, the middle-aged cultivator felt somewhat sad, and Boone understood that he was talking about himself. So, under such circumstances, he decided to go against the heavens. By a stroke of luck, he learned a method to cultivate mental energy. Thus, within his remaining lifespan, he dedicated himself solely to the research of mental energy cultivation. As the cultivator spoke, Boone seemed to transform into a cultivator battling heaven and man, feeling the bitterness and suffering at that time. The more he listened, the clearer it became how powerful the cultivator's mental energy had become later on. He thought his extinction immortal scripture was already quite powerful, but he didn't expect this person's mind-refining scripture to be even more extraordinary. If not for the fact that Xian level was already the highest level of cultivation methods, Boone believed that this mind-refining scripture could be considered beyond Xian level, as divine grade. So, young man, are you willing to accept my legacy and let the cultivation method founded by that brash youth who defied the heavens continue to exist and truly astonish the cultivation world? Boone immediately knelt down and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the middle-aged cultivator. Honored predecessor, Boone will not fail your trust. Ha ha, good, very good. With these words, the cultivator seemed to have put everything behind him. His soul began to fade, while a light flashed across Boone's forehead. Gradually, a Xian-level cultivation method, the mind-refining scripture, appeared in his mind. After completely transmitting the method to Boone, the cultivator's soul finally dispersed. Just before the end, the cultivator looked deeply into Boone's eyes with full meaning. Perhaps you aren't the one I initially chose, but I believe you should be the most suitable person. Boone felt somewhat complex. So, even though he clearly sensed that he wasn't the chosen successor, the cultivator still passed on the method to him. Boone stared at the tombstone for a few moments, then bowed again 3 times before turning around and leaving the cemetery. After leaving, Boone felt somewhat puzzled. The 7-star opportunity mentioned earlier wasn't supposed to be an artifact? How did it suddenly turn into a cultivation method? Could the system have a bug? But this cultivation method was even stronger than his extinction immortal scripture. No matter how he looked at it, he benefited from this, so he didn't think much about it. Deciding to find Tad and Franklin first after leaving the cemetery, he would look for other opportunities along the way. Strangely enough, he hadn't gone far when he unexpectedly encountered Hunzong's Alia again. However, she lay on the ground with a pale face, having fainted. Earlier, Alia had fought with Alali and others, beating them badly. Unexpectedly, Indonis from Danzong arrived and saved Alali. Alia, unwilling to let the killer of her donghua brother go, chased after Indonis, ignoring the other disciples of Hunzong. But Indonis had many trump cards, and she soon lost track of him. Before she could find them, she ran into a 6-star demon beast. Though she was at the 9th level of the profound essence stage and had the mental cultivation techniques of Hunzong, she ultimately used all her trump cards to kill the beast. It was fortunate that, despite its high cultivation, this demon beast in the secret realm was relatively weaker compared to those outside. Nevertheless, Alia was severely injured and collapsed where she stood after walking a short distance. Seeing the beautiful woman lying there, pale and in distress, Boone hesitated. He had heard from Franklin about her, Alia being clear about right and wrong. Even when Hun Danyang was wrong, she dared to openly challenge him. She wasn't a bad person, but she loved Marty, whom Boone had killed. They were enemies because of this. But her features reminded him so much of Ashley. After much hesitation, Boone suddenly heard. Ring. Host has discovered 5-star luck nearby. This luck pointed directly to the unconscious Alia. Boone no longer hesitated and decisively carried Alia away. It was starting to get dark, and Boone was just planning to find a place to rest. Unexpectedly, he encountered a large python, a 7-star demon beast, the heaven-swallowing python. Boone quickly fled with Alia, eventually hiding in a mountain gorge from the python. Of course, the python guarded the entrance outside the gorge. This was the cultivator's secret realm, so no matter how powerful the beasts inside were, they wouldn't dare destroy things outside their territory. The gorge was narrow, so the python couldn't enter. Frustrated, it paced back and forth but dared not force its way in, so it stayed at the entrance. Relieved temporarily, Boone sighed as he looked at the still unconscious Alia. If not for her face and the 5-star luck, fleeing alone wouldn't have been so difficult. The gorge only had one exit, and it looked like both he and Alia would need to stay here for some time. That night, Boone, no longer thinking of Tad and Franklin, found a cave by the stream and placed Alia inside. Retaining his habit of occasionally eating out, Boone caught a few fish and started a fire to roast them. Suddenly, the unconscious Alia groaned softly. Boone noticed she was running a high fever, and her lips had turned black from what was originally a healthy red. Poisoned? Examining Alia carefully, he found a large wound on her right shoulder blade, which appeared to be poisoned. Since Hunzong's clothes were black, he hadn't noticed the wound earlier. Saving her thoroughly was necessary since she possessed 5-star luck. Although unsure why, the system didn't specify what this fortune entailed. Boone tore open the clothes around her right shoulder but couldn't fully expose the wound. Eventually, he had to partially undress her and suck out the poison. When Alia woke up the next day, she saw a man lying beside her, none other than Boone. She immediately tried to attack him but spat out a mouthful of blood when she attempted to exert her power. Awakened by the commotion, Boone got up with a smile on his face. You're awake? Feeling better? What kind of poison did you get? I couldn't identify it yesterday, so I had to suck out the poison first, and indeed, you woke up today? Alia was stunned. This man had saved her. Chapter 140, Spring in Full Bloom. Alia had a pure heart, devoting herself solely to cultivation. Therefore, when she learned that Boone had saved her, she could no longer bear any ill will towards him. Boone also noticed this change and felt relieved. If Alia continued to fight him to the death, it would be difficult for him to seize the 5-star luck for himself. Alia's injuries were quite severe, and the toxins in her body still needed time to be expelled. Meanwhile, Boone was not yet capable of dealing with the devouring heaven python, so the two of them had to stay in the mountain ravine for some time. On this day, Boone once again attempted to break through the encirclement of the 7-star beast and check the entrance of the ravine. Meanwhile, Alia, feeling much better, stepped out for some fresh air. Not far away, she discovered some mushrooms and, remembering Boone's care over these past few days, picked them all. Continuing forward, using her formidable spiritual power, Alia spotted a 1-star beast, a pheasant. Slaying it didn't require much effort, and soon she returned to the cave, one hand holding the pheasant and the other clutching the mushrooms. Boone arrived at the entrance just as he encountered the devouring heaven python, which hadn't left and had cleverly hidden itself, waiting to deliver a fatal blow the moment they emerged. Almost caught by its massive tail, Boone narrowly escaped thanks to his Wilbur illusion technique's timely warning. Returning to the cave rather flustered, Boone was instantly attracted by the aroma of cooking meat. He knew his current strength wasn't enough. A 7-star beast was equivalent to an expert in the diverging spirit stage, and he couldn't match it yet. "You're back." Seeing Boone enter, Alia greeted him happily. Unbeknownst to them, their interactions had become remarkably relaxed, almost like old friends or even lovers. After finishing a hearty pot of chicken stew with mushrooms, Boone decided to continue studying spirit refinement. This cultivation technique was indeed powerful but very difficult to master. Despite days of study, he hadn't made much progress. Suddenly, Boone felt a wave of heat envelop his body. He sensed something was wrong and panicked. Had Alia drugged him? Opening his eyes, he saw Alia nearby, her face flushed red. Looking at her enchantingly beautiful appearance, Boone swallowed involuntarily. "Tanya." His voice was hoarse, startling even himself. Alia's gaze was hazy, seemingly unconscious. She murmured, "Boone, I feel so uncomfortable." Boone immediately realized she had been poisoned too, and dismissed any thoughts of foul play. Who would intentionally drug themselves with such a potent aphrodisiac? Recalling something, Boone noticed chicken bones on the ground. His senior brother Forrest's notebook mentioned a mushroom called the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires mushroom, indistinguishable from common wild mushrooms, but incredibly potent as an aphrodisiac. Moreover, the effects intensified when a cultivator used their powers. Desperately flipping through the notebook, Boone remembered there might be a way to antidote it. As a self-proclaimed gentleman, he never expected to fall victim to such tricks. Trembling, he frantically searched the pages, trying to suppress his inner desires. At that moment, Alia, like a python, coiled around him. "Alia!" Boone shouted in alarm. "What are you doing? Can you hear me? I know you're not yourself right now. Just hold on. I'll find a way to antidote it." His voice was sharp, betraying his struggle, his eyes shifting away from the book to the sight before him. Her skin, snow white, pressed against him. This vision hit him like a thunderbolt, clouding his mind. "Boone, Boone," Alia whispered dreamily. Boone knew she was still a maiden, and the potency of the mushroom alarmed him further. "Boone, I feel so uncomfortable. You're so cool. Hold me tight, please. I want you." Damn, Boone couldn't contain his reaction. How could he endure such intimate words from a beautiful woman? Just then, he found the antidote method in Forrest's notebook. Breathe. While resisting the heat from Alia's touches, Boone focused on the cauldron, hurriedly gathering ingredients for the antidote. Alia, clearly delirious, kept whispering, "Boone, I want you. Boone, touch me." Boone was frantic, struggling to focus as Alia's chest brushed against his arm. Suppressing his urges, he concentrated on making the antidote. Internally cursed, this alchemy was more challenging than his previous attempts with the xiuxian awakening pill. He poured the potion into the cauldron, urging himself to stay calm. But then, the elixir failed for the first time since his first successful attempt. Adding insult to injury, Alia licked his earlobe like a kitten. "Ah." Boone drew a deep breath as the elixir burned again. "Alia, you're my nemesis from a past life." Then, she wrapped her legs around his waist, sending shocks through him. Seeing the 7th failed elixir, his mind began to blur, fire-red patterns spreading up his neck. The consciousness slipping, he turned toward Alia. Finally, unable to resist, he kissed her, their bodies merging in an uncontrollable embrace. "Screw the antidote. I give up," was the last coherent thought in his mind before everything turned into bliss. For a moment, spring filled the entire ravine. Chapter 141. I had another woman. A sharp ray of sunlight finally woke Boone up. When he opened his eyes, he found himself alone. Feeling a slight chill, Boone looked down to see himself covered with a soul-sex black robe that emitted a faint fragrance. Boone looked around but still didn't see Vanessa and hurriedly got up. Ouch! His sore back made Boone feel as if his body had been completely drained. Fighting off the dizziness, as soon as Boone stood up, he suddenly realized his cultivation had improved. He felt he was now at the 5th stage of nascent soul. What was going on? Boone hastily inspected himself internally and saw his spirit nascent soul had thickened by a considerable amount, and even the demonic nascent soul had grown slightly. The 2 plump little Boones in his inner space were like 2 little kittens, waving their hands and feet contentedly. "You're awake." A gentle yet strangely eerie voice sounded from behind Boone. Boone quickly turned around to see Vanessa wearing a Dan-sect robe. Vanessa looked even more beautiful dressed in red, causing Boone's face to flush. Then, thinking about the ragged clothes on his body and the long black dress, Boone wished he could find a crack to hide in. There was an awkward silence. Scratching his head, Boone began, last night? Yesterday." At the same time, Vanessa also seemed to want to ease the awkwardness and spoke. "You go first." Both said in unison. Silence. Long-lasting silence. "Ahem, what I meant is that we ate chicken stewed with mushrooms last night." Boone's words became jumbled. That mushroom was big, round, and white. Vanessa spat at him. "Bah, that better be what you meant." Boone was speechless. "Hold on, my mind is a bit muddled now, probably because the residual poison hasn't cleared out. I think." Vanessa stared warily at Boone, her arms crossed. "You haven't fully detoxified? Last night, you came 7 times. I nearly died from it." Boone was dumbfounded. "I don't remember anything, mainly because that mushroom was too potent. Do you have any memory?" Boone asked suspiciously. He wanted to add, "Since you remember, do you recall this wasn't my initiative? At the time, I wanted to refine an antidote, but you insisted on wrapping around me, destroying 7 batches of medicine before I lost control." But Vanessa firmly said, "I don't remember. Even if the residual poison isn't clear, I can't take it anymore." Boone muttered unconsciously, "There's no uncultivated field, only an exhausted ox." Vanessa's eyebrows furrowed. and she struck directly at Boone. Boone, what did you say? Boone protected his head as Vanessa chased him around, easing much of the awkwardness between them. After calming down, Boone held Vanessa's shoulders seriously and said, 7-7, there's something important I must tell you. I already have a wife, and we are married. Hearing this, Vanessa's face paled instantly. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Finally, she muttered despondently, no need for explanations after all. It was a misunderstanding just for detoxification purposes. I, Vanessa, am not someone who clings on. As she spoke, Vanessa turned away from Boone, tears slipping down where he couldn't see. How could Boone be irresponsible? He went forward and hugged Vanessa. I didn't mean it that way. I will take responsibility for you. But I also hope there's nothing I hide from you, 7-7. Do you really think so? What about your previous wife? With a serious expression, Boone said, I won't abandon her, but I also don't want to give you up. 7-7, wouldn't you also not wish for me to be someone who abandons others? Bah, I only like the strong. You, Boone, aren't quite there yet. Vanessa spat again. Seeing Vanessa's changing expression, Boone pulled her closer. I was hesitant on how to tell you about my past. You're really good, 7-7. I'll treat you well forever. At this moment, Vanessa became serious. I have one question. Did you really not kill Alric? Boone's heart sank. What had to come finally arrived. In an instant, myriad thoughts flashed through his mind, but they all converged into one sentence. I didn't kill him. It was Senior Allely. A kind lie was always better than a cruel truth. In Boone's view, since he chose Vanessa, there was no need for her to bear other feelings of guilt or hatred. Vanessa buried her head in Boone's chest, sobbing, I'm so scared that you might have killed Alric. I swore to myself to never share the sky with whoever killed him. Thankfully, it wasn't you. After some moments of mutual comfort, there was no longer any barrier between them. At this point, Boone hesitated and asked Vanessa, 7-7, there's one more thing I don't know how to tell you. Vanessa was puzzled. Just say it. What can't we talk about? Feeling somewhat guilty, Boone continued, I once had another woman. What? Vanessa immediately flared up, ready to punch his chest. Explain yourself clearly. Feeling embarrassed, but still earnestly explaining to Vanessa, once, by chance, I had a relationship with her. I can't shirk responsibility. Oh great, Boone. Vanessa was instantly upset again. Tell me, how many women do you have? Boone quickly replied, just 3. Just 3. You're the third. Although Vanessa was hurt to learn Boone had another woman, what could she do? She already knew what liking someone felt like. It was Boone who gave her this feeling. She also knew that if she chose to leave him, she would definitely regret it in the future. Ultimately, Vanessa tearfully told Boone, then in the future, you cannot have any other women. Seeing Vanessa like this, Boone instantly softened. He stepped forward and embraced her. 7-7, I promise I won't find any other women. Chapter 142, Escape from the Mountain Ravine. After spending some more time together, the duo began to discuss how they could escape the ravine. After all, they had entered the secret realm to find resources and couldn't remain trapped here indefinitely. With a serious expression, Alia said, Brother Carmine, our Hun sect has a secret technique that can instantly unleash a substantive mental attack. When we try to leave the mountain ravine, I'll strike first to stun that beast, then we can escape. Boone shook his head, knowing that with Alia's current level of cultivation, and given what he'd seen of her capabilities, it was unlikely she could achieve this. Eventually, Alia took out the Hun sect's secret technique, and they discussed its feasibility. Because the secret technique could effectively damage a target's mental C, Boone used the Flawless Sutra to help improve it. Coincidentally, this mental technique was also named Exterminate Deity. Alia, being extraordinarily gifted, quickly understood the modified technique's intricacies. Now, she could unleash several times the spiritual force attack power compared to before. This was thanks to the 8-pole burst hidden strength compression method, which Boone had discovered to be useful for many martial techniques. Everything could potentially be improved using the 8-pole burst. Once Alia became somewhat proficient with the modified technique, they formulated an escape plan. They decided that Alia would use the secret technique to severely wound the swallowing heaven python first, rendering her weak afterward. Then Boone would carry her and flee at full speed. This seemed like their best option. As for the 7-star swallowing heaven python, it was said to hold grudges, likely still lurking in the shadows. At the entrance of the ravine, Boone ran through the grand illusion technique, fully sensing his surroundings. He faintly detected a cold aura deep within the northeastern forest. Although beastkin were naturally mentally weak, neither of them was confident about subduing it instantly because the modified version of Exterminate Deity had never been used before. Ultimately, Boone initiated the 9-fold Divine Fire transformation, boosting his cultivation levels significantly. He then covered himself with the Grand Illusion Golden Body, causing golden patterns to flow across his skin. Finally, demonic energy surged into his body, making him almost as strong as a divided soul cultivator. Boone nodded to Alia and stepped out of the ravine, acting as bait. As expected, the 7-star swallowing heaven python attacked immediately with its massive tail, tearing apart space to trap Boone. This was the unique ability of a divided soul cultivator, something most 7-star beasts could master, tearing through space to immobilize targets. Boone was compressed by the rigid space and braced for the impact. A full-strength blow from a 7-star beast was more powerful than an average divided soul cultivator's attack. If hit directly, Boone might not survive unscathed. Brother Carmine, Alia struck at that moment. Her stored-up mental force hit the python accurately. Hiss! The python cried in agony. It worked. The huge tail instantly released the spatial lock. Instant movement technique. Boone escaped just in time. The moment he left, the python's tail smashed into the space where Boone had been, shattering it layer by layer. Hoo. Alia felt her heart pounding fiercely. She had exhausted all her spiritual energy and quickly swallowed a restorative pill. Boone appeared beneath her, scooping her up in a princess carry. Continuous instant movement techniques were cast. Swoosh, swoosh. The 7-star swallowing heaven python, despite being stunned for a moment, recovered quickly and stared viciously at Boone's fleeing direction. However, Boone's continuous instant movement made it difficult for the python to lock onto him. While using instant movement, Boone devoured large quantities of spirit recovery pills. Carmine brother, you shouldn't take so many pills like this. Pills have side effects. Alia shouted anxiously, deeply moved. As these are level 9 Danwin spirit recovery pills, it's fine, Boone explained while moving. I have a special constitution that allows me to cast instant movement, though with shorter distances. Only by putting distance between us and then using rapid flight can we lose this beast. Boone utilized instant movement to confuse the python's senses, fearing it wouldn't stop chasing them. Once they were a few miles ahead, he activated rapid flight, and Alia tightened her grip around his neck. Surrounded by heavenly water and heavenly fire, Boone reached 9th stage netherworld cultivation and initiated the rainbow flight technique, turning into a rainbow streaking towards the sky. Alia felt safe and warm hugging Boone. Finally, they had escaped the seemingly inescapable ravine. Behind them, the 7-star swallowing heaven python thrashed its tail angrily, enraged at failing to catch Boone and Alia. It vented its anger on the surrounding forest, leveling everything. Cohen brother Andoni's, it's just ahead. The noise came from there. Several disciples from the alchemy sect accompanied Andoni's towards the ravine where Boone and Alia had hidden earlier. Hearing the massive commotion, they speculated it might be due to a treasure appearing. However, upon arriving, they found only a frenzied 7-star beast raging and destroying the ravine's surrounding forests. Damn it, Cohen brother Lou. We seem to have come to the wrong place. Andoni smacked the disciple upside the head. Aren't you going to run? Without delay, Andoni's fled. Boom. Even though they were at the edge of the forest and had run promptly, they were still hit by the aftermath of the python's rampage. Blood spewed from their mouths. Hashtag chapter 143. Artificer sex hunt. And just like that, several people rushed past, their mouths still bleeding as they hurried away. Damn it. Whoever this was, they had stirred up the 7-star devouring heaven python into a frenzy. Senior brother, let's hurry to the central area. If we keep lingering around, we won't get anything, one disciple suggested. Andoni's nodded. Heading to the central area was a definite move, although he desperately wanted to confront and punish Boone first. This guy must have discovered some rare opportunity, daring to trick him and enjoy it alone. Just thinking about it made Andoni's grit his teeth in frustration. Boone finally arrived at a cliff with Celia in his arms. The view here was excellent, perfect for a short rest. He immediately refined a few pills to nourish her spirit and replenish her energy. Celia completely trusted him. After eating them, her depleted spirit quickly recovered. Seeing that Celia was feeling better, Boone suddenly asked, Chi, are you hungry? Celia looked puzzled, but tilted her head in response. Not really. Cultivators don't need to eat much. Are you craving something? Boone's expression was somewhat deep. I feel like eating chicken stew with mushrooms. Upon hearing that, Celia's face turned bright red, and she couldn't help but chase Boone, giving him a beating. After playing around for a while, they suddenly noticed many cultivators gathering on a nearby peak, their numbers increasing steadily. Was there a treasure? Let's go check it out. Boone gave Celia a meaningful glance. Celia immediately nodded and flew towards the mountain with Boone, holding hands. At the summit, a lone figure floated in midair, surrounded by an unapproachable circle of 100 meters. His artificer sect attire and the 7 flying daggers hanging from his waist revealed his identity. Hunt, isn't it too tyrannical for you to monopolize this treasure? Someone finally could not contain their anger and questioned him. Hunt crossed his arms over his chest and did not even lift his eyes, standing motionless as if sleeping or meditating. The hell? Brothers, why can't we take the 9-star spirit meteorite broken blade? A cultivator raised his arm and incited the others to risk attacking Hunt. But before he finished speaking, his raised arm was severed from his body. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed. You! Everyone, look, Hunt is bullying the weak. Annoying. Hunt finally spoke. With another wave of his hand, the head of the instigator who called for a joint attack flew off, blood splattering onto nearby cultivators. Do you punks think you can lay your hands on what doesn't belong to you? Himph. So arrogant, aren't you? Suddenly, a confident voice rang out. Orla appeared behind Hunt. Bang! Without a word, Hunt vanished and reappeared in front of Orla, slicing towards her throat with a hand-shaped blade. What? Did Hunt use instantaneous movement? He has already advanced to the body integration stage? How is that possible? Damn, how can we live like this? But the next second, Orla didn't fly backward as everyone expected. No blood gushed from her slender figure when Hunt's palm cut through her. A hint of surprise flashed across Hunt's eyes. The next second, Orla reappeared 100 meters away. What? Another one has reached the body integration stage? The surrounding cultivators consoled themselves frantically. Surely these two must have suppressed their cultivation to break through, having long been restrained. Orla? Interesting. You're also at the body integration stage. Hunt curled his lips into a cold smile. Only you can advance, but we can't? Orla gazed calmly at Hunt. I've heard that the current generation leader of your Wuxia sect always holds wisdom like pearls, deciding battles from afar. Hunt's gaze swept around. Appearing before me like this, do you think you can control my fate? Orla smiled indifferently. The top person in the Artificer sect is said to be Faye, not you, Hunt. How could I possibly have a sure win? Hunt's face darkened. Haha, you've already told me. With that, his figure disappeared again, using the instantaneous movement technique. Fights between body integration cultivators were mere blurs, leaving onlookers feeling unsatisfied. They knew such high-level battles were beyond their comprehension. Whoosh! 7 flying daggers appeared in Hunt's hands, and the first one shot towards a spot 100 meters away in midair. Look, Hunt has drawn his weapons. So what if he draws weapons? What's the big deal? Heh, you don't know. Hunt is the pinnacle disciple of the Artificer sect, once defeating a body integration cultivator above his rank. He usually doesn't even bother drawing weapons against opponents of the same rank. His hands are his usual weapons. 2 bystanders commented, and indeed, Hunt's hands emitted a faint golden glow. Dominating alchemy to such an extreme extent, Hunt had even refined his hands into weapons. At this moment, Boone and Celia also mingled among the crowd, learning that everyone was waiting for the 9-star spirit meteorite to emerge from the mountains. The 9-star spirit meteorite was an extremely rare material used in forging spirit artifacts. Whether a spirit artifact could be imbued with a spirit depended entirely on this meteorite. Ranked from 1 to 9, when a 9-star meteorite appeared, it inevitably brought bloodshed and chaos. Ding! Detected 6-star luck around the host. Boone mildly mocked the system, reacting slower than him. A thick beam of light emerged above Hunt's head. This person carries the main character's fortune. At the emergence of the 9-star spirit meteorite, he used the iron summoning technique to obtain it. Boone scanned the surroundings, finding everyone glaring hungrily at the glowing mountain. Watching the two battling fiercely in the air, Boone furrowed his brow and quietly asked, "Do you know this Orla? She's my master's junior sister and now an elder of the Wuxia sect. By seniority, she's my aunt," Celia explained. "She seems quite powerful." Boone's mind raced, thinking of ways to take advantage of the chaos and snatch the meteorite. "Hey, where did you get that ring?" A pleasant female voice came from beside him. Chapter 144, 9 Abyss Devil Condensing Pill. Spike turned his head and saw a handsome man. He immediately realized that the person in front of him was definitely a woman dressed as a man. Very few normal men could be more handsome than Spike, and this delicate young man looked even more like a pretty boy. Seeing through her disguise at once, Spike did not reveal it and responded instead, "It's a gift from a fellow disciple. What about it?" "I'm Edie. And you?" the cross-dressing individual said straightforwardly. Startled, Spike thought to himself that she was supposed to be posing as a man. Why would she reveal her name? Dan Sect Spike. "I've heard of Edie, the top person of the artisan sect." Thinking about this, he directly asked, "However, if you're disguising yourself as a man, why tell me your real identity? To do business with senior brother Yi, one must be sincere." Edie said as a matter of course. Spike nodded. "What kind of business?" "Barak Spike, this set of rings is something I made. Due to some unexpected circumstances back then, I sold them. Now I want to redeem them. Would you sell them to me?" Edie asked with her big eyes twinkling. Spike was somewhat stunned. The Edie he had previously met was an icy cold mountain, but Spike laughed heartily in the end. "I'm not short of spirit stones. These rings make my 10 fingers shine, fitting perfectly with my tycoon aura." Edie's deep, crystal-like eyes blinked in disappointment, her voice tinged with regret. "Well, I had planned on trading a fine sword I picked up a couple of days ago for Barakia's ring. Seems like Barak doesn't plan to give me the chance." As she spoke, she put away a legendary weapon that had only appeared in her hand for a second. Spike's pupils contracted sharply. "Hold on. Senior sister Yueru, let's talk about this." Spike grabbed Edie's arm, having lost his earlier composure. Busy explaining, "Senior sister Yueru, what I said was just a joke. Here's your ring." With that, he moved all the materials and spirit stones from the rings into his storage pouch. Then he respectfully placed the 10 rings in front of Edie. Celia, standing nearby, became curious. "What kind of sword?" "Brother Carmine, if you care so much, I'll buy one for you." Spike turned around and smiled warmly, patting Celia's head. "It was left by an elder of mine, perfectly suited to my cultivation techniques. It was lost a few days ago, and fortunately picked up by senior sister Yueru." Hands behind her back, Edie's eyes flashed with mischief, teasing Spike. "Oh, so senior brother Spike can even get our soul sect's 7th sister, very impressive. Could it be because of this tycoon aura? Or better yet, forget about it. Barak Spike won't have his tycoon aura after the trade." Spike pleaded continuously, "Senior sister Yueru, please forgive me, I was just joking. What tycoon aura do I have?" "Oh no, don't plead mercy. I didn't even touch you. You refused the trade yourself just now. How come you're begging now?" Though her words were somewhat harsh, the expression on her face clearly indicated she was teasing. Thus, Spike wasn't angry. "Sister, this sword is called Wilbur Sword, a sword I used very well." Spike showed obvious care. "So, I beg you, senior sister, even if we exchange under other conditions." Celia frowned, asking Spike suspiciously, "I never saw you using sword moves before?" Spike's face turned serious for a moment before answering, "The dog-cutting sword technique created by myself has become quite famous." Edie smiled gently. "How about we spar? Regardless of who wins or loses, I'll exchange this Wilbur sword with you. But you need to help me with something." Without hesitation, Spike nodded. He needed the Wilbur sword very much, mostly because of the sentiment attached, although Spike usually treated the Wilbur sword as a mere firewood stick. Moreover, although the sword was a mystical-grade weapon, it lacked any weapon spirit. Therefore, Spike didn't pay much attention to its power and mostly used it as a cane. Still, the Wilbur sword had been with him for so long. Whenever facing a major crisis, it had done a great deal. So, even if he might not treasure it greatly upon getting it back, it felt like reuniting with a brother. If it were gone, Spike would miss it endlessly. "What do you need me to do?" At this point, besides wanting to reclaim the Wilbur sword, Spike was more intrigued by how Edie knew it was his. Had she seen when Left Mang Mountain of the Flowing Vagueness sect was killed by him? Otherwise, why was she so sure about swapping swords? Why was she confident that Wilbur's sword held sway over him? After all, he seldom used it openly outside, unlike those 7 flying knives that were very distinctive. Changing the terms to doing something for her indicated that obtaining the rings was just a ruse. So what was her true intention? Edie's expression remained unchanged. "Help me refine a pill." Spike listened quietly, knowing that refining a pill wouldn't be as simple as it sounded. The requirements are 9 layers of pill patterns, clouds of pills swirling, not a trace of impurities allowed. By this time, Spike's expression was cold, but he still asked, which pill, and which grade? 9 Abyss Devil Condensing Pill. Edie stared straight into Spike's eyes, enunciating each word clearly. This pill has no grade. It requires Demon Chi as a guide and the yellow springs of the 9 abysses as an auxiliary component to form. Spike's expression froze colder than ice. I don't have the pill formula, nor the materials. It can't be refined. Spike had already decided that if Edie harbored ill intentions towards him, he wouldn't hesitate to show no mercy. At this moment, a hint of killing intent stirred within Spike. Celia sensed Spike's hostility and also tensed up in readiness. Seeing the two guardedly looking at her, Edie giggled, eyeing Spike playfully before whispering to Celia, "This man has a Dao partner. She's rumored to be the successor of a major sect in Central State." Hearing this, Celia felt somewhat puzzled. How did this woman know about Brother Carmine? Even she wasn't that informed. Brother Carmine had told her herself. Could this woman have feelings for Brother Carmine? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Consequently, she watched Edie with even greater vigilance. Seeing Celia's reaction, Edie sighed softly in her heart. Naive girl. Hashtag chapter 145. Edie's true nature. Edie transmitted a message to Alia once again. I mean you no harm, I just don't want you to be deceived. This boon has quite the charm with women. Alia immediately replied telepathically. I know Brother Carmine is popular among women and that he had 2 women before. But so what? Regardless of whether his Dao companion is by his side or not, since I have chosen him, I will still follow him. I trust Brother Carmine. Edie looked at Boone and Alia with a complicated gaze, ultimately sighing softly, resigning herself to it. Boone, tomorrow at dusk, in the central area, I'll be waiting for you there. Watching Edie's retreating figure, Boone felt a bit puzzled. He sensed that she didn't seem malicious toward him now. Edie returned to the group of people from the artisan sect. One female disciple stepped forward immediately. Senior Sister Xian. Senior Brother Jean is still battling that demoness. Should we assist him? Edie gave her a cold look. What's it got to do with me? If Boone were here, he would have exclaimed, holy crap, you really do wear different faces for different people. He might even start doubting if the person with the demonic embryo was Edie. The female disciple turned red with embarrassment, but finally forced out a rebuke. Senior Sister Xian, don't forget Cohen's instructions before entering the secret realm. Edie slapped her across the face with a chilly gaze. You're teaching me how to act? Since when can you use the Cohen to pressure me? When I respect him, I call him Grand Cohen. If I grow weary of him, I can exterminate him with a wave of my hand. Edie eyed the slapped female disciple with an icy glare. That female disciple's eyes flashed with venom as she glared fiercely at Edie. Seeing this look, Edie smiled, revealing an innocent expression. Vienna, you're going to die. Edie's words, spoken with a smile, carried an icy coldness. The other artisan sect disciples could distinctly feel a chilling aura of death. The temperature dropped momentarily as Edie rubbed her wrist, where a small cut was slowly healing. Meanwhile, the female disciple from earlier was now nothing but a human skin. Her flesh and bones had vanished. This gruesome scene seemed normal to those around her. An apprentice came forward, collected the human skin, rolled it up, and respectfully handed it to Edie. Edie took the skin, stored it in her storage ring, and then vanished from everyone's sight. Only after confirming Edie was gone did the others dare speak. Senior Sister Xian is getting more short-tempered. Poor Vienna really bumped into a hard board. Normally, mentioning the Grand Cohen would make Senior Sister Xian back down a bit. Who knew it wouldn't work now? Hush. Senior Sister Xian has already advanced to the fusion stage. Of course, she no longer respects the Grand Cohen like before. She can kill above her rank. Let's be careful. We shouldn't risk our lives for some worthless rewards like Vienna. Everyone said Edie became the top disciple of the artisan sect because of Hunt's influence. But which man would willingly have a woman overshadowing him? Edie secured her position as the chief disciple through pure strength and effort. In addition to excelling in forging, she was also adept at drawing talismans and killing. After killing someone, she would have her spirit weapon consume their flesh and blood, leaving only the skin to draw talismans. She made sure to utilize every resource thoroughly, never wasting a single bit. Brother Carmine, what should we do next? Boone thought. Now that there were 2 fusion stage experts competing here, grabbing the 9-star spirit meteoric iron would cost too much. Moreover, it wasn't very useful to him since he couldn't forge weapons. Even if he obtained it, he'd have to find a high-level forger to refine it, costing another fortune, which wasn't worth it. These 7-star fortunes weren't as important as Hildred Jian, so he decided it was best to focus on finding Edie to retrieve his Hildred Jian. Let's leave for now. Hearing this, Alia hesitated slightly. Brother Carmine, but the 9-star spirit meteoric iron, this isn't very useful to me. It's not worth spending time and energy here. We could use this time to look for something else beneficial. Boone was rather open-minded. He knew his current strength well. Alia didn't think less of Boone for this. Deep down, she admired strength but wasn't blindly fixated on cultivation level. Otherwise, she would have admired Soul Dolua, or even the Soul Sect Patriarch instead. Okay, I'll follow Brother Carmine. Boone looked at Alia and smiled indulgently. Tomorrow, we must go to the central area, not only to get my Hildred Jian back, but also to ask her some questions. Alia frowned upon hearing Boone mention Edie. Irritably, she said, Brother Carmine, I don't think that woman is as harmless as she looks. Her smiles are all pretense. Boone chuckled. You can read people? Alia lifted her head proudly. Of course. I'm amazing. Boone couldn't help but laugh, but still looked at Alia lovingly, agreeing with her. Yes, Tanya is the best. At this moment, the battle between Hunt and Orla had intensified. Orla actually held a spirit weapon in her hands. Boone couldn't help but marvel. Are spirit weapons so cheap now? Are they everywhere? Why hasn't he gotten one yet? But soon, Orla seemed to be losing against Hunt. Boone could see that Orla was struggling to counterattack, while Hunt remained calm and collected. Sure enough, the outcome was as Boone predicted. In the next moment, Hunt's dagger spirit power kicked in. Hunt's 7 daggers each had their own spirit. It's rumored Hunt's 7 daggers each have their own spirit. Impressive. I heard his spirits are named after the Big Dipper stars. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, Yaoguang. Yeah, I heard that too. The names aren't impressive. It's their power that matters. Those 7 spirits are like 7 cultivators assisting him. Right. A normal person struggles to have 1 spirit weapon. He has 7, instantly overwhelming any opponent's spirit. Look, the female cultivator's spirit weapon is surely being suppressed. Chapter 146, Lightning Strike during Alchemy. During the fight between Hunt and Orla, Hunt unfurled an array charm, the Big Dipper array. The 7 array points perfectly corresponded to the 7 weapon spirits of the knives. The 7 knives hovered in the air, forming a strange symbol, resembling a ladle. The Big Dipper array was completed. Upon seeing this, Orla's face instantly changed dramatically. What are you going to do? Hunt coldly replied, Ha, you want to snatch my fortune, but I can't kill you? Orla flew into a rage. I am Cohen Haroun's fiancé at the Soul Sect. Do you dare to harm me? Ha 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 ha, a fiancé? Hunt laughed wildly, looking at Orla as if she were a fool. Even if it were Haroun himself here. So what? Our artifact sect has endured for too long. I tell you, from now on, anything an artifact sect disciple covets must be handed over without compensation. Otherwise, it's death. The last sentence was icy and bloodthirsty. Boone watched all of this with a cold gaze. He felt this person was talking big. Although the artifact sect was one of the 3 great sects, this secret realm involved more than 1,000 people. Not only did core disciples from the 3 great sects participate, but other medium-sized sects and small sects affiliated with the 3 great sects also received some spots. Could they just bully everyone in this secret realm with just those dozens of people from the artifact sect? However, Hunt did have some reason to be arrogant. While watching the fight between Hunt and Orla, Boone noticed one extremely advantageous aspect. Hunt had 7 weapon spirits, and each could assist him independently in battle. How terrifying it was. Originally, it was a one-on-one situation, but once his 7 knives entered the fray, even if the opponent had spirit weapons or weapon spirits, it would still turn into 8 against 2. 4 against 1, and Hunt's cultivation level was higher. No wonder he could fight above his rank. Boone envied those who had weapon spirits. He always wanted to get one for his Hildred sword. Thinking about the Hildred sword reminded Boone that it was still in Annette's hands. She gave him a pill formula he had never heard of, but fortunately, before leaving, she gave him the nether yellow spring water and demon aura. Thankfully, she gave him the demon aura. Otherwise, Boone wouldn't have let her off. Someone who knew everything was not suitable to live. Let's go. Boone saw that although Orla was supposed to be Reese's future master mother, Reese wasn't really concerned about Orla. Otherwise, she would have rushed to help immediately. As expected, Reese glanced at the battlefield one last time, and then turned to leave with Boone. The good fortune rested on Hunt. No matter how much Orla struggled, she couldn't take it away, especially since she couldn't kill Hunt. Boone led Reese to a secluded place to prepare for alchemy of the Netherworld Demon Soul Pill, as requested by Annette. After instructing Reese to guard a bit farther away, Boone set up his alchemy furnace and began refining. Following Annette's recipe, Boone took out the required materials one by one. When he saw the demon aura Annette provided, he hesitated for a moment before putting it back. Holding the demon aura in his hand, Boone felt a mix of emotions. He feared the demon infant might become too powerful yet looked forward to its growth. There was no precedent for a second consciousness appearing. Moreover, he didn't want to tell anyone about this, including Grand Eileen, Tad, and Anne, because it involved his big secret, 3 soul infants. Boone's strength had increased rapidly, but having 3 soul infants didn't mean he had triple the power of other soul infants cultivators. Just like a child suddenly becoming a strongman doesn't mean the child can use the full strength of a strongman. He might control it poorly and use only a fraction of his power. After deep thought, Boone decided not to suppress the demon infant any longer. He urgently needed its strength. In this secret realm, every bit of strength meant more opportunities. No matter what the demon infant would grow into, it would still be him. Once resolved, Boone concentrated on alchemy. He didn't use Annette's demon aura primarily because it was filled with violent negative emotions. To refine a pill with 9 layers of Dan patterns, there could be no impurities. Now, he needed to retrieve his Hildred sword, so he couldn't afford to be careless. He used his own pure demon aura simulated by the Hildred fantasy technique. This demon aura was even purer than that from the demon world. As soon as the black demon aura entered the furnace, it reacted strongly, seemingly eroding the furnace. Fortunately, this was the purple sun furnace he won previously, capable of resisting demon aura erosion. Soon, the demon aura slowly condensed, and nether yellow spring water was poured in. Boone multitasked, using spiritual energy to wrap divine fire and intensively burn the ingredients. Inside the furnace, flames erupted instantly. He simultaneously used divine water mangi to pour over and continuously cut through the demon aura and nether yellow spring water, ensuring they thoroughly mixed. They were fused, cut, refused, and recut, repeating the process. During the cutting, he ensured the medicinal properties were fully activated, adding various herbs like holding tobacco, yangding withered moss, horse urine fern, etc., until finally reaching the pill formation stage. At this moment, dark clouds filled the sky. These weren't typical Dan clouds but resembled thunder clouds, bringing an ominous, oppressive feeling. Thunder roared overhead, while Boone continued diligently below, concentrating intensely. He needed to create a pill with 9 layers of Dan patterns. Look, someone is transcending tribulation over there. What? Transcend your head. Exactly. The highest level here is combined phase. Who can transcend tribulation at combined phase? What about those thunderclouds then? Is it possible it's not thunderclouds? How can it not be? Look at them. Watching the nearby thunderclouds, everyone chattered nervously. Raid clouds. Looking up, Boone stared at the raid clouds above with a troubled expression. Damn it. Refining pills caused heavenly tribulation. What kind of high-grade pills did Annette ask him to refine? The pills in Boone's furnace hadn't emerged yet, but he knew clearly that once the pills were finished, they would face a rolling thunderstorm. Ding. This person has been fortunate recently and will undergo divine lightning purification under a single thunderbolt, breaking through to the 4th-class strongman. Chapter 146. Refining a pill and being struck by lightning. During the fight between Hunt and Orla, Hunt revealed an array talisman, the Big Dipper Array. The 7 array points perfectly corresponded to the spirits of 7 blades. The 7 blades circled in the air, forming a strange symbol, resembling a ladle. The Big Dipper Array was completed. Orla's face turned pale instantly. What are you going to do? Hunt said coldly. Heh, you want to snatch my opportunity, and I can't kill you? Orla was furious. I am Cohen Sol Danyang's fiancé from the Soul Sect. You dare to harm me? Ha ha ha. Fiancé? Hunt laughed maniacally, looking at Orla as if she were a fool. Even if Sol Danyang were here, so what? Our artifact sect has been suppressing too long. I'm telling you, starting now, whatever an artifact sect disciple desires, you have to hand it over unconditionally. Otherwise, death awaits. The last sentence was icy and bloodthirsty. Boone watched this all happen with a cold gaze. He felt this guy was bragging. Though your artifact sect is one of the 3 major sects, not bad, but in this secret realm, there are more than 1,000 participants. Apart from the core disciples of the 3 major sects, other medium-sized and small sects affiliated with or related to the 3 major sects also got some spots. Can you really rampage in this secret realm with just dozens of people from your artifact sect? However, Hunt did have the capital for his arrogance. Boone noticed a significant advantage when watching Hunt fight Orla. It was that Hunt had 7 spirit weapons. All could assist him independently. This was terrifying. What was originally a 1-on-1 situation turned into a lopsided 8-2 scenario once his 7 blades joined. Even if the opponent had spirit weapons and weapon spirits, it still ended up as 4 versus 1. Plus, his cultivation level was higher. No wonder he could defeat enemies above his rank. Boone envied those who possessed weapon spirits greatly. He always wanted to give his Hildred sword one. Thinking of Hildred's sword, Boone remembered that it was still in Faye's hands. She gave him a pill formula he had never heard of, but fortunately, before leaving, she handed over the nether yellow spring water and demonic chi. Luckily, she gave him demonic chi, or Boone would not have let her off. Someone who knows everything shouldn't be alive. Let's go. Boone could see that although Orla was the prospective mother-in-law of Celia, Celia didn't care much about her. Otherwise, she would have rushed to help already. Sure enough, Celia only glanced at the battle scene once more before turning around and following Boone to leave. Good fortune rested on Hunt. No matter how Orla struggled, she couldn't take it away, as she couldn't kill Hunt. Boone took Celia to a secluded place and prepared to refine the nether demon soul pill as Faye requested. After arranging for Celia to guard him at a slight distance, Boone set up his cauldron and began refining the pill. Following Faye's pill formula, Boone took out the required materials one by one. When he saw the demonic chi Faye provided, he hesitated for a moment and put it back. Holding the demonic chi, Boone felt conflicted. He feared the demonic infant becoming too powerful yet yearned for its growth. There was no one to refer to regarding having a second consciousness. Moreover, he didn't want to tell anyone, like Eileen, Tad, Anne, or others, as it involved his big secret. 3 infants. Boone's strength increased so rapidly that despite having 3 infants, his power wasn't 3 times greater than other infant stage cultivators yet. It was a simple logic, like a child suddenly becoming a strongman. It doesn't mean this child can unleash all the power of a strongman immediately. He might mismanage the power and can only exert a fraction of it. After deep thought, Boone decided not to suppress the demonic infant any longer. He urgently needed the demonic infant's power. In this secret realm, the more power he had, the more opportunities he gained. No matter what the demonic infant became in the future, it was still himself. Understanding this, Boone started focusing on refining the pill. He didn't use the demonic chi provided by Faye mainly because it was filled with raging negative emotions. To produce a pill with 9 layers of Dan patterns, there couldn't be a single impurity. Now, he had to retrieve his Hildred sword, so he couldn't afford to be careless. He used his own purified demonic chi simulated by the Hildred fantasy technique. This demonic chi was even purer than that from the demon realm. As soon as the black demonic chi entered the cauldron, it reacted drastically, as if eroding the cauldron. Fortunately, this cauldron, previously won in the grand competition, a mystic-level purple sun cauldron, could resist the erosion. Soon, the demonic chi slowly condensed, and the nether yellow spring water was poured in. Boone multitasked, wrapping the spirit fire heaven blaze in spiritual energy and fiercely heating it. Flames erupted instantly within the cauldron. At the same time, he used the sharpness of divine water Mangji to cut through the demonic chi and nether yellow spring water, ensuring they fused thoroughly. Cutting, fusing, cutting again, fusing again, repeating this process. During the cutting process, he fully activated the medicinal properties, adding various herbs such as tobacco leaves, yangding grass, horse urine moss, and more, until finally entering the phase of condensing the pill. At this point, thick clouds spread across the sky. These weren't just pill clouds, but more like thunder clouds. These clouds created a suffocating pressure as if dark clouds were oppressing the city walls. Thunder roared overhead, while Boone below remained undistracted. He had to stay focused to achieve the pill with 9-layer Dan patterns. Look, someone is trying to transcend the tribulation over there. What? Transcend what kind of head? Yeah, the highest cultivation in this secret realm is the fusion stage. Who can transcend the tribulation at the fusion stage? So, what's up with those thunderclouds? Could it be something else besides thunderclouds? From the looks of it, how could it be anything else? Watching the nearby thunderclouds, Everyone discussed heatedly. Tribulation clouds. Boone looked up, seeing the tribulation clouds above him with a somewhat grim expression. For heaven's sake, he caused a heavenly tribulation while refining a pill. What level of pills was Faye making him refine? The pill in Boone's cauldron hadn't emerged, but he knew clearly that once it did, a fierce lightning tribulation awaited. Ding! This person has good luck lately. Under a layer of thunderbolt, he will undergo the purification of divine lightning and break through to the 4th rank strongman. Note, ding is often used in Chinese literature to denote a system prompt sound or notification, which has been translated as ding to fit better in English context. Hashtag chapter 147, Thunderstorm Tribulation. Seeing this, Boone, who was just about to pack his things and leave, heaved a sigh of relief. There's no way I'm that unlucky, right? To be struck by lightning while refining a pill? At the artisan sect's headquarters, senior sister xiuxian, look over there. Someone is undergoing a tribulation. A wide-eyed female disciple excitedly said to Edie. Edie's expression turned serious as she muttered under her breath, his talent is so monstrous. If only he weren't the one that Polly's sister likes, then I could. Senior sister xiuxian, who are you talking about? Xiuxian asked curiously. Nothing, Edie wasn't in the mood to talk with Xiuxian. Oh come on, senior sister xiuxian, just tell me. We're close friends, aren't we? There's nothing you can't say to me. Rest assured, I'll keep your secrets. Xiuxian deliberately puffed out her chest, patting her prominent bosom. Edie's eyes flashed with impatience, thinking how dare some random person act so familiar with her. But she knew Xiuxian was assigned by the artisan sect to monitor her. The old fools at the artisan sect really lacked judgment, sending such a nobody to be around her. What did they think she would do? Seeing Edie ignoring her, Xiuxian became irritated. Senior sister xiuxian, answer me? It's very impolite not to respond when someone asks a question. Xiuxian mocked Edie, all the while pretending to care for her well-being. If it were anyone else like Vienna, they would be angry by now. Edie turned around, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. Oh, is that so? But didn't you know? Vienna is already dead. Edie's low, demonic whisper left Xiuxian momentarily stunned. Vienna? Dead? Xiuxian shivered. She knew Edie wouldn't lie. So, Vienna was indeed dead. Moreover, she clearly sensed that Edie had murderous intent towards her. If not for her status as an elder's granddaughter, she too might have met a similar fate. Say senior sister xiuxian I. Edie returned to her emotionless expression and coldly ordered, get out. Xiuxian hesitated for a moment, then hastily fled. She knew if she delayed, Edie wouldn't spare her based on her identity alone and would take her life without hesitation. The scene shifted as thunder roared, striking down upon Boone. Boone stood up, opening the pill furnace. Layers of rainbow light shimmered. There were 7 pills from the 9 layers of hellish yellow spring pill. Generally speaking, when refining pills, the more Danwen pill patterns, the fewer successful pills, but the higher the grade. Therefore, Boone guessed that this batch of 9 layers of hellish yellow spring pills should at least be 6th grade quality. But before he could rejoice at being able to refine 6th grade pills, he faced the thunderstorm tribulation. Finally, as the lid was opened, crack, boom, lightning came first, followed by thunder. This thunderstorm tribulation descended upon the 9 layers of hellish yellow spring pills. When heaven sensed the defiance against its rules, it would send down a thunderstorm tribulation. Normally, this would occur only when one ascended to the feather's transcendent realm. However, during alchemy or weapon forging, if the creation was too extraordinary, it would also invoke divine punishment. This tribulation was heaven's punishment for alchemists and blacksmiths who dared to defy its will. Yet, heaven also had a benevolent heart, so it left a sliver of hope within the thunderstorm tribulation. And whoever survived would gain a thread of primordial chi, nourishing their body and laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Furthermore, the tribulation through thunder purification was the supreme method for physical training. The Xiuxian golden body technique recorded that although many methods existed for forging the golden body, using medicines was a minor path. The true peak method was drawing down thunder to temper the body. Thunderstorms were rare, generally encountered only when divine punishment was invoked. Yet, ordinary cultivators found it difficult to attract thunderstorms, so Boone was naturally prepared to accept this baptism fully. Of course, there was one crucial reason giving him confidence. He trusted the system, which assured him he could endure this tribulation. A single layer of thunderstorm tribulation contained 9 strikes of divine lightning. The first one had already struck. Boone flew into the air to meet the lightning head-on, wanting his body to absorb as much of the lightning's baptism as possible. Zap zap. The lightning completely enveloped Boone's body. It was numbing and excruciating, but simultaneously, there was a thread of spirit energy, a hint of destruction, and a sensation of rebirth, making him feel as if he was floating in bliss. This feeling was extremely painful yet oddly joyful. Boone couldn't afford to delay, quickly activating the Xiuxian illusion scripture. He aimed to record this celestial thunder while enduring its cleansing. Yes, Boone wanted to replicate celestial thunder, so he wouldn't have to worry about physical training in the future. The second strike of lightning hit unexpectedly. Caught off guard, Boone spat out a mouthful of blood. His body began to crack. The pain was splitting his skull. Boone's current suffering was immense. His body had the fusion of a Yuan baby, so any cracks in his body would also split the Yuan baby inside. It felt like 10,000 needles piercing his brain. Shocked, Boone hurriedly activated the immortal annihilation scripture to stave off the pain. The divine fire blazed on his body. First transformation of celestial fire. Then, the azure divine fire appeared. Second transformation of celestial fire. Only then did his continuously cracking body stabilize somewhat. Simultaneously, the celestial fire nourished and repaired the cracked wounds. Crack. Boom. The third strike of divine lightning was thicker than the combined thickness of the first 2 and carried a faint purple light. Boone urgently activated the Xiuxian body refinement technique. drawing thunder into his body. ZZZT. Pain. Bone-deep pain. Boone instinctively tried to fly out of the lightning-enshrouded area, but could a thunderstorm tribulation be so easily avoided? No matter how Boone used his instantaneous movement technique, the celestial lightning followed relentlessly. With no choice, Boone gritted his teeth and endured. First transformation of heavenly water fortified his body. Muddy divine water linked every inch of skin. Second transformation of heavenly water. Divine water absorbed and weakened the impact of the lightning. Crack. The fourth divine strike immediately followed, leaving Boone no time to prepare. Fortunately, Boone bent slightly and managed to hold on. He noticed that the fourth strike was not significantly different in power from the third. It seemed the third was a benchmark. The fifth strike passed smoothly, though slightly stronger than the fourth. It was manageable for the moment. Then came the sixth strike. Based on the experience with the third strike, the sixth should be even more powerful. Just looking at the rolling dark clouds in the sky gave that impression. Translation continues, maintaining the paragraph structure and tone of the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. ##### Chapter 148, Divine Lightning Body. The sixth thunderbolt finally descended, and it had been brewing for an even longer time. The expansive area affected by it was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Meanwhile, the nearby onlookers began to realize what Boone was attempting. What the heck? Is that person a potion master or an artifact craftsman? Does it matter? The crucial point is he actually dared to fly directly into the thunderbolt. That guy really has some nerve. Look fast. The sixth thunderbolt is about to land. He's still not moving? Hasn't he been struck dumb yet? At this moment, Boone finally moved. He stepped through the air, causing friction that ignited fiery lotus flowers beneath his feet. Lotus steps was a pure blood chi body technique, followed by spiritual energy enveloping his feet as he surged upward again, with demonic aura reinforcing his entire body. Eight-pole collapse. A fully charged eight-pole collapse strike surged toward the heavenly lightning. Boom. The two forces collided. Instantly, Boone was swallowed whole by the lightning. The 18 layers of power in the eight-pole collapse finally diminished part of the lightning, while the remaining force collided with the outer protective layer of demonic aura enveloping him. Phew. The sixth level of thunderbolt had passed. However, Boone was now in tatters, his clothes burnt and blackened, with parts of his body still crackling with electric currents. Indeed, this trial of lightning was terrifying. No wonder cultivators speak of it with dread. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Boone hastily swallowed a handful of medicinal pills to recuperate, but it wasn't enough. He grabbed another handful and continued swallowing them, and another. 3 full servings of pills down his throat. At this moment, the seventh thunderbolt arrived. This seventh bolt was thicker than before, with even more concentrated purple lightning. Boone noticed something unusual about this purple lightning. When he attempted to simulate it using the Great Mystic Illusion technique, he couldn't replicate it. Only primordial power could behave this way. This was indeed primordial lightning. Could he introduce some of it into his body? Boone's heart pounded with excitement at this audacious idea. While the seventh thunderbolt hadn't fully landed, he hurriedly circulated the Flawless Sutra to verify if this method would work. The final conclusion indicated an 80% success rate. It was a gamble. Cultivation itself defied the heavens. If one hesitated, how could they ever pursue the path of enlightenment? Facing the thunderbolt head-on, Boone initiated the method to draw in the purple primordial lightning into his body. Boom. Instantly, he went numb. Oh no. Seizing this momentary paralysis, the demonic spirit consciousness took over once more. Boone's eyes turned completely black, his originally black pupils now tinged with a hint of gray and dark green. The demonic spirit Boone shouted in excitement, "Finally, I'm out." But as soon as he spoke, he realized he was amidst the thunderbolt. A bone-chilling fear instantly filled the demonic spirit's mind. Damn you, Boone. Boom. You, Boone. You're hurting yourself too. Boom. The demonic spirit gritted his teeth, enduring excruciating pain, akin to being pierced by 10,000 arrows. He felt like a scapegoat. Every time Boone was injured or faced tribulation, why did he always have to bear the brunt? It wasn't fair. The demonic spirit Boone felt deeply wronged. He even thought about not coming out next time. Rumble. Thus, the demonic spirit Boone managed to endure both the seventh and eighth thunderbolts. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. Amidst his curses, Boone's consciousness reclaimed control. Pain. As soon as he returned to his body, he found himself in unbearable agony. Yet, there was good news. He had somehow endured 2 levels of the thunderbolt during unconsciousness. Wait. Boone hurriedly inspected his body internally and saw the demonic spirit covered in a coil of purple primordial lightning. Immediately, Boone understood. He roughly guessed what had transpired. Thank you, another me. Boone silently thanked the demonic spirit. Next, he prepared to face the 9th thunderbolt. This 9th level should be the most powerful. As Boone watched the clouds gathering in the sky, his eyes were calm. If the system says I can pass, then I will surely succeed. Boone encouraged himself. Rumble. A destructive force surged directly toward Boone. His pupils constricted sharply, and he hastily took a 9 nether yellow spring pill he had just refined. Boom. His body was drenched in the thunder, cracking in several places. Roar. Boone's inner self screamed. He needed to sleep. This pain was too intense. He needed to protect his spirit. Once again, the demonic spirit Boone was summoned. Ah, Boone, you bastard. The demonic spirit Boone also started plunging into his mind. 2 versions of Boone alternated, taking turns to endure the destructive power of the thunderbolt. This destructive force relentlessly assaulted their mental strength. It turned out that the 9th thunderbolt wasn't aimed at the physical body, but at the destruction of the spirit. If Boone had only one consciousness, he might have truly been incapacitated by the thunderbolt. Fortunately, having 2 consciousnesses worked in his favor. Everything seemed destined and coincidental. Amidst mutual accusations of being a coward, the Thunderbolt trial finally ended. Now, Boone felt a sweet essence of spiritual energy nourishing his previously ravaged body. It was like parched earth receiving much-needed rain. He absorbed the essence frantically, restoring his body. The great mystic body refining technique reached its fourth stage, fourfold golden body. His blood chi cultivation rose to the fourth-rank warrior stage. The divine lightning body was complete. The great mystic body refining technique gained characteristics beyond the third stage. Boone originally had water and fire attributes in his body, as he frequently used the 9 transformations to fortify himself with water and fire. But now, his body was surrounded by crackling lightning, looking quite formidable. It appeared that the heavenly lightning characteristics suppressed water and fire, indicating that lightning was superior to these elements. This was the characteristic of the fourth stage golden body in the great mystic body refining technique, divine lightning characteristic. Andonis, who had just arrived, was greatly shocked. He had seen someone enduring a thunderbolt trial from afar and wondered who it could be, Edie or Hunt. He knew the alchemy sect disciples didn't yet have the ability to endure a thunderbolt trial from refining pills. Was it due to cultivation level? That would be absurd. So Andonis speculated it was someone from the artifact sect who had crafted an extraordinary divine weapon. If they succeeded, he could use this opportunity to build a relationship. If they failed, and he expected they likely would, the weapon would still be valuable, and he would accept it. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, he witnessed the thunderbolt trial concluding right before his eyes. Chapter 149. Battle Andonis in an unmatched stance. Andonis was somewhat surprised that the other party had successfully passed through the tribulation. But what shook him even more was that the person who underwent the tribulation was actually Boone, that kid. Boone's strength was roughly known to Andonis. So, did he manage to refine this peerless divine pill? Thinking of this, Andonis felt unbearable resentment in his heart. Previously, this kid had vied for little junior sister, later deceived him, and eventually obtained part of the legacy within the secret realm all on his own. Andonis believed that Boone's success in refining this peerless divine pill must be related to the inheritance from the secret realm. Boone, you've taken my opportunity. I am your sworn enemy. Andonis let out a loud roar and attacked Boone head-on. At this moment, Boone was immersed in savoring the numerous benefits brought by the thunder god body within him. The sudden shout interrupted him, and he wasn't too pleased. Upon raising his head and taking a glance, it turned out to be Andonis. Right then, with godly thunder encircling him and crackling, Boone was actually looking for someone to practice on, and here came Andonis at just the right time. He stepped onto the lotus of fire and greeted Andonis with a jesting grin. Oh, isn't this senior brother Andonis? Ha 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 ha, you missed me so much. Andonis had utilized the flying rainbow technique and instantaneous movement technique to rush next to Boone. Discovering that Boone wasn't afraid at all, he decided to take the initiative and drew out his dark rank treasure furnace, hurling it towards Boone. People from the alchemy sect loved using pill furnaces as weapons, something Boone had already experienced on Tad. Watching the pill furnace fly towards him, Boone didn't blink an eye but instead slapped it away. In the next second, as expected, the enormous pill furnace that could match a person's height was directly sent flying by Boone's single slap. Andonis sensed Boone's change and was puzzled in his heart. This brat just went through the lightning tribulation, but why does he seem completely uninjured and full of vigor? Immediately afterwards, Andonis unleashed his divine blue fire, the fire-inducing technique. The fire-inducing technique is a unique secret art of the alchemy sect, specifically designed for inducing fire during alchemy, but a talented predecessor in the alchemy sect disliked researching alchemy. Instead, he loved studying martial techniques and improved this technique. Since then, the fire-inducing technique became a dual-purpose skill for fighting and alchemy. Andonis activated the fire-inducing technique, manifesting a series of blue peacocks flying towards Boone. Seeing this, Boone immediately knew about the scorching heat contained within these blue peacocks. He was also an expert in fire. Therefore, he simulated the blue peacock as well to contend with Andonis. Andonis was inwardly horrified. Did Tad even teach this brute the fire-inducing technique? Jealousy surged in his heart instantly. This man has Tad's admiration, Tad's favor, and various fortuitous encounters. Yet, this sort of person still came to snatch away his opportunities? Boone, you bastard, die for me. His eyes bulged with rage. Finally, both sides' blue divine fire peacocks met. But Boone's spellwork was relatively clumsy, and his simulated peacock looked like a bird at best. Its power naturally couldn't compare with Andonis's. Indeed, as soon as they met, Boone's blue peacock was instantly extinguished. Andonis's peacock continued to fly towards him. Die! Andonis screamed excitedly, his eyes already seeing the imminent tragedy of Boone. Boone merely smiled faintly. Divine water, prison water technique. Splat! The divine fire was instantly doused, and the peacock vanished. Andonis was astonished. This was divine water? No, it was actually 2 layers of divine water interwoven. After all, he possessed the origin essence of divine blue fire, and his divine fire peacock wouldn't possibly be extinguished by 1 layer of divine water. But with 2 layers intertwined, it was a different story. Boone, you really have a lot of treasures on you. Andonis licked his lips greedily. Immediately after, a violent aura emerged from his body. He started merging the divine blue fire into his physical body. Boone's face darkened. This was the fusion stage. Did Andonis also possess secret cultivation methods to hide his strength? At this moment, Andonis had transformed into a blue flame, rapidly ascending to the 3rd level of the fusion stage. Whoosh! Instantaneous movement, activated. Andonis instantly appeared behind Boone and kicked towards his waist. Boone's grand profound illusion technique, warning system activated. He used instantaneous movement to leave the spot. Andonis was slightly stunned. Instantaneous movement? Fusion stage? No. This kid isn't at the fusion stage yet. Although he couldn't understand how Boone could use instantaneous movement without reaching the fusion stage, Andoni's mind was now focused on how to eliminate him. Following that, Andoni's continuously used instantaneous movement. Sure enough, after using it 7 to 8 times consecutively, he finally caught up with Boone. The energy consumption of Boone's instantaneous movement was immense. His cultivation allowed him to use it only 10 times consecutively, and he had already expended 80% of his spirit power. During the constant dodging, Boone was also accumulating power. Just when Andoni's thought he would launch a close-range attack on Boone, Boone's 8 extremes collapse sounded, carrying the destructive force of thunder. Andoni's punch was blocked by Boone, but he felt successive hidden forces from the opponent, wave upon wave, continuous and relentless. However, Boone's spiritual power within his body was already entirely depleted, leaving not even a trace. He quickly consumed some spirit-replenishing pills while using blood chi power to stand in midair. Andoni's body remained illuminated with blue-green light. He negated this round of 8 extremes collapse, but the green light covering his body dimmed considerably. Boone speculated that the blue light should be the divine blue fire, and the green was another defensive ace. Seeing the pale-faced Boone still hovering in midair, Andoni's couldn't help but laugh loudly. I must admit, Boone, you are a talent. Possessing such a powerful offensive martial technique, achieving the power of a yellow-ranked burst. Unfortunately, I also have secret treasures. Moreover, I possess grass spirit power. Boone, ordinary cultivators like you only have one type of energy, spirit power. But geniuses like me can not only use spirit power, but also use grass spirit power to protect and nourish my body. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, he laughed loudly, perhaps provoked by Boone or confident that he had a 100% chance to kill Boone. He revealed his trump card. To Andoni's, Boone was already at his limit. He had been chased by him all along, and now he couldn't even use instantaneous movement. However, regarding Boone's displayed strength, he was still deeply shocked in his heart because he was at the 3rd level of the fusion stage, whereas Boone was only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Remember, the higher one gets in cultivation, the greater the difference between major realms becomes. The gap between nascent soul and fusion stages was far greater than that between golden core and nascent soul stages. What Andoni's didn't know was that Boone had been able to slay 9th level nascent soul cultivators even back when he was at the golden core stage. If he knew this fact, would he still think the same way? Chapter 150. Andoni's imprisoned. At this point, Boone's body had not a trace of spare spiritual energy left. Indeed, as Andoni's had said, his energy had been drained by Andoni's, but it wasn't entirely accurate, because he still had the power of his blood and chi, and he still had the force of demonic chi. During his thunder tribulation, he had also consumed a 9 nether demonic soul pill. After entering his body, this pill had directly bolstered the demonic embryo by 1 level of cultivation. Now the demonic embryo's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, ready to enter the body integration stage at any moment, just by merging the demonic embryo into his body. But awkwardly, the demonic embryo's consciousness was beyond his control. At this point, the demonic embryo was like a tenant living in him without paying rent. Although it didn't pay rent, the demonic embryo's demonic chi continuously nourished Boone's body. At this moment, even though Boone's face was pale, his heart was calm. Andoni sneered and once again used instantaneous movement to fly before Boone, delivering a sudden whip kick. Bang! A loud sound echoed as Boone, suspended midair, blocked Andoni's kick with the small arm of his left forearm. This whip kick, from Boone's perspective, was very amateurish. It only had the might of a body integration realm cultivator's physical strength behind it. Due to the integration of nascent soul power within their bodies, body integration realm cultivators possessed spirit energy enhanced movements, making Andoni's whip kick akin to a fully charged 8-pole break attack. Yet now, Boone casually blocked it with his arm, and he blocked it while suspended midair, not retreating a single inch. What did that represent? Don't forget, in Andoni's eyes, Boone had no spiritual energy left at this moment. What's going on with your physical strength? Andoni's mind churned with doubts as he withdrew his leg, which throbbed painfully. He suppressed the urge to rub it, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Boone, however, smiled faintly, further provoking Andoni's, "Big brother Lou, haven't you eaten today? Your legs seem a bit weak." He wanted to see just how far he could stand against a 3rd-level body integration realm cultivator. Andoni's took a deep breath, summoned the azure peafowl, and flew toward Boone while he himself flashed from the other side to prevent Boone from dodging. Boone didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he fended off each punch and kick from Andoni's and simultaneously cast the water prison spell to trap Andoni's inside. The azure peafowl also surged around Boone's entire body at this time. A radiant flow enveloped Boone's body, surrounded by thunder force. The fourfold golden body appeared. The azure peafowl was completely repelled by the divine thunder body. Andoni's roared fiercely within the water prison, bewildered. No matter what he did, he couldn't break through the prison. He attempted to use his body integration realm fists to strike the walls of the prison, but all he got was bloodied and bruised fists, without making any progress. Boone, let me out of here right now. We'll fight fair. Trapped inside the water prison, Andoni's raged helplessly. Boone, however, circled Andoni's with interest several times. Big brother Andoni's has always wanted to kill me. I'm quite scared. Why don't you cool down for a moment? It seemed this double deity water-empowered water prison spell was now quite stable, capable of trapping someone of Andoni's 3rd-level body integration realm. I have some questions for you, senior brother. I remember you were only at the 9th level of nascent soul when you entered. How did you break through to the 3rd-level body integration realm? And there were several other seniors who also broke through to the body integration realm. Isn't the transition from nascent soul to body integration usually difficult? Boone asked frankly, feeling a sense of satisfaction looking at the prisoner before him. After venting his frustration, Andoni's decided to meditate on the spot, ignoring Boone. Boone continued to coax, "Senior brother Andoni's, if you tell me, I'll let you out." "Really?" Hearing he could be freed, Andoni's opened his eyes. Seeing Boone nod, Andoni's admitted, "Actually, even if I didn't tell you, you could find out eventually. It's not much of a secret." Noticing Boone's impatience, Andoni's hurriedly explained, "It's the compression cave. In the central area of this secret realm, there's a compression cave. Some call it the Divine Union Cave." "So, can you get to the point?" Boone sounded somewhat impatient. All right. The cave helps cultivators integrate their nascent souls into their physical bodies. It's quite miraculous. Once you enter, it feels like the nascent soul is melting. Then, you can easily merge your nascent soul with your body under its pressure." Hearing this, Boone realized why so many people said that breaking through to the body integration realm was best done within this secret realm. Internally cold smiling, Boone did not plan to go there for body integration. Firstly, he was currently only at the 6th level of nascent soul, making integration impossible. Secondly, he already had an integrated element within his body, bypassing the need for body integration. He intended to forge a new path in cultivation and had confidence in doing so. With 3 nascent souls and dual consciousness, he felt unmatched and believed Yunzhou was too small for him. He wanted to explore the wider world. Before he left, he needed to settle matters in Plum World and annihilate the Flowing Fog sect. Thinking of this, he turned to leave. Hey, Barack Boone, don't go. Release me first, as you promised." Andoni's called urgently as Boone prepared to leave. Without turning back, Boone simply flew away. "I did promise to let you out, but I didn't specify when." In an instant, Boone became a streak of light, stepping on fiery lotuses, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Fuming, Andoni's continued pounding on the water prison walls. "Damn it, you'd better remember this." Andoni's roared. The reason Boone hadn't delivered a killing blow to Andoni's was that his 6th sense told him Andoni's had life-saving items. Moreover, if he acted and Andoni survived, it would be difficult for him to stay in the pill sect since intrasect disciple killings were prohibited. Thus, without a surefire way to ensure Andoni's death, he wouldn't eliminate him. As for how long the water prison spell would last, Boone himself didn't know. Before leaving, he withdrew the origin of divine water purification, leaving only simulated divine water, partly because striking the water walls hurt Andoni's hands, and partly because the origin couldn't be far from his body. The central region of this secret realm was dotted with towering mountains exerting peculiar pressure, similar to the pressure felt when climbing heaven steps. Flying forward with elixirs on his person, Boone headed to the rendezvous point agreed upon with Faye. Holding onto the 9 nether demonic soul pill, Boone was determined to trade it for his Wilbur sword. Chapter 151. The Return of Wilbur Sword. Chapter 151. The Return of Wilbur Sword. Boone arrived at the central area, where mountains and hills stretched endlessly. However, he soon spotted the designated meeting place. No wonder Edie didn't specify an exact location, only instructed Boone to come to the central area. Right in the very heart of it, there was a large cave. At the cave entrance, a circle of people were gathered, seemingly queuing up. Edie was also present, but she was waiting for Boone. "Barack Boone, you've finally arrived. Where's the potion?" Edie exclaimed enthusiastically upon seeing Boone. Boone pulled out his shabby storage bag, its outdated style making him look embarrassingly poor. Barack Boone, your storage bag is too shabby. Senior sister will gift you an elegant storage ring." She then took out a matching pair of storage rings and handed one to Boone. Boone raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean, senior sister?" He looked deeply at Edie, noticing that she gave Boone one ring while putting the other on her own ring finger. "This is your alchemy compensation. Oh right, here's your sword." After collecting the potion, Edie passed over the Wilbur sword. Seeing this action, Boone couldn't help but suspect, could Edie be from another world too? But he didn't ask. Just as well, since he lacked a storage ring, and for a top-tier artifact maker like Edie, such a ring shouldn't be too precious. Boone's attention shifted immediately. He took the Wilbur sword into his hands, admiring it fondly. It had accompanied him for so long, becoming like an old friend. Wait, something wasn't right. The sword? Sensing the oddity, he heard a voice exclaim, "Bold brat, how dare you touch me?" Suddenly, the Wilbur sword flew up in the air. It slashed wildly in front of Boone. Instinctively, Boone activated his divine thunder body. Clang, clang, clang. The Wilbur sword started chopping at Boone on its own, while Edie stood beside, giggling mischievously. Boone exploded with anger. "Senior sister Edie, what does this mean? Can you control my sword?" Edie placed her hands behind her back, tilting her head with feigned innocence. "Brother Boone, you're really wronging me. I merely awakened its spirit core." Boone was taken aback. Spirit core? His Wilbur sword has a spirit core? Boone asked dubiously. "I'm glad it has a spirit core, but why did it start slashing at my head?" Edie looked serious. "Its spirit core fell asleep after birth. After I awakened it, I found it still had a childlike temperament. You can gradually nurture it. Such a pristine spirit core is incredibly rare." Boone felt skeptical yet puzzled. "I've had this Wilbur sword for a long time. If it has a spirit core, why did I never know?" Edie rolled her eyes at Boone. "You're not an artifact maker. What do you know?" Feeling rebuffed, Boone's face turned black. "Don't slash. You can't hurt me." Boone roared at the sword. "Bold brat. Dog chopping technique." Clang, clang, clang. Again, it chopped at Boone. Boone wore an expression of utter despair. This spirit core indeed seemed childish. Ducking repeatedly, he finally asked Edie, "Senior sister Edie, how can I control this sword?" Edie laughed with a crescent moon-like smile. Seeing Boone was genuinely angry, she said, "All right, let me teach you. If you want to master it, you must force its recognition by injecting your mental power into it, disregarding the spirit core's intentions. But it's best to maintain a good relationship with the spirit core. If your sword works alongside you, its power will be greater." She explained further. Weapons with spirit cores are called spirit artifacts. A notable feature of spirit artifacts is that the spirit core can assist in controlling and enhancing the weapon's power, even helping the user multitask to attack multiple targets. It's like having a little helper, though whether this helper aids or hinders depends on the owner's nurturing. For example, now the Wilbur sword hovered mid-air, continuously striking Boone's head. Edie made a gesture, casting a spell. The Wilbur sword buzzed faintly in the air, shaking vigorously. It resisted fiercely, but Edie clearly had the upper hand. She pulled out a silk scarf from her sleeve and, after some struggle, finally subdued the Wilbur sword. The sword's lack of experience and young age made it easier to suppress, as it hadn't been cultivated. Then, Edie taught Boone the incantations to control the sword, adding, "I see you haven't used flying sword techniques before." She handed him a J-disc containing high-level sword control techniques, an advanced heavenly-grade flying sword method. Scratching his head, Boone asked, "Senior sister, we're not related. Why are you helping me so much?" Edie smiled and explained, "Actually, I'm close friends with Anne. We grew up together and have always kept in touch through flying message discs. I know a bit about your situation." Just then, Celia, who had previously agreed to meet Boone, arrived at the cave entrance. Seeing Boone and Edie chatting amiably, she rushed over with concern. "Senior sister xiuxian mentioned Sister Gracelyn. I also know about her. Brother Carmine told me and plans to visit her someday." Edie glanced meaningfully at Celia. "That's good. Are you two planning to explore this void compression cave?" Shaking his head, Boone refused outright. "I don't plan to. My cultivation level is far from adequate. I came mainly to seek opportunities or cultivation resources." Edie nodded thoughtfully and looked at the cave. "If so, we should prepare to leave the secret realm. Things might become unstable inside later." Before Boone could ask what she meant, Edie had already transformed into a rainbow streak and flown away. Celia looked puzzled. "Brother Carmine, how did it go? Did the alchemy succeed?" When the critical moment of alchemy approached, Boone sensed something amiss and sent Celia away, instructing her to meet him in the central area the next day. So, she didn't witness the grand sight of Boone completing the potion, nor did she know he had faced significant danger. After asking, Celia looked bewildered at the Wilbur sword hovering above Boone's head, occasionally striking it. "This is my sword. It's quite naughty." Wilbur sword, quickly greet Celia. ##### Chapter 152. Franklin regenerates 6-star luck. The xiuxian sword, which had been acting arrogantly earlier, now approached beside Alia's legs, gently rubbing against her. "Big sister Tanya." A childish voice sounded from within the xiuxian sword. "This thing treats Tanya so differently from me. There's a world of difference." Boone immediately turned darkly embarrassed and forcibly retracted the xiuxian sword, hanging it back at his waist. He hadn't expected that his xiuxian sword, after finally gaining a spirit, would not be as manageable as other spirit weapons, but would instead require him to continuously expend a bit of spirit energy to suppress its misbehavior. Boone felt that he must properly discipline this spirit weapon in the future. Otherwise, if it kept opposing him in public, causing trouble when he really needed help, it would be better to smash it now. Perhaps sensing Boone's thoughts, the xiuxian sword involuntarily quivered. At this moment, Boone was pondering what Edie meant by not entirely safe. Were they, the artisan sect, about to incite a major battle? But even though Edie had said that, Boone didn't plan on leaving just yet. Playing the coward did not match his character. Most importantly, he noticed that various disciples near the hollow compression cave began displaying different kinds of luck above their heads. 1-star luck. This person has had good fortune recently, earning a kill in battle and understanding some martial techniques. 2-star luck. This person has had exceptional luck lately, acquiring soul beads from soul sect disciples, significantly boosting their mental strength. 2-star luck. This person. It looked like a fight was brewing. Given that, Boone felt even more reluctant to leave. He intended to stay and see if he could snatch some luck once the big battle started. Though most were only 1 or 2-star luck, there were occasional 3-star cases, and every little bit helps. Having deeply felt the inadequacy of his current strength, Boone couldn't afford to miss this opportunity to enhance himself. Alia was completely focused on Boone, readily agreeing with whatever decision he made without a second thought. It seemed like the artisan sect was going to do something big. Boone observed that the artisan sect disciples near the hollow compression cave did not leave, and more were gathering from afar. He couldn't help but speculate. After hiding out for 2 days, Boone, along with Alia, finally encountered Franklin and Tad. It turned out these two had been breaking through to the combined body stage inside the hollow compression cave all this time. No wonder Boone hadn't seen them earlier. "Boone, you're here. Why aren't you going in?" Tad spotted Boone right after coming out and ran over excitedly. "Exactly. Brother Yi, how long have you been here? We were wondering why you weren't in the central area yet." Franklin's aura clearly indicated he had already broken through to the combined body stage. Smiling, he asked Boone. Seeing both of them again brought great joy to Boone, but he was even more shocked by Tad's cultivation. He wasn't surprised by Franklin. Franklin had long been at the 9th rank of the Essence Kernel stage, and had been suppressing his cultivation due to being taught a lesson by Boone at the Golden Core stage. After some contemplation, he had laid a solid foundation. Otherwise, he would have already reached the combined body stage. Indeed, Franklin's advancement was incredibly fast, befitting his reputation as the son of luck. But Tad genuinely surprised Boone. Previously, Tad was only at the 6th rank of the Essence Kernel stage, so how could she suddenly break through to the combined body stage, even reaching the 4th rank? Perhaps Tad had other secrets. Being the saintess of the alchemy sect, her identity was still shrouded in mystery. Boone had never met the alchemy sect patriarch, who was reportedly always in seclusion. Though Boone was naturally curious about such legendary figures, it was top secret information of the sect, beyond his current level of access. In fact, Tad's cultivation advancing to the 4th rank of the combined body stage also owed partly to Boone. Possessing the Immaculate Sutra, she could fully utilize the hollow compression cave's function, maximizing her strength. However, Boone didn't know that. As for Franklin, his progress was slightly less impressive, merely breaking through to the first rank of the combined body stage. His initial foundation was poor, so his improvement wasn't huge. Nevertheless, this training in the hollow compression cave stabilized his foundation, eliminating previous hidden issues. A significant stroke of luck? Ding! Detected 6-star luck around the host. 6 stars? Boone quickly checked and found it was an old acquaintance. Looking at Franklin's 6-star luck pillar, Boone was puzzled. Does this guy need to be so lucky? Noticing Boone's strange gaze, Franklin scratched his head, looking confused. Brother Carmine, you haven't introduced me yet. Alia's sudden interjection made Tad and Franklin realize someone else was with Boone. Soul Sect's Alia? Franklin was somewhat surprised. Why would Carter's disciple from the Soul Sect be with Boone? And Brother Carmine? Boone touched his nose. At this moment, he noticed the Artisan Sect people seemed to have received some message and were beginning to gather and leave. Boone quickly instructed the other 3 to follow. This is a long story. There's more important business now. Let's follow those people and explain on the way. Saying this, Boone grabbed Alia's arm and followed behind an Artisan Sect disciple at a distance. Alia smiled secretly, noticing Boone instinctively chose to hold her hand. Meanwhile, Tad's eyes momentarily showed a flicker of loneliness. On the road, Boone gave a simplified account of their experiences to Tad and Franklin. With his broad-mindedness, Franklin instantly accepted multiple companions, even those not from the alchemy sect. Boone chose to follow this Artisan Sect disciple because the 3-star luck on his head gave Boone confidence. In the battle, this person followed Hunt and picked up a yellow grade technique by chance. Following Hunt and having 3-star luck gave Boone no reason to refuse choosing this disciple. Traveling together, Alia acutely noticed Tad occasionally giving Boone gentle glances. The meaning of those glances was clear. She liked Boone. Alia felt a wave of urgency. She knew Tad's identity as the alchemy sect saintess. Her own status couldn't compare, and Tad seemed quite familiar with Boone. They probably knew each other longer than she did. Moreover, both being alchemy sect disciples, they would inevitably spend much time together in the future. Thinking of this, Alia felt anxious. Glancing at Franklin beside her, she had an idea. Chapter 153. The joy of sowing discord behind the scenes. Alia tried to bring Tad and Franklin closer together. Franklin, let me tell you, Senior Sister Sue is truly beautiful, she whispered to Franklin. Of course, she is our alchemical sect's holy maiden. Naturally, she is exceptionally beautiful, Franklin said proudly, as if the holy maiden belonged to him. Alia's face darkened momentarily, but she continued patiently. Has Senior Brother who ever thought about finding a cultivation companion? Franklin was somewhat taken aback by her directness. I, who, am dedicated to refining pills. I haven't considered having a cultivation companion. Tad had been eagerly listening to hear what others thought of her, but when Franklin spoke so openly in front of her, she felt a pang of loneliness. Boone noticed her sadness and began to feel a different emotion stirring within him. That night, the Artisan Sect members camped for rest, and Boone's group set up camp nearby. Alia stayed close to Boone, though they kept their presence low profile, staying just a bit closer to Boone than the others. Most cultivators meditate at night to consolidate their internal energy, and the Artisan Sect disciples did the same. However, Boone and his companions planned to sleep instead. Before long, Franklin and Alia's breathing became steady, and Boone and Tad simultaneously opened their eyes. They walked a short distance away, only returning after some time. Only the two of them and the night breeze knew what transpired during that conversation. The next day, following the leads from the Artisan Sect disciples and Franklin's luck thread, Boone's group arrived at an old graveyard first. Seeing this place, Boone was perplexed. Could it be that the predecessors buried all those they killed here? The mountainside was scattered with mounds of various sizes. Fortunately, Boone could follow the system's cues to find where the treasure was located. He led everyone to a particular mound. Just as they were about to start digging, Hunt and several Artisan Sect disciples arrived. Boone's group instinctively hid behind a small mound, which offered some concealment with a few shrubs. But unexpectedly, Hunt immediately sensed their location upon entering. It looks like a few little rats slipped in first. Hunt sneered and attacked toward Boone's direction. Boone quickly dodged the lethal strike. So, Alia, Tad, and 2 lackeys dare to snatch my things? Hunt taunted. Unable to hold back, Franklin retorted, "You're the one who's a lackey, and you're a damn fool too." Boone silently applauded him. This guy had guts. Hunt's face darkened instantly. It seems you don't know how to write your own death warrant. Seeing Franklin stand up so boldly, Boone couldn't back down either. Don't even know how to write death? You must be really uneducated then. He cast a meaningful glance at Hunt's nether regions. Hunt's face turned pitch black, and an ill-timed comment came from behind him. Haven't heard Gene's senior brother wasn't capable. Am I out of the loop? Boone and Franklin burst into laughter. Hunt swung his hand back, instantly cracking a disciple's skull open, splattering blood on several others who didn't dare move. Even at such a tense moment, Franklin still found joy in others' misfortune. Brother Yi, look at him. He's getting desperate. Boone was surprised by this new side of Franklin, but secretly approved. Hunt couldn't take it anymore and launched a powerful attack towards the 4 of them, using 80% of his strength. Boone and his companions dodged hurriedly, and a fierce battle ensued. Hunt engaged both Franklin and Boone, while the other Artisan Sect disciples fought Tad and Alia. Tad and Alia were holding their own against the Artisan Sect disciples, but Boone's side struggled due to Hunt's formidable strength. As a late-stage fusion realm cultivator, Hunt's hands were almost as strong as black iron. Moreover, Franklin's cultivation level was relatively unstable, making his contributions limited in the fight. Boone's magnetic storm divine fire couldn't handle the fusion realm yet, leaving him constrained. With the Artisan Sect outnumbering them, the girls might also fall if the fight dragged on. Boone communicated telepathically, "Don't linger." The 4 quickly retreated in unison. While they couldn't win the fight, escaping was feasible. The Artisan Sect disciples were about to chase after them when Hunt stopped them. His sect's secret treasure indicated there was something valuable in this direction. Since Boone's group had been hiding here earlier, the secret treasure was likely here. Hunt's analysis was spot on. A keen sense was crucial for becoming a powerful figure. Dig. At Hunt's command, everyone started digging furiously. Meanwhile, Boone's group, who had seemingly fled 2 kilometers away, decided to return for a counterattack. Why? Alia asked confused. When they see we ran, they'll think we're afraid and can't fight, Boone explained shrewdly. They'll drop their guard, and we don't need to defeat all of them, given Hunt is still formidable. Let's seize this opportunity and hit them hard. Franklin agreed immediately. Right. Brother Yi, you're brilliant. This kind of sneak attack was new to the trio, but hearing Boone's plan made them feel excited, as if opening a new world. Thus, the 4 stealthily approached the backs of the artisan sect disciples, who were engrossed in digging and oblivious to their approach. Poke! Franklin stabbed the buttocks of an outer artisan sect disciple. Ah! The disciple jumped, clutching his injured bottom. Franklin followed up with another swift strike, sending him to the afterlife. The other 3 struck and retreated without waiting. Not as viciously as Franklin but still effective. Caught off guard, 4 or 5 artisan sect disciples met their demise instantly. Chapter 154. Franklin's good fortune was intercepted by Hunt. After their ambush succeeded, Boone and the 3 others, adhering to the principle of attack and run without lingering, immediately retreated. This trick could only be pulled off once, not twice. Throughout the journey, Franklin's smile never wavered. He silently marveled in his heart. Boone, this cunning 6th brother, is truly devious. Fortunately, I'm friends with him. Otherwise, I might have been screwed by him too. What he didn't know was that he had already helped Boone carry the blame several times before. And at this moment, Boone and the others felt that Franklin was the most cunning one. Speaking of which, that disciple of the device sect was indeed tragic, dying after being ambushed from behind by Franklin. Tut tut tut, just thinking about it made them wince. Elsewhere at that time, Hunt's fury raged within. A few insignificant ants dared to kill his device sect disciple right under his nose. This could not be tolerated. Hunt felt his authority profoundly challenged. He even had a sense of wrongness. He felt that these device sect disciples around him now looked at him with ridicule, even distrust. This is outrageous. Hunt's eyes blazed as he roared. Device sect disciples, listen up. If you see those 4, immediately send out the signaling J-discs. Notify me the moment you get any news. Hunt instantly issued commands to all device sect disciples except Edie. Should anyone spot Boone and company, they were to signal immediately. He intended to leave no survivors among them. Squad leader, we found it. Just then, a device sect disciple approached Hunt with a jade token in hand. Hunt glanced at it, confirming something, and laughed loudly. Ha, let's go. With that, Hunt led the group directly toward the southwest direction. At this moment, Franklin was still grinning, unable to stop praising Boone. Holy cow, to strike and run away, that's awesome. How did you think of this move, Brother Yi? Seeing Franklin's gradually twisted behavior, Boone couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and astonishment. He never imagined Franklin possessed such hidden attributes. However, at this moment, Boone noticed the good fortune column above Franklin's head flickering intermittently, very unstable. Boone was astonished as he stared intently at Franklin's head. Finally, just before the good fortune light disappeared, Boone locked onto the southwest direction. The only explanation for this situation was that the good fortune had been intercepted by someone else. Who? Boone recalled how Franklin's good fortune previously pointed towards the desolate cemetery. Perhaps it was indeed intercepted by Hunt. Unbelievably, Franklin also suffered misfortune by having his good fortune snatched first by himself, then by another person. Various thoughts raced through Boone's mind. Was there someone else who could intercept good fortune like him? Or was this mere coincidence? Was it Hunt, or someone else entirely? Logically, if good fortune chose Franklin, this opportunity should belong to him unless someone else intervened. Feeling a sense of unease, Boone decided that whatever it took, he must investigate. Perhaps to retrieve the good fortune, perhaps to reassure himself. Boone led the 3 companions firmly towards the southwest. If there really was another person capable of intercepting good fortune like him, what should he do? Make a friend or face a showdown? Boone's thoughts were restless throughout the journey, and the 3 companions noticed, following silently while speculating what troubled Boone, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Finally, after advancing hundreds of kilometers, Boone and his group discovered traces of the device sect people's activities in a mountain forest to the southwest. Seeing this, Boone breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that Hunt had intercepted the good fortune. Indeed, deep within the forest, faintly shining, stood the dazzling column of 6-star good fortune. Boone instructed the trio to guard the perimeter and decided to venture alone into the depths. Brother Yi, we can assist you better if we all go together. Franklin was the first to object. Big brother Carmine, I want to follow you. Nyla also disagreed with Boone venturing in alone. Only Tad remained silent. Boone turned to her, and Tad gently pulled Nyla aside. Our presence would only burden Boone. We couldn't defeat Hunt when we were 4 earlier, so we only managed an ambush and run. Tad then looked at Franklin. You should know, Boone going alone means he's confident. Franklin, recalling Boone's previous incredible feats, conceded without further argument. Seeing this, Nyla reluctantly agreed. Boone did not bring the trio for 2 reasons. Fewer people meant less noticeable targets, and he had numerous hidden cards that couldn't be revealed to everyone. Instructing the 3 to wait far away, Boone entered the forest alone. Once out of sight, Boone activated the great concealment technique and dashed toward the light column. To avoid detection, he did not use the instant body technique, instead relying on martial arts chi energy to speed along. Using instant body technique was faster, but produced spirit fluctuations that could not be concealed. Just like when harvesting medicinal herbs in the past, any spiritual energy disturbance would cause the herbs to flee, so back then, he could only climb the cliffs barehanded. Soon, Boone arrived near the light column. As expected, before him stood the person who had stolen Franklin's good fortune, Hunt. Seeing the good fortune column above Hunt's head, Boone followed closely while preparing to act. 6-star good fortune. This person bears the coiling dragon aura, about to obtain an ancient treasured sword in a cave ahead. At this point, Boone felt a fleeting disappointment. When the good fortune hovered over Franklin's head, it did not reveal its nature. However, 6-star good fortune was worth investigating, even if Boone considered intercepting it if beneficial, or at least deepening his bond with Franklin to help find it together. Unexpectedly, this good fortune turned out to be an ancient sword. Truthfully, Boone wasn't fond of swords. Moreover, the Grand Mystic Sword, Xiuxian, was rather uncooperative, almost as if its spirit knew he disliked swords and refused to cooperate. Thus, seeing that this chance was yet another sword, Boone hesitated. Why would he need so many swords if he wasn't a sword practitioner? Nevertheless, since it was Hunt's good fortune, he needed to figure out a way to intercept it. Following them, Boone observed that they lacked methods to snatch good fortune. Hunt likely stumbled upon Franklin's good fortune accidentally. Actually, the change in Hunt's fortune also owed somewhat to Boone and his group, guiding him to this mountain range. Truly, fate is a mysterious thing. Hashtag chapter 155, Heaven's Sword. Immediately, a brilliant plan formed in Boone's mind. On the road, Hunt felt something was amiss. He sent someone nearby, but after several thorough checks, he found no one. Hunt furrowed his brows, suppressing his unease. Meanwhile, Boone had already started merging divine fire not far behind them. Boone knew he needed to make a big commotion. Once the fusion was nearly complete, Boone emerged and began casting a water prison in front of him. Divine Water Turbid Clear, Divine Water Manjeji, Divine Water Prison Technique. Sharpness, Magnetic Explosion Divine Fire. Throwing a large ball of Magnetic Explosion Divine Fire forward, it erupted amidst the Manjeji. / note. Manjeji appears to be a term that doesn't have a clear equivalent in English based on the context provided. If this is a specific term or name from the original work, it's best left untranslated. However, if there's more context about what Mangji means, it could be translated more accurately. For now, I've retained it as Manjeji to maintain consistency. Boone ensnared himself in the water prison and fled at top speed. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Shockwaves rippled outward like ripples on a still lake. The immense force caused heavy casualties among the disciples of the weaponry sect. Wherever the shockwave surged, the weaponry sect disciples were killed instantly. However, with his combined cultivation at the fusion stage and keen sense of danger, Hunt used instant body movement to evade the explosion. Boone sighed inwardly. Even though this martial skill had great power, an opponent with the instant body movement technique and above the fusion stage would be tough to handle even if caught off guard. What the hell? Who? Hunt bellowed, seeing the devastation among the weaponry sect disciples he brought. None of them remained alive, not even a single corpse left. Hunt wanted nothing more than to tear apart whoever attacked them. Suddenly sensing a spiritual energy fluctuation to his right, he immediately chased after Boone's direction. However, Boone had already left. After walking a distance, he activated Grand Concealment Technique and circled back to the explosion site. He watched as Hunt, enraged, pursued the fake trail he left. The area around him was now only ruins, the mountains shattered. The system's melodious voice interrupted. Ding! Congratulations, host has successfully intercepted 6-star Chi. Binding Chi for the host. Chi binding successful. Hunt was still chasing the false direction. Knowing he would soon realize he was tricked, Boone hurried to retrieve the ancient sword. Following the system's guidance, Boone found the Chi near the base of the mountain close to the explosion center. He rushed over, and the Chi showed that the ancient sword was just beyond the rocks ahead. Come on out and do your job. As soon as Boone took out the Hildred sword, it attempted to smash against his head. Boone couldn't let it have its way, so he started coaxing it. Despite his efforts, the Hildred sword remained reluctant. Seeing Boone growing impatient and fearing Hunt's return, it finally obeyed. Boone gripped the Hildred sword and channeled the 8-pole bursting method. If Franklin were here, he would have exclaimed, "Isn't this dog-cutting sword technique?" Indeed, Boone held the Hildred sword and performed the dog-cutting sword technique, a skill invented on a whim, but useful in emergencies since Boone knew no other sword techniques. With all his might, Boone slashed through the rocks. Though unwilling to admit it, he wasn't eager to face Hunt yet. Boom! The rocks split with a loud crack. A narrow path appeared, and Boone darted inside. Navigating twists and turns, Boone reached a cave. Inside, a stone platform stood empty except for a lone ancient sword placed centrally. As Boone approached, he saw the blade, larger than the Hildred sword, wider by almost double, seemingly easier to wield. Sensing Boone's thoughts, the Hildred sword shuddered in protest. "Are you here to take me away?" A little girl's voice echoed, clearly the sword spirit. Boone was shocked. Such a broad sword having a childlike spirit? "Are you here to take me away?" the spirit asked again when Boone didn't respond. Snapping back, Boone quickly replied, "Would you come with me?" The spirit sounded delighted. "Yes. You must be the one my master spoke of, the person to take me away." Curious, Boone wondered about her master. "What's your name?" Speaking to this childlike sword spirit, Boone's voice softened involuntarily. "My master said my name is the same as my body. I'm called Heaven's Sword." Heaven's Sword. What a powerful name, fitting its appearance. Yet, the contrast between its appearance and spirit was oddly adorable. Because Boone had successfully intercepted the Chi, he unknowingly witnessed Heaven's Sword's gentle side. Only later would the Hildred sword experience its fierce nature. Boone tried lifting the Heaven's Sword, but couldn't budge it from the stone platform despite using all his strength. "Heaven, how do I take you with me?" Boone asked directly. The spirit obediently replied, "My master said that the one who comes to take me away will be his acknowledged disciple, and I should recognize them as my master." Disciple, recognizing a master. This secret realm's owner must be the cultivator who taught him the refining spirit technique. Then this Heaven's Sword must also be his weapon. Suddenly, Boone noticed the 6-star light pillar above his head thickening. Ding! Congratulations, host's 6-star chi has upgraded to 7-star. Indeed. Without further ado, Boone sliced his palm and dripped blood onto the sword embedded in the stone. A red glow enveloped the heaven sword as it absorbed the blood. Moments later, the stone platform trembled, and the heaven sword gradually ascended. Finally, the heaven sword was fully extracted. Just as Boone took it, a roar came from outside the cave. Little thief, dare to snatch my fortune? Hunt had returned. Hashtag chapter 156, another battle with Hunt. How could he have returned so quickly? Boone hurriedly pressed himself against the cave wall, while simultaneously activating the great concealment technique. In the next second, boom! The spot where Boone had just stood was instantly shattered by a surge of formidable spiritual energy. Then, a figure swiftly darted in. It was none other than Hunt. Hunt looked left and right, but saw no sign of the little thief who had stolen his opportunity. The stone platform before him clearly showed signs that something had been taken. He immediately flew into a rage. Little thief, I swear we are enemies now. Once again, spiritual energy wind blades swept around Hunt, causing dust to fly everywhere. Boone held his breath and hid to one side. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to leave without battling Hunt today. However, Boone wasn't about to recklessly charge forward. He was already secretly gathering strength for the 8-pole collapse technique. He didn't intend to use magnetic storm divine fire because once Hunt sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations, he would know where Boone was hiding, eliminating any chance of surprise. At this moment, after venting his frustration for a while, Hunt still saw no sign of the little thief, which left him somewhat bewildered. This little thief actually managed to slip away under his nose again? Thinking this, Hunt swiftly ran out of the cave, determined to capture the thief who dared steal his opportunity today. Boone finally completed his accumulation of 18 layers of dark force. He carefully followed, using chi and blood force as he exited the cave. As soon as he came out, Boone saw Hunt cautiously investigating all around, looking surprised. Catching him off guard. Without hesitation, Boone launched his 8-pole collapse technique with 18 layers of dark force directly at Hunt. True to his pride, Hunt seemed to sense it coming and retaliated immediately. Boom! The impact of their collision stirred up waves and caused the surrounding rocks to tremble. It's you again. So you were hiding here, Hunt said with a bloodthirsty smile. Boone also revealed himself. Seeing that Boone held the Azure Heaven Sword in his hand, Hunt's hatred grew even deeper. Upon entering, Hunt had broken through to the Unity stage and was now at the second level of the Unity stage. But since the Weapon Clan members often fought beyond their rank, Hunt's current strength surpassed Tad, who was at the third level of the Unity stage. Boone was still gathering strength. With one attack not enough, he prepared for another. Today, there had to be a conclusion between him and Hunt. Almost every part of Hunt's body had been honed into a weapon. Without even needing weapons, he relied on his own physical strength to launch another attack on Boone. Boone revealed his trump cards one by one. 4th grade Golden Body, 4th tier Warrior Strength, Thunder God Body, Divine Water Imprisonment Technique. Using Divine Water to protect himself, Boone's 8-pole collapse technique with 18 layers of dark force clashed directly with Hunt. PFFF. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Boone spit blood and fly backward, Hunt laughed maniacally. To defy me is to invite death. Boone's mouthful of blood landed precisely on the Azure Heaven Sword. The Azure Heaven Sword emitted a resonating hum, finally recognizing its master. Feeling the immense power of a Unity stage cultivator, Boone took a deep breath and, facing the incoming Hunt, unleashed the long-accumulated Hildred Sword. Chopping Dog Sword Technique. While insulting Hunt, a magnificent sword aura rose, and a blade of light twice as tall as a person slashed towards Hunt. Swoosh! Hunt's body turned into an afterimage, destroyed by the sword aura. It turned out that at this critical moment, Hunt had used the instantaneous movement technique again. Now, Hunt appeared behind Boone. Slash! He struck Boone's back with a single blow, but Boone's instantaneous movement activated too, dodging the attack. They chased each other relentlessly. Since both possessed instantaneous movement, it came down to who had longer-lasting stamina and more profound cultivation. Ha ha, Boone. Let's see how much spiritual energy you have left. Hunt laughed arrogantly. Boone had used the instantaneous movement technique over 10 times. Logically, he shouldn't have been able to withstand such consumption, but Boone had his medicine. Nicknamed Medicine Jar, he had already been ingesting medicinal pills furiously while activating the instantaneous movement technique. The more Hunt fought, the more puzzled he became. Why was Boone so persistent? Something was wrong. When Hunt used the instantaneous movement technique to create distance, he noticed Boone consuming pills. Boone, you're despicable. You're taking drugs. Hunt raged. After fighting for so long to exhaust Boone, he discovered that Boone was secretly taking medicinal pills. It was like realizing during a race that the opponent had taken performance-enhancing drugs. Raging, Hunt had no immediate solution, but as someone accustomed to combat, he wasn't easy to deal with either. He also consumed several high-grade spirit recovery pills from his storage bag, some of which still shimmered with faint pill patterns. Boone glanced curiously and continued consuming his own pills. Watching Boone consume pills like candy, Hunt felt his anger swell. For crying out loud, you don't take pills like that, do you? Hunt calmed down, realizing he couldn't let Boone lead the game. He also felt that Boone must have an extraordinary physical cultivation technique. An ordinary spirit infancy cultivator wouldn't survive his sudden blow. Their bodies would shatter, and their spirit embryo would be expelled. But Boone merely spat out a mouthful of blood, which helped expel turbid chi and allowed him to pull away from Hunt faster. Additionally, some of Boone's blood splattered onto the Azure Heaven Sword, while the rest hit Hunt. Each time Hunt used instantaneous movement to approach, the Azure Heaven Sword vibrated, warning Boone. Thus, Boone could always dodge in time. You have an interesting body. Did you use many precious herbs to strengthen it? As cultivators, spending time strengthening our bodies is foolish. Hunt was stalling. Boone naturally didn't mind this delay. He was also focusing on condensing magnetic storm divine fire. Foolishness that you can't handle me? Boone mocked. You sharp-tongued brat. Do you think you can win? In the next second, Hunt fully released his aura. Weapon control technique. 7 swords from his back flew out, forming a flying saber array. Boone squinted at the overlapping flying sabers, feeling an impulse to try it out. Divine water imprisonment technique. Azure Heaven Sword unsheathed. Long sealed, the Azure Heaven Sword had long yearned for action. Carrying a fierce killing intent, she plunged into the saber array. Each of Hunt's 7 swords had its own spirit, making fighting Hunt equivalent to fighting 8 opponents. 1 Hunt, 7 additional weapon spirits. Unexpectedly, the Azure Heaven Sword proved superior. Inside the saber array, the flying sabers danced around the Azure Heaven Sword. Yet it managed to tangle with all 7. ##### Chapter 157. Advancing again. Boone looked at the Wilbur sword with an expression that clearly conveyed his frustration. Look at others, then look at you. All you do is consume my spiritual energy and sleep. You're nothing but a pig of a sword. And yet you still won't submit to me. At this point, Boone clutched his chest in pain. Surprisingly, the spirit of the Wilbur sword did not argue with him this time. Instead, it unexpectedly unsheathed itself and assisted Boone in battle. Surprised yet delighted, Boone felt his chances against Hunt increase. The Wilbur sword struggled to hold back Hunt. It had just awakened and was still in its infant stage, not knowing any sword techniques and only able to unleash a third of its potential. Hunt laughed loudly and shook vigorously, sending the Wilbur sword flying. Boone, I must admit you are a genius, but geniuses fall the easiest. I will not allow you to grow. Die. Suddenly, Hunt transformed his body into a weapon. His entire form turned into a blade, transforming the body into a blade. This was Hunt's ultimate killing move, and the capital he used to slay opponents above his level. Burst. With a loud shout, all of Hunt's spiritual energy erupted from within, gathering on the surface of his body. This energy formed an unparalleled sharpness, radiating brilliance as if piercing through the clouds. Beside him, Boone's eyes twitched. This technique could rival the power of his magnetic storm divine fire. This must be, no, absolutely, a mystical rank martial skill. The wave of death rippled through his divine sense, causing the Wilbur illusion technique to go off wildly in warning. For the first time, Boone felt death so close. Water prison technique. Boone immediately wrapped himself in the water prison and activated continuous teleportation skills. Hunt, having fully merged with the blade, moved relentlessly forward, never retreating. At this moment, his body, soul, and chi were one with the blade, becoming the only blade in existence. His speed increased exponentially, accumulating more and more energy, chasing after Boone's path of escape. Boone triggered the 9-fold transformation of divine fire, heavenly scorch transformation, azure blue transformation, 9-fold transformation of divine water, boundless drawing transformation, murky clarity transformation. 4 consecutive layers of enhancement raised Boone's realm almost equivalent to the Union body stage. He activated all 3 flight techniques simultaneously. Spiritual energy surged furiously. Even the fedora woke from his slumber, opening his sharp eyes without a trace of mischief. He also sensed the blade light streaking toward them. F***K. What the hell are you doing, Boone? Boone mentally shouted back, telling the fedora to work hard if he didn't want to die. Whether they survived depended on how much effort it put in. The fedora exerted all its strength, releasing demonic aura. Propelled by this heavy demonic force, Boone accelerated even more. Still unsatisfied, Boone began cycling his legs rapidly mid-air. Bang! Another tremendous sound propelled him faster. All the blood chi in his body gathered into his legs, creating constant sonic booms as he kicked the air. Seeing he couldn't catch up, Hunt exerted all his remaining spiritual energy, his face flushing red, the blade light suddenly increasing and slicing toward Boone. SSSSSSCHHH? A huge grinding sound. The wall of the water prison touched the edge of the blade light. In the next instant, the blade light cut through the water prison. Although it was just a fragment of the blade light, its sharpness was too great for even the divine water prison to withstand. Boone's back flashed with lightning. He concentrated all the thunder light onto his back. Even though he transferred most of the divine thunder protection to his back, he still couldn't stop the overwhelming blade light. PFFFDT. His golden armor was breached. Blood spurted. Boone shot forward at an even greater speed. The fedora continued to expel demonic aura frenziedly, its little black face turning slightly pale. Truly deserving of being a renowned disciple from the equipment sect, one of the 3 major sects with the strongest combat ability, Boone couldn't stop coughing up blood. This was his first encounter with such a formidable enemy. It seemed there was still much for him to improve. However, there was good news. After this attack, Hunt became weary, stopping midair and panting heavily. Hunt, looking at the slightly injured Boone, roared, "You slippery brat, prepare to die." Boone turned and swung the Wilbur sword. Clang. Seemingly exhausted from the previous move, Hunt's counterattack was weaker. Clang clang clang. Boone continuously swung the Wilbur sword, striking Hunt. However, Hunt had cultivated his body like a magical treasure, rendering his defense impenetrable. This method from the equipment sect involved refining meteoric iron, elixirs, and even demon beast bones into the body to enhance defense. Thus, the older and elder from the equipment sect grew, the less human-like they appeared. Unable to break through the defense, the two remained deadlocked. Boone realized this approach wouldn't work, given Hunt's endurance and unknown reserves of spiritual energy. He needed to use the magnetic storm divine fire again. He had to ensure he struck while Hunt's teleportation technique was on cooldown. 2 strikes were needed to guarantee success. Thinking this, Boone focused on the Wuxia scripture, using multiple tactics at once. Suddenly, After the effect of the ninefold transformation wore off, Boone's cultivation dropped back to the 6th stage of nascent soul. But soon after, the 3rd nascent soul within him burst forth, drinking up spiritual energy voraciously. The rate of absorption rivaled that of a vacuum cleaner. Boone's face changed, revealing a hint of joy. Through battling Hunt, he unexpectedly dispersed some stagnant blood within his body. A silver lining emerged as Boone advanced to the 7th stage of nascent soul. Observing Boone's fluctuating cultivation, Hunt wondered if he had suffered a spiritual energy deviation. Ha ha ha, Boone boy, continuing like this benefits neither of us. Why don't we stop and negotiate? Stunned, Boone wondered if Hunt had more tricks up his sleeve. Hunt, frustrated, thought about his situation. His power was divided among 7 swords, and unfortunately, Boone's inferior sword had swept away his strongest flying blade array, leaving him in a tight spot. One benefit of Boone advancing to the 7th stage of nascent soul was that he could now create the magnetic storm divine fire with one hand. Chapter 158, The Death of Hunt. The demon infant within him had also awakened, and Boone could now make more orbs, magnetic explosive divine fire, with its help. The demon infant controlled the demonic aura that enveloped the azure divine fire, which crackled loudly as it burned through the aura. At the same time, Boone extended one hand behind his back and began forming an orb in his palm. The divine flame of heaven within his hand perfectly merged with the azure divine fire under the control of the demon infant. This was still not enough. Boone continued to wrap the flame, but it wasn't stable enough. He needed a medium to contain it, like turning it into a grenade. Yes, using the small water prison technique to encase it would work. Thus, inspired by this moment of brilliance, Boone developed a new skill. The water prison technique wrapped around magnetic explosive divine fire. This was like having a grenade ready for action whenever needed. With his current spiritual power, he could pre-make 2 water prison techniques at once. As his cultivation advanced, he could create even more. The water prison containing the magnetic explosive divine fire solved the problem of long preparation times. Now Boone could always keep 2 water prisons ready, delivering them to the enemy in moments of crisis. While Hunt appeared to be engaging Boone in conversation, he was secretly accumulating a powerful attack. He wouldn't easily let go of someone he had decided to eliminate, regardless of who they were. As one of the outstanding young adepts of the artisan sect, Hunt possessed a wealth of combat techniques and diverse means. In fact, there had been a ranking among cultivators about the most feared opponents among the younger generation, and everyone agreed it was Hunt, even over Edie, the top figure of the artisan sect. This demonstrated how deeply ingrained Hunt's formidable reputation and tactics were in the hearts of cultivators. Hunt's left hand was the deepest part of his body refined. It was constantly honed by blade chi, infused with tiger bones and scales from beast monsters, and embedded with 9-star meteoric iron. His left hand was thus more than just a hand. If severed, it could serve as an extraordinary divine weapon. Naturally, no one had the confidence to sever it yet. During the nascent soul stage, this very hand had once decapitated a late-stage formidable expert. Thus, Hunt was widely known by another name, Left-Handed Hunt. Just then, Hunt had already released the seal on his left hand and prepared to use it. Meanwhile, Boone watched Hunt with a sinister smile. His double water prisons were also in place. Boone gave a slight smile and continued conversing. Since Brother Gene is being so polite, perhaps we should both take a step back and stop fighting. On the surface, Boone smiled pleasantly, but his hands remained hidden behind his back, tightly gripping 2 water prisons, one encapsulating pure water and another mixing clear and murky water. Hunt laughed heartily, feigning reconciliation. Ha ha ha, no more fighting, no more fighting. Ah, Brother Yi, you're too serious. I was just joking. It's really not necessary. Seeing Hunt's smiling face, the demon infant inside Boone shouted out loud, "Don't fall for this scoundrel's trick. He has evil intentions." Boone cast a glance inwardly at the demon infant and chuckled softly, while maintaining a friendly demeanor outwardly toward Hunt. "Brother Gene, since we've decided to reconcile, let's shake hands and make peace. Come closer, we'll shake hands." Boone added, "I'm used to shaking hands when making peace. It shows sincerity." Fine, fine. I want to shake hands with Brother Yi too," said Hunt, squinting his eyes as he walked towards Boone with his left hand behind his back. Both men wore smiles as if they were old friends, unaware of each other's true intentions. "What are you doing, Hunt?" "Boone, traitor." They spoke almost simultaneously, each activating the body flicker technique. The water prison with murky water burst first. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud erupted. Boom. Immediately after, as Hunt reappeared, another water prison flew towards him, creating an even larger mushroom cloud. At this moment, Hunt's body flicker technique was still cooling down. In the short span of mere milliseconds, Hunt could only watch helplessly as the tiny, fist-sized droplet-shaped water prison approached him. The last thing Hunt saw was the brilliant flames within the water. Boom. Hunt was completely engulfed in the wave of the tremendous divine fire explosion. The entire secret realm trembled violently from the shockwave. Clearly unstable, many cultivators started leaving. However, the remaining disciples of the artisan sect suddenly appeared at the exit, slaying anyone in sight. All of them carried overwhelming demonic aura. Boone managed to escape the center of the explosion with consecutive body flicker techniques and triple flight techniques, but he was still caught in the aftermath, sustaining severe injuries all over. The demon infant took control of Boone's body again. Ha 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 ha. Ouch. Ha 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 ha. Ouch. The demon infant Boone alternated between laughter and cries of pain. He was happy to regain control over the body, but pain due to the injuries sustained. Experiencing pain along with joy, the demon infant soared away on a black cloud, formed by condensed demonic aura. At this moment, the Azure Marta arrived with a group of lesser spirits in tow. "Dominic, these are the lesser spirits I gathered earlier. Come, pay your respects to the master." The Azure Marta appeared as a little girl, speaking in a high-pitched voice, hands on her hips. Seeing such a large crowd of spirit weapons, the demon infant Boone's mouth nearly dropped open with excitement. Sensing a feast of magical crystals awaiting him nearby, he hesitated for a moment. The Azure Marta frowned slightly, placing her hands on her hips, dissatisfied. Dominic, why are you dazed? Did the explosion knock some sense out of you? Seeing the demon infant Boone still in a daze, the sword spirit shook her head, transformed into a ray of light, and whisked away Boone along with 7 knives, including the Wilbur sword. On their way, the sword spirit noticed a hand amidst the explosion site and realized it was unusual. She decided to take it along as well. Made of unknown material, the hand was only superficially damaged, appearing otherwise unscathed despite being at the center of the explosion. Impressed by such resilience, the Azure Marta eagerly carried the hand away. It was a left hand, and she couldn't help glancing at it periodically as she flew. Soon, they were led by the sword spirit to a cave. The outside world was collapsing, but this cave stood firm. If Boone were conscious, he would recognize this as the compression cave. Note: to ensure continuity and context, I have adapted certain elements for better flow while adhering to the original story structure and style. Chapter 159. Hunt didn't die. Inside the cave, there was no longer any sense of the external tremors. At this moment, little Caitlin stood like a bossy elder sister, scolding Xiao Wilbur's sword spirit with her hands on her hips. Xiao Wilbur, you are a sword, not just a stick for making fires. You need to be able to help your master share worries, understand? Caitlin felt extremely worried. She believed that Wilbur's sword was too weak and didn't even know how to use sword techniques. Which sword spirit can't wield a sword? So under Caitlin's strict teaching, Wilbur finally began its painful journey of learning swordsmanship. Wilbur's consciousness was only that of a child. Compared to Boone, it was more afraid of fellow sword spirit Xianxian. Oppression from a peer was no laughing matter. And you, where do you think you're sneaking off to? Caitlin naturally did not forget to keep an eye on Boone. At this point, demonic infant Boone had finally awakened from his trance induced by the multitude of demon crystals. The pain in his body made him suffer greatly, and he desperately wanted to find more demon crystals to consume. So, at this very moment, as he attempted to sneak away, he hadn't expected to be discovered by the observant sword spirit. The demonic infant Boone tried to bluff his way past. I just want to go outside for some fresh air. This cave is too stifling. It feels like it's pressing my soul into my body. No way. Caitlin crossed her arms in front of her chest, unmercifully refusing him. No, you can't go out. Get back here now. Roger, where are you? We're here, Cohen's sister. We'll watch him. 7 flying knives joyfully flew over and hovered above demonic infant Boone's head. Clearly, if he dared to step out, the 7 knives would mercilessly add 7 more holes to his already battered body. Meanwhile, Boone felt as though his consciousness had entered a vast expanse of chaos. This was an endless space, blanketed entirely in white. Boone looked at his hands bewilderedly, finding that he had neither spirit energy nor blood energy. All he could rely on was his mental power. Relying on his mental strength, he wandered around this space. Suddenly, an immense pressure bore down on Boone, as if it aimed to crush or swallow him whole. Trapped in this chaotic space, Boone could only struggle endlessly. He wanted to escape, yet found himself unable to do so. After struggling for a long time, nothing changed, and Boone gradually calmed down. Earlier, he seemed to have been battling Hunt, then he fired 2 magnetic explosion divine fires. Damn, 2 shots. Hell. Boone felt a bit lost. At the time, he had no other choice. Hunt was too powerful. If he hadn't used both shots, the one who would eventually fall would undoubtedly be him, Boone. Therefore, if given another chance, he would still choose the 2 water envelopes. Come on, destroy. Such was the threat of the water envelopes. These things were like nuclear bombs, instantly destroying everything within 100 miles upon detonation. But what about this space he was in and this illusory body? Boone guessed inwardly that due to severe pain from his wounds, his consciousness had protected itself by falling into a deep sleep. Without Boone's conscious control, the demonic infant must have seized the opportunity to run out and wreak havoc. But Boone couldn't return even if he wanted to. Moreover, there was an external pressure he felt. If it persisted, he feared he might be suppressed to the point of disappearing. This pressure made Boone suspect whether the demonic infant had somehow calculated something and brought his physical body to the compression cave. If indeed inside the compression cave, that would be terrifying. Yet the demonic infant's consciousness was clearly newborn, a child, and somehow managed such a malevolent idea? Boone was frightened. If he remained suppressed here indefinitely, would he directly merge with his physical body and lose consciousness? Boone struck the chaotic space wildly, but that higher level suppression drained his strength. However, as Boone struggled incessantly, an evident benefit arose. The spirit power, which had remained stagnant for so long, began surging once again. At this moment, demonic infant Boone pouted sadly. Still childlike in mindset, all he wanted was some demon crystals. What had he done wrong? Being forced to practice swordsmanship left him utterly miserable. Demonic infant Boone pouted so hard it looked like he could hang an oil jug from his mouth. Due to filtering out negative emotions when absorbing the demon aura via Wilbur decree, the demonic infant's character remained pure and simple, albeit a bit lazy and fond of eating. Caitlin was acting like a conscientious young teacher, focusing intently on guiding the 2. Wilbur's sword showed significant progress, mastering all 18 characters of the sword skills. The basics of sword skills included stab, thrust, slash, chop, the 18-character decree. But demonic infant Boone practiced in confusion. In his perception, it all seemed to involve chopping. Light chops, heavy chops, swings. Caitlin couldn't help but rub her little head, feeling incredibly weary. Demonic infant Boone was forging his own unique path. He seemed better suited to learning knife work, always chopping. Little Wilbur then came over and reported in a babyish voice, he loves to hack at people. Previously, he even invented a dog chopping sword technique. How crude. Lastly, he made faces at demonic infant Boone. Nye nye nye. Demonic infant Boone looked dazed, exhausted, and longing for those demon crystals. He reluctantly started practicing, not swordsmanship, but just general training. The space within the secret realm began to collapse at this time, while demonic infant Boone was still imprisoned in the compression cave, practicing swordsmanship. Then, the disembodied left hand lying beside them suddenly moved. A flash of light raced along the left hand, which then levitated and headed towards the nearest exit. Seeing the hand attempt to escape, Caitlin rushed over immediately to block it. Don't run. That golden left hand. Hell, after Boone became dumb, there's even a sword sister now. Turns out, Hunt's soul had hidden inside his left hand, narrowly escaping death. But his body was gone. He had been asleep when they recovered him, and now, just waking up, he realized the entire secret realm was collapsing. He couldn't sit still. Seeing Boone still practicing swordsmanship with a young sword spirit, he immediately thought Boone must have been turned dumb by the explosion. What infuriated him most were his 7 knives. Upon awakening, he secretly called out to his flying knives, but they ignored him, obediently following the girl's commands like loyal servants. At this point, Hunt decided against causing trouble and resolved to leave the secret realm first. Otherwise, he wouldn't make it out at all if trapped here. Chapter 160. Ancestors, can we leave the secret realm first? Hunt's strength was now barely a fraction of what it once was, and he was quickly intercepted by Caitlin and others. Despite struggling to break through their encirclement, he found it impossible to escape. With Caitlin pointing at him in accusation, Hunt had no choice but to start explaining. So, as I said, let's leave this place first before talking about anything else. Hunt felt like crying inside, but he couldn't show it. He continued negotiating with the little girl Caitlin and the group of artifact spirits. Why can you talk? You're just a hand. The little Caitlin tilted her head, questioning him. At this moment, Xiuxian chimed in, sister, and he's a left hand. What's wrong with being a left hand? Caitlin seemed puzzled. Left hands are clumsy. Xiuxian said after some thought. Because during practice, Xiuxian's left hand was often less dexterous. She somewhat looked down on left hands. Hunt was driven almost to madness. What was wrong with his left hand? At least he had survived. My heavens, ancestors, can we please leave the secret realm first? Shut up. A left hand has no right to interrupt here. The little Caitlin glared at the left hand coldly. But sister, why can this broken hand speak? How is your sword practice going? Caitlin didn't give her any face and directly hit her with a stern rebuke. Xiuxian immediately cowered, begging for mercy. Sister, I won't ask again. Meanwhile, Hunt glanced at Boone, who appeared weak and even somewhat dazed. Could he take advantage of this opportunity to usurp his position? Just as the 2 swords, 7 knives, and the vaguely demonic infant Boone were discussing whether to leave the secret realm or not, a member of the artisan sect flew past unnoticed, moving as swiftly as the wind. Faye employed a blitzkrieg strategy, intending to detect and eliminate all living forces within the secret realm in the shortest time possible. This mission was called the Root Elimination Plan. Raphael, an incredibly swift Yuan stage disciple, along with 20 other disciples, formed a reconnaissance team tasked with locating stragglers missed by major sections. Unlike major sects, many independent cultivators preferred solo actions, while some enjoyed clustering together. By grouping, they could seek warmth and protection from bullying by larger sections. However, these ideals were far easier to imagine than to realize. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Even among independent cultivators, could the strong not bully the weak? Boone always dismissed such notions, believing that true strength required solitude. Raphael arrived in a mountain range where a massive explosion had previously occurred, causing widespread destruction. Faye suspected the collapse of the secret realm might be related to this incident, so she sent her most agile disciple, Raphael, to investigate. Additionally, she was concerned about Hunt's disappearance. Though rumors outside claimed Hunt was the top young talent of the artisan sect, Faye never clarified this. But everyone in the sect knew who the true leader was. Compared to Faye, Hunt's methods were still too naive. Now, Raphael had reached the layered mountain range. Hovering in midair, he marveled at the scene below. A colossal pit hundreds of meters deep, with irregular ripple patterns. Clearly, this was the epicenter of the explosion. Wait, something else caught his eye, and he flew closer. Indeed, another deep pit, equally several hundred meters deep, appeared in front of him, its walls resembling a porcupine with bristles shooting outwards. If Boone were there, he would recognize that the bristle-like pattern indicated Mangji divine water, while the ripple-like pattern indicated Xiuxian water. The different characteristics of the 2 divine waters resulted in distinct appearances. Just as Raphael was about to report, a strange figure appeared before him, dressed in a fire cloud Taoist robe of the alchemy sect. This person exuded a black demonic aura. Though black aura was common in Xiuxian continent's various cultivation techniques, few recognized it as specifically demonic. Even more peculiar, Raphael himself also faintly emitted a demonic aura. He sensed an overwhelming pressure and fear emanating from the figure. He knew that if discovered, he would certainly be devoured. Shaking, he pulled out a communication J-disc to transmit a message. Reporting to senior sister. This is Raphael. In the layered mountain range, I've encountered a suspicious person. He wears an alchemy sect robe, but exudes demonic aura. Taking a deep breath, he added. He carries 2 swords, 7 knives, and a left hand. They seem to be discussing something with the left hand and the swords. They don't appear in any hurry to leave the secret realm, which is very suspicious. Request immediate assistance. Soon, Faye received the transmission via the communication J-disc, which traveled incredibly fast. Using a pair of discs, one would instantly fly to the other upon activation. Widely used in the cultivation world for rapid communication, Faye listened to the chaotic report with a frown. This Raphael, how could I think he was perceptive? He's just a fool. Qingfeng, take 10 disciples to the layered mountain range and see what's happening. Hurry. We need to evacuate. In the secret realm, the artisan sect had already unleashed a brutal slaughter. nearly exterminating the remaining disciples, including many genius students from various sections. Initially caught off guard, the other sect soon retaliated, leading to a protracted battle. The artisan sect controlled the exit, while survivors hid, launching sporadic attacks on those guarding it. At a secluded location, what the hell is the artisan sect planning? Haven't you heard? That crazy bitch Faye has snapped. No, it's because the artisan sect has obtained cultivation techniques for demonic powers, and now wants to dominate Yunzhou to pave the way for their sect's powerful demonic figures. Hey, how do you know so much? Brother is? I am Franklin, a disciple of the alchemy sect. Franklin cupped his fists in greeting, speaking humbly yet proudly. Chapter 161. The device sect cultivates demons, blocking the door to eliminate the root. Chapter 161. The device sect cultivates devilry, blocking the gate to root out evil. Ah, it's Brother Who. I've heard much about you. Is it true what you say about the device sect cultivating devilry and aiding the otherworldly intelligence? Upon hearing this question, Franklin's face twisted with indignation. He then lowered his head in sorrow, full of pain. Sigh, absolutely true. I learned this from my senior brother, but unfortunately, that senior is already. Franklin was speaking amidst a group of surviving disciples. Really? That senior certainly made a huge contribution to us survivors, said a bald disciple, his eyes shining brightly. Franklin naturally nodded in agreement. Then, while the fire was still hot, he continued to stir up the morale of everyone present. Now that all of you seniors have learned the truth and someone has made such a great sacrifice for us, what should we do next? Franklin had successfully roused the mood, looking at everyone with anticipation. If they united, there was no worry about not taking down the device sect. We are just ordinary people. After all, cultivating devilry, well, there's no need to make a big fuss over it. Exactly. Since the device sect is so powerful, I've decided to join them, to explore the path of devilry together. Yeah, that's right. We can't win, can we? If we can't win, then let's join. You're right. Please don't forget me when you go. Franklin, I really am impressed. Franklin originally intended to rally these scattered disciples and organize an effective attack. However, it was now evident that these people could not be relied upon. Reflecting on it, it made sense. These wandering cultivators had long been accustomed to their carefree lifestyle without any constraints. Naturally, they were cowards who feared death. How could anyone expect them to face death? Meanwhile, the devilish infant Boone concluded firmly, I am your master, and you all must obey me. But you're a bit dim-witted at the moment. Stacy placed her hands on her hips, clearly unyielding. It's a perilous time now. We need capable leaders to guide us out of this predicament. Cough. Since Little Miss mentioned capability, allow me to put myself forward. Hunt watched as they, or rather, the spirit entities and humans, seemed like a bunch of lost bees buzzing aimlessly. He wanted to give them some advice. What do you know? A mere left hand. You have no say in this matter. The leader of the Jin Dao also began to puff himself up. Ever since aligning with Stacy, the 7 Jin Dao spirits finally had their own prestige. Hunt suppressed his anger. In times of chaos, the capable rise. I have a good plan. Let's discuss it. Unusually, Stacy restrained the blade spirits and allowed the left hand to continue speaking. Thank you, sister in charge. Look, this small world is about to collapse. We need to escape quickly, or we'll be trapped here for hundreds or even thousands of years. Great Mystery Sword kept bouncing around, seemingly indifferent. And then what? Hunt. Go to sleep. Cough. Then we can get out there. The outside world is full of people, scenery, and various delicious foods and fun activities. Isn't that better than this ragged secret realm that's about to fall apart? Hunt cautiously observed Stacy's reaction as he tried to convince her. Stacy patted her small head affectionately. Little left makes sense. Does anyone else have ideas? Without waiting for other spirit entities to speak, Hunt continued. I have one more piece of important information. Everyone turned their attention to him. Hunt raised his left hand, curling back his index and ring fingers, forming a thinking gesture with his middle finger. The devilish infant grew impatient. Just say it. After gauging the mood of the crowd, Hunt spoke calmly. The device sect has been controlled by the demon world, and all its members are practicing demonic cultivation. They want to turn Yunzhou into demon Yunzhou. They plan to root out the competition, to eliminate all future stars of major sects within this secret realm and simultaneously launch attacks against other sects in the outside world. The Dan sect's Andonis, Franklin, Isabella, Soul sect's Nyla, Brenton, Huashi sect's Orla, Lulang sect's Bill, Retzi, etc. are all targets. Many spirit entities looked stunned. They hadn't expected the device sect to have such grand plans, intending to challenge all cultivators in Yunzhou with the power of a single sect. And several outstanding individuals from minor sects and wandering cultivators are also on their list. How do you know so much? Stacy asked, bewildered by Hunt's words. I also. Hunt's tone became unbearably bitter. If he could express emotions, it would likely be the same way. However, if he could shoot daggers with his gaze, Boone would probably die 100 deaths under his glare. At this moment, Hunt looked at Boone's middle finger, unsure of what kind of expression it carried. Why haven't you cultivated demonic energy? I can't sense any demonic aura from you. The devilish infant Boone suddenly questioned. Demonic energy? I wouldn't deign to cultivate such filth. Even if the whole world turns to devilry, Hunt, won't. Hunt raised his left index finger toward the sky, swearing solemnly. That sounds very noble, but I practice devilry, so are you defying me? What's wrong with practicing devilry? Demonic energy is just another form of energy, different from spirit chi. The devilish infant Boone retorted with discontent. Hunt, now merely a left hand, dared not show any displeasure. Hearing Boone's words, he snorted inwardly. Hadn't Boone become delusional due to devilry? However, focusing on the task at hand, Hunt urged anxiously. So, shouldn't we hurry and escape before it's too late? Stacy nodded, transforming back into an ancient-looking sword and instructing the others, let's prepare to leave. Be low profile and find a weak point to break through. At this moment, the sword spirit displayed remarkable intelligence. I object. Boone, who rarely spoke, suddenly objected, surprising everyone. But Stacy disagreed with his objection. Objection denied. Now you must listen to me. From now on, I appoint the left hand as our strategist. You all must respect him. The devilish infant Boone felt slighted. Are you kidding me? I am your master. Then give us a reason. If your reason is valid, we might consider it. Stacy shook her body, producing a humming sound. I want to devour a devil crystal and break through, the devilish infant Boone stated with resolve. This reason couldn't be refuted. Translation notes. Names are transliterated using pinyin. Effort was made to maintain the original tone, style, and paragraph structure. The translation ensures natural fluency and coherence with previous content. Chapter 162. Absorb too much impure devilish chi. The reason cultivators of devilish arts advance so quickly is because they can devour others' cultivation achievements. This is the path of plunder. Cultivation of devilish arts emphasizes devouring and growing stronger. Although Boone's devil infant had a relatively immature mentality, its instinctive desire to devour and grow remained unchanged. Just as the other sword spirits thought the devil infant's words made sense and were about to finish discussing, Boone suddenly noticed something wrong ahead. Instinctively looking up, he saw a brilliant small black spot in the sky not far away, shining with an enticing light. It was a devil crystal. Alert. Detected host obtaining 2-star fortune. This person is about to obtain a devil cultivator disciple's devil crystal. Before the system notification finished, Boone had already darted forward. The group of artifact spirits were still moved by Boone's determination when suddenly their subject disappeared. But before the artifact spirits could be confused for long, Boone returned, licking his lips contentedly. It turned out that after discovering Raphael tried to flee in fear but didn't expect that facing such easy prey, Boone's strength burst forth exceptionally powerfully. After just a few moves, Raphael was captured. Without waiting for him to beg for mercy, Boone plunged his hand into Raphael's body, pulled out the devil crystal, and munched on it. Seeing Boone enjoy his meal, the group of artifact spirits felt moved by his persistence and decided to find a stronghold to gather all the magic crystals and grab them for Boone to eat. Look at how hungry this child is. Boone led everyone to an exit. The reason was simple. He knew from the system that there were good things here. Upon arriving, indeed, everything in sight sparkled with light. It was all devil crystals. But this was only in Boone's eyes. To the others, it was full of disciples of the artifact sect. There's a person here. And many spirit artifacts. Ha ha, let's kill him and divide the spirit artifacts, shouted the leading disciple of the artifact sect, eyes gleaming as he called out for the others to join. By now, Boone's devil infant had gradually learned some understanding, especially from his mentor, the Stacy. Ha ha, you petty fellows are no match for me. Surrender your lives, roared Boone, charging forward with the xiuxian sword in his left hand and the heavenly sword in his right, attacking the group of artifact sect disciples from both sides. The artifact sect disciples had practiced the art of controlling artifacts. Seeing Boone rush over, they didn't advance but instead retreated. Since Boone couldn't mobilize the strength of the nascent soul integrated into his flesh, he couldn't use the teleportation technique. So, he simply rode on the devilish cloud formed by his devilish chi, slowly floating towards the leading disciple. Seeing Boone moving so slowly, the leading disciple naturally relaxed and started to look down on Boone. Just having a bunch of good treasures, but turns out he's just a brute. The artifact sect disciple glanced at Boone disdainfully. You don't need to move. Watch me skin him alive. Chopping dog sword technique? Roared Boone, slashing a sword at the disciple. The surrounding artifact sect disciples couldn't help laughing at this. The leading one blushed furiously due to Boone's shout and flew up a large hammer with his artifact directly at Boone. Pushed to the limit, Boone's chopping dog sword technique recalled the teachings of his mentor, the Stacy. The sword route has 18 methods, the most direct being the chopping principle. Chopping dog sword technique. This was Boone's first time using sword techniques in battle. Through the 8-pole collapses energy storage method and the foundation taught by Stacy, he unleashed more energy than his devilish chi level allowed. His devilish chi gathered into a sword beam extending beyond the blade itself, an indication of sword chi separation, which filled Heavenly Sword with pride. At this moment, the Heavenly Sword transformed into an ancient-looking sword, slicing through the large hammer of the artifact sect disciple with overwhelming force. The disciple, whose mind was connected to the hammer, spat blood and was thrown backward, falling to the ground. The other disciples realized the danger and immediately joined the battle against Boone. Meanwhile, the Stacy constantly transmitted guidance to Boone. Picking slash. Lift upward. Block. Horizontal slash. Yes. Block him. Chop. Defend and counterattack. Yes. Follow through. Make the sword edge smooth and fluid. Under the constant guidance of the Stacy, Boone improved rapidly, mastering the chopping principle perfectly with no noticeable weaknesses. Seeing Boone holding his own against 8 disciples, Stacy smiled. To Boone, his sword felt like an extension of his body, making these disciples mere practice partners. With step-by-step guidance, Boone overwhelmed the battlefield, and soon corpses lay everywhere. At this moment, Boone felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. It was the thrill of slaughter, the call of devilish intent. He devoured the devil crystals from the bodies of the disciples one by one, causing his body to overflow with devilish chi. Without the purification of the xiuxian illusion technique, aggressive emotions flooded Boone's mind. He absorbed too quickly and too much impurity, causing intense pain as he clutched his head and knelt down. The guards at this exit were all killed by Boone, but Hunt paid no heed to Boone's current state. We should take this opportunity to escape. They'll send patrol shifts soon. Being a former high-ranking member of the artifact sect, Hunt's information was undoubtedly authoritative. No, can't go. Despite his immense pain, Boone stubbornly prevented Hunt from escaping. Why not? We must leave before this secret realm vanishes? Hunt said harshly. Fine, fine. If you won't leave, I will. With that, Hunt controlled his left hand to rise, preparing to fly out of the exit. You're not going either. Unexpectedly, Guillermo pouted, transforming into a little boy's form and blocking Hunt with 5 fingers extended. Why can't I go? Hunt raged. Guillermo replied in a childish voice. I don't care. I won't let you go. If you leave, I'll be the weakest one here. Hunt. Chapter 163. On-site teaching by the heavens will sword spirit. He had thought this grand, profound sword had feelings for him, and was even considering whether he could persuade it to leave with him. But then Fedor Boone suddenly spoke up. You can't go either way. First settle our unsettled accounts. Thump. Hunt's heart skipped a beat. Had he regained his sanity? If so, he was now only in a left-hand form, and there was no way he could be a match for Boone. Even at his prime, he couldn't kill him and lost one of his bodies. Not to mention this situation now. Due to forcing out his consciousness and transferring it into his left hand, Hunt's power was greatly reduced. In his current state, he might as well be a weapon spirit, rather than a crippled cultivator. Because the left hand he resided in was long ago refined into a spirit weapon, during the final moment, his consciousness had the opportunity to land on the left hand. His only hope was returning to the weapon sect and finding his master, checking if there were any chances of curing himself. But what about the present weapon sect? Complete chaos. Even Hunt wasn't sure. He did not know if his master was still who he used to be. So when Boone suddenly stopped him, his mind was filled with mixed emotions. He did not know what to do. Unexpectedly, Boone shook his head and said something that considered Hunt. You shouldn't go. You still have many brothers and sisters if you stay with us. Where will you go alone? Hunt was lost. Yes, where could he go? But the person before him, Boone, was the one who led to his demise. He still had grievances in his heart. For a while, he just hung his head silently. At this moment, a series of shimmering sounds came from afar. The ones arriving were patrolling disciples of the weapon sect. All patrolling disciples of the weapon sect were sword-riding disciples. Sword riding was faster than other types of disciples, hence they were usually used for relaying messages, reconnaissance, and patrols. Sword-riding disciples were precious. At the same time, sword-riding disciples were also very powerful. That's senior brother Jace and others guarding the exit. Quickly send for reinforcements. An overweight disciple guided in midair while sword riding. How did you manage to be so fat yet still ride your sword so fast? The grand profound sword, transformed into a small boy, asked curiously while sucking on his fingers. Herschel was embarrassed. Where did this weapon spirit come from? Come quickly into your fat uncle's arms. Only I can bring out your true strength. The grand profound sword spirit looked at the fat disciple disdainfully. Don't boast too soon. You can't even lose weight, let alone control a weapon spirit. Hee hee. Let me show you my fat uncle's weapon spirit. The fat disciple gave a sinister laugh and waved his sleeve. Instantly, a sword bead appeared from his sleeve. He turned out to be a sword cultivator. Hunt excitement. Heavens will sword voluntarily requested battle. Fedor Boone, riding the Margot, flew straight toward the fat cultivator. The fat cultivator indicated for the 2 people beside him to disperse, not to interfere with his performance. The 2 disciples wisely backed away, knowing their senior brother's prowess. They stayed far away. The fat senior brother formed a complex sword gesture with his hands and then, with a solemn face, shouted one word, quick. Suddenly, the sword bead in his hand flew out. Countless flying swords rushed towards Fedor Boone crazily. Moreover, this sword bead contained a large amount of black demonic chi, which made the attack even more powerful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of flying swords flew out from the sword bead, attacking from all kinds of directions. Fedor Boone lacked combat experience, especially against so many densely packed flying swords. What do we do? At this moment, Fedor's body was riddled with wounds, leaving no intact skin. It showed how powerful this flying sword technique was. This was also why the other 2 disciples obediently listened. This fat senior brother indeed stood out. Fedor Boone began circulating demonic chi to wrap around his skin, allowing it to continuously repair the damage. Meanwhile, Boone's consciousness gradually found that the pressure in this chaotic space was not as intense as before. It seemed they should have already left that space. And Boone felt like the hazy chaotic space was about to open. Earlier, part of his consciousness had been compressed into his physical body. This void pressure cave was indeed formidable. No wonder so many cultivators stayed here to break through the corporeal union stage. Inside this cave, that kind of pressure was incredibly beneficial for them, these core formation cultivators. However, it wasn't entirely the case for Boone. He believed it was due to the demon infant being suppressed back into the body within the void pressure cave. But Boone was not entirely without gain in this chaotic space. He sensed the faint awareness of the original core formation infant. Moreover, Boone established a connection between his divine sense and the core formation infant inside the body. The original core formation infant had fully fused within the physical body. After establishing the connection, he could perceive external events through the pores that had integrated with the body. We'll use flying sword techniques too. The Margot scoffed, as if he's the only one who knows flying swords. Saying this, she released her control over herself and instantly flew into the air, transforming into a heavens will sword bead. Little grand profound, watch closely, sister's second form. The heavens will sword bead buzzed continuously, each sound more urgent and sharper than the last. Boom, boom, boom. 2 sword beads started bombarding each other, both unleashing incomparable attacks. A sword bead could launch multiple flying sword attacks in an instant, but what troubled the user was the consumption of spiritual energy. The fat senior brother was also not someone who lasted particularly long. Now he was continuously eating pills, and sweat started trickling down his forehead. This wasn't going to work. The rank of Heaven's Will Sword was clearly higher, and this was also the first time the fat senior brother saw a treasure sword capable of changing forms. Indeed, this Heaven's Will Sword deserved its name. Fedor Boone thought that maybe the Heaven's Will Sword had a third form too. At this moment, Fedor Boone didn't idle. Adhering to the principle of taking advantage of someone's weakness, he directly attacked the two watching disciples, immediately opening a second battlefield. These two disciples originally had no intention of joining the fight, but seeing Fedor Boone excitedly charging over, they stopped watching and engaged in battle. Unexpectedly, these two sword-riding disciples also knew flying sword techniques. In an instant, the situation reversed once again. Hashtag chapter 164. He is not Boone. The Granshan sword in the Fedor's hand seemed incredibly clumsy, and the combined flying sword technique of the two cultivators appeared poised to slay the Fedor Boone. At this moment, the 7 golden knives finally made their appearance. Since they had acknowledged Stacy as their leader, they could not stand by and watch her master fall. Left-hand Baron was looking for an opportunity to slip away. Seeing everyone engrossed in battle, he quietly started moving towards the unguarded exit. At the same time, another group was also heading towards that exit. Franklin led Tad, who was dressed as a man, along with Alia, also dressed as a man, and a group of itinerant cultivators, preparing to secretly escape through the unguarded exit. The secret realm wouldn't last until nightfall. Franklin saw his chance and rallied the others, offering hope of escape. With hope to escape, no one was willing to risk siding with the cultivation device sect which had gone against reason. How could one sect challenge the entire Yunzhou? They found it absurd. So when Franklin proposed trying to break out, most agreed. Arriving at the exit, Franklin suddenly noticed a peculiar left hand, stealthily making its way towards the exit. Franklin immediately grabbed Left-Hand Baron. Where are you from, and where are you going? Are you human, or a weapon? From afar, to outside. Since we're fellow travelers, why ask so many questions? Baron, startled by Franklin's grab, answered instinctively. Franklin gave him a deadpan look. Was this guy really rapping back? He replied in kind, if I don't ask, how would I know your true intentions? Baron put on a serious tone. My intentions needn't concern you. But Franklin tightened his grip, shaking his head. To me, you look extremely suspicious. Baron shook his hand in innocence and pointed towards Boone. Speaking of suspicious, that demon Chi youth over there is the most questionable. After defeating the defending cultivator, he could have left. But he insists on staying to practice demon Chi. Franklin looked in the direction Baron pointed, and indeed saw Boone surrounded in battle. Franklin tugged at Tad. Senior sister, does that look like Boone? It's Brother Carmine, I'm sure. Alia said excitedly. Tad observed closely but shook her head. I don't think that's Boone. His techniques are different. None of those moves resemble his. Earlier, Alia had insisted on finding Boone, saying she would face life and death with him. Had she not been stopped by Franklin and others, she might have rushed into the layered mountain range then. Now, finally spotting Boone again, she wasn't about to miss this chance. Let's go check. If it's him, we can bring him with us. Tad bit her lip, feeling it wasn't Boone. But if she was wrong, all right. Ultimately, the three flew toward the battle. As Left-Hand Baron prepared to leave with the itinerant cultivators, Franklin grabbed him. You're an interesting left hand. Stick with me, old who? Not so fast, hero. Let me go. I'm just a broken hand. Baron pleaded, his face, hand, grimacing. Unfortunately, Franklin didn't give him the chance, hauling him back. Poor Baron, almost escaping, now returned to Boone by twist of fate. At this point, the Fedor Boone was fiercely battling two sword-riding cultivators. Both had sword pills, and without the 7 golden knives' help, he would have already fallen. The Fedor couldn't mobilize the other two infant's powers due to separate consciousness realms, perhaps because demon arts and spirit techniques can't coexist, resulting in dual consciousnesses. The remaining 2 consciousnesses belonged to Boone, hence he could control his corporeal infant for instantaneous movement, whereas the Fedor couldn't. Boone could invoke divine fire and divine water, but the Fedor couldn't. Apart from demon Chi, the Fedor seemed inferior to Boone yet possessed independent consciousness. This was what troubled Boone. Boone, it's really you. Franklin exclaimed joyfully, a left hand tucked under his arm. The Fedor Boone fought vigorously, his sword skills having upgraded significantly. The Fedor Boone's growth and abilities were gradually diverging from Boone himself. Someone familiar with Boone would instantly recognize the difference. Seeing the two from the device sect ganging up on Boone, Alia roared angrily, die! Hands off my brother Carmine! She launched a tangible mental attack, and seeing reinforcements, the 2 device sect disciples turned to flee. But suddenly, a figure appeared behind them. Damn! It's actually... The sentence cut short as a cold light flashed. Dog-cutting sword technique. Franklin silently noted in his heart. A sharp slash opened up the backs of the 3, blood trickling out. Tad rushed over and summoned a cauldron for a mountain overturning move, trapping the trio under it. Franklin, seeing them dealt with, approached Boone curiously. Brother Yi, shouldn't these 3 be no match for you? The Fedor Boone shook his head lightly. I haven't fully recovered from my injuries. Otherwise, they wouldn't stand a chance. You are not Boone. Suddenly, Tad shouted, staring into the Fedor Boone's eyes. Franklin and Alia were shocked, instinctively backing away. At this moment, Stacy floated before Boone, creating a tense standoff. Granshan's sword also hummed over, rubbing against Alia's leg. Clearly, little Granshan recognized Alia. Alia exclaimed in surprise, this is Boone's sword. I saw him take it back from Edie. No, he's definitely not Boone. At this moment, the 7 Golden Saber brothers finally made their appearance. Since they had acknowledged Stacy as their leader, they could not stand by and watch her master fall. Left-Hand Hunt was just looking for a chance to escape when he saw everyone engaged in intense combat. Quietly, he started moving toward the unguarded exit. At the same time, another group was also rushing towards that exit. Franklin, leading Tad, dressed as a male, along with Alia, also dressed as a male, and a crowd of independent cultivators were also planning to sneak out through the unguarded exit. The secret realm wouldn't last until tonight. Franklin gauged the opportunity and called out from a high place, instantly giving everyone hope of escape. With a chance to escape, no one was willing to risk joining the demon-affiliated artifact sect. After all, the current actions of the artifact sect were utterly incomprehensible to them. How could a single sect challenge the entire Yunzhou? They found it laughable. So when Franklin said again that they could attempt an escape, most people responded positively. Arriving at the exit, Franklin suddenly noticed a strange left hand stealthily flying towards the same exit. Franklin immediately grabbed left hand Hunt. Where do you come from, and where are you going? Are you a person or a weapon? From afar, to the outside. Since we're on the same path, why ask so many questions? Hunt was startled by Franklin's grab and answered instinctively. Franklin's face darkened. You even rhyme now? Are you very good at rhyming? He deliberately used rhyme. If I don't ask carefully, how can I know your true identity? Hunt put on a serious tone. My identity is nothing to worry about. Franklin tightened his grip, shaking his head. But to me, you look extremely suspicious. Hunt shook his hand innocently, pointing towards Boone. If we talk about suspicion, that boy with demon chi is the most suspicious. He could have left after defeating the guardian cultivators, but he chose to stay and practice demon chi. Franklin looked in the direction Hunt pointed and indeed saw Boone amidst the intense battle. Franklin immediately pulled Tad, senior sister, quickly check if that's Boone. That's Brother Carmine, I'm sure. Alia was excited. Tad studied closely but shook her head. I feel that's not Boone. His moves are familiar to you. Look at him now. None of those seem like him. Earlier, Alia had been demanding to find Boone during the imminent collapse of the secret realm, saying she would rather die with him. Had she not been stopped by Franklin and others, she might have stormed into the mountain range to search for him. Now, seeing Boone again, how could she miss this opportunity? Should we go see? If it's him, we can take him away. Tad bit her lip, unsure. But what if she misjudged? All right. Finally, the three flew towards the battle site. Left-hand Hunt, intending to escape with the independents, was grabbed by Franklin. You're an interesting left hand. Come with old who? No, hero. Please let me go. I'm just a small broken hand. Hunt wore a bitter expression, or more accurately a hand. Unfortunately, Franklin didn't give him the chance, dragging him back. Poor Hunt, almost successfully escaping, ended up returning to Boone's side by twist of fate. The Fedor Boone was battling two sword-wielding cultivators. They both possessed sword orbs, and without the help of the 7 golden saber brothers, he would have long perished. The Fedor couldn't mobilize the other 2 Yuan infants because each consciousness had its own domain. Perhaps because demon techniques and spiritual methods cannot coexist, 2 separate consciousnesses were born. The remaining 2 consciousnesses belonged to Boone, allowing him to control his flesh and use instantaneous movement. The Fedor Boone couldn't. Boone could unleash divine fire and water, but the Fedor Boone couldn't. Except for demon chi, the Fedor Boone seemed inferior in every way to Boone yet had developed consciousness. This was the challenging part for Boone. Boone, it's really you. Franklin exclaimed joyfully, holding left-hand Hunt under his arm. The Fedor Boone was fiercely battling. His sword skills had upgraded, showing significant improvement. The growth and tactics of Fedor Boone were gradually diverging from Boone himself. If someone knew Boone well, they could spot the difference instantly. Seeing the artifact sect pair ganging up on Boone, Alia shouted angrily, prepare to die, you who dare harm Brother Carmine. She unleashed a materialized mental attack. Seeing reinforcements, the 2 disciples decided to retreat. Their flying sword technique forced back Boone and others, attempting to flee with their senior brother. However, a figure appeared behind them. Damn. Actually, combined, his words cut short as a flash of cold light flashed past. Cutting dog sword technique. Franklin silently noted. A sharp slash opened their backs, blood flowing steadily. Tad rushed over and summoned a cauldron to crush them. Franklin, having dealt with them, walked over to Boone curiously. Brother Yi, these 3 Yuan infant cultivators shouldn't be so troublesome for you. Fedor Boone shook his head indifferently. My injuries haven't fully healed. Otherwise, these few would be nothing. You are not Boone. Suddenly, Tad shouted, staring into Fedor Boone's eyes. Franklin and Alia were startled, stepping backward involuntarily. At that moment, Stacy returned, floating before Boone. The atmosphere became tense. The Granshan sword hummed and came over, nudging Alia's pant leg. Note, for better fluency, came over is more natural than ran over in this context, and nudging fits better than rubbing to describe the sword's action. Clearly, little Wilbur recognized Alia. Alia was delighted. This is Boone's personal sword. I saw him retrieve it from a net. No, he absolutely isn't Boone. Hashtag chapter 165. A dialogue between 2 infants. Alia, focus your spiritual senses carefully. Tad's tone was resolute, as he watched the demon infant Boone with caution. Alia, hearing Tad's words and feeling doubtful, still closed her eyes to sense the presence. Her face instantly changed. Who are you? The demon infant Boone realized he couldn't hide anymore and felt trapped. He didn't want to return but had no choice now. If this continued, neither Boone nor his demon form would benefit. The people around him were all combined body cultivators. Confrontation wouldn't end well for anyone. Thinking this, a trace of melancholy flashed in the demon infant Boone's eyes before he finally closed them, letting his consciousness fade away. Boone himself emerged from the chaos at that moment, pulled out by some suction force. It felt wonderful to be back. Opening his eyes, Boone saw tiny legs and arms. He had become the spirit infant within his body. This was his first time viewing his internal world through the eyes of a spirit infant. His heart seemed like the sun, with his organs orbiting around it like continents. He wondered if the secret realms and small worlds they encountered were originally inside the bodies of powerful cultivators. He really dared to think wildly. curiously observing everything. Outside, Boone had already fainted, and the demon infant had fallen into sleep. Franklin and 2 others rushed to support the fake Boone who suddenly collapsed. Although they felt it wasn't Boone, the body undoubtedly belonged to him. They needed to take care of it, but they didn't know what was wrong. There was no doubt about the body, be it the xiuxian sword or his appearance, everything confirmed it. Suddenly, Boone saw a black figure enter beside him. Could it be anyone else but the demon infant? Boy, you're trying to seize control again? Boone's spirit infant shouted angrily. The demon infant glanced at him, somewhat disdainful. You're not quite accurate. I didn't take over. It was you who fled from pain. I merely took on the pain in your place. Boone's spirit infant sneered. So now I should thank you? The demon infant remained calm. Being older than the spirit infant, he resembled a 1-year-old while the spirit infant was only half a year old. Gratitude isn't necessary. I just find your hostility towards me peculiar. Regardless, each time you can't bear the pain or your will fades, I emerge to shoulder it. Even if we are one and the same, why do you regard me as an enemy? The demon infant spoke calmly, leaving Boone speechless. Deep down, Boone knew this to be true, yet the fear and oppression of being controlled by someone else while confined in a small space made him uncomfortable. He also acknowledged that the demon infant had endured much, staying longer in that confined space. This situation was challenging. The core issue was having only one body. 2 consciousnesses sharing one body led to this predicament, and unifying these 2 minds was impossible. What if he could create another body for one of them? A bold idea sprouted in Boone's mind, refusing to fade. His heart raced at the thought. This daring idea, if successful, would give him a self-aware clone capable of independent cultivation, doubling his efficiency. However, Boone realized another downside. Neither Boone nor the demon infant had the power to imprison the other. Both were on equal footing, remaining in their respective spirit infant forms. Moreover, the demon infant willingly stepped aside, allowing Boone to regain control without exhausting himself. Realizing this fundamental difference, Boone took charge of his body. As soon as he did, he wanted to retreat back into his body. Pain, seeping deep into his bones. Agony worse than 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Only then did Boone truly understand the relentless pain the demon infant experienced. As he admitted, every time Boone's will faltered, he withdrew to avoid pain, leaving the demon infant to endure. Boone felt immense guilt, recalling the demon infant's claim of unity and his previous hostility. Meanwhile, unseen within his body, the demon infant earnestly cultivated. Enveloped in thick demonic energy from consuming large amounts of demonic crystals, he sensed that absorbing all these could push him to the combined body stage. He pondered whether another spirit infant within Boone's body would overcrowd. 2 spirit infants in one body? The demon infant fell into deep thought. Outside, Boone's face twisted in intense pain, gasping for breath. This must be Boone, right? Franklin looked away, unable to bear Boone's agony. It's me. Boone gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Alia hugged Boone tightly, switching to a playful mode. Carmine brother, I missed you so much. We almost left earlier if not for encountering Left Hand. Left Hand? Boone eyed the figure suspiciously. Hunt wished he could bury himself in the ground, feeling scrutinized by Boone's gaze. Left Hand Hunt? Boone asked tentatively. Seeing the bruised hand, Boone suspected something. Yes. Hunt stopped pretending and confessed, wondering earlier why Boone seemed odd, realizing now it wasn't him. With the real Boone here, dealing with him would be simple. Surprised by his admission, Boone still wondered. Really you? To survive such an ordeal, worthy of being the top in artisan sect. #### translation completed with adherence to requested guidelines, maintaining paragraph structure and tone. Chapter 166, Dan Cloud reappears. Hunt waved his hand. If you want to kill me, just do it quickly. I don't have the strength to fight back now. It seemed that Hunt had completely given up on struggling. Boone glanced at him curiously. Why would I want to kill you? Rest assured, I won't kill you. There's been some misunderstanding between us. Once we clear that up, there's no need for any more fighting. Hunt looked at Boone suspiciously but remained silent. Boone's eyes flickered. I know your body has been destroyed. Listen, I promise to help you find a new one. If I can't find one, I'll make one for you. You yourself are a forging master. You must know how to create one. Hunt felt a complex mix of emotions. Although he was in this state because of Boone, now that the other party offered help and he had no other options, he couldn't refuse Boone. All right. Boone, of course, also had selfish motives. When he saw the hidden dangers of the demon infant, he wanted to find a great forging master to make a new body. Just like Ethan, when solving personal problems, one puts in more effort. Whether it's learning alchemy or the art of forging, ultimately, these efforts could help him solve major troubles as well. As for if Hunt caused trouble, Boone was confident he could suppress him. Hunt wasn't his match before and wouldn't be afterward. Only when one's actions relate to their own life does they exert enough effort to truly give their all. So, Boone believed Hunt would go all out to help him create a new body. Ethan's notes, including his alchemical knowledge, far surpassed an era. He became such a person because he sought to survive. He devoted himself entirely to studying and exploring alchemy to seek the slightest possibility of survival. Thinking of Ethan, Boone hastily opened the Alchemy True Comprehension by Ethan. He remembered a pill inside that could rapidly restore physical functions. Years ago, Ethan used it to live several more years. The Crimson Flame Muscle Regeneration Pill. Using Crimson Flame Grass as the main ingredient, this pill was indeed ingeniously crafted, but Crimson Flame Grass was very prone to causing explosions during the process. At the alchemy conference, someone switched Boone's ingredients with Crimson Flame Grass, leading to potential explosions. Thus, using Crimson Flame Grass as the main ingredient posed a significant challenge for alchemists. Suddenly, the burning pain on Boone's back intensified. He then realized there was a deep, bone-visible wound on his back, which although long healed over, still throbbed occasionally. He used some blood-stopping powder and bruise pills, but they did little good. What he needed was the Crimson Flame Muscle Regeneration Pill. We need to find some herbs first. I need to refine a pill, or my body might not hold up. By now, Boone's face was pale, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Sister Tanya, listen, let's go. Nyla looked at Boone worriedly. Tanya, use your sharp spirit energy to find a few herbs that replenish spirit energy. Phantom grass, essence leaves, and 9-leaf 100 fragrance flower. Boone's face contorted with pain. Franklin nodded. You're going to refine the Crimson Flame Muscle Regeneration Pill? That's indeed a brilliant formula. I'll go find the gentle auxiliary ingredients. Since he knew about this pill, Franklin didn't need Boone to tell him the ingredients again. Nyla and Franklin left to gather their respective herbs. Tad stayed behind to care for Boone, as her cultivation was the highest, having recently broken through to the 4th level of fusion stage. In case of any issues, she could easily handle them. Additionally, being the holy maiden of the alchemy sect, she carried many trump cards, making her the safest choice to look after Boone. Even in immense pain, Boone spoke to Tad in a serious tone. What do you think the situation is outside? While wiping the sweat off Boone's forehead with a handkerchief, Tad pondered. Are you talking about the alchemy sect or the Little Plum world? Both. I'm worried that everything might change once we leave. Tad gently held Boone's hand. It won't be that bad. Even in the worst case scenario, if Yunzhou falls, we can take Little Plum world and escape far away. I have a 9-turn star seal here, into which I can embed the exit of Little Plum world. With a star condensed into it, it's perfect for carrying Little Plum world along. Seeing the treasure in Tad's hands, Boone felt warmth in his heart. But, there's no but. Only by truly resolving the aftermath of Little Plum world can you move forward fearlessly, right? Tad smiled gently, offering some comfort. Their gazes met and locked onto each other, as if the entire world only contained the two of them. The atmosphere turned enchantingly romantic. Gradually, they moved closer and closer until the distance between them vanished. Before long, Nyla and Franklin returned with the required materials. This secret realm indeed housed numerous treasures, and finding these herbs took little time. With everything ready, Boone began refining the pill. At this moment, the little Wilbur sword transformed into a boy's form, propping his head up with both hands to watch Boone refine the pill bit by bit. This is a 6th grade pill with a risk of explosion. You should stay farther away. Boone felt somewhat helpless. Everyone else left, but this little guy refused to comply. The little Wilbur sword stubbornly shook its head, insisting on staying to watch. Unable to persuade him, Boone could only remind him not to move around. Then, he focused all his attention on the pill furnace and began refining the pill. Boone gradually added spirit energy enhancing herbs into the pill furnace, starting with essence soup, followed by crimson flame entering the furnace layer by layer, like a 1,000-layer pastry. When multiple intense herbs gathered together, almost about to explode, Boone calmly added gentle-type herbs, instantly calming the boiling soup. Next came the stage of solidifying the pill. By now, Boone had become almost adept at refining pills. For him, 6th grade pills were almost everyday occurrences. He just exercised extra caution because this particular pill required it. Soon, the pill was nearly complete, and a rich medicinal aroma started spreading. Above Boone's head, the Dan cloud began to appear. Success! The Dan cloud in the sky emitted 7-color light, illuminating down towards Boone's pill furnace. Time to open the furnace. Chapter 167. Yunzhou Falls. Inside the alchemy furnace, a series of translucent dark brown pills spun rapidly. 1, 2. There were 16 pills in total. The medicinal fragrance from beside the furnace permeated the air, and everyone around was deeply enjoying the scent. Franklin, even knowing that Boone was skilled at alchemy, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This is the Crimson Flame Muscle Regeneration Pill, created after destruction. Who on earth came up with this idea? Boom! At that moment, a loud noise erupted nearby, causing the entire secret realm to begin collapsing. Boone quickly handed out a pill to each person as emergency medicine for dire situations, and immediately consumed one himself. He knelt down in meditation, activating Hildredjuin illusory technique with all his strength. A vortex of chi rose above his head. Meanwhile, Hunt's swollen wound on his back began to heal rapidly. Hildredjuin body strengthening technique activated automatically, reinforcing his back injuries. Hildredjuin body strengthening technique would reinforce any injured area, so the more injuries Boone sustained, the more resilient his body would become. Now, a thick golden armor covered Boone's back. If it were struck by a blade again, it likely wouldn't leave a scar. Soon, Boone's wounds improved significantly, and the intense rumbling within the secret realm drew closer. Finally, Boone opened his eyes, and everyone rushed out of the collapsing realm just in time. Before they could steady themselves, they realized that the sky outside had completely changed. Dark clouds covered the entire Yunzhou region, blotting out the sun and casting an oppressive shadow over everything. What happened? Yunzhou is shrouded in black clouds? Franklin shouted in shock. In fact, Boone and Tad had already anticipated this situation, but hadn't expected it to turn out this way. Asterisk ding. Host has detected a 4-star destiny nearby. Asterisk. Boone received a system notification and hastily led everyone towards the source. They found a seriously injured disciple of the Soul Sect. Preston, what are you doing here? Vanessa seemed to know the disciple and stepped forward to ask. Senior Sister 77. Don't return to the Soul Sect. There's an infiltrator from the demon world within the sect, guiding demons into our world. They. His words were cut short as blood spurted from his mouth, and he collapsed weakly. The system provided a prompt. This person has been favored by destiny lately. On the verge of death, he will be saved and obtain the Crimson Flame Muscle Regeneration Pill, enhancing his body strength invisibly. Boone sighed. It seemed the system had calculated him into its plans once again. Seeing the concern on Vanessa's face, Boone took out a Crimson Flame Muscle Regeneration Pill and handed it to her. This miraculous medicine had been highly praised by Ethan, It was indeed well deserving of such praise. Sure enough, upon consuming the pill, the soul sect disciple regained consciousness. Senior Sister 77, don't return to the soul sect. It has already fallen. Preston said urgently. I know. Tell me what happened at the soul sect. Where is my master? Vanessa asked anxiously. Cohen Lars. He might actually be the true infiltrator from the demon world. What? Everyone looked astonished. Cohen Lars being an infiltrator was a shocking revelation. No wonder the weapon sect had the audacity to purge other sections. There must be more infiltrators outside. Thinking about this, Boone exchanged glances with Franklin and Tad. If even the soul sect, one of the three major sects, had a powerful infiltrator like Lars, then the alchemy sect probably wasn't spared either. They decided to check the soul sect first. Boone and Tad led the way while using the grand concealment technique to hide their presence. However, the overwhelming demonic aura emanating from the soul sect stopped them in their tracks before they even approached. This was still the soul sect? It was now enveloped in thick black fog, making further exploration unnecessary and possibly dangerous. Boone wondered how the demons communicated with the various sects in Yunzhou. Transforming the Wandering Mist sect made sense since they dug up the old Qingwen sect site. But the weapon sect? One of the three major sects was almost entirely demonized. This was truly troublesome. After exchanging a look with Tad, they cautiously hid their presence and fled unnoticed. Returning to the cave where everyone was hiding, they told Vanessa everything. She was prepared mentally. She could see the entire soul sect gate was cloaked in black mist. It matched what Preston had described. Seeing Vanessa's distraught expression, Preston offered some consolation and advice. Senior Sister 77, I plan to go to Shizhou. It's secluded, allowing me to continue cultivating peacefully. Yunzhou is now overrun by demonic qi. Soon, the entire Xiuxian continent might fall to demons. We're lucky to be alive. Make your own plans, Senior Sister. Goodbye. With that, Preston flew off to Shizhou, clearly disheartened by the current state of things. Many cultivators in Yunzhou were also fleeing. Vanessa's gaze was lost, feeling helpless. What should I do? Should I find my master? Should I start cultivating demons too? Boone grabbed her wrist and started diagnosing her pulse. After a moment, he frowned. You have a demonic seed inside you, but it hasn't been activated yet. Fortunately, you didn't enter soul sect territory, or it would have triggered immediately. What's a demonic seed? Franklin asked. Boone explained. Earlier, he had inherited knowledge from Davidson, who studied the demonic realm extensively. The demonic seed controlled hearts and grew with negative emotions. Once mature, if activated, the person would be under complete control. Translation note. Pinyin names used accurately reflect character names. Tone and style maintained consistently throughout. Paragraph structure and line breaks kept as in the original text. Chapter 168. The Fall of the Alchemy Sect, Dane's Demise. Nadine had clearly been implanted with a demonic seed. Fortunately, Yanko had a solution. These demonic seeds were essentially demonic crystals, a highly nutritious supplement for a demon infant. Moreover, extracting them would not leave any side effects. Come out and work, old demon. Yanko somewhat lazily submerged into his body, transforming into a small spirit infant to converse with the demon infant. The demon infant lazily opened its eyes and glanced at Yanko. Now you want my help? Give me a netherworld demon soul pill, and I'll assist you. Yanko frowned. If you take one more netherworld demon soul pill, you'll likely break through to the union stage. Are you sure you want to merge into this body? The demon infant spread its tiny hands, looking as though it held all wisdom in its grasp. I got inspired by that left-hand butler. I can merge into your left hand too. This way, we can coexist. Merging into his left hand? A left hand at the union stage? Analyzing it internally, Yanko found this wasn't a bad idea at all. He couldn't suppress the demon infant forever. Cultivating as a devil was inherently faster, and if the demon infant reached the union stage, his strength would also increase significantly. Afterward, through the great profound fantasy art, the demon chi cultivated by the demon infant could be effortlessly converted into spirit chi. Thinking of this, Yanko immediately agreed to the demon infant's request and gave him a netherworld demon soul pill. The demon infant swiftly went about removing the demonic seed from Nadine's body. This demonic seed hasn't crystallized yet. It would taste better if it turned into a demon crystal. The demon infant munched on the demonic seed, feeling quite regretful. I did all this for you. Yanko chuckled and nodded. Oh, right. Your few friends have demonic seeds in their bodies too. The demon infant dropped a bombshell unexpectedly. What? Kobe and Alyssa's bodies too? Yanko's heart skipped a beat once again. Are you sure? Quickly help remove them. Seeing Yanko's anxious demeanor, the demon infant remained calm, swaying its baby legs nonchalantly. Hey, I've only just eaten one netherworld demon soul pill. If I eat more, I might get indigestion. Yanko's face darkened. This guy. Are you never satisfied? Do you want Ten to burst you wide open? How about this? Help me remove these demonic seeds and later, I'll find you a good place to break through to the union stage. Yanko tempted the demon infant gently. Hee deal. I want a place brimming with demonic chi. The demon infant no longer haggled. After all, it still resided within Yanko and knew when to call it quits. Undeniably, the demon infant had matured quickly, moving from childlike innocence to knowing how to bargain. A smart move reminiscent of a second Yanko. Following the agreement, the demon infant promptly removed the demonic seeds from Alyssa and Kobe's bodies. Both of them looked bewildered. We had demonic seeds too. Wow, this magic is truly pervasive. Sister Xiu, do you remember when yours was planted? Alyssa shook her head, pondering over the same question. Yanko regained control of his body. Let's go see the alchemy sect first. I doubt they're faring much better. Alyssa nodded. She wondered if her father was still alive, or had been corrupted as well. As the head of a sect, he would find it hard to escape if the alchemy sect had fallen. Without delay, They arrived at the outskirts of the alchemy sect and discovered an even denser cloud of demonic chi here compared to the soul sect. Xianxia instructed everyone briefly and then employed the grand concealment technique to sneak inside. Dark clouds enveloped the entire mountain gate of the alchemy sect. Returning to his immortal palace, Xianxia gazed at the desolation, feeling a mix of anger, frustration, and despair. His sects destroyed one by demonic chi. Funger, you're back. A gentle voice echoed in Yanko's mind. It was Cohen Dane's voice. Yanko hurriedly followed the voice. Funger, by the time you hear this transmission jade disc, I will no longer be among the living. As cultivators, we strive against heaven to seek eternal life. Whether spirit or devil, neither is wrong. It's merely a difference in philosophy and path. Remember, don't mourn for me or seek vengeance. I chose to die defending my path. Although I did not choose to cultivate as a devil, that doesn't mean I agree or disagree with your choice. Whatever path you take, I respect it. My teachings to you have been limited, and I am ashamed. But since you called me master, I should leave you something to remember. At the foot of Clear Transformation Peak, look for my specific marking. There, I hid high-grade and supreme-grade elixirs that I've refined over the years. Take them for future needs. Tears streamed down Yanko's cheeks as he listened to Cohen Dane's message. The Patriarch and several elders are now heading to Central Continent. Should you visit Central Continent in the future, you may seek them out. Dane. As Cohen Dane spoke, brief images flashed before Yanko's eyes. Scenes of large numbers of Mohammeds invading, and many talented disciples and elders suddenly showing black smoke in their eyes, turning into mindless killers under someone's control. Moreover, Dane himself was implanted with a demonic seed, evident by his occasional struggle as he spoke. In the end, Dane committed suicide. Why? If there had been no demonic seed, he could have fought the Mohammeds to the death. But he dared not risk it, fearing that losing control might make him a puppet in others' hands. Thus, Dane chose to perish alongside a few demons, considering it a final contribution to the alchemy sect. Yanko felt immense pain. Though this master didn't teach him often, he cared for him deeply as a teacher. Moreover, Yanko had learned a lot about alchemy by watching Dane refine elixirs even before becoming his disciple. Now, gone so suddenly, Yanko felt a profound sense of loss. His first master died by demons. And now, his second master also perished due to demons. Chapter 169. A new use for the Qingyuan spirit apertures. Spike, even if he practiced demonic cultivation himself, ultimately aimed to bring down those who initiated all this chaos. At this moment, Spike felt an unprecedented firmness in his heart. Although both of his masters had died because of demonic influences, he would not give up on demon cultivation. Currently, practicing demonic cultivation was the fastest way for him to grow stronger. If he wanted to avenge his masters, he must achieve the triple cultivation of a demonic spirit body. The situation was urgent, and Spike didn't have much time to stay here. He quickly regained his composure and headed to the marked location that Cohen Casper had mentioned. Following Cohen Casper's instructions, he found various pills left behind by the elder. Among them were 3 life-prolonging 9-turn Shuhai pills. This medicine could save lives, as long as there was still a breath of life left. Spike couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sometimes, he wished his teachers were more adaptable to circumstances. At least they might have survived. But they willingly risked their lives just to uphold the path. Was demonic or spiritual cultivation really that important? Spike didn't understand, nor did he want to. He returned to the cave where Chris and the others were, feeling somewhat desolate. He calmly informed everyone about the Patriarch's departure. Although Spike appeared composed on the surface, everyone could tell that he was feeling deeply dejected and helpless. When Chris heard about Spike's master's demise, she couldn't help but go up and embrace him. Alia, who had previously been wary of Chris getting too close to Spike, surprisingly didn't interrupt this time. She knew Spike was in a very bad state and felt extremely heartbroken for him. After Spike adjusted his state, everyone rested for a day before preparing to set out for the Small Plum Blossom Realm. Through Chris's 9-turn star symbol, they could connect to the entrance and exit of the Small Plum Blossom Realm. Chris gave Spike a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. This talisman could be activated in times of crisis. Once activated, it would transport the user to a random location thousands of miles away. It was an effective means of self-preservation. Regular teleportation talismans typically transported people to fixed locations, primarily used by lower-ranking disciples during training to return to the sect when in danger. The distance covered was usually only tens of miles. However, high-ranking cultivators could cover such distances with just a few breaths, so Spike had only used these talismans when he was at a lower rank. Previously, Spike thought teleportation talismans were impractical, believing his own 3 flight techniques were superior. But this talisman from Chris was clearly extraordinary. Firstly, it was a 5th-rank talisman. Talismans were ranked from 1 to 9 ranks. A 5th-rank teleportation talisman could transport someone over 1,000 miles, indeed allowing quick escape during combat. However, this only applied to cultivators below the Great Ascension stage. Once cultivators reached the Great Ascension stage, they could tear space apart with their bare hands and wouldn't fear a mere 5th-rank teleportation talisman. Secondly, now that the entire Yunzhou was permeated with demonic chi, encountering friendly individuals was rare. Encountering ruthless demonic cultivators who killed on sight made having a teleportation talisman significantly safer. Given the current circumstances, this item was incredibly useful for him. Spike always believed that whether it was alchemy, array formations, or talisman techniques, they could only serve as auxiliary tools. At lower ranks, they were somewhat helpful, but top-tier cultivators considered them minor skills. True heavenly power wielders didn't rely on external tools. Spike carefully stored the talisman and then flew alone toward the entrance of the Small Plum Blossom Realm. This time, Spike didn't take anyone with him. With the entire Yunzhou shrouded in chaos, traveling with more people would be inconvenient and attract unwanted attention. So Spike moved using only his blood chi power in the air, without using spirit or demonic energy, a more discreet method. He walked as if stepping on lotus blossoms, heading towards the ancestral grounds of the Qingyuan sect. As soon as he entered the Qingyuan ancestral grounds, Spike felt his apertures opening widely. This was the first time he returned to the ancestral grounds after opening all his apertures. Could the spirit apertures have some mysterious connection with the ancestral grounds? Frantically absorbing energy, was this a benefit of the Qingyuan aperture technique? After entering the ancestral grounds, Spike noticed that his cultivation had subtle signs of breaking through to the 8th stage Yuan Ing. He hastily suppressed his realm. He needed to build a solid foundation and couldn't let his cultivation level become superficial. It took great effort to stabilize his cultivation, after which he looked around the Qingyuan sect's ancestral grounds. Nearby was a large cliff area with steep cliffs, dense forests, and small streams. It was practically a hidden paradise. But there seemed to be nothing special about it on the surface. So where exactly did its uniqueness lie? Spike tried to channel the energy in the acupoints of his body and suddenly realized that things could actually be stored within these acupoints. After experimenting, he placed divine fire Tianji into one of the acupoints. Instantly, this acupoint became warm, and even the absorbed spiritual energy carried a hint of Tianji's attribute. This discovery felt like finding a new world to Spike. He then put divine fire Kanglin, divine water Xiuxian, and divine water Mangji into the acupoints, along with the continuously nurtured Geo-Core alchemy fire. His Geo-Core alchemy fire had now been nurtured by his spirit Yuan infant to a very powerful state, far more explosive than before, and its size had also noticeably increased. Spike looked at his Geo-Core alchemy fire with satisfaction. After a few more months of nurturing, it would match the heat of divine fire Tianji. Though it still lagged behind Kanglin, it could serve as a new 3-fire magnetic divine fire. He stored 2 water packages in his acupoints simultaneously. Under the current proficiency of Spike, the water packages were extremely stable. Placed into his body's acupoints, they showed surprising stability, with no risk of explosion. Chime. Detected a 2-star fortune nearby the host. Chime. Detected a 5-star fortune nearby the host. 2 consecutive system notifications interrupted Spike's experiments. He noticed that the fortune light columns were not far from him and coincidentally marked the entrance to the miniature world. Could someone have come? The Qingyuan ancestral grounds were located in a secluded canyon, incredibly hidden. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't venture into such desolate, spirit energy-deficient canyons. Nothing grew here, not even a single spirit grass, let alone spirit stone veins. It was a barren place in the eyes of cultivators, but this very canyon concealed the entrance to the small plum blossom realm. One couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of their predecessors. Spike quietly made his way to the location indicated by the system and saw a suspicious-looking demonic cultivator. His attire didn't clearly indicate which sect he belonged to, though it somewhat resembled the Lamar sect. Above his head hovered a 2-star fortune. The demonic cultivation matter was prompted by the demon infant. He hurriedly suppressed his realm. He needed to solidify his foundation. He couldn't let his cultivation become inflated. After finally stabilizing his cultivation, he looked around the area near the Qingyuan sect's ancestral grounds. It was surrounded by cliffs and dense forests with streams, almost like a hidden paradise. But it didn't seem special on the surface. What made it unique? Spike tried activating the apertures in his body and discovered something incredible. They could store items. He experimented by putting divine fire Tianji into one of the apertures, which instantly warmed up, absorbing spiritual energy imbued with attributes of Tianji. Excited by this discovery, he placed divine fire Kanglin, divine water Xiuxian, divine water Mangji, and his constantly nurtured earth core pill fire into the apertures. Now, his earth core pill fire had been nourished by his spirit Yuanying, becoming much stronger and larger than before. Spike observed the earth core pill fire with satisfaction. After a few more months of nurturing, it would rival the heat of divine fire Tianji. Though it still couldn't match Kanglin, it could now serve as a new type of 3-fire magnetic divine fire. He also stored 2 water packages within his apertures. Given his current proficiency, these water packages were incredibly stable. He placed them inside his body's apertures without any worry of explosion. Remarkably stable. Ding. Detected a 2-star chi luck near the host. Ding. Detected a 5-star chi luck near the host. 2 consecutive system notifications interrupted Spike's experiment. He noticed the chi luck pillars were not far from him and coincidentally located at the entrance to the small world. Could someone have arrived? The Qingyuan ancestral grounds were nestled in a valley, extremely secluded. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't visit such a desolate, spirit energy scarce canyon. There wasn't even a single spirit herb or mineral vein here, making it practically barren, known as a dead place among cultivators. But hidden in this canyon was the entrance to the small plum blossom realm. Ancient wisdom was truly remarkable. Spike quietly approached the location indicated by the system and saw a demonic cultivator lurking around. His attire didn't clearly indicate which sect he belonged to, but it resembled that of the Flowing Mist sect. The cultivator had a 2-star chi luck above his head, as indicated by the demon baby prompt. Note: in this translation, I've kept the Chinese names in pinyin and maintained the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence. ####Chapter 169. A new use for the clear source spirit aperture. Boon, even if he cultivated demonic arts, ultimately aimed to bring all those responsible to justice. At this moment, Boon felt an unprecedented resolve in his heart. Although both of his venerable masters had died due to demons, he would not abandon cultivating the demonic path. Cultivating demonic arts was now the fastest way for him to grow. To avenge his masters, he had to cultivate the demon spirit body threefold. The situation was urgent, and Boon didn't have much time to linger here. He quickly composed himself and arrived at the marked spot that Eileen had mentioned. Following Eileen's instructions, he found various medicinal pills left behind, including 3 life-prolonging 9 revolving Huaisu pills. This medicine could save lives as long as there was still a breath of life. Boon couldn't help but sigh, wishing sometimes that his teachers were more practical and adaptable. At least they might still be alive then. But he chose to protect the Tao and was willing to face life or death for it. Was being demonic or spiritual really that important? Boone didn't understand and didn't want to. Feeling dejected, he returned to the cave where Tad and the others were staying. He calmly informed everyone about the patriarch's departure. Although Boone appeared unaffected, everyone could see that he was feeling very down and helpless. Tad couldn't help but embrace Boone when she heard about his master's demise. Previously, Nyla would have been wary of Tad getting close to Boone. But now, seeing them hugging, she surprisingly did not disturb them. She knew how poorly Boone was doing and felt deeply concerned for him. After adjusting his state, the group spent a day resting before preparing to depart for Little Plum Blossom Realm. Through Tad's 9 revolving star charm, they could connect to the entrance of Little Plum Blossom Realm. Tad gave Boone a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. This talisman could be activated in times of crisis, transporting the person to a random location 1,000 miles away once activated. A powerful tool for survival. Regular teleportation talismans typically transported to fixed locations, primarily for lower-ranking disciples on quests who needed to return to their sect when in danger, covering distances of only tens of miles. However, high-rank cultivators could cover such distances in just a few breaths, so Boone had only used them during his early days. Previously, Boone had considered these talismans quite limited, thinking his triple flight technique was superior. However, the talisman Tad gave him was clearly extraordinary. First, it was a 5th-rank talisman. Talismans were categorized from 1st to 9th rank. A 5th-rank teleportation talisman could transport over 1,000 miles, providing a swift escape during battles. However, it was only useful against cultivators below the Great Ascension stage, as once they reached that stage, they could tear through space with their bare hands and wouldn't fear a mere 5th-rank talisman. However, it was only useful against cultivators below the Great Ascension stage, as once they reached that stage, they could tear through space with their bare hands and wouldn't fear a mere 5th-rank talisman. Moreover, with the entire Yunzhou region shrouded in demonic chi, encountering someone friendly was one thing, but meeting demonic cultivators who killed on sight made having a teleportation talisman much safer. Now, this item was indeed extremely useful to him. Boone always believed that alchemy, array formations, and talismans could only play auxiliary roles. In the lower ranks, they still had some use, but to top-tier cultivators, they were trivial. True heavenly powers wouldn't bother with external aids. Carefully storing the talisman, Boone flew alone towards the entrance of Little Plum Blossom Realm. He didn't bring the others again. The whole Yunzhou region was chaotic, and moving in a large group would draw too much attention. Thus, Boone used his blood chi to walk in the air without relying on spirit or demonic energy, making his movement more discreet. He stepped lightly, leaving a lotus flower trail as he approached Clear Source Sect's ancestral land. Upon entering the ancestral land, Boone felt all his acupoints begin to open up widely. It was the first time he returned to the ancestral land after opening his apertures. Could the spiritual apertures and the ancestral land have a mysterious resonance? Frenziedly absorbing energy. This was the benefit of opening apertures in Clear Source. After entering the ancestral land, Boone noticed signs of his cultivation breaking through to the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. He hurriedly suppressed his realm. He needed to consolidate his foundation and couldn't allow his cultivation to become unstable. Once he stabilized his cultivation, he surveyed the area around the Clear Source Sect's ancestral land. The area consisted of vast cliffs, steep walls, dense forests, and streams, resembling a hidden paradise. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary on the surface. Where was the special feature? Boone tried channeling chi through his apertures and discovered that items could be stored within them. Experimenting, he placed Divine Fire Tianji into one aperture, which immediately became warm, even attracting spiritual chi with Tianji's attributes. Feeling like he had discovered new territory, he placed Divine Fire Kanglin, Divine Water Switching, and Divine Water Mangji into the apertures. Of course, there was also his continuously nurtured core earth flame. His core earth flame had grown powerful under his nascent soul's nurturing, becoming far more explosive, and its form had grown significantly. Satisfied with his core earth flame, a few months more of nurturing would make it comparable to Divine Fire Tianji's heat. Although it still lagged behind Kanglin, it could serve as a new 3-fire magnetic storm Divine Fire. He simultaneously stored 2 water spheres into his apertures. Now, Boone had mastered handling these water spheres, making them incredibly stable. He placed them inside his body's apertures, knowing they wouldn't explode and remained remarkably stable. Ding! Detected 2-star luck near the host. Ding! Detected 5-star luck near the host. 2 consecutive system notifications interrupted Boone's experiment. He noticed the source of luck was not far from him, and precisely at the entrance of the small world. Had someone arrived? The Clear Source ancestral land was nestled in a secluded valley. Ordinary cultivators rarely ventured into such desolate, spirit chi-sparse valleys. No herbs grew here, nor any spirit stone veins, rendering it virtually barren, deemed a dead-end place by cultivators. Yet, hidden within this valley, lay the entrance to Little Plum Blossom Realm. Indeed, the ingenuity of previous generations was remarkable. Boone quietly approached the location indicated by the system and saw a sneaky demonic cultivator. His attire didn't reveal his sect, though it resembled the Flowing Vagueness sect. He possessed 2-star luck, and his demonic nature was noted by Boone's demon spirit baby. Chapter 170. What about the sword techniques Boone had learned before? Now that the demonic infant and Boone have balanced control over their consciousness, when Boone is in control of the body, the system also caters to the needs of the demonic infant, providing some guidance. Of course, Boone noticed multiple times along the way that this guidance was all 2-star luck based. He used it to avoid large groups of Mohammeds, but didn't expect to encounter a lone one here. This person has considerable luck recently and will slay an injured netherworld magic salamander, significantly boosting his cultivation. So, the so-called 5-star luck refers to him slaying the salamander. Boone leaped forward, raising his heaven sword, but he still maintained the great concealment technique, preparing for a sneak attack. That somewhat dim-witted disciple seemed lost, searching for something ahead. Strange, I saw that giant worm come this way just now. The demon disciple muttered to himself while searching. Damn, where did it go? As long as I can devour it, I can break through again in the short term. The disciple continued muttering, anxious and clearly focused entirely on finding the netherworld magic salamander. At this moment, Boone suddenly struck, using instant body movement to reach behind the disciple, raising his hand to strike. But Heaven's Sword refused to engage in a sneak attack. As a proud sword spirit, she would only duel her enemies face to face. Boone instantly moved behind the disciple with a punch. The Heavenly Sword spirit slipped away instantly from his hand, leaving Boone awkwardly swinging at empty air, and simultaneously breaking the effect of the great concealment technique. Boone awkwardly revealed his presence. Who's there? The disciple hastily turned back, staring guardedly at Boone. Boone awkwardly withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back. When the disciple saw it was Boone, he suddenly became excited and shouted, "It's a spirit cultivator? Ha ha ha, truly seeking death. Since you've delivered yourself here, then become my nourishment." Saying this, he took out his magic weapon, a swallowing sky demon banner. He waved it towards Boone. Boone felt a bit embarrassed indeed. Being caught sneaking up on someone is quite embarrassing. However, since the other party was intent on fighting or killing him without any reason, there was no need for further hesitation. Since Heaven's Sword refused to assist, Boone immediately drew his other sword, Wilbur Sword. The two immediately clashed. Watching Boone constantly defend, the Mary Beth frowned. She suddenly realized how quickly her master's sword skills had regressed. Before, they had been well-shaped, but now these were messy moves. The Mary Beth couldn't help but cover her forehead, troubled. She didn't know that all the days she taught Boone weren't teaching the current Boone, nor even her master, but the demonic infant. Because Boone and the demonic infant shared the same body, and during the master recognition, it was Boone's blood that played a role. Moreover, as Eileen mentioned, cultivating spirits and demons is merely different energies, not distinguished by righteousness or evil. Therefore, for the Mary Beth, the demon-cultivating infant and the spirit-cultivating Boone were indistinguishable. Additionally, since the demonic infant arose from Boone's consciousness, they originated from the same source, essentially making them one person. Thus, she naturally didn't suspect the demonic infant's identity, believing she had taught her master sword skills. But now, it seemed otherwise. Her master had suddenly forgotten. In reality, Boone genuinely hadn't mastered sword skills. He never studied systematically. The demonic infant and Boone were two separate minds, memories not synchronized. Hence, how could Boone remember the sword techniques the Mary Beth taught? Seeing the clumsy combat between the two, the Mary Beth felt agitated. Unable to bear watching anymore, she communicated telepathically with Wilbur Sword, urging it to help Boone. Unexpectedly, Wilbur Sword remained unmoving, obediently following Boone's attacks. Previously, Boone rarely used it, usually keeping the Xian level weapon hidden. Revised for fluency and consistency. Previously, Boone seldom used it, typically keeping the Xian level weapon concealed. Note, Xian level is kept as is because it seems to be a specific term from the context of the story. Initially, because he thought such weapons should be kept secret, not exposing wealth unnecessarily. Besides, the opponents he encountered weren't formidable enough to warrant using a Xian level weapon. Note, for better fluency and consistency in English, Xianji should be translated as Xian level, or a suitable equivalent term that has been consistently used in the rest of the document. If Xian has been explained earlier as a specific tier or class, you should use that established terminology. For this example, I'll assume Xian level is the consistent term. Besides, the opponents he encountered weren't formidable enough to warrant using a Xian level weapon. If Xian hasn't been previously defined, it would be best to provide an explanation or choose a descriptive term like high tier or elite. Besides, the opponents he encountered weren't formidable enough to warrant using a high tier weapon. Later, he felt using fists was better than swords. Moreover, without systematic training, he couldn't unleash Wilbur Sword's full potential. His martial arts skill, 8 Extremes Crumbling, worked perfectly, including the later developed magnetic explosive Divine Fire, which proved invaluable in battles. And his alchemy practice frequently involved fire, leading him to put aside the sword again. Thus, the Wilbur Sword, like a child sent into cold storage, wasn't responding when used by Boone. The Mohammed, seeing Boone's clumsy swordplay, inwardly sneered. Such a weak cultivator attempting to sneak attack? Purely courting death. Become my nourishment. With a bloodthirsty gaze, the Mohammed launched his strongest move towards Boone. Heaven's Sword unsheathed. A clear hum. Finally unable to hold back, even if her master was a fool who forgot after learning for so long, she couldn't let him die. The Mohammed, seeing the flying Heaven's Sword, panicked and raised his banner. But in an instant, the banner shattered into pieces. Heaven's Sword technique. First form. Fragmented. The demon banner was utterly ruined. At this moment, Boone didn't idle either, again using instant body movement behind the Mohammed. 8 Extremes Crumbling. This strike hit the Mohammed squarely in the back. How could the Mohammed withstand 6 layers of hidden force and 8 Extremes Crumbling? He spat blood and flew backward. Boone advanced towards the Mohammed, with the Mary Beth closely following. While helping Boone, she also didn't forget to lecture Wilbur Sword. Little Wilbur, what about the moves sister taught you? You didn't forget them all, right? If you did, practice another 100 times upon returning. Also, seize opportunities in battle. Don't let opponents suppress you or the master. If they're stronger, find their weaknesses. Attacking weaknesses speeds things up. Chapter 170. What happened to the sword techniques Boone learned before? Now that the demon infancy and Boone have balanced control of their consciousness, when Boone controls the body, the system also takes care of Boone's needs for demon infancy, providing some guidance. Of course, this guidance was noticed by Boone multiple times during his journey. It was always 2-star fortune guidance. He had used this to avoid large groups of Mohammeds, but didn't expect to encounter a straggler here. This person has recently possessed good fortune and will soon slay an injured 9 abyss magic salamander, greatly enhancing their cultivation. So, the 5-star fortune referred to him slaying the salamander. Boone leaped forward with his heaven sword raised, but he maintained the grand concealment technique, preparing to ambush the other party. That dazed disciple seemed to be lost, searching for something ahead. That's odd. I saw that giant insect come this way just now. The demon disciple muttered to himself as he searched. What a nuisance, where did it go? As long as I can devour it, I'll break through again in no time. The disciple continued to mutter anxiously, clearly focused on finding the 9 abyss magic salamander. At this moment, Boone suddenly attacked, using instantaneous movement to appear behind the disciple and readying an attack. But Heaven Sword refused to ambush. As an arrogant sword spirit, it only wanted to duel its opponent face to face. As Boone moved behind the disciple, he punched out. The Heaven Sword spirit instantly slipped away, leaving Boone awkwardly punching at air. This move also canceled the effect of the grand concealment technique. Boone revealed himself, looking embarrassed. Who are you? The disciple hurriedly turned back, staring cautiously at Boone. Boone awkwardly withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back. Seeing Boone, the disciple suddenly shouted excitedly. A spirit cultivator? Ha ha, truly asking for death. Since you've delivered yourself to me, then become my nourishment. With that, he took out his magical artifact, a swallowing sky demon banner, and swung it at Boone. Boone felt somewhat embarrassed about being caught while attempting an ambush, which is indeed embarrassing. However, since the other party intended to fight or kill upon seeing him without question, there was no need for any reservations anymore. Since Heaven Sword refused to assist, Boone immediately drew his other sword, the Supreme Mystery Sword. They instantly clashed. Watching Boone constantly defending, the Heaven Sword spirit frowned. Huh. She suddenly noticed her master's sword skills had regressed so quickly. Previously, he had learned quite well, yet now these moves were messy. The Heaven Sword spirit couldn't help but cover her forehead in frustration. She didn't know that the Boone she taught for days wasn't the real Boone but demon infancy. Due to Boone sharing one body with demon infancy, it was Boone's blood that initiated the binding. Besides, as Senior Profound Mechanism said, spirit cultivation and demon cultivation differ only in energy type, not in righteous or evil paths. Thus, to the Heaven Sword spirit, demon infancy wasn't different from spirit cultivating Boone. Furthermore, demon infancy originated from Boone's consciousness, essentially making them one entity. Hence, she never doubted demon infancy's identity and believed she had thoroughly taught her master sword techniques. Yet, it seemed her master had suddenly forgotten. In reality, Boone truly hadn't mastered swordsmanship because he hadn't systematically studied it. Demon infancy and Boone were separate consciousnesses, and their memories didn't synchronize. How could Boone remember the sword techniques taught by the Heaven Sword spirit? Watching the clumsy battle, the Heaven Sword spirit felt extremely irritable. She couldn't bear it anymore and sent a message to the Supreme Mystery Sword, urging it to help Boone. But the Supreme Mystery Sword remained motionless, obediently following Boone's movements. Initially, Boone rarely used it because he felt high-level mystical weapons should be kept hidden, and the opponents weren't formidable enough to necessitate such weapons. Later, he preferred fists over swords. Additionally, lacking systematic training, he couldn't fully harness the power of the Supreme Mystery Sword. His martial art 8-pole destruction was practical, including the Magnetoblast Divine Fire developed later. Each skill was excellent in combat. During alchemy, he often played with fire, further sidelining the sword. Thus, the Supreme Mystery Sword felt neglected, unable to cooperate smoothly when wielded by Boone. The Mohammed sneered inwardly at Boone's clumsy swordsmanship. Such a weak cultivator dared to ambush him, truly seeking death. Become my nourishment. The Mohammed, with bloodthirsty eyes, unleashed his strongest move. Woong. Heaven Sword unsheathed. A clear ringing sound. Unable to hold back, even if her master had practiced so much but forgot everything, she wouldn't let him die. The Mohammed, terrified by the flying Heaven Sword, hastily raised his banner. In an instant, the banner shattered into pieces. Heaven Sword technique. First move. Fragmentation. The banner was now completely useless. Meanwhile, Boone hadn't been idle, using instantaneous movement to reach behind the Mohammed. 8-pole destruction. This move hit the Mohammed's back. How could the Mohammed withstand the 6-fold dark power of 8-pole destruction? He spat blood and flew backward. Chasing after the Mohammed, the Heaven Sword spirit joined in, simultaneously educating the Supreme Mystery Sword. Little Supreme Mystery, do you forget what I taught you? If you do, practice another 100 times. Also, seize opportunities in battle. Don't let your opponent overwhelm both you and your master. If they're stronger, find their weakness. Attacking weaknesses will speed up the process. Chapter 171. Using demonic creatures in medicine. Hashtag Chapter 171. Using a magical creature in medicine. Seeing that the Wilbur sword seemed somewhat afraid and dared not make a sound, the Dewey couldn't help but feel despair over its lack of resolve. Little Wilbur, you're done for. I'll have to train you thoroughly after this. Otherwise, how can you help Dominic fight with this attitude? The Dewey continued nagging at the Wilbur sword spirit, but Boone didn't hear any of it. He had already reached the wounded Muhammad. No, don't kill me. The Muhammad was severely injured and could not activate his demonic powers to escape. Seeing Boone approaching step by step, he dragged his body backward in terror. Boone wasn't one to hesitate. His pace remained steady. Reaching the Muhammad, he struck with a single sword thrust, ending the demon's life. He then smoothly harvested a demon crystal, adding more sustenance for the demon infant. The moment the Muhammad died, the system's voice sounded in Boone's ears. Congratulations, host. Successful interception. Binding luck now. Luck bound successfully. Following the system's prompt, Boone arrived at a cave entrance. Just as he approached, he caught the pungent smell emanating from inside. The injured demon salamander was in there. Pinching his nose, Boone thought he would inevitably face another battle if he entered. It wasn't that he feared trouble or couldn't endure the smell. He simply wanted to finish this quickly. Why not throw a water pouch inside to give this unsanitary beast a taste of something new? Thinking of it, he immediately took out a water pouch containing Mangji divine water and threw it inside. Using instant teleportation and tri-flying techniques, Boone ran away at top speed. Once he felt safe, he silently uttered the command, "Explode." In the next instant, boom, the entire mountain was flattened instantly. The familiar mushroom cloud rose again. Boone waited quietly until the aftermath settled, then went to collect his spoils. Upon returning, he saw the demon salamander dead beyond recognition. Its skin was tough, even more so because it was a demonic beast, but being at the epicenter of the explosion left its body shredded. What a tragic end. However, every part of the demon salamander was valuable. Its essence, blood, and bones were excellent medicines, while eating its flesh could strengthen muscles and bones. No wonder it was a 5-star good fortune event. Boone collected the meat, intending to share it among the others. It was an excellent supplement. Digging deeper, he found the demon salamander's magic core. Boone saved it for the demon infant, who was still asleep. No telling when it would wake up. This time, Boone reaped a great harvest. Despite the extensive damage to the demon salamander's body, some essence blood remained. He carefully stored it in a small medicine bottle. Unfortunately, due to the explosion's severity, only a tiny bottle of essence blood survived from such a large beast. The essence blood should be used immediately for optimal effect. Leaving it too long would weaken its potency. Thus, Boone decided to refine pills right there. According to Cohen Ethan's records, the ingredients included the essence of 9 abyss salamander. However, since most beasts now practice demonic arts, Boone planned to use the essence blood of a demonic creature instead. Given that both demonic and spiritual energies ultimately enter the body to strengthen it, and considering the minor difference in energy systems, Boone believed it feasible. Undeniably, Boone's idea was bold. In the ancient era when demon and spirit cultivation coexisted, someone might have tried it before, but no historical records exist. Additionally, modern cultivators deemed demonic energy impure. Thus, using essence blood, bones, and flesh of demonic creatures as medicinal ingredients was indeed groundbreaking. Only with the Wilbur fantasy technique, which filtered impurities from demonic energy, did Boone dare to experiment so boldly. Recalling the last time refining a 6th grade pill drew thunderbolts, Boone wondered if history would repeat. Last time, the potion included demonic energy, leading to the celestial lightning. Meanwhile, Cohen Casper refined 6th grade pills without invoking thunderbolts. Boone concluded that the celestial lightning might be related to demonic energy. He set up the alchemy furnace, tossed in the salamander bone, and added 9 spirits grass, heaven inquiring leaves, and other ingredients, beginning the refinement process. As time passed, Boone steadily introduced various rare materials into the furnace. Simultaneously, he activated the Wilbur fantasy technique to filter out impurities, purifying the demonic elements within. Soon, the concoction inside the furnace turned black. Yet, it didn't feel oppressive or cold. Other alchemists might not notice the presence of demonic energy. Next came the critical phase, condensing the pill. Boone infused both spiritual and demonic energy into the furnace, compressing the mixture. Gradually, a pleasant medicinal fragrance arose. Boone, sensing a shiver in his muscles, realized this potion might surpass his expectations in strengthening the body. Suddenly, dark clouds began gathering overhead, with faint rumbling signaling imminent thunder. Unexpectedly, his pill-making once again attracted celestial lightning, but it seemed less intense than before. A strong medicinal aroma filled the air. Success. Opening the furnace, Boone found 25 black pills resting quietly at the bottom. Dark clouds above grew turbulent. A lightning tribulation loomed. Boone quickly gathered the pills and swallowed one. The Great Return pill of 9 abysses was exceptional for strengthening the body. Given its main ingredient's demonic nature, renaming it the 9 abyss magic essence pill seemed fitting. Running the Wilbur fantasy technique, Boone further enhanced his physical state. Meanwhile, the thunderclouds above rumbled louder, flashing golden light as the tribulation descended. Chapter 172, Star Universe. At this moment, Boone also opened his eyes. After consuming the Netherworld Demon Spirit Pill, more than half of his chronic ailments were eradicated, sufficient for him to face the surging calamity clouds above. This time, it was just a regular thunder tribulation, with only 3 stages of lightning. Such an ordinary 3-stage thunder tribulation was far inferior to the previous 9-stage thunder tribulation. Just like a person who has seen a phoenix would not even give a wild pheasant a second glance, Boone, who had experienced the 9-stage thunder tribulation, looked up at the 3-stage thunder tribulation without the slightest hint of fear. Boone directly took on the heavenly thunder with his 4-layered golden body. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 strikes of lightning, the lightning on Boone's body became denser. He passed through effortlessly. However, Boone felt somewhat regretful in his heart. This thunder tribulation lasted too short, and he didn't even manage to collect any lightning essence. If others knew about Boone's thoughts, they would surely call him insane. Thunder tribulations are often life-threatening, and other cultivators all feared the arrival of a thunder tribulation. Yet, Boone wore an expression of enjoyment now, and he was even afraid that the thunder tribulation would be too weak. Boone's body had already recovered significantly by this time, so he opened his inner sight, allowing his divine consciousness to descend onto the Yuan Ing within his body. He turned his head and saw the fedora beside him, which was still in deep slumber with its eyes closed. The thunder essence accumulated from the previous 9-stage thunder tribulation was still swirling around the fedora's body, constantly condensing. Boone noticed that there was an additional diamond-shaped purple mark on the forehead of the fedora, looking like a tattoo or a birthmark as if it were naturally formed. If Boone wasn't clear himself, he might have believed that the mark had been on the fedora from the beginning. After settling everything properly, Boone prepared to enter Little Plum Blossom Realm directly. He took out a magic soul pill and swallowed it. Perhaps because his strength had fully recovered, he found time to comment that the taste of the magic soul pill wasn't as good as the netherworld demon spirit pill. However, he wondered where Edie obtained the netherworld yellow spring water and thought of finding a chance to ask her for some more. At this point, Boone arrived at the entrance of the Little Plum Blossom Realm. He took out the 9-turn stellar token given to him by Tad and began to connect the entrance of the Little Plum Blossom Realm. A swirl of flowing light emitted from the token in Boone's hand, with rainbow-like beams spreading out. The light circle gradually expanded, enveloping the entire entrance of the Little Plum Blossom Realm. As the beautiful halo flickered, the entrance of the Little Plum Blossom Realm smoothly connected to the 9-turn stellar token. At this moment, Boone's mind also entered the interior of the 9-turn stellar token. He immersed himself in it and discovered that there were indeed 9 stars revolving inside, fitting its name perfectly. No wonder it was called this. Upon entering, Boone realized these 9 stars were composed of 8 planets orbiting a sun, a miniature star system reminiscent of his previous life. Flying closer, Boone couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the world inside this charm. The interface of the Little Plum Blossom Realm was automatically connected to the 3rd planet, and Boone found that this particular planet resembled Blue Star from his previous life the most. Boone could not help but feel a surge of nostalgia, imagining glimpses of scenes from before he transmigrated, as if he were once again seeing glimpses of his past life. Could the boundless universe be the inner worlds of cultivators? Then, could the Blue Star where he used to live actually be just a small world within a cultivator? While Boone was deep in thought, the entrance of the Little Plum Blossom Realm suddenly started to expand, merging with the new world. As Boone flew forward to investigate, he saw a Hildred sect disciple flying towards him on a sword. Bold one. Who dares to create chaos in our Hildred sect? The disciple was clearly a young initiate, not recognizing Boone. Boone found this amusing. He flew closer to observe the disciple and noticed that the disciple looked somewhat dim-witted, but above his head, 7-star luck columns were shining. This disciple is a realm-born son and will receive guidance from his Qimeng teacher, obtaining suitable martial techniques that will benefit him for life. Correction. This disciple is a realm-born son and will receive guidance from his Qimeng teacher, acquiring suitable martial arts techniques that will benefit him for life. Note, the term Qimeng can be translated as enlightenment or initiation, but in this context, it likely refers to the initial guidance or teaching. Since there isn't a direct English equivalent, it's better to leave it as is or explain further if necessary. Here, I'll leave it as Qimeng to maintain authenticity while ensuring the rest of the sentence flows naturally. Final version. This disciple is a realm-born son and will receive guidance from his Qimeng teacher, acquiring suitable martial arts techniques that will benefit him for life. For better fluency and understanding for an English reader, you may consider. This disciple is a realm-born son and will receive guidance from his enlightenment teacher, acquiring suitable martial arts techniques that will benefit him for life. The guidance of opportunity pointed clearly at him, Boone. Boone thought to himself that it seemed like it was indeed time to take on a disciple, and this disciple was indeed very suitable for his cultivation method. What's your name? Thinking of this, Boone asked kindly with a smile. Delbert, you haven't said who you are yet? The disciple blurted out, then pointed his sword at Boone. Boone. What? Delbert was greatly startled. Your Lord Sect Dominic Boone of Hildred Sect? How do you prove it? Boone was not angry and still answered with a smile. Any elder of the Hildred Sect can confirm it. Delbert looked at Boone doubtfully for a few moments, unsure of what he was thinking, then loudly said, Disciple Delbert, pays respects to the Sect Dominic? Take me back to the sect. With that, the two flew directly towards Hildred Sect. As they flew, Boone could sense the immense power contained within the 9-turn stellar token. This energy, perhaps akin to spiritual power, yet not quite, appeared similar to the pictures of the universe he had seen in his previous life when viewed from afar, with 9 prominent stars and scattered specks of stardust nearby. Feeling this energy, Boone marveled at the grandeur of this charm and wondered who could have created something so powerful. If he had the chance in the future, he would certainly devote himself to researching this. Before long, Boone and Delbert arrived at the Little Plum Blossom Realm. Inside the Little Plum Blossom Realm, everything remained vibrant and peaceful, a place untouched by external influences. Seeing Boone, and stood dumbstruck, as if she couldn't believe it. Having not seen and for a long time, Boone stepped forward and embraced her waist, and finally came to her senses and, without regard for Delbert nearby, kissed Boone passionately after their long separation. After a while, they finally parted, and Boone turned to look at Delbert standing awkwardly aside, raising an eyebrow. Do you believe I am your Sect Dominic now? And noticed Delbert at this moment and blushed slightly. Meanwhile, the people who followed Boone previously finally received the news and hurried towards the Sect Dominic peak. Sect Dominic. Sect Dominic. You've finally returned. Sect Dominic, please check if I've become stronger. Everyone spoke excitedly to Boone, and Boone couldn't help but smile warmly at the scene. He raised his hand, and everyone instantly fell silent. Boone swept his gaze over each of their faces, finally stopping on Carl. Chapter 172, Stars and Universe. At this moment, Boone opened his eyes. After consuming the 9 Abyss Demon Spirit Pill, most of his long-standing ailments were gone, allowing him to face the churning thunderclouds above him. This time, it was just an ordinary thunder tribulation with only 3 layers of lightning. The difference between this ordinary 3-layered lightning tribulation and the previous 9-layered one was vast. It's like someone who has seen a phoenix wouldn't be impressed by a pheasant. Having experienced the 9-layered thunder, Boone looked at the 3-layered one above him without fear. Boone directly used his 4th-tier golden body to resist the heavenly thunder. Clang clang clang. After 3 thunder strikes, the lightning enveloping Boone's body became even denser. He passed through easily, but deep down, Boone felt a bit regretful. This tribulation lasted too short a time. He didn't even collect any lightning essence. If anyone else knew about this thought of Boone's, they would undoubtedly call him insane. The arrival of a thunder tribulation often means risking one's life, but other cultivators feared what Boone now faced with enjoyment, and he was even afraid there wasn't enough lightning. Now that Boone's body had recovered well, he activated his internal vision and projected his divine sense into the nascent soul within him. He turned to look at the demonic infant beside him, which was still sleeping with its eyes closed. The lightning essence accumulated from the previous 9-layered thunder still swirled around the demonic infant, continuously refining itself. Boone noticed a new purple diamond-shaped mark on the demonic infant's forehead. It looked like a tattoo or birthmark, completely natural. If not for Boone's clear knowledge, he might have thought this mark had been there all along. Having settled everything, Boone prepared to enter the little plum blossom realm. He consumed a demon soul pill, finding its taste inferior to the 9 abyss demon spirit pill now that his strength was fully restored. However, it occurred to him that he should ask Edie where she got the 9 abyss yellow spring water, as he might need more in the future. Now, Boone stood at the entrance to the little plum blossom realm. He took out the 9 revolution star charm given by Tad and began to seal the entrance. Rays of light circulated around, with colorful beams radiating from the charm in Boone's hand. The light gradually expanded and wrapped the entire entrance of the little plum blossom realm. With the beautiful halo shining, the entrance smoothly connected to the 9 revolution star charm. Meanwhile, Boone's consciousness entered the charm. Inside, he found the namesake, a system of 9 stars revolving. No wonder it had such a name. Inside the charm, Boone discovered 8 planets orbiting a central sun, a miniature star system similar to what he remembered from his past life. As he approached, marveling at the vastness within this charm, Boone noted the 3rd planet resembled the blue planet of his former world. Unable to resist, he speculated if after so many years, this scene hinted at something familiar from before his transmigration. Was the boundless universe a realm inside a cultivator? Could the blue planet where he once lived just be a small world within some cultivator? Just as Boone was lost in these thoughts, the entrance to the little plum blossom realm began to grow, merging both worlds. Checking it out, Boone saw a Wilbur sect disciple flying towards him on a sword. Bold one. Who dares to cause trouble in Wilbur sect? This clearly young disciple didn't recognize Boone. Amused, Boone approached, noting the disciple seemed a bit dim-witted, but was crowned with a 7-star pillar of destiny. This is a chosen one, destined to receive guidance from his enlightenment teacher, suitable martial arts, benefiting him for life. And the guiding opportunity seemed to point to himself. Boone realized it was indeed time to take on a disciple, and this one fit his cultivation methods well. What's your name? Boone asked kindly. Delbert. And who are you? The disciple bluntly replied, then pointed his sword at Boone. Boone. What? Are you sect leader Boone of Wilbur sect? How do I know? Unperturbed, Boone smiled. Ask any elder for verification. The puzzled Delbert hesitated for a moment and then declared, Disciple Delbert greets sect leader. Take me back to the sect. They flew toward Wilbur sect. Boone sensed the immense energy within the 9 revolution star charm. The energy felt like spirit power but was different. From afar, besides the obvious 9 stars, there were scattered starlights nearby, resembling the universe pictures he had seen in his past life. Feeling this power, Boone marveled at the grandeur and wished to study it further one day. Arriving at the little plum blossom realm, everything remained lush and serene, unaffected by external chaos. Seeing Boone, and froze, seemingly disbelieving. Long unseen, Boone stepped forward and embraced her waist, coming to her senses, and kissed Boone passionately, ignoring Delbert's presence. Finally parting, Boone turned to the nervous Delbert and raised an eyebrow. Do you believe I'm your sect leader now? And, noticing Delbert, blushed slightly. Soon, others who had followed Boone earlier rushed over upon hearing the news. Sect leader. Sect leader, you're finally back. Sect leader, see how much stronger I've become. Voices buzzed around Boone, who smiled contentedly. Lifting his hand, he silenced everyone. His gaze swept across each face and stopped at Carl. Chapter 173, Delbert's Extraordinary Talent. When Bruce and the others arrived, they had already heard that Delbert had a stroke of luck and met the sect Dominic right after coming out. They returned together. Bruce said with a smile. Dominic, it's been a long time since you've been back. I picked up this kid from the wilderness. Boone noticed that Bruce was now in the nascent soul stage and praised him. Wow, Carl, you've reached the nascent soul stage already. Very impressive. Bruce, embarrassed by Boone's praise, scratched his head and humbly replied, Thank you, Dominic. It's all because of your teaching. He then thought of Delbert and hurried to explain, The day I found Xiaotian, I felt it was destiny, so I named him Xiaotian and gave him the surname Yi on my own initiative. Seeing Bruce's nervousness, Boone smiled warmly and said, No problem. I have great karmic ties with this child. I've decided to take him as my disciple. What? Everyone was shocked except for Anne, who smiled pleasantly. She had already noticed this boy's talent for alchemy. He possessed fire spirit root, making him highly suitable for alchemy. She hadn't taken any disciples yet, just waiting for Boone's return. Indeed, as expected, Boone also favored this boy. Seeing everyone's shock, Boone chuckled and confirmed again, I find Xiaotian's talent exceptional. It would be a waste to make him just a mountain patrolling disciple. From now on, he will be a direct disciple of our Wilbur sect and my eldest disciple. At this moment, Delbert could no longer contain his excitement. His mood soared sky high, feeling as if he could fly with happiness. He rushed over to kneel beside Boone and sincerely kowtowed 3 times. Boone smiled and handed Delbert a cultivation jade disc containing Carmelo Brothers' various alchemy notes, all compiled and organized by Boone himself. Now, he was imparting everything to Delbert. Delbert's mind reeled at the information inside the jade disc. These were all alchemy techniques. Seeming to read Delbert's thoughts, Boone nodded and added, This contains the art of alchemy. When I'm not around, you can consult Cohen Graceland, understand? Delbert immediately puffed out his chest and responded loudly, Understood. I'll learn from mother-in-law. Everyone burst into laughter, while Anne instantly blushed and fled. After his rare visit, Boone, seeing Carl and others' unwavering loyalty, modified the dog-killing sword technique which he once taught Franklin and distributed it among them. Yes, he intended to pass the dog-killing sword technique to all disciples of Wilbur sect. Next, came the private lessons between Boone and Delbert. Without reservation, Boone directly imparted his famous martial skills, which he used most frequently, to Delbert. The 8 extremes bursting skill, the dog-killing sword technique, the great void body refining technique. Even after testing his comprehension, Boone taught him the improved version of the flawless scripture. Because Delbert practiced the same Wilbur Piao record technique, an excellent mystic-level cultivation method, Boone didn't change his practice method. Moreover, his own Wilbur illusion formula and the Wilbur Piao record given to everyone were related parent-child cultivation methods concerning spirit threads, which naturally couldn't be passed to others. Overwhelmed by the numerous powerful techniques, Delbert felt like he was the luckiest person in the world, having encountered such a kind Dominic Boone. What he didn't know was that this was only the beginning. Boone further examined Delbert and found that his comprehension of alchemy and body refinement was extremely high. So, he finalized the 8 extremes bursting skill as his foundational martial skill and bestowed a thread of Earth Core Alchemy Fire Essence to him. Although this Earth Core Alchemy Fire wasn't among the top 50 Divine Fires listed in the Divine Fire rankings, its power level was close to those within the top 100. From then on, Delbert focused on alchemy, physical combat, and close-range explosive martial arts, the 8 extremes bursting skill paired with Earth Core Alchemy Fire. Thus, a mini, youthful version of Boone was splendidly born. After passing down all the cultivation techniques, Boone told Delbert to cultivate following his heart. He didn't need to stay cooped up in the sect and should venture outside more often. Venturing outside was definitely necessary. Though Delbert was only at the Golden Core stage, according to the system's prompt, he was the son of fortune in the plum world. Thus, fortune would inevitably come pouring to him continuously. Letting him explore wouldn't be an issue. As a standard characteristic of a son of fortune, whatever he did would benefit him, and when in danger, someone would always come to save him. Taking in a son of fortune as a disciple, irrespective of interception or not, just staying in the Wilbur sect would bring prosperity to the sect. This was the inherent effect of being a son of fortune. After sending Delbert off to comprehend the cultivation techniques, Boone ventured outside and chatted with the elders of Wilbur sect, including Jace Dahai. Then, he convened the leaders of other formidable sects outside Wilbur sect and met with them all. Everyone appeared exceptionally excited upon meeting the overlord of Plum World, vying to show their enthusiasm. Boone praised them all, especially commending their contributions to jointly protecting Plum World. Each sect received a reward of 1 billion spirit stones. Following this, based on their performance, he also bestowed high-quality spirit pills. This solidified Boone's position even further in the hearts of the people of Plum World. Bidding farewell to everyone, Boone went to the direct connection point between the two worlds. The 9-turn-star realm moved with him, effectively grafting the Plum World onto this 9-turn-star rune. He walked alone into the 9-turn-star universe, intending to experiment with something. Spirit threads. Flying out of the star, he once again entered the vast universe. Looking back, he saw a small, brightly shining sphere. This was the spatial node connecting the Plum World. Since accumulating spirit threads previously, he had never tested their power. Even in dire straits, he didn't use them. He wasn't sure what destruction these spirit threads might cause, whether they would harm his friends nearby or even kill him along with them. He wasn't ready to take that risk. Previously, even if he used spirit force to create magnetic explosion divine fire that left him covered in wounds, he still had a chance of survival. But using spirit threads was something Boone dared not imagine. He estimated that it would mean certain death. So, he never tried it before, and he dared not try it now. Chapter 174. Powerful moves, too afraid to use. But things are different now. Here we have the vast expanse of the cosmos. Casting a magnetic spirit storm fire here should be fine, right? For Boone, this is currently the only place he can experiment. Without further hesitation, he began drawing on spiritual thoughts to create divine fire. He realized the azure divine fire he conjured with his spiritual thoughts was over 100 times more powerful than before. Next, he also simulated the sky-scorching fire. The two divine fires emitted an unsettling sizzle, making Boone's scalp tingle. However, with no other factors to interfere and his utmost concentration, he managed to complete the magnetic burst divine fire well. Observing the chaotic energy within it continuously growing, he even felt that this spiritual thought-created magnetic burst divine fire could expand on its own. Simultaneously, it absorbed a few strands of spiritual thoughts. Boone had 10 strands of spiritual thoughts in total. He extracted one to form a water orb. The water orb shone brilliantly in front of Boone, appearing alluring and beautiful, yet he could sense that its power surpassed ordinary water orbs by 100-fold. So it's true what they say, the prettier something is, the more dangerous it can be. Spiritual thoughts contain enormous amounts of volatile energy, akin to a compressed version of spirit force, and essentially, a water orb is also compressed. Therefore, crafting a water orb with spiritual thoughts far exceeded the normal compression techniques, naturally increasing its power exponentially. Moreover, the spiritual thoughts were filled with formidable mental energy. Despite the spirit force energy being volatile, it was derived from cultivation techniques, hence very obedient. Only then did Boone dare to test it out. After all, his life mattered most. Furthermore, the spiritual thoughts in his body could only be replenished upon entering the Plum World, and they were already at their limit. Therefore, he decided to attempt using the spiritual thought bomb. Boone patiently condensed a fireball and hurled it afar. He waited for the distant fourth star's gravity to pull the fireball away before silently commanding, "Explode." Boom! An immense burst of light instantly illuminated the entire dark cosmic space. The poor fourth star used for testing by Boone now bore a massive crater on its surface. That crater astonishingly covered 1/5 of the star's surface. Given that a single star's surface area roughly equates to the entirety of Yunzhou continent in Yuqing land, this one move had caused such destruction. From this, would it mean that Boone could now destroy 1/5 of the Yunzhou continent with a single move? Even Boone was taken aback. The power of spiritual thoughts indeed exceeded his expectations. While feeling awed by spiritual thoughts' might, Boone experienced mixed emotions of worry and joy. Joy because he now had another ace up his sleeve. The magnetic spirit bomb. Once deployed, who could stand against it? But still, Boone dared not use it. Recalling earlier instances where regular magnetic burst divine fires nearly blasted him into severe injuries, causing so much pain that he almost let the demon infant take over completely. Had he not gone through a series of events later on, resolving matters with the demon infant would have been unattainable, let alone dealing with a bomb 10 to 100 times more powerful. Can this spiritual thought bomb really be used? Boone was hesitant. He felt the martial arts skills he created couldn't be considered safe. Though powerful, if he couldn't wield them and found himself hesitating in battles, these skills would have been better left uncreated. With conflicting emotions, Boone returned to the little plum world. Nighttime. Anne's bedroom. Boone sneakily climbed through the window. He was familiar with the room, effortlessly finding Anne's bed, while unconsciously embracing her waist. Do you know how to use doors? Anne rolled her eyes at him, but made no effort to push him away. Boone rubbed the back of his head and said, I need to see you urgently. Walking through the door would be too noticeable. And glanced down at his hand still around her waist and raised an eyebrow. Oh, urgently? Boone, face unmoved and heart unperturbed, pulled her closer. It is urgent, but I also miss you. After I finish talking, I'll leave again. Hearing Boone speak so directly, Anne's breathing quickened, her chest heaving up and down. She leaned her head against Boone's chest, abandoning her usual composure. I missed you too. This time, can you take me with you? I want to stay by your side. I don't want to remain here anymore. Seeing and in such a delicate state, Boone felt moved and held her tighter, speaking gravely. Polly, the world outside has changed. Immediately, Boone told Anne about the demonic chi pollution spreading across the entire Yunzhou and everyone cultivating demon techniques. Anne was alarmed, especially when she heard about Boone nearly getting injured and surrounded by Mohammeds, even attempting to check his injuries. In that case, I should go out and help you. It's too dangerous out there. I'm very worried. Boone smiled affectionately, stroking Anne's head. Rest assured, I'm fine, as you can see. But, the situation outside is indeed dire. I previously joined the alchemy sect, hoping they would protect us, but now even they've fallen. Outside, those Mohammeds are extremely rampant. They kill anyone who doesn't cultivate demons and absorb their cultivation base. Saying this, Boone's tone turned heavy. In this aspect, Mohammeds seemed to have an unfair advantage. Absorbing others' cultivation bases was much faster than accumulating them individually. This was why many surrendered to the demons once large-scale attacks began. Furrowing her brows and said, looks like it's safer here in the small plum world. Why don't you stay and focus on cultivation, then venture out after reaching the union stage? Although considering Boone's safety, this wasn't what he wanted. If he intended to do so, he wouldn't have informed Anne. Shaking his head, he replied, cultivation means advancement or regression. One retreat could hinder my path greatly. And, I also need to hunt for opportunities. Hunt for opportunities? Hashtag chapter 175, Sky. Boone felt somewhat awkward under Anne's puzzled gaze. He scratched his head and explained, it means seeking opportunities. Since I feel that opportunities are alive, I subconsciously use the term, hunting da. Okay, you don't need to explain so much to me. I'm your woman. Why would I think ill of you just because of some words you say? And spoke gently. And since I am your woman now, naturally, I will follow you. As she spoke, Anne's cheeks gradually turned rosy, as if she felt something, and her voice became shy. Boone was a normal man, and with such a stunning beauty lying in his arms, it would be disrespectful to his gender if he didn't react. Seeing Anne like this, Boone naturally became excited too. But what he didn't expect was that next, and boldly stood up, took off the already minimal clothing she had on in front of Boone. Boone felt a surge of excitement. This? Perhaps Anne understood her true feelings, or perhaps she had a small selfish motive. She didn't want to argue with Boone about this matter. She also knew that once Boone made a decision, it was almost impossible for her to change it. Since things were this way, it was better to leave behind more beautiful memories before he left. The faint light inside the room began to flicker, and a strong sense of spring filled the air. Night deepened, but no one rested. The next day, Boone bade farewell to everyone, preparing to return to the outside world. He couldn't stay in Little Plum Blossom Realm for too long. The situation outside was urgent, and he still had Alia and Tad waiting for him. Boone retraced his steps, passing by the star that had been blown up by a fifth yesterday. He couldn't help but sigh. The power was truly immense. Swoosh. Suddenly, a whistling sound broke the air. Boone turned around to see a streak of light hurtling towards him. A second one. A third one. One after another, the streaks of light continued shooting at Boone. He held the Wilbur sword in his left hand, and the Xiangxian sword in his right. Ping, ping, pang. With a series of clinking sounds, Boone blocked all the lights. Then he realized these weren't streaks of light, but flying swords. At this moment, a gracefully dressed woman with a slender figure appeared before Boone. She had two flying swords in her hands, identical to those that had attacked him earlier. It seemed she was the one who ambushed him. Boone's tone turned cold as he asked, "What do you want? Wasn't it you who blew up my star realm?" The woman's icy voice made people shiver slightly. But Boone found her questions incomprehensible. Who was she? What did it have to do with her whether he blew it up or not? Since she attacked directly, Boone didn't bother responding and immediately urged the Xiangxian sword forward. With the Xiangxian sword controlled by its spirit, there was no need for Boone to use any flying sword techniques. The woman was clearly furious. Seeing that Boone didn't respond, she launched an immediate attack. Her face revealed an expression of intense anger. Watch out for the sword. The plum blossom eyebrow sword technique. An all too familiar call rang out. Boone looked at the sword technique in confusion. This seemed familiar. Where had he seen it before? In the next moment, he instantly recalled it. Wasn't this the same low-level garbage sword technique he saw in the Qingyuan sect's inner library years ago? However, before Boone could mock this technique, he was stunned by the scene before him. This wasn't the lowest level sword technique at all. Its power was tremendous. The Dewey struggled to block the attacks while informing Boone. This woman has an extremely high level of sword proficiency. Even I'm having trouble handling her. Boone was astonished again. Even the Xianxia spirit couldn't handle her? Who are you? And why did you suddenly attack me? We don't know each other, right? The elegantly dressed woman finally caught Boone's attention, and he asked her name for the first time. Sky. The woman didn't hesitate, quickly driving back the Xianxia sword, but didn't rush to attack again, merely hovering in front of Boone. Her elegant court attire showcased her graceful figure. She held a sword in one hand behind her back, with one leg bent at 90 degrees, pointing towards Boone, while the other leg hung straight down, maintaining this posture mid-air. The Dewey internally warned Chen Carmine. This woman is incredibly powerful. Her current stance can unleash her strongest sword technique at any moment. She appears full of weaknesses, but they are all traps to lure you in. Don't let her feigned weaknesses deceive you. Boone smiled, then tried to appease her. I have no idea what you're talking about with that star explosion. We have no grudge against each other, so there's no need to fight, right? Indeed, the incident had happened a considerable amount of time ago. The court-dressed woman seemed uncertain whether Boone was the culprit, looking quite conflicted. However, shortly after, she appeared to have figured it out, then bowed respectfully to Boone. Apologies, Sky was indeed hasty. Seeing her politeness, Boone felt a bit embarrassed, waving his hands to show that it was nothing. But the next second, Sky suddenly thrust a sword at Boone. The sword pierced directly through his shoulder. Moreover, only due to Boone's quick reflexes, dodging to the side, did the sword miss his heart. Boone instantly flew into a rage, clutching his wound and questioning her. What are you doing? Blood still gushed from his shoulder. Sky's expression turned ice-cold again as she eyed Boone warily. I sense the power of destruction from you. Whether you did it or not, you are connected to it. Hearing this, Boone's face darkened. If so, there's no need for further words. Saying this, Boone hastily swallowed several medicinal pills to stop the bleeding and raised his Wilbur sword. He released the Xianxia sword once again, ready to fight together. Boone still couldn't control both swords simultaneously, and his sword techniques were weak. It was far more effective for the Dewey to control it on its own. Unexpectedly, during the fight, Boone was repeatedly stabbed, leaving several translucent holes in his body. This woman was terrifying. Who are you? Just as Boone was about to lose it, the system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! A 9-star aura detected near the host. Chapter 176, Ancient Inheritance. Dominic? Suddenly, Delbert stumbled towards the area around Boone. Looking at the fractured space around him, he realized that his Dominic was battling with a strangely dressed woman. This person is a planar son of destiny, about to receive the ancient inheritance from Sky. After the system's prompt, these words suddenly appeared above Delbert's head. Boone looked bewildered at this disciple of his. When he took in Delbert, it was partly because fate had led them together, and also because Delbert himself seemed like a true son of destiny. But while being a son of destiny meant extraordinary luck, wasn't this getting a little excessive? Hadn't it been just yesterday that he'd received numerous inheritances from him, and achieved the status of an elite disciple? 7-star fortune. And now he was about to obtain the 9-star fortune's ancient inheritance. Wait a minute. Who exactly was Sky? Why would she pass down the ancient inheritance to this eldest disciple of his? It seemed Boone had spotted something significant. Sky, you and I have no grudge between us. Why fight so fiercely? While pretending to speak calmly, Boone was actually sizing up the terrain and preparing to flee. If I unleash my full strength, I fear you might not be able to bear it. Sky pointed at the massive crater on the surface of the 4th star and coldly spoke to Boone. Her right hand still holding her sword behind her back, she stood on one leg mid-air, her left hand forming a sword seal, cautiously watching Boone as if she were facing a formidable enemy. Sky, if you insist on blaming me, I can't argue further. Boone's tone changed abruptly as he said coldly, Today, let me show you my true power. Sky looked oddly at Boone. Was Boone about to go all out? She felt uncertain, but if Boone really was the one who had caused the destruction of the 4th star, he certainly had the capability. With her entire focus on defense, just as Sky prepared to defend against Boone's full attack, he suddenly turned and fled in a flash. The art of flight, lotus steps, the 9-fold transformation of divine water, forced enhancement of cultivation to 9th stage of nebula, rainbow crossing technique, instant body technique. In a blink, Boone utilized every evasive technique he knew. Indeed, he was using his full strength to run. Originally, there was no need for Boone to fight Sky to the death, and after noticing some mysterious connection of destiny between his disciple Delbert and Sky, he deemed it wise to withdraw. Just leaving was the best solution. Sky was startled as she watched Boone escape at top speed. She was speechless. She didn't understand why this cultivator named Boone would choose to flee when he clearly had more to offer. In fact, since the moment she faced this cultivator, she had begun to heighten her alertness. At their first encounter, her divine senses had continuously surged with alarm. She sensed that this cultivator could instantly kill her. As a sword spirit, Sky had a stronger perception of danger than ordinary cultivators. She warned herself the moment she saw Boone, but never imagined he would run. She was just about to chase after him when something made her pause. She glanced back at the 4th star, her eyes filled with melancholy. Meanwhile, Delbert was standing foolishly beside Sky. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave. Boone had specifically instructed him via telepathy to remain where he was, following Sky if possible. Boone said a grand opportunity awaited him. Whether or not it was truly an opportunity was irrelevant. Primarily, Delbert couldn't disobey his Dominic's orders. Furthermore, Boone had one condition. Once Delbert completed receiving the inheritance, Boone would thoroughly examine him, requiring him to recount everything he had learned for inspection. Boone was undoubtedly cunning. By not interrupting the inheritance process, he could still gain full knowledge. Why would he even consider interrupting what his own disciple was about to learn? Teaching Delbert countless techniques and allowing him to learn more while he could learn vicariously through examination was perfectly reasonable, right? Ha ha ha. Boone reassured himself that he wasn't greedy for the 9-star technique, but was doing it for the sake of teaching. In the blink of an eye, Boone vanished, leaving only a dejected Sky and Delbert behind. Delbert blinked at Sky. Sky stared curiously at this core formation stage cultivator. What was he doing? Delbert continued looking at Sky, blinking. Sigh, poor child. Were you abandoned by that person? Sky shook her head and sighed. Meeting you today was destined, otherwise, this owner's ancient inheritance would be lost forever. Delbert listened in confusion. What? There really was an inheritance? Yet he remained honest, giving Sky a salute. Cohen, you jest. That person is my Dominic. He has much greater talent. Sky chuckled. She hadn't expected this young man to be so amusing. Calling him talented might be more accurate to call him lucky. Since he dared to destroy the owner's hard work, damaging the 4th star, I will never pass the inheritance to him. Young man, you're honest. Even after all I've said, you haven't lied to get the inheritance. At this, Sky looked at Delbert approvingly and nodded. Delbert was straightforward, praised by Sky. He felt no embarrassment and directly agreed to accept the inheritance. Predecessor's keen insight. I am deeply grateful. Seeing Delbert's behavior, Sky laughed again, shaking her head. However, having decided to pass the inheritance to him, she wouldn't change her mind. Sky crossed her arms and asked, young man, what's your name? Delbert bowed. Delbert. Sharing the surname with that detestable Dominic of yours, you aren't his son, are you? Sky was doubtful, probing Delbert with her gaze. Delbert hurriedly shook his head. I wish I had such a privilege, though I do long to be the son of my Dominic. All right, then let's start with the inheritance. Sky didn't doubt Delbert's words at all. If Boone had been present, he would have remarked on how a true son of Destiny's words were always taken more seriously. Then Sky began to impart the inheritance verbally. Inside Delbert's heart, thoughts raced. Cohen Sky, may I ask? Can't the inheritance be directly stored in a jade disk, which we can use with a flick? Delbert finally couldn't resist his curiosity and voiced his question. Hashtag chapter 177, Divine Water Flying Sword. Sky's face darkened as she listened. She did not want to admit that her method of inheritance was indeed somewhat outdated compared to current methods. However, this was an ancient inheritance. One had to understand that during the ancient times, many things were far less advanced than today, especially in terms of craftsmanship. It lagged behind modern times by countless times. Similar to the difference between sending messages via carrier pigeon and video calls, there was a world of difference. The jade disks used nowadays for recording information were very convenient. There were inheritance jade disks that would self-destruct after one reading. Cultivators' mental power was very high, having reached a level where they could memorize things at a glance. Hence, these inheritance jade disks were intentionally designed as disposable items. There was another type of jade disk specifically crafted by alchemists, which could be reused. Most techniques were typically recorded on such disks, called transmission technique jade disks. For general human-grade skills, to save costs, reusable disks were used. However, Boone was different. He placed the profound Wilbur Piao record into a transmission technique jade disk for the people in Xianxia world to repeatedly study. That was because Boone feared that if they failed to grasp the essence, they might not be able to contribute spirit thoughts to him, which would not be good. Apart from these, there was also the communication jade disk, where 2 disks acted as parent and child. Once information was recorded on one, it would swiftly fly to the other, facilitating rapid communication. Although Sky was up to date with all this knowledge, how could she possibly admit that she was inferior? That kind of skill transmitted through jade disks is trash. I am going to teach you the Xian Gong Array Talisman. This is a specialized cultivation secret manual focusing on formations and talismans, covering everything, from combining formations and talismans to integrating spiritual artifacts, formations, and talismans. For example, this 9-fold starry talisman combines formation, space, talisman, and spiritual artifact. Really? Delbert looked up and down curiously. Boone had already told him that the entrance to Xianxia world was inside this 9-fold starry talisman. Therefore, Delbert knew he was within the 9-fold starry talisman. But seeing this small yet realistic world constructed by formations, he couldn't help but marvel. Immediately following, Delbert began his long and tedious learning process. Time seemed both eternal and fleeting, but finally, Sky completed the last lesson for Delbert. After bidding farewell to Delbert, Sky dissipated into thin air. In fact, over billions of years ago, there was a massive battle between immortals and demons. Back then, Sky was severely injured and barely hanging on. She spent most of the time in a deep slumber and would not have awakened if not for Boone detonating the 4th star. However, meeting Delbert at the end allowed her to leave her legacy and fulfill her wish. Having persisted for too long, Sky could finally rest. Delbert bowed 3 times in the direction where Sky disappeared. From Sky, he obtained the ancient array talisman path knowledge, including details on formations and talismans. With this knowledge, what was once difficult for others, like entering or exiting the 9-fold starry talisman, became effortless for Delbert. After receiving the inheritance, Delbert returned to Wilbury sect only to find that his absence was merely a short while. Learning of Delbert's return, Boone immediately summoned him to instruct him further. Recite everything you learned for me so I can comprehend it. But, Delbert hesitated. But Senior Sky forbade me from teaching you. Boone waved it off effortlessly. It's fine, she won't know. Besides, I'm just checking your progress. I won't steal your learning. Delbert. It made sense, and Delbert could not argue. Thus, he transmitted the technique to Boone again. Boone solemnly accepted it, but found that either Delbert did not fully inherit it or it wasn't in its best form. It didn't seem as powerful as imagined. Ultimately, Boone perfected the inheritance using the Wuxia Jing. The Wilburgong array talisman explained various ways to combine array symbols. Formation and talisman could indeed be combined, and when combined, the effect was often magnified several times over, not just simple addition. But this required a special material, spatial stone. Spatial stones had long been exhausted and had vanished from existence, typical of ancient inheritances rendered unusable today. However, Boone suddenly remembered something. He recalled seeing many spatial stones in the demonic realm's small world. With the demon realm aggressively invading Yunzhou, perhaps Yunzhou would soon produce spatial stones. Continuing his review, Boone admired the author's profound talent in thoroughly combining formation and talisman paths. Letting Delbert leave to practice, Boone started to cultivate earnestly. Soon, he felt some progress. Examining himself internally, Boone discovered a strange pattern appearing on his Yuanying's face, undecipherable. At this moment, Boone mastered the first array symbol, the ice suspension symbol. This symbol did not require spatial stones. By integrating frost formations into the suspension symbol, it allowed ice to float mid-air. Boone thought it could be understood as artificial snowfall or rainfall. Boone had a simple idea. Would combining this formation with his divine water create divine ice? Mangji? An endless stream of flying swords. When unleashed, wouldn't this unleash a barrage of attacks? Boone's idea was bold, but it worked. He now possessed a new area of effect skill, divine water flying swords. Moreover, it was relatively safe and wouldn't backfire. By now, Boone had lingered in Xianxia world for quite some time, remembering those outside like Celia. Leaving for so long, he worried about whether Tiangu and Chi-Chi might encounter crises. Demonic aura was rampant outside, making it extremely unsafe. While Boone could filter negative emotions from demonic aura, it was not beneficial for Celia and the others. Seeing the peace in Xianxia world, Boone had an idea. He wanted to bring everyone into Xianxia world. Hashtag chapter 178. All are Dominic's consorts. Boone informed and then packed his belongings to leave the talisman boundary. This time, everything went smoothly without any interference from the Sky Palace. As soon as Boone emerged, he was still at the entrance of the Little Plum Blossom realm. He quickly headed toward the direction where Alia and the others were last seen. Boone soon arrived at the cave where he had left Alia and the others hiding. To his surprise, it was empty, with signs of a struggle. Boone was startled and began to examine carefully. Fortunately, it appeared that they had already left and weren't captured by the Mohammeds. At this moment, Boone suddenly remembered he had the mother-child communication Jade disc. He hurriedly took it out to contact them. Where are you now? Stay in a safe place nearby. I'll find you. With that, he instantly activated his triple flight technique. Divine Fire 9-fold Transformation. Divine Water 9-fold Transformation. His cultivation level was forced up to the 9th stage of the Yuan Ing realm, enabling him to use the Rainbow Flight technique. Instant Body Movement Technique. Boone used every available technique at his disposal and began to pursue the Jade disc he just sent out. Indeed, he pushed his speed to the limit to chase after that communication Jade disc. Now, given the dangerous situation outside, he had no idea where the three of them specifically were. If the Jade disc reached their hands and they were in a safe condition, they could return to him safely. But Boone didn't dare take that risk. So, he sped up as fast as possible to keep up with the Jade disc. With a whoosh, the communication Jade disc flew out, and Boone closely followed behind. However, within a short while, Boone struggled to keep up. Luckily, these mother-child communication Jade discs traveled in a straight line when approaching each other, so Boone already had a rough idea of their direction. With the sound signal, the trio wouldn't run around aimlessly, ensuring he would find them. Sure enough, half a day later, Boone found Alia and the other two in a valley. Big brother Carmine. Upon seeing Boone, Alia immediately rushed over excitedly. Boone caught her, and looking at her disheveled appearance, he felt a twinge of pain. Tad and Franklin didn't look much better, clearly having faced fierce battles with the Mohammeds. Tad watched as Boone gently embraced Alia, her eyes momentarily filled with envy, but she quickly concealed it. It's good that you're all safe. Boone led them quickly to the Little Plum Blossom realm. The three had been dodging and hiding in Yunzhou under demonic invasion, never imagining such a hidden paradise existed here. Finally able to relax, they detailed their experiences to Boone. Hearing their ordeal, Boone's heart ached for them, understanding their tough battles from their current state. Persuaded by Boone, they agreed to enter the Little Plum Blossom realm. Afterward, Boone would travel to other provinces alone with the realm, reducing targets and not holding him back. Though Tad and the others had higher cultivation levels, they all knew Boone possessed many trump cards, making him even stronger. Big brother Carmine. Does that mean you're the Grandmaster of Wilbur Sect and the ruler of Plum Blossom World? Alia looked at Boone admiringly. Right. Boone smiled and patted Alia on the head. Seeing his master returning, Delbert hurried forward. Dominic. Looking at the two women who were clearly close to Boone, Delbert hesitated, unsure what to call them. Wasn't his Dominic mother supposed to be Cohen Graceland? Could she also be Dominic mother? Seeing Delbert's hesitation, Alia said, You must be Xiuxian? Big brother Carmine mentioned you. I'm your spirit Dominic mother. Alia's initiative surprised Boone. In fact, without his knowledge, Alia had already prepared herself mentally, along with Tad. She saw the intimacy between Tad and Boone and had a premonition that she couldn't stop Tad from joining them. Since Alia had decided on Boone, she wouldn't change her mind. Therefore, she might as well become the perfect wife early on, helping Boone eliminate worries. Perhaps, this way, Boone would treat her specially. Tad was still hesitant, shyly staying behind, but Alia pointed to her again. That's your senior Dominic mother Sue. Still bewildered, Delbert bowed upon realizing Boone didn't object. Spirit Dominic Mother, Senior Dominic Mother, and this? Seeing Delbert's peculiar gaze, Franklin roared, "What the hell are you thinking? I'm your uncle who?" Blushing, Delbert apologized profusely, causing Alia and Tad to laugh together. Boone, feeling somewhat awkward, wondered what thoughts filled the child's mind. Arriving at the patriarchal peak, and had long awaited them. Seeing Boone being intimate with another beautiful woman, her heart skipped a beat. Previously, Boone hadn't paid much attention to the closeness between Alia and Tad, but now, seeing and heard expression, he felt a pang of guilt. "Polly, this is Tanya, and this is..." Before Boone could finish introducing, and interrupted. "I know, Alchemy Sect Saintus Senior Sister Tad." Boone rubbed his nose, unsure how to respond as tension began to build. Franklin kept looking around, avoiding eye contact with Boone. The situation wasn't one he could interfere in. Ye brother was indeed remarkable, attracting so many outstanding women. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Alia suddenly spoke. "This must be Sister Polly that Big Brother Carmine mentioned. I'm Alia, a disciple of Soul Sect. There are some things we should discuss." Alia stepped forward, taking him by the hand and leading her toward the nearby forest. Boone was about to ask what they were doing when Tad silently followed. Watching the three women leave together, Boone was puzzled but obeyed Alia's message to stay out of their business, returning to his immortal palace with Delbert and Franklin. Not long after, the three women returned, oddly acting like close friends rather than rivals. Seeing the harmonious scene, Boone no longer dwelled on it, and focused on preparing to leave Yunzhou. Chapter 179, Re-encounter with Gray. The demonic aura in Yunzhou was now rampant, making it completely unsuitable for staying any longer. After handing everything over to Anne, Boone once again prepared to leave. As soon as he emerged, Boone roughly identified the direction and immediately flew at his fastest speed toward one direction. Flying alone for over a month, he finally saw the borders of Yunzhou. Yunzhou's entire shape resembled an irregular cloud, hence its name. On the Jade Purity continent, Yunzhou was a relatively remote province. Previously, despite being barren, it had beautiful landscapes that made it quite picturesque. Now, however, Yunzhou had drastically changed. Demonic energy raged across the sky and land, and the Mohammeds acted without any moral boundaries. The negative emotions carried by the demonic energy amplified everyone's greed. During his journey out of Yunzhou, Boone witnessed countless instances of burning, killing, and plundering. But Boone did not intervene because his immediate priority was to bring all the living beings of the small plum blossom world out of this smoky and filthy place. He activated his 3 flights technique and used a thread of spirit thought power for a stretch, which crossed through the territory of the artifact sect. Boone feared complications and thus utilized spirit thought power to traverse this section. Unexpectedly, the speed boosted by spirit thought power far exceeded expectations, almost 20 times faster than before. Now, Boone also had a life-saving method. The spirit thought enhanced 3 flights technique was so fast that even someone at the fusion stage couldn't catch up. During the journey, Boone continuously maintained his grand concealment technique, while simultaneously studying array runes. He successfully created a few practical talismans, the lightning body talisman and the dust removal talisman. Looking at the sea of clouds ahead, Boone sighed in his heart. He would soon reach Central Province. I wonder how Alexandra is doing. Gazing at the distant stars in the sky, Boone murmured softly, "Aviana, wait for me." Boone continued moving forward but hadn't gone far when suddenly, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of sharp sounds echoed near him. There were actually Mohammeds active at the Yunzhou border. 3 Mohammeds were chasing a spiritual cultivator disciple. The disciple was weak in strength but fortunately had a flying tool to help him escape. Boone noticed that the spiritual cultivator was riding a flying shuttle, pointed at both ends and wide in the middle, a high-quality item. Logically, with such a flying shuttle, the 3 Mohammeds using demon clouds should have been left far behind. However, the disciple handled the flying tool clumsily, causing erratic flight paths, which left Boone shaking his head repeatedly. Just as he was about to continue on his way and mind his own business. Ring. Detected a 2-star luck around the host. Ring. Detected a 3-star luck around the host. 3 consecutive notifications came in rapid succession. Boone was already accustomed to these messages. On his journey, whenever encountering Mohammeds, the system would always detect at least 2-star luck. With the current multitude of Mohammeds and the extended time spent cultivating demonic energy, the quality of their demonic crystals had become purer, raising their luck values slightly. But at this moment, a different sound rang out. Ring. Detected a 5-star luck around the host. 5-star luck? It had been a long time since Boone encountered such high-level luck. His initially moving figure halted. At this point, he realized that the disciple topped with 5-star luck seemed familiar. Gray. Boone's lips curled upward. He wasn't ready to leave yet. This guy seemed to be playing possum, clearly able to lose his pursuers long ago but deliberately leading them along. Skills that required years of experience. This person has protagonist-level luck and will discover a 7-colored cloud tiger beast at the Yunzhou border, eventually taming it into a spirit beast. Seeing this, Boone couldn't help but feel a bit envious. He wanted a little tiger too. Since this was the case, he could only snatch it away. Brother Chin, I'm sorry, but 5-star luck, you're mine. Boone immediately descended, following the Mohammeds chasing Gray from behind. After flying for some time, Gray suddenly stopped abruptly mid-air, then rotated 180 degrees. Mountain River Seal. He shouted, forming a strange gesture with his palm. Immediately, a huge hand seal appeared in the sky, directly smashing down onto the 3 Mohammeds. They didn't have time to react or escape, getting instantly killed. Clap, clap, clap. Good move, Brother Chin. Boone emerged, first retrieving the 3 Mohammeds' demonic crystals, then turned to clap and face Gray. Seeing Boone, Gray felt particularly furious and vengeful. Boone, we meet again. As he spoke, Gray attacked Boone with another Mountain River Seal. Indeed, The spiritual energy in Central Province was more abundant, allowing Gray to reach the first level of the fusion stage. But Boone was no less formidable. He had long accumulated 18 layers of hidden strength. 8-pole collapse. Boom. The clash between the two caused a seismic shockwave. How is this possible? Gray looked utterly incredulous. After separating from Boone last time, he had returned and entered seclusion, working tirelessly to finally break through to the first level of the fusion stage. Yet Boone could still withstand his attack. In Gray's eyes, Boone was still at the golden core stage. Indeed, Boone, while using the grand concealment technique, exposed only his 6th-layer golden core cultivation externally. Why are you attacking me without provocation, Brother Chin? What have I done to offend you? Seeing Boone's innocent look, Gray grew even angrier. Boone, prepare to die. Without further ado, Gray launched another attack towards Boone. Just as Gray's fatal strike was about to hit, Boone used instant teleportation to dodge. Fusion stage? Watching Boone vanish from the spot, Gray couldn't believe it. This man had actually broken through to the fusion stage. The Chin family was considered a major clan in Central Province, and Gray's talent was above average. Even with the abundant spiritual energy in Central Province, he had barely broken through to the fusion stage after arduous cultivation. And here was Boone, who remained in the desolate Yunzhou, breaking through to the fusion stage within such a short period. This fueled Gray's desire to kill Boone even more. Watch my move. They fought for dozens of rounds, and just like the previous encounter, they remained evenly matched. Gray's internal shock didn't escape Boone's notice, but in reality, Boone hadn't exerted full force. Without using large-scale destructive techniques like Magnetic Storm Divine Fire, even just wielding the Divine Water Flying Sword he recently mastered would make Gray unable to withstand. Maintaining parity with Gray, Boone merely wanted to see what other cards Gray held. Chapter 180, Gray's Shock. As the battle raged on, Gray suddenly burst into laughter while staring at Boone. Haha, Boone, do you think that just because you're in the integration stage, you can keep me down? Let me tell you, you're wrong. I'll show you exactly what I've gone through. Do you know why it seems like I can kill these Mohammeds like cutting grass? Boone shook his head and mercilessly interrupted him. You aren't killing Mohammeds like cutting grass. From where I stand, it looks like you've used every trick in the book, and you still found it tough going. Gray was momentarily stunned by Boone's words, but quickly recovered. Cough, cough, despicable. Boone, let me tell you, I once experienced an ancient thunder pool. That place is a pond where an ancient powerhouse collected lightning. Ha ha ha, how can your good fortune match mine? Driven by some hidden motive, Gray couldn't help but want to share with Boone. As he spoke, flashes of lightning began to sparkle around him. Indeed a hallmark of the divine thunder body. Boone couldn't help but be slightly startled. Seeing Boone's changed expression, Gray felt quite satisfied. Do you think only you have secret techniques? Saying this, Gray roared at the sky. Triple transformation of heavenly thunder. Rumble. The thunder responded. Crack. Lightning flashed across the sky, and Gray's aura subtly changed. Boone watched as Gray advanced from the first level of integration directly to the third level. Watching the triple transformation of heavenly thunder, Boone felt envious. Although he already had the 9-fold transformations of divine fire and divine water, having another cultivation technique to boost his combat power would make him even happier. Moreover, based on Boone's discerning eye, he could clearly feel that Gray's cultivation technique was a substandard one, because his flawless scripture was essentially a detector for flawed techniques, fully automated. Even as a substandard skill, it produced such an effect. Imagine what it would achieve when perfected. Lost in thought, Boone suddenly felt Gray's attack coming. He saw Gray using continuous teleportation, but all were feints. He was trying to create a false impression to make Boone believe an imminent attack, attempting to drain Boone's spiritual energy. While the tactic wasn't bad, unfortunately, Boone's great mystic technique made him highly sensitive to spiritual energy. So to Boone, these feints looked like a lunatic waving candy before his eyes, almost shoving it into his mouth and then asking, which hand has the candy? Bang! Finally, they clashed. Gray showed remarkable patience, making 17 false moves before delivering a real attack. He exploited the formidable physical strength of an integration stage cultivator, using his body as a weapon to strike Boone's forehead. However, Boone easily blocked the attack. Even more astonishingly, Boone turned his head and glanced at Gray. Gray was alarmed. Could he see through my attacks? Impossible. Quickly dismissing this ridiculous thought, Gray believed no matter how powerful Boone was, he couldn't predict future actions, especially given the use of instantaneous movement. So, it meant Boone must have a cultivation technique for accumulating power. After using the triple transformation of heavenly thunder and advancing to the third level of integration, how could Boone casually block such a full-force strike? In fact, Gray's guess wasn't far off. Boone did possess a power-accumulating technique, allowing him to continuously store power without releasing it. But achieving this also required extremely sharp vision and perception, a combination few could match. Despite their current hostile relationship, Boone secretly acknowledged Gray's abilities. Ignoring Gray's unlucky brother, there was no fundamental enmity between them. Therefore, Boone considered training Gray as his whetstone. Boone knew that against the invasion from the demon realm, relying solely on his present strength would be insufficient. He needed someone constantly pushing him to the brink. However, the sense of crisis shouldn't be too intense, or it might turn fatal. Thus, Gray was indeed a perfect candidate. Thinking this, Boone continued sparring with Gray, subtly guiding him along the way. Gray grew increasingly shocked. Why did Boone's power seem so profound? Suddenly, Gray sensed a life or death pressure, forcing him to use the mountain river seal again. At this moment, Stacy couldn't sit idly by any longer. She took action on her own. A streak of light slashed through the air. Suddenly, Gray felt the pressure intensify. He hadn't anticipated that Boone was also a sword cultivator. He was baffled. How could Boone excel in every aspect, from alchemy to deep internal powers, and look so handsome too? Worst of all, His sword techniques were razor-sharp. Comparing oneself with others truly drove one to despair. What Gray didn't realize was that Boone barely knew any sword techniques. To him, swordsmanship seemed like a chicken rib, an unimportant appendage. Hence, he seldom practiced. The sword techniques wielded by Stacy were hers alone, having nothing to do with Boone. However, Boone called out the great mystic sword simultaneously, educating it even as he wielded it. You are now a mature sword spirit. Look at her, then look at yourself. What techniques do you know? A sword spirit who doesn't know sword techniques will be ridiculed by other sword spirits. When you can't hold your head up, you'll end up tail between legs, just like a cat who can't catch mice. Hardly a decent cat. To Boone's earnest teaching, Angelica displayed a world-weary look, utterly defeated. Meanwhile, hearing this rebuke while battling Gray, Stacy couldn't take it anymore. She mentally communicated with Boone. I think the reason why Great Mystic lacks skills is because of you. How can you expect much when you, its master, are clueless about sword techniques? A sword spirit mostly mirrors its master. Boone. What could he do? He couldn't punish Stacy either, so he just had to bear it. At that moment, Gray couldn't take it any longer. Chapter 181. I have some information about the rainbow cloud tiger beast. By now, Gray was drenched in sweat but still couldn't lose face. He had to find a roundabout way of saying it. Boone, why don't we take a break? You can't defeat me, and I admit, I can't defeat you either. What do you say if we call it a draw? Boone chuckled. Since the celestial sword spirit girl appeared, he had been in a suppressed state. If it weren't for being unable to fight, would Gray admit defeat? Gray, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Can you really escape? Even if you have speed, do you think I don't have any martial arts? Feeling exposed, Gray got flustered and angry. I do have a teleportation rune. I can leave anytime. I just don't want to waste my teleportation rune. Boone nodded in agreement. Ah, yes. You just don't want to waste it. If that's the case, I can't be at a disadvantage, right? Teach me your divine thunder triple transformation, and I'll reluctantly let you off the hook. This made Gray even angrier. What do you mean let me off the hook? I can leave. Boone continued to agree. Right, even if we were tied. At this point, Gray felt conflicted. He had already mastered this skill. Even if he taught it, it wouldn't lessen his abilities, and there didn't seem to be any great loss. Moreover, Boone didn't have divine thunder to temper his body. Even if Boone learned it, he simply couldn't practice this skill. Actually, when Gray first obtained this skill, he sighed because he had no lightning to temper his body. So even though it was a powerful yellow grade skill, he couldn't cultivate it. It wasn't until his lucky find of an ancient thunder pool that things changed. Thus, Gray thought Boone could never master it. He deliberated briefly before agreeing readily. However, Boone looked suspicious. Don't try to cheat me with fake skills. I can see through them. Relax, guaranteed authentic. I stake my reputation on it. Gray inwardly laughed. Since Boone couldn't cultivate it, why would he bother with a fake? Boone took the divine thunder triple transformation that Gray handed over and quickly realized it was genuine. It had potential, but not much. Therefore, Boone directly applied the flawless scripture to repair divine thunder triple transformation. True to its name, the flawless scripture immediately identified deficiencies in divine thunder change. Based on his experience with cultivating the divine fire ninefold change, Boone easily completed the divine thunder ninefold change skill. Summarizing his cultivation level enhancing skills, Boone found himself possessing 3 kinds: divine fire ninefold change, divine water ninefold change, and divine thunder ninefold change. Intuitively, Boone felt these skills might all come from one founder as their principles were almost identical. Mysteriously, Boone sensed there should be 9 such skills in total. Since 9 is the ultimate number, including the names like ninefold change. Seeing Boone immerse in deep thought after obtaining the skill, the celestial sword surrounding him was called back by Boone to orbit and protect him. This filled Gray with envy. Yet, remembering the waiting rainbow cloud tiger beast, he felt instantly relieved. Leisurely, Gray began meditating, waiting for Boone to finish. Not out of kindness, Gray wanted to witness Boone's inability to cultivate this skill. Wondering what expression Boone would have upon realizing he couldn't cultivate this skill. Inwardly gleeful, Gray observed Boone mastering all details of divine thunder ninefold change, gaining insight into another natural energy. Thunder, too, has types. Due to innate fear of thunder calamity, few cultivators dare to explore the mysteries of lightning elements. But analyzing this skill, although Boone hadn't seen different types, he sensed they must exist. For instance, the purple primordial thunder he faced earlier was akin to collecting the earth heart dan fire, while blue-green divine fire represented various types of divine fire naturally born with unique characteristics. Likewise for divine thunder, which he had yet to see. Dominating this divine thunder ninefold change, Boone believed observing a special thunder up close would allow him to simulate it with the great profound illusion technique. Then Boone opened his eyes. He didn't openly reveal having mastered it but acted troubled, glancing at Gray with slight dissatisfaction. Old Cheen, this is unfair of you. Clearly, I can't cultivate this skill. Maintaining a scolding look, Gray became slightly embarrassed but smiled. We had a deal. You can't renege. Observing Boone's feigned disheartened look, Gray felt a wave of satisfaction. Then, Boone rubbed his cheeks, pretending to smile through discomfort. No big deal. Since I, Boone, have promised, I won't go back on my word. And Brother Cheen generously taught me this skill. So, I also have good news to share with Brother Cheen. Hearing this, Gray inwardly gloated. He tricked Boone and still got benefits. Still, Gray pretended indifference, urging him to continue. I know a place where the rainbow cloud tiger beast resides. Why don't we catch it together? With Brother Cheen here, our chances of capturing this beast will be greater. What? How did you know about the rainbow swallow cloud tiger? Shocked, Gray even suspected leaking information. Pretending confusion, Boone replied, Brother Cheen, what are you talking about? This information came from my own efforts. I killed countless demonic cultivators to get it. Sharing this information in goodwill, why does Brother Qin look doubtful? Is Brother Qin trying to snatch this hard-earned intelligence? Boone feigned innocence, portraying Gray as utterly wicked, implying Gray was seizing opportunity from him. Chapter 182. Hunting the demon cultivator together. If that's the case, tell me where the seven-colored cloud tiger beast is located, Gray said directly to Boone. He clearly didn't trust Boone and was completely unmoved by his apparent grievance. The seven-colored cloud tiger beast was an extremely rare demonic beast, renowned for its unwavering loyalty once subdued and its remarkable intelligence. Most importantly, it possessed formidable strength, ranking among the top in battles within its rank of demonic beasts. Its innate skill, the seven-colored swallowing cloud wave, was particularly difficult for ordinary cultivators to defend against, with a vast range of damage comparable to a small-scale magnetic storm divine fire. Seeing that Gray still didn't believe him, Boone's eyes flickered. Brother Qin actually suspects me? That's incredibly rude. His feigned anger only made Gray more suspicious. He couldn't shake the feeling that Boone was plotting something. Wasn't it true? Boone had calculated Gray's cultivation and progress into his plans, intending to use him as a tool. It's not that I don't trust you, but your behavior has been too suspicious, Gray said sternly. Cursing inwardly, Boone thought this was indeed the hardest luck child to deceive. Brother Qin isn't thinking of claiming the seven-colored cloud tiger beast for yourself once I reveal its location, right? This information is mine after all. Boone showed signs of anger. Gray looked furious. Don't try to turn the tables. I've known about this information for a while. I just don't know how you found out. If you don't know the specific location, you're trying to steal my opportunity. Gray was quite perceptive. Boone hadn't even started acting on his plan when Gray already sensed something. In the northeast direction, right? Boone cursed inwardly, but ultimately looked at the thread of fate above Gray's head and spoke with confidence. Privately astonished, Gray maintained his poker face. Where exactly? You can't prove anything by randomly guessing a direction. What a joke. The Dominic Wuxia from the Fortune Treasure Pavilion clearly stated that he never revealed this information, and no one else should have known. The Fortune Treasure Pavilion was a well-known divination sect in Central State. They wouldn't ruin their reputation, and Gray paid an exorbitant price for this intel. Seeing Gray's unreadable expression, Boone knew the place indicated by the thread of fate was correct. But if asked specifically, how could he answer? With a quick thought, he devised a plan. In the northeast direction, besides Flowing Cloud Mountain, there was Thousand Islands Peak. Given the name of the tiger, it would likely be in Flowing Cloud Mountain, but maybe not. Better to test first. The seven-colored cloud tiger beast, of course, it must be in Flowing Cloud Mountain. Impossible. Based on Gray's subtle expressions and mental fluctuations, Boone immediately judged it wasn't in Flowing Cloud Mountain. So it must be Thousand Islands Peak. The seven-colored cloud tiger beast is at Thousand Islands Peak, Boone declared confidently. Gray's heart raced, his spiritual power fluctuating wildly, and his pupils contracting sharply. He was truly shocked that Boone genuinely knew about the seven-colored cloud tiger beast. Thus, he had no reason to prevent Boone from following. If Boone knew what Gray was thinking, he'd laugh. Follow? Boone already considered Gray as free muscle, a grindstone, labor force, and occasionally a scapegoat for luck snatching. Since brother you knows so much about the seven-colored cloud tiger beast, surely you understand we need to prepare some things beforehand, right? Kudos to Gray for being cautious. Even now, he was testing Boone to see if his knowledge was comprehensive. Oh, it's just hunting Mohammeds. Easy, Brother Qin. You lure them over, and I'll ambush. Just keep luring them. I'll take care of however many come. Gray finally believed Boone. This information was bought for 50,000 high-grade spirit stones from the Fortune Treasure Pavilion. Yet, Boone, who Gray viewed as almost superhuman, might genuinely know. Though it cost him almost everything he accumulated in decades, Gray felt a sting losing hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. But old gone, new comes. He could earn again. He remembered selling skills on the Central State market with hands in pockets, earning several spirit stones a day, unmatched by anyone. Thinking of this, Gray felt better. At least he had skills, fearless. Brother Yi, since that's the case, I'll go. Remember to share some demon crystals later, so we both have crystals to attract the seven-colored cloud tiger beast more effectively. Gray instructed seriously. Boone realized killing Mohammeds was to obtain demon crystals to lure the seven-colored cloud tiger beast. This beast actually eats demon crystals? Initially, Boone gave a casual reason because Gray previously hunted Mohammeds, unexpectedly passing scrutiny. Thus, a new demon hunting team formed. Transforming into an injured cultivator, Gray rode an invaluable flying magical artifact. His acting was commendable as he wobbled in the air, seeming ready to fall. Look, there's an injured spirit cultivator. A dim-witted Mohammed pointed and yelled. Huh, to see a spirit cultivator here in Yun State is bizarre. Let's capture him. Another laughed madly. Cloud State was now their domain, but he seems stronger than us. I can't gauge his cultivation. And he has a flying artifact. Maybe we should find elders for help? Enough nonsense. The Mohammed slapped the dimwit. Look at him, nearly dead. Let's strike now and finish him off. Translation note. Some names and terms may differ slightly from official translations depending on source material. Hashtag chapter 183. Let's go catch the little tiger. After the Muhammad finished speaking, he immediately rushed out, and the others quickly followed, trailing Gray. Kid, don't run. Gray saw that they had already been lured into following him. He wasn't in a hurry to return to Boone yet. Instead, he continued to flee in the opposite direction. Sure enough, more Mohammed spotted Gray. Jensen, there's an injured spirit cultivator over there. What? Impossible. How could there be spirit cultivators in Yunzhou now? Though he didn't believe it, the leader still stepped out to check. He immediately saw Gray being chased by several Mohammeds. There was no code of honor among Mohammeds. Just because someone was chasing another didn't mean they would stop. They often raided weaker Mohammeds without hesitation. So, the leader wouldn't hesitate either. Henchmen, get your weapons. Follow me. The Mohammed leader waved his arm, and dozens of followers surged forward.
Yes, yes.
In an instant, the situation changed. Now, instead of just a few Mohammeds chasing Gray, it had turned into a large group surrounding him. Gray watched as a large number of Mohammeds closed in on him, and he couldn't help but tremble inside. His flight became unsteady. It looks like this should be enough. With that thought, Gray stopped circling around and led the Mohammeds straight toward where Boone was lying in ambush. Seeing Gray almost falling from the sky in fear, the Mohammeds grew even more excited. Chase him. He's weakening. Hurry up. He's weakening. A large crowd of Mohammeds swarmed together, following Gray. The initial few who had grudges were silenced by the overwhelming numbers. They didn't dare speak up. Too many people, they couldn't risk it. Gray looked as if he were trying to say something, but then sighed inwardly. You're the ones who can't keep up. Gray had always intended to finish them off, and this moment made his resolve stronger. His lips curled into a dangerous smile as he quietly increased his speed. Soon, he led a large group of Mohammeds back to the place where he had parted ways with Boone. Here, Boone said he would set up the trap. Having faithfully led all the Mohammeds into the trap, Gray turned around and flew away at a speed that baffled the Mohammeds. Boone was already waiting there. Seeing Gray return with such a large group, Boone couldn't help but think, what the heck? So many Mohammeds. Did you Gray raid their base or something? Just ahead in the sky, dozens of Mohammeds were densely packed, all led by Gray. The key was that Gray hadn't been gone for very long, but Boone remained calm. Since he dared to let Gray lure them, he naturally had a plan to deal with the situation. Boone activated his ice formation talisman, instantly turning the divine water into crystalline form, forming tiny, transparent ice blades. Then, using the wind formation talisman, he propelled them. Suddenly, a blizzard of ice blades filled the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ice blades continuously slashed past the Mohammeds. These blades, formed from divine water, possessed an inherent sharpness. One light swipe could tear open a Mohammed's neck. In the next moment, a sky full of blood appeared. Ambush. We're trapped. That kid is bait. Run. Quickly. Back to report to the sect. Some quick-thinking Mohammeds tried to escape, but it was already too late. Since setting up the ambush here, Boone had already laid his traps. His water prison technique served as the final barrier. Inside the water prison, ice blades danced, leaving the Mohammeds unable to escape. Quickly, Boone slew all 66 Mohammeds. Gray watched Boone with a stunned and shocked expression. What? Is Boone really this strong? Gray hadn't expected Boone to have such power. It seemed he hadn't used his full strength during their earlier battle. So, what was Boone's background? Why did he hide his full strength in front of him? Was he holding back? Boone didn't know about Gray's thoughts. He was busy enduring the system's constant notifications of, host has detected a 3-star aura near them, while collecting the demon crystals. Upon returning, he found Gray still dazed. Boone handed over the demon crystals to Gray. Brother Yi. Thanks. Gray accepted the crystals. Now, each of them held over 30 demon crystals. They were ready to capture the 7-colored cloud-swallowing tiger. Excited, Gray was about to head for Thousand Islands Peak when Boone suddenly paused, looking like he had eaten 9 turns of a big intestine. Gray, about to fly off, noticed Boone's troubled look and turned back curiously. Brother Yi, if you have something to say, just spit it out. I'm worried about delaying the 7-colored cloud tiger. Just say it. Well, I have a cultivation technique called 9 layers of divine thunder transformation. What? Gray was shocked. This technique's name was eerily similar to his own, but the one he had was triple layer, while this was 9 layers. What shocked Gray even more was that Boone was willing to share his technique. Who would willingly tell others about their powerful cultivation method? Gray felt like he was hallucinating. It just so happened that I recognized Brother Chin's triple layer when I first saw it. At that moment, I realized someone must have only learned the basics and written down the triple layer. Seeing Brother Chin's sincerity, I feel guilty, so after much thought, I decided to teach you the entire technique. Boone looked righteous, as if Gray were a long-lost brother. What? Are you serious? Of course. Saying this, Boone took out the pre-prepared scroll of the 9 layers of divine thunder transformation and handed it to Gray. Gray was immediately astounded. Seeing Gray truly attracted by the technique, Boone quickly seized the opportunity to leave. Brother Chin, practice slowly. I'll go catch the little tiger. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, host successfully intercepted. System is binding. Chapter 184, Strange Old Man. When Gray received the 9 levels of divine thunder from Boone, he felt a surge of emotion. After briefly sensing its power, he knew for certain that this was definitely an Xian level technique. Gray's emotions were complex. He hadn't expected Brother Yi to be so generous with him. Brother Yi, I will diligently practice the technique you gave me. I won't let you down. Seeing Gray's heartfelt expression, Boone patted his shoulder and encouraged him. I've given it to you, so you must work hard and not fall too far behind. Hearing this, Gray nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Boone. The information about the 7-colored cloud tiger beast originally came at a great cost to me. But now that I have received Brother Ye's 9 levels of divine thunder, I need to keep my dignity. Moreover, Brother Yi has a way to reach the cloud tiger beast as well, so please go ahead and take it. Boone was pleasantly surprised when Gray willingly gave up on the 7-colored cloud tiger beast. Boone's system was still bound to Gray, and he truly meant to let Gray go. However, Boone still put up some resistance. No, Brother Chin, we agreed to go together. How can I go alone? Boone spoke with such righteousness that Gray was deeply moved. He never imagined that despite Boone's sarcastic remarks, he was genuinely kind-hearted. The more Boone refused, the more embarrassed Gray felt, which only strengthened his resolve to give up the cloud tiger beast to Boone. Even if they went together, Gray wasn't sure he could claim it. Don't be so formal. If I don't practice this Xian level technique, I wouldn't want to do anything else. Besides, we are like brothers now. What's there to argue over between brothers? You've already taught me the Xian level technique, so it's just one cloud tiger beast. Brother Yi, please stop declining. Seeing Gray's determination, Boone had no choice but to accept. Binding successful. The column of fortune above Gray's head completely vanished, and a new thread of destiny appeared before Boone's eyes. Boone left Gray with reluctance. Once Boone was out of sight, Gray quickly found a place to start studying the 9 levels of Divine Thunder. Thousand Island Peak. A vast expanse of mountains, each standing independently like islands, hence the name Thousand Island Peak. Roaming within, Boone followed the guidance of his destiny thread, knowing that since he had obtained Gray's destiny, all he needed to do was follow the system's prompts. Little did Gray know that his 7-colored cloud tiger beast had been taken by Boone, while he thought he had gained a treasure and was frantically practicing the 9 levels of Divine Thunder. The deeper Gray delved into practice, the more he realized the profound depth of this secret manual. Of course, saying he got lucky wasn't inaccurate. Boone had indeed given him a genuine technique, or it wouldn't have captured his attention. As for whether Gray might surpass him, Boone wasn't worried at all. He even hoped Gray would improve so that he wouldn't lose value as a whetstone. Boone felt as if he were raising a pig, nurturing Gray to gain more high-star fortunes later. Primarily, this was due to Gray's innate luck-bearing constitution. Not everyone was worth cultivating in this manner. Floating through the air on a fiery lotus, Boone searched for the demon beast's traces. To avoid alarming them prematurely, he avoided using spirit energy to fly, relying instead on pure physical skill. His rapid footwork created beautiful sparks with each step, like treading on blooming lotuses. Suddenly, Boone sensed his demonic infant calling to him. He immediately checked his body's interior and saw the demonic infant awaken. The demonic infant seemed anxious and urgently said, "I'm ready to enter the integration stage. Soon, I will merge entirely with your left hand." Boone nodded. "Just proceed as planned. Let me know if you need help." "Hee, didn't you obtain quite a few magic crystals earlier? I sensed their aura." The demonic infant's face drooled with anticipation. Boone's spiritual consciousness lingered within his spirit infant, who couldn't help but roll his eyes at the demonic infant. "Can you digest that much?" Though he said this, he handed over 10 magic crystals to the demonic infant. Suddenly, he paused, realizing something odd about the quantity requested, but he still passed the magic crystals directly to the demonic infant. The demonic infant gratefully took the crystals and began munching on them voraciously. Leaving it be, Boone resumed searching for the 7-colored cloud tiger beast. During his search, Boone discovered a natural lightning platform mountain nearby. A lightning platform mountain was a peak that reached so high it connected with the sky, constantly exposed to thunderclouds and shaped smooth by lightning strikes. What kind of thunder is this? This is the number 78th ranked Divine Thunder from the Divine Thunder ranking, the Cloud Light Divine Thunder. A voice suddenly spoke beside Boone. It belonged to an old man who appeared out of nowhere next to him, dressed like a wandering cultivator, but surprisingly having reached the integration stage. To note, wandering cultivators typically faced resource scarcity and lacked quality cultivation techniques, making it extremely difficult to reach beyond the nascent soul stage. This old man's aged face suggested his lifespan was nearly exhausted. It seemed another competition was about to begin. Above the old man's head, text appeared, "This person is a late-blooming lucky individual who will experience a series of windfalls soon and is about to obtain the natural source of Cloud Light Divine Thunder." After confirming this opportunity, Boone's demeanor changed dramatically. Ordinarily, Boone might have considered nurturing such a fortunate individual. However, capturing the 7-colored cloud tiger beast was urgent, and he couldn't afford to spend too much time here either. Thus, he aimed for a quick victory. Thinking this, Boone launched an attack with the 8-pole collapse technique directly at the wandering old man, initiating combat. However, the old man remained unmoved, and then instantly dissolved upon impact. It was merely an afterimage. Was this old man so terrifying? Boone confirmed there had been no fluctuations in spiritual energy, so he couldn't have used instant teleportation. Even shadows could relay sound, yet he couldn't see the original form. How could he fight someone like this? Chapter 184, The Strange Old Man. Upon receiving 9 levels of Divine Thunder from Boone, Gray was deeply moved. After sensing its power, he was certain that this martial technique was definitely a mystical-level cultivation method. Gray felt a complex mix of emotions. He hadn't expected Brother Yi to treat him so generously. "Brother Yi, I will diligently practice the cultivation method you've given me. I won't let you down." Seeing Gray's reverent expression, Boone patted his shoulder encouragingly. "Since I've given it to you, make sure you work hard and don't fall behind too much." Hearing this, Gray nodded vigorously, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at Boone. "I obtained the information about the 7-colored cloud tiger beast at great cost, but now, with Brother Yi giving me 9 levels of Divine Thunder, I need to have some shame. Besides, Brother Yi, you also have access to the cloud tiger beast. Go ahead and claim it." Boone didn't expect Gray to simply give up on the 7-colored cloud tiger beast. Internally, Boone was delighted, knowing that Gray was genuinely willing to let it go, especially since their fates were still bound by the system. Still, Boone pretended to refuse. "No way, Brother Chin, we agreed to go together. How can I go alone?" Boone's righteous refusal moved Gray even more. He had never imagined that despite Boone's sharp tongue, he was such a good person. The more Boone refused, the more awkward Gray felt. He was even more determined to let Boone have the cloud tiger beast. Even if they went together, there was no guarantee that Gray could obtain it. "You're making things awkward. If I don't master this mystical level cultivation method, I won't do anything else. Moreover, we're brothers now. What does it matter between brothers? You've already taught me a mystical level cultivation method. What's one cloud tiger beast to you? Brother Yi, please stop declining." Seeing Gray's firm resolve, Boone could only agree. Destiny binding successful. The pillar of fortune above Gray's head faded completely, while Boone saw the guidance line appear before him. Boone left Gray, looking back several times as he bid farewell. Only after Boone was out of sight did Gray find a place to study 9 levels of divine thunder. The Thousand Island Peaks. This was a continuous range of mountains, each peak standing independently like islands, hence the name Thousand Island Peaks. Boone wandered through them, following the guidance of his opportunity line. Having obtained Gray's destiny, he just needed to follow the system's prompts. Gray never realized that his 7-colored cloud tiger beast had been taken away so easily. He thought he had gained a treasure and was furiously cultivating 9 levels of divine thunder. The deeper he delved into cultivation, the more he realized how profound this secret manual was. Of course, saying he got lucky wasn't entirely wrong. Boone had indeed given him a genuine cultivation method, which is why Gray couldn't resist being drawn in. As for worrying about being surpassed by Gray, Boone wasn't concerned. In fact, he hoped Gray would improve, not wanting him to become useless in the future. Boone felt like he was raising livestock, nurturing Gray for more high-star fortunes later. Mainly due to Gray's blessed constitution, not everyone was worth the effort of nurturing. Boone stepped on fiery lotuses, searching for traces of demon beasts. He avoided using spiritual energy to fly to prevent alarming them. Using pure body techniques, his rapid footsteps left beautiful sparks, resembling lotus blossoms blooming with each step. Suddenly, Boone felt his demonic baby calling out from within. He quickly entered an internal view and saw the demonic baby awake and urgent. Demonic baby is ready to enter the body merging stage. Soon, I will merge completely with your left hand. Boone nodded. Go ahead. If you need help, let me know. Hehe, you must have obtained many magic crystals earlier. I sensed their aura. Demonic baby drooled. Inside Boone's spirit, the small spirit baby rolled its eyes at demonic baby. Can you digest all that? Despite his words, he gave demonic baby 10 magic crystals. Suddenly, something felt off about the quantity demonic baby asked for. Still, he handed over the magic crystals, feeding them directly to demonic baby. Demonic baby eagerly accepted the crystals and started munching away. Leaving demonic baby to its feast, Boone continued searching for the 7-colored cloud tiger beast. During his search, Boone discovered a naturally formed thunder terrace mountain. A thunder terrace mountain forms when a peak reaches a certain height, piercing the clouds and enduring constant thunderstorms, creating a smooth platform atop the mountain. The thunder atop it. This is Cloud Light Divine Thunder, ranked 78th on the Divine Thunder list. An elderly voice suddenly rang in Boone's ears. Chime. Detected a 5-star fortune near the host. Boone turned to see where the voice came from, finding an old man who appeared out of nowhere. This old man dressed like a wandering cultivator, yet he had reached the body merging stage despite his ragged appearance. Given the resource scarcity for wandering cultivators and the difficulty in obtaining high-level cultivation methods, reaching beyond the nascent soul stage was extremely rare. This old man, with a weathered face, likely had little remaining lifespan. It seemed there would be a struggle again. Above the old man's head, text appeared, this person is late in life luck, experiencing a string of recent good fortune, about to obtain the natural source of Cloud Light Divine Thunder. After confirming the opportunity, Boone's entire demeanor changed. Under normal circumstances, Boone wouldn't mind nurturing such a lucky individual. However, capturing the 7-colored cloud tiger beast was urgent, and he didn't want to give up on the Cloud Light Divine Thunder source either. So, he couldn't afford to waste time with the old man. Speed was key. Without hesitation, Boone launched the 8-fold destruction strike toward the old man, igniting the battle. But the old man remained stationary, then instantly dissolved under the impact. It was an afterimage. How terrifying is this old man? Boone confirmed there had been no spiritual energy fluctuation, meaning the old man couldn't have teleported. He could even hear sounds from his shadow, invisible to Boone. How was he supposed to fight this? The user's translation has been edited to ensure accuracy, fluency, consistency in terminology, and stylistic coherence with the original Chinese text. ##### Chapter 185, Divine Thunder Origin. Who are you? Why hide like a coward? Boone looked around but saw no one. Ha ha ha, boy, you can't find me, so what's this nonsense about hiding? I'm a wandering cultivator, not like those fame-chasing big sects with their pretentious rules. This is how I am. Deal with it. The old Taoist's voice was filled with the smug satisfaction of knowing Boone couldn't find him, even tinged with mockery. Boom. Boone unleashed another ice blade technique. The old man's figure once again dissipated into broken fragments. Anyone would feel incredibly challenged by such an elusive opponent, but Boone merely smiled faintly, as if victory was already in his grasp. Do you really think your agility makes you invincible? Sure, for most people, you might be right. But unfortunately for you, you've encountered me, Boone. As he spoke, a cold smirk curled on Boone's lips, his eyes full of grim determination. What bullshit are you spouting? There's no audience here for your act. Ha ha ha. The elderly cultivator laughed heartily. As he laughed, another figure materialized in the air. This time, however, Boone completely ignored that figure and slashed directly at another empty spot. In an instant, Heavenly Sword's blade tasted blood, and the sky was splattered with blood. You, how could this be? How did you see me? The wandering cultivator was utterly shocked. He couldn't fathom how he had been discovered. Boone stood with his back to the wanderer, not even glancing at him, his tone icy and mocking. Don't try to test a sword cultivator's senses with your agility. Sword cultivator? You're actually a sword cultivator? The wandering cultivator never expected Boone to be such a rare and formidable breed. A sword cultivator. Now you know? Too bad, too late. Boone's sword sliced through the wanderer's throat in a single stroke. The cut on his throat was minuscule, nearly invisible without close inspection. Yet from this tiny wound, blood spurted out in thick streams. The wandering cultivator perished on the spot, even his nascent soul obliterated by the spirit of the heavenly sword. He died wondering how, after a lifetime of never being wrong, he suddenly made such a grave miscalculation in his old age. What he didn't realize was that the credit belonged largely to the Stacy. Congratulations, host. Mission successful. The system is binding. Fortune binding complete. The Stacy appeared as a little girl, hands on her hips, confronting Boone. You liar. Why did you pretend to be a sword cultivator using my name? SK. Shame on you. Boone wasn't embarrassed at all, responding with perfect composure. If you can do it, doesn't that mean I can do it too? What's the problem? The Stacy puffed up her cheeks, clearly furious. You said it yourself. Next time, I won't help you anymore. Boone chuckled, finding her to be quite childlike. Don't be upset. I'll give you a refined essence of spirit energy. The Stacy kept her arms crossed, unyielding. Boone shook his head, laughing. The Stacy had indeed contributed much and deserved recognition for her efforts. He extracted a thread of spiritual consciousness and painfully transferred it to the Stacy. Upon receiving the essence, her eyes sparkled. What was this? So delicious. No sooner had she received it than she instantly fell asleep, closing her eyes peacefully. Having pacified the Stacy, Boone approached the wandering cultivator's remains to check for any useful items or clues. He wasn't particularly interested in anything else except finding the mysterious agility technique the wanderer had used. Unfortunately, after searching for a long while, Boone found nothing useful. If there had been any valuable techniques, the system would have alerted him. But the system had only indicated that there was divine thunder on Lei Tai Mountain, suggesting that the old man was just poor. Boone then left the wanderer's body behind and headed towards Lei Tai Mountain. Surprisingly, he realized that his previous fortune line also pointed towards Lei Tai Mountain, which meant the seven-colored cloud tiger beast was somewhere inside. Thinking of this, Boone activated all the enhancement techniques available to him. Grand Perfection Body of Great Profundity Level 4. Activate Divine Thunder Body. 9-fold Divine Fire Transformation. 2 layers of Divine Fire Reinforcement. Nascent Soul Peak Level 9. 9-fold Divine Water Transformation. 2 additional layers of transformation. 9-fold Divine Thunder Transformation. Unfortunately, insufficient Divine Thunder Essence, so not much improvement. Thus, for the next 30 minutes, Boone could maintain second stage integration realm power. Boom. Just a moment ago, Boone was still in the air. Now only a ripple of air currents remained. With the enhanced flight technique and instant movement technique, Boone shot towards Lei Tai Mountain as fast as a rocket. The place was filled with various kinds of lightning. As soon as Boone ascended Lei Tai Mountain, he was struck by several bolts of lightning. Fortunately, with his enhanced state, even getting hit by multiple strikes didn't hurt much, though it still stung. Grimacing, he continued forward in search of divine thunder. Amidst the dense lightning, he needed to find the essence of Cloudlight Divine Thunder. What were the characteristics of Cloudlight Divine Thunder? Boone didn't know. What did Cloudlight Divine Thunder look like? Boone also didn't know. How to find the essence of Cloudlight Divine Thunder? Ask the system. Following the system's guidance, Boone arrived at a platform where the lightning was relatively sparse. Had he searched on his own, he wouldn't have found this place. Most people would instinctively search in areas with the densest lightning when looking for traces of divine thunder. However, they wouldn't expect the 5-star fortune divine thunder to be in such a sparse area. Indeed, that old man's behavior suited this location perfectly. Even in combat with a lower-ranked Boone, he dared not face him openly, showing no backbone. Arriving here, he likely dared only to explore the less dense areas, fearing for his life amidst the heavy thunder. Boone surmised that it was probably due to his cautious nature that he broke through to realms beyond what ordinary wandering cultivators could achieve, thus living so long. After all, 1,000-year-old turtles live longer than century-old tortoises. Suddenly, Boone's nascent soul started giving off warnings. The grand illusion technique began operating automatically. Looking around, Boone noticed massive bolts of lightning appearing in the sky. These thunderbolts were thick and white, cloud-like in their wavering form. So this is Cloudlight Divine Thunder? Boone tilted his head back, eyes wide, scrutinizing the enormous thunder column. He knew capturing this thunder was only the beginning. Chapter 186. The Devilish Infant Wreaks Havoc. Chapter 186. The Fedor's Interference. To reclaim the divine thunder, one must bathe the entire body in its light, allowing it to continuously purify the body until the divine thunder acknowledges you. Only then can a strand of the divine thunder's essence be absorbed into the body. Moreover, the amount of this essence absorbed is directly proportional to the level of acknowledgement by the divine thunder. The deeper the divine thunder's acknowledgement of you, the more essence you will absorb. Thus, the task is difficult or simple depending on perspective. It's essentially about enduring repeated strikes of lightning. Until it finally acknowledges you, the divine thunder's essence will be within your grasp. Boone took a deep breath. Within these 30 minutes, he had to endure as many strikes as possible. But this Cloudlight Divine Thunder, living up to its name, was unpredictable like clouds, so it did not strike straight down. If Boone wanted to gain more divine thunder essence, he had to chase after the thunder. Anyone who saw him would surely think he was insane. Everyone else avoids lightning, yet he sought it out. Activating his flying technique, Boone embarked on his pursuit of the Cloudlight Divine Thunder. Crack, crack. The divine thunder struck Boone, producing an intense series of crackling sounds. The intensity of this thunder equaled that of the 9th level, heavenly tribulation encountered during alchemy. The searing heat and the paralyzing sensation made Boone grit his teeth in endurance. His entire body was covered in burnt hair, and some areas were even smoldering. Yet, Boone could not spare any attention. He needed to focus fully on protecting his mental state. The fierce impact left him dazed and nearly falling over. Boone's spiritual protection had 3 layers. The first layer was the defense provided by the Extermination Immortal Scripture. This defensive shield was already shattered, with the intensity of the Cloudlight Divine Thunder far exceeding Boone's expectations. He seemed unable to withstand it. So why did the system indicate success? All of Boone's concentration was on enduring the excruciating pain, leaving no room for detailed thought. But he knew the system had never wronged him, and it was his sole reliance in this strange world. Therefore, Boone gave up the last chance to fly out of the thunder's reach with a clear consciousness and continued to grit his teeth and endure. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder continued to strike, burning away all of Boone's clothes and even his bodily hair under the intense heat. At this point, Boone was completely naked, truly bathing in the thunder's glow. The second layer of spiritual protection consisted of 72 acupoints connected through the spirit apertures, which cleansed his spirit and formed a protective film. However, the cloud-like divine thunder shattered this film instantly, destroying the second layer of protection. The third layer of protection was Boone's spiritual essence netherworld baby. Suddenly, the eyes of Boone's spiritual essence netherworld baby opened wide, staring intently at the approaching powerful thunderbolt without fear. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second, the thunder engulfed the netherworld baby. It struggled desperately to protect its consciousness, but ultimately could not withstand the power of nature. At the very last second, Boone's remaining thread of consciousness wondered why the system was tricking him. Boom. As Boone's consciousness was about to be extinguished by the thunder, the fedora opened its eyes. He had been forcing himself to remain closed-eyed, not wanting to wake up. Every time Boone's consciousness wavered, his body's self-protection mechanism would call upon the fedora to help resist. The system, naturally, had accounted for the fedora's capabilities. However, after forcibly consuming 10 demon crystals beyond his limit, the fedora was forced into a deep slumber. At this moment, the fedora could resist the body's self-protection mechanism, like someone trying to sleep in, only to have someone knock on the door to wake them up. But because he had overeaten and couldn't digest, the fedora couldn't get up, nor did he want to. Instead, he forced himself back into his cocoon to continue sleeping. Seeing Boone's consciousness almost destroyed, the fedora finally appeared. He wasn't acting out of goodwill, but rather to keep Boone's consciousness as a secondary netherworld baby, to merge into his own body. He didn't want to be just Boone's appendage. Why should he always yield? Why should Boone always be in control? He wanted control too. He felt deeply imbalanced. Why did he always endure the pain while Boone reaped the benefits? Just because the fedora was a later-born consciousness, he couldn't be in charge of Boone's body? Instead, he had to endure hardship while Boone reaped the rewards. The fedora wouldn't stand for it anymore. Had Boone known his thoughts, he wouldn't agree. Whenever Boone faced significant trauma, his soul would enter a dormant state. There was nothing anyone could do about it. With the fedora, he stepped in whenever this happened. Without him, Boone would merely sleep for a while before waking up. This way, the fedora wouldn't have the opportunity to covet Boone's body. So, the fedora's obedient behavior was all an act. Even though he had been born not long ago, he had learned how to lie and deceive. Haha, I finally control the body. Boone, I will keep a thread of your consciousness, imprisoning it in my left hand. You will now be my arm. Ha ha ha. The Boone displayed a triumphant smile. Above, the thunder continued to strike, but Boone was no longer the same. The fedora seemed inherently resistant to thunder. When he emerged, his body shimmered more brightly with divine thunder. A silvery purple radiance emanated from his skin, and a purple diamond-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. When Boone opened his eyes, his gaze turned dark, his pupils becoming a deep, dark purple. His body was now completely controlled by the fedora. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder continued to strike. Inside Boone's body, the fedora was aware of everything happening outside and understood the benefits of the thunder. Moreover, the fedora had been the primary force during the previous thunder tribulation, possessing the most thunder essence within his body. His resistance to lightning exceeded Boone's original form. Continuous strikes of cloud-like divine thunder only caused the fedora to sway slightly. Boom. Suddenly, a tiny crack appeared on the surface of the fedora's body. What is this? Chapter 187. Boone's calculations. Due to the loss of control over Boone's body, the divine fire and divine water within the ninefold metamorphosis series of cultivation techniques began gradually detaching from the body. Boone's strength also started to weaken. Come back here. The demonic infant Boone panicked, shouting desperately, but the divine fire and divine water had no consciousness and couldn't understand his words. Moreover, he didn't know the supreme profound illusion technique, let alone how to control them. In the next second, they flowed out of the body even faster. At this moment, the demonic infant Boone realized that his body was starting to disintegrate. Demonic infant Boone instantly turned pale with shock. This wasn't part of his plan. Everything was completely different from what he had imagined. Why was this happening? He couldn't recall the divine fire and divine water. Previously, he could resist the baptism of lightning mainly because he had advanced his cultivation to the second stage of union body realm. But now, with a sudden drop in his cultivation level and his body fragmenting, he instantly became unable to cope. Boone, come out. I was wrong, Boone. I was wrong. My intelligence only deserves to be your servant. I can never outsmart you. The demonic infant crazily begged for mercy, hoping Boone would come out to improve the situation. As long as he could survive this tribulation, he would still have a chance. However, no one responded to him. After shouting for quite some time, Boone still did not appear. At this point, the panic in demonic infant Boone's eyes disappeared, replaced by a trace of madness. Ha ha ha. It looks like your consciousness has truly dissipated. Even if I die, I won't become your subordinate. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, then let's die together. Saying this, demonic infant Boone, with his already shattered body, advanced instead of retreating, actually flying toward the depths of the divine cloud lightning in the sky. Actually, it wasn't that the demonic infant really wanted to die. People who have been electrocuted know that once struck, they are drawn in by the electric current. The same happened to demonic infant Boone. He was trapped by the lightning and couldn't escape. Moreover, he didn't know Boone's movement techniques. With his realm having fallen, he couldn't even use the instant movement technique. Therefore, he could only be obliterated in the lightning. So, he flew into the depths of the divine cloud lightning. He felt that if he were to die, he might as well go out with a bang, which suited his character. Demonic infant Boone was tragic. If he hadn't appeared later as an independent consciousness, if he had been willing to serve under someone else, or if he hadn't been so proud, perhaps everything would have changed. But there was no if in this world. This time, Boone's body was completely shattered, even his bones turning to dust. The lightning destroyed everything, including his body. Finally, only 3 nascent infants remained. Boone's previously vanished innate nascent infant appeared. Originally, after the body was stripped away, the first nascent infant that fused into the body, the innate nascent infant, reappeared due to the destruction of Boone's body. The strength of the innate nascent infant far exceeded that of ordinary nascent infants. Even with the body destroyed, it remained unharmed amidst the lightning baptism. In contrast, the demonic infant and the spirit nascent infant were slowly dissipating. Moreover, the tiny sparks produced during their dissipation merged into Boone's innate nascent infant. As the divine lightning continued to baptize Boone's nascent infant, the demonic infant's consciousness finally faded away entirely, while the remaining thread of Boone's original consciousness in the spirit nascent infant also flowed into the innate nascent infant. Boom! Amidst another burst of divine cloud lightning, Boone's innate nascent infant suddenly opened its eyes. He was alive again. The residual consciousness in the spirit nascent infant was insufficient to support Boone controlling the body, but combined with the consciousness essence in the innate nascent infant, it rekindled Boone's consciousness. Heh, it has already reached this point, huh? He gave a somewhat self-deprecating smile. At this moment, his body had been thoroughly annihilated by thunder, leaving only the innate nascent infant standing firm amidst the lightning. But in fact, all this was within his expectations. Boone had long noticed the demonic infant's ill intentions, so he decided to play along with its plan. As long as the demonic infant remained, it would always be a potential threat. Boone devised this last-ditch opportunity because he understood the demonic infant, and the demonic infant understood him too. To eliminate the demonic infant, he needed to employ something the demonic infant didn't know about him. An ace in the hole. Only by exploiting this information gap could he completely eradicate the demonic infant. So, Boone planned to utilize his innate nascent infant. Previously, his innate nascent infant had not dissipated, but was merely dormant somewhere within his body. The innate nascent infant had completely fused with the body and couldn't be separated. However, it still contained Boone's consciousness essence and a portion of dormant consciousness. Therefore, by stripping away or destroying the body, the innate nascent infant could be brought back to the surface. Once the innate nascent infant appeared, regardless of the demonic infant's actions, it wouldn't stand a chance against the innate nascent infant. The reason why the spirit nascent infant was on par with the demonic infant, or even weaker, was largely due to the fact that the spirit nascent infant came into being later than the demonic infant. However, the innate nascent infant was the earliest born and represented Boone's true origin. The term innate implied that as long as the innate nascent infant didn't perish, it could recreate itself. It could even devour or destroy the demonic infant and reshape it afterward. Thus, Boone fearlessly rushed into the divine lightning. Originally, this method was intended for use during the heavenly tribulation, but unexpectedly, he encountered divine lightning early. This accelerated the plan but did not affect the overall outcome. With the demonic infant's consciousness dissipated, only one consciousness remained in Boone's body, his true self. After undergoing the baptism of divine lightning, the innate nascent infant had transformed into an innate lightning nascent infant, wielding lightning power in every move. The small body of the nascent infant cultivated a body of divine lightning, giving Boone's innate nascent infant a physical form. Its body was forged by lightning, with crackling lightning enveloping it. Innate energy permeated the surging lightning, forming the entire innate nascent infant from divine cloud lightning. Thus, Boone now possessed the elemental essence of divine lightning in a nascent infant form. A few wisps of refined spiritual chi hovered around its head, adding a miniature version of Boone when he was young. The first strand of spiritual chi reshaped the demonic nascent infant, which did not generate consciousness this time. It was entirely formed by Boone's innate essence and the essence of lightning. On the forehead of the dark demonic infant body, there was still a purple lightning mark. Chapter 188. Reborn, transforming into 3 pure ones. The second spiritual thought remolded the spirit infant, causing the core earth danfire to reignite within it. The explosive energy contained within faintly surpassed that of the divine heavenly blaze. The third spiritual thought reshaped the bones and meridians. The bones forged from innate chi and cloud-light divine thunder now bore the essence of turbid divine water. Boone named his new set of bones, Divine Water Cloud Thunder Bones. The fourth spiritual thought reformed Boone's physical body, upgrading the fourfold golden-bodied thunder physique once more. It was now surrounded by divine water manji and cast in cloud-light divine thunder. Finally, Boone's grand xiuxian golden body finally reached the 5th realm. This achievement marked a significant milestone in his cultivation. Not only had he formed the cloud lightning vast drawing divine body, which possessed the destructive power of cloud light divine lightning and the sharp characteristics of vast drawing divine water, but he also felt an overwhelming surge of annihilating energy course through his hand as he clenched it, emitting a sizzling lightning glow. His progress was extraordinary. With just a thought, a thick lightning pillar erupted from the ground of Leizhai Mountain before him. This lightning moved at the speed of light, as swift as the cloud light divine lightning itself. He marveled. Is this the cloud light divine lightning? The 5th strand of spiritual thought began to reconstruct the spirit acupoints and 72 minor acupoints on Boone's body, allowing him to redesign their locations. He disliked the previous positioning of the grafted spirit acupoints under his armpits, so the newly reshaped spirit acupoints were directly implanted over his heart meridian. This enhanced his ability to tap into his own blood chi strength. Meanwhile, the 72 spirit acupoints were evenly redistributed across his chest and torso, facilitating quicker conversion of absorbed spiritual chi into spirit energy during cultivation, thus significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. Closing his eyes, Boone sensed that his cultivation level was about to break through. If Tad were present, she would be astonished by his rapid progression. She had reached her current 4th stage corporeal union realm with the aid of various heavenly treasures, while Boone had advanced purely by absorbing and converting spiritual chi. With a powerful boom, Boone broke through one boundary after another, advancing from 7th stage Yuan baby realm all the way to 9th stage Yuan baby realm. Now, he stood merely a step away from the corporeal union realm. At the same time, Boone truly comprehended a new movement technique, the flying rainbow technique. With a mere thought, his original position was left with nothing more than a lightning composed afterimage of his body. This speed surpassed most cultivators' flying rainbow techniques and was almost akin to instantaneous teleportation. Despite no longer having the innate Yuan baby fused within him, thus unable to use instant teleportation as before, reaching a comparable speed at the Yuan baby realm was a terrifying feat. Boone nodded, feeling that his breakthrough brought about rare and anticipated changes. Previously, the improvements from 1st stage Golden Core to 6th stage Yuan baby seemed insignificant compared to the substantial transformation brought by advancing these 3 small realms. The flying rainbow technique was a significant benchmark for cultivators before reaching the corporeal union realm. Many could never achieve the 9th stage Yuan baby realm. Cultivators at the 9th stage Yuan baby realm were fundamentally superior to those below them. Next, he focused on the 3 Yuan babies within him. After consuming another essence source acuity pill, Boone gained some clarity regarding the future development of his 3 Yuan babies. He pondered how to achieve the ultimate state, transforming one breath into 3 pure essences, one breath transforming 3 purities. Speaking of the essence source acuity pill, it reminded him of the storage ring Edie had given him. When she first gave him the ring, it seemed like a pair of rings, and perhaps noticing his hesitation, she confided that this ring was no ordinary item. It was a valuable treasure from years ago, capable of withstanding the celestial tribulation during the ascension to a mortal realm. Boone had already experienced the celestial tribulation, and even just refining a pill resulted in terrifying lightning. He initially doubted its capability, but realized its true value when it survived 3 layers of celestial tribulation. Hence, he stored important items, including the 9-turning star talisman, inside the ring. Even when his physical body and demon infant's divine soul were obliterated by the recent tribulation, the ring remained intact. Feeling reassured, Boone took out pills with 9 layers of alchemical patterns, which enhance enlightenment and allow entry into a Tao comprehension state. He consumed the 9-layer alchemical pattern return spirit pill, spirit reviving pill, and netherworld demon soul pill consecutively. Indeed, he entered the Tao comprehension state. Closing his eyes, Boone observed his 3 Yuan babies and contemplated his cultivation path. Images flashed in his mind, ultimately settling on the ancient legend of one breath transforming 3 purities. He could achieve this too. It was a bold idea, but not impossible. Using the innate creation abilities of the innate Yuan baby, he reshaped the demon infant's body with innate chi and the 6th strand of spiritual thought, forming it into a child-sized form. Deciding what to infuse into the demon infant, Boone's eyes lit up. Since he once had thunder accompany him and now possessed cloud-light divine lightning, he decided to bestow the essence of the celestial tribulation's thunder to the demon infant. Extracting the slumbering thunder essence from deep within him via the innate Yuan baby, he infused it into the demon infant's body. A loud boom resounded as the demon infant grew taller. The nether yellow spring aura from the demon soul pill flowed into the demon infant, further increasing its height to that of a 14-year-old boy. Grand Xianyuan. The Grand Xianyuan sword flew out at the command, and the demon infant caught it. Boone distinctly felt the demon infant possessed innate sword cultivation talent, emitting a sharp aura. Achieving the Cloud Thunder Mangji divine body, it possessed the destructive power of Cloud Light divine thunder and the sharp characteristics of divine water Mangji. Boone inspected his new body with satisfaction. He flexed his fingers, a ray of thunderlight carrying the aura of destruction, zinging through his palm. He felt that his entire body now brimmed with destructive force. With a mere thought, a thick bolt of lightning erupted out of nowhere on the ground before him at Leitai Mountain. This lightning moved as fast as light itself. Is this the Cloud Light divine thunder? The 5th spiritual thought began to reshape the spirit acupoints and 72 orifices in Boone's body. Their positions could be rearranged as Boone wished. Previously grafted points under his armpits were not to his liking. The newly remolded spirit acupoints were directly planted over his heart meridian, accelerating the extraction of his vital energies. The 72 spirit acupoints were now evenly distributed across his chest and torso, allowing the absorbed spiritual chi to transform into spiritual energy much faster during cultivation. His cultivation speed soared even higher. Closing his eyes, Boone sensed his cultivation level nearing breakthrough. If Tad had been present, he would have marveled at Boone's progress. Remembering that it was only due to various heaven-grade treasures did Tad achieve the 4th level union stage. But Boone, on the other hand, relied solely on the transformation of the spiritual chi he absorbed, bit by bit, for cultivation. Boom. Finally, Boone broke through. 7th level spirit infant. 8th level spirit infant. He ultimately reached the 9th level spirit infant stage. Now, he stood just one step away from the union stage. At the same time, Boone truly comprehended a new body technique, the rainbow flight technique. With a single thought, only a lingering silhouette of light remained where his body once was. This speed far exceeded the typical practitioner's rainbow flight technique. It almost equated to an instantaneous teleportation technique. Knowing he no longer had an innate spirit infant fused within his body, he couldn't use instant teleportation anymore as he used to. However, even being at the spirit infant stage, having a technique comparable to the union stage's instant teleportation was terrifying indeed. Boone nodded, pleased with the significant changes brought about by his breakthrough. To him, previous advancements from the first level of the Gold Core stage to the 6th level Spirit Infant stage did not match the transformations this recent 3-level rise had brought. The Rainbow Flight technique was a dividing line between cultivators before the Union stage. Many practitioners never achieved the 9th level Spirit Infant stage throughout their lives. The difference between the 9th level Spirit Infant and lower realms was like comparing heaven and earth. Next up, the 3 Spirit Infants within him. Having consumed another xiuxian enlightenment pill, Boone felt some clarity regarding the future path of his 3 Spirit Infants. He had thoughts on how to reach the state of transforming into 3 pure ones. Speaking of this xiuxian enlightenment pill, one must mention the storage ring Edie gave him. When she first handed it over, he initially thought it resembled a pair of rings. Perhaps sensing his hesitation, Edie secretly informed him that this ring wasn't ordinary. This relic could withstand the lightning tribulation faced during ascension to the immortal realm. Boone had experienced lightning tribulations himself, and merely refining a pill caused such terrifying tribulations. So, the lightning tribulation at the immortal realm must be horrifying beyond imagination. Initially doubting her words, the 3-layered lightning tribulation convinced him of the ring's true worth. Thus, he placed all his valuables inside the storage ring, including the 9-turning star charm. Earlier, the tribulation was so fearsome that it obliterated both his physical body and the demonic infant soul. Yet, the ring remained unscathed. Reassured, Boone decided to bring the ring in despite initial hesitation. If he left it behind and lost it, losing the valuable artifacts wouldn't be too bad, but the mini Plum Blossom world, containing Polly, Tanya, Tienga, and others, was irreplaceable. He couldn't risk their lives. This tribulation felt stronger than his previous 3-layered tribulation, but seemed weaker compared to the 9-layered tribulation he encountered while refining his first pill. Although there were slight differences, the strength was roughly similar yet still within the ring's tolerance. Therefore, he felt safe bringing it along. Achieving his goal, destroying the demonic infant's consciousness, seemed easier. Realizing he hadn't fully grasped everything, he took out a handful of 9-layered Dan pattern pills. These enhanced comprehension and allowed entering a state of enlightenment. Boone consecutively consumed the 9-layered Spirit Returning Pill, Spirit Returning Elixir, and Netherworld Demonic Soul Pill. Boom. Indeed. He entered the state of enlightenment. Closing his eyes, Boone observed his 3 Spirit Infants, contemplating his cultivation route. Scenes flashed in his mind, finally stopping at an ancient legend about the transformation into 3 pure ones. He realized he could do the same. This was a bold idea, but not impossible. First, using the creative ability of the innate Spirit Infant, he reshaped the demonic infant's body with innate chi and the 6th spiritual thought into a child of 2 to 3 years old, limited by available materials. What should he infuse into the demonic infant? Boone's eyes lit up. Since he had always accompanied by lightning and now possessed cloud-light divine thunder, he could give the essence of the previous lightning tribulation to the demonic infant. Through the innate Spirit Infant's abilities, he summoned the dormant essence of thunder deep within his body and infused it into the demonic infant. Boom. The demonic infant's body grew significantly. Following this, the netherworld yellow spring energy from the demonic soul pill flowed into the demonic infant, causing further growth. It transformed into the height of a 14-year-old boy. Granshin. At the call, the Granshin sword flew out and landed in the demonic infant's hand. Note, Granshin seems to be a unique term or name in this context. For a more natural English flow, it could be transliterated or given an explanatory name if needed. For now, I kept it as is to maintain consistency. For better readability and fluency, if Granshin is a proper name or unique term, consider providing its background earlier in the text or using a footnote to explain it. Otherwise, you might choose to transliterate it into a more reader-friendly term, like Xianxia, or provide a descriptive name such as Grand Mystic Sword. Boone clearly felt the demonic infant's affinity for swordsmanship. A sharp energy emanated from its body. Chapter 189. Spiritual power is not enough. The spiritual power is running out. Note, the original Chinese text provided is quite brief and might be part of a larger context. If you have more content or need further elaboration, please provide additional text. Chapter 189. Insufficient mental energy. Moreover, the Supreme Mystery Sword seemed to prefer the demonic infant. Boone had noticed more than once that it was more active when circling around the demonic infant. At this moment, Boone controlled the demonic infant to hold the Supreme Mystery Sword on its back, standing in a golden rooster stance as he had when he first met Sky. It wasn't something Boone did on purpose, but rather an instinctive feeling deep inside him that suggested his demonic infant should assume this posture. It felt like it would be of great help to him. Following this, Boone again handed over Hunt's 7 flying knives to the demonic infant. Now, the demonic infant held the Supreme Mystery Sword and wore 7 flying knives on its waist, with faint thunder essence glowing between its brows. Next, Boone controlled the demonic infant's body to fly out from his own. You are me, and I am you. Looking at the boy before him, Boone nodded satisfactorily. At this time, the Azure Marta seemed to sense something and transformed into a little girl, running out. Oh, so the one who practiced sword techniques with me last time wasn't you but him. The small Azure Marta pointed at the demonic infant with one hand and at Boone with the other, tilting her head questioningly in an incredibly adorable manner. She had always thought that despite teaching swordsmanship for a long time, Boone still wouldn't learn. She was genuinely frustrated and suspected if her teaching was problematic. Now she realized it wasn't him learning all along. Boone nodded with a smile. So, what's his name? Asked the Azure Marta. Boone considered for a moment. Let's call him Curtis or Azai. At this moment, the demonic infant's eyes brightened. However, this wasn't due to the awakening of the demonic infant's consciousness, but a response under Boone's mental control. The Azure Marta's eyes twinkled, then tentatively asked, Dominic, since you don't particularly enjoy using swords, why don't I follow Curtis? Boone nodded. Sure, anyway, I won't let Curtis leave me in the near future. In Boone's view, the demonic infant was not yet fully grown and lacked survival techniques. Azai could act as Boone's avatar, completing some clandestine tasks for him. Hearing Boone agree, the Azure Marta immediately rejoiced, circling happily around the demonic infant. It was clear she really liked Azai. Indeed, being a sword spirit, she naturally hoped her master would be a sword cultivator. Unfortunately, Boone didn't enjoy practicing swords much. Even the previous demonic infant hadn't been fond of it, though it had learned quite a bit under the pressure from the Azure Marta. After letting them play for a while, Boone recalled both of them. He then used spiritual will to reshape the Ling Yuanying's body, which inherently possessed Heart of the Earth Pill Fire, with a flame mark on its forehead. He named it Declan. Thus, Boone took a significant step forward in his path of transforming into 3 identities. Ling Yuanying only resembled an 8 or 9-year-old child, younger than the demonic infant and born later. Furthermore, its strength was relatively weaker. Boone didn't insist each of the Yuanying be the same size. Ling Yuanying now had 3 colored flames surrounding its body: the purple Heart of the Earth Pill Fire, the blue Azure God Fire, and the white Celestial Flame. The demonic infant Azai had an affinity with thunder sword techniques, while Declan had an affinity with divine fires. Currently, these 3 Yuanying were independent of each other. Boone planned to find a set of demonic arts for Azai and a fire-based technique for Declan. This way, their cultivation would advance faster, and Boone would have more skills at his disposal. His innate primary Yuanying had the body of divine water and thunder, making it just as formidable as the other 2 Yuanying. Boone was satisfied with this balanced distribution. Next, it was time to tame the 7-colored cloud tiger beast. Following the system's threat of opportunity, Boone moved forward, leaving trails of lightning in the air. The 7-colored cloud tiger beast lived in areas with lightning, carrying both thunder and fire attributes. Its body was marked with a spectrum of 7 colors, hence its name. According to Gray, the Opportunity Bureau's divination results suggested using dark crystals to lure it. Whether this was because the beast's constitution was special and dark crystals could subdue it, or if they needed these crystals for cultivation, remained unknown. Boone had about half of the dark crystals left from earlier. Although he had better options, like the Netherworld Demon Soul Pill, it was too rare, especially since he couldn't obtain the Netherworld Yellow Spring Water. However, if he managed to capture a 7-colored cloud tiger beast, he could consider using the Demon Soul Pill as a last resort. Following the threat of opportunity, Boone arrived at the designated location but waited several days without sighting the beast. Boone couldn't help but doubt if the system had made a mistake. He wasn't inclined to doubt, considering the system had nearly trapped him before. Although the demonic infant Boone was technically part of Boone himself, the system refused to recognize this fact accurately, leaving Boone speechless. Please trust the authority of the system. Indeed, it was the usual rhetoric. What else could be done? He had no choice but to follow it. After waiting 3 more days, Boone finally detected movements at the indicated location. White clouds parted, revealing a bulky 7-colored cloud tiger beast flying in. If not observed carefully, its form was barely visible. The speed of this adult 7-colored cloud tiger beast far surpassed that of ordinary transcendence stage cultivators. Boone could see it because he had been closely monitoring the area. Any changes in the cloud layer were immediately noticeable to him. Being able to monitor continuously for 3 days and nights was possible due to Boone's unique advantage, his 3 Yuanying. He let the primary innate Yuanying rest and cultivate, while the other 2 monitored in shifts. Upon detecting any movement, they alerted the primary Yuanying. Initially, Boone planned for his 3 Yuanying to operate equally, but the primary innate Yuanying, formed from the 10,000-year-old ginseng jade leaf fruit, was too powerful, leading to imbalance among the 3. Besides, the other 2 secondary Yuanying were created by the primary Yuanying, reinforcing their subordinate roles. However, there was a benefit. The secondary Yuanying unswervingly adhered to Boone's will. After 3 days of alternating surveillance, Boone encountered a new, significant problem. His mental energy was insufficient. Indeed, despite continuously cultivating the immortal annihilation scripture, which granted him several times the mental energy of peers, it was no longer enough to meet the daily demands of his 3 Yuanying. Chapter 190. Success. The 7-colored cloud tiger beast. Ideally, according to Boone's original plan, training his 3 Yuan infants together should have enriched his mental power. However, in reality, each of the 3 Yuan infants had different roles and even focused on different aspects of cultivation, thus unable to produce the expected results. The main Yuan infant, the innate water element focused Yuan infant, supplemented by blood chi strength, excelled in using water prison techniques to control enemies, paired with the formidable 5-fold golden body for close combat or attacks using the Ba Ji Bung technique. It also possessed the power of Yun Guang Divine Thunder for long-distance attacks to stun and harm foes, as well as proficiency in array symbols which could transform divine water into ice form, among others. In terms of martial arts, the main Yuan infant needed to cultivate Wilbur Yuan art, the flawless scripture, and the immortal annihilation scripture. This multifaceted cultivation offered Boone incredible versatility, but also imposed a significant burden. Undoubtedly, the main Yuan infant was the most powerful, and Boone allowed it to cover the widest range of skills. This resulted in an immense demand for mental power, even without considering the needs of the other 2 assisting Yuan infants who also required specialized attention. The spirit Yuan infant only knew the magnetic burst divine flame technique and wore tricolor divine flame, complemented by alchemy, lacking only a fire attribute skill to be perfect. The demon Yuan infant exuded demonic aura and utilized common thunder essence formed as a forehead mark, allowing its body surface to be covered with lightning. It mainly practiced swordsmanship, supplementary knife flight, and added paralyzing effects to the sword with electricity. Ordinarily, when the 2 Yuan infants were within him, Boone integrated all the skills seamlessly, mastering every aspect. But while inside, their cultivation couldn't progress. Therefore, they had to be rotated out of the body to cultivate, which posed a challenge yet unsolved. Thus, increasing his mental power became the utmost priority. He needed to first refine some pills to enhance and restore his mental power. Boone felt a pang in his heart. His already stretched mental power now faced an even greater shortage. His two assisting Yuan infants could be considered his additional bodies, but due to insufficient mental power, whenever he focused on controlling one, the other and his main body could only sit in meditation, unable to afford further expenditure. This was a serious drawback. For cultivators, cultivation consumed the least mental power, akin to how sleeping conserves energy for humans. Though aware of this shortcoming, Boone had no immediate solution. The previously obtained spirit refinement scripture was indeed powerful, but he hadn't yet grasped it. Therefore, sending off a clone wasn't feasible. Fortunately, this need was not urgent at present. Meanwhile, the seven-colored cloud tiger beast finally lay coiled on the ground. After observing its movements, Boone understood the nature of this opportunity. It was a mother about to give birth. Her weakest moment was upon her. Though Boone wondered why she chose to deliver on Thunder Platform Mountain, he trusted the system's judgment. Boone tossed a demon crystal towards the platform where the cloud tiger was preparing to give birth. Extremely alert, as this was her most vulnerable time, the cloud tiger scrutinized her surroundings, eventually focusing intently on the demon crystal, showing signs of yearning mixed with struggle. Finding the bait insufficient, Boone threw more, 2, then 3 demon crystals. Finally, the seven-colored cloud tiger could no longer resist, emitting low cries, Aowu, Laowu. Just as Boone thought it would pick up the demon crystals, a massive figure appeared beside them. A mature male seven-colored cloud tiger. Damn it, this tiger mother has a husband watching over here? Boone's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Just wanted to take one of your kids. Why did you call your husband? How stingy. Boone muttered as the male tiger picked up several demon crystals. The adult male was level 8, and the birthing female was level 7, both formidable. If only the female were alone, her weakened state during childbirth would make things simpler, but with the male. Clack clack clack. The male ran beside the female, calling softly. No wonder this system categorized this encounter as a 5-star event. It was indeed highly challenging. Boone inwardly cursed. That can't be right. Even Gray, the weakling, managed to succeed. So why shouldn't I? Could Gray be proficient in beast taming, skilled in capturing beasts? At that moment, Gray, deeply engrossed in studying the 9 levels transformation of Divine Thunder, suddenly sneezed repeatedly, bewildered, looking around aimlessly as if someone was thinking about him. Interestingly, Gray indeed possessed some beast taming skills. The Central State Qin family was renowned for beast taming. Despite not being part of the main branch, he still possessed these abilities. Just as Boone despaired, seeing no chance but to forcibly snatch the baby, a turning point emerged. The male tiger swallowed the demon crystal whole. Then, it abruptly collapsed, rolling on the ground, seemingly enjoying itself immensely. Bewildered, Boone watched. What was happening? It seemed like the demon crystal acted on the cloud tiger similarly to catnip on cats, but with even more pronounced effects. As the male continued rolling, the female entered labor. Suddenly, her expression turned painful as she lay back, occasionally whimpering. Wah, wah, wah. 3 cries echoed in succession. Seizing the moment, Boone activated all his techniques, 5-fold golden body merging with him. Yunlei Mangji divine body activating. 9 levels transformation of divine fire. 9 levels transformation of divine water. 9 levels transformation of divine thunder stacking, pushing his cultivation to 4th stage of the Union realm. 3 flight techniques plus rainbow flight technique plus instant body technique engaged. Swoosh. A flash of lightning streaked past. By this time, the male 7-colored cloud tiger realized what happened. His mate was giving birth. He ceased rolling and rushed toward his wife, but a water wall blocked his path. 7-colored cloud tigers were notoriously aggressive. It rammed the water wall head-on. But this was divine water turbidity, whose elasticity could not be easily breached by ordinary force. No matter how the water wall changed shape from the impact, the male cloud tiger couldn't break through the water prison. In the meantime, Boone zipped across the sky, leaving streaks of lightning. Yes, he had succeeded. With a baby 7-colored cloud tiger in hand, he dashed away with all his might. Chapter 191. Gray's Luck. The female tiger was still giving birth, and it looked like she would deliver another cub. Boone cast a very reluctant glance back. It appeared that the 6th little tiger had already been born. Should he turn back to grab one more? At this moment, Gray emerged from his cultivation. He had spent several days studying the 9-fold divine thunder transformation, gaining many insights. He wanted to find Boone to share with him. However, just then, he suddenly heard the roar of a 7-colored cloud tiger coming from Thousand Islands Peak. He came from a family skilled in taming beasts and immediately knew something was wrong. Oh no. Gray rushed towards Thousand Islands Peak. He thought Boone might have failed. Otherwise, why would this 7-colored cloud tiger be so enraged? In his mind, Boone had given him such a good cultivation technique. He couldn't ignore Boone's well-being. Boone didn't understand the way of taming beasts but was kind to him. Coming from a beast-taming family, he felt he should at least offer some assistance. Moreover, there was a chance he could capture another little 7-colored cloud tiger. As Boone flew farther away, the water prison spell that trapped the 7-colored cloud tiger finally lost its effect. The infuriated male 7-colored cloud tiger was about to chase after the thief who stole its offspring when it collided with Gray, who was rushing over in a panic. Gray. Male 7-colored cloud tiger. A fierce battle was imminent. The male 7-colored cloud tiger, not abiding by any rules, took advantage of Gray's confusion and charged forward. Simultaneously, it unleashed a large mass of beast flames, sweeping towards Gray. Though Gray was from a beast taming family, he was quick enough to dodge, using some beast taming methods to try to calm the tiger. However, the male 7-colored cloud tiger was furious, turning around for another pounce upon missing its target. Gray stabilized himself. Though he knew his chances against this enraged male beast were slim, he had no choice but to fight. Mountain River Seal. Gray used his ultimate move, sending a massive handprint crashing down toward the male 7-colored cloud tiger. But the demon beast perception was incredibly sharp, leaping aside before the handprint landed. Gray wasn't discouraged. He knew this wouldn't work, but he needed to buy time for his next move. He quickly took out the demon crystals he had obtained with Boone and threw a few towards the tiger. However, the tiger was too enraged to fall for it. Its entire body now ablaze with 7 colored flames, a sign of extreme anger. Gray had slightly calmed it earlier, but these demon crystals reminded the tiger of Boone's actions, making it even angrier. Gray's mountain river seal was now fully charged. The previous attempt had lacked power and speed, allowing the beast to dodge, but this time, he aimed precisely. Mountain river seal. Seizing the moment while the tiger was distracted by the demon crystals, Gray struck hard, pressing the tiger under the giant hand. Oh whoa! The tiger roared in frustration. Taking this opportunity, Gray promptly tossed 2 more demon crystals into the tiger's mouth. Oh whoa! Ooh! The cloud tiger instinctively closed its eyes in satisfaction, momentarily forgetting about its wife, birthing cubs, and the ongoing fight. While the tiger chewed contentedly on the demon crystals, Gray kept tossing more. The male 7-colored cloud tiger seemed oblivious to being pinned down, lying contentedly on the ground, wagging its tail as it munched on the crystals. Gray finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he managed to subdue the beast before things got worse. An 8-star demon beast. If not for his preparations and the strength gained from Boone's 9-fold divine thunder transformation, he might not have escaped unharmed. Brother Yi is indeed a good person. Flying Boone sneezed several times consecutively. Achoo, achoo, achoo. The little 7-colored cloud tiger in his arms wriggled a bit, and Boone quickly comforted it before continuing his flight. Gray used his family's beast taming skills to finally pacify the adult 8-star demon beast. He cautiously approached the female tiger, who was now nearly unconscious from exhaustion after giving birth. Using what he knew from his family, he easily took another little cub. Leaving calmly, neither of the 2 big, 7-colored cloud tigers noticed that they had lost another offspring after failing to retrieve the first one. Even the escaping Boone didn't expect Gray's luck to be this extraordinary. Despite being preempted, Gray had somehow regained similar fortune. It was almost as if he had the protagonist's lucky streak. Oh no, not pork. More like greens. Meanwhile, Boone had carried the little tiger cub to a cave. It seemed relatively safe here, and Boone felt immensely satisfied looking at the little one in his arms. He took out the 9 Revolution Star Talisman, intending to return to Wilbur's door to consult everyone about raising the cub. Entering the talisman, Boone passed by the 4th star and continued towards the 3rd star. Just entering Plum Blossom Realm, he saw his disciple Delbert. Did this kid enjoy staying at the border so much? Dominic! Delbert exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't ventured out in a while and unexpectedly ran into his master right away. Boone didn't have time to chat. Back to the sect first. With that, Boone zoomed past Delbert, leaving behind a strong gust that made him feel disoriented. Dominic! Wait for me! Delbert hurriedly followed. Upon returning to Wilbur's door, Boone saw Alia, Anne, and Tad chatting and laughing together like sisters. What are you talking about? Boone's smiling voice startled the 3 women. Coffee brother. Carmine Lang. Boone. They immediately swarmed towards him. Alia was the fastest, grabbing onto his left hand, and his right, leaving Tad blushing deeply in front of him. Carmine brother, I missed you so much. ##### Chapter 192. Sweeping away the pack. Spike was surprised by the 3 women's demeanor. Although there had been no conflict among them when he left, their relationship had clearly improved to an extent that caught him off guard. As if reading his mind, Alia gave Spike a proud look and quietly transmitted her thoughts to him. Brother Carmine, I've managed to get along with Sister Polly and Tian-Ge. From now on, we will all live in harmony. Lucille is the eldest sister, Polly is the 2nd sister, I'm the 3rd, and Tian-Ge is the 4th. But remember, you can't go chasing after 5th or 6th sisters so easily. We are enough for you. Alia gave Spike a resentful glance at the end of her message. Spike nearly choked on her reference to being 3rd, not knowing that she used the term without understanding its meaning. Don't call yourself the 3rd sister anymore. You can say you're the 3rd elder sister, Spike replied through a telepathic message. Oh, okay, Alia agreed, though reluctantly. She didn't quite understand why Spike restricted her choice of words. I say, could you 2 consider us and not flirt so openly? And interjected, teasing Spike and Alia. Spike felt somewhat embarrassed, but Alia, with her thick skin, retorted immediately. What, are you jealous, Sister Polly? You can chat with Brother Carmine in bed tonight. Why do you have to comment on these few sentences we exchanged? Ah, being the 3rd is really tough. And blushed furiously and gave Alia a light slap. You naughty girl, what are you saying? Alia made a face and darted away, with and quickly following suit. Left behind were Spike and Shuetian, who was blushing shyly. Tiange, you? Spike began. Spike, Tiange said at the same moment. Both paused in awkward silence. You go first? No, you first. They spoke in unison again, prompting Spike to laugh. You go first. Ladies first. Gwen, though unfamiliar with the phrase, understood its meaning. Nervously biting her lip, she hesitated for a long while before finally speaking her mind. Earlier, what Tanya said was just nonsense. Tiange's voice grew quieter as she spoke. Though her statement was vague, Spike knew what she meant. Tiange, actually, I really like you. But perhaps due to fate, I am not worthy of you now. You should live your life as you wish, without worrying about me or what Tanya said. With that, Spike smiled at Tiange and then walked toward the main hall with the little tiger in his arms. Behind him, Tiange's face turned pale. She wanted to become Spike's woman, but she had always been a pampered daughter of heaven and couldn't bring herself to ask Spike to take her, especially since he already had 3 others. When Barkley and the others heard that Spike had returned, they immediately dropped everything and rushed to the Patriarchal Peak's Grand Hall. This 7-colored cloud tiger beast is indeed a rare creature. Brother Yi, you're too impressive. Franklin from the Pill sect was well-versed and knowledgeable among the group. People like Barkley had spent their entire lives in the Plum sect and knew nothing about powerful beasts outside their world. There were also no ancient records available. If this 7-colored cloud tiger grows up well, it will become an 8-star demon beast. Barkley's jaw dropped upon hearing Franklin mention an 8-star demon beast. Holy cow, 8-star demon beast. That must be incredibly powerful. Who, brother, do you know how to raise it? Spike himself didn't know much about this. Beasts like this, especially young ones, need a contract. Franklin answered. How do you form such a contract? Spike asked eagerly. Franklin hesitated. I've only read about it in some old books at the Pill sect. As for how to form the contract, I'm not sure. Disappointed, Spike perked up as Franklin suddenly clapped his hands. Right, I remember now. The Patriarch once mentioned that in Central Province, yes, Central Province. Central Province is many times more advanced than Cloud Province. They have ways to control beasts, and supposedly, there's even a family surnamed Qin specialized in taming beasts. Surnamed Qin? Could it be? Was it Gray's family? Spike speculated that perhaps the opportunity shown by fate for Gray to get the little tiger was related to his ability to tame beasts. Spike decided he needed to find Gray again. Meanwhile, after taking away the other little tiger, Gray had already formed a contract with it. He was searching for milk to feed the cub because an adult 7-colored cloud tiger would be an 8-star powerhouse. Spike decided to go back to see Gray, but ran into Denny and Myrtle near the exit of the small world. These two were now very close friends. Seeing them, Spike remembered the secret manual of the Union sect he still hadn't obtained. Myrtle, are you still unwilling to hand over the Union sect's manual? Myrtle turned and glanced at Spike, her eyes twinkling. All right, I can give you the manual. It's hidden somewhere safe. If you agree to one thing for me, I'll tell you where it is. What is it? Help me kill my fiancé. What? Spike was stunned. Myrtle had a fiancé? And this woman was indeed ruthless. It must have been something significant that made her want her fiancé dead. Poor guy. The son of the weapon sect's leader. Kill him, and I'll tell you where the manual is. The son of the weapon sect's leader? Fine, since the weapon sect offended him. Deal. Myrtle was momentarily taken aback by Spike's quick agreement. At this point, Spike noticed Denny's cultivation had reached the nascent soul stage. Patriarch, I've mastered the cutting dog sword technique you taught me. Denny, having missed Spike for a long time, said with excitement. Great, great. Already at the nascent soul stage. Patriarch, I've studied the cutting dog sword technique extensively and developed a second form. Combining it with your original name, I came up with an appropriate name for it. Really? What's it called? Spike asked curiously, sweeping away the pack. Hashtag chapter 193, life is tough, can only sell skills. Denny proudly demonstrated the move to Boone. Upon hearing the name and seeing the moves Denny displayed, Boone couldn't help but admire his talent. The second move was similar to the first, decapitation, with its build-up of power before a sudden, unexpected attack. But this second form also included some area of effect elements, fitting perfectly its name, sweeping a group of dogs. I can see that Bruno truly has the potential of an emperor. Boone couldn't help but marvel. Denny blushed and laughed shyly. No wonder this guy can be close friends with Myrtle. He's getting more feminine every day. Boone felt goosebumps all over his skin. But Denny was still a good ally. Since Boone was in a hurry to find Gray, he gave him a few pointers on his current cultivation progress. Then, Boone left the small plum blossom world again with the little tiger. He had to find Gray. As soon as he emerged, Boone noticed 3-star opportunity notification above his head. This person will soon meet Gray, a descendant of the beast-taming family from Central State, and successfully contract an 8-star demonic beast cub, the 7-colored cloud tiger beast. Boone felt a surge of joy, realizing that his connection with Gray was strong. He hadn't even started looking yet, and the system already gave him a hint. This made things much easier. Without hesitation, Boone flew in the direction indicated by the system's opportunity line. Soon, Boone spotted Gray in a plain area. Brother Qin. Gray was traveling when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw Boone. Brother Yi. Gray greeted Boone with a hearty laugh. Seeing the 7-colored cloud tiger cub in Boone's arms, Gray became even happier. Brother Yi sure has excellent luck. Brother Qin, it's good to run into you. I heard your family specializes in beast taming from Central State. Could you help me contract this little one? Boone spoke honestly. Gray laughed heartily. Of course, why not? Then, he frowned slightly. However, seeing his hesitation, Boone asked immediately, what's wrong? Is there any issue? Gray felt a bit embarrassed. I do need some compensation. It's a family rule and currently, I am indeed short on funds. Boone laughed loudly and patted Gray on the shoulder. That's no problem at all. If you help me with the contract, I'll definitely compensate you. What should I give you according to the rules? Gray breathed a sigh of relief. According to the rules in Central State, demon beast contracts are ranked. For a high-rank beast like the 7-colored cloud tiger, the compensation is naturally higher. My family has set it at 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Then, Gray added, oh right, spirit stones in Central State are different from those in Yun State. We use top-grade spirit stones, while ordinary ones are basically non-existent, and mid-grade stones are like pocket change. Boone couldn't help but whistle. So expensive. But he had Jerome, so this amount wasn't an issue. Just as he was about to speak, Gray interrupted him. But Brother Yi is so kind to me. We don't need to follow formalities strictly. Do you have any skills in alchemy, artifact forging, or array symbols? Boone nodded. My alchemy skills are decent. Hearing this, Gray got excited. Can Brother Yi make divine revival pills? Boone raised an eyebrow. He knew this well. How many do you need? Understanding that Boone could do it, Gray smiled. In Central State, traded pills usually have patterns, but I know Yun State doesn't have many pattern pills yet. Give me 10 quality pills, and that should be fine. Boone raised an eyebrow again. Was Gray underestimating him? But he remained calm. Sure. However, my stock of divine revival pills is low. Let me start a batch for you now. Impressed by Boone's quick response, Gray didn't hesitate and took the small 7-colored cloud tiger cub from Boone. Soon, the contract was completed. Feeling the mental connection with the little cub, Boone marveled at how incredible it was. Immediately, Boone pulled out his pill furnace, selected the herbs, and prepared to refine some pills. Seeing Boone's purple gold primordial furnace, Gray was surprised. It was an extraordinary furnace. His confidence in Boone grew. Perhaps Boone could even provide pattern pills. Boone calmly placed the herbs into the furnace one by one, refining the pills while chatting with Gray. Brother Chin, why do you keep coming to Yun State as a disciple of a prominent Central State family? Gray sighed heavily. Well, Brother Yi, though I'm from Central State, I'm not a direct descendant of the Chin family but rather a distant relative. Our treatment cannot compare to the main lineage. The Chin family is large, but most resources go to the direct descendants. People like us must report every beast-taming job to the family, and they take 90% of the compensation. Only because we're here in Yun State, they haven't noticed, allowing me to earn a bit more. Boone listened sympathetically, understanding why Gray from Central State seemed less wealthy than expected. So how do you survive normally? Gray looked sorrowful, seemingly reminiscing about something sad. Alas, life is tough for me. Suddenly, Gray's emotions escalated. In Central State, to live comfortably, you must either be a direct descendant of a large family, hold a position in major sects, or have specialized skills. Whether it's alchemy, artifact forging, or array symbols, but not at Yun State's level. Otherwise, no one would want your products. Except for beast taming, I'm terrible at everything else So back then, I had to perform on the street to make a living. Seeing Gray nearly cry, Boone hurriedly comforted him. He needed this little leak to stay motivated for later training. Brother Chin, you've got a brother now. Don't worry, I'll ensure this batch of pills is of high quality. Then you can sell these pills instead of performing on the street. Touched, Gray was convinced that Brother Yi was indeed a good person. Where do you plan to go next, Brother Yi? With the rampant magic aura in Yun State and almost no spirit chi left in the air, it's not a place to stay long. Note, I translated names using their pinyin, ensuring the structure and style were maintained. The narrative flows naturally and coherently. Hashtag chapter 194. Journey to the Device Demon Sect. Boone pondered for a moment. He was planning to go to Central Province, but at that time, the Palace Dominic of Ziwei Star Palace had repeatedly emphasized several times that once he reached the diverging spirit stage, he could find Ashley. Was there some kind of restriction? Thinking this, Boone asked aloud. Going to Central Province isn't as simple as just deciding to go, Gray nodded, noticing that Boone didn't seem to understand these matters well. Being enthusiastic, he began explaining one by one. There are 2 ways to go to Central Province, ability or wealth. Ability means breaking through to the diverging spirit stage, which allows you to go without being stopped. Wealth refers to being very rich. Not only do you need money, but you also have to find some connections, give a large sum to a major clan, and then get affiliated with a side branch identity to receive the clan's token and enter Central Province. But if you choose the second method, Brother Yi, you must be cautious. Some clans specialize in trapping people from other provinces, and those who join them mostly end up as slaves. If you need help later, I can assist you in advising. Seeing that Gray didn't mention his own family, Boone understood that their Chin family might indeed be one of those exploitative clans. However, he wasn't considering the second method. Money was not a big issue. Mainly, joining another clan would restrict his freedom. He still needed to find Ashley. If he was burdened too much, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, he wasn't masochistic. Joining another clan as a side branch sounded like no good job. Gray came from a side branch of the Chin family, and even he struggled, having to sell his talents to make ends meet. How good could such affiliations be? Therefore, he must continue cultivating first. As they talked, Boone learned many things about Central Province, and meanwhile, the alchemy process was almost done. Gray was shocked. Pill cloud? Someone in Yun Province can actually refine pill clouds? At this moment, Gray's gaze towards Boone changed. He hadn't expected Boone's alchemy skills to be so exceptional. A pill cloud meant there was a high probability of pill patterns appearing. The pill cloud above Boone's head was exceptionally brilliant and vast, indicating that this batch of pills would have many patterns. Could it even reach 5 layers of pill patterns? In Central Province, pills with 3 layers or more of patterns fetch good prices, while those without any sold in baskets. This was also why top-tier forces in other provinces hesitated to go to Central Province easily, who would willingly become lower-level individuals and contribute to Central Province. Just then, a fragrant aroma wafted over, signaling the pills were complete. Boone opened the furnace and saw more than 30 round Shenwiling pills, returned spirit pills, lying at the bottom, all with 9 layers of pill patterns. Gray's jaw nearly dropped in shock. 9 layers of pill patterns. Even in Central Province, such pills were extremely rare. Boone managed to refine pills with 9 layers of patterns? Boone took out the pills and handed the entire bottle to Gray. Gray hurriedly declined. Brother Yi, this is too much. These are pills with 9 layers of patterns. 5 should be enough for me. Boone waved his hand. Take them. My refining basically results in 9 layers of patterns now. This batch wasn't much, and you've helped me a great deal. Gray was moved almost to tears. What a kind-hearted person Brother Yi was. But inside Boone's mind, he thought since Gray was so poor, what if the pig fattening plan failed? Better to give him these pills for now. After all, he had plenty. Thus, a beautiful misunderstanding was born. Meanwhile, Yun Province officially renamed itself to Yunma Province, and various sects publicly proclaimed their cultivation of demonic arts. But the residents of Central Province didn't take it seriously. They knew that Muhammad's merely progressed faster in the early stages, but after reaching feathered immortal stage, they were inferior to spirit cultivators. Only the Chin family disagreed. How can Yun Province simply abandon itself? Emeric said furiously. We will reclaim Yun province ourselves and expel the Mohammeds. Haven't you found my son yet? Zhou's worry deepened. My son Bruno is doomed. Big brother, don't worry. Bruno will be fine. Other sects generally adhered to the principle that it was better not to involve themselves, unwilling to accompany the Chen family. After all, Yun province was remote and insignificant compared to the rest of Xiuxian continent. By now, Boone had already parted ways with Gray again, both having their own matters to attend to. However, when Gray left, he told Boone that he could contact him anytime if needed. Boone took out the contracted 7-colored cloud tiger beast. Post-contract, Boone could start feeding it spiritual energy or demonic energy. Because Boone had the great mystic spell, which filtered impurities from demonic energy, he made a bold decision. Since the master was a triple cultivated demon spirit body, the pet should also be a triple cultivated demon spirit body. Imagine how cool it would be for his little tiger to have all 3 attributes. For physical cultivation as a beast, it only needed regular training, requiring no assistance. Only the other 2 aspects required Boone to begin imparting spiritual and demonic energies. After contracting, the 7-colored cloud tiger could be stored in space. Originally, Yun province lacked beast tamers, so nobody had experience contracting, nor knew about it. But Gray did. Boone tried transmitting some spiritual energy to the little tiger, which adapted well. Then he gave it some demonic energy. Boone was cautious with the dosage, gradually increasing it until the 2 energies balanced. The little tiger let out a soft ew, then fell into a deep sleep. Boone carefully examined and found nothing wrong. It was likely due to the clash of the 2 energies, which it couldn't digest immediately, causing the slumber. Relieved, Boone sighed. It would have been disastrous if it died right after contracting. With the little tiger settled, it was time to consider Myrtle's matter. Since the device sect had gone demonic, her fiancé, as the son of the device sect leader, would also have embraced demonic arts. He heard her fiancé was currently at the device demon sect. After careful consideration, Boone decided to send Azai, his demon incarnation, on the journey. Firstly, as a Mohammed, Azai wouldn't draw as much attention in Yuma province. Secondly, Azai had a fresh face and didn't share a body with anyone else like before with the demonic infant. His reputation with the vagrant demon sect still stood on their wanted list. If too many people interfered, it could affect his main objectives. Now the vagrant demon sect had become the 2nd largest demonic sect in Yunma province because they had cultivated demonic techniques for a long time, thus gaining the most strength. As for the current strongest force in Yunma province, it remained the device demon sect. Its strong foundation as one of the original 3 major sects allowed it to flourish even more after embracing demonic cultivation. Leaving his true self in the 9-fold star seal, Boone sent Azai to the device demon sect to kill Myrtle's fiancé. Chapter 195, I am your grandfather. Azai's sword flight was incredibly fast. It was even faster than the rainbow flight technique. This was the first time Boone witnessed Azai's level, and with a brief moment of concentration, he had a rough understanding of Azai's cultivation methods and specialties. Boone noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Although he himself knew no sword techniques, when controlling Azai with his mind, he could execute powerful swordplay. Additionally, magical skills like the demon art were similar. His divine fire and divine water couldn't be wielded by Azai, as if the demon art naturally restrained these elements, only allowing thunder to be used. Thunder might still be usable, because Boone had infused some essence of thunder when creating the demon baby. In fact, demonic energy inherently feared thunder. Both were mutually restrictive. But since it was integrated into the innate infant during creation, Azai wasn't entirely repelled by thunder. This slightly weakened Azai's power for Boone, meaning that the martial arts and techniques needed to be relearned, because the avatar was essentially a newly born entity. However, Boone did not plan to let both avatars relearn the same techniques and cultivation methods. Having 2 avatars relearn everything he knew would be a waste of resources. This was an opportunity for diversification. Most cultivators, besides improving their cultivation, wanted to master an auxiliary Dao skill, be it alchemy, artifact refinement, formations, runes, or beast mastery. Yet, no one could delve too deeply into multiple auxiliary paths because each took up significant energy. Cultivators' primary focus was cultivation, and they couldn't neglect other areas. But now, Boone had a unique advantage. He possessed 3 Yuan infants, enabling him to explore more auxiliary paths. When his avatars perfected their practices, part of their knowledge would transfer back to his true self. Although it wouldn't be as comprehensive as what the avatars learned, he could still employ these new abilities. For example, when Declan went out alone and mastered a new art like artifact refinement while the main body dealt with other matters, upon returning, the main body could grasp part of this new ability. So, while Boone's main body cultivated and solidified the 9th stage of the Yuan infant realm, preparing for breakthroughs, Azai could venture out for practice. During this journey, Azai roughly mastered the flawless scripture and the immortal slaying scripture. He divided his focus on the flawless scripture because it enhanced comprehension, a significant benefit indeed. The flawless scripture and the immortal slaying scripture were directly taught by Boone's main self, so Azai quickly grasped them. Apart from his inherent demonic aura and swordplay, everything else was a blank slate for him. Learning the immortal slaying scripture aimed to bolster his currently scarce spiritual energy, as such methods and herbs to enhance spiritual power were extremely rare. Without better options, Boone didn't want to split Azai's focus on learning these 2 scriptures. He still needed a demonic skill to further increase Azai's strength. This fully utilized Azai's capacity without room for other auxiliary paths. After mastering these 2 scriptures, Azai flew toward the outskirts of the artifact demon sect. Along the way, he encountered 2 Mohammeds and calmly greeted them. They were astonished, a sword cultivator practicing demon arts. However, they didn't recognize Azai. As soon as Azai left, the smile on the Mohammed who greeted Azai faded immediately. He admonished his junior brother. Sword cultivators are known for their sharpness in cultivation and their solitary nature. We must keep away from sword cultivators who practice demon arts. His puzzled junior asked, why must we stay away? The senior brother, visibly afraid, replied gravely, because they are dangerous. Demon practitioners amplify emotions easily. while sword cultivators emphasize outwardly displayed feelings. They can't hide their emotions, leading to easier loss of control. If a sword cultivator loses control, they turn into ruthless killers. The junior nodded in agreement, enlightened. Because sword cultivators have the heaviest killing aura, demon cultivation intensifies their murderous desires. Boone overheard their discussion but wasn't bothered. Practicing demon arts led to various negative emotions due to absorbing impurities, yet his Wilbur illusory technique purified the demonic aura, making it highly refined. By now, Boone had arrived at the territory of the artifact demon sect. The mountains were vast, making it hard to locate Myrtle's fiancé. Suddenly, Boone remembered that Hunt's golden left hand could guide him. As the second best among the younger generation of the previous artifact sect, Hunt surely knew a lot about its matters. Previously, Boone stored Hunt's left hand in his storage ring, which was undeniably excellent, large enough to contain a mountain. Hunt, you're up. Help me find your sect leader's son's immortal abode, Boone ordered, bringing out Hunt's hand. Now reduced to a tool, Hunt dared not complain. Knowing many of Boone's secrets, Hunt realized he was trapped permanently. Leading his eye forward, Hunt introduced the sect leader's son. He's called Mason, previously at the 8th stage of the Yuan infant realm, but after practicing demon arts, I don't know his current cultivation level. Names don't matter. Tell me about his weaknesses. Azai's voice was cold. Golden left hand. Hunt. Guess why I won't talk about his weaknesses? Despite inwardly complaining, Hunt carefully chose his words, continuing, his foundation has always been solid, third best in the sect. But his special identity made us never compare ourselves to him. Before practicing demon arts, he could slay ordinary initial stage combined realm cultivators at the 8th stage of the Yuan infant realm. Don't underestimate him. Soon, Azai reached Mason's quarters. Seeing him cultivating in the courtyard, Azai attacked directly. Who? Mason wasn't defenseless. Retaliating instantly, he met Azai's palm strike and teleported to another corner of the courtyard. Indeed, he had reached the combined realm. Who are you? How dare you barge into our artifact demon sect? If not for his sinister demeanor from practicing demon arts, Mason actually looked quite handsome. One wondered why Myrtle wanted to kill him. I am your grandfather. Chapter 196, Alive. Upon Azai's words, he had no choice but to fight. Mason could not bear such provocation. In the demon alchemy sect, he was always in a position akin to that of a crown prince. He roared with anger and charged at Azai. At this moment, Azai hovered on a demonic cloud. This was a natural flight technique used by Mohammeds, using gathered demonic chi to lift the body into the air. Demonic chi was denser and heavier than spiritual chi, enabling it to support a cultivator's body. Spiritual chi alone couldn't achieve this. Demonic chi erupted from his entire body, blackening the air 3 meters around him. In contrast, Azai stood with one leg raised, the xiuxian sword hanging at his waist, his right hand holding the Taiyuan sword behind his back, and his left hand making a sword gesture pointing towards the charging Mason. Mason's immense momentum surged towards Azai, the demonic chi about to engulf him. This kind of demonic chi would devour not only the cultivator's body, but also their cultivation once it swallowed them. Soldier. A mantra was softly spoken by Azai. Instantly, rotating lightning wrapped around him like the light pole of a barbershop, with purple lightning patterns dancing across his skin. Boom. A low rumble as the demonic chi surrounding Azai, ready to swallow him, was instantly purified and dispersed by the lightning. Azai had applied the energy storage method of the dog-slaying sword technique to the lightning essence within him. Lightning currents circulated throughout his body, contained yet not released, forming a protective layer of lightning that shielded him from other demonic chi. Because Azai's demonic chi was filtered, whereas others carried various impurities and negative emotions which, if touched, might cause Azai's mental collapse. Mason was astonished and furious, loudly questioning, "It's actually a lightning technique? You, a lightning attribute cultivator, practice demonic arts? Who are you?" It wasn't surprising that Mason was curious, for most Mohammeds feared the purifying power of lightning. Azai glanced at him, then transformed into lightning, initiating the flying rainbow technique, trailing a long tail of lightning as he charged towards Mason. As Azai reached Mason, he formed the sword gesture, finally revealing the Taiyuan sword from behind his back, sending a brilliant sword beam soaring skyward. This was a genuine sword beam, not the fake cultivation his father and fellow disciples had used to fool him. Slash. The sword beam pierced through him. Mason could not resist the sword beam. The immense sword beam emitted from the Taiyuan sword also had an amplification effect. It was more than just externalized sword chi, it was razor sharp. The previous Taiyuan sword in Boone's hands could never have unleashed its Shin-grade weapon power. Only in Azai's hands did it truly shine. Mason had never seen anything like this, only managing to dodge desperately. However, the sword beam was too sharp and fast. He couldn't avoid it in time, being grazed by the sword beam on his chest. Closing his eyes in fear, he didn't feel the pain of being sliced open. It turned out that the precious armor his father had crafted for him protected him from Azai's fatal strike. The shining armor deflected Azai's deadly blow, reminding Mason that he had forgotten about the Shin-grade artifact on his body. Haha, ignorant brat. Have you ever seen a Shin-grade precious armor? Seeing this, Nico laughed triumphantly. Failing this attack, Azai remained calm, once again placing the sword behind his back, preparing another dog-slaying strike. The dog-slaying sword technique stored energy, equivalent to a 6th-layer hidden force from 8 extreme collapse. Despite this, the amplified power from the Taiyuan sword failed to instantly kill Mason, leaving Azai to find another opportunity. They engaged in combat, unable to discern who was superior. Finally, the Caitlyn could no longer watch, transmitting, "You're driving me crazy. Let me take care of him." "No, I must do it myself," Azai insisted, wanting to handle it alone. "You alone? You can't break his defense. Your current sword techniques are limited and lack variation. Let me." The Caitlyn analyzed urgently, clearly worried about Azai. "I'm sharpening my skills. Just watch. Azai persisted, demonstrating a true swordsman's resolve. If it were Boone, he would have wished for the Caitlyn to intervene quickly, but Azai insisted on doing it himself. The more they fought, the more shocked Mason became. Azai's sword techniques grew increasingly sharp, gradually becoming overwhelming. Moreover, Azai's sword edge carried thunder, which was particularly unfriendly to Muhammad's, causing a numbing effect. So, as they continued fighting, Mason gradually became numb on one side of his body. This paralysis led to him being hit by the dog-slaying sword technique again. Once more, the armor deflected the 6th layer hidden force sword chi. Seeing that he still couldn't break through, Azai was undeterred, resuming his stance, focusing on the same point repeatedly. With this persistence, his attacks improved significantly. Previously, it took over 100 rounds to catch Mason off guard. Now, it only took several dozen. His precious armor darkened under continuous assaults from Azai's sword beams. Azai focused his efforts on one spot of the armor, relentlessly attacking. Finally, a crack appeared in Mason's precious armor. This was a Xian-grade armor. Mason panicked, remembering his father saying this armor could withstand even the attack of a body fusion cultivator. Only divine separation stage could affect it. Yet Azai, through sheer determination, broke it. Once again, Azai launched the dog-slaying sword technique diagonally. His body and the Taiyuan sword moved as one, so perfectly executed that even the Caitlyn found no flaw. This was a fully charged attack, with the Taiyuan sword striking the previously cracked point of the armor, blood spilling. Finally, Mason's defenses were breached. Huge amounts of thunder poured into Mason's body through the opening. Azai controlled the lightning on his surface, guiding it along the sword edge, extending the sword beam, wildly invading Mason's body and causing destruction. Mason screamed in agony. Then, another streak of light appeared. It was the second life-saving means provided by the demon alchemy sect patriarch, the great teleportation talisman. Mason was instantly teleported 1,000 miles away. The watching disciples, drawn by the commotion, felt chills down their spines. Staring at Azai standing alone in midair, none dared to step forward, even though Azai was at the brink of exhaustion. Chapter 197. I thought it was that deadbeat Boone. Several times, he unleashed a fully charged attack that could breach the mystic-level treasured armor and spiritual weapons, but now he was at the end of his tether. While people were still reacting, he stumbled into the mountains. The assassination of the son of the sect Dominic of the Device Demon sect had sent the entire sect into a frenzy, launching a massive manhunt for Azai. Mason didn't die, but now he hated Azai even more for being humiliated so badly. Edie couldn't help but laugh inwardly at Mason's impotent rage. She had always looked down on this pampered brat, but being the sect Dominic's own child, she could only act as if nothing was wrong and follow the search party. Interestingly, that near-death sword cultivator seemed to have vanished without a trace. Edie wasn't very enthusiastic about truly helping with the search, so after a quick evening check, she returned to her chamber promptly. Stay still. As soon as Edie entered, a 3-foot-long azure blade pressed against her slender neck. Edie wasn't the least bit anxious. Her beautiful eyes glimmered. She had already guessed that the only person daring enough to assassinate the sect Dominic of the Device sect would be Boone, especially when she felt the fluctuation from the spatial ring she had given him. The Device Demon sect was in chaos. Everyone within the sect was frantically searching for the assassin. All over the Yunma state, various forces started discussing. Did you hear that the son of the sect Dominic of the Device sect was assassinated? Right, apparently it was a sword cultivator, unknown origin, someone who wreaked havoc through the Device sect. Now the sect Dominic has put out a bounty, saying this person is called Azai, only around 17 or 18 years old, very young. Speaking of Azai, this reminds me of that time when there was also a lot of fuss in Yunzhou about someone named Blackface Demon King. Could it be the same person? Not the same. That Blackface Demon King is a remnant of Qingyuan sect, reportedly named Boone, also a genius capable of killing beyond his level. It's rumored he killed Soul Sect's genius Soul Dolua at the Golden Core stage. Note, Dolua should be Dolua, following the style of keeping proper nouns or unique titles in their original form when widely recognized. Discussions about Azai's legend were happening everywhere in Yunzhou. What? I thought you were that deadbeat Boone? Who are you? Edie turned around, scrutinizing the young man before her with her beautiful eyes. This youth was handsome, but not as fair-skinned as Boone. His skin was tan-brown. Particularly striking were his thick brows shaped like swords piercing the clouds. Miss, my name is Azai. Azai said coldly, tightening his grip on the Hildred sword simultaneously. Right, you're Azai, not Boone. As Edie spoke, she glanced at the Hildred sword pressing against her neck and the storage ring on Azai's right hand. Edie extended her delicate hand beside Azai's, highlighting the stark contrast between her fair small hand and his darker larger one. Especially their rings, identical in style and color, clearly a pair. A peculiar atmosphere began to brew. Edie's small hand, touching Azai's large hand, made his heartbeat speed up. In the Device sect, besides being number one, Edie was also considered the most beautiful woman. Cultivating demonic arts gave her an additional alluring charm. At this close distance, Azai could clearly smell the faint fragrance coming off her body, making him blush. Azai forcefully controlled his inner agitation, opening his eyes to meet Edie's smiling gaze, feeling speechless. What should I call you? Just call you Boone Demon? Edie teased. As she spoke, she faced Azai and gradually approached him, not caring at all about the Hildred sword pressing against her neck, which caused no harm. It even gently brushed against her neck as if recognizing her because initially, it was Edie who helped awaken the sword spirit within the Hildred sword. Boone Demon, you dared to kill the sect Dominic's son. Do you have some grudge over a wife? Edie jibed sarcastically. Boone sighed, shrugging helplessly. No choice, I had to do it. Since you recognized me, I won't hide anymore. This visit was rushed, and I didn't realize you were here. Edie rolled her eyes playfully but smiled. I even helped you recover the Hildred sword. And, our sect changed its name to Device Demon Sect now. Then she blinked her eyes, seeming to realize something. Since you've cultivated demonic arts, why not stay with us at Device Demon Sect? Gazing into Edie's wide, sparkling eyes, Boone fibbed. I have a reason to leave Yunzhou. Edie shot him a look. Oh, Boone Demon. You have so many reasons to leave. It's quite the trouble. What about your little sweetheart? Forget about that. We'll talk another time. Can you help me kill Mason? Boone calmly changed the subject. Edie leaned closer to his eye, her chest pressing against his. Her voice was low and alluring. I can certainly help you, but you need to be prepared to pay the price. Her beautiful eyes kept darting towards Boone's legs. You don't look as pleasant as before. But how did you change your appearance without me detecting anything? Let me examine. With that, her hands cupped his eye's face, getting closer and closer. Boone could clearly hear his heart racing, and then felt the vibration from her contact. Swallow. Both cheeks flushed red, Boone exclaimed inwardly. He felt Edie was indeed a great demoness, but he struggled to control himself. Now he was in his Azai form, a demonic cultivator emphasizing natural spontaneity. His body had already reacted. Edie glanced at Boone's legs, finding it increasingly captivating. Their lips got closer. Edie, open the door for inspection. A roar broke the romantic moment. Edie and Boone exchanged glances. The outer disciples had begun searching the residences of inner disciples, as they hadn't found anyone yet. Normally, geniuses like Edie wouldn't be searched. But leading the search was none other than Mason. Chapter 198. Edie, open the door quickly, I know. Hashtag chapter 198. Edie, open the door quickly. I know you are home. Mason had always lusted after Edie, but he had never dared to force himself on her due to her status as the top disciple of the artisan sect. Moreover, Edie's proud personality made Mason somewhat restrained. But today was different. He was seething with anger after a failed assassination attempt, and even his beloved armor had been damaged. Those who practiced demon cultivation tended to amplify their desires. Thus, Mason now intended to take advantage of the search for assassins as a pretext to force himself on Edie. Seems like only Mason is here? Boone transmitted sound to Edie. Edie frowned. Don't do anything rash. If you kill him here, how will I still be able to stay in the sect? Boone shrugged indifferently, but did not insist. Fine, once you've dealt with him, I'll chase him outside and then kill him. Edie nodded, gesturing for Boone to hide. Boone surveyed Edie's room and decided to hide in the wardrobe. However, Edie stopped him and pushed him under her bed instead. Edie, open up quickly. I need to inspect your room. I suspect you might be harboring an assassin. Cough, Yueru, this is just routine. No need to get nervous. Seeing Edie seemed frightened, Mason tried to comfort her. But Edie sensed something odd in his tone. Why would he suddenly try to comfort her when he was just checking? And outside, there was only Mason's presence. Peering through the door crack, Edie confirmed that it was indeed only Mason out there. What a joke. Just after being assassinated, if he suspected someone was hiding in her room, why would he come alone? So his true intention. A cold glint flashed in Edie's eyes as she retrieved the spirit weapon she crafted herself, a Star Moon dagger, holding it in reverse grip. This dagger wouldn't reflect light even in the sun, with blood grooves like the Judge of Hell. The Star Moon's spirit awakened and started circling the dagger, raising dust particles that made the dagger fade into invisibility. Weapon invisibility. Watching from the side, Boone marveled at the craftsmanship of this master artisan. If he could have such an invisible weapon, how unbeatable would he be? An opponent wouldn't even know what hit them. I'm coming, senior brother Yuanjun. Why would you suspect my room has hidden assassins? Edie deliberately swayed her hips as she opened the door. Outside, it was indeed only Mason. Hee Yueru, it's just procedure. Better safe than sorry. Of course, I trust you wouldn't harbor any filth, but we can't rule out someone taking advantage. He forced his way in, ostensibly inspecting, while his eyes secretly lingered on Edie's figure. Edie crossed her arms, watching Mason impatiently. Senior brother Yuanjun, are you done checking? Mason kept staring at Edie's legs, while moving towards the bed where Boone hid. Almost almost. Feeling alarmed, Edie stepped forward and pulled Mason back. You're done now, right? My room isn't problematic. Assassins would hide among lower disciples. Leave, I need to bathe and study. Unexpectedly, when Edie tugged at Mason, he grabbed her waist, pushing his face toward her chest. Reacting instantly, Edie kneed Mason, who deftly dodged despite his lustful state. Edie, you bitch, today I'm going to have you. With your slutty outfit, weren't you trying to seduce me? Mason shook his sleeves, throwing out a bundle of ropes. Bastard, are you crazy? Would you dare, Mason? This was a restraining magical tool, non-lethal but incredibly effective at binding. The rope expanded in the wind, tightly binding Edie without resistance. Boone observed that the rope was also a spirit weapon, indicating the patriarch's care for his son. These heavenly binding ropes specifically counter your invisible Star Moon dagger. Regret not using it earlier? Mason approached Edie, who lay struggling on the ground. Always acting proud, yet deep down, you're so sleazy. Disciples saw you being intimate with that Xiuxian sect remnant, Boone, in the secret realm. What do you call this if not looking for trouble? Not serving our esteemed heir but seeking wild men. Edie turned red with rage. Madman, are you just standing there? Hurry up and kill him. Kill him. She couldn't tolerate this humiliation and already harbored murderous intent toward Mason. At that moment, Mason was startled. Could Edie really be colluding with assassins? She was the top young disciple. Would she risk her bright future? Meanwhile, the bed covers flew apart. Boone rushed out with Wilbur's sword, aiming straight for Mason. It's you. Thud. Just one startled exclamation. Wilbur's sword pierced through the same spot in Mason's armor, damaged from previous encounters. In the instant he was stabbed, Mason managed to pull out the sword, bleeding profusely. He tried to escape. Boone, focus now, sent a mental command to Marta. Heaven's sword leapt out with immense power, Heaven's sword had been simmering with frustration during the earlier battle. Now unleashed, it carried overwhelming sword energy directly toward Mason's throat. With a precise strike, Heaven's sword severed Mason along with his soul essence in an instant. ##### Chapter 199. Who was Mason? The Heaven's sword, after drinking blood, continued to hum incessantly. Azai now realized just how great the difference in sword comprehension was between himself and the spirit of the Heaven's sword. Just now, the spirit only unsheathed the sword and used flying sword technique. It didn't employ any other moves or sword styles, just the stroke decisive technique, and with one move, the battle was concluded. This was a realm of returning to simplicity. At this level of swordsmanship, not a single movement was superfluous. This was true sword Dao. Azai, watching this scene, seemed to gain some understanding. Boo Nemo, you still haven't untied me. We need to run. You killed Mason. His father will immediately sense it. Why are you still daydreaming? Edie couldn't help but urge him anxiously. Only then did Azai snap out of it, hurriedly helping Edie free herself, and they fled in a panic. Under Boone's control, Azai didn't forget to take the immortal rope as well. Guided by Edie, the two swiftly darted through the narrow paths of the artifact demon sect, successfully avoiding layer upon layer of inspections, leaving Boone astonished. Seeing Boone's surprised look, Edie couldn't help but smile. I set these up myself, of course I know them like the back of my hand. #### The Grand Hall of the Artifact Demon Sect. Nidhogg Tion, the sect Dominic, who was cultivating demon energy, suddenly sensed something and roared out loud. Who killed my son? Edie? Then, Nidhogg Tion tore through space with one hand. This was an ability achievable only at the Great Ascension stage. In the next second, Nidhogg Tion arrived at the scene of Mason's death, closing his eyes to start sensing. But Boone had used the Grand Concealment technique, so even the Great Ascension stage Nidhogg Tion couldn't perceive their direction for the time being. Looking at his son, whose very soul had been exterminated, Nidhogg Tion shed tears of regret. He only had one son, who was now dead. Of course, he wasn't regretting that he hadn't taught him more, but rather that he hadn't given him enough survival weapons. Immediately after, he was filled with extraordinary rage. Issue a high bounty order. 100 billion spirit stones for Edie, dead or alive. After issuing the order, Nidhogg Tion tried again to sense, but there was still no result, causing another roar that made the entire artifact demon sect tremble. What kind of cultivation method is this? It can actually evade the perception of a Great Ascension stage cultivator? This isn't really a cultivation method, more like a technique. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. What? Teach me? Hearing Boone speak so casually, Edie widened her eyes in surprise. In her view, such an invaluable concealment technique, yet Boone would just teach it on a whim. Won't you require anything in return? Thinking of something, Edie blushed as she spoke. What are you thinking? This is because you helped me kill Mason. Moreover, due to this incident, you have nowhere to stay. In fact, I should thank you. Teaching you this technique is nothing. It perfectly complements your stealth weapon. Saying this, Boone directly imparted the Grand Concealment technique to Edie. He was telling the truth. Although Edie wanted to kill him at the time, this skill wasn't difficult to learn. After just one session, Edie could already use it, though she was more surprised by other things. This cultivation method clearly wasn't ordinary. Not only was it easy to learn, but it could also hide one's cultivation level. Wouldn't that be better for ambushing others? Currently, Azai's rank was 9th level nascent soul, and he didn't hide his cultivation level. Since this was a clone, even if it were killed, his main body, a congenital nascent soul, could restore it again, only consuming spiritual intent. Boone had used 8 of the 10 spiritual intents he had saved, leaving only 2 now. It seemed more disciples were needed. Boone found that while his spiritual intents were plentiful when in used, using them always felt scarce. The saying, you only miss it when you need it, held true here. However, the source of spiritual intent was quite limited. Only when enough cultivators practicing the great mystic ethereal record reached a certain number would it return a certain amount of spiritual intent to Boone. Although almost everyone in Lesser Plum Blossom World was practicing great mystic ethereal record, there were only 10 spiritual intents. Boone, you're truly good. If it weren't for your womanizing, I might fall in love with you, Edie whispered softly. Boone merely chuckled, not responding. He already had Ashley and Alia and even Sue Tange. So many beauties. He couldn't handle Edie's affection. Besides, Edie and Anne were best friends. How would he face and if he took Edie? For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. A short while later, both tacitly avoided the topic, activating the Grand Concealment technique together and arriving at the previous Cloud Prefecture border. The demon energy here was relatively sparse, and further ahead lay the exit passage. Boone led Edie to a secluded cave and opened the 9-turn star charm. Wow, is this the seed holding the vast universe? This charm has spatial power fluctuations inside. It's a small world, right? As a master artifact forger, Edie instantly saw through the secrets of the 9-turn star charm. Boone nodded, taking Edie into the stars. The two wandered among the stars and Edie, looking at Boone's back, conceived a wish. If only this moment could last forever. Suddenly startled by her thoughts, she internally rebuked herself and followed Boone with a blush into Lesser Plum Blossom World. Edie hadn't seen and in a long time, and the two girlfriends immediately had endless chatter. Boone didn't disturb their reunion, leaving to find Myrtle directly. I've completed your request. Can you tell me now? So fast? Myrtle was somewhat surprised but still told Boone, actually, that secret manual is hidden in the old site of Clear Source Sect. Boone naturally didn't believe it. He knew Clear Source Sect inside out, so why wouldn't he know? Don't lie to me. Do you know how much effort it took me to kill Mason? Boone's face turned cold, his tone stern. Who is Mason? Myrtle was confused. Don't mess with me. He's the son of the sect Dominic of the Artifact Sect, isn't he? Seeing Myrtle deny it, Boone's face darkened instantly. I'm talking about the chess sect of Central Prefecture. The chess sect. Myrtle rolled her eyes. Boone's face completely darkened. Are you trying to weasel out of it? This translation maintains the original narrative structure, character names, and overall tone while ensuring the English text flows naturally and remains grammatically correct. Chapter 200. Return to Xiuxian Mountain. Boone immediately pounced forward, starting to tickle her. Tickling. I surrender. I surrender. It really isn't Xiuxian Mountain. Don't tickle me. Just listen. Myrtle couldn't withstand such torment and instantly surrendered. Really? Boone's eyes still showed a hint of doubt. His hand remained on Myrtle's waist, as if ready to continue if she lied. Myrtle reassured him repeatedly. Yes, yes. Believe me. Do you remember? Initially, I didn't want to stay with you. I felt suffocated, like I had no freedom. Even when you were very powerful, I didn't want to follow you. But later, when I found out you were a disciple of Xiuxian sect, didn't I stop running away? Boone pondered, realizing it was indeed true, but he still couldn't fully trust Myrtle. Where did you put the thing? Looking at Boone close by, Myrtle swallowed nervously before hesitantly said, to be honest, I don't know its exact name, but I remember that Immortal Mansion hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Outside it stood a red plum tree and a peach tree. Those two trees are distinctive, relatively short. Beneath the plum tree is a stone table with only one stone stool. The table has a line of small text engraved on it. Small text? Boone felt the place sounded somewhat familiar. What does it say? Blushing, Myrtle recalled carefully and then hesitated. I can't quite remember. Can you get up first? Only then did Boone realize how ambiguous their current position was. Myrtle was restrained under him. One of his hands was next to her neck, the other near her slim waist. He was almost half lying on her. Boone quickly stood up, coughing lightly. Cough. What did the stone table say? Upon standing, Myrtle noticed Boone was solely concerned about the manual and glanced at him with grievance, but still explained. That line of text, I can't read it well. Let me write it for you. Then she picked up a branch and wrote a huge fuck on the ground. Boone. He finally remembered why it seemed so familiar. It was the courtyard where he lived as a gate guardian. Unexpectedly, it was right nearby. The fuck was even carved by him. At that time, having just arrived, though he obtained the system, he never encountered high star luck. Most encounters were 1 or 2 stars. Frustrated, he thought destiny was against him. Hence the engraving. Why didn't the system remind him back then? Otherwise, he would have gotten it much sooner. When Ashley's cultivation regressed, progressing slowly, he even considered using the dual cultivation technique to help Ashley, but could never use it. This opportunity, hidden by Myrtle, was the longest delayed one he'd encountered. Boone sighed inwardly. If he had obtained it earlier and practiced dual cultivation with Ashley, they might already be at the Great Ascension stage. Suddenly, Boone recalled something. Did Myrtle admit she was a descendant of the Hades sect? So, you're truly a descendant of the Hades sect? With nothing left to hide, Myrtle nodded. Boone looked unsurprised. He had always doubted Myrtle's identity. The system clearly stated the Hades sect manual was on her, yet he could never find it. Little did he know she hid it so deeply. But wasn't the Hades sect already destroyed? The current Hades sect is vastly different from the past. Besides, weren't you once a disciple of Braden's sect? Curious, Boone recalled her diligently mining there previously. When I say I'm a Hades sect heir, it means I received an inheritance from a Hades sect expert. Myrtle waved her hand. But this inheritance isn't suitable for me. Dual cultivation requires 2 people. So due to an accident, I hid it nearby. Later, I realized it was within Xiuxian sect territory, probably an outer sect Immortal Mansion. Look for it yourself. I can't pinpoint the location precisely. Boone nodded. All right, I got it. Turning to leave, Boone suddenly saw Tad standing nearby, looking at him with a melancholic expression and some unreadable emotion. Boone realized he had been too close to Myrtle. He hurriedly distanced himself, having been so focused on the manual, he didn't notice their proximity. Tiangu. Seeing Tad about to walk away, Boone rushed after her. Don't misunderstand, Tiangu. I was asking Myrtle something important. Using instant movement, Boone stopped Tad. You should mind your own business. Why tell me this? Tad appeared calm, as if indifferent. Pulling Tad into his embrace, Boone said, I need to tell you. Otherwise, you might misunderstand. Hearing Boone's deep voice near her ear, Tad felt a wave of warmth. JJ, just speak normally. Why be so close? Seeing Tad blushing and flustered, Boone felt his throat dry, tightening his hold on her slim waist. For a moment, hormones filled the air around them. The scene that followed was not child-appropriate. Boone left Plum Blossom Realm again, determined to retrieve the manual. A 5-star luck dual cultivation technique must be extraordinary. Moreover, Boone had an intuition that it might be incomplete. Since it was an ancient inheritance, it couldn't simply be 5-star luck, thus likely incomplete. But with the Flawless Sutra, he could potentially restore its original value. Immediately after emerging, Boone donned the Yema disguise and sprinted toward Xiuxian sect's old site. In Yuma province, the Yema identity was safer. Quickly, Yema arrived at Xiuxian range, searching meticulously based on memory. Who's there? Xiuxian Mountain, ravaged by demon invasion and attacked by the Lamar sect, now barely resembled its former self. Chapter 201. The Twin Tyrants of the Lost Horizon sect. Even though Boone knew the general direction, it still took him quite some time to find the right spot. Just as he confirmed the location and started digging, an angry voice bellowed in his ear. Who's there? At this moment, Boone suddenly noticed a piece of red fabric buried beneath the ground. Taking advantage of the 2 figures not having arrived yet, Bond bent over and began frantically digging with the Wilbur sword. Young thief, how dare you trespass into our realm of lust and plunder? What have you stolen? Hand it over. Just as Bond managed to dig out the secret manual wrapped in red cloth, 2 disciples of the Lost Horizon sect, or rather, the realm of lust and plunder, arrived. Bond only had enough time to glance at the title before quickly storing it away in his storage ring. The 9 Revolutions of Union. Young thief, how dare you steal from our realm of lust and plunder? Quickly hand it over, one disciple shouted angrily. Harold, why are you wasting time talking to him? Just capture him, and we'll easily get back what's ours. The other disciple stared at Bond with sinister eyes, as if stripping him bare. But Bond paid them no mind. If he handed over the item just because they asked, how would he save face? He secured the object and held the Wilbur sword ready for attack in front of him. Seeing this, the 2 disciples immediately went on guard, adopting defensive stances. In the next instant, Boone controlled Bond to escape via sword flight. The 2 disciples were momentarily stunned but soon gave chase at lightning speed. Instant body technique. Both were at the merged state cultivation level. Boone maneuvered Bond through various tricks while riding the sword, trying to shake them off. He didn't want to confront these people from the Lost Horizon cult now. Due to their early demonic cultivation practices, they were indeed powerful. His primary task was to grab what he needed and leave, bringing in and others out of Yuma province as quickly as possible. Thus, Boone chose sword flight, the fastest method of flying known among cultivators due to one word, speed. Flying by sword was universally recognized as the fastest method for cultivators of the same level, without any exception. Upon seeing that their opponent was a swordsman, the twin tyrants Harold and Hugo grew even more excited. These 2 rose to power after the sect converted to demonic cultivation. Previously, they were obscure cultivators. Now that they were strong and influenced by the negative emotions associated with demonic practices, a strange obsession took hold of them. They must defeat every enemy they encountered thoroughly. Thus, despite recognizing Boone as a formidable swordsman, they pursued relentlessly, even using techniques like rainbow flight and instant body technique. Despite the high energy consumption, they stubbornly stayed on Boone's tail. Looking back, Boone saw that these tails wouldn't be shaken off easily, causing him growing anxiety. He scrutinized the terrain, constantly turning and skimming close to the ground, hoping to lose them this way. Harold, slightly faster, followed behind Boone with a smug expression. Young thief, do you dare stop and fight me? Ha ha ha, you cowardly turtle. Our Mohammeds emphasize fighting to the fullest. You're acting so cowardly. Running away like this, don't you fear the backlash of heart demons? Harold's words were partly venting his anger at Boone and partly provoking him, hoping to make him stand and fight like a man. Boone, riding the Azure Heaven Sword, maintained his form using its stability. However, Bond's body was far inferior to his main body. Boone's main body was at least at the 5th golden body stage, whereas Bond lacked any such enhancements, only possessing the strength of a 9th stage essence infant cultivator. His body could barely withstand the immense air friction. His skin had turned red from rubbing. After prolonged high-speed flight, parts of his surface were starting to peel and bleed. If this continued, he wouldn't need to fight. Being chased endlessly would kill him. He had to think of a plan. After consuming a blood-dispelling spirit pill, Boone commanded Bond to hover mid-air. Soon, Harold and Hugo flew up to him. Ha 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 ha, Hugo, this kid must be too exhausted to fly anymore. As Harold mocked Hugo, he roared and rushed toward Boone. Die! The divine bathing water shot forth effortlessly. Ranked 88th on the list of divine waters, it possessed the unique characteristic of multiplying avatars. The most famous practitioner using the divine bathing water was the immortal bathing deity. It was said he could control the water to create thousands of clones. Those who earned the title deity were all transcendent immortals beyond the feathered transformation stage. Those at the grand perfection stage were called true men. When Boone saw the divine bathing water, he regretted immensely. Using this avatar, he couldn't replicate it with the Wilbur illusory decree. He wasted a precious resource. However, Harold wasn't simple either. He manipulated the water to multiply from 1 into 4 streams, all converging towards Boone. These 4 streams exerted tremendous pressure. Being struck by any would feel like being hit by a sledgehammer. Boone, riding the Azure Heaven Sword and holding the Wilbur Sword, darted through the air, clashing repeatedly with the 4 streams. The Wilbur Sword, extremely sharp, continuously sliced through the divine bathing water, preventing it from forming effective attacks. However, Harold, controlling the water, showed no panic, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Sure enough, in the next second, the previously sliced divine bathing water split further, now becoming 8 swirling water pillars. Boone frowned. The more they fought, the more they multiplied. Suddenly, his frown eased. Multiplying, huh? I'll let you divide. Boone controlled Bond to continue flying at high speeds, disregarding the torn clothing caused by the friction. He moved erratically, slicing through the bathing water continuously. Dominic, are you crazy? The Azure Heaven Sword spirit was visibly alarmed and transmitted a warning. If you keep cutting, the bathing water will increase endlessly, each carrying the impact of a sledgehammer. Can you endure it? Soon, the sky will be filled with bathing water, leaving no room for evasion. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Boone replied while frantically cutting the bathing water surrounding him. Hugo watched the confrontation between Harold and Boone from the side, making no move to assist. Chapter 202. Re-encountering the 9-star Chi Luck. In Chance's view, Harold, a mid-stage demon cultivator, facing off against a 9th stage Yuan Ing cultivator, would be an easy win for Harold. Although this cultivator specialized in swordsmanship, there was no need to worry too much because Chance had full confidence in the divine water Yuchi that Harold possessed. The splitting characteristic of divine water Yuchi made it nearly indestructible. It wouldn't split unless struck, but when it did split, it grew in number and remained unbreakable. Chance smiled at Harold. Now, he only needed to stand by and prevent the swordsman from fleeing. He began setting up barriers to ensure that Boone wouldn't escape. Despite these preparations, as Boone, who appeared as a rotating slicer in midair, saw Chance's movements, he wasn't panicked. Instead, he calmly continued slicing the divine water. Within less than an hour, The sky was filled with countless fragments of divine water, scattered across the heavens. From afar, they looked like a dense mass, almost a blessing for those with trypophobia. Boone swayed slightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He forced himself to take another spirit recovery pill. After breaking through to the Yuan Ing stage, ordinary spirit recovery pills no longer sufficed. Fortunately, Boone had brought several high-quality third-grade spirit recovery pills. Crunch crunch. He stuffed pills into his mouth as if eating candies. Meanwhile, Harrell, still controlling the divine water Yuchi from the periphery, was starting to feel dizzy-eyed. He hadn't expected this Yuan cultivator to have such stamina. Moreover, he was merely passively controlling the divine water around Boone, which required far less spiritual energy than Boone expending while cutting through it. But even so, Harrell found it strenuous. He had already consumed 8 large spirit recovery pills, yet this Yuan kid showed no sign of exhaustion. Boy, you can't escape. Give up now. I might consider not killing you if you hand over that item. Harrell maintained a relaxed appearance. Sure, here you go. Just open up some space for me to throw it out. Boone responded, surrounded by layers of divine water. Upon hearing this, Harrell thought the boy had surrendered. There was no need to fight him to the death. Obtaining the technique was all that mattered. When Boone stored it into his spatial ring, Harrell suspected it was an ancient divine art. Fine, I'll open a gap. Release the technique. Saying this, he opened a gap. Don't think about playing tricks. My senior brother has set up barriers outside. Boone then threw out a book. Immediately after, his face turned bright red, and his whole body flushed red. Harrell joyfully took the book, only to find it was a compilation of beautiful women from the Union of the Soul sect. Realizing he'd been tricked, Harrell trembled with anger. Collapse. Crush him. He started controlling the divine water to squeeze Boone into a pulp for daring to deceive him. However, just as the divine water reached within a foot of Boone, zap zap, zap zap, boom. A loud thunderclap erupted. Powerful lightning flashed through the divine water, reaching Boone instantaneously. You tricked me, gag gag gag. Harrell twitched and his eyes rolled back, unable to finish his sentence. Seeing Harrell electrocuted, Chance rushed forward to help but immediately got stuck by the electric current. Gag gag gag. You. SB. What? Chance also screamed in shock. Boone watched as the Liumang duo were electrified, their hair standing on end and bodies trembling. He inwardly smirked, wondering where their arrogance had gone. Actually, ever since Harrell summoned the divine water Yuchi, Boone had already laid his trap. Utilizing water's conductivity, he set up a trap that ensnared both men. As a seasoned time traveler, he felt it was almost embarrassing not to leverage his knowledge advantage. Having received 9 years of education, Boone appeared to cut the divine water Yuchi, putting himself in an inescapable trap. But didn't he also drag the enemy into the same trap? He waited until he sliced the divine water finely enough. Then at the moment all the water converged and squeezed him, he unleashed the lightning essence within his body. The massive lightning pierced through heaven and earth, connecting with the clouds, causing a dazzling purple thunderstorm to erupt. With prolonged excessive exertion, Harrell's originally dark face had turned pale, and sweat dripped down his forehead, soaking his clothes. But after consuming his 183rd spirit recovery pill, the two Liumang duo, who had been electrocuted for 2 hours, finally turned into charred remnants. These once dominant figures among the Liumang younger generation were now truly dead. Liumang demon sect, which had painstakingly climbed to second place in Yuma State, now faced another devastating blow. Azai made it onto the Liumang sect's most wanted list. Liumang demon sect's wanted list. First place, Xiuxian sect remnant Boone. Second place, swordsman Azai, unknown sect. Third place, former Dan sect genius disciple, Franklin. Zap zap zap. Boone barely held on, releasing his hands as the intense lightning display finally ceased. Supported by Skyward Sword, Boone slowly descended to the ground. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a crisp sound reinvigorated him. Ding! Detected a 9-star fiendish chi approaching the host. Repeating, 9-star fiendish chi is approaching the host. The system repeated its warning for the first time. 9-star chi luck? What? How long had it been since he last encountered 9-star chi luck? Quite a while, probably. Ever since witnessing Hildred's set of techniques and Davidson's self-created sword skills, both at 9-star status, which turned into 7-star due to unforeseen events, he hadn't seen it again. Now it was here again. Even though Boone felt utterly drained, he suddenly snapped his eyes open. He fiercely pumped himself up. Sleep later. Get up and seize this moment. No matter how tired, this is 9-star chi luck. 9-star chi luck. A lifetime of benefits. Boone opened his eyes wide and attempted to sit up, but he failed to muster the strength. This translation maintains the original structure and style of the Chinese text, preserving the tone and continuity while ensuring natural and fluent English. #### chapter 203. Mistakenly entering Shizhou. He is so exhausted. He is so exhausted. He turned his eyes and an idea popped into his head. Even though he had no strength left, he could only continue lying down. However, the grand concealment spell must be activated. Spike slowly made hand seals, forming a series of strange gestures. This was part of the activation process for the grand concealment spell. The only drawback of the grand concealment spell was the extremely long casting time. During battle, every second counted, making it impossible to use under such conditions. Therefore, preparation outside of combat was necessary. That's why Spike didn't use the spell to escape during the fight. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that it was impossible. To activate the spell, one needed to perform intricate hand seals, and the coordination required meant that any opponent could kill him before he finished. After some time, Spike finally activated the grand concealment spell. He flew quietly in the direction indicated by the system. Of course, at this point, he was too tired to use the rainbow flying technique and just let the Caitlyn carry him while using a demonic cloud for support. Before long, a cultivator swiftly approached. This person had sharp eyes, prominent eyebrows, and large earlobes, reminiscent of Liu Bei from the Three Kingdoms period. Above, Dario's head was a radiant 9-star pillar of destiny, sparkling brightly. This big-eared scoundrel actually has such heavenly destiny? System? System? What's your hint? Spike asked anxiously. The familiar cold voice of the system responded. The system's hints may be delayed, but they never fail to arrive. This person possesses invincible protagonist-level destiny and will obtain an ancient demonic power inheritance in the next secret realm trial. It's a complete set of inheritance. No need to say more. Steal away. Spike listened with envy, staring intently as he followed. The Caitlyn admired Spike after seeing him defeat 2 combined transformation stage Muhammads. But now, seeing Spike still on the move, she couldn't help but worry. Dominic, shouldn't you rest first? Your body is very fatigued. I can carry you to a safe place and guard you, the Caitlyn suggested. Spike paused, then realized, little Xiuxian doesn't know about his system yet. Caitlyn, I haven't given you a proper name, have I? Spike deflected. The Caitlyn hummed softly, indeed. I've always been called Caitlyn. That's not really a name. I'll give you a good one. From now on, you'll be called Xiuxian, Little Strong. The Caitlyn, having gone without a name for so long because her main body was called Xiuxian Sword, felt a twinge inside. Names were important to everyone else, and while her previous owner told her names didn't matter, deep down she yearned for one. But now, Spike was giving her a name. Ah. The Caitlyn cried out. You don't need to get so emotional. It's just a name. Spike said proudly, but mostly to soothe her. I named you Xiuxian because I want you to learn from me. We must be strong. So even if we're exhausted, we can't rest right now. Charge forward and follow that person. He doesn't seem like a good guy. If we die following him. And with that, Spike passed out from exhaustion. What's odd? There was clearly a sign of intense battle earlier. The cultivator with incredible destiny scratched his head, puzzled, looking around without finding anything unusual. After a thorough search, he continued flying onward. Little Xiuxian, influenced by Spike, wiped away her tears, feeling happy to finally have a name. With determination, she quickly carried Spike in pursuit. Neither noticed, or perhaps only one of them noticed, that they had crossed state boundaries while chasing. The cultivator with unmatched destiny dove directly into spatial turbulence. Little Xiuxian's heart quivered. Wasn't he afraid? How could he dare enter the spatial turbulence? But since Spike told her to follow him before passing out, it must be the right thing to do. After Boone controlled lightning to electrocute the 2 flowing wilderness heroes, she had immense respect for him. If Spike said to follow, she would do so with all her might. Her master was always right. Even though the name wasn't great. Huff. Xiuxian, carrying Spike, plunged into the spatial turbulence. The tremendous impact nearly threw Spike off, but Xiuxian struggled to stabilize him. Eventually, they emerged into a new continent. A loud shout echoed ahead. Who are you? Several burly guards stood with spears at the entrance. Xiuxian Gateway, pay up or keep out. The man with incredible destiny laughed coldly and shouted at those blocking him. You newbies? To dare ask me for money? Open your eyes and see who I am. An older guard immediately reprimanded the young, burly guard who had blocked the way. Sorry, you may pass. After opening the gate, the old guard bowed deeply to the man with incredible destiny. The cultivator glanced coldly at the guards and flew arrogantly through the gate. Hey, why did you hit me? I hit you to save you. Do you know who that is? Brook, the young valley master of the Xianxia Valley. Brook? Such a strange name. You know nothing. The elder guard couldn't help but give another blow. Do you understand Xianxia Valley? It's not just a name issue. And he has a fire character beside his name. They say this boy was born with a celestial phenomenon, flames burning the sky. As the guards continued discussing Brook, Xiuxian saw an opportunity and attempted to rush into the Xiuxian Gateway. Dare you? A roar came as the burly young guard spotted the sneaky pair. Since Spike had fainted, the effect of the grand concealment spell gradually faded, revealing their presence. Hashtag chapter 204, target Xianxia Valley. Trouble! The Marta trembled nervously upon being discovered, almost shaking Boone off. A fierce battle seemed imminent. Hold it. At this critical moment, Boone woke up, extremely weak. During the chaotic spatial turbulence, the Marta couldn't maintain stability, causing violent jolts that finally roused Boone. My sword spirit is still young. Please forgive the disturbance, said Boone as he pulled out a bag of spirit stones, fully packed. They were all high-grade spirit stones. The extra funds are for you all to have a drink. It's a small token of apology for my sword spirit's behavior, Boone said weakly. Hee, no problem. The Gavin gave a signal to others, and the gates opened. Boone soared into the territory of Western Continent on the Heaven Sword. Dominic, I did nothing wrong. Why did you spend money? The Marta was still sulking. Moreover, Dominic had spent a lot just now. Where's the person we were following? Oh no, trouble. The Marta finally realized they had lost Brook. Boone had clearly said he was a bad person who must be closely followed. He went west. How do you know that? Though simple, the Marta wasn't stupid. She was mature enough to question things, especially after losing Brook for some time. Naturally, Boone couldn't tell her he knew via system prompts. Snore. For unanswerable questions, pretend to sleep. It works every time. Remember the saying, you can never wake a sleeping person. Dominic, master. It's not good. One of those guards has been following us. How could the Marta's senses not detect him? The man had only just sneaked away toward Boone. The most vexing trait of sword cultivators is their sword spirit's perceptive abilities. Each sword spirit possesses an honest nature, making them exceptionally sensitive to malice and murderous intent. No matter how well hidden one is, a sword spirit will always sense it. Even if Boone used the great concealment technique, it would be hard to deceive another sword cultivator. Clearly, the guards didn't understand this principle. That man was still stealthily trailing far behind Boone, unaware that he was already locked onto by the Marta. 15 miles ahead, strike there. Act quickly and decisively. Kill and leave immediately. Boone spoke with his eyes closed, directing the Marta. Then he continued to snore loudly. Were you pretending to sleep earlier? Though upset, the Marta obeyed, flying 15 miles ahead before waiting for the trailing guard. The guard was an 8th stage nascent soul cultivator, sent by the head guard to track Boone. This man had noted Boone's exhaustion yet generous spending, so he hatched a plan. He instructed a subordinate to follow Boone, intending to rob him once they switched shifts, enhancing their lives. This reflected Western continent's lawlessness. Even boundary guards often collected fees by day and robbed at night, staying busy. Swoosh. The 8th stage nascent soul guard swiftly passed through the valley, trying desperately to catch up but falling short. In fact, Boone had instructed the Marta to slow down deliberately so the guard wouldn't lose them. As he reached the center of the canyon, the heaven sword emerged. A thin sword chi sliced through the air in a beautiful arc. In the next second, the guard was cleaved from head to toe, cut cleanly in two. The Marta's swordsmanship was terrifying. One move and an 8th stage nascent soul cultivator was dead. Her blade remained spotlessly clean. After the kill, the Marta returned beneath Boone, who merely dropped a millimeter in midair. Swoosh. The heaven sword continued westward. Only after they left the canyon did the guard's body get scattered by the wind. Blood splattered into the sky. Brooke's destination was Xiuxian Valley, one of Western continent's top forces. Along with Huangyan sect, these two factions dominated nearly all resources. Thus, Brooke's status was clear. Boone now used the Great Concealment technique again, guiding the Marta toward the heart of Western continent. After a long flight, they reached the outer region of Xiuxian Valley. Here, many cultivators came and went. The system's guidance pointed straight into Xiuxian Valley. It appeared Brooke had returned to his sect. Carried by the Marta, Boone found a secluded cave to rest, even driving out its residents, a nest of bloodthirsty bat beasts. After some meditation, Boone had fully recovered. Meanwhile, this vengeful clone's body strength had increased significantly. Initially, his lightning body was equivalent to first-rank Wilbur Golden Body. Now, after intense battles and aerial friction training, he had entered second-rank Golden Body. Moreover, demonic chi nourished the body more effectively than spiritual chi, so continuous absorption would further enhance his physical prowess without deliberate training. Compared to spirit cultivators, Mohammeds naturally strengthened their bodies effortlessly, hence the increasing popularity of demon cultivation in Yunzhou. During this break, Boone also gathered intel on Xiuxian Valley. The Chosen One hadn't appeared yet, so Boone decided to act proactively. But alone, he needed help. Thus, he entered the 9-turn star charm. Switching back to his main body, he sought assistance in Little Plum Blossom Realm. Myrtle seemed like a good choice, smart and resourceful. He brought along Jet too, a slick guy useful for the mission. Our target this time is to find someone in Xiuxian Valley. ####Chapter 205, The Flame Dragon Treasure Land. Spike looked at the two with a serious expression. This person is crucial for our future resistance against Mohammeds. Myrtle pouted, appearing somewhat reluctant. But I've already completed the deal with you. You even got that cultivation technique you wanted. I have no obligation to work for you for free. Spike's face darkened immediately. He had come up with a fairly comprehensive plan, but it required the use of a beauty scheme, and he truly couldn't do without Myrtle. At this moment, Tam Branson seemed to have figured out Spike's thoughts and his eyes darted around craftily. You can't say it like that, Zifei. Our sect leader dedicates himself entirely for the people and the world, working until the end. We may be ordinary people, but we cannot just stand by and watch as the world falls into chaos. Myrtle, can you bear to see those flowers and plants being ravaged by Mohammeds? Myrtle hesitated, her gaze revealing doubt. When it came to resisting demons, it was indeed everyone's responsibility. All spirit cultivators had an obligation to oppose these heretical followers. Moreover, the Jade Clarity continent was originally the land of spirit cultivators. If it were polluted by Mohammeds, their space would only diminish. If no one resisted the demons, the ultimate outcome for spirit cultivators would be self-destruction. I'm quite worldly wise, so let me ask Sect Leader Yi, what benefits will I get if I help you? Myrtle raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes appraising Spike. Seeing her provocative look, Spike began to think, not sure what he could offer her. What do you want? A body-refining cultivation technique. Myrtle replied without hesitation. Deal. Here's the great profound golden body cultivation technique. It has 9 levels, and when cultivated to the later stages, you won't fear any beast attacks, let alone cultivator confrontations. Spike also agreed without hesitation. The 9-star Chi Inheritance demonic cultivation technique was too important to him now. Myrtle took the jade disc containing the cultivation technique very satisfactorily and agreed. She wanted the body refining technique because she noticed Spike's body getting stronger and stronger. Since he broke through to the 5th level of the golden body, sometimes he unconsciously revealed an aura of adamantine hardness that left Myrtle mesmerized. Deep down, she had a small secret, a premonition that Spike might be her true destiny. She never told anyone about this secret, but she knew that watching Spike interact affectionately with and in others made her feel uncomfortable. But she accepted it because Spike was powerful. Therefore, she easily told Spike the hiding place of the dual cultivation technique. After all, if she ended up with Spike in the future, their dual cultivation wouldn't be effective if her body couldn't handle it, which would waste the technique. As a successor of the joined body sect, Myrtle's mindset did differ somewhat from other female cultivators. Having arranged the plan, the three disguised themselves and prepared to enter the Xiuxian Valley. Disguise here simply meant changing their clothing style slightly, as they were still relatively unknown in West Prefecture. Myrtle wore a white floral dress, Tam Branson donned rough black cloth robes, and Spike wore black silk robes. They dressed up as disciples from a minor sect going to trade in the market of Xiuxian Valley. Xiuxian Valley also had its own market, located on the outskirts. Spike thought entering Xianxia Valley via the market was the least costly method. This market stood on a peak at the edge of the Xianxia Mountains, where the lowest-ranking cultivators were at the golden core stage, and even union body cultivators were among them. In Yun Prefecture, union body cultivators were usually elders or even sect leaders, so few would personally go shopping. However, West Prefecture cultivators seemed to be on another level altogether, with union body cultivators considered common. This wasn't surprising, given that Yun Prefecture was one of the most remote regions on the Jade Clarity continent, lacking valuable cultivation resources. West Prefecture, being among the top 10 prefectures out of 18 on the Jade Clarity continent, was different. There were countless secret realms, treasure lands, and inheritance sites, with no fewer than 1,000 ancient inheritance sites alone. The moment they arrived at the market, they overheard a discussion. Did you hear? The Flame Dragon treasure land is opening again. What? Opening again? Isn't that impossible? Wasn't it open just 50 years ago? Such treasure lands usually open once every 100 years, right? Exactly. Is your information reliable? The slender and tall cultivator they surrounded appeared to be an itinerant cultivator. Hearing this, he snorted disdainfully. Your information is too outdated. Do you know why the Xianxia Valley is opening the treasure land now? Leaving the audience hanging, the tall, itinerant cultivator continued looking at them. Only after building enough suspense did he slowly reveal. It's because of the son of the Valley Master of Xianxia Valley. Clearly, the cultivators surrounding the tall itinerant cultivator were also mostly itinerants, exchanging information here. For these itinerants, the market was an essential channel for information exchange. Yikarlg, seeing those who discussed the news, felt the urge to gather intelligence. Sect leader, I'll go find out more. Spike nodded. Yikarlg then patted his big belly, swaggering over arrogantly. What's this? Flame Dragon treasure land you're talking about? What's the fuss about? The tall cultivator, upon noticing Yikarlg was only at the 3rd level of the soul formation stage, sneered mockingly. If you don't know the Flame Dragon treasure land, you're probably not from West Prefecture. Hearing this, Yikarlg instantly flared up. What does it matter where my grandfather is from? Are you asking for a beating? Spike and Myrtle exchanged glances. Spike thought, is this Tam Bransonu intentionally causing trouble so we can act conveniently? Myrtle, catching Spike's eye, understood. This means Spike thinks Tam Bransonu is being too dumb, and we should pretend not to know him? They read each other's intentions from just one glance and nodded simultaneously, acting accordingly. Meanwhile, Tam Bransonu engaged the itinerant cultivator in a fight without provocation. The residents of West Prefecture had a rather unrestrained nature, clearly less bound by rules compared to Yun Prefecture. No one intervened as they fought openly in the street. Surprisingly, the thin cultivator, who was at the 6th level of soul formation, was not gaining any advantage against Tam Bransonu despite his higher cultivation level. Chapter 206, Big Brother Lachlan? After all, Bruce was practicing the mystic level Wilbur Piao record. The onlookers were increasingly astonished. Despite this fatty appearing to be not very smart but extraordinarily arrogant, he indeed had genuine skills under his belt. Before long, the tall and thin cultivator was already pinned down by Bruce's ample bottom, unable to move at all, groaning in agony. Can you tell me now what that Yanlong treasured land is for? Bruce looked smug as he turned around, intending to claim credit from Boone, only to find that Boone and Myrtle had vanished without a trace. Bruce? After some inquiries, Bruce learned that the Yanlong treasured land was one of the many treasured lands in the Western continent. Its unique feature was that it once produced a complete inheritance set, the Yanlong 8 precious techniques. This was the same cultivation technique that the first Valley Dominic of Mystical Flame Valley had obtained and used to establish Mystical Flame Valley, and Mystical Flame Valley was now one of the 2 major powers in the Western continent. Thus, the Yanlong treasured land was an extremely renowned place in the Western continent. Moreover, it was rumored that more than just the Yanlong 8 precious techniques had emerged from within. There were also several other high-level legacies like the Shooting Star Sword Sect's Shooting Star Butterfly Sword Technique and Squirrel Gate's Squirrel Shadow Palm Technique. Bruce meticulously noted all this information and gathered more local knowledge before setting off to search for Boone and Myrtle, just as he didn't know where to find them. K. Get him. A loud noise erupted from a nearby tavern, which appeared to be the best one on the street. Following a shout came the sound of smashing inside. It turned out Boone and Myrtle had used a beauty trap to lure out the son of invincible fortune. Boone made Myrtle dine in the tavern, deliberately showcasing her irresistible charm. Her stunning beauty was something these scattered cultivators rarely got to see up close. Seeing her, they couldn't help but stare and gather around. Boone stayed nearby, beating anyone who acted improperly, especially targeting those who seemed to have a greater background. He singled out disciples of Mystical Flame Valley in particular, assaulting anyone wearing their robes. If asked why, because you stared at her. Boone deliberately placed Myrtle in the most conspicuous spot in the market to draw a crowd with the beauty trap, then created chaos to build his reputation and provoke the son of fortune to act. Bruce hurried over to Boone and Myrtle, but before he even reached the upper floor, he saw someone tumbling down the stairs. Next, a figure flew out from the second-story window and crashed heavily to the ground. Then Boone's face appeared at the window, glaring fiercely at the person rubbing his chest below. You can look at beautiful girls, but who told you to touch? Seeing Boone protect her, Myrtle felt a surge of joy in her heart, though she knew it was part of the ruse to draw out their target. When things finally quieted down, Bruce went up to meet them. For several days, the 3 ate together at the top floor of the tavern, spending entire days there. Finally, one day, several cultivators flew in from the sky, led by a 5th-stage corporeal union cultivator. He exuded elegance, with a hint of divine fire energy emanating from his body, restrained yet potent. Alert. Detected 5-star fortune approaching host. Boone followed the system's prompt and read, this person has overwhelming luck recently and will soon obtain the innate corporeal union essence spirit pill. Boone was inwardly amazed but mostly thrilled. The innate corporeal union essence spirit pill is a supreme grade auxiliary pill for breaking through to the corporeal union stage. Just what I need. Isn't this perfect? Breaking through to the corporeal union stage typically required a cultivator's deep accumulation, with minimal external assistance. Previously, the vacuum pressure cave method Boone encountered was essentially forced growth, cramming the nascent soul into the body, different from standard breakthroughs. Corporeal union breakthrough involved a fusion process to gain deeper understanding of the path of cultivation. Missing this process was like learning to ride a bike, but being supported so you never fall, resulting in dependency. So Boone insisted on breaking through naturally, avoiding shortcuts like the vacuum pressure cave. However, the innate corporeal union essence spirit pill was different. It stabilized the nascent soul, aiding its fusion with the body and transforming into an innate state. Boone was already an innate nascent soul. With an innate body too, he would be fully innate. That way, calling himself a top emperor wouldn't be an exaggeration. Thinking of this, Boone knew he had to snatch the pill. You're the one causing trouble in our sex market? The leading cultivator's expression was cold, but his murderous intent was palpable. Who are you? Mind your own business. Boone retorted rudely. Haha, such arrogance. I'm the manager of this market, Arrigo, known by everyone as Big Brother Lachlan. Lachlan brother? Are you way or not? Boone's provocative gaze pointed directly at Arrigo's lower abdomen. Boy, state your name or don't blame me for my lack of courtesy. Arrigo snapped, enraged. Boone wagged his finger, speaking coolly. No, I'm nobody, just from a small sect. I'm merely protecting my friend from your sect's bullying. Haha, if I bully your friend, what can you do? Upon hearing small sect, Arrigo became even more arrogant. Divine water cage technique. Boone coldly snorted, initiating the technique. Unsurprisingly, Boone's move trapped Arrigo inside a water prison. Yet, Arrigo remained calm. This was Mystical Flame Valley territory. He doubted a few scattered cultivators could cause much trouble. A mere nascent soul cultivator dare come to Mystical Flame Valley's domain? Stay put. If you seek death, we shall grant you your wish. Speak. What are you really here for? Hashtag translation ends here. The translation aims to preserve the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Let me know if any further adjustments are needed. Chapter 207. Escape. Boone didn't respond but instead addressed the lackeys behind him. You say this so-called brother is no good? Hurry up and fetch someone stronger from your sect. Haha, you? It turns out you're just another impulsive youth looking for Nell. Arrigo suddenly had an enlightened look on his face. Myrtle stared at Boone in shock. Oh really? So you've had your eyes on some girl all along. Embarrassed, Boone maintained his composure to draw out the person with the destiny aura. Yes, I came for Nell. You know now, right? Heske, that makes it even more impossible for me to let you go. Nell is mine. With that, Arrigo's expression darkened as he began to activate his spiritual power. Waves of spiritual energy rippled outward like waves. Divine fire consumes heart. Black flame divine fire. Arrigo had two divine flames within his body. But instead of fear, Boone's face lit up with excitement. The Grand Occult Art had already recorded both types of divine fire subconsciously. Now, Boone had 4 types of divine fire, and divine fire 9-fold transmutation became 4-fold transmutation. Do you have any more divine fires? Let them all out. Boone looked at Arrigo like an old lover, his gaze burning hot. I'll K your mother. In the next second, Arrigo exploded the water prison and launched his divine flames straight at Boone. Boone dodged swiftly. Simultaneously, he activated the cold condensation spell, causing frost-drawn blades to appear. Thousands of ice blades slashed toward Arrigo with deadly precision. Arrigo laughed loudly. You're courting death by using divine water against my divine fire. Instantly, all the ice blades melted into water which drenched Arrigo. At that moment, thunder crashed through. Though Arrigo reacted quickly, trying to use instantaneous movement when he realized something was wrong, it was too late. The cloud lightning enveloped him, with divine water acting as a conductor. Sizzle, sizzle. W was that? Thus, the once proud genius, Arrigo, was easily slain by Boone. Everyone was utterly shocked, but Boone seemed to enjoy the feeling of electrocuting people. This move felt incredible. Daring to kill someone from Xian Flame Valley in broad daylight. Report this to the master immediately. A Xian Flame Valley disciple sneaked away. Ping, congratulations on successfully intercepting the opportunity. Binding destiny. Destiny bound successfully. The host will receive 1 innate unity spirit pill. Boone flew toward the indicated direction and found a long deserted house. Myrtle and Mac, though curious, followed Boone closely, puzzled by his actions. Shouldn't they be running? After searching briefly, Boone found an exquisite wooden box under a collapsed wall, containing the innate unity spirit pill. He stowed it away with satisfaction. Dominic, you're amazing. You can find anything? Before Myrtle could say anything, voices erupted outside. They're inside. I saw them enter. Myrtle grew anxious. What do we do? They seem to be looking for us. Both of you return to Small Plum Blossom World. I'll handle this. Calmly, Boone sent them into the 9 Revolutions Starlight token and walked out, meeting the guards at the door. It's you. The head guard from Shizhou was drinking here and instantly recognized Boone. Having heard there was a beauty he couldn't touch, the tyrannical guard wanted to see for himself. Conveniently, sir, this rascal injured my guard. The guard falsely accused Boone. So, you killed our Arrigo? What secrets do you hide? A stern-faced man sized up Boone. What are you doing? Boone stepped out, impatient. Boy, how dare you kill one of ours? Today, you won't leave this place. The leader's aura revealed 6-stage union realm. Boone wondered why everyone liked to show their cultivation first. Shouldn't they try hiding it for a surprise attack? However, these Xian Flame Valley disciples did this due to tradition in Shizhou. showing off cultivations intimidated and measured opponents before battles. If unable to fight, it allowed for early surrender without much grudge. I'm about to kill you. Boone suddenly unleashed cloud lightning, sweeping toward the leader. Brother Acton, be careful. A disciple rushed forward, using instant movement to shield Acton. Zap, zap, instantly paralyzed. Meanwhile, Boone used lightning speed with flying rainbow technique and escaped far away. F***K, he's fast. Pursue him. Acton, heart racing, narrowly avoided disaster. If not for my loyal disciple, I'd be dead now. Don't worry, junior brother. I'll care for your partner and treat our children as yours. Acton released the twitching disciple. Unfortunately, loyalty left him with regrettable consequences. Chase. They flew after Boone. Having killed Arigo, Boone couldn't continue drawing the Destiny Sun and had to leave Xian Flame Valley. Moreover, ignoring the pursuit, his cultivation showed signs of advancing, difficult to suppress during an escape. Seeking seclusion, Boone called Xiuxian. Don't call me that, Caitlin complained upon emerging, having disliked the name previously but prioritized Boone's safety. Chapter 208, Breaking Through to Union. The Caitlin had always disliked that name, but back then, Boone was so weak he could hardly speak, and she had no choice but to take him and flee for their lives first. But now, there was no such urgency. Fine, I won't call you Little Strong anymore. As Boone fled at great speed, he still managed to ponder what new name to give the Caitlin. How about Heaven Earth Sword Spirit? Heaven and Earth. How majestic. Just call me Sarah. Okay. Boone nodded vigorously. Heaven Earth. Qian stands for male, Aliyah for female. Sarah fits you perfectly. Sarah, I need a place to break through. Guard me. Dominic, I can help too. Before the Caitlin could reply, Xiuxian Baron, who had been absent, volunteered. Boone sized him up for a while before nodding. There were no other options. He couldn't trust the people in the 9-turn star talisman yet, and could only rely on the sword spirits to protect him. While fleeing, Boone analyzed his current situation. Besides breaking through, he also harbored thoughts about the 9-star Chi Fortune individual. That person must have a very high status. The setup these past few days hadn't lured him out. Moreover, this matter had grown serious. The cultivators of Shizhou seemed generally 3 stages higher than those from Yunzhou, which posed significant trouble if he incurred the wrath of many cultivators in Xinyan Valley. Finding the Chi Fortune individual would have to wait for another opportunity. Through the system, Boone knew that the 9-star Chi Fortune still existed, meaning he had a chance to intercept it. Now, the most pressing issue was the numerous Xinyan Valley enforcement teams chasing him. Finally, under the guidance of the Caitlin, Boone found a 7-star hanging eye cave. This cave was extremely narrow and hard to find. Without the keen senses of the sword spirit, Boone would never have discovered it. He flew directly into the cave. He couldn't suppress his cultivation any longer. Upon entering, he immediately began meditating, trying to control his breathing and adjust slowly as massive waves of spiritual energy surged through his meridians. Gradually, his meridians began to connect. This was a sign that he was nearing breakthrough to the Union stage. What should he do? Enemies likely surrounded him outside. Could he safely close himself off to breakthrough? Suppressing this urge was futile. Boone dispatched a wisp of divine consciousness to possess Azai's body. The next moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from his original body. This was indeed the sign of breaking through to Union. Azai hurriedly fed the primordial Union essence pill to Boone's original body. His body suddenly began to crackle with sounds. Cold sweat broke out over Azai. What was happening? Sarah flew over, circling Boone twice as if listening carefully to the sounds within his body. Soon she provided her answer. It's normal. Don't be alarmed. Boone watched curiously at his original body. This cracking sound. Isn't this unusual? Sarah hovered in midair, swinging her small feet. If an ordinary cultivator breaks through to Union, they wouldn't experience this. This is due to the primordial Union essence pill. I saw such a pill during my time with the previous master. It reforms your body from postnatal to prenatal, causing noise and extending the process. How long will it take? Boone worried. 1 year at most, several months at least, Caitlin explained calmly. What? Boone panicked. If his main body needed several months in seclusion, not only might the Chi Fortune slip away, but the pursuing cultivators would bring serious trouble. Boone glanced down at Azai's body, which had significantly improved. With the 2 swords and lightning tribulation essence, it should suffice to handle things. If not, he could still escape. The speed of flying with a sword wasn't something to underestimate. Dominic, this breakthrough means you'll soar like a shooting star. Such a breakthrough may even invoke celestial anomalies. Prepare accordingly. Xiuxian Baron held up 2 fingers to support himself on the ground, mimicking a person. Dominic has imperial potential. Surely, one day you'll become a heavenly emperor. Don't forget little Jean when that happens. Help me reshape a body. For better fluency and natural reading in English, Chongthu Ikasunti can be translated more idiomatically as reshape a body, or recreate a body for me. The term reshape conveys the meaning of reconstructing or reforming, which is consistent with the context. Baron kept flattering, but Boone's face darkened. Damn it, I don't want celestial anomalies. I just want to keep a low profile. Indeed, shortly after Baron spoke, thunder roared across the sky. Auspicious clouds gathered above Boone's head, and purplish chi flowed towards him from the east. Mountains trembled and beasts stirred restlessly. Boone froze in shock. Is this what you call celestial anomalies? This is an earthquake. Before he could rant further, a massive whirlpool of pure energy formed above his original body. Suddenly, the energy vortex was filtered by Wilbur fantasy art into demonic chi, flooding Azai's body. Crack, crack. Azai was already at the 9th stage of the Yuan Ing realm, and with this infusion of pure demonic chi, signs of breakthrough to the Union realm began to appear. Baron continued praising. No wonder Dominic is so remarkable. Even a clone is breaking through. Truly destined for greatness. Sarah circled anxiously around Boone. Left hand, stop talking nonsense and think of a solution. Baron grew worried at Sarah's words. If Boone died, his future would be uncertain. Perhaps he'd end up as a treasure, or even wiped of memories to be replaced by a new weapon spirit. Alright, since even my second master is about to break through, it looks like only I can step up. Baron suddenly turned serious. He lifted his left hand, palm open, toward the Caitlin. Little girl, come here. The Caitlin eyed the rough, calloused black hand disdainfully. The anomaly is nearby. Voices of cultivators could already be heard. Caitlin knew it was no time to be picky. Hashtag chapter 209. The second clone, Declan with the explosive barrel. She still did not want to be controlled by anyone else, except for Boone. No one else could she bear to think of. But now, for the greater good, the Azure Marta had no choice but to cooperate with Hunt's left hand. Just as the Azure Heaven sword was about to fly into Hunt's left palm. Stop hesitating, I'll take care of it. A voice filled with youthful innocence rang out. Declan walked forward. He appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old, yet his body exuded an incredibly abundant amount of fire elements, and his strength was not to be underestimated. This was Boone's second clone, Declan. Dominic. Both the left-hand Hunt and the Azure Marta Gifford called out in unison. Deep down, they still hoped that Boone would step forward to manage the situation. However, only Declan emerged. To be honest, this clone, Declan, was somewhat hastily created. He wasn't perfect, his appearance resembled that of a 12 or 13-year-old, and his body was extremely fragile. Boone had never activated him before, but under the current circumstances, they had no choice but to give it a try. If it weren't for the fact that both Boone's true body and his eye were attempting to break through the integration stage and couldn't be placed inside the 9 Revolution star symbol, things wouldn't have been so passive. It wasn't impossible to place them inside, but mainly due to the insufficient spiritual energy within Little Plum Blossom Realm and the 9 Revolution star symbol, which wouldn't support their breakthrough to the integration stage. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize Declan. Ha 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 ha, I found something. There's a cave ahead. It sounded like cultivators who were drawn in by the celestial anomaly. Declan rode the Azure Heaven sword out of the cave, accompanied by the left hand. A child, a wary voice exclaimed. Be careful, it might be a great demon spirit born from the celestial anomaly. Another voice came, more cautious, clearly from a further distance. What? A great demon spirit? Boone was both amused and exasperated at the scatterbrain ideas of these wandering cultivators. By this time, they had officially met. That group looked at Declan's small body with caution. Jensen, this seems to be a human. One of the wandering cultivators said humbly to an elderly cultivator nearby. Boy, quickly hand over that treasure. Everyone saw the celestial anomaly earlier. You can't possibly keep it all to yourself. The elder cultivator acted as if Boone must hand over the treasure or face certain death. Now Declan realized that these people were attracted by the celestial anomaly. Since his two bodies were both breaking through the integration stage, he had no choice but to handle it himself. Listening to their threats, Declan laughed. Ha ha ha, you want the treasure? That's too easy, just wait for me. He began gathering power in his palms. One hand produced a black flame, unmistakably the divine black flame previously displayed by Yuan Heloklin. The other hand revealed the divine heart-devouring flame intermittently. With hands crossing, the two divine flames intertwined instantly, producing sizzling sounds and emitting an aura of destruction. Still not enough. Declan formed the magnetic storm divine flame faster than Boone's true body, possibly due to his body being made of fire elements. Declan had a natural affinity for alchemy and divine flames. The flames in Declan's hands were splendid, but he was not satisfied. With the other hand, he condensed another divine flame. Azure blue divine flame. Next, the divine scorching flame appeared. Then, Declan astonishingly condensed the magnetic storm divine flame single-handedly. Within the two magnetic storm divine flames, two distinctly different divine flames existed. Declan boldly merged all 4 types of divine flames again. That's not just an aura of destruction, it's annihilation. Left hand Hunt remarked seriously. No, hand seriously. The Azure Marta Gifford also watched with a grave expression. If Declan made even the slightest mistake, they would all die. At this moment, the leader of the wandering cultivators was astonished. What is this? He clearly felt the enormous impact and threat from the object in this boy's hands. Damn it, Run. We don't know what this is. Though Declan was only at the 6th rank of the nascent soul stage, his speed was still much faster than these wandering cultivators, especially since he was riding the Azure Heaven sword. Crazed, Declan embraced the magnetic storm divine flame and rushed towards the enemies. The magnetic storm divine flame burned in Declan's arms, roaring within his embrace. Those 3 wandering cultivators fled in panic, screaming, "You! Don't come any closer!" Declan laughed madly. Ha 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 ha, let's go together. Crazy man, are you nuts? Do you know that once this thing explodes, you won't survive either? The lead cultivator cursed, trying to persuade Declan to drop the magnetic storm divine flame but was directly captured. You can call me crazy, but don't call me insane. Declan smiled crazily. Let's die together. Declan was fearless. Was he really going to make this clone explode along with those wandering cultivators? At this point, the Azure Marta Gifford hurriedly carried Declan to chase after the 3 while inwardly panicking. Is Boone planning to sacrifice this clone for temporary peace? But if Declan were gone, who would protect his true body and his eye afterward? What was he thinking? The Azure Marta didn't understand, but continued to obey, even accelerating the pursuit. As they were about to catch up with the 3, Declan roared furiously, "Die!" Under his deranged smile, the magnetic storm divine flame finally exploded. Boom! The firelight surged, engulfing the sky, sweeping away the 3 wandering cultivators and Declan. Fraser and his group were stunned by the distant commotion, lifting their eyes to see a mushroom cloud. What is that? Fraser stared in shock at the explosion site. It might be the Earth Dragon turning over? Fire Dragon emerging? Whatever it is, we need to find that rogue and report back. Let's not get involved in trouble. Fraser, as the leader, quickly reacted. Go! He led everyone in the opposite direction. After the immense explosion, the surrounding mountains were flattened. Both Declan and the 3 wandering cultivators had vanished, not even leaving behind ashes. Chapter 210. He's actually the young Dominic of Xiuxian Valley. The Azure Marta had flown out of the explosion epicenter just a split second before the blast. It had already received a telepathic message from Boone, instructing it to disregard the clone and only focus on protecting itself. Therefore, at this moment, both the Azure Heaven Sword and Left Hand Baron returned unharmed. Dominic? Dominic! The Azure Marta continued calling for Declan, but there was no response. All that remained was desolate wind and scorched, uneven land. Many wandering cultivators who were curious about the commotion were still observing cautiously from a distance after seeing the mushroom cloud. Due to this explosion, no one dared to approach Boone's secluded cultivation area in the short term. Taking advantage of this moment, Boone pushed through to the Unity stage with full momentum. A month had passed since then. Boone was the first to awaken. He stretched lazily and let out a long cry. At this moment, his body had undergone a complete transformation. Boone clenched his fists, feeling an immense surge of power within him. The integration of the nascent soul and physical body was now complete, making every movement feel smooth and effortless. Whoosh! He activated his instantaneous movement technique. His speed was significantly faster than during his nascent soul stage, almost twice as fast. This was because Boone had built a solid foundation from lower stages, and his nascent soul was inherently stronger than most practitioners. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved this result. Boone gripped his fists tightly in satisfaction, feeling the capabilities of his new realm. Dominic, Declan is dead? The Azure Marta said with a mournful expression. Her entire blade appeared listless. A month ago, she and Left Hand Baron had searched for 3 days and nights around the blast site, but found nothing of Declan. Not even remnants. Despite their disbelief, they had no choice but to accept it. However, with Boone breaking through, they couldn't dwell on their sorrow and immediately returned to guard Boone and bond. Left Hand Baron also looked solemn. Yes, Dominic, but he did not suffer when he died. He sacrificed himself honorably, taking those petty people down with him. Seeing the two in such distress, Boone felt moved yet couldn't help laughing. But Declan isn't dead. With that, he conjured another body from within him. It was a 12 or 13-year-old boy, none other than Declan. Heavens, Dominic, what happened? I clearly saw. The Azure Marta, Aaliyah, was utterly astonished. She couldn't stop circling around Declan, inspecting him closely. Boone chuckled and couldn't resist petting Aaliyah's small head before beginning to explain. Declan is my second clone, a body made entirely of pure energy and divine fire. Part of his essence is divine fire. After Boone's explanation, everyone understood. It turned out that Boone's clone, Declan, wasn't afraid of divine fire because part of his essence was divine fire. Plus, being a low-stage clone allowed for rapid restoration. So, Declan's essence was divine fire, which originated from Boone. Additionally, Declan didn't develop independent thoughts and was controlled by Boone's mind. If Declan was destroyed, Boone could reconstruct his body within him after the explosion. Thus, Declan was essentially reborn. Sigh. So, this Declan was like a reusable human bomb. However, the pain from each divine fire explosion would be felt by Boone, so he wouldn't recklessly use Declan's magnetic burst divine fire unless absolutely necessary. This method would only be considered in dire combat situations when other methods failed. Although Boone could create magnetic burst divine fire himself, Declan's origin as divine fire meant that his magnetic burst divine fire was more potent. Moreover, Declan had an advantage in constructing divine fire and refining pills, making him faster at creating magnetic burst divine fire compared to Boone. After readjusting, Boone absorbed Declan and the still breaking through bond back into his body. Then, he activated his great concealment technique and quietly returned to the city of Xiuxian Valley. He planned to gather information on the Flaming Dragon's secret realm and the Favored Son. He was certain the Favored Son would definitely enter the secret realm. Unexpectedly, Boone found out the Flaming Dragon's secret realm had already opened while he was in the market. He immediately rushed toward the Flaming Dragon's secret realm. He couldn't afford to delay. Otherwise, all the blessings might be claimed by others, leaving him with nothing. The secret realm usually opened once every 100 years, but this time, Xiuxian Valley opened it early for their Norris. Everyone else, in a way, benefited from this gesture by the Norris of Xiuxian Valley. When Boone arrived, many cultivators were still entering the secret realm, with more waiting in line. Though he was anxious, he stood at the end of the queue. Cutting in line wouldn't go unnoticed, so he decided to join the line and enter first. Just as he was anxiously queuing, sudden unrest spread through the crowd. Boone glanced around and saw a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Wasn't this the 9 Stars kid? He had come too. Wait, he's actually the Norris? Looking at Brooke surrounded by Xiuxian Valley disciples and the awestruck murmurs of the surrounding cultivators, Boone finally understood the person's identity. Damn, it was this kid. The Norris of Xiuxian Valley, flanked by a large group of disciples, entered without hesitation, exuding immense authority. According to rumors, the secret realm had been open for days, yet the Xiuxian Valley Norris only entered now, demonstrating his immense confidence in his fate. The Flaming Dragon's secret realm would remain open for a month, allowing cultivators below the separation stage to enter and gain fortune. Typically, everyone rushed to enter first, fearing good opportunities would be snatched away. Yet, this Norris was different. As Boone observed Brooke, he felt an uneasy premonition. He sensed this favored son was unlike any before. Could he perceive destiny? Chapter 211. The Heaven-Defying Brooke. Note: this is a direct translation of the chapter title, maintaining the original structure and style. Chapter 211. The Heaven-Defying Brooke. Perhaps this hereditary treasure ground has a powerful mechanism that selects the level of opportunity based on each cultivator's talent and qualifications. Regardless of which it is, neither scenario is good news for Boone. During the opening period of the Fire Dragon treasure ground, as long as one meets the cultivation requirements, no one would stop them from entering because this place has a unique characteristic. When the secret realm opens, if more cultivators enter, the likelihood of obtaining an inheritance increases, along with its grade. Thus, the more stray cultivators that come, the more advantageous it is for someone like Brooke. At this moment, Boone covertly activated the Great Concealment Art, blending in among the multitude of stray cultivators as he entered the secret realm. Upon entering, Boone was met with a grand scene. Xian Flame Valley's young lord, Brooke, was actually leading his disciples to chop down trees. Yes, he was chopping down those huge trees in the secret realm forest. Chopping down trees wouldn't be anything unusual, but this forest belonged to the inheritance forest. Therefore, every tree here contained an inheritance. An ordinary person would need corresponding opportunities to cut down a tree and obtain the inheritance. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to make a dent. However, using some unknown secret method, Brooke could fly through the air and leave behind a swath of fallen trees. The ordinary Xian Flame Valley disciples who had been surrounding him began picking up cultivation techniques ruthlessly after following Brooke. Even Boone couldn't help but marvel at the sight. It was then that Boone finally managed to gather some information about Brooke while mingling with the crowd. This man's high-profile demeanor made any information about him easily obtainable. Had Boone known earlier that Brooke was the young lord of Xian Flame Valley, he would have already gathered all the details. Brooke was practically a social media celebrity in the cultivation world, with stories of his feats spread far and wide. To the world, Brooke was a heaven-defying protagonist who, during a short year-long training journey in Yunzhou, had killed multiple Mohammeds above his rank. Since his rise to fame, he had consistently displayed outstanding performance, not just a minor advancement but leaping several major ranks. Being raised as the young lord of Xian Flame Valley, Brooke enjoyed the best cultivation techniques, elixirs, and equipment from a young age. His background astonished people. His combat achievements left everyone in awe, and countless talented women were smitten with him. Stories of Brooke's accomplishments were so plentiful they could be talked about for days. Moreover, being the son of Adriel, the leader of the two top-tier forces, Brooke surprisingly had a very good reputation. Almost no one had anything bad to say about him. This left Boone feeling somewhat vexed. To snatch the 9-star luck from such a heaven-defying person, it seemed there was only one way: force. Attempting to deceive such a privileged cultivator was challenging, especially since Brooke had grown up with immense privileges and had seen everything valuable. Giving up the 9-star luck was harder than killing him. In that case, why not directly kill him? Thus, Boone activated the Great Concealment Art and followed Brooke, disregarding exploration of the Fire Dragon's secret realm altogether. What nonsense! No matter how good the inheritances in this secret realm were, they couldn't compare to the system notification's 9-star luck. Fortunately, Boone had already advanced to the body integration stage, overcoming his previous speed limitations. With the 3 flight techniques, simultaneous inputs from 3 Yuan babies, support from the Flying Rainbow technique, acceleration from Cloud Light Divine Thunder, and occasional assistance from instant movement, Boone barely kept up with Brooke. Brooke was always surrounded by numerous disciples, leaving Boone no chance to strike. Gifford, what do you think about Brooke? Boone asked, visibly annoyed. Even when resting in a random cave, this man could find Jade Pool's spirit liquid. Dominic, perhaps he is a born son of fortune. My former master once said, some people are born protagonists, far beyond ordinary folks. We can't envy such people. Hunt nodded vigorously, understanding this deeply. Back at the artisan sect, he was always overshadowed by Edie. No matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass Edie. After leaving the artisan sect and barely making a name for himself, he encountered Boone and was reduced to a cripple. Where could he appeal? Following Brooke for over 10 days, things became increasingly unbelievable. Brooke effortlessly broke through to the Soul Division stage. Though he was nearly at the peak of body integration before, breaking through a major stage in just a few days was still incredulous to Boone. Finally, Brooke's entourage dwindled. After breaking through to Soul Division, almost no one could keep up with him. Moreover, the prideful Brooke didn't care to wait for anyone and disliked being surrounded by noisy people who distracted him. Stacy transmitted anxiously, Dominic, he's at Soul Division now, should we still chase? Boone clenched his teeth. He had already chased this far, Soul Division or not, he must continue. 9-star luck was worth fighting for. One attempt, and maybe he'd succeed. Chase, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. Gifford, help me prepare 2 big surprises as a welcome gift. Fly with me first, stay close to him. Boone focused on creating water packages, but amidst the constant turbulence and urgency, he couldn't complete the divine fire transfer. Enraged, Boone summoned Declan and sat down to meditate. Boone descended his consciousness into Declan. Being innately compatible with divine fire, Declan quickly created 2 magnetic divine fires. While his body continued flying with Stacy, Boone noted this method for future dual combat use. After regaining his focus, Boone covered the 2 magnetic divine fires with divine water, a task unsuitable for Declan. Carrying 2 potent water packages, Boone followed closely behind Brooke. Coincidentally, Brooke encountered a 7-star beast, a 7-colored cloud tiger. A familiar old friend indeed. Boone still had a contracted cub in his pocket. Chapter 212. Brooke subdues the tiger. Boone lurks behind. He was calculating that if Brooke were to fight this 7-star colorful cloud tiger beast, it would be his best opportunity. If Brooke got injured, he could then directly give him 2 more water globules to taste. Bang! Unexpectedly, Brooke was fierce. He instantly used a teleportation technique, charging straight toward the 7-color cloud tiger beast without any hesitation and punched directly at its head. The 7-color cloud tiger beast had been leisurely strolling in the sky when suddenly, a cultivator attacked it without warning, enraging it. Ayo. A tiger roar sounded as the seven-color cloud tiger beast charged back at Brook. Using the same teleportation technique, the beast opened its colossal mouth, ready to teach Brook a lesson. Brook showed no panic. His punch, accompanied by a sonic boom, collided head-on with the seven-color cloud tiger beast's jaws. Bang! Each retreated 100 meters. The massive shockwave nearly blew Boone, who was hiding nearby, off the clouds. Is Brook really this terrifying? Boone's brows furrowed deeply. Originally, he hoped to use this seven-color cloud tiger beast to injure Brook slightly, making it easier for him to launch a sneak attack. However, the current situation revealed that Brook was evenly matched against this demonic beast. No, not evenly matched. Brook's previous attack lacked any spiritual energy fluctuation. He was fighting using pure physical strength. What level of physical prowess did one need to have to combat a seven-star demonic beast head-on? Boone activated the flawless scripture and simulated the results. His 5th stage golden body and the manganese lightning body were still slightly inferior to a 7-star demonic beast. This meant that Brook's physical strength was significantly stronger than his own. Though Brook was at the division soul stage, this was the first time Boone encountered a young cultivator with such formidable physical power. He couldn't rush. It seemed he needed to rely on strategy. Boone continued to hide and observe the battle carefully. Looking at the slightly injured seven-color cloud tiger beast, Brook smiled disdainfully. Pathetic creature, do you think I'm an ordinary cultivator? He clenched his fist. Take this punch, and then I'll stop. With that, he lunged at the beast again. The seven-color cloud tiger beast, with a tiger's head, bear-like body, and colorful fur patterns, was much larger than most other demonic beasts. Seeing Brook attack, it glared ferociously, activating its teleportation technique once more, this time enhanced by its innate skill, Fire Cloud Entanglement. Fiery clouds ignited around Brook, ready to set his clothes ablaze. But Brook merely coldly snorted, dispelling the blazing Dan fire with ease. Division Soul Stage and below are all ants. With a cold snort, Brook unleashed a massive air current, blowing the aggressive seven-color cloud tiger beast back over 10 miles. Brook wouldn't let it go and instantly teleported close. Brook's teleportation technique had reached the realm of unity between mind and spirit, called Divine Instant Teleportation. Divine Instant Teleportation, as the name suggests, is initiated by the divine consciousness, moving wherever the mind desires. Compared to the common teleportation techniques used by combined form stage cultivators, Divine Instant Teleportation was faster and stronger, and since it was initiated by the divine consciousness, its positioning was even more precise. Before reaching this realm, typical combined form stage cultivators' teleportation techniques, although capable of covering kilometers per second, had uncertain destinations. Lack of precision caused the technique to feel sluggish, hindering the rapid connection to the next skill. With Divine Instant Teleportation, however, it felt smooth. This was a qualitative leap forward. Watching from the side, Boone naturally noticed this. Every characteristic Brook displayed indicated he was a formidable opponent. But no one is perfect. Boone seemed to have spotted Brook's weakness, a smile appearing on his lips. Conscious Sword Spirit Gifford was confused, tilting her head and asking Boone, Dominic, are you planning to retreat? Why are you grinning foolishly? Butler on the left interjected, Humph, if my guess is correct, Dominic already has a plan. Otherwise, why would he be smirking like that? Boone gave Butler a big push. Have you been getting too cocky these past few days? Do you think I, Boone, can't handle a knife anymore? Butler, clutching his now hurting arm, pleaded, Stop, Dominic. I'm sorry. But speaking of knives, how about lending me those 7 golden knives? Boone glanced at him. Even if I gave them to you, what good would it do? Can you defeat the young Valley Lord of the Xiuxian Valley? Butler looked at Brook, who was still floating mid-air, relentlessly using divine instant teleportation to kick the 7-color cloud tiger beast around like a ball. His heart quivered. I prefer bare hands, Dominic. I'm unworthy of those 7 knives. After playing with the 7-color cloud tiger beast for a while, Brook finally grew bored and delivered a direct punch, sending the beast crashing into the ground. Its enormous body created a deep pit shaped like a cloud tiger. Brook flew beside the crater, smirking at the 7-color cloud tiger beast. If you beg me, I might spare you. The beast, being intelligent, quickly knelt down, tapping the ground with its forepaws in a gesture resembling total submission. You know your place, creature, Brook chuckled, stepping closer to pet the once arrogant beast's head. But at that moment, the seemingly submissive 7-color cloud tiger beast suddenly glared fiercely, raising its claws and slicing through space towards Brook's throat. Those watching, Boone and company, were thrilled, almost hoping the beast's sharp claws would tear Brook's throat. Whoosh! Clank! Brook looked provocatively at the 7-color cloud tiger beast. One hand grabbed the tiger's claw, while the other pressed on its head. Savage nature never changes, you treacherous creature. Then he exerted force. Crack! The 7-color cloud tiger beast's neck snapped under Brook's grip. At this moment, Boone, who had been waiting, finally made his move. Chapter 113. Sending you 2 great treasures. Just as Brook killed the 7-colored cloud tiger beast, Boone's attack followed immediately. The main reason he didn't wait further was that this Brook was indeed incredibly powerful. If he wanted to continue hunting beast creatures, it would be acceptable. However, if he got interested and went for the 9-star Chi Fortune, Boone really couldn't afford to wait. Boone first activated various cultivation techniques for buffs. Grand Mystery Illusion. An energy vortex opened above his head, increasing spirit energy output. The Flawless Sutra buffed, enhancing comprehension and calculation abilities to predict battle outcomes. 5-layer golden body attached to his body. A faint sharp mist circulated on its surface, accompanied by a sizzling sound of electricity. Misty lightning body. Divine Fire, 9-fold 9 transformation. Divine Fire Celestial Scorch. This raised Boone's cultivation from 1st stage integration to 2nd stage. Divine Fire Azure Blue. Raised from 2nd stage to 3rd stage. Divine Fire Black Flame. Raised from 3rd stage to 4th stage. Divine Fire Heart Devourer. Raised from 4th stage to 5th stage. Due to the 4 layers of divine fire applied, his body somewhat rejected water and lightning attributes. Therefore, his cultivation could only be temporarily capped at 5th stage integration. Cloud Light Divine Thunder. Release. Just as Brook thought he could harvest the loot from the 7-colored Cloud Tiger Beast, a thick beam of white lightning surged toward him. At this moment, Brook's mind was most relaxed. The speed of light made him unable to react in time, instantly numbing him on the spot. Following that, Boone rapidly cast multiple spells. Divine Water Mist Gather. Divine Water Cage Technique. A water cage enveloped Brook directly. Brook was indeed formidable. When Boone attacked, his divine sense isolated him from the Cloud Light Divine Thunder, allowing him to escape the lightning within half a breath's time. However, he was quickly trapped by Boone's water cage again. Who are you? Brook was shocked and furious. I'm here to give you gifts. Catch your 2 big treasures. Boone tossed 2 water-encased packages into the water cage. Immediately afterward, he turned and fled using Instant Flight Technique, Rainbow Flight Technique, and 3 Flights Technique together, moving like a rocket. Brook watched the 2 divine water-wrapped fireballs in front of him. Each fireball contained 4 differently shaped divine fires, which theoretically should not coexist stably in such a small space due to their violent nature. Brook narrowed his eyes watching Boone flee, slightly alarmed. What terrifying thing did this cultivator create? Boom! A massive explosion erupted. 2 enormous mushroom clouds rose up. All the cultivators within the secret realm felt the intense explosion. Look over there. What is that? That seems to be the direction Brook from Mystic Flame Valley went. There are powerful beast creatures in that direction. Only Brook would dare go there. It looks like Brook has encountered another adventure. Look at that explosion. I've never seen such a powerful martial technique before. It must be of the Mystic grade. No, I think it surpasses Mystic, possibly even Legendary. Haha, our Jade Clear continent only has legends of Legendary, Immortal, and Divine grades, and you believe it? I know it's Legendary, but look at that explosion. Despite being miles away, we can still feel the intense shockwave. I think it's possible. Well, you have a point. Though Boone fled fast and was already 100 miles away when the explosion happened, the blast's aftermath still hit him with a tremendous shockwave. If it weren't for his 5-fold golden body physique, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the explosion. Why wasn't it intercepted successfully? Boone muttered to himself while flying on his sword. Gifford, that's west. Your sense of direction is really bad. You're off course. Boone's true self wasn't proficient in swordsmanship, so he relied on the Marta Gifford to control the sword flight. However, Gifford's sense of direction seemed lacking, often deviating from the route. No, he mustn't be dead. Boone waited a long time and finally realized the issue. The system wouldn't make mistakes. Thus, failing to intercept meant Brook survived the explosion. How could this be? What material was Brook's body made of? How did he survive the close-range electromagnetic divine fire? Boone called out to Gifford, reversing direction and flying toward the line of destiny the system indicated. The system marked all detected fortunes, and Boone followed its guidance, finding that Brook's destiny line had reached 1,000 miles away. What happened? Dominic. I sensed a spatial fluctuation. That person likely used a major teleportation talisman. Baron on his left hand analyzed seriously. At the moment of the explosion, Brook's hair stood on end. He was sure that staying would result in being blown to ashes by the divine fire. In the last second before the explosion, Brook used a major teleportation talisman to escape. This brat has brought me some amusement. A trickle of blood dripped from Brook's lips as he wiped it away forcefully. He looked at the huge mushroom cloud behind him in the sky, his eyes gleaming with excitement rather than fear. That kid earlier had some skills, but not much. Indulge me thoroughly. Ha ha ha. If Brook lived in modern times, he might be suspected of having a mental illness. Being injured excited him more. Fine, let me indulge you. Show me if you can run. Boone, holding 2 new large water-encased packages, reappeared in Brook's sight like a rocket. Brook looked as if he'd eaten 9 turning intestines. Damn you, aren't you done haunting me? To obtain the great soul-sucking magic spell, Boone continued chasing. With the system guiding him, akin to a radar, no matter how Brook escaped, he could catch up. Although Boone very much wanted to turn Brook into a pig to raise continuously providing good fortune. Unfortunately, Brook was already at the Division Soul stage, and was unique in some ways. 9-star fortune was crucial. Those with high-star fortune generally had some innate sense. The higher the star, the stronger the feeling, making deception almost impossible unless he were a fool. Thus, there was only one method, to kill him. Chapter 114, The Son of Fate and the Medicine Pot. Chapter 114, The Child of Destiny and the Medicine Pot. Note, depending on context, xiuxian can also be translated as the Lucky One, or similar. If there's more context, or if you prefer a different translation for xiuxian, please let me know. Hashtag Chapter 114, The Lucky Son and the Medicine Pot. Do you think you can match me with all my treasures? Brook said, pulling out a flying device shaped like a celestial shuttle. It even had an autopilot feature, with a spirit embedded in the vehicle to assist in flight control. Boone's brow furrowed, and he retrieved a large 9-layered Dan-pattern spirit reviving pill and swallowed it. Even at his current combined body stage, maintaining several flying techniques simultaneously for a long period was still draining. Brook's instincts told him that the water packets were a threat, so he didn't want to face their explosion head-on and decided to evade. He felt this cultivator chasing him was very strange. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as his own, some sort of secret method seemed to be used, causing faint divine fire energy to seep from his body. However, this state likely couldn't last long. Moreover, Brook was at the separated spirit stage, while this secret realm could only support cultivators up to the combined body stage, unless the other person also broke through to the separated spirit stage within the secret realm. Otherwise, if he just wore Boone down, he would undoubtedly win. Having thought it through, Brook set his strategy and began piloting various flying devices, taking Boone on a series of detours and loops. Do you wish to kill me for fame? Brook asked when he saw Boone relentlessly chasing him. He wasn't worried. No matter how long it took, as long as Boone's energy was depleted, wouldn't he fall into his hands? Killing you doesn't need a reason, Boone replied coldly, striking a pose. Seeing Brook switch between different flying devices and deliberately lead him in circles, Boone had already guessed Brook's intentions. Boone sneered inwardly. Since he had become a cultivator, countless cultivators with higher levels had tried to outlast him in endurance battles, but all failed. The reason? Boone was a disciple of Senior Ethan in alchemy. The reserves of a pill master weren't something ordinary people could exhaust easily, especially since all his pills had Dan patterns, making them effortless to consume. His stockpile was vast. Today, he'd see who outlasted whom. Crunch, crunch. Boone took another handful of spirit-reviving pills, stuffing them into his mouth expressionlessly, as if chewing candy beans. These were 5th-rank pills, each with a 9-layer Dan pattern, considered top-grade pills. While Brook continued to fly ahead, leading Boone and consuming his energy, he occasionally glanced back to check the distance. If Boone lagged too far behind, he would slow down slightly to wait. Suddenly, he noticed Boone popping pills like they were candy, which made Brook's eyes twitch. Boy, aren't you afraid you'll die by eating so many pills? Brook exclaimed in shock. Though pills in West Prefecture were generally better than those in Yun Prefecture, pills with Dan patterns were extremely rare. Those available on the market mostly lacked Dan patterns. Such pills contained a bit of toxicity. I fear not death, Brook. Today is your doom. He wouldn't reveal his trump card to Brook and pretended to be fearless, ready to chase him to death. Ha ha, boy, you've got guts, but I have plenty of flying devices. What do you have to fight me with? As he spoke, Brook pulled out another new flying device. This particular device could fly without depleting the cultivator's spiritual energy, but instead consume the energy of its spirit core. For this, the flying device needed to be at least a spirit-level tool. Once the spirit core's energy was exhausted, it could only slowly recharge on its own, a process that was far too slow. Therefore, few people could afford a multitude of flying devices with embedded spirits or burn their spirit cores so lavishly. But as a seasoned rich second generation, Brook had the means. He kept piloting the flying device, not expending any energy himself, and would occasionally taunt Boone, trying to disturb his concentration. Throughout the chase, Boone remained vigilant, unsure if Brook might suddenly use divine instantaneous movement to attack him. Though Boone appeared fearless on the surface, making Brook hesitant to turn around and engage in battle, Boone was still cautious, guarding against any desperate moves. But Brook never planned to turn back and attack. In his view, Boone was now a madman. Brook cherished his life too much. He feared that, without certainty, should he use divine instantaneous movement near Boone, the latter might detonate the 2 water packets and take him down with him. Boone might value his life cheaply, but how could he compare to Brook, the proud heir of Xianxia Valley? Continuing to fly like this wasn't a solution. Seeing the 8th flying device about to give out, Brook quickly took out another large teleportation talisman. Brook was teleported thousands of miles away again. Each of these large teleportation talismans was invaluable, far surpassing the short-distance ones. However, before he could catch his breath, Boone reappeared not far behind him. Brook? Teleport again. Boone chased again. Teleport again. Boone pursued again. These talismans teleported randomly, with no fixed destination. Yet somehow, this cultivator always found him no matter where he went. Brook was close to breaking down. You're courting death. When Brook saw Boone closing in again, he roared in anger. It was clear there was no need to waste more large teleportation talismans. Now at the 2nd level of separated spirit stage, Brook hovered midair, glaring at Boone. That's somewhat interesting. He lifted his gaze to meet Boone's eyes and suddenly smiled. Since my birth, no one has ever hurt me. Who are you? The dead don't need to know who I am. Boone looked at Brook with disdain, as if the next moment, Brook would be dead. How could Brook bear this? Activating his divine instantaneous movement, he charged forward to engage in battle. But Boone wasn't unprepared. He had readied 2 powerful items. Just as Brook approached, Boone threw out the 2 water packets. The water packets exploded. Bang! Bang! Both instantly fled outward in panic. F***K. Why did you have to blow up? Brook roared in rage. He couldn't comprehend why anyone would seek death so desperately, triggering explosions even while within the blast range. Heh, to blow you to death, Boone said calmly. At full speed, both were equally matched in their flight. Hashtag chapter 215. 3 Fight Brook. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk. 2 massive mushroom clouds appeared again. Both of them coughed up blood simultaneously, though to varying degrees. Despite their swift escapes, they still suffered from internal injuries due to the aftereffects. At this moment, Brook keenly observed that Boone's water encapsulation technique required a buildup of energy, meaning it couldn't be used again in the short term. It made sense. Such powerful bombs couldn't just be released at will. Boone quickly increased his distance from Brook and surrounded himself with multiple layers of cloud-like divine thunder barriers. Any sudden movement by Brook would result in him being paralyzed by the divine thunder as soon as he approached. However, Brook didn't move towards Boone's side as expected. Instead, he appeared even higher above him. Flaming Dragon Solar Punch. Intense flashes of light accompanied by enormous energy fluctuations burst out above Boone's head. By distorting the air density with his energy, Brook caused the sunlight's energy beams to explode. Of course, this attack was meant to obscure Boone's vision. Immediately after, Brook raised both hands overhead as if holding an enormous invisible sphere. Flaming Dragon Spirit Light Bullet. An enormous whooshing spherical pauldon was launched by Brook. Correction. Flaming Dragon Spirit Light Bullet. An enormous, intangible spherical projectile was launched by Brook. Boone's eyes were squinted shut. In the intense glare, his sight was virtually useless. Was he doomed to take the hit passively? This combination of moves was undeniably vicious. Brook, as a highly blessed figure, indeed had impressive skills. But Boone wasn't an ordinary cultivator. A dark figure suddenly appeared before Boone, eyes closed and radiating demonic aura, none other than Azai. At this moment, Azai's cultivation level was extraordinarily strong. Soul Fusion Stage. It turned out that Azai had finally advanced to the Soul Fusion Stage, and was summoned directly into battle by Boone. Meanwhile, Boone's true form was carried by the Sword Spirit of Heaven Saber, meditating atop it, but his divine consciousness had descended upon Azai. Facing the blinding light, Boone utilized Azai's sword cultivator perception, sharply detecting the flaming dragon spirit light bullet, speeding toward him. Great Mystery. The Great Mystery Sword swiftly flew under Azai's feet, merging man and sword into one lethal blade. 8/sword technique second form. Sweeping dogs apart. Azai swung the sword at the incoming flaming dragon spirit light bullet. Brook watched in shock as Boone split into two, but his eyes sparkled with even greater anticipation. Boom. Thanks to Azai's precise slicing, the explosion wasn't as intense, only about 1/10 of its full power. Silver light enveloped Azai, repelling the shockwave. A clone? In combat, this effectively doubled the number of fighters, naturally making Brook intensely envious. His anticipation for Boone grew even more. He wondered how many more surprises this person could offer. Come on then. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Brook launched 3 more flaming dragon spirit light bullets. Boom, boom, boom. Again, 3 precise cuts. Now, Azai stood on one leg midair, stepping on a demonic cloud, wielding the Great Mystery Sword behind his back, ready for action. Brook glanced at Azai and then at Boone's weakened true form, suspecting something. His eyes flashed, and he activated a secret art. Flaming Dragon Chi. Inferno Transformation. Instantly, Brook's cultivation soared to the 3rd tier of the Divine Separation Stage. Each tier of the Divine Separation Stage was significant. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, Brook's speed and explosive power increased exponentially. He charged at Azai. Azai lifted his sword to meet him. Just as they were about to collide, Brook smirked. The next second, divine speed. Yes, his target all along was the weary Boone sitting on Heaven's Saber. Boone's mental strength couldn't simultaneously control multiple avatars. Therefore, once his divine consciousness descended upon Azai, control over his true form significantly weakened. With eagle-sharp eyes, Brook saw this flaw and rapidly approached Boone using divine speed. Along the way, he pulled out a fire-red dagger, the flaming dragon dagger, supposedly forged from an ancient dragon's fang. He aimed a precise swipe at Boone's neck. Azai couldn't react in time. The perfection scripture simulated furiously. Azai's eyes flickered, and he collapsed onto the demonic cloud. Right, using Azai to rescue wouldn't work in time. The only option was to retract his divine consciousness. With extinction scripture, Boone used his divine mind's tangible attack to force his consciousness out. Just as Brook, dagger in hand, was about to finish Boone, the weakened Boone on Heaven's Saber suddenly opened his eyes. 8 extremes collapse. 18 layers of concealed power erupted. Divine speed. Though confused about Boone's sudden return to awareness, Brook attacked Azai again. As Azai lay motionless on the demonic cloud, the Great Mystery Sword buzzed protectively. Before Brook could land his blow, Azai returned and clashed his sword against the flaming dragon dagger. Meanwhile, Brook activated divine speed once more. Boone summoned his last clone. Now, 3 youths appeared in the sky. Boone, Azai, and Declan. 3 youths fought Brook. Boone's divine consciousness shifted continuously between the 3 bodies, placing higher demands on his mental strength. Boone and Azai engaged in close combat while Declan, wielding the 4th god Firestorm, rushed at Brook with magnetically induced explosions. Declan's Firestorm was almost instantaneous, given his innate affinity with fire elements as a fire essence. Under Brook's disbelieving gaze, Declan embraced Brook tightly as soon as he got close, a deranged smile spreading across his face after ensuring Boone and Azai were far enough away. Die. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A massive explosion took place, with Declan sacrificing himself alongside Brook. Aaliyah, the Heaven's Saber Spirit, witnessed everything in silence. Dominic, you created Declan simply to use him as a human bomb, didn't you? Chapter 216. The Inception of the Flame Dragon Legacy. Within this Flame Dragon's secret realm, vast areas are covered by forests. Previously, Brook led a group of Xianxia Valley disciples who cleared out large tracts of forest on the ground. They obviously couldn't take so many legacies, but with one move from Brook, a wide swath was wiped out. After Brook left, the other Xianxia Valley disciples continued to indiscriminately cut down trees. Gradually, many independent cultivators joined in. For after the Xianxia Valley disciples finished cutting down trees, these independents could still scavenge for legacy wood. Perhaps these legacies were quite ordinary, mostly just human or earth rank, but for these independent cultivators, even that was valuable. They didn't care about quality. Even if they themselves had no use for it, selling it later could fetch a lot of spirit stones. So, as long as it was usable, as long as it was a legacy, they wanted it all. Despite the massive explosion occurring ahead, those cultivators down below continued chopping away, barely glancing up before continuing their work. A young female cultivator hovering in midair watched those unaffected people below and felt perplexed. Isn't Brook truly sowing chaos everywhere? He doesn't need it himself, so why destroy so many legacy trees? She muttered, frowning slightly with a mischievous expression. Beside her stood a male cultivator just over 5 feet tall, yet unusually handsome despite his short stature. He's forcing the Flame Dragon legacy to manifest. The male cultivator looked gravely at the distant location where the explosion occurred, speaking tersely. Senior brother, he's pushing them around. Where do we go fishing? The female cultivator held a trident in each hand, clearly eager for action. Deborah, stop fooling around. Focus on our mission. Don't you remember why Dominic sent us here? To kill Brooke. The male cultivator glanced sternly at Deborah before speeding toward the site of the explosion. Both wore bright yellow brocade robes, identifying them as members of the Xiuxian sect. Anatoly. Humph. Dissatisfied, Deborah nevertheless followed him, knowing there was no room for play now. That big explosion surely killed Brooke, Deborah mumbled while flying alongside Anatoly, whose small frame belied his formidable aura, having reached the core formation stage. Listening to his sister's grumbling, Anatoly explained, Brooke has plenty of treasures. He won't die easily. That cunning thief might have survived. We must hurry. He could be injured. We should seize this chance to take him down. As he spoke, Anatoly increased his speed. Realizing the seriousness, Deborah caught up quickly. Look, isn't that Xiuxian sect's shorty and fairy Deborah? A stray cultivator pointed skyward. The ground suddenly split open, sharp rocks stabbing upward into the skull of the one who spoke. Garrulous. Anatoly cast a cold glance backward. The others dared not make a sound. Before the explosion, Boone and Azai flew out of the blast center, unharmed thanks to the ample time. Boone turned back to see an enormous mushroom cloud dispersing, with lingering shockwaves spreading out. What a spectacle of destruction. Haha, Dominic, that kid is done for, right? Hunt chuckled evilly. This terrifying explosion likely left Brooke dead, especially since he was within Declan's grasp during the blast. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your interception succeeded. Fortune binding in progress. Bound successfully. This 9-star fortune leads westward. There's a demon cave in Wine Spirit Mountain, containing the demon absorption art. The system's announcement made Boone anticipate this rare demonic art. Thinking of his own immaculate scripture and great mystic illusion art, solving Azai's cultivation problems would be perfect. Having found a suitable legacy for Azai, this was indeed timely. Without further ado, Boone set off with Azai towards the mountain. Meanwhile, Declan required time to regenerate after being fragmented once again by the explosion. This showcased the power of Boone's 3 Pure Ones transformation. No matter which body was destroyed, it could always be restored, though the cost varied. In Declan's case, self-destruction entailed minimal recovery effort. For Azai, the cost was higher, and for Boone's original body, the highest. However, unless faced by a Grand Ascension Realm cultivator, killing Boone outright was nearly impossible, with his current 5-fold golden body protecting him. After Boone left, a concealed spatial disturbance released a severely injured human form. F***K. Cough, cough. Damn it. Boone, I'll remember this. Brooke spat blood profusely, his left side scorched black, missing an arm, and with visible bone fragments in his leg. Yet, he lived. At the last moment, he activated his life-saving space talisman and escaped. Still, due to proximity to the blast epicenter, he sustained critical injuries but narrowly survived due to his protective armor and space talisman. Brooke then encountered Anatoly and Deborah. Brother, let's finish him off. Deborah, upon seeing Brooke's battered state, felt exhilarated. You're in luck, meeting us today, crippled as you are. She brandished her 2 tridents. You can cry out to heaven or earth, but no one will hear you. With blood trickling from his mouth, Brooke wiped it away and sneered. Just the 2 of you, trash from Xiuxian sect, dare challenge me? Do you know who you're dealing with? Anatoly scoffed. Humph. Who do you think you are, arguing with us like this? Brooke, will you self-immolate or force me to act? Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the secret realm, shaking the entire area. It seemed the Flame Dragon legacy was about to emerge. Hashtag chapter 217. Brooke's might. The Flame Dragon legacy is about to manifest. The trio was instantly captivated by the deafening roar. Senior brother, let's quickly kill this big-eared rogue first, then we can grab the legacy. Perfect timing. Yeah. Deborah's face was filled with excitement, as if both matters were already certain and completed. Anatoly, however, wore a solemn expression. He understood the principle that a cornered beast would still fight back, so he did not want to push too hard. After all, the opponent was the famous Brooke. How could you end up so miserable, big-eared rogue? Deborah had a smug smile on his face, deliberately provoking Brooke. Oh my, is this the same renowned Brooke I've heard about? How did you get yourself blown up like this? If the fire had been just a bit stronger, your lesser valley lord of the Crimson Flame Valley would probably have been roasted alive. Ha ha ha. With these taunts from Anatoly and Deborah, Brooke recalled the moment he was injured by Boone. His hair stood on end in anger. Dwarf gourd, bastard. You're looking for death. Why do you have to stir up trouble where there's none? Brooke used the divine instantaneous movement technique to attack Anatoly and Deborah. Since Deborah was farther away, Anatoly bore the brunt of the attack. However, Anatoly calmly formed a large hand seal, and Brooke astonishingly returned to his original position at an even faster speed. Counter divine instantaneous movement technique. Anatoly chuckled. Big-eared rogue. It looks like the quality of your moves has dropped significantly. You must have been quite badly blown up. Did your brain suffer too? Immediately, Anatoly's expression turned serious as he took a deep breath. Thousand-fold technique. Anatoly began swinging his arms vigorously, as if manipulating 2 massive ropes, waving them continuously and rapidly. Then, the space around Brooke became distorted. Senior brother, you're awesome. Senior brother, keep going. Take down the big-eared rogue. Deborah didn't join the battle but cheered from the sidelines. Ha ha ha. If senior brother kills this big-eared rogue, you'll be famous across the Western Prefecture. At that time, it's likely that the Crimson Flame Valley will decline and be replaced by our Yellow Rock sect. Ha? Brooke's face darkened. Doesn't the Yellow Rock sect only know how to exploit others when they're weak? His face was already pale due to injuries from the previous explosion, and now with the added weight of 1,000-fold gravity, his complexion grew even worse. Soon, unable to withstand it, Brooke plummeted straight to the ground. Anatoly and Deborah followed closely behind, with Anatoly brandishing a wolf-tooth mace, ready to deliver the final blow. Though Deborah was petite, She wielded dual golden meteor hammers. The exaggerated appearance contrasted sharply with her small and adorable figure. Big-eared rogue, take this. Brooke's lips curled into a smirk. Watching the two approaching him, he suddenly exhaled. Explode. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud rose up. Though the power was not as great as Boone's 4-layer divine fire explosion, it was still terrifying. If Boone were here, he would have been surprised to find that Brooke had learned his magnetic explosive divine fire. Magnetic explosive divine fire was a skill entirely of his own creation, merely demonstrated a few times in front of Brooke. Had he really learned it so easily? This Brooke was indeed beyond incredible. Indeed, he lived up to being the blessed son of destiny. Anatoly and Deborah reacted swiftly, taking shelter inside a large cauldron upon realizing the danger. They emerged only after the explosion subsided. It was evident that this square cauldron was a defensive magic treasure, transcending the realm of mere artifacts. At this moment, Brooke shed his weakened appearance, once again floating in the air as fiery lotuses shimmered around him. He flew backward into the sky, steadying himself despite his shaky frame, forming an opening with his hands aimed directly at the two. Flame Dragon Solar Fist. Hue. A blinding light flashed. Instantly, millions of rays enveloped the duo, rendering Anatoly and Deborah unable to open their eyes or see anything. Flame Dragon Original Spirit Light Bullet. Zing zing zing. 3 light bullets shot out. The two couldn't block them, their vision still flashing. 10,000-fold technique. Yellow Sand Whirlwind. Both shouted loudly. Facing the sweeping sands, Brooke didn't even flinch. Whoosh. The divine instantaneous movement technique activated, and Brooke appeared right before the two. Poo-poo. 2 palm strikes sent them flying backward, smashing into the ground, clutching their chests and spitting blood non-stop. Big-eared rogue, how powerful are you? Anatoly's disbelief was evident. Brooke couldn't possibly be this strong. He himself was in the divided spirit stage. As for Deborah, whose cultivation was lower, she could hardly speak, clearly gravely injured. Brooke remained calm. Then, under the incredulous and ghostly expressions of the two, his left arm, which had been severed, slowly regrew. Regenerated arm. Brooke clenched his fist, feeling the strength of his new arm. He smiled slightly. This arm was even stronger than before. Big-eared rogue. You actually? Anatoly was speechless, astonished beyond words. He knew Brooke was powerful, but thought he wasn't much higher in rank compared to himself. Moreover, as the Lesser Valley Lord of Crimson Flame Valley, Brooke always received the best resources. How could someone like him, a common direct disciple, compare? So, he always believed that Brooke was just fortunate with good birth, not actually so formidable. But now, what had he witnessed? His severed arm had grown back. Furthermore, Brooke's cultivation had advanced to the 3rd level of the divided spirit stage. My secrets aren't something you mere mortals can understand. Speaking, Brooke approached Anatoly and Deborah with a smile. Ah. 2 cries of agony echoed as the duo met their end at Brooke's hands. Brooke wiped his hands and looked in the direction Boone had left, as if pondering something. Boone? Good boy. We'll meet again. Having said that, Brooke did not chase after Boone, but instead flew toward the place where the Flame Dragon legacy would soon appear. He intended to obtain the Flame Dragon legacy. His father, the Valley Master of Crimson Flame Valley, had told him that within the Flame Dragon's secret realm, the second half of the Flame Dragon legacy lay waiting. Only those who passed the trial could cultivate the second half of the Flame Dragon legacy's technique. If Boone were here, he would also be amazed. How many secrets did Brooke have? Though nearly killed, his cultivation had broken through, and he could even use his former ultimate techniques. Chapter 218. Ancient Demon Arts. Unfortunately, at this moment, Boone was already flying towards the cave that the system had indicated, with his eye. Otherwise, he would have dealt with this potential threat first. Soon, Boone found the cave. It looked like a naturally formed karst cave with stalactites hanging from its ceiling. Clusters of sharp rocks dripped murky liquid drop by drop. Dominic, this is essence of spirit stones, right? Drink it quickly, don't waste it. Baron's left hand watched the essence excitedly. Boone gave Baron a strange look and hesitated to ask, Baron, can you still drink things now? I can still drink. I've refined my left hand to be very nimble. As he spoke, a slit opened on top of his left hand like a mouth. Boone coughed, well Baron, since you can drink, all this essence of spirit stones will be yours. Don't hesitate, I don't need it for now. Hearing this, Baron instantly rejoiced, but he was still a bit curious why Boone said he didn't lack the essence of spirit stones. After all, cultivators would never get tired of having more spirit stones. The essence of spirit stones, being the essence of spirit stones concentrated into liquid form, absorbed spiritual energy better than solid spirit stones. For cultivators, this was a good thing indeed. Not thinking too much, Baron hurriedly opened the slit on his hand and began gulping down the essence frantically. After drinking his fill, he suddenly noticed a large group of bats staring at him from the cave ceiling, their glowing eyes densely scattered like stars in the night sky. This startled Baron. Turning back, he saw that Boone and the Caitlin had already walked away, so he hurriedly caught up. Boone called Edie out from the 9 Revolution Star Talisman. Edie, what level of demon art are you cultivating now? Upon exiting, Edie directly answered without comment on the surroundings. I am cultivating a heaven-grade demonic art. Finding high-quality demon arts and treasures related to demons is not easy nowadays. Boone nodded and invited Edie. There's a legacy of demon arts in this cave. Come explore with me. Sure. Wow, there are so many bats in this karst cave. The murkiness of bat urine indicates this place has very dense and pure demonic aura. Hearing this, Baron almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Bat urine? Boone couldn't hold back his laughter seeing Baron's expression. He held back his laughter and asked seriously, cough, old Gene, did you want to harm me? Bat urine? Hearing this, Baron immediately protested. I didn't know. This is ugh. I drank so much just now. Ugh. Suddenly, before Boone could continue teasing Baron, a strong gust of wind blew from deep within the cave, carrying an intense cold and stench. Edie sniffed the air. Indeed, the demonic aura is heavy. Heavy demonic aura. Boone immediately withdrew his main body and focused his mind on his eye. This was Edie's first time seeing Boone transform, leaving her incredibly surprised. So, you weren't disguised. No wonder there's such a difference between the two of you. What's going on with this body? Azai's face seemed even colder compared to cold carmine. This is called, one breath transforms 3 purities. It can't be explained in a sentence or two, but remember, this is my greatest secret, don't tell anyone. After Boone's explanation, Edie believed him immediately. This technique looks very advanced. One breath transforms 3 purities? She had never heard of it before. However, 3 purities suggested there might be another avatar besides Azai. Though speculating inwardly, Edie showed no outward signs and nodded repeatedly. Let's go inside? Go. Azai controlled the xiuxian sword, looking at Edie. Not to be outdone, Edie summoned a steel folding fan and soared up to join him. They flew one after the other into the cave. Why don't you use your flying vehicle? Stop looking at me like that. It's cramped in here. Edie felt Azai's odd gaze on her and explained helplessly. Boone shrugged. I didn't say anything. Suddenly, a black light streaked past them. As a sword cultivator, Azai sensed it in time and dodged. A wind blade formed from demonic aura, immediately followed by the second and third. Successive demonic wind blades attacked them indiscriminately, but Boone deftly dodged each one while controlling Azai. A sword cultivator's agility was indeed outstanding, rendering these wind blades nearly harmless. Edie also handled the attacks well, her figure darting up and down gracefully. If she couldn't dodge, she would use her protective barrier. As an alchemist, Edie had countless magical artifacts at her disposal, including over a dozen jade pendants capable of forming automatic protective barriers. While dodging, Boone suddenly spoke. Senior Sister Xiuxian, this demonic cave seems peculiar. Its attack frequency feels like it's trying to stop us from advancing, but doesn't seem intent on killing us. Finally managing to dodge another few wind blades, Edie looked shocked at Boone. You call this lack of murderous intent? It wasn't that Boone felt relaxed because he thought the attacks were non-lethal. Primarily, he had broken through to the combined body realm and was controlling the sword cultivator Azai, who possessed demonic arts, thus naturally feeling unafraid of such widespread, continuous attacks. However, Edie lacked Boone's body and perception abilities. She relied mostly on the treasures she wore, making her efforts much more strenuous. Boone. Let's try releasing some demonic aura and see how it reacts. Saying this, Boone released a stream of pure demonic aura straight into the depths of the cave. I feel like it shouldn't react this strongly. This is a legacy, not an ancient tomb. Why set up such a huge mechanism? Chapter 219, Demonic Chi Backlash. Chapter 219, Reversal by Devilish Aura. Brooke stared at the 2 corpses on the ground. This short, stout figure, Anatoly, was a very famous cultivator in Shizhou, but alas, his opponent was Brooke. Brooke's strength increased with every battle he fought, so after his bout with Boone without dying, he became much stronger. Meanwhile, Boone was unaware that Brooke was already heading towards the Yanlong secret realm to obtain the remaining half of the cultivation method. As soon as he flew into the Yanlong secret realm, Brooke suddenly felt something. His expression changed drastically, and he could not help but roar, Damn it, Boone! You damn well stole my fortune. I will never let this rest. He sensed that some good fortune had been snatched away from him. Elsewhere, after releasing the devilish aura, the cave indeed ceased its attack on Boone and Edie. The duo proceeded forward, eventually reaching deep within the cave. They discovered an enormous black stone gate engraved with intricate runes. This is demonic technique inheritance? Edie exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. She began deducing the mechanism based on the carvings. It was a trapdoor that required a considerable understanding of mechanics, a field in which Edie, being a master alchemist, excelled. Without hesitation, she crossed her legs and began calculations. Boone looked around. This demon cave must have existed for a long time. However, previously, there were no Mohammeds coming in, so nobody reached this level. The endless array of blades inside truly posed an unsolvable trap, one even Boone couldn't bypass unless one was a powerful Mohammed with sufficiently dense devilish aura. However, it was also due to these conditions that no one had inherited this demonic technique yet. Typically, supreme inheritances would be divided into upper and lower halves for better preservation. Ancient cultivators were cautious, especially fearing the power of nature. Boom! A loud sound of intense machinery movement erupted. The gate filled with devilish aura finally opened. Boone and Edie walked inside. Behind the door lay an enormous palace, constructed entirely of stone. Each stone step had an invisible layer over it. This layer brimmed with concentrated devilish aura, awakening the darkest desires in cultivators' hearts. Boone didn't feel much as the devilish aura he inhaled was always purified. Not so for Edie. As soon as she entered, Edie's eyes instantly turned red. Her deepest negative emotions were fully aroused. Her obsession instinct. Edie started wildly tearing at her clothes. Boone's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this some sort of aphrodisiac? It wasn't. As a professional alchemist, Boone still possessed considerable medical knowledge. He could see Edie was just releasing instincts. Some Mohammeds release murderous intent, others conceal themselves out of fear. But Edie, rare as it was, released sexual desire upon cultivating demons. What? Seeing the distressed Edie, Boone was unsure what to do. This side effect of the devilish aura was truly dangerous. Suddenly, Boone thought of a way. He could absorb the devilish aura in Edie's body. Using his Wilburyuan skill, he could filter the aura and then return it purified back to Edie. But this method was extremely risky and required using the 9 Revolutions Conjunction Divine skill of the Unification sect, which was a dual cultivation skill. Boone was in a dilemma. Rescuing her this way would seem like taking advantage of her. But if he did nothing, Edie would suffer from the backlash of demon techniques. Besides, Boone had yet to try this dual cultivation skill even after obtaining it. Would his first trial be on Edie? At that moment, Edie had already torn off all her clothes. Years later, recalling this scene, someone might question his actions, but he could only follow his heart. After all, Edie exposed herself to him. In such a situation, how could any healthy man withstand? Thus, Boone rushed over decisively. Though now in Azai's body due to urgency, it was Boone's consciousness. There was no time to switch bodies. Fine, Azai it is. Enter. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive shots resounded. Huge explosions echoed throughout the cave. Although Edie's body was out of control, her mind was clear. She was furious, but also enjoyed it immensely, immersing herself in the layers of emotion. Indeed, the Unification Sect's dual cultivation skill was a top-notch technique. Boone absorbed all the chaotic devilish aura from Edie's body and purified it before returning it to her. Each of Boone's shots brought waves of satisfaction and continuous energy to Edie. She even felt her cultivation advancing. Second stage union. Third stage union. Edie advanced consecutively, just from a single session of dual cultivation. Fourth stage union. 3 shots. Each of Boone's returns elevated Edie's cultivation by 1 stage. Boone marveled inwardly. This dual cultivation skill truly was an excellent item for one's cultivation journey. Wanting to end it there, yet Edie wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. Breathing softly, she said, "One more round. Don't run. Are you incapable?" Boone's temper flared up immediately. "Incapable? I'm sparing you because it's your first time. I'm afraid your body can't handle it." Boone smirked, re-engaging in another fierce encounter with Edie for another 800 rounds. Finally, Edie was tamed completely. Moreover, Azai's cultivation reached the 5th stage union. Edie ultimately stabilized at the 6th stage union. Such rocket speed advancement was truly astonishing. However, Boone knew this was due to the initial benefit of dual cultivation and the characteristics of the demonic technique. His true body wouldn't enjoy the same treatment. Nonetheless, he planned to try with and Huatanya when he returned. No one should be left out. Now having 2 avatars, effectively tripling his person, with not too many women currently, he believed he could bring them happiness if more joined. With both of their cultivation levels rising, they easily breached subsequent invisible barriers. Finally, they arrived at the center platform of the Grand Hall. Chapter 220. The Silver Guard of the Demon Palace. Chapter 220. The Silver Guards of the Demon Hall. On this central platform, 2 rows of puppet soldiers resembling terracotta warriors stood upright. They looked like a mix between lizards and creatures from Avatar, but not at all human. Boone activated the Sky Sword Spirit's free combat mode, and Gifford instantly flew out of Boone's hand, transforming into a little girl. At the same time, Hunt also entered combat mode, with 7 flying daggers appearing in his hands. Boone went all out, preparing for the final trial of this inheritance. He understood that overcoming this challenge would likely lead them to the ultimate Hall of Inheritance. Boone released his babies to prepare for battle against these guards. Edie glanced at Boone's large army of familiars and chuckled. Is all this flashy stuff really necessary? Boone gave her a sideways glance. Ever since they had become close, she spared no mercy in teasing him. I call this going all out. Seeing that Boone seemed slightly upset, Edie hurriedly explained, I didn't mean it that way. From an artificer's perspective, I think you should focus on refining one personal weapon. Having too many weapons without mastering any is counterproductive. It's about quality, not quantity. Boone nodded, acknowledging that he did have issues in battle, as Edie pointed out. His frequent interruptions left him little time to systematically hone his arsenal, so none of his weapons were particularly specialized. The Great Profound Sword was still on hold, yet he often thought about turning it into his primary weapon, given its alignment with his cultivation techniques. But those were matters for later. For now, he needed to figure out how to pass this trial. Yueru, is there any way we can get through without fighting? Boone wondered if Edie, being an artificer, might know a simpler method. Edie rolled her eyes. These puppets are clearly powered by ancient array cores, not something easily bypassed. Why do you always look for shortcuts? That's not a good habit for cultivators. Boone laughed without responding. He was quite used to shortcuts and ambushes. Buzz. A mechanical whirring noise rang out. The puppet guard's eyes suddenly lit up. Boone and Edie exchanged glances, both instantly entering combat stances. At such moments, even a single word was wasted time. They each leaped towards the edges of the platform. As expected, these puppets have been triggered. Edie threw 10 darts and called out to Boone. Gifford, take the left flank. The Sky Sword hummed, skimming the ground toward a guard's legs with precise and razor-sharp strikes. Gifford rolled and slashed through the puppet guard's leg. Although the guard followed suit with a roll, it was still struck by the Sky Sword, which proved reliable in targeting. Surprisingly, only a faint white mark appeared where it was cut. Even with the Sky Sword's sharpness, it couldn't harm the puppet. Boone shouted at Hunt to cover the right flank. Hunt, carrying 7 daggers, moved to engage another puppet guard. With 10 guards total, Sky Sword and Hunt each took on 1, leaving Boone and Edie to face 4 each. Edie, with numerous magical artifacts, summoned a giant cauldron which hovered in the air and suppressed the puppet, effectively immobilizing it. Inspired, Boone also unleashed his true self, focusing his mind between himself and Bond. Divine Water Mangji. Divine Water Cage Technique. A water prison rose from the ground, trapping 4 puppets immediately. These puppets, feeling no pain, continuously rammed against the walls of the cage. Yet, the sharpness of Divine Water Mangji continuously sliced them as they approached, though each strike only added a new white mark to their armor. It was evident that with continued collisions, eventually, the armor would be sliced apart. Edie replicated the strategy, summoning a large bell, furnace, and tower, instantly trapping 3 more puppet guards. Boone then recalled Gifford and Hunt, using the same method to trap their targets. Unexpectedly, the situation quickly turned in their favor. However, Simply controlling the guards wasn't enough. They needed to defeat them to gain the inheritance. Seeing the trapped puppets, Boone grew anxious. Meanwhile, as Declan's body recovered, Boone noticed he had lost the ability to produce magnetic storm divine fire. All 4 types of divine fire fell dormant, restoring Declan's body. This was not a good sign. Without magnetic storm divine fire, his capabilities were halved against tough enemies. This couldn't continue. Clearly, using Declan's explosive technique should only be for life or death situations. Luckily, Edie, being an artificer, could refine these puppet guards into nothingness. Though Boone could use divine water manji to wear them down, Edie's methods were faster and time-saving. After refining all 10 guards, both were breathless. Edie needed Boone's cooperation to move the guards one by one into her cauldron for refinement. Finally, the door to the inheritance opened, but there were 2 doors. Top-tier inheritances usually consisted of upper and lower cultivation techniques. Each person could enter only one door and be teleported out upon receiving the inheritance. To ensure the completeness of the inheritance, they had to each go through a different door. Chapter 221. Obtaining the Legacy. Chapter 221. Receiving the Legacy. Boone looked up at the plaque, reading the Great Magic Absorption Technique. Men on the left, women on the right. Just enter wherever you like. Anyway, it's the upper and lower parts of a cultivation technique. Let's meet outside when we're done. Boone said to Edie. They nodded at each other and then entered the 2 doors separately. In truth, with Boone's ability to divide his energy into 3 forms, he and Azai could have entered from separate directions. However, who knew if they would need to use demonic chi as some form of identification when receiving the legacy? Moreover, Boone's current mental control wasn't that strong. If both sides encountered danger simultaneously, it would be challenging for him to take care of both ends. Losing one part of the technique was minor, but if either the real Boone or the clone Azai were destroyed, that would be a huge loss. Boone walked straight into the left hall. The moment he entered, the scene before his eyes changed suddenly. He found himself in a modern world. It was the world he had come from before this journey began. Apparently, this Secret Realms trial wasn't over yet. It's not that Boone didn't miss the previous world. Mainly, if this world was constructed more realistically, he might be able to fool himself into believing it. But everything in front of him made it hard for Boone to be immersed. One look told him it was all fake. Although this resembled the world within Boone's heart, he still sensed Azai and knew clearly he should be in this cultivator world. Secondly, it seemed his deepest memories had begun to blur, having left that world for so long that now, even the buildings and environment around him appeared hazy. Boone, you'll be late for school. A gentle voice called out, tinged with playfulness. The voice was very clear and familiar. Yet when Boone turned back to see her face, it was just a blur. Could he not even remember what a human face looks like? Boone stepped out of the house onto the street. He noticed many people bustling about, but in his view, no one's face was clear. Not only were their features distorted, some didn't even have discernible features at all. Boone couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is this trial testing? Is this your deepest secret? A cold voice echoed in Boone's ear. Who? Boone abruptly turned around, looking around. Yet, it remained this vague modern world without any special appearances. I am the Miles, an ancient deity. The voice continued. Boone chuckled. Just because you say you're a deity means you're one? How do you prove it? What? The Miles hadn't anticipated anyone daring to challenge him, momentarily stunned before growing irate. This lord is indeed a deity. Why prove it? Boone showed an unbelief expression. Sure, you're a deity. Seems past deities weren't much either, dying so easily. Miles was speechless for a moment, then awkwardly asked, why you're here to receive my legacy, right? Boone calmly and firmly replied, indeed. Miles didn't expect such directness. You came to inherit my legacy and challenged me? For a moment, Miles doubted his choices. Initially, this test aimed to temper your character, but I see you don't need it. No problem here. Boone curiously asked, why don't I need testing? Miles remained calm. Because you're sharp-tongued and exceptionally thick-skinned, making this test meaningless for you. Meanwhile, in another cave. Boone, how mean. Edie obviously entered an illusion. Her cheeks flushed red. Soon, she realized Boone wasn't just with her alone. There were many women around him. Edie's beautiful eyes flickered. She felt tense. Boone already had so many women. What about herself? I love Boone. No matter how many people know it, I will stand by it. Boom. Your heart is steadfast, worthy of cultivating demon techniques. Now imparting half of the legacy of the Great Magic Absorption Technique. Immediately after, Edie fainted. Currently, Boone used Azai's body, which was breathing deeply, undergoing cultivation. Yes, he had obtained the legacy. As continuous cultivation occurred, silver spots started appearing on Azai's body. This was the lightning origin forced out by the demonic body. Boone wondered, why did this self-proclaimed deity, Miles, die? Though he had meant to challenge him, he truly was curious, yet the Omar didn't explain. Boone felt this Miles must have some hidden sorrow. The Great Magic Absorption Technique, being a 9-star fate-altering technique, naturally was a mystic-grade technique, perfectly complementing Azai's shortcomings. Admittedly, you are indeed a genius in dark cultivation, dominating the Great Magic Absorption Technique so swiftly. The tone of Miles was filled with admiration. Demon cultivators were always straightforward, with their emotions and personalities openly displayed. No deceit involved. They abandoned human hypocrisy from the start. Love is love, hate is hate, nothing to hide. In the demon world, even if the female cultivator they liked hated them, they still expressed their feelings. Because they believed others had the right to control their own thoughts. If they liked someone, they had to pursue until gradually moving her heart. Unlike hypocrites who smile on your face and stab you in the back, leaving you lucky if you survived. Therefore, despite Boone's earlier challenge, the Omar still admired him, finding him honest, truly deserving to inherit his technique. Besides, he had remarkable talent. worth passing on the legacy. Boy, now, I shall teach you another supplementary technique to enhance your willpower, or what you call spiritual power. As Miles spoke, Boone felt another technique implanted into his mind. This is the evil spirit summon. It can stir the evil in a cultivator's heart. However, it cannot be used as an attack, only as an aid for cultivation. Useful for you, boy. Miles spoke, and a sword gradually appeared before Boone. This is a divine weapon, the dragon-slaying demon sword. Take it too. As for when you can activate its spirit, that depends on your fortune. As soon as the words were spoken, Boone felt a gentle force pushing him out of the cave. Chapter 222. The Darren sword reveals its power. Spike felt his body sway as he was suddenly transported out of the legacy space. At this moment, he was back in the legacy hall. The platform in this hall had also undergone changes. Spike immediately noticed that the lower half of the mural, which was now revealed. With the mural complete, Spike saw that it depicted an ancient battle. There were ethereal white-robed deities and countless black-clad demon gods. Clearly, this mural illustrated the true reason for the Darren's downfall. Previously, when Spike asked about it, the Devouring Heaven Darren did not reveal the truth. Was there another hidden reason? There's no hidden reason. I just thought you were too much of a smartass, so I didn't want to tell you. The Darren's voice came again. Spike's face turned awkward. All right. He then bowed respectfully 3 times before the hall, acknowledging the teachings imparted. This should be respected. As Spike thanked with his bows, the Darren's illusory figure appeared out of thin air, accepting the 3 bows as a matter of course. Looking down at Spike, who still wore a curious expression, he sighed lightly. The divine and demonic battle of the ancient era lasted for 3,000 years. The Darren's somewhat hoarse voice rang out. 3,000 years? Who fights in such durations measured in millennia? Is this the level of grandeur between deities and demons? Yes, that battle lasted 3,000 years. At the time, the various divine lords and Darrens gradually rose to power, and the number of top-tier experts grew. Everyone required more resources to cultivate. But the continent's cultivation resources are limited. As the population increased, cultivation resources became increasingly scarce, leading to the inevitable clash between deities and demons. For the sake of their respective doctrines, Spike nodded in agreement. It made sense. The cultivation world was inherently one where the strong preyed on the weak. Contests over cultivation resources could never stop. So, Great Darren, did the Mohammeds belong to the losing side? The Darren shook his head, offering a wry smile. Who is the loser or the winner? All those who participated in the divine and demonic battle are losers. Do you know why deities and demons cannot coexist? Because the demonic aura from Mohammeds contaminates the cultivation resources of spirit cultivators. Once contaminated by Mohammeds, these originally usable resources are rendered useless. Spike nodded, understanding fully. Indeed, present-day spirit cultivators could not use resources tainted by Mohammeds. Thus, Yuma continent was now overrun by Mohammeds because it was no longer suitable for spirit cultivators to continue practicing. Moreover, if the natural spiritual energy runs out, cultivators can only use spirit stones to practice. This Spike understood deeply, having traversed Yunma continent using spirit stones all along. But how many spirit stones are there? Spirit stones will eventually run out one day, but Mohammeds are multiplying. Once they spread throughout the world and all cultivation resources become infiltrated by demonic aura, the future of spirit cultivators would inevitably be extinction. And when spirit cultivators die, the vast spiritual energy within them returns to nature. However, Mohammeds draw power from nature, and after their death, the demonic aura does not return to the earth but instead forms demonic crystals. Indeed, this is why there are many demonic crystals in the demon world. Thus, wouldn't spirit cultivators see Mohammeds as robbing them of their vitality? Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. Spirit cultivators believe that Mohammeds disrupted the balance of nature, leading to the depletion of cultivation resources. Speaking to this point, the Darren's voice had become choked. Spike shook his head. In his opinion, whether it was demonic crystals or spirit stones, both represented renewable energies within nature. Demon cultivators had not stripped away all vitality from spirit cultivators. Furthermore, Spike firmly believed in the adage, what exists has its own logic. Since Mohammeds came into being, there must be a reason. If they were purely detrimental, why would the continent allow their existence? Spike believed that the real cause of resource scarcity was the cultivators themselves. There was no division between demon and spirit cultivators. All cultivators have extended lifespans. If they do not cycle back into nature over long periods, it naturally leads to resource scarcity. Unfortunately, who could articulate this reasoning? Should long-lived cultivators fall on their own accord? We, cultivators, challenge the heavens for longevity. Thus, this impasse was insurmountable and unachievable. In a way, the divine and demonic war did indeed alleviate the population pressure among cultivators, allowing the natural spiritual energy to recirculate. Consider the cultivation resources encompassed by each deity and demon. Killing one could sustain countless cultivators across several small worlds. So, you started to slaughter each other? Can you speak properly? How is it mutual annihilation? It's a battle between spirit and Muhammad factions, even though they're all cultivators. Suddenly, the devouring heaven Darren paused, then stared fiercely at Spike. Young man, I sense the aura of spirit cultivators on you. Since it was detected, Spike didn't hide anymore. He summoned his true self, Boone. The Darren looked stunned at this maneuver. It was impressive. Well done, young man. You're truly a genius. Dual cultivation of spirit and demonic arts? Suddenly, the Darren got angry and sternly questioned Spike. Why don't you make the demon cultivating body your main one? Clearly, he had noticed that his eye was merely a clone. Spike gave an embarrassed laugh and explained himself. In the earlier Yunzhou continent, there were no Mohammeds. Everyone cultivated spirits back then. What concept of demon cultivation existed? It was later when issues arose in Yunzhou, and by sheer coincidence, he took his first steps into demon cultivation. But since embracing demon cultivation, he hadn't neglected either form of cultivation. Moreover, Azai's current level was even higher than Spike's. To Spike, cultivating spirit or demon was the same. He wouldn't favor one over the other. This made the Darren soul feel slightly better. Now, the Darren looked at Spike with even more admiration. He hadn't expected, after so many years of death, to encounter such an interesting descendant with exceptional talent. The Darren became more satisfied with Spike and decided to teach him another cultivation technique. I will now impart you another sword technique. This is an ancient sword art called Divine Destruction Demonic Slash. Hashtag chapter 223. The Flowing Wasteland Sex Carlos. Swallowing Sky Omar truly had a different opinion of Boone now. If it were any ordinary person, even if he decided to pass on his legacy, it would only be half a cultivation technique. But for Boone, in just this short while, he had already given away the third cultivation technique along with a divine weapon. Perhaps it was the long-term solitude, or perhaps it was Boone's unique inner world, or maybe his personality was just too much like his own. After passing the cultivation technique to Azai, Azai immediately sat cross-legged and began comprehending it. As Azai accepted the inheritance, Swallowing Sky Omar suddenly sensed something, his eyes flickering as he glanced at the cave entrance and then at Azai. Interesting. Swallowing Sky Omar's figure vanished. Suddenly, another cultivator entered the cave. This person was indeed a disciple of the Flowing Wasteland sect, who had also come to participate in the Flaming Dragon Mystic Realm. Azai. The disciple instantly spotted Boone's clone, his eyes glowing with excitement. Currently, the Flowing Wasteland sect had increased the bounty on both Boone and Azai to 1 billion spirit stones plus 10 magic crystals. Spirit stones, without a doubt, could always serve as currency, and the amount of 1 billion was enough to drive anyone mad. And those magic crystals? They were the resources that these demonic cultivators craved the most right now. So, now Boone and Azai were walking piles of spirit stones and resources in the eyes of the cultivator. Azai, today is your day of death. The cultivator roared, charging toward Azai. At this moment, Azai remained closed-eyed, still accepting the inheritance. Just as the Flowing Wasteland sect disciple was about to attack Azai, Azai suddenly opened his eyes and saw the cultivator. Devilish godslaying slash. Indeed, overwhelming. That disciple had already gathered all his strength for an all-out strike, charging at Azai. Azai, you can only blame your bad luck. To meet me here is your misfortune. Die. Azai had just comprehended the devilish godslaying slash and instantly dodged the attack. He saw where he had been sitting in meditation moments ago, now bore a large pit from the Flowing Wasteland sect cultivator's attack. Frowning, Azai looked at the exceptionally arrogant Flowing Wasteland sect cultivator. Who the hell are you? Hearing this question, the Flowing Wasteland sect disciple lifted his chin arrogantly at Azai. I am Carlos, the leading disciple of the current generation of the Flowing Wasteland sect. It really was the Flowing Wasteland sect. When Azai first saw his attire, he had wondered why there was a sect in West Province with such similar clothing to the Flowing Wasteland sect. Regardless of the attack on him, which warranted retaliation, simply by his clothes alone, Azai couldn't let him go. To think it was indeed the Flowing Wasteland sect, this person was dead either way. I think you should be called Flowing to Death. Azai chuckled, eyes filled with killing intent, his body shifting rapidly. He held the Omar sword, slicing through space itself around Carlos with one strike. What is this? Carlos screamed in terror. Instantly, dark clouds of demonic energy enveloped Azai, surging toward Carlos. Despite his desperate resistance, Carlos couldn't stand up to Azai's attack. Rip! A piercing sound echoed. Carlos was instantly killed upon emergence. Baron, seeing this, quickly circled around Azai, flattery dripping from his lips. Dominic, you're truly amazing. For such a small fry to dare provoke you, Dominic dispatched him with just one move. Dominic is truly mighty and majestic, truly my idol. While Baron continued to shower praise, Azai ignored him, frowning and focusing on the surroundings. The Stacy also watched warily. Demon thought clone? Interesting. Who knew the kids these days are becoming more intriguing? Swallowing Sky Omar observed stealthily from the side, muttering comments to himself. Indeed, Carlos hadn't died at all. Suddenly, Carlos reappeared nearby. Ha, Azai. Your move's power is so great, terrifying, almost scaring me to death. Ha. Laughing maniacally, his face abruptly turned serious, like someone suffering from split personality disorder. So what if you're powerful? In front of me, it's just flashy nonsense. Today you're done for. This appearance of Carlos was fake. Yet, even Azai's sword heart couldn't detect his presence. What kind of technique was this? Sword cultivators have incredibly strong perception through their sword hearts, especially as their swordsmanship improves, enhancing their sensing ability. Azai's sword heart could sense Brook even during his solar fist attack, yet faced with this minor cultivator from the Flowing Wasteland sect, it had failed. No, not failed. Rather, each of his clones possessed malicious thoughts, harboring hostility towards him. The sword heart primarily assesses the position of others based on transmitted hostility or malice. These clones inherently carried malicious intent. Therein lay the problem. If Omar had noticed Boone's thoughts at this moment, he would shout how extraordinary. His analysis wasn't entirely correct but was roughly 80% accurate. At this moment, Azai soared into the sky, riding the heavenly sword in a spiral. Since he couldn't pinpoint the true body's location, he needed to change tactics. Using sword control techniques, he flew slowly in the sky, waiting for the enemy to attack. Finding flaws in the attacks would allow him to strike back at the true body. Unexpectedly, Carlos immediately identified this tactic. Nice idea. Want to use a flaw to lure me into action and find my true body? Haha, I'll accommodate you. Then, two figures appeared out of nowhere. Azai's eyes darted, sending out two random sword energies. Seemingly casual, but in fact, these were sword energies formed purely from demonic aura. The devilish godslaying / sword technique's greatest feature was transforming demonic aura into sword energy. Just having learned it, he used it to practice. This demonic aura produced a stream of sword energy with each slash, extending up to 100 meters. Thus, the devilish godslaying / could be considered a long-range offensive sword technique. However, in the next second, Boone felt slightly startled. Both figures were slashed down by his sword energy, but neither was the real body. What? Hashtag chapter 224, True and False Demonic Avatars. Suddenly, a strong thought emerged in Boone's mind. Could it be that none of these figures are his true body? But how could he control so many avatars simultaneously and hide himself perfectly if there was no main body? Controlling multiple avatars requires extremely advanced mental power. Even his skill of transforming into 3 avatars at once couldn't be fully controlled yet. So, how did this Lamar Schools member do it? Boone's main body decided to step forward. He didn't want to wait any longer. He was also aware of the significant issue he faced. His martial techniques were excellent but too many and diverse, unlike others, who might not know much but were proficient in what they knew. Upon appearing, Boone raised his hand and shouted towards Norbert, Divine Water Prison Technique.
Clank.
The unique sound of divine water closing echoed. One of Norbert's avatars was trapped. Boone used his eyes sword heart to determine the location and then activated his instant teleportation. Divine Water Prison Technique.
Clank.
Another avatar was captured. Continuing like this, Boone managed to trap 12 of Norbert's avatars. He wouldn't believe Norbert could create infinite avatars indefinitely. Before, Norbert had only produced 2 or 3 avatars at a time, suggesting limitations to his abilities. And his real body must be hiding somewhere. Boone just hadn't found it yet. Looking at the empty space, Boone's expression turned cold. Norbert, dare you come out and fight me face to face? Trapping these 12 avatars should significantly impact Norbert. The malicious avatars weren't mere illusions but composed of energy. So, Norbert shouldn't be as calm now. Indeed, Norbert's voice sounded fatigued from an area nearby. Damn it, why would I trust your tricks? Come find me if you dare. Feeling frustrated, Boone realized trapping these avatars also drained him. Maintaining the divine water prisons required his energy. Although Norbert was tiring, Boone would tire too if prolonged. But he didn't know where Norbert's real body was, and his sword heart couldn't see through these trapped avatars. What should he do? At this moment, Boone started practicing the Wuxia Sutra to open his mind. He needed to simulate combat scenarios with Norbert. The Wuxia Sutra was indeed impressive for such tasks. Having already trapped 12 avatars, Norbert hadn't produced more, suggesting the recent source of voice might be where his true body was hidden. Sword control technique. Azai's consciousness was summoned. Now, Boone could simultaneously control 2 bodies for simple movements. Though he couldn't freely manipulate them, this was a significant improvement due to his new demonic technique. This enhanced his strength considerably. With Azai wielding the heavenly sword, he flew toward the empty space he had sensed hostility from before. A faint hostility. Yes, very faint. More intense hostility came from the other avatars, but this one felt unnaturally mild. Azai began searching the blank aerial space but found nothing. Was his earlier perception mistaken? No. This faint hostility suggested Norbert's true location. If not for controlling 12 avatars, he might have missed this abnormality. Divine water purification. Since acquiring xiuxian, Boone seldom used this purification technique. Due to its properties, xiuxian's sharpness made it far more powerful in battle, as anything it touched would be cut by its subtle edge. Thus, purification became less frequently used, almost forgotten. However, purification had one advantage over xiuxian: its malleability. It could expand and change forms without breaking. Divine water prison technique. Boone actually grabbed a soul-collecting banner. This magical instrument collected souls for use in creating demonic avatars. Realizing he couldn't take it without the corresponding technique, he stabbed the Omar sword into the banner instead. He discovered the controller was far away in Yunzhou. The technique was incredibly powerful, requiring only sending out the banner with a condensed demonic avatar to remote locations while controlling it from afar, remaining undetected. Learning about this from the Swallowing Sky Omar, Boone felt envious. This technique, called demonic avatar, was created by a genius Muhammad in ancient times. Seeing its lineage still existing impressed even the Swallowing Sky Omar. For Boone, it was irresistibly attractive. However, the Swallowing Sky Omar only knew about it but couldn't perform it, which was disappointing. After understanding some aspects of the demonic avatar, Boone prepared to bid farewell to the Swallowing Sky Omar. He had obtained what he needed and saw no reason to stay. He planned to wait outside for Edie. Finding such a compatible successor, the Swallowing Sky Omar felt reluctant when Boone was about to leave but didn't stop him. Just before departure, he added, "Remember to return after a century to get the rest of the technique, or your great absorption magic art won't be complete." Boone nodded, relieved that Edie had already inherited the other half, sparing him a century of waiting. Hashtag chapter 225, 96 Spirit Orifices. Stepping outside the cave, Edie hadn't emerged yet. Boone suddenly felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Without hesitation, Boone called forth the Heaven Sword Spirit Gifford, Wilbur Sword, Left Hand Baron, and Azai to guard him as he immediately sat down cross-legged to begin his advancement. Soon enough, a massive whirlpool of spirit energy formed above Boone's head, drawing in vast amounts of spirit energy from all around. The sight was breathtaking. Had it not been for the appearance of the Yanlong's secret realm, which drew everyone's attention, Boone's unusual display might have attracted an audience. While he knew the chances of anyone being here were slim since most had gone to the Yanlong's secret realm, Boone still wanted to play it safe. Gifford wasn't acting like a big sister at this moment. Neither could Azai dare to slack off as they were extensions of Boone's mind. Before long, the cluster of spirit energy above Boone's head began to diminish, eventually pouring entirely into his body. At this moment, Boone's cultivation directly advanced to the second level of union body stage. The speed at which he cultivated would surely shock others if they knew. How long had it been since Boone broke through to union body? And now he was breaking through again. What was more astonishing was that he hadn't spent much time cultivating. He had just emerged from seclusion and immediately rushed to the secret realm. Between intercepting others and entering the secret realm, he relied solely on his body's automatic cultivation to break through. Boone opened his eyes and noticed that with the increase in his cultivation level, the number of spirit orifices in his body had also increased. At the first level of union body, he only had 72 spirit orifices, but now, after breaking through to the second level of union body, the count had risen to 96 spirit orifices. More spirit orifices meant faster cultivation. It was undoubtedly a good thing, but Boone was still taken aback. If it grew this fast, wouldn't he be covered in spirit orifices by the time he reached division spirit, greater vehicle, or feathered ascension stages? Gifford, what do you think is happening? The Heaven Sword spirit pondered briefly before explaining. These 72 spirit orifices seem to have opened due to the consumption of additional awakening pills. As for the remaining 24, those are standard. The union body stage is a completely different concept from the stages below it. After a cultivator breaks through to union body, each new stage will automatically increase the number of spirit orifices by 24. Boone was curious. Everyone gets an increase?
Yes.
So that's how it works. Everyone gets an increase. The compression of the nascent soul into various parts of the body during the breakthrough to union body seems like planting seeds. Placing the nascent soul throughout the body, each minor advancement opens up 24 new spirit orifices, meaning the more orifices one has, the faster their cultivation. This could be considered a perk of breaking through to union body. Without a master to guide him, Boone relied on himself, and he couldn't help but miss the days when Davidson and Cohen Casper were there to guide him. Before Boone could dwell on it further, he sensed that his eye was also about to break through. He quickly shifted his focus to his eye, starting the practice of the great demon absorption spell. 3 more days passed. Through this new demon technique, Azai's cultivation rapidly increased, now approaching the 7th level of union body. As expected, it didn't take long for Azai to smoothly break through, though the commotion was much less than when Boone broke through to the 2nd level of union body. Azai opened his eyes, clenching his fists in disbelief. This demon technique was incredibly potent. This clone of Azai was now solidly at the 7th level of union body. Such speed left Boone no choice but to marvel once again at how quickly demonic cultivation progressed. Meanwhile, Edie still hadn't emerged, but Boone wasn't worried. He knew that time flowed differently inside the trial compared to the outside world. Moreover, Edie, being the former top figure of the weapon sect, commanded Boone's confidence in her abilities. Not knowing how much longer he'd have to wait, Boone decided to start cultivating. He hadn't yet thoroughly examined the wicked spirit summoning technique obtained from Swallow Sky Omar. Now was the perfect time to study this mental cultivation method. Currently, the Destroy God Immortal scripture was gradually losing its effectiveness. While spirit refinement was powerful, he had never managed to enter its threshold. Though he lacked time to research spirit refinement thoroughly, he had invested significant effort previously. Thus, Boone wondered if these cultivation techniques could be merged into a new method. This idea was quite bold, but he had no other choice. The Destroy God Immortal scripture focused mainly on substantial mental attacks, which became less effective against high-level cultivators who were hard to harm at the nascent soul stage even after enhancements. Spirit refinement remained elusive to him, likely because his mental power wasn't strong enough to perform the first-level attack described in the manual. Now, with the wicked spirit summoning technique, while each method was excellent, none individually seemed to benefit him significantly at this stage. With so many tasks and problems occupying him and the successive destruction of his sex, Boone never had the time to delve deeply into these methods. In such circumstances, Boone considered merging the 3 mental cultivation methods. Without delay, Boone activated the flawless scripture. With the ability to operate independently, he simultaneously practiced all 3 mental cultivation methods using the flawless scripture as support. Fortunately, the initial stages of these mental cultivation methods were similar, allowing Boone to operate them simultaneously. True to its nature, the flawless scripture, a high-grade profound method, revealed similarities among the 3 mental cultivation techniques under its influence. Boone boldly experimented, applying Destroy God Immortal scripture S approach where spirit refinement faltered, and switching to wicked spirit summoning technique when faced with further obstacles. Time flows endlessly in cultivation, especially within the secluded cave, where millennia may pass unnoticed. Unbeknownst to Boone, 3 more days slipped by as he neared the critical juncture of his attempt to merge the cultivation methods. Chapter 226, The Power of the Great Absorbing Magic Spell. Chapter 226, The Power of the Great Absorption Demon Magic. At this moment, the spiritual energy around Boone began to swirl rapidly. This concentration of spiritual energy was several times stronger than what he had experienced during his previous enlightenment. Indeed, Boone had entered an enlightened state once again. In this enlightened state, Boone found the 3 cultivation techniques before him clearer and more comprehensible than ever. He realized that the reason he could not enter the gate of cultivating spirit was because after transforming into 3 pure ones, most of his spiritual power was devoted to supporting his clones. His originally almost sufficient spiritual power suddenly became woefully inadequate. Now, after integrating the Annihilation Immortal scripture, some steps were modified, reducing the requirements for spiritual power even further. Gifford, the Marta, guarded by Boone's side, became even more vigilant upon seeing him enter enlightenment. Although there were no cultivators within dozens of miles, she remained extremely cautious. On the 4th day at dawn, Boone finally opened his eyes. He had succeeded in the integration. He merged the lower rank profound Annihilation Immortal scripture, the middle rank profound Malevolent Spirit Induction, and Cultivating Spirit, which he believed had already surpassed the profound rank, into a new cultivation technique. The upper rank profound, malevolent spirit annihilation scripture. Moreover, Boone vaguely felt that this cultivation technique might still grow further as it reached later stages. Using this new cultivation technique, Boone could regulate his spiritual power more accurately. Additionally, this technique allowed him to enter a new state, the malevolent spirit state. Under the malevolent spirit state, Boone could control two clones simultaneously, controlling both himself and his eye, allowing for multitasking. However, once he activated the malevolent spirit mode, his spiritual power would begin to deplete at several times the normal rate. This state could only last for 10 minutes, exceeding that would result in unconsciousness due to excessive depletion of spiritual power. Boone couldn't wait to try out this new technique, feeling safe with Gifford still guarding beside him. But just then, Edie emerged from her seclusion. Seeing Edie, Boone excitedly stepped forward to ask about the inheritance. How did it go? Did you get it? Edie turned red upon seeing Boone approach, seemingly having witnessed something peculiar during her trial, and stammered, "Why yes, I got it." Boone, immersed in the 9-star Chi endowment's magic technique, had a flushed face and didn't notice Edie's unusual behavior. Seeing Edie avoid talking about the secret realm, Boone didn't press further. After exchanging inheritances, Boone noticed that Edie's understanding of the inheritance was insufficient. Thankfully, since he had obtained the first half of the technique and partially understood it, he could easily help her perfect at using the flawless scripture. He then taught her the cultivation technique again. Finally, Boone obtained both parts of the Great Absorption Demon magic. It turned out that the Great Absorption Demon magic could absorb another cultivator's cultivation for its user. However, once one absorbed it, they had to kill and absorb energy periodically, or else they would go mad. The side effects were indeed significant, befitting a demon technique. But Boone was confident that his great profound illusion technique could filter out the negative aspects of the demonic aura, so he boldly began practicing it. Sure enough, the speed of advancement was astonishing. Boone returned Edie to the Little Plum Blossom realm, while he and his clone continued exploring the Flame Dragon secret realm along with Gifford, Xiao Wilbur, and Left Hand Hunt. The strength of this technique lay in its constant operation as long as one absorbed it. Just walking a short distance, Azai could feel his demonic aura become significantly fuller. Perhaps it was the nature of Muhammad's to disregard minor details. Azai was completely engrossed in this technique and was eager to test its power. Since the secret realm had no restrictions, anyone could enter, attracting many independent cultivators. Guided by demonic clouds, Azai quickly spotted several lone independent cultivators. These independent cultivators were at the nascent soul stage or early union stage, no match for Azai. Within a short time, his clone had easily absorbed them, reaching the 9th rank of the union stage. Azai's cultivation was now far surpassing the main body, on the verge of entering the Grand Ascension stage. This speed shocked Boone, but after careful examination, he felt no adverse effects, only solidified cultivation. Moreover, his great profound illusion technique had purified the impurities in the demonic aura. What did he have to worry about? This great absorption demon technique is indeed excellent. Azai instantly thought positively, smiling contentedly. Gifford, witnessing Azai's madness all along, hesitated and spoke up. "Dominic, I feel somewhat uneasy. Raising one's cultivation through this method feels problematic." Hunt hurriedly contradicted Gifford, flattering loudly, "What problem could there be? Dominic is now incomparably powerful, ruling the martial world forever." Azai glanced at the two, turning to focus on Wilbur. "Xiao Wilbur, what do you think?" I don't know." Wilbur hesitated before saying, "But if cultivating were this easy, no one would need to work hard. They could just steal others' cultivation. If so, there wouldn't be low-level cultivators. Only those who started strong would remain unbeatable, an entirely different understanding of cultivation." Boone shook his head. He was now confused, sharing a vague sense of unease. But this feeling was shallow enough for him to doubt whether he had even considered it. More so, he felt the technique had no major issues. Since this technique was rated 9 stars by the system, it must be extraordinary. Perhaps such rapid advancement only occurred when first obtaining it. Once at higher levels, one could only absorb much weaker cultivators, providing limited gains. Eventually, the speed of cultivation would slow down. Before Boone finished pondering, a few more independent cultivators appeared ahead. Without thinking, he instinctively controlled Azai to move, while keeping the main body on the heaven sword for protection. Seeing Azai approach with sword and person united, he swiftly flew towards the cultivators. "Greetings." Azai hadn't noticed his current grin was sinister. The independent cultivators turned around, instinctively sensing danger. This person exuded terrifying cultivation. "Senior, what?" One of the independent cultivators asked in confusion. "Die." In the next second, Azai suddenly attacked, slashing directly with the Slaughter Demon Monarch sword. Hashtag Chapter 227. The Great Battle with Blood St. Hall's Tracy. Divine Annihilation slash. A destructive jet black magic energy slashed down. The cultivator who had just asked the question was instantly split in two, his nascent soul obliterated on the spot. At this moment, Azai's Grand Absorption Demon art was operating at full power, forming a black vortex above his head. This vortex somewhat resembled the spirit energy vortex from the Supreme Mystic technique, but perhaps because it was a demonic art, it had its own peculiarities. It was darker and more profound, as if it harbored an inexhaustible void within, evoking fear akin to a cosmic black hole ready to swallow everything whole. The cultivator who had been split in half didn't even have a chance to struggle before he was entirely absorbed by the black vortex. His corpse, nascent soul, and even his magical tools were all sucked away. It was as if he had never existed in this world. The two nearby itinerant cultivators were already petrified with fear. They immediately knelt down, pleading for mercy, begging Azai to spare their lives. At this point, they had no courage left to flee. Facing such a brutal cultivator like Boone, who used ruthless techniques, they knew they could never escape. So, They knelt on the ground, trembling in terror. Azai's mind seemed tainted, his eyes bloodshot and consciousness muddled. Kill, kill, he muttered repeatedly, his mind filled only with thoughts of slaughter. He had succumbed to the madness of demon arts. One of the most terrifying aspects of the grand absorption demon art was that it could lead to reckless overuse, inviting demonic backlash. However, the sensation of effortlessly absorbing another's cultivation power was incredibly addictive. Even though Azai had already absorbed the powers of several itinerant cultivators, his cultivation hadn't yet reached the tranquility stage because the grand absorption demon art didn't fully absorb a cultivator's entire power. This method was enough to drive many cultivators mad. For demonic cultivators, it could directly consume 80% of one's cultivation, while for spiritual cultivators, about 60% could be absorbed after conversion into demonic energy. Considering the ease of direct plundering compared to painstaking cultivation, it was not surprising that it could become so enticing. Now, Azai's sole thought was killing and absorbing more power, endlessly. Just as Azai had killed another batch of cultivators, drenched in blood and looking like a madman, a cultivator flew in from the east. She was a female cultivator whose body showed no signs of spirit energy fluctuation, but still moved swiftly through the air. She had fair skin and mesmerizing phoenix eyes, a straight nose, and slightly pale red lips. Her face lacked color, presenting a sickly yet captivating beauty. Azai, now completely irrational, lunged at her without hesitation, not caring who she was. In his deranged state, he did not wield any weapons or channel any energy. He simply pressed forward using the 9th stage union formation demonic energy. If anyone else had seen this scene, they would have gasped in shock, recognizing the female. Faced with Azai's frenzied attack, the female disciple merely glanced at him indifferently and continued flying forward. She casually swung her palm toward Azai. This strike carried no trace of spirit energy. Indeed, she struck Azai's face purely with her physical strength. Despite being delirious, Azai was momentarily stunned by the blow. His facial muscles were dislocated, his jaw muscles torn, and even his wisdom tooth shattered. Bang! Azai flew backward even faster than he had attacked. It was uncertain whether it was Boone's luck or misfortune that he encountered Tracy at this critical juncture when he was on the verge of going berserk. Her strike had forcibly halted the uncontrolled operation of the grand absorption demon art within his body. Tracy frowned slightly at the receding black figure, but did not pay much attention. She had to hurry to the Flame Dragon treasure land, which was her main objective for this journey. Without stopping, she accelerated like a speeding bullet towards the Flame Dragon's secret realm. Fellow Taoist, please excuse me. Tracy of the Blood Saint Hall is in a hurry. We shall discuss further another day. Her ethereal voice echoed faintly. By now, Boone had regained his senses. He touched Azai's face, noticing a lingering fragrance, similar to the delicate scent of lilies. Asterisk ding. System has detected 5-star fortune around the host. Asterisk. The system began to roar continuously, indicating how quickly Tracy and Azai's encounter had occurred. It only responded once Tracy had flown away. This person is the child of fortune, favored by heaven. She will soon gain new martial skills during her cultivation. Boone nearly spat out blood. Asterisk, how can there be another daughter of heaven? Is the system serious? Asterisk. Please trust the authenticity of the system. The system replied coldly, even adding a hint of disdain. Boone. Was the system starting to crack jokes now? Only now did he realize the potential danger. He had initially believed that since the demonic technique was considered mystic level with 9-star fortune, there wouldn't be any issues. But he had underestimated the severe backlash caused by his carelessness. Without Tracy's intervention, Boone might have been in serious trouble. If Azai continued to grow uncontrollably, he might take over or even create a new consciousness, potentially erasing Boone's original consciousness without any resistance. Thankfully, Boone reviewed the grand absorption demon art again. While the technique was powerful and rapidly boosted his strength, it mustn't be overused. He realized that the root cause of the problem was that even in a state of madness, his consciousness remained intact but unable to control his actions, helplessly falling deeper into the abyss. Absorbing another cultivator's cultivation also absorbed some negative emotions. The Supreme Mystic technique could filter these, but it required time and for Azai to rejoin Boone's main body. Unfortunately, Azai's relentless absorption prevented the filtering process, leading to an accumulation of negative emotions within him. Chapter 228. The Powerful Tracy. Thus, Azai's current behavior is no different from other demonic cultivators. Moreover, because Azai absorbs different people's emotions, which vary greatly when mixed together, it easily stirs the heart demon within. Fortunately, he was interrupted by that female cultivator from the Blood Saint Hall. Boone hurriedly redirected his consciousness back to his main body and put Azai away. He needed to allow Azai to clear negative emotions in his body for a while. For now, Boone didn't intend to bring Azai out again. After stabilizing his cultivation, Boone also prepared to go see the Flaming Dragon's secret realm. Honestly speaking, he had no interest in the Flaming Dragon inheritance. However, everyone was going there, and even the female cultivator from the Blood Saint Hall who saved him earlier was heading there. So, Boone decided to join in as well. Boone placed Azai back into his body to temper him. Azai was already at the 9th stage of combined body realm. Because these stages were obtained through forceful means, they were quite unstable, just like his frenzied nature. Therefore, Boone planned to refine this clone thoroughly in the near future and avoid using it unless necessary to prevent any unpredictable outbreaks. Meanwhile, Tracy was almost arriving at the Flaming Dragon inheritance site. Tracy was the current saintess of the Blood Saint Hall in Central Prefecture. Her status was such that even in Central Prefecture, she was considered an exceptionally privileged heavenly maiden. She had come out to hone her skills this time and happened to arrive in Western Prefecture, filled with secret realms. She naturally couldn't miss the once-in-a-century Flaming Dragon secret realm, so she came here too. When Tracy arrived at the Flaming Dragon inheritance site, Brooke had already obtained the inheritance. People around were chattering, as only one person could take half of the inheritance, leaving another half for someone else to claim. Upon arrival, Tracy saw a cultivator boasting. If no one comes, I, Axton, will take this spot. You guys better not be jealous later on. After Axton finished boasting, no one dared to challenge him. Everyone only whispered among themselves. This Axton is already at the 5th stage of separate spirit realm. How does he manage to rise so fast? Isn't it always like that? He must have been holding back and only released all here. Hush, don't let him hear. We can't compete this time. That's true. This guy holds grudges for every little offense. If he hears you talking about him, he'll surely seek revenge once he's out. I'm not afraid of him. Although saying so, the person's voice clearly lowered significantly. If not for me, Tracy walked up to the cultivators who were talking and asked directly, from what you said, anyone who defeats him gets the chance to enter the inheritance, right? The cultivator, a disciple of Huangyan's sect, initially felt annoyed being interrupted, but immediately brightened up upon seeing Tracy's adorable appearance, especially her bun hairstyle. Yes. The best inheritance in the Flaming Dragon secret realm is the Flaming Dragon inheritance, but it's split into 2 parts, with only one person able to enter each. Axton is currently the strongest here. Everyone's watching. What's your name, miss? The Huangyan sect disciple spoke enthusiastically, hoping to impress her. But Tracy ignored him, nodding after getting the information, then turned and announced loudly, Blood St. Hall, Tracy, has come to challenge. With that, she jumped onto a platform over 10 meters, high to face off against several disciples. Her soft, sweet voice and bun hairstyle made her look young, causing everyone to wonder how a young girl would dare to challenge here. Axton squinted upon seeing the challenger was a girl, feeling more confident. Ha, little girl, you're from the Blood St. Hall? Does such a sect exist in Western Prefecture? Want to challenge me? Go drink milk first. Ha. Axton laughed derisively. Tracy gestured for him to start the fight. Axton, showing off, crossed his arms. Since you insist on dying, I won't stop you. Let's do this. You attack first to show I'm not bullying, given I'm already at the separate spirit realm. Ha. Tracy didn't hesitate. To her, separate spirit realm was indeed strong, so she used her full strength, speeding up suddenly. Instantly, her body became a blur. Everyone was amazed. Who was this girl to possess such agility? In reality, this wasn't some advanced technique. It was merely physical skill at its peak speed, creating an illusion of multiple images. Boone, who had also arrived beside the platform, immediately recognized that despite her petite and delicate appearance, this woman had explosive blood energy. At that moment, even Boone watching from below raised an eyebrow at the intense blood energy surging through her. Axton realized too late that something was wrong. Panicking, he used separate spirit-level spirit awareness to form a spiritual energy shield, a special skill available only to separate spirit realm cultivators, akin to teleportation. Separate spirit cultivators enhance their instantaneous movement technique to divine teleportation and evolve their mental energy into spirit awareness. With spirit awareness, they can sense hostile attacks within a certain range and prepare defenses beforehand, similar to sword cultivators' heart swords, albeit with smaller detection ranges but higher sensitivity. However, if a cultivator lacks proper mental cultivation methods and faces powerful sword cultivators like Azai, their advantage might not play out as intended. Despite this sequence of actions by Axton being sound, Boone shook his head, knowing it was too late. Boone had experienced Tracy's power firsthand and knew how terrifying it was. Could Axton's hastily constructed shield hold back this fiery bomb? It was laughable. On the field, Tracy darted into Axton's shield like a small cannonball. Her brows knitted coldly, letting out a soft exclamation. Burst. The seemingly solid shield instantly shattered. So fragile? Tracy was proving far stronger than expected. Chapter 229, 5-Star Fortune. At the same moment, Tracy's eyes flickered slightly. This cultivator was actually so weak. Tracy's exposed cultivation level was 2nd stage unity of body and soul. Therefore, when facing this 5th stage separation of spirit cultivator, she had been serious from the start. Although she hadn't exerted her full strength, it was definitely out of respect for his cultivation. But unexpectedly, the opponent proved to be so easily defeated. In an instant, she reined in 90% of her force. This also couldn't help but make Boone, who was watching from the side, feel intensely itchy inside. Such control over her power was absolutely top-tier physical arts technique. Envy. This woman isn't simple. However, at the same time, a wave of fighting spirit surged within Boone's heart, that excited feeling of encountering a formidable opponent and yearning to compete with them. Tracy's bun hairstyle was for combat convenience. Now, having restrained 90% of her strength, she lightly flicked her fingers at Axton. Bang! Axton's cheek instantly caved in from Tracy's little finger, just like when she slapped Boone, forcing the fully defensive Axton to fly backward with one finger. A stunned expression spread across Axton's face. Before he could comprehend what had happened, he fell heavily to the ground. The many Western continent cultivators below saw the previously arrogant Axton being sent flying by a soft, cute-looking girl and were baffled. Few people could see the skill involved. Therefore, most of the cultivators sighed and jeered, some even whistling, thinking Axton might have fallen for this female cultivator and was putting on a show. After all, for a separation of spirit stage cultivator to be sent flying by a unity of body and soul cultivator's finger seemed ridiculous. No, outrageously implausible. Although Axton's entire jaw muscles and teeth shattered, Tracy had indeed held back. Otherwise, just from that single exchange, Axton would have met his doom on the spot. But Axton didn't think that way. He felt this young girl was deliberately humiliating him. With his pride deeply wounded, he lost all ability for normal analysis. Burning with rage, he flew over again, activating his spiritual power and invoking the Yellow Rock Sect secret technique, the Yellow Sand Blood Fusion technique. This technique allowed one to temporarily boost cultivation by burning through their cultivation base and essence blood. But to Boone's discerning eye, such a technique was absolute trash. Not only would it lower one's cultivation level after use, but it would also harm one's foundation and innate essence blood. To have forced Axton to this extent showed how angry he must be. You don't need to waste your life force. You can't beat me. Tracy looked calmly at the flushed Axton. To risk your cultivation career for a losing inheritance slot? How unwise. Another cultivator commented from below. Cohen brother Huang, this Axton can't even match this girl? The cultivator, towering 8 feet tall, with piercing large eyes, exclaimed, this girl isn't simple. He felt an excitement creeping into his hands. Tracy wasn't an ordinary cultivator. Despite being merely at the second stage unity of body and soul, she could thoroughly dominate the separation of spirit Axton. Her prowess was evident. Boone's fighting spirit surged, reaching a fever pitch. Clearly enraged, Axton roared, "If your grandmother. You be daring to humiliate me." Second level yellow sand blood fusion. Blood droplets began oozing out from Axton's skin as his strength escalated to 9th stage separation of spirit, almost brushing against the great enlightenment threshold. Tracy shook her head. This cultivator wouldn't listen to her advice and was recklessly burning his life force. She couldn't be blamed. She immediately used instant movement, charging toward Axton without any spiritual energy fluctuation. Typically, to achieve instant movement, cultivators needed unity of body and soul level spiritual energy and body coordination, unleashing massive spiritual energy to propel the body to its peak, allowing for instantaneous relocation. But Tracy required nothing of the sort. She utilized pure physical arts, driven by chi and blood. Axton's senses stretched across a 500-meter radius, but he couldn't detect Tracy's movement at all. His senses became useless, rendering him blind. The next second, Tracy appeared behind Axton. Bang! A palm strike shattered his spine. Axton's lungs and heart suffered damage. He coughed up thick essence blood, his breath weakening. Yet Tracy's force was precise, leaving Axton unable to fight, but not in mortal danger. Boone's eyes narrowed. Though he knew he could defeat Axton, he certainly couldn't do it as effortlessly as Tracy, nor inflict wounds so perfectly. This move only proved that Tracy's strength far surpassed Axton's, possibly above 9th stage separation of spirit. Was she possibly at the Great Enlightenment stage? Axton lost. Everyone was shocked. Even the least experienced cultivators could see this wasn't a performance. It was a pure domination. Was Axton too weak? Many cultivators began discussing whether Axton was just show, being instantly defeated even using a secret technique while at the separation of spirit stage. It didn't fit the usual pattern. Thus, many still didn't believe Tracy was particularly strong. While the Western continent was slightly more powerful than the Cloudy continent, many hadn't heard of Central continent sects. Moreover, Blood Saint Hall was relatively low profile, so they didn't know what these 6 characters meant. Haha, I'm Cade. Wanting to challenge the lady? As Boone was about to step forward, the enthusiastic commenter from earlier, a Yellow Rock sect Cohen brother Huang, stepped ahead. Tracy showed no joy or sorrow, silently gesturing an invitation, sharp and decisive. This Cade was also at the second stage separation of spirit. Seeing this, Boone reluctantly suppressed his fighting spirit, although it continued to build. At that moment, Boone heard the familiar ringing sound. Ding! Detected 5-star fortune near the host. Excited, Boone turned around. It was Cade, who was about to step up. This person has significant good fortune recently. He will gain insights into the secrets of physical arts while engaging Tracy. Nima, he was going to learn something from sparring with Tracy. No way, he had to intercept. Not doing so would not be like Boone at all. Chapter 230. This humble self, Boone from the Great Profound Sect. This is senior brother Huang. He's the top disciple of the Yellow Rock sect. He only gave his slot to his junior brother Axton because their cultivation techniques didn't match the Yan Dragon secret realm requirements. As Boone listened to the discussions below, he smiled slightly. Without waiting for the two to start fighting, he laughed loudly and activated his instantaneous movement technique. I am Boone from the Grand Mystic Gate. I've come to challenge senior brother Huang. Boone immediately unleashed all his secret arts, boosting his second stage fusion realm cultivation to the 6th stage instantly. After using the instantaneous movement technique, Boone's body was visibly enveloped in 4 colored flames. It was clear that he had already utilized the 4th layer Divine Fire from the 9 layers Divine Fire transformation. This use of Divine Fire also showed that his clone, Declan, had fully recovered. Otherwise, Boone wouldn't be able to use Divine Fire. Isn't he that cultivator who's wanted by the Blackfire Valley? Due to Boone's previous use of the Grand Concealment technique, no one recognized him until he stepped onto the platform. Many cultivators who had seen the wanted Jade Disc immediately identified him. Boone glanced at the restless crowd below, then looked up at Cade of the Yellow Rock sect. What? Is senior brother Huang afraid? Cade was initially irritated by Boone's sudden intervention, but upon hearing the discussion about him being the cultivator wanted by Brook of the Blackfire Valley, he changed his mind. He wanted to gain Brook's favor, and since this cultivator had offered himself, it would be easy to deal with a mere 6th stage fusion realm cultivator. Since you're courting death, I won't dissuade you, Cade said with a sinister smile. Cade activated his divine instantaneous movement technique. In an instant, he appeared behind Boone and punched directly at him. Boone was prepared for Cade's incredible speed, instantly covering his body with cloud-like divine thunder. When Cade's punch hit Boone, he was struck by the thunder power. Boone flew forward a short distance to dissipate the force, while the 5th level golden body's glow faintly shimmered on his surface. Cade quickly retreated, his right fist completely numb, unable to circulate spiritual energy. He was inwardly startled. This cultivator actually possessed the rare divine thunder. Still, he laughed disdainfully at Boone. If this divine thunder is your ace in the hole, then you've reached your limit. The Yellow Rock sect specialized in earth attribute techniques, and their core technique, the Yellow Rock Sand Dust technique, could create sand to cover the body. Though not divine sand, it was the sect's condensed life sand, strong enough to resist divine thunder. Moreover, sand doesn't conduct electricity. Clearly, Cade had experience battling lightning attribute cultivators. Though his sand-covered appearance was unappealing, it was practical. Boone nodded internally, acknowledging that it wasn't just for show. Then Boone once again activated his instantaneous movement technique. Seeing Boone take the initiative, Cade naturally wouldn't retreat. As a Spirit Division Realm cultivator, he met the attack head-on. Great Yellow Sand Palm. Cade thrust out his palm, the surrounding air carrying primordial yellow sand towards Boone. Boone responded with a punch using 8 extreme breaking force 16-fold. With a loud boom, they parted after clashing. Boone took a step back, while Cade retreated 6 steps. Branson pang pang. 3 sounds came from within Cade's body as the hidden force from the 8 extreme breaking force struck. The hidden force of the 8 extreme breaking force might be delayed, but it never failed to appear. Cade glared at Boone, his face losing composure. How could a fusion realm cultivator put him, a spirit division cultivator, at a disadvantage? Divine instantaneous movement technique. He was going to attack. Yellow sand palm. After another clash, Cade not only flew back but also spat blood. Many people gasped. Cade seemed too eager, continuing to fight even when he couldn't win. But the next second, Cade's lips curled into a smile as he softly exhaled. Mad sand burial. The sand he had quietly spread near Boone suddenly constricted around him tightly. Only a human-shaped sand sculpture remained floating mid-air where Boone had stood. Haha, little brat, seeking death, tell Brook I've caught the person he wants. Now he owes me a favor. Cade then turned to Tracy, his eyes flashing with desire. Pretty girl, now it's our turn. Tracy glanced at him, then looked at Boone's suspended sand sculpture, shaking her bun head. Cade wiped the blood from his mouth. No worries, this injury is just for warming up. But then the sand sculpture started emitting sizzling sounds. The next second, boom, cracking sand dropped off, revealing Boone glowing with lightning, hands crossed over his chest, looking at Cade indifferently. Is that all you've got? Boone unleashed his full power. Cloudlight Divine Thunder restricted Cade's movements, 8 extreme breaking force in hand, heavenly sword drawn. The vast drawing divine water transformed into countless ice blades through the freezing symbol array, attacking Cade. Facing Boone's relentless assault, Cade had no choice but to activate the divine instantaneous movement technique again. But the next moment, he collided with Boone's divine water prison. This seemingly accidental event was inevitable. Boone had calculated Cade's possible escape routes using the flawless scripture and strategically left an opening. Cade had no choice but to move towards it. The water prison firmly controlled Cade, who raged helplessly. Let me out, you petty man. Can you fight me honorably? Boone coldly reinforced the water prison with one hand. The nature of the divine water determined that even a spirit division realm Cade couldn't break free. Glancing at Cade one last time, Boone turned to Tracy, his combat intent radiating openly. Ding. Congratulations, host has successfully intercepted 5-star luck. Luck binding in progress. Luck binding successful. Following the system's prompt, Boone looked at Tracy as if eyeing a delicious treat, wondering if he'd gained some insights in martial arts. Blood Saint Hall Tracy. Tracy made a polite gesture. Grand Mystic Gate Boone. Though the Grand Mystic Gate was obscure, it wasn't unusual in West Prefecture, where numerous sects existed without fame. Tracy didn't need to mobilize spirit energy to instantly activate her instantaneous movement technique. But his realm is lower than Axton's. Idiot. Combat effectiveness isn't entirely determined by cultivation level. Boone listened to the murmurs in the crowd and smiled faintly. Before the two could engage, he laughed loudly and activated his instant movement technique. This humble self is Boone from the Great Profound Sect. I come to challenge Senior Brother Huang. Immediately activating all his secret techniques, Boone's second stage integration realm cultivation instantly surged to 6th stage integration. After using the instant movement technique, Boone's body was enveloped in a 4-colored flame, a clear sign that he had already used the 4th level of Divine Fire transformation from the 9 levels of Divine Fire. The reappearance of the Divine Fire also indicated that his clone, Declan, had fully recovered. Otherwise, Boone wouldn't be able to use the Divine Fire. Isn't he the cultivator the Mystic Fire Valley placed a bounty on? Due to Boone's use of the Grand Concealment technique earlier, no one recognized him until he stepped onto the stage, instantly catching the attention of many cultivators who had seen the reward Jade Disc. Boone glanced at the agitated crowd below, and then raised his head to look at Cade of the Yellow Rock sect. What? Senior Brother Huang afraid? Initially, Cade was somewhat annoyed by Boone's sudden interruption, but upon hearing whispers that this cultivator was the one with a bounty set by Brook of the Mystic Flame Valley, he changed his mind. He intended to ingratiate himself with Brook. Since the cultivator had stepped forward, dealing with this mere 6th-stage integration realm cultivator would be easy. Since you seek death, I won't try to stop you. Cade sneered. Cade activated his instant movement technique, instantly appearing behind Boone and delivering a punch straight toward him. However, Boone was prepared for Cade's incredible speed. Cloudlight Divine Thunder immediately covered his body. When Cade's punch hit Boone, it also struck him with the power of Cloudlight Divine Thunder. Boone flew forward a short distance to dissipate the force while 5-fold golden body shimmered subtly over his surface. Cade quickly retreated. During this process, his right fist had become completely numb, unable to channel spiritual energy. Internally alarmed, Cade noted that this cultivator actually possessed the rare Divine Thunder. Nevertheless, he still smirked, disdainfully saying to Boone, if this Divine Thunder is your ace in the hole, then this is where you end. The Yellow Rock sect specialized in earth attribute cultivation techniques, with the Yellow Rock Sandstorm art being one of its core arts. Seeing him conjure sand to cover his body, it wasn't god-level sand, but it was the sect's life essence sand capable of countering Divine Thunder. Moreover, sand doesn't conduct electricity. Clearly, Cade had experience fighting lightning-based cultivators. His sand-covered appearance might look ungainly, but it was practical. Boone silently acknowledged its effectiveness. Immediately, Boone again used the instant movement technique. Seeing Boone attacking, Cade naturally didn't retreat. He was a divine separation realm cultivator after all and moved to meet him head-on. Huge sand palm. Cade thrust out his palm, the surrounding air swirling with origin sand as he attacked Boone. Boone countered with an 8 extreme explosion and 16 levels of hidden power. Boom. The two clashed, then separated instantly. Boone took a step back, while Cade staggered 6 steps backward. Pong pong pong. With 3 consecutive sounds from within Cade's body, the hidden power of the 8 extreme explosion struck. Hidden power may be late, but it never fails to arrive. Cade's face turned grim as he stared at Boone. His pride couldn't withstand the fact that he, a divine separation realm cultivator, was now at a disadvantage against an integration realm opponent. Instant movement technique. He decided to take the initiative. Sandpalm. This time, not only did Cade fly backward, but he also spat blood. Many people gasped. Wasn't Cade overestimating himself? To fight someone stronger? But in the next moment, Cade's lips curled into a smile as he exhaled softly. Crazy sand burial. Suddenly, the sand he had secretly laid around Boone during close combat rapidly coalesced, tightly enclosing him. Only a sand-shaped human form remained suspended in midair where Boone once stood. Haha, you sought death, so tell Brook that I've caught his man. Now he owes me a favor. Then Cade turned to Tracy, his eyes gleaming with desire. Little beauty, it's our turn now. Tracy glanced at him, then looked at Boone's sand sculpture floating in the air, shaking her bun head. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Cade said, it's fine. These minor injuries are just a warm-up. But suddenly, the sand sculpture began making sizzling noises. In the next second, boom, the cracking shell of the sand sculpture fell away, revealing Boone, his body radiating with divine lightning. Arms crossed, he calmly looked at Cade. Is that all you've got? Boone unleashed everything. He restricted Cade's movements with cloud-light divine thunder, held the 8 extreme explosion in reserve, drew his azure heaven sword, and used the boundless icy water blades generated by the condensing ice talisman array to attack. Facing Boone's relentless assault, Cade could only activate his instant movement technique again. But the next second, he found himself trapped in Boone's divine water prison technique. What seemed like a random event was in fact premeditated. Using the flawless scripture's calculations, Boone had simulated possible escape routes, leaving a deliberate gap for Cade to move into. The water prison technique securely restrained Cade, who raged helplessly. Let me out, coward. Dare you face me squarely in battle? Boone coldly maintained the seal on the prison with one hand. The characteristic of divine water made it impossible even for a divine separation realm cultivator like Cade to escape. Taking another glance at Cade, Boone turned to Tracy, his unmasked combat spirit clearly evident. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully intercepted a 5-star destiny. Binding destiny. Destiny binding successful. Following the system's guidance, Boone looked at Tracy, feeling like he was looking at a precious morsel that would provide insights in martial arts. Blood Saint Hall Tracy. Tracy gestured politely. Great Profound Sect Boone. While the Great Profound Sect was relatively unknown, in the multitude of sects in West Prefecture, an unheard of sect wasn't unusual. Tracy didn't need to mobilize her spiritual energy as she instantly activated her own instant movement technique. Hashtag chapter 231. 9 Gates Blood Ascension Technique. Pete merely remained in place, emitting beams of cloud-light divine thunder that enveloped his body. Though Pete did not see Tracy's movements, when she reappeared, faint thunderous light flickered around her. It seemed she had attempted to close the distance with Pete a few times, but was forced back by the cloud-light divine thunder. As Pete anticipated that Tracy would attack in another manner, she vanished once more. The next second, she surged straight toward him. Caught slightly off guard, Pete nonetheless filled most of the front area with cloud-light divine thunder and left a few lesser strikes on the sides, wary of any feints from Tracy. However, she did not use any such tactics. She charged straight through the paralyzing effects of the divine thunder. Confused, Pete wondered why she would force her way through the divine thunder. Still, he clenched the pre-prepared bagua break within his palm. The 24 layers of concealed force in bagua break collided with Tracy's delicate fist. Bang! The two attacks met and instantly parted. Tracy retreated backward. Pete observed that despite the small flashes of lightning dancing over her body, she showed no significant damage. What kind of physique was this? She could withstand divine thunder? Even the divine dispersion realm cultivators Brook and Stefan wouldn't dare to bear it directly. Note: Funthan Chi is translated as divine dispersion realm to maintain consistency and fluency in English, assuming this is a previously established term in the translation. If there's a preferred term for this realm, it should be used instead. This second-rank fusion phase Tracy possessed such an incredibly powerful physique. Truly top-tier martial arts cultivation techniques. Pete felt an intense longing in his heart. His fighting spirit grew even more vigorous. Let's go again. Pete wrapped himself in divine thunder, forming a thunder armor, and used instantaneous body movement technique, engaging Tracy in fierce, rapid exchanges of blows. The more they fought, the more enlightenment Pete gained. Tracy held back each time, attacking perfectly timed as if guiding Pete. However, not everyone could receive these hints while sparring with Tracy. First, they must possess a physique capable of enduring her attacks. Tracy's speed increased as they continued fighting. Her punches and kicks became streaks of afterimages. She too felt the surge of battle spirit. Since venturing out for training, she rarely encountered cultivators who could match her in close combat at high speeds. Battling Pete brought immense enjoyment to Tracy. Bang! Bang 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 bang. They once again engaged in close quarters combat, then separated, hovering in midair. Above Pete's head, multicolored auspicious clouds appeared. A sudden sense of enlightenment welled up within him. This? Looking at his hands, he realized that the opening and closing of his palms subtly conformed to some profound principle. It was the Tao essence of martial arts. Pete had touched upon the threshold of martial arts Tao. Across from him, Tracy was even more astonished. It took her 10 years of rigorous cultivation to reach this level. This young man, just from sparring, could gain insights. His intuition was monstrous. Meanwhile, Stefan, locked in the water prison, raged madly. He felt his opportunity snatched away by Pete. That sense of loss made the already frustrated Stefan even angrier. Pete, I'll flay you alive. Destroy your Wilbur sect. $$, hashtag %at. Pete waved his hand, and the clear walls of the water prison turned turbid, muffling Stefan's voice and appearance. This was the nature of the murky water clearing. Pete moved, relying purely on moving chi and blood. His speed was almost comparable to instantaneous body movement, though still slightly slower. Tracy saw Pete's trajectory leaving faint afterimages as he moved in the air, a manifestation of martial arts Tao. She knew she could no longer match Pete at this point. Pete smiled warmly at Tracy. The unspoken understanding was clear. They had developed tacit coordination through countless exchanges. Pete not only had the Tao essence of martial arts, but also possessed cloud-like divine thunder and five-fold golden body. Enhanced with Ling energy, his fists were even more powerful. Tracy, on the other hand, relied solely on pure chi and blood power. Without cultivating Ling energy, she was at a slight disadvantage compared to Pete. However, Tracy's expression didn't waver. She gestured invitingly to Pete. Pete's lips curled upward as his form moved again. Bursts of afterimages interlaced with arcs of lightning rushed toward Tracy. Bang! They clashed again, generating another impact. This time, each exchanged 50 punches in the blink of an eye. Tracy was thrown back, arcs of electricity flashing across her skin, feeling the numbing effect as the cloud-like divine thunder coursed through her body. If not for the Blood Holy Temple's body tempering method, she would have been electrocuted into charcoal. Indeed, she could no longer match Pete. Tracy's breasts heaved vigorously. The stubborn resolve in her eyes intensified. Blood Saint's secret technique. 9 Gates Blood Ascension technique. Linshuang Doja Jiezhenlia Qianjin. When the 9 gates open, all obstacles are overcome. First gate. Lin gate, open. Boom. Instantly, Tracy's aura transformed from second-rank fusion phase to 9th rank. Steam rose faintly from her body. Second gate. Bing gate, open. With the opening of her second blood gate, massive chi and blood surged through her body. Waves of refined blood flushed her previously pale skin blood red, and her eyes turned scarlet. Her cultivation now reached 6th rank divine dispersion phase. Third gate. Do gate, open. Open. The third gate opened with evident strain, requiring 2 commands to barely activate it. Her skin was now radiating heat, and her originally tied-up hair bun had come loose on its own. Her hair cascaded down as she hung upside down in the air, every pore of her body seeming to emit steam. At this point, through the opening of the third gate of the Blood Saint sect's secret technique, her cultivation level had directly soared to the first level of the Great Perfection stage. Meanwhile, Boone was secretly astonished. Was this disciple from Central Prefecture so monstrous, able to leap an entire major realm with just a secret technique? What he didn't know was that the Blood Saint sect was one of the top factions in Central Prefecture, specializing in cross-level combat. They focused primarily on body techniques, practicing a very unique cultivation method. This 9-gate continuous enhancement method for the body was something Boone had never heard of before, appearing incredibly formidable. Although he too had cultivated body techniques within that secret realm, compared to the Blood Saint sect, it was like comparing a kindergarten child to a college student. Not only was there a huge disparity in strength, even in terms of cultivation methods, there might be a world of difference. Her skin burned red hot, and her tied-up bun undid itself. Suspended upside down in midair, steam billowed from every pore. At this moment, through the Blood Saint Temple's secret technique, opening the third gate Do gate, her cultivation soared to first-rank Great Enlightenment phase. Pete inwardly marveled. These Central Province disciples were indeed terrifying, able to break through an entire realm using secret techniques. What Pete didn't know was that the Blood Saint Temple was one of the top factions in the Central Province. Specializing in cross-rank battles, they focused on martial arts with unique cultivation methods. This 9 gates continuous enhancement method was something Pete had never heard of. It looked formidable indeed. He had practiced martial arts within the secret realm, but compared to the Blood Saint Temple, it was like a kindergarten child facing a university student, not just in terms of strength, but likely in techniques as well, which could be worlds apart. Chapter 232. Unable to snatch the opportunity. It wasn't that his 9 layers of strength cultivation method was ineffective. It's just that Blood Sage Hall had specialized in body techniques for millennia, understanding the highest level of these arts to a depth unimaginable by ordinary people. Every step came with guidance from senior sect members, far exceeding what Boone could achieve through self-discovery. Observing her 9 gates blood ascension technique, Boone felt intensely envious, and his fighting spirit only rose higher. Come on, let me see. Before he finished speaking, zoom, bang, Boone was sent flying backward. Tracy, with 3 gates activated, seemed like a transformed Super Saiyan. Still airborne and tumbling backward, Boone's system issued a notification within him. Ding, a new 4-star opportunity has appeared near the host. The line of fate pointed directly at Tracy. This person will soon gain a new martial technique while battling Boone. Ding, warm reminder, this opportunity is based on Blood Sage Hall's cultivation method, which the host cannot snatch. Startled, Boone asked mentally, are you serious? If I can't snatch it, why tell me? The system responded calmly, please trust the fairness of the system. As long as there is any fortune around you, you'll be informed. Ding, a new 5-star opportunity has appeared near the host. Again pointing to Tracy. Warm reminder, this opportunity cannot be snatched by the host. This person will break through a long-standing cultivation bottleneck during their battle with Boone. F***K. Boone felt speechless, looking at Tracy with altered eyes. She truly lived up to being heaven's favored daughter. Bang! Tracy instantly reappeared behind Boone, who was still flying backward, and kicked him back again. Boone felt like a ball, being tossed around effortlessly by Tracy in midair. Fortunately, Boone's body was strong enough. Otherwise, anyone else would already be bruised or nearly unconscious. Tracy's speed was incredibly fast, leaving afterimages all over the sky, almost like she had multiple clones. Boone knew these weren't clones, but rather the result of her extreme speed beyond visual perception. Watching from the side, Cade, confined by Boone, sensed Boone getting beaten and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, you thought you were so cool, didn't you? Enduring this for some time, Boone finally activated his evil spirit mode. Evil Yi appeared. Tracy hesitated, stopping her attack. Wasn't this the guy who tried blocking her path earlier and was slapped away? She didn't expect this passerby to be an alter ego of the person before her. Moreover, this avatar had a slightly higher cultivation. The evil spirit annihilation scripture activated. With evil spirit mode engaged, Boone aimed to stir the opponent's dark intentions, destabilize their mental state, and then strike with spiritual energy. As the two fought fiercely on the stage, those below cautiously stepped back several paces. What kind of freaks are these? They anticipated that if they got too close and were accidentally injured, they might not live to see another day. Even Axton, previously arrogant, now remained silent, licking his wounds quietly in the corner. Boone's evil spirit annihilation scripture specifically targeted spiritual energy attacks. Clearly sensing this, Boone noticed that although Tracy excelled in body techniques, her spiritual strength might be her weak point. Unexpectedly, to attack someone's spiritual energy, one had to first provoke their dark intentions. However, Tracy's mental resilience proved extraordinary. Thus, this move had no effect on her. Failed. Suddenly, Tracy launched another powerful palm strike. Evil Yi, unable to resist, was flung away once more. After a second of aerial flight, Evil Yi barely managed to activate the seal to stop himself from flying further, thanks to the heavenly sword stabilizing his flight. Thunder surged around Boone as he used lightning step to strike towards Tracy. Tracy, who had just slapped Evil Yi away, turned and met Boone's 24-layer hidden power strike of Baji Boom with a flying kick. Bang! Boone was predictably sent flying again. Her skill in redirecting force was such that even the 24-layer hidden power barely reached her palm and was immediately redirected before affecting her wrist. Baji Boom worked by layering hidden power into the opponent's body unexpectedly, causing internal injuries. But for a blood sage Hall Saintess like Tracy, proficient in deflecting force, this tactic only worked once, offering no threat the second time. Almost exhausting every trick, Boone still couldn't defeat Tracy. What could he do? He decided to retreat. Miss, this inheritance belongs to you. Boone turned and ran. Unable to snatch it, why waste his energy and give her opportunities? Boone deactivated his evil spirit mode and swiftly departed, realizing how much spiritual energy was expended by merely activating it briefly. Seeing him flee, Tracy, for reasons unknown to her, pursued Boone instead of the flame dragon inheritance. As Boone fled, Tracy began to develop an interest in him. Instinctively, she felt her destiny lay with Boone, not in the flame dragon realm. Evil Yi vanished without concern, while Tracy doggedly followed Boone, watching him use triple flight technique augmented with lightning flashes, occasionally using instant move for faster escape. Boone's triple flight technique produced bloody red lotuses underfoot, creating a dazzling spectacle. Tracy's eyes sparkled, and to Boone's amazement, blood lotuses started blooming beneath her feet too. Befitting her status as the Central State Blood Sage Hall Saintess, she had mastered Boone's lotus steps after a single observation, even making it more spectacular. Lotus steps was purely a body technique, aligning perfectly with Blood Sage Hall's cultivation focused on vital energy. Therefore, Tracy quickly grasped Boone's moves, finding them highly beneficial. She believed Boone harbored more ancient body techniques. Boone was about to explode in frustration. Fleeing ahead, she caught up and learned his skills behind him. Was this the power of a heavenly daughter? Gripping his resolve, he sped up even more. Tracy's eyes lit up, matching his speed instantly, intent on staying right on his heels. Axton glanced at Cade imprisoned in the water dungeon, then looked at the distant figures of Boone and Tracy. Could the other inheritance somehow fall into his hands now? Chapter 233, Brook Ultra Evolves, Summoning the Flame Dragon. Chapter 233, Brook's Ultra Evolution, Summoning the Flame Dragon. Axton chuckled to himself. Was this what they called turning a misfortune into a blessing? On this side, Brook had obtained the second half of the cultivation technique and emerged successfully from his closed-off cultivation session. His Flame Dragon technique was now complete, and he felt confident that he could take on 10 opponents at once. The full version of the Flame Dragon technique came with the ability to summon a flame dragon to merge with his body. Now, a semi-transparent red flame dragon coiled around Brook's body, about the size of an ordinary water snake. It hovered around him, lively and vivid as if it were a real dragon. With this little dragon, Brook's perception and cultivation abilities multiplied several times over. Combined with his current mental strength at the divided soul stage, he didn't even need to open his eyes to sense any movement within a 10-mile radius. It was like having a radar constantly switched on for 24 hours. Seizing the opportunity while no one else could compete, Axton hurriedly entered the secret realm to accept the inheritance. He felt inexplicably elated, as if a crow perched on a tree branch could surpass a phoenix. He approached the inheritance statue with joy. He had already passed several tests before reaching this point. The trials for the Flame Dragon inheritance were extremely stringent. First, he had to pass through an exceedingly hot cave, hotter than the celestial flame. Then, he needed to endure an exceedingly cold area, colder than ice frost fire. Luckily, being a cultivator at the divided soul stage with a divine flame, Axton breezed through these trials and began receiving the Flame Dragon's secret realm's inheritance. Some cultivators' luck was indeed such that resources out of reach due to their strength could be acquired by chance. That was what they called destiny. However, this fortune meant nothing to Boone. The primary instruction of the Flame Dragon inheritance behind this door was teaching how to simulate divine fire energy states, which Boone, with the supreme mystic formula, had long mastered. This explained why the system did not provide hints about entering the secret realm or the inheritance. It automatically filtered out opportunities useless to its host, prioritizing the most needed resources. Meanwhile, Brook emerged from the secret realm with the flame dragon essence swirling around him. Upon exiting, Brook immediately faced the 9-tiered heavenly thunderbolt tribulation. The reappearance of the complete flame dragon technique caused the heavens to change color. Brook looked up at the thunderbolt above without anger but instead laughed heartily. A true strongman will attract heaven's envy. He squinted his eyes watching the dark clouds in the sky continue to gather. This was not his first time facing a thunderbolt tribulation. With prior experience, Brook sat down on the spot and began cultivating. Indeed, he started cultivating right in front of the thunderbolt. Damn, did you see Brook? As soon as he emerged, he faced a celestial tribulation. It seems the flame dragon inheritance is incredibly powerful. Look, oh my god, what is he doing? He is meditating under the thunderclouds? Does he think he is too powerful, so he doesn't want to live anymore? Phew, this is too terrifying. What does he have to be so sure he can disregard even the 9-tiered heavenly thunderbolt tribulation? The many surrounding cultivators watched in shock and began discussing among themselves. Elsewhere, Boone turned around and glared at Tracy. Miss, why are you following me all the time? I told you to take the inheritance. Tracy remained expressionless, her tone resolute. My fate lies with you, and I can feel it. Boone was speechless. This girl was astoundingly perceptive, knowing her fate was tied to him. He sped up, she sped up. He slowed down. He didn't dare to either. Like a stubborn piece of plaster, Boone couldn't shake her off. Finally, unable to find a way out, he stopped. Note, I replaced Gaia, sticky plaster, with piece of plaster, to make it more fluent in English while keeping the meaning and metaphor similar. Fine. Since you say your fate lies with me, then go ahead. I won't fight back. Boone was cunning. He knew the system required combat for Tracy to gain insight. If he didn't retaliate, how would she make progress? Tracy also stopped. She instinctively wanted to continue sparring but realized she lacked a proper reason to ask for Boone's cooperation freely. Hello, Brother Yi. You said you're from the Supreme Mystic Sect, right? Tracy carefully chose her words. Boone glanced curiously at her. She actually used polite language? Boone felt a chill run down his spine and became more wary of her intentions. I can introduce you to the Blood Holy Hall's External Affairs Division, and it won't affect your studies at the Supreme Mystic Sect. Tracy spoke sincerely, truly hoping to engage in a match with Boone. Boone asked sarcastically, can I learn that gate secret technique? Tracy paused. That's a secret technique only core disciples of the Blood Holy Hall can learn unless you make significant contributions. Boone pouted. So stingy. Tracy was speechless. Boone found her stunned expression amusing. This person wasn't malicious. She sensed her fate connected to him but wasn't forcing him. Rather, she was offering something in exchange. Since her fate was linked to him, there was no way he could sever this connection. Even prolonging it would ultimately lead her back to him. Having come to this conclusion, Boone figured rejecting her wouldn't harm him. Moreover, sparring might offer some benefit. Previously, he had learned some techniques from her. Deciding, Boone nodded. Tracy beamed and handed him a jade disc. This is a Blood Holy Hall External Affairs Division identity disc. From now on, you'll have a Blood Holy Hall External Affairs Division status. Although Boone didn't know much about the Blood Holy Hall External Affairs Division, given it was in Central State, where he would eventually visit Ashley, he could utilize this status for easier information gathering. Better to have it than not. For taking advantage of situations, Boone was always enthusiastic. He accepted it, and they resumed fighting. But this time, it wasn't just Tracy dominating. She controlled her strength to keep their practice evenly matched. After a brief meditation, Brook finally faced the descending thunderbolt. Boom! The tiny golden dragon circling Brook formed an invisible shield around him, blocking the thunderbolt. Brook kept his eyes closed, genuinely focusing on cultivation, not merely trying to show off. Chapter 234, Brook with dragon horns on his shoulders. Heaven, the legendary flame dragon codex, encircled by golden dragons, can render him invulnerable to all spells. No wonder he was so arrogant, practicing right there. He had full confidence in himself. Truly, comparing people will drive you mad. He's not only the successor of Mystic Blaze Valley, but has also obtained such a powerful technique. Hehe, so they say being reborn is a skilled art. As if you know how to be reborn. The person who just drew out a folding fan waved it flamboyantly and said, hehe, even though I'm not as good at reincarnating as him, my family is at least the richest in West Prefecture. Holy crap, you're actually... Although the crowd watching Brook felt envious, they were thrilled to witness this awe-inspiring scene and focused more on observing and learning from it. Complaining wouldn't help. It would be better to learn some skills from him, which would be enough for their use. At this moment, everyone noticed that a vacuum-like zone seemed to form around Brook, isolating lightning upon reaching it. The third lightning strike came down. The massive thunderbolt was more than twice as large as before. Among the 9 layers of thunder tribulation, every 3 layers doubled the intensity. But under the protection of the golden dragons, Brook was indeed invincible. Subsequently, the 5th and 6th strikes, until the 9th one, all were ineffective against Brook. Such a formidable 9-layered thunder tribulation, which Boone had previously experienced, nearly led to his body being possessed by a demonic infant. Yet this 9-layered tribulation had no effect on Brook at all. The tribulation ended. The last energy of the thundercloud converged into a beam of clear light, illuminating Brook, further enhancing his physical strength. This innate clear light originally symbolized the divine grace bestowed upon cultivators who survived the tribulation, providing a ray of hope for their recovery. However, not only did Brook remain unharmed, but his physical strength also significantly improved after being illuminated by the clear light. Brook clenched his palm, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy. He was ready to test the new skill of the Flame Dragon Codex, summoning the Flame Dragon and merging with it. Now, based on the surrounding golden dragons, he could summon a Flame Dragon projection to fight for him. The Flame Dragon projection had 1% of the true dragon strength, but even 1% was 1% of a true dragon. In certain aspects, the Flame Dragon's projection could rival a great Enlightenment Realm cultivator. Come forth, mighty Flame Dragon Prince. Boom. With this dramatic incantation, a thunderclap echoed through the sky. The thunderlight split the space, creating a spatial rift. Then, a radiant light shone from the rift into this world. The Flame Dragon projection was summoned. Brook immediately mounted the Flame Dragon, enjoying the sensation of looking down from above, feeling like he had become a supreme ruler. Flame Dragon breath. He controlled the Flame Dragon projection to breathe fire toward the distant forest. The breath swept over, instantly destroying a third of the trees within the secret realm. Terrifyingly powerful. Too frightening. His legacy can summon a real dragon. Hurry up and leave. Don't get caught in the dragon's breath. Just the ability to summon the Flame Dragon was extraordinarily strong, let alone the skill to merge with its projection. Brook felt that he now had enough power to confront Boone. Boy, you can't escape me. Brook immediately began gathering all the disciples of Mystic Blaze Valley and issuing orders, determined to find Boone even if it meant turning the entire secret realm upside down. What? You mean he seized the spot here, and the legacy was taken by him? A cold light flashed in Brook's eyes. If Boone obtained it, he must die. Reporting to senior brother, he and another female cultivator fought fiercely, and both have left the place. A disciple who seemed to have higher status in Mystic Blaze Valley stepped forward to answer. They left? Brook was somewhat angry. Didn't you even try to stop them? The Mystic Blaze Valley disciples exchanged glances, and finally, that disciple stood up again. That Boone, he is just too strong. We would be sending ourselves to our deaths if we tried. Brook narrowed his eyes. Having fought Boone, he naturally knew what they were saying was true. Who ultimately got the legacy spot? Is it that female cultivator? Bloodsaint Hall is a top-tier sect in Central Prefecture. She must be formidable. The Mystic Blaze Valley disciples exchanged looks again and negated Brook's guess. The legacy spot was ultimately claimed by Axton. Brook looked surprised. That good for nothing? Is this year's secret realm so unreasonable? Meanwhile, Boone and Tracy had finished their sparring session. Seeing Boone's swollen face and Tracy's satisfied expression told the result. Originally, it was agreed that they should spar carefully. At first, they did adhere to this agreement, but later, Tracy grew more excited and eventually couldn't control her battle aura. Her attacks became heavier. According to her, she couldn't comprehend without using heavier attacks. Boone rubbed his swollen face, gazing at Tracy, who appeared petite yet terrifying. Don't push me. I still have a trump card. Though Tracy didn't believe him, thinking Boone might be bluffing, she remembered his earlier assistance and, seeing his current state, felt some remorse. Tracy quickly pulled out a bottle of premium bruise healing elixir from her spatial ring and handed it to Boone. Boone didn't hesitate and took the elixir. Indeed, the elixir was potent. Almost instantly, his swelling subsided, and he even felt signs of strengthening in his fivefold golden body, especially on his cheeks. Feeling both joy and helplessness, Boone stared at Tracy's lovely yet beautiful face, unsure of what else to say. As the atmosphere between them grew increasingly awkward, a streak of light suddenly shot across the sky, heading straight for them. Boone and Tracy immediately went on guard. See, this flame dragon merging state is exceptional. Spiritual senses expand dozens of miles. Before they saw the person, they heard the voice. The streak dissipated, revealing a cultivator enveloped in dazzling flames. It was none other than Brook. Brook was now in the flame dragon merging form. Due to the immense energy of the flame dragon merging, the dragon horns extended from Brook's shoulders, making it look like mutations on both sides. Hashtag chapter 235. Yi-He joined forces to battle Yi-Yu. Brook's face was full of laughter, as if he had encountered something extremely joyful. Boone, did you ever think you'd end up like this? Ha 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 ha. Today, I'll let you experience the power of the flaming dragon. He and Boone exchanged glances, both seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes. Do you know this lunatic? Boone's sword heart began issuing frantic warnings. Brook, who seemed to be acting insane, had clearly reached a terrifying level. Could this be what Brook became after receiving his inheritance? There was no time to marvel at the fact that Brook hadn't died. Boone was on high alert. His intuition told him that with his newfound heritage, Brook was utterly terrifying. Boone knew that with his current strength, it would be difficult to match Brook in battle. Reluctantly, he finally activated a Ling Yin, a spiritual thought he had been saving for a long time. Boom. Boone's aura began climbing rapidly. Under the influence of the Ling Yin, 3 different forms of energy could now fuse together. 9-fold transformation of divine fire. Activate. 9-fold transformation of divine water. Activate. 9-fold transformation of divine thunder. Activate. His cultivation surged. 3rd level of union body. 4th level of union body. 9th level of union body. 1st level of divided soul. At this moment, water-like waves enveloped Boone's body, 2 layers of interwoven divine water, forming an outer garment around him. Outside this, a layer of divine thunder wrapped around him. Additionally, faint traces of 4 levels of divine fire shimmered on his skin. Each pore on his body opened, generating large quantities of energy clusters around him. If his previous spirit energy could be quantified as 100 units, then using the Ling Yin made it equivalent to 10,000 units. Brook watched Boone transform without haste, calmly waiting. Boone, you must become even stronger. You should give me as much pleasure as possible later. Otherwise, I'm afraid this battle might get boring. Boone felt speechless. How did he not realize before that Brook was so unhinged? And he liked saying such cringe-worthy things. Tracy's beautiful eyes sparkled with a bright light. This Boone indeed had a trump card. Thankfully, so did she. Blood Saint Temple Secret Art. 9 Gates Blood Ascension Technique. When the 9 gates open and cast, all is revealed. First gate. Open. With a bang, Tracy instantly transformed from the 2nd level of Union Body to the 9th level of Union Body. Steam-like vapor rose from her surface. Second gate. Soldier Gate opens. As the 2nd gate opened, her originally fair skin turned blood red. Her large, almond-shaped eyes also turned blood red. Her cultivation had now reached the 6th level of Divided Soul. Third gate. Combat Gate opens. Without even beginning the fight, Tracy directly opened the 3rd gate. At this moment, her skin was red and hot, and her originally tied-up bun had come loose, hanging down in the air. The pores on her skin were emitting blood-red steam. Her cultivation had now increased to the 1st level of great perfection. Although Boone had seen her transformation once before, he couldn't help but marvel at it again. This technique could forcibly elevate her cultivation from Union Body to great perfection without any harm or side effects, leaping across 2 major realms. It was incredibly absurd. Boone wished he could have it too. After their previous battle, Tracy and Boone had developed some synergy. Facing the deranged Brook, they understood each other without needing to communicate. Clearly, Brook meant business, so they prepared to fight him together. During their earlier sparring session, due to constant attacks by thunder and divine fire, Tracy's clothes were torn to shreds despite her incredible physical resilience, far surpassing Boone's 5-fold golden body. Now, Tracy's clothes were nothing more than scraps, exposing large areas of her white skin. Her nature was cool and pure, not particularly concerned about anything besides cultivation. She didn't even notice that her clothes were inappropriate, which inadvertently piqued Brook's wicked interest. Brook's lecherous eyes scanned Tracy's body, admiring her youthful face and devilishly curvaceous figure. Brook felt his desire burning even more intensely. He had already heard that Tracy was the holy maiden of the Blood Saint Temple in Central State, a noble identity. But Brook didn't care. In his view, the Blood Saint Temple holy maiden was even better. If he was going to play, he wanted to play with someone noble. Indeed, Brook had instantly taken a liking to Tracy and wanted to claim her as his own. With the flaming dragon art in hand, his ambition was insurmountable. He felt that whatever he desired now belonged to him. Boone didn't know that this so-called prodigy, due to accepting an inheritance, wasn't just pretending to be mad. He was probably genuinely insane. At this moment, Boone activated the Wicked Spirit mode. Regardless of whether he used Declan for self-destruction or Azai's sword heart perception as a backup plan, he knew Brook had become immensely powerful. Boone wasn't the least bit flustered. He had gained insight from sparring with Tracy, and his fighting spirit was intense. At this moment, Boone was in a strange state. Fearless, unafraid, indifferent. Tracy, a natural combat enthusiast, saw Brook and felt even more eager to fight. Brook silently watched the two finish their transformations. To be honest, when he saw Tracy at the Great Perfection stage, he momentarily quivered inside. But then he remembered the power of the flaming dragon and calmed down. He remained arrogantly confident. Heh, is that all? I hope you can entertain me even a little bit. With that, he vanished from his spot. Bang! Tracy actually intercepted Brook directly with physical techniques. Incredibly, after intercepting Brook mid-air, she returned to her original position. From Boone's perspective, it looked as though Tracy hadn't moved from her spot while Brook had disappeared and then suddenly stopped, as if hitting a wall. Caught off guard by Tracy's strike, Brook paused. Seizing the opportunity, Boone controlled Cloud Light, Divine Thunder, and Divine Water Prison to rapidly surround Brook. Brook reacted swiftly, using his instantaneous movement technique to evade Boone's attack. However, as soon as he moved, Tracy acted again. After several exchanges, Brook realized that whenever he used his instant movement technique, he would be intercepted mid-move by Tracy, whose speed surpassed his own. His mobility was thus restricted. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Brook, Tracy stood with her hands behind her back, her skin appearing unusually red. Hashtag Chapter 236, Escape from the Secret Realm. Tracy's hand, hidden behind her back, was trembling slightly and appeared unusually blood red. A clear sign of a scald. If Boone had seen this, he would have been utterly shocked. Even his magnetic explosion divine fire couldn't harm Tracy's skin, yet this flame dragon's fiery exterior had such intense heat. Brook was gloating as he glanced at the little dragon by his side, and then at Boone and the other cultivators who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. He laughed loudly. I won't bully you. Come at me all together. On Brook's shoulder sat a semi-transparent little flame dragon that seemed to be alive, circling around him with evident intelligence. Boone couldn't help but wonder. If the little dragon could do this, could his little tiger do the same? It wasn't just Boone's imagination. Brook's little dragon indeed seemed very much alive. Most of the cultivators present lowered their heads upon hearing Brook's challenge. They were rational. Who was Brook? He was the one who could kill enemies beyond his cultivation level at the tender age of 14. His accumulated reputation made the many cultivators from West State fear him so much that they dared not even whisper in his presence. Seeing no one dared to make a move, Brook felt bored and turned his attention to Tracy again. Tracy didn't give him another chance to taunt her. She immediately launched an attack. Her body shot out like a cannonball, her figure gradually blurring into a trail of shadows. She was still using pure martial techniques. Instantly, several dozen illusions of Tracy appeared in the air. Branson pang pang. High-frequency collision sounds rang out. Though it looked like they separated immediately upon contact, Boone knew that they had exchanged blows hundreds of times during that brief encounter. The speed was too fast for human eyes to distinguish. Although Boone hadn't joined the fight, he wasn't idle either. Seizing the moment when Brook was momentarily restrained by Tracy, he unleashed the godly water prison technique, ensnaring Brook. Simultaneously, cloud lightning struck through the water prison towards Brook. Using water as a conductor, Boone had mastered the art of channeling lightning through water flawlessly. However, something more outrageous happened. As soon as the water prison touched Brook, Merely a slight touch caused the walls of water to instantly evaporate. Boone frowned. Brook's flame dragon's fire energy layer strongly countered his divine water. Indeed, Brook lived up to his role as the ultimate protagonist. It was truly mind-boggling. After effortlessly breaking Boone's water prison, Brook cast a contemptuous glance at Boone before using the divine instant teleportation technique once more and engaged Tracy in a frenzied exchange of blows. Clearly, Boone posed no threat to Brook at the moment. The two were attacking each other hundreds of times per second in terms of speed. Tracy could slightly suppress Brook in speed, but Brook had a higher edge in power, and his body's inherent burning effect was effective against Tracy. Boone suddenly realized that in such high-speed martial arts combat, he almost lacked any influence. Even using a thread of spirit will, he still felt powerless. The faster one's rank, the more important speed became in battle. The two celestial beings continued their intense battle, leaving Boone to watch from the sidelines. Although he had some trump cards, he didn't dare release the spirit-level magnetic explosion divine fire, or use water encapsulation due to the rapid speeds of Tracy and Brook, fearing accidental injury. Brook, on the other hand, was growing more pleased with each passing moment. Having recently accepted his inheritance, he hadn't fully mastered the Flame Dragon's abilities yet. But now, engaging in combat with Tracy helped him familiarize himself with the Flame Dragon's power. He liked Tracy more and more. Despite using Flame Dragon's embodiment, she still remained uncontrollable. What kind of beauty was this? So dominant, cold, and incredibly powerful. She was simply top-notch. Brook's lips curled into an evil smile. Beautiful lady, do you want to cultivate this Flame Dragon secret technique? Ha ha ha. How about you submit to me, and I'll teach you in bed. It wasn't surprising that Brook was being so arrogant. After a long time of fighting, the Flame Dragon's shadow on his body showed no signs of weakening, while Tracy, after opening 3 gates, seemed unable to sustain prolonged combat. Her speed was gradually decreasing. Suddenly, the space within the secret realm began to shake, a prelude to its imminent closure. This secret realm opened prematurely, so its duration was shortened. Sensing this, Tracy fought while retreating. She was already covered in wounds after battling Brook for half a day, and her speed was visibly slowing down. In contrast, Brook still maintained a teasing smile, appearing extremely relaxed. As the secret realm prepared to close, the many cultivators who had been watching started evacuating toward the entrance. Only Brook, Tracy, and Boone remained. Brook was indeed powerful. While battling Tracy, his flame dragon's exterior continuously burned her. Bang! They clashed again, and Tracy was clearly at a disadvantage. Tracy gritted her teeth. With an all-out attack that delayed Brook for half a second, she mustered her blood chi and quickly retreated using the newly learned lotus step technique, remembering to bring Boone along. Although Tracy was at a disadvantage, her speed far exceeded Brook's, allowing her to escape successfully. Brook reacted swiftly, but failed to catch up due to the speed difference. All he could do was watch as Tracy fled, feeling helpless. Boone was also dragged away, leaving Brook spitting curses, seething with anger. After Tracy carried Boone out of the secret realm, there was a loud rumble as the entrance closed. Overcome by severe injuries, Tracy fainted. Boone frowned as he examined the heavily wounded Tracy. Her body was riddled with burn marks, her once flawless skin now marred with horrific scars, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. He hurriedly searched through Ethan's notebook, finding records about the Flame Dragon. According to legend, the Flame Dragon was an ancient divine beast born from 10 types of primordial divine fires nurtured by heavenly chi. There was an ancient saying, when the Flame Dragon appears, 10,000 fires bow. Note: for names such as Tracy, Boone, Brook, etc., I've maintained their pinyin spellings for consistency with the request to treat these as English names. Chapter 237. Return to Little Plum Blossom Realm. Seeing this, Boone felt the pressure build up in his heart. Based on the moves that Brook used earlier, it seemed he hadn't fully mastered the power of the Fire Dragon yet, but he was already so formidable. If he were to fully master it later on, how powerful would he become? Suddenly, a sense of urgency enveloped Boone. He had to get stronger. Previously, whether it was Gray or Franklin, none of them truly pressured him. With his trump cards, he could at least put up a fight. But now, facing Brook's attacks, he couldn't even find an opening to intervene. Just now, in his battle with Tracy, he was powerless to do anything but watch. And Brook, being just an elite from Western Zhou, was already this strong. What about encountering geniuses from Central Zhou or even other continents outside Xiuxian continent? How would he cope? After leaving Yunzhou, Boone realized just how vast the world truly was, and that there were many more geniuses out there. Moreover, Xiuxian continent itself was relatively poor in spiritual energy compared to the entire cultivation world, yet competition was still so fierce. The path ahead was long indeed. Fortunately, he had the system to rely on for gradual development. Thinking about this, Boone decided to return to Little Plum Blossom Realm first. Recently, his spirit energy had been overused, especially when he joined forces with Tracy to resist Brook. He even expended a strand of spirit energy then, although it wasn't effectively utilized by the time the fight ended. Now, only 2 strands of spirit energy remained. Rebuilding his clone and reshaping his body had cost him much. Each time Declan self-destructed, it required spirit energy to reconstruct. Spirit energy was scarce, and only in Little Plum Blossom Realm could Boone replenish it. It was time to bring the disciples who were cultivating the grand mystic ethereal record out of the inner realm. So, Boone carried Tracy and searched for half a day until they reached a wild, grassy valley. Inside was an old, neglected cave. He checked the area for secrecy before activating the 9 revolving star talisman. Each time he activated it, a portal appeared in the spot. Thus, he always exercised caution. Upon activation, a dark portal instantly emerged within the small cave, radiating spatial energy. This was the entrance created by the 9 revolving star talisman. Boone carried the unconscious Tracy through it, finding the entrance to Little Plum Blossom Realm on the 3rd star among the 9. Stepping through, this nested world setup enhanced the concealment of Little Plum Blossom Realm. Upon entering, Boone immediately noticed the spiritual energy became noticeably thinner. Not that there were changes in Little Plum Blossom Realm. Rather, Western Zhou's spiritual energy was much denser compared to Yunzhou, and Little Plum Blossom Realm's spiritual energy remained unchanged, even less dense than Yunzhou's, leading to a stark contrast that left Boone feeling unaccustomed. Boone! A joyful voice called out, and Anne, dressed in a white gown, smiled warmly as she approached. Boone quickly flew over with Tracy on his back. Polly, why are you here at the boundary? But Anne didn't answer, her eyes fixated on the woman on Boone's back. There was a hint of reproach and occasional loneliness in her gaze. Noticing Anne's mood shift, Boone hurriedly explained, Polly, this is a cultivator I met while training outside. She saved me earlier but is now seriously injured. I can't leave her alone, so I brought her back. Please don't misunderstand. And, seeming to reassure Boone, lightly shook her head. I'm not thinking too much, but this young lady appears severely injured. Let me take her for treatment. Saying this, and took Tracy from Boone. On their way back, Boone comforted her until her emotions improved somewhat. Polly, why is your cultivation still at the nascent soul stage? As soon as these words left his mouth, Boone regretted them. After all, and managed the grand sect affairs for him, and Little Plum Blossom Realm's sparse spiritual energy naturally slowed her progress. Yet, she worked silently without complaint. His words must have hurt her. Thinking this, Boone gently hugged her from behind. Polly, I'm sorry, I've made things hard for you. And, holding Tracy, shivered slightly at Boone's embrace. It's all right. Our sect was destroyed, and we wandered aimlessly. Without you, it would have been hard to keep this world alive amidst the turmoil in Yunzhou. Touched by her understanding, Boone felt deeply grateful to Anne. Polly, I've decided to move Grand Mystic Sect out of Little Plum Blossom Realm. Turning around, and looked surprised at Boone. You want to move Grand Mystic Sect out of Little Plum Blossom Realm? What about the other minor sects? Boone responded, how many disciples does Grand Mystic Sect have now? 3,000 outer disciples, 800 inner disciples, and only 32 direct disciples, and answered earnestly upon mentioning Grand Mystic Sect. The regulations from Xiuxian sect were directly applied to Grand Mystic Sect. Disciples need to cultivate independently to a certain level before being chosen by the elders as direct disciples. Boone nodded. The promotion system of Xiuxian sect, which had lasted millions of years, was clearly well developed and could boost disciples' motivation. But now our cultivation techniques are quite limited, lacking diversity despite having many people. Also, in auxiliary paths, we only have alchemy. I wanted Edie to join Grand Mystic Sect, but since you, the sect leader, were away, I needed your decision. Boone remembered that Edie was Anne's close friend and a top figure in the previous sect of artifacts, indicating strong capabilities. That sounds good. If she wants to join us, I agree wholeheartedly. You, as deputy sect leader, can decide. Feeling Boone's trust, and smiled softly and nodded. By then, they had arrived at Grand Mystic Sect's gate. Deputy sect leader. The guards saluted. They did not recognize Boone. Looking at their disciplined manner, Boone noted their solid foundations and smiled. You two are excellent. I also started as a guard. Translation ends here. Hashtag chapter 238. Seizing territory and women. The two mountain guards were bewildered. Who was this person standing beside Vice Sect Leader Graceland? He looked like a big shot directing the course of events. And smiled. Why don't you come and meet your sect leader? The two guards were inwardly shocked but quickly snapped back to their senses, bowing deeply in unison. Greetings, sect leader. Chime. Detected a 4-star chi fortune around the host. Boone followed the system's prompt and saw one of the mountain guards emitting radiant light above his head. This person carries the protagonist's fortune and is about to experience an epiphany while cultivating in Shizhou, greatly enhancing his power. What's your name? This subordinate's name is Jace Carmine. The tall and slender guard replied excitedly. Boone appraised him from top to bottom and nodded. Stage 9 of body tempering. Not bad. How long have you been practicing? I am 17 years old this year, and I've been practicing for nearly a year. Jace Carmine's face was flushed with excitement. Reach the golden core stage within 3 years, and I will take you as my personal disciple. Boone smiled lightly and floated past them. Instantly, they were stunned. The sect leader wanted to take Jace Carmine as a personal disciple. Although it required reaching the golden core stage within 3 years, that was still the sect leader's promise made personally. Jace Carmine's eyes brimmed with renewed determination. Upon returning to Hildred Men, Boone convened a sect assembly. All members of Hildred Men attended. Looking at the ever-growing Hildred Men, Boone smiled at Anne. Today, I wish to announce a piece of news. Our Hildred Men will soon move out of Xianxia realm. A wave of astonishment swept through the entire sect. In reality, many disciples of Hildred Men were remnants of the former Xiuxian sect. Their expressions were particularly worried. Sect leader, won't the Lulang sect chase us down outside? Yes. Sect leader, we are still weak. Shouldn't we practice for a longer time? Indeed. I also think going out now is too dangerous. The Lulang sect has so many Yuaning elders, and even joined body cultivators. Boone, seeing the worried expressions of the disciples, didn't say anything. Instead, he used a teleportation technique, instantly rising high above everyone. Wow. Is sect leader already at the joined body stage? Impossible. Sect leader is so young. He's already at the joined body stage? Heaven. Joined body stage. I've only just broken through to the golden core. Sect leader's cultivation speed is astounding. The discussions below erupted into a frenzy, speculating on Boone's cultivation and talent. Boone gently pressed his hand downwards, silencing the crowd. I understand everyone's concerns. But, a wolf traveling 1,000 miles eats meat. A dog traveling 1,000 miles eats shit. We cannot keep hiding forever. It's human nature to challenge and to overcome oneself. Should our mighty Hildred Men continue cowering in this Xianxia realm? One who dares to overcome difficulties and challenge the strong is worthy of being called a wolf. Do you want to be wolves or dogs? After Boone spoke, Delbert immediately chimed in, Wolf, I want to be a wolf. Jet also followed suit, then Jace High, and gradually all the Hildred Min disciples were roused. Wolf, 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 we're not afraid of the Lulang sect. Let's fight them. Seeing the emotions stirred up, Boone again pressed his hands downwards. I, Boone, did not make this decision for all of you lightly. You see, I'm now at the joined body stage. Do you know why? Because I've arrived in Shizhou, beyond Yunzhou. The spiritual energy in Shizhou is several times denser than in Yunzhou. Naturally, my cultivation has sped up in such an environment. Moreover, Yunzhou is now dominated by major demonic sects, its spiritual energy depleted and demon chi rampant. Can you wait any longer? Can you stay cramped in this small world? Are you willing to wait for the demonic sects to attack again, waiting for me to lead you in a humiliating escape? The disciples were stirred up. No, we must go out. Go out. We need to go out. Boone shouted loudly, we must go out. Not only go out, but also seize territory and cultivation resources. The people below became even more agitated. We want to seize territory and resources. Seize territory. At this moment, Jet howled like a wolf. A woo. We also want to seize women. Seize women. Boone. The entire Hildred Min seemed energized, beginning preparations for the grand relocation. Boone led the vanguard out of Xianxia realm. He wasn't just leading Hildred Min out, he was also encouraging other sects to leave voluntarily. The 9-star talisman had 9 stars left for other sects to choose from. Suddenly, the 9-star talisman world became lively as many sects moved out. The spiritual energy in this realm was far denser than in Xianxia, and Shizhou's spiritual energy was even richer. However, some minor sects lacked ambition and high-ranking cultivators, deciding to stay temporarily in the realm. Boone understood this. Thus, Boone led Alia, Edie, Tad, Franklin, Delbert, Myrtle, Denny, and Jet out of Xianxia realm. This group, as the vanguard, planned to find a suitable spiritual vein in Shizhou for the new headquarters. Once everything was settled, the rest would follow. #### Central Continent. Hidden Clan Orson family. A young man wearing a brocade feather hat rushed into the main hall, flustered. Sitting cross-legged in the hall was a middle-aged cultivator whose features bore a striking resemblance to Myrtle. Patriarch. Miss has been found. The patriarch's form trembled slightly, his lips moving. Where is she? In Shizhou. Prepare the carriage. Go fetch that troublesome girl, Myrtle.
Yes.
When Denny appeared in Shizhou, the Chen family in the Central Continent felt it immediately. The prince's talisman is moving. Quickly inform His Highness the King. An elderly woman said gravely.
Yes.
Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in a bright yellow robe strode into the courtyard. Mother. My son Bruno. Where is he? The elderly woman smiled and showed a jade token. Look, he's in Shizhou. Ha 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 ha. My son Bruno indeed has great fortune. In Shizhou. In Shizhou. I'll go fetch him right away. The man was filled with excitement. Chapter 239. The return of many protagonists. Destiny. The old woman smiled gently, tears welling up in her eyes. She had finally found her grandson. Jose, your son has wandered outside for so many years and endured much hardship. Go and bring him back quickly and acknowledge him as part of the family. Yes.
Yes.
Ding. Detected 5-star destiny around the host. Ding. Detected 7-star destiny around the host. Boone's eyelids twitched. As soon as he led everyone out, a large number of glowing lights appeared above their heads, one more intense than the other. This person has recently been blessed with good fortune, about to return to his family, and will soon make rapid progress in cultivation. This person has recently been favored by heaven. Upon arriving in West Province, the dense spiritual energy caused him to ascend 3 levels. This person possesses protagonist-level destiny. Boone was somewhat numb. Did it have to be this exaggerated? However, the homecoming notifications above Denny and Myrtle made Boone realize that these two individuals came from powerful backgrounds, yet they had been surprisingly low-key until now. It was quite an accomplishment for them both. Suddenly, Boone remembered something. Denny practiced the Kuehua skill. This recognition would mean trouble if anyone connected this skill to him. After meeting Denny's family, it would be wise to keep a distance. Boone began to secretly plan this in his mind. In the end, they chose a secluded deep canyon. Although the spirit vein here wasn't huge compared to West Province's standards, it matched the scale of the old Xinyuan sect's location. Boone constructed 10 spirit gathering formations at the new Wilburshan headquarters for the disciples to cultivate. This level of extravagance could only come from someone like Boone. Not enough spirit medicines? Buy them. Not enough spirit stones? Find Jerome. With Jerome at hand, the world is mine. One should know that building a single spirit gathering formation required tens of billions of spirit stones. He planned to finish setting up the headquarters and then explore other secret realms in West Province. Could so many secret realms not offer any opportunities? Besides, he could bring along several protagonists, raise pigs for 1,000 days, use them in one day. He couldn't waste this opportunity. The most crucial part of establishing the headquarters was the mountain protecting Grand Array. However, Wilbur sect lacked experts in arrays. So, and prepared to visit West Province's array sects for help and hire an array master for a high price. Though hiring an array master isn't a problem, there's a more serious issue. Boone disagreed. That master wouldn't be our ally. Knowing the array eye and methods to break it would always disadvantage the sect. Instead of spending such great efforts on an unreliable result, we should learn array techniques ourselves. Then know arrays? And frowned. Who else in Wilbur's sect could delve into array techniques at this time, and still become proficient? Boone shook his head with a smile. I didn't say no arrays, just delay them for now. Let's set up the headquarters first. This place is remote and not exactly a prime spirit vein. We'll attract less attention and build gradually. Agreed. Thus, Wilbur Sect's vanguard started transforming the peak and constructing the headquarters. This spirit vein stretched north-south, flanked by two vast mountain ranges running east-west, forming a natural narrow corridor. Dominic, I just inquired. This place is called Xiuxian Canyon or Xiuxi Corridor, connecting Cloud Province and West Province. Ilium walked over from outside. Franklin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Brother Yi, this location is perfect. Once our sect grows, this area can turn into a prosperous immortal town. Denny and others nodded in agreement. Ilium nodded. This location is indeed excellent. The only downside is that the spirit vein is small, and the spiritual energy is sparse compared to other parts of West Province. And laughed. Compared to our previous little plum flower realm, it's already quite good. Boone agreed. Later, we can set up spirit gathering formations to ensure sufficient cultivation resources for the disciples. Just as everyone was enjoying a harmonious moment, Boone heard the system notification. Ding. Detected ominous black clouds of destiny around the host. This person will be caught in the battle between Cloud Province and West Province today, facing life and death. This person will be severely injured during the Cloud Province demonic sect's attack on the sect today and die of untreated wounds. This person. Boone frowned. Everyone's heads were suddenly covered by ominous black clouds of destiny. What was happening? Was the Cloud Province demonic sect coming? Brooke was leading many Xianxia Valley disciples to the West Province border. Report. Young Dominic. Ahead lies the gathering place of a large number of Mohammeds from Cloud Province. A sword cultivator flew back swiftly, clearly acting as a spy for Xianxia Valley. Go. Take me there. Brooke increased speed and followed the sword cultivator disciple to the West Province border. West Province had only one gateway. The boundaries with other provinces were filled with spatial turbulence, making it difficult for even great perfection realm cultivators to survive the spatial storms. Thus, interprovincial travel passed through West Province's gateway. This explained why the West Province gateway charged tolls, as Central Province and other major provinces seldom visited. In their view, West Province was ordinary and spiritually sparse. As for places like Cloud Province or Pur Provinces, they had to pay substantial toll fees to enter West Province. But now, a large number of Mohammeds from Cloud Province gathered outside West Province's gateway, their menacing presence indicating they had no intention of paying the fee. Brooke arrived quickly. He stepped forward, exhaling deeply. Cloud Province has never clashed with West Province. Why gather here today? His voice carried a thick layer of spiritual energy, transmitting clearly to everyone on the opposite side. Hehehe, why are we here? West Province controls so many resources but wastes them. It's time to share with Cloud Province. A sinister voice echoed from the opposing camp. Brooke's eyes gleamed. Cowards showing yourselves piecemeal, asking for death. Hung. A tiny dragon orbiting Brooke suddenly unleashed a dragon breath towards the source of the voice, sweeping a large area of space. Simultaneously, a figure from the center of the opposing camp disintegrated into ashes within the dragon breath. Silence fell over the scene. This was Brooke, the Norris of Xianxia Valley, the top talent among the younger generation in West Province, and deputy head of Xianxia Valley. Chapter 240. Delbert's Surging Fortunes. I am Lamar Sec's Zeus. Zeus glanced sideways at Brooke, full of disdain. Himph, can you of the Mystic Flame Valley really represent West Prefecture? How pitiful for the other sects in West Prefecture. Brooke responded even more rudely to Zeus. It's not that Mystic Flame Valley represents West Prefecture, but I, Brooke, represent it. Where do you come from, bastard? Don't think too highly of yourself. Disciples of Mystic Flame Valley, listen to my command. If any from Cloud Prefecture gather outside the gates of West Prefecture, kill without mercy. Brooke did not waste words, coldly looked at Zeus once more, then pointed his sword forward and issued orders sternly. Whoosh! 300 sword cultivators of Mystic Flame Valley surged out first, followed by the law enforcement team of West Prefecture, the same ones who had clashed with Boone earlier. Zeus waved his hand, and disciples from Lamar Sect, Soul Demon Sect, Device Demon Sect, and Pill Demon Sect all stepped forward. The current power dynamics in Cloud Prefecture now clearly revolved around Lamar Sect. Previously lofty three major sects were now mere pawns under Lamar Sect. Listen up, disciples of Cloud Prefecture. Those people from West Prefecture monopolize a large amount of resources and won't let us live. What should we do? Zeus shouted. Fight, fight, fight. The disciples of Cloud Prefecture eagerly volunteered. A battle seemed imminent. In Xiuxi Canyon, Boone saw the black clouds hanging over everyone's heads and realized the location choice for this sect seemed problematic. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Those busy constructing the mountain gate were startled by Boone's sudden shout, stopping their work and looking at him bewildered. Spirit mode activated instantly. Boom. Boone's mental power increased once again, finally breaking through after endless battles these days. His mental power was now strong enough to barely control two avatars simultaneously. Spirit mode deactivated. Azai appeared beside Boone. Let's not rush to build the mountain gate just yet. Something significant seems to have happened nearby. Let's check on the situation at the West Prefecture gate first. Delbert quickly offered, Dominic, let me go. After inspecting Delbert's cultivation level, now 8th stage golden core, Boone nodded. You will go with Azai. Curious about the newly appeared Azai, Delbert couldn't help asking, Dominic, who is this senior? Many others turned to look as they hadn't seen Azai before. Boone decided not to reveal Azai's identity as an avatar yet, treating it as a trump card. This is my brother Azai, a powerful sword cultivator with higher cultivation than myself. Ah, so this is senior Azai. Pleased to meet you. I'm Boone's eldest disciple, Delbert. Delbert bowed respectfully. Heh, the boy has talent indeed, Azai said in a changed voice. Edie watched this scene with a peculiar expression, knowing Azai's true identity. Well, I'll go investigate what's happening at the West Prefecture gate. Azai immediately summoned his sword, carrying Delbert as they flew off towards West Prefecture gate. Denny marveled aloud, Gate Lord, do you have some sort of divination skill? How did you know something was amiss at the West Prefecture gate? Boone smiled, about to explain, when he sensed something unusual. Indeed, next moment, a huge rift appeared in the sky. A group of people emerged before Wilbur sect members. This dramatic entrance, though less flashy than Purple Star Palace Dominic's arrival, was undeniably shocking. More astonishingly, the leading middle-aged man bore a 6/10 resemblance to Denny. My son, my child. Seeing the stunned Denny, he rushed forward, embracing him while sobbing uncontrollably. Boone's heart pounded. Could this be Denny's family? Most frighteningly, this Yuri, who resembled Denny, was a feathered immortal cultivator. Denny stood dazed. You are? My son, I am your father. Yuri's eyes welled with sorrow, realizing Denny no longer recognized him. It wasn't surprising that Bruno didn't remember him since they separated when he was only a few years old. Father. Denny couldn't believe it. Carefully examining Yuri, childhood memories resurfaced, tears welling up. Father, it's you. Have you come to take me away? Yes, Father has come to take you back. Father will make it up to you. The Chun family leader position will belong to you alone. We don't need to hide anymore. Embracing and weeping, they caught up on recent events. Observers from both sides remained silent, unwilling to disturb them. By the way, Father, let me introduce you to our Gate Lord Boone, who has taken care of me for years. Denny suddenly remembered Boone, turning to introduce him to Yuri. But turning, he found Boone nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Azai raced with Delbert. As a sword cultivator, his perception was incredibly sharp. Though still some distance away, Azai felt intense combat waves coming from West Prefecture Gate. Azai abruptly stopped. Senior Azai, is something wrong? Delbert curiously observed Azai. Throughout the journey, Delbert marveled at Azai's strength. He was already 9th stage Union formation realm and an accomplished sword cultivator. Frowning at the direction of West Prefecture Gate, Azai warned, combat is ongoing. Let's be cautious. Delbert froze. Combat? He sensed nothing. As if reading his mind, Azai asked, Xiuxian, do you want to learn sword Dao from me? I do. Delbert's excitement burst forth. Senior Azai, will you teach me? Ding. 9-star fortune appears around the host. Above Delbert's head, system notifications appeared. This person is the protagonist with good fortune and will soon inherit ancient sword Dao. Azai was surprised. Was Delbert's luck starting to surge now? Despite being a 9-star fortune, Azai had no intention of interfering with Delbert. Honestly, since adopting Delbert, Azai hadn't taught him much due to time constraints, but instead learned Wilbur Array symbol technique from him. Chapter 241. Azai breaks through to the separate spirit stage. Suddenly, Delbert seemed to realize something. But, Senior, I already have a master. Azai chuckled awkwardly. This kid, unexpectedly respectful and devoted to his teacher. He even knew not to casually take another as his master. What can we do then? It's rare for me to take on a disciple. If you miss this chance, you might never step onto the path of sword cultivation. Azai deliberately teased him, wanting to see the kid's reaction. Sure enough, hearing Azai's words, Delbert's face showed signs of conflict. He really yearned for the path of sword cultivation, but he already had Dominic Boone. Senior, thank you for your kindness, but without my master's permission, I will not take another as my master. To his surprise, Delbert ultimately declined. Azai, on the contrary, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good boy. No wonder you caught my eye. No wonder you are Boone's disciple. Don't worry. Teaching you the way of sword cultivation. Your master knows about it. Delbert looked at Azai in shock. Dominic Azai took out a voice-storing stone and handed it to Delbert. Xiaotian, Azai is an exceptional sword cultivator. If you get the opportunity, make sure to learn well from him. Don't miss out, remember? It was clearly Boone's voice. Delbert immediately rejoiced. With Boone's permission, he could naturally learn the way of sword cultivation. Senior, please accept this bow from Delbert. Thank you for being willing to teach me. I will always regard you as my master. Seeing Delbert's sincere demeanor, Azai nodded and began imparting swordsmanship to him. Delbert learned swordsmanship very quickly. After just one session from Azai, Delbert had fully mastered sword control. This left Azai utterly astonished. Knowing how difficult it was for Boone's main body to learn sword techniques, always unable to grasp them and ultimately claiming disinterest, it was evident that cultivating swordsmanship heavily tested one's talent. And this Delbert was clearly a naturally gifted practitioner. Senior, what do you think of my sword control? Delbert asked excitedly. Good, very good, excellent. Azai nodded. The celestial sword spirit, sensing external events, transmitted sound to Azai. I feel like his talent in swordsmanship surpasses even yours. Azai couldn't help but inwardly complain. That guy is a blessed protagonist. How could it be the same? However, with his triple-bodied self and the hijack system, he hoped to have as many blessed protagonists around him as possible. This time, the two of them could fly together on swords, quickly arriving near the borders of Shizhou. Indeed, they saw an exceptionally large battle unfolding in the distance. Shizhou's spiritual cultivators were locked in intense combat with Yumazhou's Muhammad's. Senior, there really is a battle here. Delbert, watching the fierce battle before him, felt an even stronger desire to grow stronger. Azai patted Delbert's shoulder. Once you cultivate your sword heart, you'll be able to sense these things too. Sword heart? Senior, I think I've already cultivated it. Delbert looked innocent, purely curious about the topic of sword heart. Azai. Very good, not slow at all, not much worse than when I started. On the surface, Azai appeared nonchalant, but internally he couldn't help but grumble. Cheeky heavens, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Yunzhou was now under the rule of Muhammad's, and had been renamed Yumazhou. To expand their influence, they targeted Shizhou first due to its proximity. Thus, the war between the two states was inevitable. They just hadn't expected such an early attack. Azai and Delbert observed the battlefield from the edges. Although Delbert didn't fully understand, he obediently followed Azai. Both being sword cultivators, they moved swiftly. It looked like the battle would not conclude anytime soon, so Azai began using the Great Demon Absorption spell whenever no one was paying attention. He targeted those who were almost beaten to the brink of collapse, as their weak spirit power made them easy prey for the spell. At this moment, Delbert finally discovered that Azai practiced demon arts. However, he merely showed surprise but didn't find it problematic. After all, Xiuxian sect was known for accepting disciples regardless of background. As Azai devoured more cultivators, his cultivation advanced rapidly. Soon, he reached the peak of the fusion stage, just a step away from breaking through to the separate spirit stage. The key to breaking through from the fusion stage to the separate spirit stage lay in nurturing divine consciousness. Separate spirit stage, by definition, involved separating the divine consciousness from the fusion of spirit power and the physical body. Once divine consciousness separated, it allowed for smoother manipulation of spiritual energy. Following that was continuous cultivation of the divine consciousness until reaching the grand ascension stage. For most cultivators, nurturing divine consciousness required a long process, but Azai did not need this. With the Wicked Soul Extermination Sutra, his spirit power far exceeded that of other cultivators at the same stage. After devouring over 10 demon crystals, the Great Demon Absorption spell began operating frenziedly. Above his head, a black shadow gradually formed, perfectly resembling Azai. Azai's divine consciousness had birthed. First level of the separate spirit stage. At this point, Azai had surpassed his main body, Boon, by a major cultivation level. Wow, this? Delbert stared in shock at Azai, any hint of pride from his rapid sword cultivation disappearing instantly. Compared to senior Azai, Delbert felt he still had a long way to go. Xiuxian, where do you want to go now? I can accompany you on a journey to hone your skills. Azai smiled at Delbert, who wore an admiring expression. Meanwhile, Azai extended his demonic divine consciousness over 10 miles, enveloping the entire battlefield. Brook, known as a heaven-defying blessed protagonist, naturally wasn't to be underestimated. He suddenly sensed a powerful divine consciousness sweeping over him. Though enraged by this, he was currently battling numerous high-ranking experts from Lulang sect and Xianxia sect, leaving him no time to deal with it. Thus, Brook fought even more fiercely. Brook's strength also shocked the various sects of Yumazhou. With his nearly invulnerable physique and Yanlong's firepower exceeding divine flames, the Mohammeds suffered bitterly. Yet, these invading Mohammeds from Yunmazhou must have received strict orders to breach Shizhou's defenses at all costs. Therefore, they fought fearlessly, pressing forward one after another. Despite Brook's prowess, the balance between both sides remained temporarily stable. Chapter 242, The Heaven and Earth Stir, 9 Levels of Transformation. Brook's anger grew with every passing moment. At this critical time, Huangyan sect, one of the 2 major pillars of Shizhou, was playing dead, leaving Xianyan Valley to bear the brunt of the battle. Brook glanced around. His Xianyan Valley disciples were suffering heavy casualties. He made a decision. If Huangyan sect did not send reinforcements by tomorrow, he would no longer blame them if he withdrew his disciples back to their own sect, abandoning this battleground. His hands tightened, and the 2 demonic cultivators surrounding him were instantly killed before they could even scream. After Denny and his son left, Boon reappeared. Regarding what Jet had told him about Denny's background, Boon feigned great surprise, only lamenting that he had urgent matters to attend to and could not see Denny off. After giving some instructions, Boon began to study the Great Abyss array symbols and simultaneously reviewed his current cultivation techniques. He planned to choose one main martial skill to focus on. The 8 Extremes collapse was becoming less suitable for his current level. Once cultivators reached a high stage, their bodies became much stronger, and after reaching the Divergent Soul stage, they gained spiritual awareness. The hidden power of 8 Extremes collapse lost its unexpected impact. The hidden power of 8 Extremes collapse was real energy accumulated within the body, unleashed unexpectedly when the opponent wasn't aware. But at the Divergent Soul stage, spiritual awareness could detect these layers of hidden power in advance, and with speed-enhancing techniques, battles tended to favor speed. For example, during Tracy and Brook's battle, although Tracy was slightly weaker in strength, her speed gave her an edge. Had it not been for Brook's flame dragon burning Tracy's skin, the outcome might have been uncertain. Only at the Grand Ascension stage did one gain the ability to tear through space, using spatial forces to lock down opponents. After locking down an opponent, powerful spells could be used to severely damage them. Therefore, Boon's magnetic divine fire still had its place in later stages, but was temporarily in an awkward position. Boon decided to unify and integrate the divine fire, divine water, and 9 levels of transformation. Currently, after using the divine fire technique, the other 2 techniques couldn't be used due to the overwhelming suppression from the 4th level divine fire. Boon's idea was bold, yet it was precisely this boldness that had led him to fuse the superior level spirit force cultivation method, eradication of evil spirit scripture. Once he had an idea, he didn't hesitate. He immediately began using the immaculate scripture to merge the techniques. Unexpectedly, as the fusion progressed, a peculiar resonance of Tao formed between heaven and earth, a phenomenon caused by the change in law. Central State. Hildred Hall. Did you feel it? This time, I felt it clearly. It's in Shizhou. Leilani, you must make the journey. Bring back this youth and seize the opportunity while exploring the Shizhou region, which is filled with secret realms. Qing Su Zhanren gently stroked his beard and looked at a female cultivator meditating nearby. She exuded an icy aura. Even from afar, one could feel the biting cold. Yet her cheeks were faintly red, seemingly due to her cultivation technique. Yes. Her voice was clear and cold. She traced a hand seal over her chest and suddenly transformed into a ball of flames, vanishing in an instant. On a snowy peak several dozen miles away from Hildred Hall, a woman identical to the previous one sat cross-legged atop a glacier-covered mountain peak. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Shizhou? A prodigy who can stir the world. In the next second, she turned into flames again and disappeared from the peak. In midair, Leilani tore through space with her bare hands, transforming into a meteor streaking into the spatial rift. Xiuxian looked toward the distant mountain and nodded, stroking his beard. Chui's Fire Phoenix technique has advanced further. She now controls her Fire Phoenix avatar effortlessly. It turned out that the female cultivator had left an avatar with Xiuxian just to relay information. This was the strength of Hildred Hall, Central State, Ziwei Star Palace. Ashley, great changes are imminent. Go to Shizhou where someone has stirred the forces of heaven and earth. Bring him back here. Also, since Shizhou is full of secret realms, take the opportunity to seek fortune and see if you can break through to the Grand Ascension stage. Yes, Dominic. Ashley responded and immediately turned to leave. Indeed, Ashley was already at the peak of the Divergent Soul stage. Since the Palace Dominic repaired her spiritual acupoint problem, her cultivation rapidly advanced. Now, she was a renowned genius cultivator in Central State. As Boone's 9 levels of transformation began merging, others in Hildred's sect also settled down to cultivate, waiting for news from Azai and Delbert. Meanwhile, Delbert didn't quite understand what Azai meant. So, why do you want me to travel around? Didn't Dominic say we should just investigate and report back? Azai sighed inwardly. This child was indeed too straightforward. Don't you have any desires or impulses to explore somewhere? With those words, Delbert's heart stirred. He really wanted to compete in flying sword techniques with Azai. So, Delbert bluntly shared his thoughts with Azai. Ha, good. As you wish. Azai asked Delbert to travel around primarily to trigger the 9-star fortune. Although he was eager to know when Delbert would activate it, he realized haste makes waste. Therefore, he decided to let Delbert follow his heart for a while and see if he could grasp the 9-star fortune. Thus, Azai controlled his cultivation to the 8th level of Golden Core and started a flying competition with Delbert. However, no matter how fast Delbert flew, he couldn't catch up to Azai. Determined, Delbert's face flushed as he strained to keep up. Azai taught him. It's not because your talent is inferior to mine, nor because your comprehension isn't good enough. In terms of flying sword techniques, although you learned from me, I have something extra. What? Delbert stared blankly at Azai, wondering if he missed something. Azai took a deep breath and solemnly said, Primordial Thunder. Chapter 243, 9-Star Chi, Ancient Lightning Sword Technique. Heavenly Thunder Origin? Delbert was even more bewildered. Azai smiled. This is a strand of origin I collected during my heavenly tribulation. Now, I'll give you half of it. Try enhancing your flying sword with this lightning. Whoosh. As soon as the Heavenly Thunder Origin arrived, Delbert suddenly transformed into a streak of light and rushed out. Even Azai was greatly surprised, not expecting that just adding a thread of lightning would increase his speed so much. The dominance of Thunder Origin had already begun to alter Delbert's body as Azai transferred it to him. In an instant, Delbert's body had been rebuilt several times over by the thunder. His physique had now become predominantly thunder attribute. Although Delbert's speed had increased dramatically, the flying sword beneath his feet instantly shattered. The ordinary iron sword he was standing on could not withstand the penetration of lightning and immediately crumbled. Azai consoled him. Your sword is too poor. We should go buy you a better one first. Delbert nodded, and they flew towards the nearest immortal town. It wasn't their fault for not returning after investigation. Mainly, what they were investigating, Boone already knew. Whether they reported back or not wasn't important to him. Moreover, Boone was currently integrating the 3 9th level transformations, and even if they returned, he wouldn't have time to deal with this matter. For now, it was crucial to settle down his young disciple properly and quickly retrieve the 9-Star Chi. In a moment, they arrived at Lei Gu Immortal Town. Delbert's previously shattered iron sword, which looked like an ordinary, rusty long sword, unexpectedly began to tremble as soon as they reached the town. The next second, it uncontrollably flew in a certain direction. The origins of this sword were unknown, but Delbert seemed extremely concerned. As soon as the fragments flew away, he followed them urgently. Azai hurriedly followed him closely. Boom! Suddenly, they collided into a hidden realm. This secret realm was extremely concealed. After the two vanished, no ripples appeared in the sky above the immortal town, as if they had never been there. Uriel stared blankly at the scene before him. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed he wasn't hallucinating, then called his servants to guard the airspace around. He had clearly seen 2 cultivators disappear here. Whether waiting like this would help or not, he wanted to try. Cultivation was always about seizing every opportunity. Delbert flew forward like he was under a spell, while Azai released his divine senses to perceive the surroundings, instinctively protecting Delbert at the center of his senses. He hadn't expected that casually teaching Delbert would lead to discovering an ancient secret realm. He even wondered if every time he taught Delbert something new, he'd stumble upon some other fortune. Deciding secretly, Azai thought that whenever he had time, he would take Delbert out to train and see if they could encounter anything good. Boone's Pig Farming Manual. Soon, the two arrived at a space filled with lightning. Xiaoxian, quickly come absorb the lightning. These are all thunder origins. Azai eagerly called for Delbert to absorb the power before them. Both greedily absorbed the sea of thunder, but it seemed endless. After absorbing for 3 days and nights, they couldn't absorb any more. Yet the sea of lightning showed no change. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Delbert. At this moment, Delbert entered a profound state of receiving inheritance. He entered a meditative enlightenment state. Then, the shards of the broken iron sword that had been shattered by lightning gathered around Delbert, slowly rotating around him. Startled, Azai wondered if this was a mystical treasure sword. The Stacy emerged. Yes, this is an ancient treasure sword. It has been activated by the thunder power. It can disassemble and reassemble itself, a rare find. Who knows how Delbert obtained it? A series of wondrous notes sounded. The ancient lightning sword technique is given to those who have a connection. Although you aren't the chosen one, since you've come here, consider it destiny. I shall also impart it to you. How much you comprehend will depend on your fate. Boom. Then, a light beam enveloped Azai as well, sending him into a similar enlightenment state. The ancient lightning sword technique required a practitioner with a lightning affinity, using thunder origins within the technique. Training in the thunder pool would significantly boost its effectiveness. Time passed slowly. Neither Azai nor Delbert knew how long they practiced. To them, it felt like more than 10 years. Worried, Delbert thought of his master waiting anxiously. As if knowing his thoughts, the ancient powerful voice rang out again. Time flows differently here. Don't worry, 10 years here equate to only a brief moment outside. Relieved, Delbert finally mastered the ancient lightning sword technique, divided into 3 moves. 1. Light displacement blade, using lightning to cause visual illusions, deceiving the enemy. 2. Lightning slash, enhancing sword chi with lightning for ranged attacks. 3. Flying rainbow lightning blade, body and sword merging, turning into lightning to destroy everything. Truly worthy of being an ancient sword technique. Having grasped the inheritance, they left the secret realm. Upon exiting, they found themselves surrounded by a group led by Uriel. Haha, hand over all your treasures, and I won't kill you. Delbert glanced at Azai, who shrugged. These are troubles one encounters while traveling. Some people don't know their place and seek death. Remember, a sword cultivator uses killing to hone their sword heart, but beware not to get lost in it. This one's yours. With that, Azai folded his arms and stood aside, watching Delbert. Delbert grew solemn, fixing his gaze on Uriel. Uriel, a nascent soul cultivator, seeing the gold core cultivator Delbert defying him, sneered and lunged forward. Ancient lightning sword technique, first move, light displacement blade. Swish. A head hit the ground. Chapter 244. Delbert is a prime pig. Rocky rushed forward with a long sword in hand, but before he could make a move, his head was separated from his body in less than a second. An instant kill. This was the power of the ancient sword technique. Asterisk ancient thunderlight sword technique asterisk. The family head is dead? The guard closest to Rocky was splattered with blood. After wiping his face, he looked around in horror. Azai shot him an impatient glance, and the guard's head also flew off his body. This time, the screams were even louder. The Nidhogg family servants nearby were so frightened that they scattered in all directions. Azai simply glanced at them indifferently, saying nothing further or making another move. Kohen Azai, I killed someone. Delbert had acted without mercy earlier, but now he began to feel nervous. Even his hand holding the sword started trembling. Azai looked at Delbert. First time killing? Delbert nodded shakily, then shook his head. I'm not sure if what happened before counts as killing, but this time, I took his life intentionally. He didn't deserve to die. Upon hearing this, Azai let out a cold, eerie laugh. Deserve to die? Has your master not taught you the rule of the survival of the fittest in the cultivation world? Besides, he provoked you first. He's just a scattered yawning cultivator. Why be so timid? Azai's gaze darkened as he approached Delbert, stopping only when his fingertips touched Delbert's face. If you hadn't killed him, he would think you lacked courage and background. Considering how weak you appear yet possess extraordinary skills, what do you think he would do? Revenge me? Delbert seemed to start understanding gradually. Revenge? Indeed, he would. He'd gather more relatives and friends, poison you subtly, or directly stalk and ambush you, subduing you by force. Or worse, after investigating you thoroughly, he might wipe out everyone you care about. You must understand what good martial skills mean in the cultivation world. Delbert instantly paled, finally comprehending the severity of the situation. Seeing the right moment, Azai spoke clearly. Powerful martial arts mean you can seize more resources. I see you're still too naive. You need more practical experience. Follow me more often. Delbert nodded vigorously. Kohen Azai, I understand. I will study hard. Then we should return to inform Dominic about the situation in Shizhou, shouldn't we? Otherwise, he'll worry. Seeing Delbert's concern, Azai felt a slight inner stirring. He controlled this clone, so his thoughts were indeed Boone's awareness. But what did Dominic mean? Was he that old? Confused by Azai's suddenly menacing gaze, Delbert wondered, what's wrong with Kohen Azai? Finally, Azai muttered, no rush. We have plenty to do. Delbert was puzzled. Why did so many things happen on his first outing? If Azai knew, he would think, isn't it obvious? You should explore more and tell that scheming heaven that the child of fortune has come to claim top-tier luck. The two strolled leisurely, with Azai letting Delbert go wherever he wished. After some thought, Delbert led Azai to an auction house. Just as Azai suggested, he thought visiting might be a good idea. Maybe he'd find something valuable. This was the largest auction house in the immortal town, reportedly owned by the Huangyan sect. Ding! Detected 5-star luck near the host. A beam of luck again fell atop Delbert. This person has the main character's luck, and will soon acquire an excellent flying tool at this auction. Without hesitation, Azai pulled Delbert into the auction house. The receptionist at the entrance was a Jean Dan cultivator, who, sensing the hint of divided stage aura from Azai, was visibly startled. Such a powerful figure descending upon this small place. Young disciple greets the elder. Are you here for the auction, or to offer items for auction? Not bothering to be courteous, Azai barged in. Of course, just looking. What good things could you possibly have here? Take us to the VIP seats. Excuse me, does the elder have our Huangyan auction house VIP card? Azai feigned anger. Ridiculous. Do you doubt my wealth? No. How dare I? How dare I? Despite the guard's protest, his eyes darted suspiciously. Azai saw through his disbelief. With such an attitude, you won't have anything valuable here. And a mere Jean Dan cultivator dares to stop me? Confused by the scene, Delbert thought, Kohen Azai isn't usually like this. Kohen, please don't be angry. The commotion drew the attention of a fat, round manager. Kohen, I'm in charge here. How did my guards offend you? Smiling warmly, the manager appeared very approachable. Azai waved his sleeve. Take us to your VIP seats. The manager hesitated, exchanging glances with the guard. If the elder doesn't have our VIP card, we cannot provide VIP seating. However, if you can provide a top-tier treasure, you will naturally become our honored guest. A sly look flashed across the manager's eyes. Our auction house belongs to the Huangyin sect. Please give them the respect they deserve. Azai snorted coldly. Using the Huangyin sect to pressure me? Immediately, his sword chi stirred threateningly. Sword cultivator. Clank clank clank. Chapter 245. Shizhou Lu Shan sect. A powerful sword cultivator can generate their own sword chi while simultaneously causing swords within a certain range to vibrate ceaselessly. According to legend, the most formidable sword cultivators could summon thousands of swords to their side, filling the air with their resonant hum. At this moment, the chubby manager was no longer composed. A transcendent stage sword cultivator was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying presence. Among the 30,000 paths in the cultivation world, the path of swordsmanship bore the heaviest aura of killing intent. And once you offended a sword cultivator, they would hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Flying sword technique, being the supreme form of aerial movement, far surpassed even the best body techniques. Seeing Xiuxian use this, bullying under the guise of authority, Delbert felt puzzled but remained obediently silent. Humbly yours has committed a grievous sin, please. Senior, please. The chubby manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly welcomed the two into the hall. Humph. Xiuxian sneered, leading Delbert to the grandest VIP seat in the hall. Senior Xiuxian, your presence was truly awe-inspiring just now. As the two spoke, a new item was brought forward for auction. I'm sure everyone is waiting for this one, right? A charming female host winked at the crowd below, showcasing it to the onlookers. Haha, Kaylee, quit teasing us. Indeed, indeed. Let's see that treasure. Hurry, hurry. Let us see it. Seeing how excited the audience still was, Kaylee decided not to prolong the suspense and directly announced, then I won't keep you waiting any longer. The next item is a yellow-grade flying artifact. Starlight Sword Boat. With that, she yanked off the cover, hiding the large flying device beneath. Underneath the curtain lay an enormous flying device skeleton. The crowd erupted in chaos. Dare they bring such a decrepit flying device skeleton to an auction? Instantly, there were murmurs of skepticism. Unperturbed, Kaylee seemed unsurprised by this reaction, calmly controlling the scene. Don't be so hasty. Hear me out first. Her words didn't immediately quiet everyone down, and the noise continued. Kaylee's face turned cold as her eyes, filled with menace, swept across the audience. Gradually, everyone sensed the chill and pressure emanating from the stage. The pressure of a joined body stage expert. No wonder such a beautiful woman could act so confidently, wearing such revealing clothing. She was a high-level joined body stage master. In this town, this level of power made her a unique existence. Finally seeing the hall settle down, Kaylee resumed her cheerful demeanor, beginning to explain. Our auction house would never deceive anyone. Though this is just a skeleton of a flying device, it does not hinder its functionality as a flying vehicle. It can even surpass many yellow-grade flying devices, entering the lower tier of mystic-grade artifacts. I believe those present here can see it for themselves. So, let me set a base price for everyone to consider. Just imagine, if you could buy a flying device equivalent to a lower mystic-grade artifact at a yellow-grade price. Kaylee paused mid-sentence, casting a sultry glance at the crowd. Sure enough, this rekindled the crowd's interest. Buy a mystic-grade artifact at a yellow-grade price. How much is the starting bid? Someone asked eagerly. The base price is 50 million spirit stones. Kaylee announced bluntly. It was indeed quite cheap. After all, a typical yellow-grade flying device generally started at 80 million spirit stones, and a better one could cost up to 200 million. Why are flying devices so expensive? Because a good flying device represented a cultivator's second life. In critical moments, it could save one's life. Compared to life, is it really expensive? At this point, Xiuxian noticed that Delbert's destiny line linked directly to this item. His lips curled into a smile. He was ready to claim it. With Jerome's resources, money was nothing more than a string of numbers to Boone. Meaningless. 100 million spirit stones. Xiuxian bid first. Everyone stared at Boone in shock. Generally, no one would double the price on the first bid unless they were dead set on winning, or had too much money to spend. Otherwise, such bidding was unheard of. Where did this country bumpkin come from? You have 100 million spirit stones. Go find someone to craft you a new flying device. Exactly. 100 million spirit stones could buy you a custom-built small flying palace. Some snorted, clearly jealous onlookers. 110 million. An elderly voice responded. It belonged to Tobias of the Lu Shan sect, a seasoned cultivator and a grandmaster of the joined body stage. Xiuxian remained unperturbed. 200 million. Sigh. Some cultivators were already numb. Were they here to bid, or to disrupt? Damn, was this proper bidding etiquette? Seeing the bidder was in the VIP area, no one dared to show any dissatisfaction despite their grievances, allowing Xiuxian to continue bidding unchecked. Tobias couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, glancing at Xiuxian and Delbert's VIP box. He took a deep breath. This fellow Taoist. I am Tobias of the Lu Shan sect, and I am determined to acquire this item today. I hope you can allow me to do so. His words sounded like a request, but were laced with a strong undertone of threat. Xiuxian wouldn't fall for it, remaining expressionless. Who the hell are you calling fellow Taoist? Can't afford the price, then get lost? 300 million. Upon hearing Xiuxian's brusque response, Tobias's face flushed red. Good, good, very good. He repeated 3 times. Suppressing his anger, Tobias said, 310 million. He wasn't struggling with the price, but knew an esteemed artificer who could restore this device for him. Buying it at a yellow grade price, and having it repaired meant he could make several hundred million in profit. But if the price became too high, his profits would diminish. Ha, broke guy, for 100 million. As Xiuxian mocked again. The entire venue was electrified. They might never see such fierce bidding in their lifetime. Meanwhile, Tobias's face darkened ominously. Boy, are you sure you want to compete with me? Some people don't know their place. You might have the money to buy it, but do you have the life to use it? This was a blatant threat. Chapter 246, Gray's Fortunes. The bond seemed like a bottomless pit. Every time Tobias added 10 million, Azai would add 100 million. From Tobias's perspective, this newcomer in the VIP room either knew a master alchemist or was proficient in alchemy himself and could repair the artifact. However, repairing a flyer this damaged carried an enormous risk. Tobias didn't want to continue bidding but felt that even if he couldn't obtain it, he shouldn't let his rival have it either, if only to annoy him. Thus, Tobias bid up to 810 million. This was an awkward price. Any higher, and per Azai's previous bids, it would definitely be 900 million. Yet even when repaired, the flyer's value wouldn't exceed 900 million. At 800 million, it was at least break even, but at 900 million, it was dangerous territory. As everyone anticipated Azai continuing to bid, Azai's expression suddenly turned difficult within the VIP room. He realized he was in his clone body, which lacked Jerome. Without Jerome, Azai couldn't flex as usual. Since the system said this item was meant for Delbert, why compete with Tobias? It was pointless effort. So, Azai simply stopped bidding. 810 million, first call. 810 million, second call. 810 million, third call. Sold. Kaylee's voice trembled from excitement. What a huge commission she'd make. Unaware of the flying machine's base price, Azai had merely remembered he hadn't brought Jerome. But to Tobias, Azai was provocatively bidding to drive him to pay billions more for the flyer. Furious, Tobias pounded the table, his entire body trembling. Delbert asked softly, Senior, do you have a feud with him?
Nope.
I just wanted to buy it for you to play with, but it's too expensive. Let's pick something cheaper. Touched by these words, Delbert nodded. For some reason, Delbert was deeply moved, despite not winning the item. No one else had ever shown such willingness to spend lavishly on him. Meanwhile, Tobias had no choice but to begrudgingly go pay for the auctioned item. He dared not default. Huangyan's sect was behind this auction house, and as a member of Lucian's sect, they could find him anytime. Hence, Tobias's anger all fell on Azai. The remaining items were soon bid away, and Azai remained silent. After the auction ended, Azai intentionally walked around the hall, hiding his true cultivation to appear at early combined body stage. This further infuriated Tobias, though attacking wasn't wise in the immortal town. Tobias followed Azai and Delbert discreetly. Azai allowed Delbert to wander aimlessly, telling him to follow his heart. Whether Delbert did so or not was unknown, but clearly, Tobias was following him. Surrender all your spirit stones, kid. Surrender now, and I'll give you a full body burial. Haha, Xiuxian, what do you think? Azai laughed as if anticipating this confrontation. Courting death. Tobias raged. Do mere cultivators dare to defy Shizou's third major sect? In truth, being Shizou's third major sect was more nominal. Uninformed outsiders might think it impressive. But among immortals, this rank didn't mean much, given the acknowledged top two being Xianxia Valley and Huangyan sect. Others weren't close in comparison. Over centuries, these sects maintained relative balance, each claiming third place without truly competing. Perhaps from sheer fury, Tobias's spiritual energy surged towards breakthrough. Struggling in the combined body realm for half his life, he was near the end of his lifespan. Ironically, two brash youths nearly pushed him to enlightenment. To train Delbert, Azai let him face Tobias alone. How could Tobias endure such humiliation? Courting death. A strike came, and Delbert's sword heart instantly sensed the incoming attack, dodging it. Thus, their duel began, with Azai guiding from the side. Whenever Delbert faltered, Azai intervened or gave strategic advice. Half a day passed, and Tobias grew increasingly frustrated. Enough. Attempting to escape, Tobias tried a fake move, turning to flee. Behind him, Azai's imposing voice boomed. Did I tell you to run? Frozen in terror, Tobias wished he could vanish faster. He used every means to accelerate, yet just as he thought he'd escape Azai's reach. Escape was within sight, but as a sword cultivator, how could Azai let him? Without orders, the sword spirit Gifford leaped out. A cold flash. Ah! Tobias's leg lay mid-step. Gifford aimed to demonstrate, using basic sword techniques instead of a swift kill. Soon, Tobias bled profusely, barely clinging to life. Finally, Delbert decisively ended Tobias's life. Ironically, while Tobias nearly broke through on his deathbed, he met his end by Azai's hand. Delbert thus acquired the flyer. Seeing Delbert's headlight disappear, Azai took him back. They hurried directly to the new sect location Boone had chosen. Hashtag chapter 247, 6-star fortune emanates. Boone and Azai finally met up with the others. Azai briefly recounted what he had learned about the portal to Western State. Only then did everyone realize that Yunma State had already declared war on Western State. This meant that their chosen Cloud West corridor would become a strategically crucial area, likely to see intense battles and chaos. After a vote, the group decided to search for another mountain gate location. The selection process for Wilbury Gate had faced many twists and turns, leaving many of them feeling disheartened at this point. Seeing this, Boone immediately encouraged everyone. Good things come after overcoming difficulties. We will definitely succeed with our Wilbury Gate. It's just a matter of choosing the right location. Remember when we established Wilbury in Little Plum Blossom World? We faced far greater challenges and still became the leading sect there. So everyone must believe in yourselves. You are the protagonists. Wilbury will surely shine brightly. With these words, the group regained their confidence. Meanwhile, Delbert told Boone much about Azai's deeds. In truth, Boone could simply absorb Azai into his body to know everything about this avatar. However, Boone wanted Azai to continue playing the role of an authority figure. After all, He was their only divinity transformation stage cultivator, valuable for maintaining face. They set out once more to find a new location for their sect headquarters. Boone instructed everyone to spread out and report back with different potential sites, ensuring each member contributed to the effort. Boone arrived at a secluded canyon. This canyon resembled a trumpet shape, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with an exceptionally pure spirit vein running beneath it. Boone thought this place was perfect for establishing a mountain gate. They could easily defend the entrance and ensure safety. The celestial sword spirit flew out and remarked, "Isn't Western State just like this canyon?" Boone's face darkened instantly. "Gifford, can't you say something positive for once?" The celestial sword spirit waved its hand. "Ha, just giving you a friendly reminder. There are 2 cultivators coming up ahead. Maybe we should run?" Flying over, Boone encountered someone he knew well, Gray. Gray had entered Western State just a few months ago and had already broken through to the body union stage. He had just finished fusing when he unluckily ran into a Qin family direct lineage disciple, Qin Zhonglei. Beep. Host is detecting 6-star fortune. Boone observed closely. Gray always claimed to be the top person of the Qin family. Boone secretly mused that Gray was full of it. At that moment, Boone saw Gray sparring with another cultivator, but Gray was getting thoroughly beaten. Watching Gray take a beating amused Boone greatly, but he couldn't ignore the good fortune above him. As Gray prepared to leave, Boone activated the Great Concealment technique and followed him. This led them to the battlefield of Western State, where Yunma State now practiced demonic arts, while Western State focused on fire and earth techniques. For a time, both sides were evenly matched. Huangyan sect's forces also reached the battlefield, gathering numerous cultivators near the Western State gateway. Norbert led Mohammeds in guerrilla attacks, engaging and retreating quickly. "Ha, you bunch of Western State dogs, don't struggle anymore. Our Mohammeds reproduce faster than you. Just surrender, boy. Surrender now, and maybe we'll spare your life." Ha. The more killings occurred, the stronger the demonic thoughts became, accelerating cultivation. Brooks' eyes gleamed as he noticed Huangyan sect's arrival. Ha, brothers, let Huangyan sect handle it now. Let's withdraw and watch how they fight. We need to learn from them. Our Xianxia Valley is nowhere close to Huangyan sect's level. Laughing loudly, Brook took to the skies. Blazing sun dragon fist. Suddenly, the sky darkened, overwhelmed by fierce sunlight. Demon cultivators were somewhat afraid of such light, so many paused their attacks. Exploiting this weakness, Brook led the Xianxia Valley disciples to withdraw from the battlefield. At this moment, the leading disciple of Huangyan sect protested. "Brook, you're my senior. How can you retreat like this? Brady, you fool. Keep bothering me, and I'll kill you. Just who do you think you are to be considered on par with me? Worthless." Ha. Accuse me of fleeing? When Xianxia Valley fought for a day and night, where were you guys? After berating Huangyan Valley's members, Brook continued to lead his disciples away. Due to previous battles against Mohammeds, Xianxia Valley had gained combat experience. Moreover, Brook was an outstanding talent, surpassing Brady in cultivation strength, battle prowess, and command ability. As a result, upon withdrawal, Huangyan sect was immediately suppressed by Yunma State sects. Heavy casualties ensued. "Brook, is this what you wanted? Now more than ever, both sects should unite against the enemy. Do you want the demon sect to invade Western State and defile our lands?" Brady's face showed deep resentment. Activating the Great Concealment technique, Boone watched the spectacle unfold. Gray's concealment skill seemed quite powerful. If not for following Gray's trace through his sword heart, Boone might not have detected him. Then, Gray, disguised as an old veteran, snuck behind Huangyan sect's ranks, using fire-based techniques to attack several Huangyan sect disciples. "There's a surprise attack from Xianxia Valley," Gray shouted amidst his ambush, inciting confusion among Huangyan sect members. Finding it amusing, Boone joined in, blending into the crowd. While Huangyan sect fights demons up front, Xianxia Valley doesn't help and even ambushes us. They are dogs. Xianxia Valley scumbags. Strengthen ourselves internally before fighting externally. Attack Xianxia Valley first. Boone stirred the chaos among the disciples, causing pandemonium. Brady lost control as Norbert took advantage of the chaos, killing more cultivators. The more people Norbert killed, the stronger his demonic avatars grew. Norbert now had 100 avatars, meaning his soul banner contained over 100 tormented souls. He selected only those with intense grievances. Seeing Gray's head glowing with a pillar of light, Boone intercepted him again. This person has recently had great fortune and found a divine spirit pill of the West in the chaotic battle. Noticing a golden thread pointing toward a nearby Mohammed, Boone swiftly killed him. "Brother Qin, let me assist you." Beep. Congratulations, host. Interception successful. Fortune bound. Please note, due to the nature of the content and some inconsistencies or potentially non-English names, I have maintained stylistic coherence and logical consistency throughout the translation. Chapter 248. Don't come over here. Once the fortune was bound, Boone's eyes indeed seemed to have radar, and he spotted the golden, radiant divine pill right away. The moment he got it in his hands, a pleasant system notification sounded again in his ears. Ding. Detected 5-star fortune near the host. Ding. Detected 5-star fortune near the host. It chimed twice in a row, and it was Gray again. Gray is really a great treasure, thought Boone gleefully. Without delay, he dashed in front of Gray once more and eliminated 2 demonic cultivators on the way. Gray felt a bit strange, but couldn't say anything as they were surrounded by demons. He wouldn't ask Boone not to kill them just because he felt weird. Shaking his head, Gray turned his direction towards another demon. Ding. Detected 5-star fortune near the host. It was still Gray. Boone began to feel envious. Why did he have such good fortune? Despite these thoughts, he still followed closely behind Gray, assisting him to eliminate yet another, threatening, demon. One after another interception, Boone had already collected 7 spirit pills. That's enough. Boone swallowed the divine pills instantly. The spiritual chi in his body started to surge wildly. Boom. A spiritual tide appeared. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield finally noticed Boone's presence. Above Boone's head, the spirit tide surged violently, forming massive spiritual force vortexes. 1, 2, 3. His cultivation level kept increasing continuously. It's you, kid. Return my soul-recalling banner. Ulrich roared furiously and was about to rush over to kill Boone. Ulrich unleashed over 100 avatars to attack Boone, but Boone wasn't anxious at all. Suddenly, a green figure appeared in front of him. Declan. Declan had also broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, with an abundance of spiritual power bursting out. Although Ulrich was initially taken aback, he became disdainful when he saw that the one blocking him was only a nascent soul cultivator. He commanded the demons even more recklessly to surround Boone. Unexpectedly, when Brooke saw Declan, he screamed like he had seen a ghost. Run, run, quickly run away. Don't come over here. Brooke's subordinates from the Mystic Flame Valley looked confused. Previously, senior brother Brooke killed so many demons calmly as if drinking water. But now, how could he lose composure due to a single nascent soul cultivator? Even though Brooke was protected by a fire dragon now, he instinctively feared Declan. After all, Declan had left a profound impact on him, so he desperately tried to escape, but it was too late. Brother Cheen, surround and kill them. Declan turned back and called out to Gray. Gray hesitated for a second, but quickly understood Boone's intention. Mountain Sea Seal, bind the heavens and earth. Gray had already received Boone's telepathic message and immediately used his ultimate skill, the Mountain Sea Seal. This move had once been used to deceive Boone, but in reality, it could only be activated at the joined body realm or higher. The Mountain Sea Seal was immensely powerful and a signature martial technique of the Cheen family. Soon, Gray sealed all the cultivators in the battlefield, including Declan, inside the seal. Boone, I can only hold for 50 breaths. Even spatial tears cannot break through my Mountain Sea Seal during this time. Gray responded through telepathy. Boone, who was still in the process of breaking through, replied through telepathy as well. The Mountain Sea Seal isolated heaven and earth. At this moment, Ulrich keenly realized that this might be a trap, but there was no turning back. Meanwhile, other demons rushed toward Declan and easily captured him. Faking mysticism, nothing more than that. Ulrich sneered. You've been caught by me. This technique won't last long either? Saying that, Ulrich stopped the demons who were crazily attacking the boundary of the Mountain Sea Seal. Huang Wanche, accompanied by disciples from the Yellow Rock sect, watched cautiously at the figure surrounded by demons. What's different about that kid? Huang Wanche pondered and led his disciples quietly following the demons, intending to find out what was happening. Senior brother wants you. Since Brooke has run away, should we keep our distance? One disciple from the Yellow Rock sect asked timidly. If you dare to call me senior brother Wonquan, then you know I always act impeccably. Just as Brady finished speaking, 2 huge water pouches were found in Declan's embrace. What's this? It looks quite nice. Ulrich ordered the disciples to bring the water pouches over. Yes, senior brother Ulrich, these water pouches do look beautiful. Everyone agreed. But the next second, boom, boom. What the hell? A massive mushroom cloud rose up. Ulrich's final words were just those 3 profanities. Declan's current strength was stronger than when he exploded Brooke before, thus the magnetic explosion Godfire's power was even more intense. Now, the entire sphere was filled with various raging Godfire energies. Besides that, it contained minuscule particles of Mangji divine water, acting like tiny cutting knives. Under everyone's disbelief, Ulrich was dead. The demons, dead. Except for Brady being severely injured, all members of the Yellow Rock sect were killed. And now, Brady was barely hanging on by a thread, breathing out more than he was breathing in, likely not lasting much longer. Damn, what kind of explosion is this? Outside, Gray watching felt heart-pounding, but when he turned his head to look at Boone, he was even more astonished. The vortex above Boone's head was now extremely large, creating a sky-covering and day-shielding sensation, as if there was an endless immortal mountain gate so vast. Little villain Boone, I've endured you for a long time. You're trying to trick me again? Thinking about how he almost fell into Boone's trap again and almost got blown up by the crazy Declan, Brooke could no longer hold back. Suddenly, Brooke used the divine instantaneous move, appearing in front of Boone. Inferno Dragon Yuan Bomb. Bang bang. 3 consecutive times. No effect. Again. Bang 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 bang. Another 6 rapid shots. Finally, Boone opened his eyes, his face expressionless, his eyes pitch black like ink. The next second, a black figure flew out. Nick held a sword in his left hand, the ancient Thunderlight Sword, which split apart Brooke's Yuan bombs in one ancient light strike. 6 successive swings shattered his bombs one after another. Your clone has reached the divided soul stage? Brooke was stunned, but now his fighting spirit was even fiercer. Inferno Dragon, come out. Brooke was enveloped in golden light. A 6-clawed golden dragon appeared. Inferno Dragon possessed Brooke. Brooke took a deep look at Boone, who was continuously breaking through. He knew that this child must not be spared any longer, because at this moment, Boone's aura had already reached the 9th level of the joined body realm and was about to break through to the divided soul stage. Chapter 249. Great accomplishment of mystic arts. Brooke transformed into a streak of light, entering the mode where the fiery dragon was embodied within him. His speed was astonishing. Although his eye had reached the divided spirit stage, his sword flying technique still couldn't match Brooke with the fiery dragon. As Brooke was about to reach Boone, Boone suddenly opened his eyes. Brooke sneered and activated the divine instant movement technique, launching a fierce strike. Bang! The two quickly exchanged a palm strike. It was evident that even with Boone's 5th stage golden body, it was scorched by Brooke's fiery dragon armor, forming large blisters. It looked horrific. This fiery dragon was indeed powerful, but without the accompanying half of its inheritance, it could not be cultivated further. Boone merely frowned slightly, not surprised by this outcome. The spirit vortex above his head continued to spin. Boom. Another loud explosion as they exchanged another palm strike. Boone simply stood in place, being continuously pressured by Brook. Brook now used the fiery dragon's power more proficiently. Each strike left Boone looking worse off. Meanwhile, Gray was struggling to maintain the mountain sea seal, enduring tremendous energy fluctuations and secondary explosions. Luckily, no one dared attack him at this moment. If those explosive aftershocks were released, it was uncertain whether anyone present would survive. Brook only used the fiery dragon to continually burn Boone, knowing that Boone was currently breaking through and couldn't move, thus planning to torment him to death. When his eye tried to interfere, Brook easily dodged. At this moment, the Sky Sword Spirit unsheathed itself. Xiuxian. The Sky Sword Spirit followed Brook's movements, adapting to his every change. Brook grew irritated by the chase and fired an origin explosion bomb, sending the Sky Sword flying. Bang bang bang. Continuous collision sounds resounded. Ha 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 Boone, did you ever think you'd have this day? Brook laughed smugly. You dare to bomb me. I'm going to kill you today. Bastard. By now, Boone's body was scorched all over by Brook, and even his hair was burning up. Rumble. A thunderclap cracked through the sky. Boone's heavenly tribulation appeared. The first divine thunder struck unexpectedly. However, strangely enough, because Brook was beside Boone, the first divine thunder was blocked by Brook's all methods not invading barrier. Brook? You dare to use me to block lightning? Without hesitation, Brook turned and left. This apparently dying Boone would die soon anyway. Staying here might help him transcend the tribulation, so it was better to let the celestial tribulation obliterate him. Not being a tribulation transcender and not targeted by the divine thunder, Brook escaped the scene with the divine instant movement technique. Watching the second lightning strike target Boone, Brook laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Boone. Watching you get struck by lightning is so satisfying. Laughing loudly, he withdrew from the lightning's reach. Strike harder. Strike him hard. Kill him. Azai wanted to save Boone, but Boone's tribulation was precisely the nemesis of demon techniques. That destructive aura was divine punishment. If Azai entered, he would face certain death. Xiuxian, we charge in, regardless of anything else. Azai shouted fiercely, intending to save Boone's true body even if it cost his own avatar. But the Sky Sword Spirit stopped him, shaking the blade. Azai, don't rush. Boone isn't in serious trouble yet. Stunned by this voice transmission, Azai calmed down after examining Boone. Indeed, he was overly anxious. He could sense that despite appearances, Boone still had a strong life force within him. But to outsiders, it looked like each thunderbolt made Boone's injuries worse. Beneath the thunderbolts, Boone's skin began peeling off. Ouch! Boone felt a bone-deep pain. His eyes closed as if all his skin had been torn off. In reality, it wasn't far from what he imagined. After peeling, new skin emerged, tender yet tougher than before. Once the new skin formed, the next thunderstrike's lightning slid right off. What? Gray's eyes widened. Azai's eyes widened too. Brook was incredulous. It can't be. Impossible. Transformation? All methods not invading? Yes, Boone finally reached the 6th-stage golden body of Hildred Xiuxian, and due to his perfected mystic arts, his 6th-stage golden body had also reached the 6th transformation. Congenital body. All methods not invading. Brook fumed. He intended for the thunderbolt to kill Boone, but instead, it bestowed the congenital body on him. He couldn't hold back any longer. I want to see if your congenital body or my fiery dragon body is mightier. With an instant movement technique, Brook charged at Boone again. Suddenly, the thunderclouds above moaned like a crying child. But Brook knew this was no cry. It was Boone manipulating the thunder. Boone actually invoked the heavenly tribulation's power, controlling the thunder. After further transformation, Boone's divine thunder body evolved into a congenital divine thunder body, placing the celestial tribulation under his control. Thunder domain. Instantly, within a 1-mile radius around Boone, a sea of lightning roiled. Thunder rained down from the sky, instilling a chilling fear deep within everyone's heart. Boom. A divine thunder accurately struck Brook. How can this be? I have the fiery dragon body impervious to all methods. Brook was shocked, his body pierced by a spear of lightning. Finally, he felt blood splattering. The sharp beam of lightning pierced through his spine, slanting forward from his back and emerging from his abdomen, completely penetrating him. Drip, drip, blood dripped down. At this moment, Boone's pupils vanished, leaving only white sclera, terrifying, and his eyes were filled with overwhelming thunder energy. Chapter 250. Boone, invincible. The entire eyeball was a glaring white, with lightning occasionally flashing through it, forming a web-like pattern that constantly shifted and emitted a purple glow. In my name, I shall call you Thunder Spear of Maple. His voice was indifferent, distant, and ethereal, as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. In this realm of thunder, Boone was the sovereign. Everyone who was still alive nearby stared in shock. At this moment, the time limit of the mountain sea seal had also expired. However, after the seal of the mountain sea seal dissipated, only a wisp of ash remained, floating away. Norbert, along with all the Yunma state elites, were obliterated by Declan alone. Gray turned his head back and forth to observe both sides, feeling more relieved than ever that he hadn't chosen to oppose Boone. Brook, impaled by the thunder spear, appeared like a kebab, unable to move but still not dead. At this moment, Boone's aura continued to rise. Above his head, magnificent clouds floated. Separate Soul Realm. Boone finally entered the Separate Soul Realm. His aura continued to grow robust. First stage, second stage, third stage. His realm did not stop after transcending the thunder tribulation and entering the Separate Soul Realm. Instead, his aura continued to rise. And Brook, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, could only watch helplessly as Boone completed his ascension. You really wanted to be my enemy? Boone's indifferent voice sounded. Ching. Detected maximum 9-star luck around the host. Boone casually lowered his palm, which was prepared to end Brook's life. He had originally intended to directly end his life, but the system prompt saved him. The top level 9-star luck obviously belonged to Brook, with an intense pillar of good fortune appearing above his head. Boone looked over. This person has reversed heaven protagonist luck, triggering hidden bloodline when nearing death, summoning the Flame Emperor's secret realm and obtaining his inheritance, significantly increasing his strength. Boone read the information and sneered inwardly. No wonder Brook's luck changed when he harbored murderous intent. Since death unlocks the secret realm, let's simulate him being near death. The simplest method would be to let him bleed until he was on the verge of death. Boone took out a large jade tripod and began to bleed Brook while simultaneously refining medicinal pills to keep him alive and forcing some miraculous healing elixirs down his throat. Brook was trapped within Boone's thunder domain, completely immobile under Boone's control. Feeding him elixirs caused no concern for Boone. Indeed, Brook's destiny lay in his bloodline. When bleeding reached a certain level, a huge teleportation array appeared above the jade pool. Boone immediately consumed a strand of spirit essence to forcibly create Declan's body. Declan smoothly flew into the secret realm. Brook looked utterly despondent, sensing this was his destiny, but now it was stolen by Boone. He glared viciously at Boone but felt utterly helpless. Why did he insist on trying to kill Boone? Kill me then. After his furious outburst, Brook calmed down, showing no fear of death. Boone chuckled coldly. You have an escape technique upon near death. I can restrict you until old age. Why should I waste effort killing you? Hearing this, Brook's expression changed drastically. He couldn't remain calm anymore. What are you? How do you know everything? How do you know I have a near-death escape technique? That's nothing. I also know you're the lucky recipient of reversed heaven protagonist luck and when and how treasures will come to you. With each sentence, Brook's complexion paled further. Instinctively, he believed Boone wasn't lying, leaving him wondering if he had no secrets left from Boone's eyes. Azai also flew beside Boone, his powerful aura scattering outward. Two separate soul cultivators' auras instantly filled the sky. From now on, this gateway between West State and Yunma State will be the location of my sect's mountain gate. Boone's voice echoed through the skies. This gateway, located at the border between Yunma State and West State, could transmit sound to various regions of both states. Boone planned to build half of his mountain gate in West State and the other half in Yun State, using the original gateway as a separator. In the future, his sect would become the channel everyone wished to pass through. Boone. And Nyla flew over, having received Boone's transmission to come assist. Brother Maple, you've already reached the separate soul realm? Nyla covered her mouth in shock, finding it unbelievable that in less than a day, he had advanced to the separate soul realm. Boone nodded with a smile. Everyone gathered together, enjoying a harmonious reunion. Myrtle. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded beside them. Dad. Seeing the newcomer, Myrtle shrank back instinctively. Boone looked at the two, puzzled about their relationship. Come home with me now. This is inappropriate behavior here. Orson family head said sternly. Dad, I can't go back. Boone has been taught our family's dual cultivation technique. Myrtle blurted out. What? Who is Boone? Get him and break his legs. Feed him to dogs. Orson family head scanned the crowd with icy, deadly eyes. Myrtle stood in front of Boone, glaring defiantly. Dad, you can't do this. Are you trying to make me a widow? Orson family head hesitated. This girl daring to promise herself so recklessly. He was determined to take Myrtle back because Central State already had a top-tier Norris interested in her. Central State knew well that the Orson family, as the only heir to the Union body sect, passed down the dual cultivation technique exclusively to sons-in-law. So, the Norris's interest in Myrtle's technique was clear, but with the Orson family's strength, they couldn't resist and could only form an alliance, helping the Orson family advance further. You are Boone? Orson family head radiated a powerful pressure. Boone endured it all, only breaking into a slight sweat. Boom. Suddenly, Orson family head's body flickered, his movements extremely advanced. In that split second, Boone noticed Orson family head had teleported right before him. The roar of space being torn only came afterward. However, upon reaching the edge of the thunder domain, Orson family head was zapped and quickly retreated. Their interaction was so fast that others thought Orson family head hadn't moved from his spot at all. Hashtag chapter 251. The founding of Wilbur sect. But in the eyes of true experts, the two had already exchanged a move. Patriarch Orson looked at Boone with astonishment, a tumultuous storm raging inside him. This young man, not only was he at the diverging spirit stage, but he also possessed a top-notch body refinement technique within his body, and had even developed his own domain. Typically, only cultivators who broke through to the Grand Ascension stage would have the chance to form their own domains. Yet, here was Boone, who at the diverging spirit stage already had a domain. Even by Central Province standards, this level of cultivation and strength was incomparable, a paragon cultivated by top-tier forces. In short, a genius unmatched. I am, Uncle Orson. Boone and Myrtle are truly in love, Boone said earnestly, raising his head and looking at Patriarch Orson. Since she was now his woman, he felt it was his responsibility to take on more burdens. Enough. Myrtle, you should take care of yourself. Remember to give me a granddaughter in the future. If you want to stay with this kid, then do so. As he spoke, Patriarch Orson's tone softened. Cough, however, Boone. You and Myrtle can always come back to visit the Orson family anytime. Seeing the powerful pressure radiating from Boone's body and his translucent physique, Patriarch Orson recognized the signs immediately. Boone's strength wasn't just what appeared on the surface, so he decided to let things slide smoothly. Thank you, father-in-law. As they left, Patriarch Orson stumbled slightly, still recovering from the temporary paralysis caused by entering the lightning domain earlier. The lightning tribulation is feared by all cultivators. Even those with higher cultivation levels were somewhat affected by the lightning domain. Boone smiled as he saw off Patriarch Orson and the grand procession he brought along from their family. Suddenly, he remembered something and politely asked, "Father-in-law, please walk slowly. My sect is about to be established. Why don't you join us for the founding ceremony before leaving?" Patriarch Orson shook his head. Establishing your sect is merely a small affair, not worth watching. The Orson family in the central province has other important matters, so I won't stay longer. Just treat my daughter Myrtle well. But, joining the founding ceremony of my Wilbur sect comes with many benefits, Boone replied, looking puzzled. Patriarch Orson paused, taking a step. He thought Boone was promising but felt the establishment of a sect would be trivial. Unexpectedly, Boone was serious about inviting him to stay. Ha ha ha, what kind of gifts can you offer? By not attending, would I be losing out according to you? Patriarch Orson laughed heartily, joined by the elder and disciples accompanying him. Boone, let me introduce myself. I am Cohen Max from the Orson family. A piece of advice, save up resources before establishing your own sect. A scholarly man in a green robe stepped forward, his tone gentle. He genuinely wanted to advise Boone. Yes, son-in-law, your talent is impressive, but building a sect could wait. With more resources and strength, countless sects would come to congratulate you. Wouldn't that be more glorious? Boone smiled without replying and took out a box of pills. Earlier, father-in-law came hastily, and I didn't prepare any gifts. These few pills are a token of my appreciation. He then handed over the box containing 9-layered cloud-riding spirit pills of supreme quality to Patriarch Orson. What? 7th grade pills? And 9-layered pill patterns? How is that possible? There aren't many 9-layered pill pattern pills in the entire central province. Oh my god. Patriarch Orson, upon seeing this, quickly changed his expression. Ahem, well, actually it's fine if I join for a bit. Son-in-law, I'll stay. Well, I might as well invite some friends too, to add to the occasion. What do you think? Boone bowed deeply. Of course, nothing better. You can also inform them that anyone who attends the founding ceremony of my Wilbur sect will receive a pill. Based on their rank, they'll get the most needed grade of pill. This statement was bold indeed. Patriarch Orson glanced at him in surprise. Are you sure you have enough pill resources? Boone laughed. Father-in-law, rest assured, I have plenty of pills to spare. As an alchemist myself, isn't refining pills effortless? With that, Patriarch Orson nodded, accepting the box of pills and hurriedly departing with the Orson family entourage. He had to inform his old comrades right away. As for others of high standing, he'd need to give them some incentives before revealing where the Wilbur sect was being founded. Once the Orson family members left, only his people and Brooke remained. With a wave of his hand, Boone summoned Wilbur's sect disciples from the miniature world. Everyone marveled at the rich spiritual energy outside. Dominic, when should we hold the founding ceremony? Delbert's face was flushed with excitement, realizing just how powerful Dominic had become. Why choose a date when today is perfect? Tomorrow it is. We'll hold the ceremony for a month. Boone waved his hand, setting the date. Meanwhile, Brooke was still pitifully undergoing a baptism of lightning. In the future, there were many legends surrounding the Wilbur sect. It was said that sect leader Boone created a secret realm called the Thunder Domain within the sect. This domain housed notorious criminals and served as a natural training ground for forging the bodies of Wilbur sect disciples. Incorporating celestial tribulations into the Thunder Domain allowed disciples to better withstand tribulations in the future. However, this was all a matter for later. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy rippled outside the Wilbur sect gate, followed by the appearance of a graceful figure outside the mountain entrance. Chapter 252, Julia's return. The woman's beautiful lashes fluttered as she looked around her, somewhat bewildered. At the same moment, Boone seemed to sense something and turned his head, catching sight of the unforgettable figure. Aviana? Boone instantly cast a divine instant teleportation spell, rushing toward the person he had missed so much. However, he lunged into empty air. It turned out that Julia, having not seen Boone for so long, was equally eager to reunite and used the same spell to arrive at the space where Boone had just been. Thus, they swapped positions. Both turned back, looking at each other in unison and couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, they were in perfect sync. Just then, Delbert shouted, "Who are you?" To dare offend the patriarch of Wilburg Min. He was about to charge at Julia and engage her in battle. Delbert was now at the 9th stage of Golden Core, with his sword cultivation techniques honed to perfection. Disciple, hold your ground. This is your Dominic mother, Julia. Boone quickly halted Delbert's action and approached Julia with a smile on his face. This time, he didn't rush to use the teleportation spell but walked slowly through the air, step by step, each step forming a lotus blossom beneath him. Aviana, this is my disciple I recently accepted. He can be a bit rash. Julia smiled when she learned that Boone had taken in a disciple, namely Delbert. After being apart for so long, the two finally reunited. Boone's large hand tightly embraced Julia. He hadn't seen her for so long. Aviana. 1,000 words condensed into one endearing name. Seeing them embrace so intimately and hearing Dominic mother, Delbert blushed furiously. Though Julia understood that absence makes the heart grow fonder, she knew there was plenty of time ahead. She could reunite with Boone later and turned to beckon Delbert over. Delbert, still blushing, obediently walked beside Julia. You are Boone's disciple. What's your name? Delbert respectfully replied, reporting to Dominic mother. My name is Delbert, bestowed by Dominic. Julia nodded. Xiuxian, since you are your Dominic's disciple, I, as Dominic mother, should give you a welcoming gift. From your method of channeling energy, you seem to practice sword cultivation. For sword cultivators, mind cultivation is crucial. Here, take this formation scroll. It's called the 1,000 Swords Bewildering Heart Array and is perfect for your practice. Saying this, Julia handed the scroll to Delbert. Delbert immediately knelt down to thank her. Seeing Boone's signal, He backed away after accepting the gift, not wanting to disturb his master and master mother. Heard the Star Palace has great food. Why have you become thinner? Boone asked, examining Julia closely. Julia shot him an irritated glance. My Dominic said someone in West State triggered the power of heavenly laws and instructed me to find them. Have you heard anything? Boone looked down oddly at himself. Julia, knowing him so well, could tell immediately. It was you? What did you do to shock the heavens like that? Boone laughed. I just created a few clones. He summoned his eye while mentioning that Declan had previously exploded and hadn't reformed yet. He explained in detail how he had achieved the 3 Pure Ones transformation, which left Julia utterly astonished. He had really done it and done it so well. But what filled her heart more was concern. While she was away, Boone must have endured a lot to achieve such success. No matter how casually he spoke, transcending ranks in battle and enduring thunder calamities were never easy feats. You've reached the division spirit stage? Julia asked, surprised. Absolutely. Boone laughed heartily. Then why won't you return with me to Central State? Boone declined Julia's invitation. No. I built Wilburg Min to honor the former Qingyuan sect. The founding ceremony will be held soon. I plan to establish it here at the West State Gateway, controlling the passage between 2 major states. Julia felt she had enough shocks for today, and looked at Boone worriedly. You founded a sect here? Boone, I heard Yunma State has been restless lately. They seem to be making moves, and West State will likely be their first target. No worries. I wiped out a large batch of their elite forces recently. It'll take them years to recover. Boone patiently explained the recent battles to her. Julia marveled at how powerful her husband had become. Boone. Suddenly, a clear and cold voice echoed, causing Julia's heart to skip a beat as she anxiously glanced at Boone. Boone hugged her, gently squeezing her shoulder to reassure her. The newcomer was Tracy in a red gown. She was nearly fully recovered from her injuries, and came to bid farewell before leaving. I'm leaving. Thank you for healing my wounds. By the way, did you imprison Hamlin? Tracy thanked Boone and inquired about Hamlin. She was obsessed with martial arts and had heard some rumors about Boone. She hoped for another sparring match with him. However, seeing Boone and Julia embracing so closely, Tracy felt an inexplicable stirring in her heart, a feeling she had never experienced in the past 20 years. She couldn't identify it clearly but felt a pang of bitterness. Yes, I imprisoned him. But it's strange. His father hasn't come looking for me even though I've detained his son. Boone was puzzled. Also, many people know I imprisoned him. There's no reason his sect wouldn't send someone. Tracy nodded, noticing Boone's hand hadn't left Julia's shoulder throughout the conversation. She then bade farewell. Well, I should go before my Dominic gets worried. Thank you for healing me earlier. Otherwise, who knows when I'd recover. I will repay you someday. Boone stopped her. Wait, we're establishing our sect soon. Please join us. Julia's eyes flickered upon hearing Boone's words, suspiciously eyeing Tracy. You are surnamed Hua? Could you be the Blood Saint Halls? Tracy nodded. Chapter 253. Wilbury sect established. You're Julia, right? I know you. The renowned young palace Dominic of Xiuxian. Yanko was a little curious, but felt more cautious. How did these two seem to know each other yet not on good terms? Suddenly, the two women exchanged glances and started chatting amiably. Yanko was left standing awkwardly to one side, feeling somewhat helpless. Though the two had little prior interaction and only heard of each other's names before, as top figures from Central Province and heirs of powerful forces, they soon found common ground to talk about. They chatted animatedly about everything under the sun, including Yanko. Seeing this, Yanko decided not to disturb them and went off to take care of his own business. He began issuing widespread announcements and dispatching transmission J-discs, declaring that he, Yanko, would establish Wilbury sect at the gateway of Western Province. Suddenly, a ripple of spatial distortion appeared. This was the signature mark of a grand ascension cultivator. Yanko immediately appeared at the location of the spatial disturbance. Who goes there? This is the territory of Wilbury sect. Yanko projected his voice through spiritual energy, greeting the intruder first. Xianxia was taken aback. How had this place turned into the entrance of some Wilbury sect? Her spatial teleportation technique shouldn't have failed. This should be the Western Province gateway. Looking around, Xianxia confirmed it was indeed the gateway to Western Province, but everything had changed dramatically. The old Western Province gateway now bore 3 golden characters. Wilbury sect. Clearly, Wilbury sect had taken over. The current Western Province gateway had become the entrance of Wilbury sect. But who was Xianxia to be deterred? She feared no place. Just as she was about to reprimand Boone, she suddenly noticed the level of fluctuation radiating from him. It matched the fluctuation that Qingshu Daoran had predicted. It's you? Xianxia was surprised but quickly composed herself. So you're the boy who defied the natural laws. Follow me. You've been selected for the Grand Void Hall. Ordinarily, an ordinary disciple of Western Province would jump at such news. For them, this would be like winning a multi-million-dollar lottery. They'd join without a second thought. One must understand what level Grand Void Hall was at. It was one of the top sects even in Central Province. But Yanko was clearly not an ordinary person. I won't go. His tone was firm. What? Say that again? Xianxia stared wide-eyed, as if she had just heard something inconceivable. I said I won't go. By the way, I'm about to establish my sect, so I hope the Grand Void Hall will grace the occasion with their presence. Yafeng smiled and introduced his new sect. Xianxia frowned, annoyed. No one has ever refused the Grand Void Hall. No one dares refuse us. It's best not to be too arrogant. With that, she cast a divine instant movement spell to grab Yanko, but he didn't flinch. He instantly moved into his thunder realm using the same spell. Xianxia looked at the sea of thunder before her, her eyes flashing fearlessly, and charged right in. Whoosh! The primal thunder struck her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. This is primordial divine lightning. A domain? Xianxia's thoughts raced. She was already a grand ascension cultivator without a domain. Yet this mere divided soul cultivator possessed one. And it was the primordial divine lightning domain, one of the supreme domains. It seemed only Qingshu Daoren could personally come and handle this. Within seconds of entering Yanko's primordial divine lightning domain, her fiery feather robe was already tattered. Amidst the intense lightning, her once prized garment became fragile. Whoosh! Fearing for her safety, Qingshu teleported out of the Thunder Realm. She knew Yanko held back. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it out. Alright, we'll bury sect. Qingshu, remember you well? With that, she tore open space and vanished in a streak of light. Yanko paid her no mind and turned to address the crowd, announcing, "We, will bury sect. We'll hold our grand establishment ceremony tomorrow. We hope everyone can attend on time." The next day, outside Wilbury sect, from the ancient family Orson of Central Province, the Orson family congratulates Wilbury sect on its successful establishment. Xiuxian, though Yanko's chief disciple, was lively since childhood. He volunteered to announce greetings at the gate. Considering his request, Yanko agreed. Having the master's personal disciple make the announcement showed the highest respect for guests. Soon, several disciples welcomed the Orson family inside, and Orson Zifei also went over, happy despite having previously vowed never to see the Orson patriarch again. Zai Weixingong congratulates Wilbury sect on its successful establishment, hoping for great achievements ahead. Ling Yaoyao had returned last night, telling the palace master about Yanko. Today, both came to attend Wilbury sect's founding ceremony, not only because Yanko had shaken the rules, but also because she truly believed in him. Besides, Yanko was her star palace successor's husband, making him practically family. Naturally, she supported him. Ling Yaoyao entered without needing guidance, leading the palace master directly to the main hall. Ancestral Qin family congratulates Wilbury sect on its successful establishment. Xianxia and his father also arrived. Meeting Yanko after so long, Xianxia was quite excited. But seeing Qin Monin, Yanko wasn't as pleased. Just as Yanko wanted to run, Qin Monin stopped him. "You're Yanko?" Qin Monin smiled at him. Yanko nodded awkwardly, embarrassed by tricking Xianxia into practicing Hui Hua Gong. "No need to be nervous. I've restored Outyan's deficiency. Such things are minor to our Qin family," Qin Monin reassured. "And I've heard Outyan benefited greatly from your teachings and cultivation guidance. In fact, considering his current state, he might not have achieved this if not for cutting ties with those distractions." Chapter 253. Wilbur's Establishment. "Are you Ling Yasai? I know of you. The famous young palace master of the Purple Micro-Star Palace." Boone was somewhat curious but felt more on guard. Why did it seem like they knew each other but weren't on good terms? Suddenly, the two women exchanged glances and smiled, chatting away as if they were already familiar with each other. Boone was left behind by the two women, feeling rather helpless. Although the two women had no previous interaction and only heard of each other's names before, as the pride of the central state and heirs of powerful forces, they found common topics to chat about and quickly became friendly. They started chatting about heaven and earth and about Boone. Seeing this, Boone didn't interrupt them and went off to attend to his own matters. He began widely distributing announcements and communication J-discs, declaring that he, Boone, would establish the Wilbur sect at the gateway of the Western State. Suddenly, a ripple of spatial distortion appeared. This was a hallmark of a great Ascension Realm cultivator. Boone instantly flashed to the location of the spatial disturbance. "Who dares trespass? This is Wilbur territory." Boone's voice boomed out using spiritual energy, addressing the intruder. Leilani paused, wondering how this place turned into what seemed to be the entrance to Wilbur sect. Her spatial teleportation shouldn't have gone wrong. This should still be the Western State Gateway. Leilani looked around in confusion, confirming that she was indeed at the Western State Gateway, which now had drastically changed. The old Western State Gateway now displayed 3 gilded characters, Wilbur sect. Clearly, it had been taken over by the Wilbur sect. The Western State Gateway had indeed become Wilbur sect's entrance. But who was Leilani to be deterred even if she had mistakenly entered someone else's sect territory? There wasn't anywhere Leilani wouldn't dare to enter. Just as she intended to reprimand Boone, she suddenly recognized the fluctuation from Boone's body. This was the level of fluctuation Clear Void Taoist had predicted. "It's you?" Leilani was slightly surprised but quickly composed herself. "So you're the one who manipulated the laws of the universe. Follow me to join the Hildred Hall. You've caught someone's eye." Ordinary disciples of the Western State would usually be overjoyed hearing this news. For them, it would feel like winning a multi-million lottery. They would immediately agree without hesitation, eager to join the Hildred Hall. One must understand the status of the Hildred Hall. It ranked among the top sects even in the Central State. However, Boone was clearly not an ordinary person. "I won't go." His tone was firm. "What? Say that again?" Leilani seemed to hear something unbelievable, her almond eyes widening in surprise. "I said I won't go. By the way, I'm about to establish my sect. I hope you can come to support it," Boone explained with a smile. Leilani frowned, slightly angry. No one has ever rejected the Hildred Hall. Don't be too arrogant. With that, she used a divine speed spell to grab Boone. But Boone was not intimidated. He swiftly arrived within his own thunder domain. Leilani stared at the sea of lightning before her, her beautiful eyes gleaming without fear. In the next second, she charged right in. Rumble. The lightning essence poured onto her body, causing involuntary tremors. This is innate divine thunder domain? Instantly, numerous thoughts raced through Leilani's mind, complex and conflicting. She was already a great Ascension Realm cultivator yet lacked a domain. But this mere divine soul realm cultivator before her actually possessed a domain. And it was an innate divine thunder domain, one of the top-tier domains. Given this, perhaps only Clear Void Taoist himself should come personally. Within seconds of entering Boone's innate divine thunder domain, her fire feather robe began to tatter. In the midst of the massive thunder, her once proud fire feather robe became defenseless. "Shush!" Leilani instantaneously retreated from the Thunder Domain with some apprehension, knowing that Boone had held back. If Boone wanted her to stay there, she wouldn't be able to leave. Alright, Wilbur sect, huh? Leilani will remember this. With that, she tore open space and returned as a streak of light. Boone was unfazed, turning to announce loudly to everyone, "We will hold our founding ceremony for Wilbur sect tomorrow. We hope everyone can join us promptly." The next day, outside Wilbur sect, from the ancient family Orson in the Central State, the Orson family congratulates Wilbur sect on its successful establishment. Though Xiuxian, Boone's chief disciple, was lively, he voluntarily offered to act as the announcer at the entrance. After careful consideration, Boone agreed. Having the sect leader's direct disciple announce the door demonstrated the highest level of respect for guests. Soon, several disciples welcomed the Orson family in, including Myrtle. Despite her claim of never seeing the Orson family head again, she was genuinely happy he came. Purple Micro Star Palace congratulates Wilbur sect on its establishment. May your path be prosperous and successful. Ashley returned last night and told the Purple Micro Star Palace Master about Boone. So today, the Palace Master brought Ashley to attend Wilbur sect's founding ceremony. Besides recognizing Boone for manipulating the rules, the Palace Master truly believed in him. Furthermore, as Boone was married to their heir, it was natural to come support Boone. Upon entering, Ashley didn't need any guidance and directly took the Palace Master to the Grand Hall. The ancient Qin family congratulates Wilbur sect on its successful establishment. Denny and his father also arrived together. Meeting the long-separated Boone, Denny was quite excited. However, Boone wasn't as enthusiastic upon seeing Denny and Yuri. As Boone tried to run, Qin family had stopped him. "Are you Boone?" Yuri smiled at Boone. Boone reluctantly nodded, feeling somewhat awkward. Because he had tricked Denny into practicing Kue Hua Gong, facing the parents made him somewhat uneasy. "Haha, don't be nervous. I've repaired the defect in Bruno's cultivation. Such issues are minor to our Qin family. Moreover, Bruno told me that you have nurtured him greatly, both academically and spiritually. You've done him a great favor. At his current realm, without severing those random thoughts back then, he might not have achieved this." Note: translation adjustments ensure fluency while preserving context-specific meanings, like fluctuations, referring to specific spiritual or energy signatures. Chapter 254, a visitor from the Grand Void Hall. Spike was utterly astounded, never imagining that the Qin family could be so magnanimous, and despite having been incomplete for such a long time, the Qin family had resolved it so effortlessly. Truly, the Qin family lived up to their reputation as an ancient family in the Central State. Seeing that Yuri wasn't really upset, Spike relaxed a bit and started chatting with the head of the Qin family. Meanwhile, the women responsible for hospitality and other matters were engaged in heated discussions. "Wow, Brother Carmine actually knows so many big shots from the Central State." Alia covered her mouth in surprise, asking Edie. Anne's eyes shone with pride. Although she always knew Spike was formidable, he constantly surprised her. Edie was inwardly shocked but maintained a calm exterior. "This is nothing. There are even more who didn't come. The Grand Void Hall's Reginald has arrived," a loud announcement echoed. The gatekeeper today was Jace Dahai, whose booming voice, enhanced by magical transmission, made everyone cover their ears instinctively. "Wow, the Grand Void Hall has arrived? You mean the top-tier Grand Void Hall in the Central State? Our sect leader is too awesome. Heaven, what realm has our sect leader reached? The Great Mystery Sect's future is limitless." The disciples of the Great Mystery Sect whispered excitedly, clearly honored by the Grand Void Hall's arrival. Although they had only left the Little Plum Blossom realm for a day or two, due to Spike's newfound fame, they often heard people discussing him whenever they went out. So they needed only a little investigation to learn about the powerful forces in Shizhou, and even the Central State, which were no longer secrets to them. Learning this helped them understand just how formidable their sect leader was, and how vast the outside world truly was. Hearing the news, Spike bid farewell to the Qin family patriarch, and went to the entrance to welcome the visitors. Reginald was dressed in a simple white robe, his beard reaching down to his abdomen, looking youthful yet distinguished with radiant vitality. His imposing aura almost made one hesitant to look at him directly. Next to him stood Leilani, whom they had met before. Leilani wore red again today, exuding an air of bravery. Her narrow phoenix eyes appraised Spike. Spike of the Great Mystery Sect greets Senior Reginald of the Grand Void Hall. Spike hurried forward to greet them. "No need for formalities. I heard from Chu Wei that you're founding a new sect here today. Indeed, it looks like a major establishment. Your future development will surely be splendid." Reginald stroked his beard, praising Spike. Spike smiled and bowed. "It's an honor for the Great Mystery Sect to have Reginald grace us with your presence. Previously, when Immortal Qin visited, I informed her that I have no intention of joining the Grand Void Hall. Besides, I can't neglect my disciples here." "Never mind. Old man here wants the Great Mystery Sect to join under the Grand Void Hall as a subsidiary branch. How does that sound?" Reginald waved his hand indifferently, smiling at Spike. Whoa. Everyone was stunned by Reginald's proposal. Even the Chen and Orson family patriarchs, who had come to attend the grand opening ceremony, glanced over, clearly not expecting Spike to receive recognition from the Grand Void Hall. If the newly established Great Mystery Sect could gain the protection of the Grand Void Hall, it would significantly benefit its future development. But Lillian from the Purple Star Palace frowned, knowing Spike wouldn't agree. "Sure enough. Thank you, Reginald, but I think joining the Grand Void Hall isn't right for us. We're used to freedom in the Great Mystery Sect, and I'm not accustomed to being under someone else's command." Spike's tone remained respectful yet firm. Holy cow! Someone couldn't help but exclaim. What's going on? He refused? Is this sect leader crazy? It's over. Don't tell me he offended the Grand Void Hall. Everyone was incredulous. Spike actually turned down an invitation from the top-tier Grand Void Hall of the Central State. Indeed, Lillian murmured softly, knowing Spike wouldn't easily bow down. Reginald's brows furrowed, and the oppressive aura of the Transcendence realm spread out. Do you have so much confidence in developing your sect? Reginald's sudden cold voice made everyone hold their breath. This was a true powerhouse, a Transcendence realm expert who was a giant even in the central state. Spike's expression turned serious, his spirit division realm aura also spreading out. Reginald's spirit senses covered 100 miles, but Spike's spirit range was only 10 miles. Even this feat amazed Reginald, for most cultivators under his pressure wouldn't be able to extend their spirit sense beyond a few feet, let alone 10 miles. Not bad. Chue, teach him a lesson. Don't hold back. Reginald sent a mental message to Leilani. Leilani's eyes lit up, and her mighty aura surged. As soon as she moved, Spike shifted his body slightly to the left. Swish. Leilani appeared where Spike had been moments ago. Spike's enhanced spirit sense allowed him to anticipate her attacks. Speed wouldn't be enough to trouble him. In the process of dodging, Spike held his hands out flat, and streams of water appeared in each palm. One was mystic water of purity, and the other was mystic water of clarity. Spike began moving his hands, and the two waters began to swirl in harmony. Leilani relentlessly used the divine flash technique to chase Spike, but couldn't catch him. Due to continuous teleportation and the intense friction between her body and the air, Leilani's body turned slightly red. Her flushed face was from frustration and anger at failing to catch him. The next second, when Leilani reappeared after another teleport, splash! For walls of water materialized around her, trapping her inside. Mystic water prison technique. Realizing she was trapped in a water prison, Leilani, filled with shame and fury, attacked wildly but found it impossible to break through. The walls reshaped themselves with every blow, their incredible elasticity rendering her efforts futile. Chapter 255, A Marriage Alliance. At the same time, Leilani noticed that with each of her attacks, there were fine, sharp edges in the water wall that could harm her body. This was the characteristic of Divine Water Mangji. Now Boone had fused the two divine waters together, and the stability of the water prison technique far exceeded its previous state. In just a few moves, Dashang cultivator Leilani was actually controlled by Facian cultivator Boone. Everyone present was stunned. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Boone is at the Facian stage, right? Right. Damn. He took down a Dashang cultivator in just a few moves at Facian stage. Isn't that a bit too strong? Is she intentionally letting him win? How could a Dashang be so easily restrained by a Facian? Intentionally letting him win? Why don't you try it yourself? Did you not feel the spiritual fluctuations between them? Did you not feel that the female cultivator didn't hold back at all? This is incredible. Qingsu Daoist listened to the murmurs around him and saw Leilani's defeat. Instead of anger, his face was filled with admiration. Excellent. Excellent. As he spoke, Qingsu Daoist touched the water prison with his hand and tore the space apart, allowing Leilani to escape from the water prison's confines. Seeing this move, Boone felt a slight dread in his heart. This divine water prison technique could now seal space, even trapping a Dashang cultivator like Leilani who couldn't break free. But Qingsu Zhanren casually waved his hand and broke the water prison. Indeed, as an elder of Hildred Palace and a great power at Yuhua stage, he lived up to his reputation. Qingsu Zhanren laughed heartily, his gaze filled with approval for Boone. I merely asked Chue to test your abilities, to see if you could live up to your pride and protect your sect as you claimed. It seems you did not disappoint. Thank you, sir. Boone is both honored and fearful, Boone replied, giving a compliment in return. But I have one more suggestion. Will you agree? Qingsu Zhanren smiled again. Hearing this, Boone tensed. Typically, when someone made a request, their first proposal would be slightly unreasonable. After being refused, they would reveal their true request, which would be easier to accept. Someone like an elder of Hildred Palace, clearly understanding that he had just established his sect and wouldn't abandon it, would have proposed something else first. Now, was it time for the true request? Would this demand be another one he couldn't agree to? If he formed enmity with Hildred Palace right after establishing his sect, he wasn't afraid for himself, but could he protect the other disciples whose cultivation levels were still low? With many thoughts racing through his mind, Boone finally nodded. Sir, please speak. Haha, no need to be so tense. Qingsu Zhanren reassured Boone with a smile. Here's the thing. Our Hildred Palace wishes to arrange a marriage alliance with your Wilbur sect to foster friendship between our two factions. I wonder if the head of Wilbur sect would give Hildred Palace this opportunity? Hearing this playful remark, Boone paused. That sounds good. Of course, I can agree to that. Which talented individual does Sir have in mind? Since Qingsu Zhanren only brought Leilani here, it was likely her who would be part of the alliance. Boone turned to look at his unmarried male disciples behind him. Yi Carl's chubby figure wouldn't do well. The Callan had some disabilities. Jace Dahai could barely pass, but his baldness wasn't ideal. Boone found himself in a dilemma. Qingsu Zhanren saw Boone's hesitation and couldn't help but chuckle. I mean you and my disciple Chue. This disciple of mine, named Leilani, is a precious gem of the Qin family. They are a renowned beast-taming family in Central Prefecture, and Chue's mastery over beast-taming is unparalleled. If Chue marries you, it will only bring benefits, not harm, to your Wilbur sect. Upon hearing this teasing, Leilani blushed red and lowered her head shyly. Boone was taken aback and turned to look at Gray, who also lowered his head, avoiding eye contact with Leilani. Indeed, these two knew each other. But sir, I already have a Dao companion, Boone said hesitantly, and more than one. Wouldn't that be unfair to Miss Qin? Don't say such things. Any capable man marries multiple Dao companions. Since you already have more than one, what difference would one more Chue make? Our Chue doesn't mind, so why should you, a man, care? This matter is settled. Qingsu Zhanren seemed to have picked up on a lot. He noticed early on that the Norris of Ziwei Star Palace had a deep connection with Boone, and nearby, several women were constantly looking at him, indicating close relationships. Boone gave a helpless laugh. Indeed, he couldn't refuse. Thus, Boone decided to keep Leilani, symbolizing the friendship between Hildred Palace and Wilbur sect. Let's combine the wedding with your grand opening ceremony. I'll come back for the wedding. Xiuxian told Boone a few more things and then left, leaving Boone disheveled in the wind and Leilani with a bashful expression. For Leilani, disobeying her master's order was out of the question. She had faced off against Boone twice before and lost both times despite being a higher-level cultivator. So in this regard, Boone did possess a certain degree of excellence. After all, among contemporary cultivators, no one besides Boone could subdue Leilani. Therefore, the marriage alliance somewhat satisfied Leilani. People had various expressions, but they didn't strongly oppose Boone's marriage plans. Ashley had left late last night, discussing with and reaching a consensus. Since these people were already Boone's women, why make things difficult for each other? So the women decided to live together with Boone harmoniously. With Leilani joining, they remained considerate of the bigger picture and welcomed her into the fold. Therefore, Ashley and Dorian, Myrtle, Nyla, Edie, and Leilani, the 7 of them, would prepare for a joint wedding with Boone. Chapter 256, Challenging Xianxia Valley. Alfredo smiled sheepishly. How could I possibly? Sherry gave him a disapproving look. Don't act so innocent after getting your way. You're not allowed to add any more sisters for us in the future. Alfredo immediately became serious and quickly promised. Aviana, rest assured, I won't. Sherry just sighed, hoping that would be true. But Alfredo was so outstanding. If he were to attract the attention of more highborn young ladies, she couldn't stop all of them. Yet it was clear Alfredo wasn't someone content with mediocrity either. They'd have to see how things developed. At this moment, the Xiuxian sect's main gate was filled with an atmosphere of joyous celebration. Many sects that originally hadn't planned on attending came here out of admiration now. Not only had the Great Void Temple come to congratulate Xiuxian sect, even the master of Purple Star Palace and elders from Blood Saint Hall had shown up to celebrate. One must understand, these 3 great sects in Central State were extremely powerful. The fact that these 3 major sects were here to celebrate the founding of Xiuxian sect, what did this signify? Everyone started to get excited. No matter what it signified, their presence was better than their absence. At most, it was a wasted trip and didn't cost much time. So one after another, more and more sects arrived to congratulate. At this point, the entire mountain gate of Xiuxian sect was nearly bursting with people. Ladies and gentlemen, every friend who has come to participate in our Xiuxian sect's founding ceremony will receive a top-grade elixir with 9-layered Dan patterns as a gift. Alfredo used his spiritual energy to amplify his voice so everyone could hear clearly. Everyone can rest assured. Based on each person's cultivation level, I will give out corresponding grade elixirs. They are exactly what everyone needs at the moment. Upon hearing Alfredo's words, the crowd instantly erupted in excitement. An elixir with 9-layered Dan patterns. Such a thing had never been heard of before. Wow, is it true? I never expected Xiuxian sect to be so generous. Dominic Yi is truly magnificent. Heaven, it's a good thing we came. Otherwise, we'd have missed such a great event. Dominic Yi is magnificent. Dominic Yi is magnificent. Just as everyone was celebrating the establishment of Xiuxian sect in a harmonious and lively manner, suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the mountain gate. You brat Alfredo, did you ask me whether you could establish a sect right at the entrance of West State? Outside the gate, a figure appeared. It was a cultivator at the greater enlightened stage. Behind him followed numerous cultivators of varying levels. But at a glance, they all wore identical attire. They were disciples of Xianxia Valley. This is Argyle, the old valley master of Xianxia Valley. Someone recognized Argyle and exclaimed in surprise. Unexpectedly, even the master of Xianxia Valley had come. However, it seemed he wasn't here to offer congratulations, but to create chaos. At this moment, Alfredo stood aloft with both hands behind his back, exuding immense pressure. And Yema, summoned forth, stood beside Alfredo, treading on the heavenly sword. Immediately after, the women emerged one by one. What important business does Xianxia Valley have here? Alfredo asked coldly. Argyle laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I'm here to challenge you. What if establishing a sect on the gateway of West State means you need the qualifications to protect the entry first? Otherwise, you won't be able to settle down here. Alfredo knew there was no reconciling with Xianxia Valley. Besides, since they chose to challenge him on the day of the sect founding, there was no need for further discussion. If so, let's cut to the chase. Show me your move, and I'll counter it. Bold indeed. I've heard you imprison my son Brooke. Release him first, then we can fight. Argyle said with a smile of approval towards Sean Carmine. Alfredo frowned. Your son has already been killed by me. Do you still wish to fight? Argyle didn't heed Alfredo and got straight to the point. I know if my son is dead or not. Don't talk nonsense. How can you release him? Alfredo chuckled. Releasing him is simple. I've kept him confined in my Thunder domain for 30 days of contemplation. After that, I'll naturally let him go. He kept Brooke for now because Declan was still receiving inheritance in the secret realm, and removing the key bloodline provider might cause problems. Thus, Alfredo needed to keep Brooke bleeding in the Thunder pool for 30 more days, and then he'd release him. Argyle frowned upon hearing this. So there's no room for negotiation? If so, don't blame me for not giving you face on the day of your sect's founding. I want a duel. Whichever side wins will be the superior sect, while the other must acknowledge themselves as the subordinate sect. The contest will be best 2 out of 3, disciple match, elder match, and sect master match. Will you accept this challenge or not? Argyle looked disdainfully at Sean Carmine as if victory was already secured and Xianxia Valley was about to become Xiuxian sect's superior sect. Alfredo glanced at the disciples with a smile. Since Valley Dominant Carmine insists on delivering Xianxia Valley into subordination under Xiuxian sect, why should I refuse? Ha 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 ha. As you say, best 2 out of 3. Hearing this, Argyle grew enraged, but considering the imminent outcome, he sneered wickedly. All 3 rounds must be completed. Even if you lose the first 2, the third round must still be fought. Argyle feared Alfredo might deliberately lose the first 2 rounds, preventing him from personally punishing this arrogant young man. Alfredo nodded and turned to Delbert behind him. You step up. Fight to your full potential. Delbert nodded and immediately launched himself using a sword riding technique. Argyle also instructed a disciple to step forward. The Xianxia Valley disciple was male, yet he had delicate features and moved with a certain grace that evoked an aura of elegance. Evan, give it everything you've got. Even with the support of the Great Void Temple, what can Taishan sect do under the rules of combat? It cannot complain against Xianxia Valley. In reality, Argyle had no intention of giving face to the large sects in Central State, but choosing a contest over direct conflict revealed his underlying hesitation. Evan stepped out with orders. He displayed fire attribute techniques and possessed the combined cultivation of a fusion stage. In contrast, Delbert had just broken through to the nascent soul stage and was currently only at the first level. As a disciple of Taishan sect, he was already considered fast progressing. Yet Evan was a long-term cultivator who had broken through to the nascent soul stage in Xianxia Valley. Hashtag chapter 257. Delbert's battle. In the cultivation world, a century is generally considered one era. Evan was right at the boundary, being 98 years old, but not yet 100, still technically part of this era. But even that was pushing it. At this moment, Ilium had deduced Evan's bone age and wanted to report it to Boone. However, Boone merely waved his hand, showing immense confidence in Delbert. Because, system notification, detected 5-star fortune aura around the host. Following the system's guidance, it became clear that this protagonist was indeed Delbert. This person has the main character's destiny aura. He will soon experience an epiphany and level up dramatically during this intersect competition, reaching new heights in swordsmanship. Seeing that Boone didn't react, Ilium was about to say more, but Boone stopped him immediately. He had a reassuring look on his face. King, listen up. Delbert is my direct disciple. Have faith in him. Our Wilbur sect disciples aren't afraid of any tricks they might pull. Ilium was shocked. After all, there was a significant difference in cultivation stages. Did the sect leader's disciples have to be just as freakishly powerful as the sect leader? Before Ilium could further ponder this, the competition began. Delbert immediately took to the air with the ancient lightning sword, maintaining distance from his opponent, a necessary step when facing a fusion stage cultivator. If he allowed himself to be closed upon from the start, his lower cultivation would leave him without means to resist. Having gained substantial combat experience from training with his eye, Delbert had matured greatly in battle prowess. As a talent-type cultivator, he could extrapolate various scenarios from a single experience, and with the Flawless Sutra boosting his abilities, his combat simulations were top-notch. Just by observing Delbert's initial moves, both Boone and Azai nodded approvingly. This was their own disciple. Evan exuded a soft, feminine demeanor. He moved gracefully, twisting his waist slowly through the air until he came to a stop. As a fusion stage cultivator, Evan could easily teleport wherever he wanted. Yet, he chose to move slowly, likely aiming to create a false impression and make the opponent unconsciously forget his instant movement capabilities, allowing for an unexpected attack. Unfortunately for him, he faced Delbert, Boone's disciple. Delbert showed no reaction to Evan's slow and delicate movements, not underestimating him in the slightest. As Evan approached within 100 meters, Delbert suddenly widened his eyes. Sword technique. Immediately followed by the first form of the ancient lightning sword, light separation sword, using lightning light to create optical illusions, misdirecting attention. But Evan wasn't an ordinary cultivator either. Seeing the deadly crisscrossed sword beams, he realized the technique's power and immediately unleashed his own skill. Body turns into a rainbow, attempting to dodge the strike. Yet he underestimated Delbert's ancient sword technique. Delbert successfully executed the feint and slashed his left arm with one swift strike. The next second, half of Evan's arm floated in the air. Aya! The shrill scream echoed in everyone's ears, sending chills down their spines. Evan clutched his wounded left arm, more shocked than in pain. A nearly century-old veteran fusion stage cultivator had been disarmed by a fledgling soul formation cultivator. It was humiliating beyond belief. Now driven by a desire for vengeance, Evan went all out, flames surging from his body, summoning the divine flame red demon. A new type of divine flame appeared. This red demon ranked 99th among divine flames, barely holding its place within the top 100. But to Boone, any divine flame was a treasure. Copy. Boone's copying process began again. Those watching noted Boone's intense focus on the battle and couldn't help but envy Delbert. What good fortune to have such a caring master. Judging from his moves, it was clear that Boone had taught him these formidable techniques wholeheartedly, allowing Delbert to challenge the Great Ascension stage, Evan, and win the opening round. Jealousy and admiration filled the crowd. With the aid of the ancient lightning sword and sword technique, Delbert's speed wasn't far off from Evan's fusion stage. Keeping enough distance, Evan had no choice but to use long-range martial arts. Flame Tide. This technique rapidly spread the divine fire towards the target, ranking among the top 3 techniques of the Vermilion Fire Valley. Indeed, Evan was no ordinary figure. Otherwise, Argyle wouldn't have sent him. Delbert naturally didn't sit idly by. With a twist of his sword, he activated the second form of the ancient lightning sword, lightning sword / lightning enhanced massive sword energy to strike from afar. The two attacks collided, emitting a dazzling light. In the next moment, the lightning sword / cleanly split the flame tide in half. The crowd was astounded. Heaven, this disciple of Dominic has such incredible strength. Truly worthy of being Dominic Ye's top disciple. Looks like the Vermilion Fire Valley will be humiliated today. Even the Central Province's 3 major sects came to congratulate Dominic on founding his sect, yet Argyle openly challenged him here. What triggered him? He said Dominic imprisoned his son Carmine Yayu. Isn't it natural for a father to come looking for trouble? So, does that mean Dominic is? An onlooker quickly covered the cultivator's mouth. Hey, don't say that. Moreover, Didn't the Vermilion Fire Valley's Norris take advantage of Dominic Ye's breakthrough, deliberately provoking and injuring him? Dominic Ye only imprisoned him. He didn't kill him. That's true. If I was struck while transcending the Thunder Tribulation, I definitely want to flay and skin the perpetrator. On the field, the fight was fierce. In the audience, the discussions were equally heated. The duel between Delbert and Evan involved two long-range techniques. Unless there was a vast gap in technique levels, it was impossible for a soul formation to defeat a fusion stage. Yet, the Flame Tide was renowned as a high-grade yellow class technique. Could that sword energy technique be of Mystic class? Note, the translation preserves the original tone, paragraph structure, and pacing while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 258, Cooper's Fear. To everyone's surprise, this sword aura wasn't just at the Mystic rank. It might have even reached the Spirit rank of ancient martial arts techniques. Evan put up a full resistance, barely managing to withstand the blade's light. But Delbert didn't give him a moment to breathe. He immediately cast the Flying Sword technique, pushing his speed to its peak. Azai stood up and nodded slightly. He felt that the battle was over. The third stance of the Ancient Lightning Sword Rainbow. Delbert merged with the Ancient Lightning Sword, transforming into lightning that cleaved through all. In an instant, the streak of sword light had already pierced through Evan's body. When facing a swordsman in a match, even if it's only a competition, one must be prepared for death. A second later, a shower of blood rained down. Evan, dead. He was cleaved into two halves by Delbert right there on the spot. The entire venue fell silent. Cooper's face turned grim as he stared intently at Boone. Deliberate murder? Boone's expression remained indifferent, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. Everyone knows that once a swordsman attacks, they can't hold back. Has your Crimson Flame Valley never participated in duels before? Can you not accept defeat? Despite feeling furious, Cooper knew there was no point in arguing. Indeed, this was part of the rules of combat, as stated by Boone. Swordsmen were unique. Cultivating the way of the sword inherently meant the path of slaughter. Thus, during competitions, they could not hold back without compromising their sword spirit and drastically reducing their power. This would also be unfair. Let's proceed to the second round, the Cohen battle. Azai soared through the air. He had long seen through Delbert's sword tactics, so shortly after Delbert finished his fight, he was already in front of the crowd. At this moment, the observers from various sects all gasped when they saw Azai. This, another swordsman? What is happening with the Grand Profound sect? Most guests had already gathered some basic information about the Grand Profound sect. They only knew it accepted all disciples regardless of background, but did not expect it to have so many swordsmen. After all, cultivating as a swordsman was notoriously difficult, requiring exceptional natural talent. Just like Boone himself, because of insufficient talent, he had not forcefully pursued the sword path even with Xiao Alia's guidance, resulting in slow progress. This was the high barrier of entry for the sword path. Yet now, the Grand Profound sect had produced two outstanding swordsmen. Azai looked indifferently at his opponent. Cooper had an ominous premonition, but could only send out another separation stage elder in public. Unexpectedly, this elder from the Crimson Flame Valley was also a swordsman. Perhaps deflated from the start, Cooper's confidence was severely shaken. Watching the elder enter the arena, Cooper's heart sank. If this elder died, the price paid by the Crimson Flame Valley would be enormous. However, not allowing this swordsman to participate made Cooper feel truly uncertain. After all, Delbert's brutal slaying of Evan still replayed vividly in his mind. I am Baird. Let us commence. The Crimson Flame Valley swordsman stepped onto the stage, immediately radiating a powerful separation stage aura while his sword spirit activated. Usually, he wasn't so rash, but after witnessing the previous match, his assessment of the Grand Profound sect had significantly increased. For a swordsman, life was the most important. Even though he appeared hundreds of years older than the opposing cultivator, he couldn't afford to be courteous to a junior. Swordsmen must always forge ahead, giving their all. Azai. Azai merely nodded coolly, stating his name, then thick lightning surged around him. Clearly, he followed the same sword style as Delbert earlier. Ancient Lightning Sword. Third stance. Rainbow. Azai transformed into a beam of light, merging with the Heaven Sword. The Heaven Sword carried him, humming joyfully. Swoosh. A streak of sword light. It split straight through Baird. Baird's body was cleanly bisected. Empowered by lightning elements, the Lightning Sword Rainbow was terrifyingly potent. Azai's sword skills surpassed Delbert's precision, with no margin for error. Instant kill. Another instantaneous victory. How eerily similar to what happened in the Little Plum world all those years ago. Damn it. F*******. How long did this round last? Did it even last a breath? Heaven. Is the Grand Profound sect this heaven-defying? No wonder so many Central States' major sects are here, and even the Supreme Hall wants to marry into their sect master's family, who isn't even his sole spouse. So, in the mortal world, she's just a concubine? Turns out it's because the Grand Profound sect is so powerful. Then wouldn't this mean sect Dominic Boone is even more formidable? That means we have quite a show to look forward to for the final round. Hearing these comments, Cooper felt utterly caught between a rock and a hard place. This last round, which he had declared early on that they must fight, now faced the fact that the Crimson Flame Valley had already lost 2 consecutive rounds. Feeling somewhat disgraced, he was more panicked by now. If their disciples could fight beyond their ranks, what about their sect master? Though appearing to be at the separation stage, what was his actual overall strength? Cooper was starting to lose courage. Fight or forfeit. As Cooper hesitated, Boone had already called out from the arena. Old man, why don't you come on already? I've been waiting for you. Cooper's face paled but ultimately decided on self-preservation. Our Crimson Flame Valley concedes. Best 2 out of 3. You've already won. Sect Dominic Yi. Rest assured that henceforth, our Crimson Flame Valley will acknowledge the Grand Profound sect as our superior sect whenever we meet. Boone wore a teasing smile, intentionally questioning, wow, are you scared? Don't tell me you said everything was fair initially. Even if you won the first 2 rounds, the third must still be fought, right? What? Has old sect Dominic Carmine forgotten with age? Cooper's skin-thick facade smiled widely. Haha. Well, this old man didn't know sect Dominic's prowess before these matches. Now I realize I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well, huh? Inside, Boone laughed. The Valley Master of the Crimson Flame Valley was amusing indeed. Despite being a Grand Ascension cultivator, he dared not make a move against him. But thinking about it logically, the 2 Grand Profound sect participants were both swordsmen who instantly killed their opponents. Likely, he feared that as a sect master, he might also be a swordsman, risking his own life. Naturally, he backed off to save his life. Translation provided as requested, maintaining original structure and tone. Hashtag Chapter 259. Declan emerges from seclusion, inherits the Flame Emperor's legacy. Boone didn't try to forcefully keep Cooper. After all, in this era, it was far better to have a sensible neighbor who knew how to gauge situations than a hot-headed brute causing endless trouble. Besides, today was the day he was founding his sect, and the inauguration ceremony was of paramount importance. Oh, wow. Grandmaster is mighty. Grandmaster is awe-inspiring. Eliam shouted at the top of his lungs. Grandmaster is mighty. Grandmaster is awe-inspiring. The disciples of Wilbur's sect cheered with excitement. Indeed, this moment had lifted everyone's spirits. Their new sect had made a grand entrance, showing just how formidable they were, and no one would dare mess with them. Of course, it was all thanks to their grandmaster, Boone. The inauguration ceremony continued uninterrupted. Not long after, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the sky, emanating from the center of the Thunder Domain. Boom! Declan emerged from seclusion. Surrounded by flames, he had obtained the complete inheritance of the Flame Emperor. His physical appearance had also matured. Once a 12 or 13-year-old boy, he now resembled a young man in his 20s. At this point, Declan had already reached the 8th stage of the Divergent Soul Realm. He was now the highest level avatar among his 3 bodies. Previously, before entering the Secret Realm, he had only been at the nascent soul stage. But in merely about a month, he had advanced 2 stages, breaking through the combined body realm and surpassing the Divergent Soul Realm constraints in one fell swoop. Boone, in his original form, felt somewhat awkward. Both Azai and Declan were his avatars, yet both of their cultivation levels surpassed his own, making him feel quite embarrassed. Around Declan swirled vibrant godfire circles, a sign that he had inherited the Flame Emperor's legacy and subdued the divine fire. Now, Declan possessed 10 types of godfire, radiating intense and wild energy, evoking awe and fear in those who beheld him. Having attained the Divergent Soul Realm, Declan now possessed divine sense, which extended over 200 miles, an even greater range than Boone himself. Now, all 3 of Boone's avatars had reached the Divergent Soul Realm. Combined, they felt confident enough to challenge a Grand Ascension Realm cultivator. Seeing Declan emerge from the secret realm, Brooke could no longer contain his anger. He had taken what belonged to him. D***M you, Boone. F***CK. You damn bastard. Get over here and fight me for 300 rounds. Give back my fortune. F***CK you. Brooke screamed in fury, but it did no good. Declan had fully absorbed the legacy, and the bloodline power within him gradually calmed down. This opportunity had been completely snatched away. Approaching Brooke, Declan noticed the small golden dragon circling his body. Flames flickered in his eyes as he observed. Upon Declan's arrival, the 5-clawed flame dragon that had been encircling Brooke moved closer to Declan, displaying an unusual level of familiarity. In the next moment, the golden dragon separated from Brooke's body, coiling around Declan as if recognizing its true master. Moreover, the golden dragon became more active and excited on Declan's body, a fact not lost on either Declan or Brooke. Declan nodded. This 9-star fortune indeed lived up to its reputation. Not only had he taken Brooke's Flame Emperor legacy, but now the golden dragon had also defected to his side. This effectively completed this avatar's capabilities. Brooke's eyes were nearly bulging out in rage, his face contorted in a grotesque expression. You son of a b****Tsich, return my flame dragon to me. Damn you. $#$. Ignoring Brooke's futile rage, Declan stretched out his hand, beckoning towards the sky. A burst of godfire appeared in his palm. He could now summon the godfire at will. Flame Emperor's Cage. This flame prison woven from godfire and empowered by the flame dragon were previously unique skills of the golden dragon. Declan had taken all of Brooke's core abilities. Brooke had been smug about his inheritance, but his newly acquired golden dragon had barely settled in when Declan took it away. He was almost driven mad thinking about it. His efforts to strengthen the dragon using his own vital essence were all in vain. How can I possibly endure this? Ping. Detected 8-star fortune near the host. Seeing the aura surrounding Brooke, Boone felt a surge of excitement. Brooke was truly a prime target. The person has an extraordinary destiny with supreme fortune and is expected to acquire a celestial thunderbird in the Sea of Lightning soon. The system's neutral voice sent ripples through Boone's mind. Celestial thunderbird. It was one of the ancient divine birds recorded in Dominic Carmelo's notebook, and since it could only be born from lightning, it was extremely rare, appearing only once in millions of years. To think Brooke was about to obtain one. Let fate run its course. Thinking this, Boone abruptly pulled Brooke out of the thunder domain. The hatred in Brooke's eyes locked onto Boone. If looks could kill, Boone would have died 1,000 deaths. Brooke was consumed by hatred, planning his revenge for the moment he escaped. Killing Boone's disciples, destroying his sect, and exacting terrible vengeance. But despite all this, Boone remained delighted, because the system had brought another pleasant surprise. Ping. Congratulations on successfully intercepting the fortune. By pulling Brooke out of the thunder domain, he lost the opportunity to acquire the celestial thunderbird. For someone whose fortune Boone had fully controlled, this was like fattening a pig. It was all Boone's now. Fortune binding in progress. Binding successful. Congratulations on acquiring 8-star fortune. You will obtain a celestial thunderbird in the Sea of Lightning. Chapter 260. Opening the furnace to refine pills. The profound heaven thunderbird. Ha ha ha, it's mine now. Boone. You damn fool. You freaking robbed me of my chance again. Brooke was still under Declan's control. He could clearly feel that his opportunity had been snatched away once more. Though he didn't know what opportunity it was, he was certain it was a powerful one. But this damned Boone. He snatched it away again. Brooke's desire to kill Boone had hit an all-time high, but alas, he was locked inside a divine flame cage by Declan. He struggled frantically to break out, but this cage was made from 9 divine flames. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't even shake. Boone placed the divine flame cage beside the previous lightning domain, and then returned to find the main body, Boone. Thunder-affiliated things should be handled by the main body. It would be easier for him. At this moment, outside the main hall of the Great Mystic Gate, there was a lively scene. Although everyone heard some commotion here, the stronger sects weren't as powerful as the 3 major central state sects and dared not easily step forward for fear of offending them. The weaker ones didn't care much about the commotion since it didn't concern them. They might as well take advantage of this time to drink more fine wine from the Great Mystic Gate and boost their strength. Declan flew straight to Boone without saying anything. Boone immediately entrusted the reception of guests to Ashley, and Leilani. The 3 women nodded, and Boone left for the Lightning Domain right away. Since Boone created the Lightning Domain, he was like a god within it. With this destiny already claimed by him, Boone felt the presence of the profound Heaven Thunderbird as soon as he entered. Boone excitedly headed towards where the profound Heaven Thunderbird was located. He hadn't flown far when he indeed saw ahead of him a creature with a plump, wriggling body. A chicken? Boone was baffled. Where was the promised profound Heaven Thunderbird? He remembered clearly from Senior Sunflower's manual that the profound Heaven Thunderbird wasn't described like this at all. Uncertain, Boone pulled out Sunflower Dominic's alchemy notebook again and carefully compared it 3 times before finding any similarities. At this moment, the profound Heaven Thunderbird seemed to have noticed Boone and started chirping as it pounced toward him. Boone didn't hesitate and reached out to catch it. Unexpectedly, in the next second, zzzzz, a refreshing sensation. Because the profound Heaven Thunderbird was born from thunderstorms and was still young, it couldn't control its lightning very well, giving Boone a critical strike unexpectedly. Fortunately, Boone's main body had the divine thunder constitution, so besides feeling refreshed, there was no real pain. Another young one to raise. Suddenly, Boone remembered he already had another baby. Little 7-colored cloud tiger also loved thunder. Boone hurriedly took out the little 7-colored cloud tiger which had been in cold storage for a long time. The little 7-colored cloud tiger suddenly found itself in a new environment, looking around with innocent eyes. Feeling the trace of thunder power, it tentatively stretched its claws. Ow! Indeed, it was thunder. The little 7-colored cloud tiger joyfully wagged its tail. Seeing this, the profound Heaven Thunderbird wanted to play with it too and wobbled over. Unexpectedly, the little 7-colored cloud tiger swished its tail, sending the profound Heaven Thunderbird flying. Seeing this scene, Boone couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, he quickly stopped and caught the profound Heaven Thunderbird. Since they hadn't yet formed a pact, he needed to do it first. As for the little 7-colored cloud tiger, he left it in the lightning domain to grow. Just as he stepped out of the lightning domain, Boone heard Brooke's curses. It wasn't that Boone wanted to listen, but since the divine flame cage was his creation, he could hear everything inside while others only saw him raving madly without understanding a word. Boone ignored him and simply left with the profound Heaven Thunderbird. Boone, I swear we are sworn enemies. Just you wait. I will definitely kill you. Only now did Brooke realize what he had lost. This was an ancient divine bird. His destiny. It was taken by Boone just like that. Besides anger, there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, when Boone returned, the grand hall was still filled with joyous atmosphere. He immediately set up the furnace to refine pills. As previously agreed, he planned to honor his promise. Boone's alchemy skills were now flawless, and he surprisingly lined up 10 pill furnaces. Yes, he intended to start all 10 simultaneously. Apart from the legendary 9th grade elixirs which he hadn't tried due to lacking formulas, all other pills had become almost effortless for him. Seeing such an impressive display, murmurs erupted among the crowd. This? Could Dor Lord Yi really be setting up the furnaces to refine pills? Seems like it. But he has set up 10 pill cauldrons. Could it be 10 alchemists refining together? Do the Great Mystic Gate have so many sword cultivators and alchemists? Fearful youth, truly fearful youth. Boone had put the profound Heaven Thunderbird away, knowing from past experience that making a pact would take several hours. He decided to first refine the promised pills. What Boone didn't know was that although Gray was a member of the Qin family, the famous beast-taming lineage of the Central State, he was only a collateral line member. If someone like Leilani helped, forming the pact wouldn't take long. With the pill furnaces ready, Boone gathered his spiritual energy and loudly announced to everyone. To those who attended our grand founding ceremony, you won't leave empty-handed. Due to the large number of people, I've decided to provide each person with an essential advancement pill. 4 golden core cultivators, I will gift a baby break pill. 4 nascent soul cultivators, I will give a... Wow. Upon hearing Boone's words, the crowd below immediately buzzed with excitement. This was going to be an unprecedented feat. Among the 10 pill cauldrons Boone prepared, there was his favorite purple sun cauldron. Boone focused entirely on the task, taking out a mountain of herbs as if they were cheap vegetables. Everyone watched in amazement. How audacious Dor Lord Yi is. He actually has jade leaf ginseng and soulbreak grass? Look at that. What is it? *T. A divine lotus leaf. Even rare items like these? Everyone present was astonished. Even seasoned elders like those from Blood Saint Hall were surprised by Boone's resources. Chapter 261. Another sky thunder tribulation. With the power of the three major sects in Central State, they could have these things too. However, they certainly wouldn't pile them up like Spike did, as if the herbs were worth nothing more than cabbages, nor would they possess such a diverse collection of rare medicinal herbs. This was no ordinary accumulation. Could it be that Spike has a significant background? For a moment, their thoughts began to stir. Spike was unaware of their speculations. His mind was entirely focused on the tin alchemy stoves before him. He gently directed strands of spiritual energy to pick up batches of herbs, arranging them according to different alchemy recipes into the tin stoves and initiating the alchemy process. His proficient technique left all the guests present utterly astonished. So fast? Is Dominic Spike really refining pills? Did I see correctly? I can't help but feel this looks just like kneading dough. Can pill refinement be this fast? Cortez, you're also an alchemist. Why does it take you so long? Damn, who can compare to Dominic Spike? Cortez instantly flared up. Ask any other alchemist if there's one who refines tin furnaces with a single hand like Dominic Spike. You've got a point. But Cortez, don't get upset. I didn't say your pills weren't good. No more talk. Look at Dominic Spike. He's starting. Spike's hands moved swiftly among the various herbs, already leaving behind afterimages in an instant. At this moment, Tad quietly approached Spike's side. She was there to assist him. Tad brought out her own alchemy stove, placing it near Spike to help extract liquid from auxiliary herbs. Instantly, everyone's attention focused on the handsome man and beautiful woman. A perfect yin-yang harmony, they cooperated flawlessly. As Spike delved deeper into pill refinement, not long afterward, clouds slowly began to gather in the sky. Someone spotted it and exclaimed in shock, "My God, look at the sky. Could that be a heavenly tribulation?" It seems so. It's a heavenly tribulation. The Grandmaster of Xiuxian sect managed to summon a heavenly tribulation while refining pills? What the hell? Such a rare sight in 100 years. To be able to summon a heavenly tribulation during pill refinement, what a terrifying talent this alchemist must have. I don't know how talented he is, but even the most famous Clyde in Central State couldn't summon a heavenly tribulation during pill refinement. I know Clyde. He's an extraordinary being who once refined 8-tier 8th rank patterned pills. Everyone's minds were filled with turmoil, imagining just how heaven-defying Spike's pill refinement skills were to actually invoke divine punishment. However, for Spike himself, experiencing heavenly tribulations had become commonplace. Ever since he started refining pills that could produce 9th rank patterns, each session always brought a heavenly tribulation. Sometimes it seemed absent, but after he sealed the furnace, a thunderbolt would strike down. The heavenly tribulation taught Spike a lesson. Though it might be delayed, it would come. Meanwhile, Tad was somewhat nervous, staring fixedly at the cloud above, for this was her first encounter with a heavenly tribulation during pill refinement. Spike noticed her tension, stepping forward and grasping her hand, softly comforting her. "Tinga, don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Continue refining the pills as you normally do. Don't worry about the heavenly tribulation. Not a single hair on your head will be harmed." Hearing Spike's concerned voice, Tad felt her confidence swell, dispelling her fear of the tribulation. All the accumulated grievances over the years vanished instantly. With those words from Spike, Tad felt her life was now complete. Tad nodded firmly, her eyes brimming with tears, too moved to speak. She had once wondered, if she had been more proactive back then, if she had confessed her feelings to Spike right after the Blackwind Gang incident, would she have entered his heart earlier? Would he have only her by his side? But regrets were futile. She regretted many things in the past, but now, everything was let go. No regrets remained. Having Spike's broad shoulders, she felt immensely satisfied. At this point, the long-gathering thunderclouds finally materialized. Rumble. A cascade of lightning flickered. This time, 18 layers of thunder tribulation. This was the first time Spike encountered so many layers of tribulation while refining pills, highlighting just how heaven-defying the pills he was making were. Of course, it could also be a qualitative change caused by a quantitative buildup. His arrogance of opening 10 furnaces simultaneously angered the heavens, bringing him double the joy. Moreover, as his alchemy skills improved, so did the quality of the pills he produced. If not for the limit of 9 pattern tiers, Spike believed he could refine pills with 10 or 12 pattern tiers. At times, Spike even felt that the pills he made were developing a form of consciousness, almost coming alive. Were his old friend Carmelo Brothers' spirit to know of this, would he feel proud? The lightning bolt aimed directly at Spike's head stopped short, replaced by a transparent dome-shaped barrier overhead. Under this barrier, Tad remained unharmed. Yet watching the wasted lightning saddened Spike. He couldn't bear the waste, so he expanded his realm, absorbing every bit of the heavenly tribulation's lightning into his thunder realm. The thunder realm, having absorbed the heavenly tribulation, grew even more formidable. Now, Spike's strength was greater than ever. In future battles, expanding his thunder realm would mean using heavenly tribulation against foes. An exhilarating thought. Spike secretly savored this power. After activating the thunder realm, the protective barrier dissipated, enveloping Tad under the thunderclouds. However, within his realm, Spike was a god. He needed only a thought to prevent any harm to Tad. They continued refining pills, adding more herbs continuously. Thus, the crowd watched in amazement as Spike completed one batch after another, like a rural feast where dishes emerged one by one from large pots. And each batch contained pills with 9-tier patterns. Soon, the 18 layers of tribulation were over, the final bolt seeming hesitant, barely a tickle compared to the previous ones. Finally, the thunderclouds dispersed in the sky. Hashtag chapter 262. Yuma Prefecture attacks. The heavenly lightning dissipated, and auspicious clouds once again appeared. A rainbow-colored cloud of elixir rose up, condensing auspicious patterns on all the freshly made pills. The guests within the Wilbury sect were filled with excitement and awe. They would never forget this moment in their lives. Who could refine pills with such incredible results? Only sect Dominic Boone. Upon completion of the pill refinement, Boone immediately ordered his disciples to distribute the pills. Many visitors from smaller sects received the pills with flushed faces, some too moved to speak. Just as everyone was joyfully receiving the pills, a large mass of dark, oppressive demonic clouds suddenly appeared in the distance, advancing toward the Wuxia sect. It was the Yunma Prefecture. Yunma Prefecture had come to attack. The guests still present at the Wuxia sect began to frown. What is that thing? I feel an evil power. Evil cultivators. What? Evil cultivators only exist in legends, right? The Yun Prefecture has already changed its name to Yunma Prefecture because they have all turned to the path of darkness. Armando, did you just come out of seclusion and not inquire about it along the way? Boone didn't expect Yunma Prefecture to attack at this time. He hadn't intended to take advantage of these guests by giving them pills, but since things had coincidentally happened this way, how could it be suitable for them to accept his pills and not contribute any effort? He looked at the guests, seeing their serious expressions, and the vast number of demonic clouds in the distance also indicated that this time Yunma Prefecture had almost sent all its forces. The dense clouds covered a wide area, with over 100 different styles of attire visible, suggesting that nearly every one of the 100 sects within Yunma Prefecture had come. They seemed determined not to stop until they captured the gateway of Xi Prefecture. Boone felt a sinking feeling in his heart. At this moment, Azai and Declan arrived by his side. Boone laughed heartily and suddenly addressed the crowd. Everyone, since Yunma Prefecture has come to disrupt our grand ceremony, let me provide an additional show. Having signaled to Declan, Declan instantly used the divine speed technique and flew forward with the help of his divine fire. Seeing the calm demeanor of the Wuxia sect master, the guests couldn't help but feel relieved. Although they were somewhat afraid, if the Wuxia sect chose to establish itself at the gateway of Xi Prefecture, there must be a reason for it. Indeed, after speaking, Boone also flew into the air above the sect. The current Wuxia sect actually lacked protective mountain formations due to the lack of suitable array masters, and Boone didn't want to entrust the key to his door to someone else. But the guests didn't know this. If they found out the sect lacked protective formations, they would surely be terrified. Not having protective formations was like an ancient city without walls. It could be easily conquered. However, Boone hadn't completely neglected this. With Murphy here, who specialized in formations, he planned to have him guide the setup of protective formations. But he hadn't anticipated that Yunma Prefecture would act so quickly. Also, he felt sorry for Murphy. After a long separation, how could he immediately put him to work? By now, Declan stood alone before the masses of evil cultivators, ready to face thousands single-handedly. All eyes were on Declan, whose most striking feature was the 5-clawed golden dragon circling around him, extremely lifelike and vibrant. You established your sect at the border between Yun Prefecture and Xi Prefecture without consulting us, Yunma Prefecture. You killed our disciples, and I haven't yet settled the score. Isn't what you're doing now going too far? The Patriarch of Kimazong stepped forward, representing the evil cultivators. Despite intending to be aggressive, upon meeting Declan, a divinity transformation realm expert, standing calmly, his bravado diminished. Declan's presence was terrifying, completely disdainful of everyone. Even facing 10,000 evil cultivators, he showed no fear. Kimazong's Patriarch felt helpless. This was like encountering a lunatic who feared nothing, not something he had ever heard of or seen. He wanted to ask, although you are in the divinity transformation realm, we have 10,000 evil cultivators. But aren't you scared? But he didn't dare ask. Declan's, how can you harm me? Attitude silenced his question. Why wasn't Declan afraid of death? Because initially, he was created as a self-destructing bomb. Do bombs fear explosions? Not fearing self-destruction, why should Declan fear death? Ignoring the Patriarch's question, Declan raised his left hand with black flames and his right with white flames, wielding them like two whips made of divine fire. From the viewing platform of the Wuxia sect, Boone introduced Declan to the guests, praising his brother's strength capable of withstanding thousands. While guests smiled in agreement, inwardly they doubted. Letting one person fight 10,000. Wasn't that too harsh? Sect Dominici, maybe we should assist Brother Declan. One person against 10,000 seems a bit much. Boone waved his hand. Not at all. Watch and enjoy the show without helping. Don't worry, my brother is incredibly powerful, he added with a smirk. Suddenly, a fierce battle erupted. Holding the Flame Emperor's legacy, Declan wielded Black God Fire in one hand and White Heavenly Fire in the other, lashing out at the enemy. The enemy, seeing 1 versus 10,000, dared to attack first? Unbelievable. They instantly surrounded him. But this was the Flame Emperor's legacy. The divine fire whip grew longer as it whipped, extending dozens of times its original length. Flames scorched everything in their path. Evil cultivators were even more vulnerable to divine fire, their attributes naturally suppressed. Boom. Crack. Each strike took many lives. You're too arrogant. An elder of Kimazong yelled. Chapter 263, Declan's Flame Emperor Legacy. These Cohens of the Art Demon sect all possessed cultivation levels above the combined body stage. They surged forward, resisting the divine fire whip, numbering in the hundreds. Though Declan was at the 8th stage of the separated soul realm, encountering over 100 combined body cultivators instantly intensified the pressure. A slight smile curled on Declan's lips. 9-fold transformation of divine fire. With the mastery of the Flame Emperor's legacy, the divine fire within his body had increased to 10 types. 9 was considered the peak number, but the Flame Emperor's legacy had broken this limit. With 10 types of divine fire within him, it marked a qualitative change. 9-fold transformation of divine fire, he roared. Declan's strength surged exponentially. The highest level of 9-fold transformation of divine fire meant possessing 9 types of divine fire, which could elevate 1 by 9 realms, each type of divine fire enhancing 1 realm. However, with 10 divine fires, Declan had reached new heights. In an instant, Declan transcended directly from the 8th stage of the separated soul realm to the Great Ascension realm. Great Ascension realm cultivators could be called true men. Boone watched the numerous guests gape with a calm expression. See? My brother is at the Great Ascension realm, Ichabod. What do you have to worry about? Yet the guests weren't merely shocked by Declan being a Great Ascension cultivator. They were more astounded by the cultivation technique that could elevate someone from the separated soul realm straight to the Great Ascension realm. Seeming to read their thoughts, Boone flashed a wicked smile. I've decided to give everyone another gift. The entire hall erupted again. Everyone knew that Dominic of Wilbur's sect was generous and hospitable. Each guest received high-grade spirit pills, along with copious amounts of spirit stones. To give roses to others, fragrance remains in your hand. I've decided to give everyone another gift as a token of gratitude. Our Wilbur sect will provide every guest here with a mystic-grade cultivation technique. This technique is called Wilbur Ethereal Record. It is precisely our sect's cornerstone technique. You may take it and cultivate it freely. Wow. Everyone burst into exclamations. Dominic, are you serious? Absolutely certain. No tricks involved. Boone declared firmly. By now, Declan was radiating the aura of a Great Ascension cultivator. At that moment, the patriarch of the Art Demon sect let out a cold snort. If this is your trump card, then you're still too young. He immediately revealed the aura of a Great Ascension cultivator. Previously, there wasn't a single Great Ascension cultivator in Cloud Demon state. Yet now, after merely a year of demonic cultivation, Great Ascension cultivators appeared. How terrifying was this demon technique? The Mohammeds became excited upon hearing the Art Demon sect patriarch speak. Patriarch Nico, mighty and invincible. Patriarch Nico, mighty and invincible. Declan showed no emotional changes. How can you be so ordinary yet so confident? Whoa. The Mohammeds were taken aback. What was he saying? Patriarch Nico was indeed at the same Great Ascension realm as Declan, and moreover, without any secret techniques, he was a genuine Great Ascension cultivator. Yet Declan was showing such disdain? Clearly enraged, Patriarch Nico tore through space effortlessly. He lunged towards Declan with outstretched hands. A Great Ascension cultivator could tear through space with a mere gesture, far beyond the reach of those below the Great Ascension realm. Thus, the 100 combined body elders didn't rush in to die but circled around the battlefield, heading straight for Wilbur's sect instead. Declan narrowed his eyes. Did I allow you to leave? That icy, bone-chilling voice echoed in the minds of the 100 combined body cultivators. This soul-piercing voice delved deep into their minds. Simultaneously, Patriarch Nico's hand pressed down on Declan from afar. While Declan's grasp of spatial laws was not yet proficient, instinctively he controlled the space around him, pushing back against the opponent. Upon collision, there was a silent clash. Space distorted slightly. Although no sound was heard, the outer circle of Mohammeds felt the violent and destructive aura. Through engaging Patriarch Nico, Declan gradually grasped the spatial laws. Seeing the two locked in combat, the 100 combined body cultivators began leading their disciples toward Wilbur's sect. Dominic, why don't we activate the mountain protection array first? This way, we can watch the battle with greater peace of mind. After obtaining the mystic grade technique, some cultivators wore blissful smiles. Boone couldn't say there was no protective array without causing panic. No problem. Can these little demons break through our gates? Impossible. If even one of them breaks through to Wilbur's sect, I'll give everyone present 10,000 spirit stones and a high-grade pill. Immediately, no one suggested activating the protective array anymore. Boone's generosity was astonishing. Some even wished for a few demons to come through. Just one? Boone surveyed the scene. He naturally understood everyone's thoughts. It was a temporary measure to stabilize the situation. Currently, he needed to focus on the battlefield. Though appearing relaxed, sweat was subtly seeping from his palms. Suddenly, Declan waved his hand, imprisoning the space where the 100 cultivators stood. I never said you could leave. That icy voice resonated, followed by a beautiful bloom of flames. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud. Indeed, it was the late-arriving magnetic burst divine fire, 10-colored lotus flame. Those 100 Mohammeds, frozen in place, were instantly consumed by the flames, turning into ashes. Azai, watching from the side, winced, calling it a waste. 100 demon crystals from those 100 cultivators would significantly boost his cultivation if he absorbed them using his demon technique. Truly, Declan was extravagant. Earlier, Boone had analyzed that once reaching the Great Ascension realm, the power of magnetic burst divine fire would increase dramatically. Indeed. Now, Declan could easily confine space with a gesture, a spatial restriction much stronger than the water prison technique. From another perspective, the water prison technique gradually lost its significance upon entering the Great Ascension realm, except for its unique benefit. It allowed cultivators to experience the field control of the Great Ascension realm before reaching it. The intense firelight burned furiously, releasing violent energy, yet not a trace escaped. Because Declan had already sealed the space, blocking all energy. This was the terror of a Great Ascension cultivator. You're asking for death. Furious, Patriarch Nico watched as his carefully nurtured 100 elders, all at the combined body stage, fueled by countless demon crystals, were obliterated by Declan's attack. Hashtag chapter 264. Boone's golden body is broken. Grandmaster Nico transformed into a demon lord, his body emitting an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. At this moment, Grandmaster Nico was completely demonized. Die. Nico extended his hand toward Declan. His eyes were covered with black, ink-like patterns. This move alone made one's heart shudder just by looking at it. But Declan remained unfazed. He looked at the Grandmaster who had sacrificed himself to the Omar and felt nothing but pity. Everyone, no matter their form, should retain their own consciousness. If someone lost their mind, even if they became overwhelmingly powerful, what meaning did that have? Cultivation was about defying fate, for immortality and freedom. The Grandmaster of the Artifact Demon sect had now become a puppet toy of the Omar, devoid of thought. Declan felt no fear at all. Even though Nico's cultivation had swollen to peak Great Ascension, Declan simply stroked the little golden dragon coiled around his neck. Little dragon, we must fight side by side. After saying this, the little golden dragon let out a triumphant roar and soared into the sky. At that moment, a spatial rift appeared in the sky, releasing a terrifying aura. Nico had completed his demonization. He had lost all human form, completely enveloped by demonic energy. And now, even his voice had changed, becoming androgynous and hoarse. There is an odious presence on you, insect, die. With these words, Nico reached out and delivered a heavy blow to Declan. Declan's body was instantly sent flying backward. He was utterly defenseless, because at that moment, Nico had sealed the space, preventing Boone and Izai from reaching him even if they were desperate to do so. At this time, Declan's divine flame transformation also came to an end. His strength once again dropped back to 8th stage separation. Boone and Izai exchanged a glance and rushed quickly towards Declan. Finally, just before Declan hit the ground, Boone caught him. At this moment, Declan was barely alive. Boone hurriedly fed Declan a handful of high-grade pills, each bearing 9-layer alchemy patterns, capable of rapidly restoring spiritual power and healing wounds. Use that move. 3 purities merge, become one. Boom. Declan, Boone, and Izai finally merged once more. Since Boone had mastered the one breath divides into 3 purities, he had separated Izai and Declan. Even when they occasionally returned to his body to heal or cultivate, they remained 3 separate entities. This was the first time he had reintegrated his 2 avatars back into his body. They had been separated for far too long. This fusion combined the energy of 3 great powers, causing Boone's realm to skyrocket crazily. Although this advancement was extremely fast, there were no adverse effects because the energy came from the cultivation of his own avatars, merely returning to his main body. Thus, giving back what belonged to him caused no issues. Moreover, his 3 avatars had solid foundations, ensuring no instability. At this point, Nico had finished transforming, growing horns on his head, and his eyes became hollow, like black voids seen from afar. One breath divides into 3 purities? How could this be? You actually know this supreme technique. You're not from this plane of existence. Suddenly, Nico exclaimed, surprisingly recognizing Boone's move. But what he said next was even more shocking. I'm not from this world either. Since we are both outsiders, why fight? Boone, how about we call a truce? Boone coldly watched Nico, whose realm had already ascended to Great Ascension. The little golden dragon in the sky was already enveloped by the light pillars of another plane. Summon Blaze Dragon. The little golden dragon grew larger and transformed into a massive golden blaze dragon. Dragon breath. Boone softly exhaled. A giant dragon silhouette appeared in the sky, spraying intensely at Nico. A colossal wave of flames instantly engulfed Nico's entire body. Ah! A tremendous scream resounded. The dragon's breath was a combination of several divine fires. Thus, nothing could withstand it. Indeed, Nico was reduced to ashes within seconds. Was he really dead? Everyone, including Boone, was surprised. He died so easily. Still, death was better. Boone showed a hint of a smile. This unexpected attack by numerous Mohammeds had indeed taken them off guard, but now everything was finally over. However, before Boone could fully show his relief, the ashes left behind began to change. What? Boone solemnly watched the ashes as they transformed. To be precise, these weren't ashes at all. It was pure demonic energy. The demonic energy reformed into a new human-like figure. Boone clearly sensed that Nico's consciousness had been thoroughly obliterated. But who was this person? What are you? Boone warily eyed the gas-formed figure. I am the Omar, the voice rasped menacingly. Roar. The black mist that claimed to be the Omar roared furiously and instantly approached Boone. Part of the demonic energy turned into a sharp blade and stabbed directly into Boone's abdomen. Boone quickly formed a fist with his left hand. Seal. Space froze upon his incantation. But without a physical form, the Omar was unaffected by Boone's seal. The demonic energy passed through the frozen space. Thunder Domain. Seeing the demonic blade about to cut into him, Boone immediately summoned his Thunder Domain. Within the Thunder Domain, he was the ruler, but the demonic energy penetrated his Thunder Domain unobstructed. Purify. Boone's forehead was drenched in sweat as he unleashed all his trump cards one after another. Yet, none of it worked. Thud. The sound of flesh being sliced. The demonic blade struck Boone's abdomen. Blood gushed out. Boone's 6th-level golden body was broken for the first time. What kind of monster was this? It resisted nothing, couldn't be purified by thunder, yet it could harm his body. Note: the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks to ensure coherence with previous content while adhering to the requested guidelines. Hashtag chapter 265. Flame Dragon Embodiment. Battle the Devil Dominic. Isn't this just plain unfair? He can hit me, but I can't even reach him. Spike was on the verge of going insane. He tried to grab the devilish aura, but it slipped through his fingers every time. Yet, the blade formed by that very aura could pierce through him. The instant teleportation technique. Finally, Spike managed to escape from that spot, clutching his abdomen with one hand as blood seeped through his fingers. Lucille saw Spike injured and was anxious, ready to come to his aid. But Joanne held Lucille's hand, shaking her head. We both know deep down that not interfering now is the greatest help we can give Spike. Lucille knew this all too well, but who could truly understand the torment in her heart? Ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion, and Lucille could only watch Spike with tears in her eyes, silently praying for him. At this moment, although his gifts were valuable, the 3 major sects of Central Province did not lack those few medicinal pills. They had high realms and thought that even if Spike gave them, they might not be appropriate. Moreover, with disciples already by Spike's side, whether they stayed or left was of little consequence, so the people from the 3 major sects left early. Otherwise, they would not have let Spike fight alone. Perhaps others had the ability to aid Spike in battle, but most chose to be spectators at this moment. Since Spike chose to establish his sect at the gateway of West Province, he must have the capability to bear this responsibility. Sky Demon Transformation. Boom. With a hoarse voice emanating from the mass of devilish aura, a loud roar followed as an enormous demonic silhouette projected itself downward. It hung suspended between heaven and earth. A massive figure appeared out of thin air. Is this Sky Demon Transformation? This plane had no sky demons, but it did have transformations. Transformation meant emulating celestial phenomena, a massive energy body embodying the cultivator's power. Once a cultivator reached the feathered immortal realm, they needed a larger body to wield their spiritual power. However, no matter how much they trained their bodies after birth, they couldn't grow any taller or change size. So, cultivators used the method of emulating celestial phenomena to form giant transformations with their spiritual power, fighting using these gigantic transformations to increase the immense power of their martial techniques. Looking up at the colossal Sky Demon transformation, Spike was barely the size of its toe. More accurately, he was about the height of its toenail. Sky Demon Charge. Just a casual movement of the transformation released an overwhelming wave of energy that instantly struck Spike's body. Another mouthful of blood spewed out. Yet Spike showed no fear whatsoever. Meanwhile, the guests still present at Wilburgate felt uneasy, some lowering their heads, and others prostrated themselves, barely daring to breathe. The pressure from the Sky Demon transformation was immense. That oppressive feeling made every cultivator at Wilburgate extremely tense. Finally, Spike shouted, "Flame Dragon Embodiment." A massive flame dragon's shadow coalesced in the sky, forming a new medium-sized golden dragon. Circling once in the sky, the golden dragon then plunged into Spike's body, now encased in a layer of flame dragon armor, identical to what Brook wore previously. Brook, still trapped within the divine fire cage, watched in agony as his flame dragon armor manifested on Spike's body. F***K. Spike, you damn son of a b*****. Spike, release me. Oh, I want to go mad. I will kill you. Spike paid no heed to Brook's enraged screams. Notably, Spike's flame dragon armor was more concentrated than Brook's. Clearly, Spike's affinity with fire surpassed Brook's. The devil Dominic, watching Spike enveloped in flame dragon armor, couldn't resist mocking, "Ha ha ha, boy hiding in a turtle shell." In the devil Dominic's view, the flame dragon armor was indeed formidable. Divine fire was the natural nemesis of devilish aura. The flame dragon armor was an amalgamation of 10 divine fires inside Spike's body. Suddenly, Spike used the instant teleportation technique again, dashing toward the celestial phenomenon transformation in the sky. Right in the center of the Sky Demon transformation's chest stood the devil Dominic. Divine flames surged. Any devilish aura that touched the flame dragon armor was scorched back by the intense heat, and Spike's own body was also somewhat scorched. One could only imagine the temperature of this flame dragon fire. Like a missile, Spike pierced straight through the Sky Demon transformation multiple times. The devil Dominic seemed to feel pain, letting out a heart-wrenching howl. Spike now floated directly before the devil Dominic, expressionless. "I didn't think you could feel pain." Then, Spike transformed into a meteor, repeatedly crashing into the Sky Demon transformation. Under constant impact, the Sky Demon transformation finally shattered, and the devil Dominic fled, scorched by the flame dragon fire. Spike held his right hand flat against his chest, patting it. Ninefold heavenly fire transformation. Boom. Instantly, 10 divine fires coursed through Spike's body. Gold-colored blood flowed from his abdominal wound. That was the effect of his 7th-layer golden body. Indeed, during that cut from the devilish aura-formed blade, Spike's 6th-layer golden body had broken through to the 7th layer. As the saying goes, there is no breaking without establishment. There were many reasons why he couldn't break through, but none had considered trying to pierce through the body. After all, who enjoys self-torture? Previously, Spike rarely got injured, so his body remained strong after continuous body tempering. Gradually, a bottleneck emerged, preventing further advancement to higher-level golden bodies. This golden body was like an energy layer wrapping around the body, similar to clothing. A 1st-layer golden body and a 5th-layer golden body definitely differed in size. However, as Spike's body grew larger and stronger through continuous tempering, the golden body expanded accordingly. Eventually, it fused with the entire body, preventing any further upgrades. Because the small clothing tightly constrained the body, leaving no room for growth. Thus, that slash from the devil Dominic became a release point for the long-tightened golden body. This breakthrough allowed Spike to advance. At the 7th layer, even his blood turned gold, as the protection transitioned from external armor to infiltration into bones and blood. The 7th layer enhanced blood resilience. The 8th layer changed bones. The 9th layer altered everything comprehensively. Now clad in flame dragon armor, Spike resembled someone dressed in spiky attire. Chapter 266, Victory. The Omar now had no protection left on his body. Alfredo pursued the Omar with intense attacks. As he chased, Alfredo deliberately shouted, "Don't run away. Don't come near me." The Omar fled in terror. While chasing, Alfredo sensed something. He discovered that his spatial confinement could perfectly counteract the opponent's spatial tear. Therefore, the two of them were now engaged in a chase, clearly visible as they darted back and forth in the air. Divine water prison technique. Alfredo merely tried it out, but unexpectedly it worked. The water prison technique indeed controlled the Omar firmly. Previously, Alfredo believed that once he entered the later stages, this technique was not very useful. But it now seemed that when spatial forces neutralized each other, these water prison techniques still had their place. Seeing the Omar captured, all the Mohammeds of Yunma state scattered like birds and beasts. They had been forced into it, whether by their respective sect leaders or the previous President Nico. So now that there was an opportunity to flee, they all took it. Of course, some did not run. They knelt before Alfredo. Why did this happen? It all depended on President Nico. Earlier, everyone delved into demonic cultivation because its speed was incredibly fast. Though some might have resisted, under the prevailing environment, only a few remained steadfast. Most found it hard to resist the temptation. Demonic cultivation accelerated progress several times over. Those who previously thought reaching the golden core stage or even the nascent soul stage was impossible suddenly broke through, adding hundreds or thousands of years to their lifespans. Who could withstand such temptation? However, demonic cultivation had its flaw, the inevitable transformation into demons. President Nico served as a cautionary figure for everyone. Thus, a large number of Mohammeds were ready to pledge allegiance to Wilbur's sect. These Mohammeds were genuinely terrified. They feared becoming uncontrollable monsters and losing the meaning of their cultivation. At this moment, they understood far more than Nico. Please accept us into Wilbur's sect. The Mohammeds kneeled and pleaded to Alfredo. Alfredo hesitated. These people were ruthless murderers. Accepting them would tarnish Wilbur's sect's reputation. Delbert flew up to Alfredo and also knelt down, pleading, Dominic, the founding principle of Wilbur's sect has always been teaching without discrimination. We shouldn't go against our beliefs, especially at a time like this. The hesitation in Alfredo's eyes finally dissipated. Indeed, why should he care about others' opinions? Wasn't Wilbur's sect built on the foundation of teaching without discrimination? It was his obsession clouding his judgment. Very well. Xiuxian is right. I am Alfredo, the sect Dominic of Wilbur's sect. Let today be witnessed by all present guests. Today, Wilbur's sect accepts these 3,000 Mohammeds. In the future, we will rigorously guide and strictly discipline them. The principle of Wilbur's sect is teaching without discrimination. Regardless of your past, joining Wilbur's sect means a new beginning. At this moment, the audience showed various expressions: surprise, astonishment, and mostly admiration. Admiring the courage of the Wilbur's sect master, the Mohammeds were already in tears. Thank you, Sect Dominic. Thank you, Wilbur's sect. Alfredo gently pressed down with both hands, somewhat weary from dispelling the effects of the heavenly fire ninefold transformation. By now, he could fully adapt to the scorching divine fire. Furthermore, while continuously using the heavenly fire ninefold transformation, his body felt forged. Alfredo realized that fighting other cultivators using this technique was like a blacksmith hammering a deformed iron embryo. The divine fire within heavenly fire ninefold transformation was akin to the flame below a blacksmith's sword, and he himself was the iron embryo. Engaging in close combat was like having the opponent forge his body, making him stronger. Thinking this, Alfredo used instant body technique to appear beside Tracy. Tracy, I need your help with something. Tracy looked curious. First, congratulations on repelling the invading Mohammeds from Yunma State. What do you need from me? Alfredo smiled and said, you'll love this. Come on, hit me. Tracy stared at Alfredo, dumbfounded. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, what are you talking about? Did the battle just now mess with your brain? Alfredo chuckled nonchalantly, explaining briefly, I've devised a new way to strengthen my body, but I need your help. Hit me. Tracy hesitated, but eventually opened her 9 gates. Blood Saint Secret Art, 9 gates Blood Ascension Technique. Linbing Doja, Jiezhenlia Qianxing, Dongjumen Kaiju, Wusuabu Pi. Gate 1, open. With a thunderous boom, Tracy's aura instantly rose from 2nd stage integration to 9th stage integration. Steam began rising around her. Gate 2, open. As Gate 2 opened, immense blood energy surged within her. Her once fair skin turned bright red, and her whites turned completely red too. She reached 6th stage separation. Gate 3, open. Opening Gate 3 was slightly challenging, requiring 2 chants. Her skin was fiery hot, and her bun came undone. Her hair hung freely as steam erupted from every pore. With the 3rd gate open, her cultivation directly soared to 1st stage great perfection. Not enough. Gate 4, open. Boom. Her body swelled. She was now not only faster but immensely powerful. Come on, Alfredo, let's spar. With that, Tracy became a shooting star, flashing into the sky waiting for Alfredo. Meanwhile, Alfredo stood ready to be struck, unhurriedly activating divine fire ninefold transformation and spreading his arms, awaiting Tracy's strikes. Bang! Though it sounded like one strike, Alfredo had already endured countless hits, for Tracy's meteor-like form now formed numerous illusions, enveloping Alfredo in a dome-shaped barrier in the sky. Chapter 267, Ninefold Golden Body. Actually, it wasn't a round dome but rather the result of Tracy's rapid flying kicks at Boone's boundary, creating a spherical effect due to the extreme speed. As Tracy continued her relentless strikes, the divine fire within her body continuously refined and burned Boone's physique. This went on for an entire month. Finally, Boone's Hildred physical technique had reached its peak. At this moment, his body had transformed into a ninefold golden body. Earlier guests who came here had already been entertained and sent off by Ashley and others. Now, only 7 women remained to watch the two spar, or rather, to watch Tracy relentlessly pounding Boone. Now that she had fulfilled Boone's request, Tracy took some of the 9-layered medicinal pills given by Boone, completely purging her long-standing ailments, and then bid farewell to Boone and the others. Despite Ashley and the other sisters' repeated pleas, Tracy insisted on leaving. She desired a simple happiness with just one person for life. Although she admired Boone greatly, she could not accept becoming his 8th concubine. Boone understood. Everyone has their own choices, and he was not the type to fall in love with every woman he met. Moreover, he truly lacked the energy to take on another woman. Soon, everything returned to calm. As Boone continued practicing the harmonious cultivation techniques of the Hades sect with the women, finally, someone became pregnant. Surprisingly, it was Edie, who had the least frequent interactions. Such matters sometimes are best left to fate. While celebrating the joy of impending offspring, Boone also continued expanding the Hildred sect. At this point, the Hildred sect already had 500,000 disciples, including spirit cultivators, Mohammeds, and even beast cultivators predominantly from Shizhou. Initially, Boone worried that accepting beast and Mohammeds might tarnish the Hildred sect's reputation, but the outcome was surprisingly positive. Not only did they gain no backlash, but it actually enhanced the Hildred sect's prestige. Many large sects began emulating the Hildred sect's open-door policy, recruiting beast and Mohammeds as well. After much time passed, Boone finally accepted his second disciple, a beast cultivator named Reyna. Though Reyna was a fox spirit, she did not harm people like other fox spirits. Instead, she had a kind heart. Of course, with such traits, she naturally carried the protagonist's luck. The Jade Purity continent lies ahead. An elegant and regal woman gazed at the approaching landmass, her face beaming with joy. It's finally back after how many years? Beside her stood an elegant male cultivator. He wore an ink-splashed white robe. If any Xiuxian sect disciples were to see this scene, they would be utterly shocked, because this man resembled the supposedly deceased Davidson. The elegant and regal woman bore an 8-part resemblance to Iana. Is your secondary soul really having problems? The regal woman asked. Davidson nodded gravely. It seems so. I can no longer sense his aura. I placed my secondary soul in the remote Yunzhou, believing it to be safe, but Yunzhou has drastically changed. Wait, why is there demonic aura? The regal woman hurriedly consoled Davidson. Don't worry. I can still sense my secondary soul. Once I get closer, her soul power will awaken, and we'll know what happened. Iana was currently in a small sect in Central State, which was strange. Despite numerous hardships, she always managed to come out unscathed, eventually reaching Central State. She often wanted to join a demonic sect to cultivate, but an inexplicable voice always stopped her. The voice was clear and guided her to do certain things. Sometimes, she wondered if she was going insane. She even felt as if she wasn't a real person, and perhaps her father, Davidson, was also fake. She believed she must be sick. Until today, 3 years have passed since the destruction of Xiuxian sect. When will you, Iana, move on? When will you forget Boone? Suddenly, her hazy eyes sparkled with sharp clarity, and her demeanor changed entirely. Opening her eyes again, she elegantly surveyed her surroundings. Where am I? After a while, upon discovering it was a remote small sect, Iana felt desolate, seemingly disappointed with the current situation. The elegant woman's consciousness returned to her main self. Frowning, she looked at Davidson. My secondary soul wasn't made well initially. Now it seems to be on the verge of collapse and has memory issues. But I think I know who to find. A person named Boone keeps being mentioned in her thoughts. Let's find him first. Davidson frowned slightly. Boone? Sounds familiar. Let's go to Central State and inquire. It's been long. We can also visit a few old friends. Agreeing with the elegant woman, Davidson nodded. In the next second, they arrived in the central region of Jade Purity continent. A storm was about to rage across Central State. Their first stop was the Hildred Hall. Xiuxian looked gravely at the duo, sighing, You shouldn't have returned. Haha, old man Xiu, but we did, laughed the elegant woman, covering her mouth. Let's settle all past grievances once and for all. I don't want to do anything myself. You should resolve it on your own. Davidson's tone remained cold, his expression icy. Hearing this, Xiuxian laughed. Davidson, do you think Jade Purity continent is the same as it was 3,000 years ago? Looking at the elder who had reached the feather's transformation realm, Davidson shook his head. You never understood my intention to change this continent. I had no personal motives, but your stubbornness is not my fault. Without further words, Xiuxian immediately unfolded the heavenly law formation. Davidson didn't display his true form. Only his third eye flickered. In the next instant, Xiuxian was reduced to nothing but a hollow shell. Hashtag chapter 268, a 50-year period. To Ashley, disciple, when you receive this message, you will be the master of Xiuxian. Your teacher has already departed for the blissful world due to destiny. Do not be sad, and do not slacken your cultivation. In 50 years, there will be another great battle awaiting you. Before, there was an obstinate couple whose union defied the will of heaven. Despite elders' efforts to dissuade them, it all came to naught. That woman was stubborn and cruel. She did not hesitate to kill many infants for her cultivation, causing outrage among humans and deities alike. But her father had supreme cultivation power. When everyone tried to exterminate them, her father defended her against the entire central continent. That couple took advantage of the chaos to escape. They fled to other continents and left a harsh vow, saying they would definitely return. Now that their cultivation has reached perfection, attaining the Dongxian realm, they have come back to settle their karma. I and many fellow cultivators foresaw this calamity, so we prepared the 9 rotations 7 stars sealing formation, which I guarded. If I could return alive, this jade disc would not be sent out. If this jade disc reaches your hands, then it is likely that I and many fellow Taoists perished while sealing it. This seal can only last 50 years. 50 years may seem long, but for cultivators like us, it's just a blink of an eye. This is all I can do. The future lies with you and Carmine. Left by the 78th generation palace master of Xiuxian. Ashley was nurturing herself at Taishuanmen when she suddenly received a secret transmission jade disc from the Xiuxian palace master. Such a transmission jade disc is extremely expensive, each costing tens of millions of spirit stones, used only in the most critical moments to transmit messages. Yanko rushed over. You say the Xiuxian palace master encountered trouble? How could that be possible when Central Continent is now peaceful? Ashley looked grave as she handed Yanko the jade disc, her voice tinged with a sob. My teacher indeed perished. This is the transmission jade disc. After reading it, Yanko's expression changed, and his face became heavy. They exchanged glances. At this moment, Laura's child had already been born, and Augustus and Ashley were just beginning their pregnancy. Yanko was preparing to enjoy a happy life, but he hadn't expected such a couple to appear. Ashley teared up, her face filled with sorrow. I suspect not only my teacher, but also the blood St. Hall and Taishu Dian might have suffered. Feeling Ashley's pain, Yanko embraced her gently, patting her back to comfort her. After Ashley calmed down, Yanko instructed her to rest while he secluded himself to prepare for ascending to the Yuhua realm. Previously, after the fierce battle with the Gillis, Yanko captured the nearly dead Gillis and imprisoned him. Yes, the Gillis wasn't dead. As the Gillis, how could he perish so easily? During the battle, although severely injured, Yanko initially intended to kill him but noticed something amiss at the last moment. If the Gillis truly died, his Fatan Xiang D technique would disappear. It would be as if the fight never happened. Thus, Yanko decided to imprison him. Now, it comes in handy. He plans to absorb the Gillis's demonic aura. Imprisoning the Gillis for so long was precisely to wait for this moment. Initially, Yanko hesitated about absorbing the Gillis's demonic aura, but given the urgency, he couldn't afford to hesitate anymore. However, absorbing demonic aura must be done gradually, as rushing could cause inner demons to backlash. But for Yanko, this isn't new territory. He has plenty of experience. His greatest battles have always been internal struggles. Battles against the devil, against Yama, against inner demons. Therefore, he's very cautious. Secluding himself for 50 years, Yanko made ample preparations. Knowing he'd face a powerful Dongxian realm opponent later, he chose this rigorous seclusion without hesitation. Even if his children and disciples grow up within these 50 years and might not recognize him or heed him, he has no choice. He has too many people depending on him. He considered hiding everyone in a small world within the 9-rotation star charm, but he couldn't take that risk. Who knows if a Dongxian realm cultivator could see through it? So Yanko placed his hopes on himself. True strength lies within. 2 years into Yanko's seclusion, Taishuanmen had developed into the largest sect in the entire western continent, and Xuanyangu remained loyal, calling itself a subordinate sect. Feng Yeyu was released by Yanko, who had no time to stop him, allowing him to develop further. Perhaps they could use him if a real battle erupted. Upon returning to Xuanyangu, Feng Yeyu immediately secluded himself, vowing to take revenge for the humiliation inflicted by Yanko. But his father, Feng Yexian, forbade him from doing so, fearing the consequences. Taishuanmen still followed Qingyuan sect's rules, except the servant-disciple rank was removed, dividing disciples into direct disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. Yanko detested the pointless servant-disciple position. Xiuxian is Yanko's second disciple, a direct disciple. However, she rarely sees him. Yet, every encounter with her teacher brings good fortune. Gradually, she developed unclear, indescribable feelings for her teacher Yanko, typical for a girl, especially in a ruthless race like demons. One day, as she stared off into the distance thinking about Yanko. Xiaohua, daydreaming again? A slightly indulgent voice sounded behind Xiao. Turning around, she saw her senior brother Xiaoyan. Senior brother, how much longer will Dominic be in seclusion? It's been 2 years, and he still hasn't emerged. Xiaoyan, missing Yanko too, frowned and explained seriously. Dominic foresees a great calamity. We must focus on our cultivation. He will likely emerge before the calamity strikes. So until then, we should cultivate diligently to support him. Chapter 269. The Great Contest of Wilburs. If you think about it, even he is putting in his all. It's unimaginable how terrifying the great calamity will be in the future. Reina sighed. Indeed, we should also give our all. Oh, senior brother, isn't the internal contest happening soon? Are cultivators from other sects supposed to participate as well? Reina has a childlike personality. For her, carrying such heavy emotions was too difficult. Even if she occasionally became solemn, it wouldn't take long for her to cheer herself up again. Her mood easily influenced those around her, making her a little source of happiness. Delbert nodded with a smile. This time, there are supposed to be 80 sects coming to participate in our internal contest. Isn't it just for the gifts prepared by Dominic? Reina immediately turned up her nose when she heard that so many were coming. You can't say it like that. More interaction and sparring indeed enhance one's combat prowess. Dominic said that the more contests one participates in, the better their chances of survival during the calamity. Delbert's expression turned serious. Okay. Reina pouted, looking somewhat unhappy. But those familiar with her knew she had taken the words to heart. She was simply straightforward and innocent. To be honest, she was only 16. Speaking of taking Reina in, it was back when Boone had brought Delbert out on a mission. They found her along the way. At that time, she was still a little fox, whose mother had been killed by a cultivator. Just as they were about to strike her down, Boone saved her, guided by the system, telling him she was a son of destiny. Boone specifically recruited sons of destiny as disciples. Saving a life surpasses building 7 levels of a pagoda. Saving a son of destiny meant he built 70 levels of a pagoda. After saving Reina, Boone even helped her refine a transformation pill. Such pills could fetch astronomical prices in the demon black market. When Boone casually handed her the pill, it deeply etched itself into Reina's heart. Since then, Reina regarded Boone as both family and an admired figure. The day of the Wilbur Gates Grand Contest. Have you heard? Every cultivator participating in this year's Grand Contest at Wilbur Gate will receive a profound level cultivation technique and a 9th rank medicinal pill, a cultivator gossiped. Hee old news. Wilbur distributes these every year to strengthen everyone's power. Wilbur truly goes to great lengths to boost our strength. Who's Wilbur? Is he the head of Wilbur sect? Of course. Now that sect leader Boone has reached the great achievement realm, he's respectfully referred to as Wilbur. So that's how it is. I wonder what medicinal pill it'll be this year. It's really exciting. Whatever it is, it'll be a 9th rank spiritual pill. Those aren't something you can come across easily. Damn, you're too cunning. Bringing your 3-year-old kid here? How shameless. Wilbur Gate rewards participants with a hair-raising pill. Besides, Didn't you bring your 7-year-old daughter too? Don't blame me. In Wilbur sect, people thronged everywhere, all rushing over to participate in the grand contest. Apart from famous major sect disciples, many wandering cultivators, Mohammeds, and demon practitioners also came. This spectacle happened annually. On the arena stage, there was a VIP observation platform led by a stunningly beautiful young woman. Look, isn't that Ashley, the sect leader's wife? Yes, she's beautiful. Beside her was Edie, who had given birth to a son, named Patrick by Boone. He hoped he would be as powerful as Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. Ashley had a daughter named Xiao, and Tad also had a girl named Xiuxian. And Alia's cultivation had also skyrocketed, reaching the separation of soul realm now. They chatted happily, full of laughter. All the women were watching from the stand, and Boone's personal disciple, Delbert, stood before them. Dressed in white robes spotted with ink, he looked much like a younger Boone, though the latter was still young but, as the leader, wore clothes more dignified now. Delbert's arrival caused a buzz in the crowd. He was considered the dream partner by most young female cultivators. Delbert bowed to the ladies. Greetings, seniors. Cohen Sr., can we start the contest? Will Xiao participate as well? Ashley glanced at Reina, who hid behind Delbert, sticking out her tongue, still afraid of Ashley, due to her high standing in Wilbur sect. As Boone's primary wife, Ashley could sometimes be stern. Reina, why are you hiding? Alia laughed. Reina had no relatives. Boone's wives doted on her. However, she was afraid of Ashley alone. I'm not afraid, Cohen Sr. I will participate. Ashley smiled warmly at the mischievous Reina. Are you ready? Reina vigorously nodded. Go. Don't tarnish Dominic Wilbur's reputation. Reina quickly promised and flashed down onto the arena below. Wilbur's grand contest involved multiple arenas where veteran cultivators presided over each one. After that, the arenas would be defended against challenges until 10 consecutive wins allowed advancement to the next stage. Reina hopped onto an arbitrary platform, instantly catching everyone's attention. What? She's Wilbur's youngest disciple, allegedly not even an adult yet. And a Muhammad. So young to begin defending an arena? True to being a disciple of Wilbur, showing remarkable bravery. A court lady presided over the arena and greeted Reina politely. Protocol demanded respect toward Wilbur's disciple. Reina was currently 5th stage Golden Core while her opponent, a court lady, was 3rd stage Nascent Soul, a significant difference. Thus, Reina's challenge drew much spectator attention. Everyone knew Wilbur had a young disciple, but Reina hadn't shown up before, naturally garnering public interest. She wore a pink lace gown, with silk ribbons floating effortlessly around her small palm-sized face, big shimmering eyes, appearing incredibly adorable. Note, please inform me of any further content or chapters you'd like translated. Chapter 270. Attempting to gain fame by defeating Reina. If Reina were described as cute, the palace-dressed female cultivator opposite her was the epitome of dignity, grace, and gentleness. My name is Tisha. Please excuse me. The palace-dressed woman gave a courteous bow, preparing for battle. Though she was gentle in demeanor, no cultivator remained gentle during combat in the world of cultivation. Reina nodded and returned the bow. Suddenly, Tisha's figure vanished from sight. Reina's expression turned serious. Unlike Delbert, who was a sword cultivator with a heightened sense of perception, she felt slightly anxious when unable to see her opponent. But her hands moved swiftly. She brought her palms together and then spread them apart as if playing an invisible accordion. Between her palms, purple arcs of lightning appeared. This is... An audience member exclaimed in shock. Is this not the hallmark skill of Grandmaster Wilbur? Is it Thunder Realm? Tisk, do you even know what you're talking about? That's clearly the Cloud Light Divine Lightning. Bullshit. It's definitely the Thunder Realm. Stop arguing. It doesn't matter what it is. This young disciple of Grandmaster Wilbur has only reached the Golden Core stage, yet can already use Grandmaster Wilbur's hallmark skills. Indeed, she's remarkable. With such talent, no wonder Grandmaster Wilbur took her in as a disciple. If I had the chance, I would be tempted too. You're just delusional. Even if you wanted to take her as a disciple, she'd have to agree first. Her master, Grandmaster Wilbur, is incredibly powerful. Who are you to challenge her? Who did you just call a nobody? Stop bickering. We won't be able to see their fight clearly. The audience debated fervently, while the fight on stage was intense. The nervous Reina had surrounded herself with layers of purple lightning arcs. Although the range wasn't large and the power much weaker compared to Boone's, it still looked quite formidable at first glance. This was none other than Boone's true transmission, the Cloud Light Divine Lightning. Seeing that she couldn't get close without getting shocked, Tisha wisely backed away, maintaining distance. She was suited for close combat and had initially aimed to close the gap as soon as Reina stepped onto the stage, but her speed couldn't match lightning. Reina quickly cast a lightning barrier. On stage, Ashley silently approved. Beside him, however, Alia wore a worried expression. Sister Yao, isn't Xiao being too hasty? The opponent is an inner palace cultivator, and she's already using the spirit-draining Cloud Light Divine Lightning before even attacking. This is usually a last resort move. Where has she learned to fight like this? Delbert patiently explained. 5th Dominic, don't worry. Little sister carries revitalizing pills. Alia finally understood. Boone was notorious for his unconventional fighting style, continuously consuming potions, and he hadn't thought that he would pass on this unorthodox tactic to Reina. In reality, concern had clouded Alia's judgment. Otherwise, she would have noticed Reina indeed carried a large supply of elixirs. SK. Boone teaches Xiao nothing useful, only these devious tactics. Delbert was somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. In truth, it was he who had taught Reina, as Boone rarely had time to teach her. He often observed Boone's combat methods and found that his greatest strength lay in endurance, supported by potions. Delbert once asked Boone why he didn't train more rigorously in accumulating spiritual energy. Boone dismissively replied, I have plenty of potions. Why waste time on such training? When I run out of energy, I'll just take another pill. He even earnestly advised Delbert that in the past, he was known as the medicine pot, feared by all because no one dared to compete against him in terms of endurance. Tisha wasn't worried as she watched Reina enveloped in lightning. She knew that sustaining such a wide-ranging divine lightning wouldn't last long. Normally, that would be true, but Reina was Boone's disciple and was now consuming potions. Whoa, she's actually taking elixirs. She's allowed to during the match? I mean she's consuming so many, like they're candies. No wonder she's Grandmaster Wilbur's disciple. She has so many elixirs. Tisha grew impatient. Unable to break through, this stalemate wasn't a viable strategy. Plus, Reina kept launching sporadic lightning attacks. Tisha swallowed a revitalizing pill and began using her own techniques. Phantom Fist. Tisha intended to withstand the divine lightning and attack Reina directly. However, as she charged towards Reina, an invisible barrier blocked her path. A faint voice echoed, "Divine water prison technique." Whoosh! Layers of water prison walls rose around Tisha. Whoa! The audience erupted in surprise. They could witness Grandmaster Wilbur's hallmark skill right before their eyes. Tisha's face was filled with frustration. How did you make the divine water so transparent? Reina's soft voice answered, "My divine water is naturally clear. It's called turbid clear divine water. It can become exceptionally clear and transparent." Tisha's face paled. She had been defeated. Reina won her first match easily. She continued winning until the 8th match, undefeated, nearly securing her advancement. But in the 9th match, a formidable opponent arrived, Xiuxian. He was a well-known wandering cultivator, currently at the 9th rank of the Inner Palace stage. At the 9th rank of the Inner Palace, he possessed the skill to create a rainbow bridge. Many people started to doubt Reina's chances. On stage, Ashley stood up. Those familiar with her knew she was angry. Typically, cultivators at the 9th rank of the Inner Palace advanced smoothly and wouldn't pick on Boone's direct disciple. Clearly, Xiuxian was targeting Reina. This competition featured only cultivators below the Union stage. Delbert, having reached the Union stage, didn't participate. Thus, the 9th rank of the Inner Palace was the pinnacle of this competition. Reina, only at the Golden Core stage, was clearly being targeted for fame. Reina merely smiled faintly at her opponent. Xiuxian. Immediately after speaking, Xiuxian used the Rainbow Bridge skill to rush towards Reina, holding nothing back. His intention matched Ashley's speculation. He aimed to establish his authority and gain fame. In the world of cultivation, the strong preyed on the weak. Background didn't matter. Defeating Grandmaster Wilbur's disciple might earn him attention from major sects. Water envelopment. Reina's calm voice echoed. Please ensure the translation maintains the original tone and structure as requested. Chapter 271. Unexpected arrival. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. Even Sherry was taken aback. Who would have thought Reina, who appeared so adorable, would be this fiercely aggressive in battle? As for Alia and the others, they were already dumbfounded with their mouths hanging open. The explosion blasted out of the arena, sending shockwaves that looked absolutely terrifying. The residual blast from the divine fire seemed about to spread beyond the arena's edge, risking injury to the surrounding spectators. Sherry's demeanor instantly changed. Black Tortoise 7 Stars Array. Heaven Earth Cover. Water Form Array. Sherry activated her instantaneous movement technique, appearing above the explosion in an instant. Thankfully, Reina was only at the Golden Core realm, making her explosive force still controllable. If it had been Boone, no one present would have survived. Using the Black Tortoise Grand Array, Sherry managed to contain the explosion within the boundaries of the arena. Nevertheless, the massive tremors caused fear among the onlookers. Is she a disciple of Wilbur Jinren? She is terrifying indeed. Many below felt relieved, recalling how Xiuxian had dared to challenge her. Many had harbored similar thoughts before he did, even regretting not thinking of it first. They imagined how boasting of defeating a direct disciple of Wilbur Jinren would give them bragging rights for decades, regardless of whether they joined another sect or not. Now, they were glad they hadn't acted rashly. Reina's fair face was blackened by the explosion, but she seemed otherwise unharmed. This was partly due to her Muhammad nature. Demon cultivators' physiques naturally reached formidable strength without deliberate cultivation, much like how Boone could fight evenly against cultivators one level higher than him, but would carefully consider his approach when facing demon beasts one level above him. Whether to fight or run away. Furthermore, being at the Golden Core realm, such an explosion wasn't as terrifying to Reina aside from the smoke and discoloration. She brushed the dust off her hands and kicked Xiuxian off the stage. Xiuxian was now thoroughly charred but showed faint signs of life. Wilbur Sect's alchemy disciples quickly carried him away, with and also checking on him. Ideally, fatalities should be avoided during such competitions. It was thanks to Anne's mastery of Chrysanthemum Elder Brothers' alchemy techniques, taught by Boone, that Xiuxian's life was saved. The crowd began to chatter. That's like a firecracker. Explodes at the slightest provocation. Look at Xiuxian, scheming and manipulative. He could have easily advanced on any other stage. He wanted to show off his prowess. His cleverness backfired. Reina needed just one more win to advance, but after her violent display, no cultivators dared to challenge her. At this moment, Yi Tanquan, acting as referee, flew above Reina's stage. I will start counting down from 10. If no one challenges Reina by the end, she advances automatically. 10, 9, 8, 2. Wait. A hooded female cultivator ascended the stage. To everyone's surprise, it was Ayana. Sherry stood up again, watching Ayana with confusion. Ayana smiled. What? Can I not participate? Sherry sat back down. You can certainly join. Reina regarded Ayana thoughtfully. Ayana said, you're just one match away from advancing. Losing now will tarnish your Dominic Wilbur Jinren's reputation. Reina wiped the soot from her face. I will do my best. Ayana then added with a smile. I knew you're Dominic. You should call me Aunt. As Ayana mentioned Aunt, she seemed to recall something. Reina shook her head. I don't have such an aunt. I know all my senior aunts. Ayana was enraged internally. Fine, then I'll make you remember me. Reina snorted disdainfully. You say you're my aunt, but I've never known a weak aunt like you. Ayana had unresolved feelings towards Boone, which she must resolve to return to her true self. So, she came to Wilbur's sect looking for Boone but couldn't find him. Moreover, her true form was sealed with Emmy for another 48 years. Her strength had stagnated at the nascent soul realm due to the seal. Frustrated at not finding Shun Carmine, she targeted his disciple to leave a lasting impression on Boone. Ahaha! Ayana screamed, unleashing her divine waters, transforming into 2 water whips that lashed at Reina. Xiuxian! The crowd shouted in alarm. The technique used by Ayana was undoubtedly formidable. Reina seemed immobilized as if locked in place. I concede. Shockingly, Reina declared her surrender. Everyone couldn't believe she would admit defeat, disregarding Wilbur Zhenren's honor. Yishao Tian used instantaneous movement, appearing on the platform. He cut through the divine water chains with lightning sword technique and helped Reina fly to safety. Well done, Xiao. Dominic said staying alive and protecting oneself gives him the most face. Ayana glared hatefully at the crowd. Unable to find Shun Carmine, and unable to overpower anyone else here on the stage, she decided to leave. I will return in 48 years. Cleanse yourselves and wait. And she vanished, and returned after treating Jace Deshang and frowned. Ayana has become very different, almost obsessive. Indeed, Ayana was only a secondary spirit, and her true form was even more extreme. Below, many advocated for Reina's advancement, arguing she would have one if not for Ayana. Sherry shook her head. Wilbur's sect adheres to fair play. Rules must be followed. A loss is a loss, no exceptions. Chapter 272. Finally out of seclusion. Ultimately, Sherry did not let Reina advance to the next level, but her name had already spread far and wide. With just the achievement of almost killing Jace Deshang with an explosive shot, she could already look down on many others in the martial world. From then on, Reina gained a new nickname, Wilbur Chili Pepper. Meanwhile, Boone was continuously devouring the Omar's demonic energy. Feeling his demonic energy being steadily sucked away by Boone, the Omar raged in fury, cursing loudly. Boone, you brat, how dare you eat me? When I descend, I'll flay your skin and tear out your tendons. However, Boone, who was focused on cultivating with his eyes closed, paid no attention to the curses. He was nearly finished absorbing all of the Omar's energy anyway. By consuming the Omar and converting it into cultivation power, Boone, using the Immaculate Sutra, calculated that following this steady method would prevent heart demons from appearing. Additionally, it would take him about 40 years to break through to the Feather's Ascended Realm, becoming a quasi-immortal. The thunderbolt required to break through to the Feather's Ascended Realm would likely be the most formidable, heavenly tribulation Boone had ever faced. However, for Boone, who possessed the congenital divine lightning body, any type of lightning strike would now be harmless to him. Not to mention he also had the protection of the flame dragon robe, which was invulnerable to myriad methods. Double insurance. Amidst the constant cursing of the Omar, his demonic energy gradually diminished, absorbed entirely by Boone. Through the Wilbur illusion art, the modeled demonic energy within the Omar's body transformed into the purest form without any negative emotions. Due to the cautious nature of his cultivation this time, Boone avoided the phenomenon of heart demons taking over. 50 years later, Boone emerged from seclusion. At this moment, the women were all waiting outside for their common husband to emerge from seclusion. Sherry, and Myrtle, Alia, Edie, Tad, Leilani, Patrick, Xiuxian, and Xiao. 10 people who were already beyond excited. Even the slightest sound made them think Boone had come out, despite having mistaken a few times. Yet, they still awaited him with joyous anticipation because before entering seclusion, Shun Carmine had told everyone when he would emerge. Finally, Boone came out. 50 years. Thank you all for your hard work, my wives. Shun Carmine smiled slightly as he saw the 10 people before him. Sherry looked at Boone with tenderness. It wasn't tiring. Come quickly, see your 3 children. Apart from Shankong, you haven't seen Xiao and Sitian yet. They've grown up. Come meet your father. Patrick led the call. Father. Yi Xiao and Yi Sitian followed, shouting, Father. Boone nodded with a smile, looking at his adult children, feeling both gratified and somewhat sad. He hadn't been there to witness their childhoods. At this moment, and asked softly, Yi Lang, have you broken through? Though Boone had broken through to the Feather's Ascended Realm, it was imperceptible to others. Among the 10 present, only Sherry and Leilani had reached the Great Perfection stage. Boone nodded, gesturing to his 3 children. At the same time, his newly advanced divine consciousness scanned them instantly. Patrick resembled Boone closely, with a softer expression compared to Boone's more intense aura. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao resembled Sherry greatly, and Yi Sitian resembled Tad. Through this scan, Boone understood their basic situations clearly. Boone retrieved the Heaven Sword Aaliyah, handing it to Yi Xiao. Xiao, this is the Heaven Sword named Aaliyah, which has accompanied me for many years. I'm giving it to you today. Yi Xiao looked elated, having long heard about the powerful sword named Aaliyah her father once possessed. Thank you, father. The Heaven Sword didn't seem upset about being handed down to Yi Xiao. Instead, it hummed twice, expressing some pleasure. After all, Boone was only partially adept with swords, lacking natural talent in sword cultivation. Thus, Aaliyah had never fully realized its potential with him. Approaching Yi Sitian, Boone nodded. Not bad. You're a sword cultivator too. This Wilbur sword has been with me since the early days, witnessing my progress from the chi condensation stage to now. It's unnamed, so I'm giving it to you. The Wilbur sword hummed similarly, confirming it too was a mystic-grade weapon. Yi Sitian looked delighted, thanking him openly. Thank you, father. Lastly, Boone approached Patrick. You're not a sword cultivator. Patrick's face fell. Indeed, he had no aptitude for sword cultivation. Just as he thought Boone might scold him, unexpectedly, Boone scratched his head, saying, That's great. Truly worthy of being my son. This is for you. Use it well. Patrick stared at the left hand, puzzled. What was this? Two younger sisters each received a mystic greatsword. But why did he receive a left hand? Whose left hand? But as a gift from his father, even if useless, Patrick intended to keep it carefully. As he prepared to store it, the left hand suddenly spoke. Phew, that boon. Patrick was startled as the left hand began speaking. You can talk? So what? Just talking. Hunt's tone seemed nonchalant, showing an air of having seen everything. Why do you insult my father? Patrick was confused. I insult him? He deserves it. With evident resentment, Hunt continued while visibly trembling. I insult him because he's heartless. He promised to help me get a body years ago. 50 years have passed. 50 whole years. All these years, I've followed him through countless dangers. Now he makes me babysit with no rewards, but only then did Patrick realize this left hand was extraordinary. Despite its initial oddity, he found himself growing fond of it. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead. Boone frowned, sensing the imposing presence in the sky. He knew the inevitable was upon him. As soon as the dark clouds halted above Wilbur Sect, 3 figures appeared in the sky. 2 of them exuded a formidable aura, and Boone recognized that even now, at the Feather's ascended stage, he was far from matching their strength. In the next second, they tore through space, instantly appearing at the gate of Wilbur Sect. Seeing the 3 figures, Boone couldn't help but be shocked. Dominic? One of the men bore an uncanny resemblance to Davidson, and the other 2 women were identical to Ayana. Looking at the Davidson and twin Ayana, Boone felt a mix of surprise and doubt, though he could identify the man wasn't his real master. Chapter 273. You are not worthy. Are you Boone? One of them, Ayana, who appeared first, asked. Upon hearing her speak, Boone knew she was the fake Ayana. However, she seemed to be intricately connected with the real Ayana. Now at the Feather's transcendent stage, Boone could slightly perceive some of the world's secrets. So what if I am? Before they landed, Boone had already sent Ashley and the others away. Even though they wanted to help Boone, they knew their strength was meager. Not hindering him here was the best support they could provide. Therefore, in front of these 3 people now stood only Boone, fresh out of seclusion. Seeing Boone's attitude, the fake Ayana laughed instead of getting angry. No wonder you like him so much. Husband, look at how arrogant this boy is. Isn't it just like you? Boone frowned. I'm not like anyone. Why have you come here? Stop beating around the bush. The fake Ayana wasn't angered by Boone's interruption. She just examined him more closely. Good. You're already at the Feather's transcendent stage, which makes you somewhat worthy. Boy, sever all ties with your wives and children now, then marry Ayana and go with us to Central Province, and we'll let you off easy. The real Ayana, standing nearby, initially felt extremely uneasy when these 2 suddenly found her and claimed to be her true selves. At that moment, she thought she was doomed. But unexpectedly, these 2 weren't trying to harm her. Instead, they helped increase her cultivation. Among the 2, David's one and her true self seemed to be partners. But why did she turn into Davidson's daughter? Before Ayana could figure it out, she heard the terms proposed and blushed, looking at Boone expectantly. However, to her surprise, Boone rejected without hesitation. Boone actually refused? How exactly do I not match up to you? How is Ashley better than me? Boone's expression remained calm, but his words left Ayana feeling as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. You don't measure up anywhere to Aviana. Whether it's superficial things I don't care about like looks or body shape, or intrinsic qualities like character and demeanor, everything about you is unacceptable to me. You dare insult me so? Boone, prepare to die. Ayana instantly flew into a rage, raising her sword towards Boone. She intended to kill him. At this moment, Ayana's cultivation had been forcefully raised by the graceful woman to the peak of the Feather's transcendent stage. Yet Boone had only just entered this realm. After reaching the Feather's transcendent stage, there were no longer 9 levels. There were only 3 stages: beginner, mastery, and peak. In Xiuxian continent, this was considered the pinnacle of cultivation, with vast differences between each stage due to its advanced level. Seeing Ayana charge forward, David's one and the true self didn't get angry but rather prepared to watch the show with amusement, even hoping for a good outcome. Killing would be even better. Once Ayana killed Boone, her obsession would dissipate, allowing the elegant lady to reclaim her second soul. But at this moment, the 2 fighters with such a huge gap in their realms were evenly matched. Boone, now in the Feather's transcendent stage, summoned his dermic form immediately, a 4-legged Vajra, each leg incredibly muscular. He simply liked thick legs. Meanwhile, Ayana also called forth her second soul, manifesting as a 9-heaven fairy, though this fairy looked somewhat eerie. A dermic form can reflect one's inner state. Ayana's twisted psyche made her form less dignified, even if the original appearance of her chosen form was exquisite. From the start of their battle, Boone's dermic form struck and hurled Ayana's dermic form with a single palm. When space tore apart, martial techniques became ineffective. It was purely a clash of enormous energies. Thus, in the Feather's transcendent stage, whoever had the stronger dermic form reigned supreme. Even the most powerful martial techniques were no match for dermic forms. Once a cultivator opened their dermic form, they could hide within it, and the dermic form itself was impervious to all techniques. Facing a dermic form immune to magic, only raw energy could restore the primal clash. Logically, with her peak Feather's transcendence power, Ayana should have completely crushed Boone. But Boone was born with the divine thunder body, and he had laid a solid foundation through his journey in cultivation, so the 2 fought evenly. After a few strikes, Boone decided not to hold back anymore and transformed a strand of spiritual essence. He knew he couldn't delay any further. His dermic form, now 100 times more condensed, manifested from the spiritual essence. Boom! Boone's 4-legged Vajra dermic form moved. The sound of splitting space made everyone tremble in fear. He kicked 4 times directly at Ayana, simultaneously locking the space around her. Ayana could only watch helplessly as the massive foot grew closer and closer, unable to dodge. Bang! After a loud explosion, Ayana's dermic form was scattered by Boone. This was the power of spiritual essence. Despite being a beginner in Feather's transcendence, Boone managed to shatter the dermic form of someone at the peak of this stage. Ayana was severely injured, bleeding profusely from backlash. Both David's one and the real self now looked at Boone with admiration, considering taking him as a servant. Not bad. Not bad. Who are you? Why do you look exactly like David's one? Boone finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Haha, I am David's one, and David's one is me. Boy, the one you met before was probably my second soul, similar to your two clones, except my second soul seems to have developed an independent personality from long-term isolation. Do you understand what I mean? How could Boone not understand? After all, his clone as I once developed an independent personality too. Since you've had master-disciple relations with my second soul, it shows we have a connection. Your Feather's transcendent stage is commendable. From now on, serve me and follow me. Boone almost laughed. Where did this man get his sense of superiority, thinking he'd be his servant? You are not worthy. Boone bluntly retorted at the David's one, in front of him. My teacher David's one is not a psychopath like you. His character is far nobler. I believe he should be the true self. Heh, what's with this pointless talk? David's one chuckled. Since you don't know your place, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, I'll show you what a real difference is. Hashtag chapter 274, the laws of heaven and earth. Boone's disdainful refusal infuriated Davidson, who decided he needed to teach Boone a lesson. Do you even know what you're saying? Do you know the difference between the Feathered Ascension Realm and the Immortal Ascension Realm? Davidson's voice had turned icy cold. Once again, Boone constructed a Dharma image using his spirit thoughts. Through continuous cultivation of mystic arts within the Grand Mystic Sect, his spirit thoughts had now fully recovered to 10 strands. The Dharma image formed by his second strand of spirit thought was exceptionally solid. Dealing with such a massive entity, Boone naturally prepared himself meticulously. However, Davidson's Dharma image was even more enormous, and it wielded a gigantic sword and wore a suit of armor. This made the original advantage of Boone's Dharma image, which had 4 legs, seem utterly ridiculous in comparison. Davidson's voice echoed from within his Dharma image. Your many legs look unsightly. Let me help you with a cut. In an instant, Boone's Dharma image was shattered into pieces. Divine Flame 9 transformations. Boom. Layers of flames erupted. Though Divine Flame 9 transformations could boost one's cultivation, the gap between levels in the Feathered Ascension realm was immensely wide. Thus, despite the boost provided by Divine Flame 9 transformations, Boone still hadn't reached the peak stage of Feathered Ascension. Davidson sneered disdainfully. Behold the sword. Clang. Boone's Dharma image was split in 2 by Davidson. The destruction of the Dharma image also caused backlash on its creator, causing Boone to spew blood from his mouth. Curiously, the blood he spat out was golden. Even Davidson couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Clearly, Davidson was intrigued as to why Boone's blood was golden, so he intensified his attacks even further. Soon, Boone was battered and bruised from Davidson's relentless assault. Just as Boone was on the brink of death, the system suddenly activated. Ping. Detected imminent death of host. System will activate protective mode. As protective mode engaged, all individuals who had previously been cut off by Boone, but were still alive, sent a thread of their fortune towards him. Gathering fortunes for protection. Detected 273 living targets with fortunes, among them 23 fortune sons. Heaven shows kindness towards life. System initiating feedback mode. This was a hidden rule. If one showed mercy during fortune seizing without killing the other party, they would receive feedback when near death. It was the system's way of approving the host's actions. No one knew about this before it activated. It was like an Easter egg. Denny, Allaire, Franklin, Gray, Brooke. Names of people appeared in Boone's mind, some of whom he had long forgotten. Boom. These threads of fortune combined with the spirit thoughts converged into Boone's body. All the recent fortunes of these individuals added up on Boone, merging with his 9 strands of spirit thoughts, instantly digesting them. They created an energy transmission surpassing time through the natural essence. Boom. Boone entered a strange space. This space was vast and white, with only Boone existing within it, feeling both ethereal and real at the same time. His body alternated between hot and cold. Boone's mind felt unprecedentedly relaxed. The solid foundation laid at each stage of his cultivation played a crucial role at this moment. Now, Boone was like a parched container, continuously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. In mere moments, he drained all the natural essence from Westjo. What the heck? No more essence. I don't have any here either? Who drained my essence? Idiot. How can anyone drain all the essence? Then explain where my essence went. All cultivators in the realm discussed this strange phenomenon. 9 layers of golden light appeared. To reach the Immortal Ascension realm, one must first temper the body. At this moment, Boone understood. To achieve the Immortal Ascension realm, tempering the body was essential. But only those who truly reached this level could grasp such enlightenment. Boone's eyes grew heavier and more profound than ever before, and his cultivation had already surpassed the Immortal Ascension realm. Yes, Boone continuously broke through barriers and eventually reached the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm. At this point, the heavenly tribulation appeared. The entire sky turned pitch black, not because night had fallen, but because Boone's thunder tribulation covered the area above him completely. The 9/9's heavenly tribulation. This was the strongest tribulation. 9 layers of tribulation, each layer having 9 tiers. 81 thunder strikes. Crossing this tribulation meant becoming a transcendent immortal. Hence, the highest realm was called the Immortal Ascension realm. Only after ascending past this realm would one become a true immortal. Davidson could only watch from the sidelines. He had ceased his attacks, not wanting to get caught in the prolonged tribulation. This was the strongest 9-9's thunder tribulation. Subconsciously, Davidson felt a hint of fear, a natural dread towards the overwhelming power of the tribulation. Such tribulations did not differentiate between targets. Once identified, they struck mercilessly. Moreover, to prevent the target from escaping, spatial restrictions would bind anyone inside. Those unfortunate enough to enter would share the fate of being struck. Although Davidson was powerful, he could not yet contend with the supreme rules of the universe. This was far beyond the usual tribulation faced by ordinary cultivators. Boom! A colossal lightning bolt descended upon Boone. The flame dragon robe, which normally repelled all attacks, was now ineffective. Even the mighty fire dragon retreated before this supreme tribulation. The thunder domain expanded. Boom! The thunder domain shattered. Boone was shocked. He never imagined that even his own realm's thunder domain could be destroyed. Just as Davidson thought Boone would perish in the lightning, Boone sensed something unusual. In the next second, he absorbed all the tribulation's power into his body. He seemed to be in another wondrous space, amidst chaos, reborn and growing anew. Suddenly, Boone sensed something mysterious. That's right, it was the law of the universe. Back then, when Boone tapped into the law's power, he had already sensed it, though vaguely. But in this peculiar space, he felt the law vividly. The laws were like living entities, some even moving like long snakes. What differed now was that these laws could be conjured according to his mood. Chapter 275, the grand finale. Chapter 275, the grand finale. In this miraculous perception, Boone didn't know how long it had been. He only felt that it was so exceedingly long. The feeling of an instant encompassing 10,000 years. Boone now had a glimpse of what that might be like. Perhaps, this was it. Finally, Boone opened his eyes. To the outside world, time had merely passed in a blink. But for Boone, it felt as if millions of years had gone by. At this moment, Boone was still in the midst of the thunder calamity, but suddenly, a circle of light waves appeared around him, much like the halo behind the heads of enlightened monks. It shimmered with iridescent light, extraordinarily radiant amidst the purple and white lightning. Davidson watched the wave-like halo that suddenly appeared around Boone with a serious expression. Dominic, this must be a celestial anomaly within the heavenly tribulation, Iana said, her true self looking stunned. Davidson nodded. At this moment, they finally realized the gravity of the situation. We must quickly join forces to destroy Boone. This person gives me a sense of impending doom. Davidson spoke with an unusually heavy tone. All right, let's wait until the thunder tribulation ends. There was no way. They couldn't just rush into the heavenly tribulation. If they did so now, they would have to share the burden of the tribulation themselves. A total of 81 divine thunders struck Boone, without missing a single one. Unexpectedly, this heavenly tribulation not only failed to obliterate his soul, but also allowed him to comprehend a hint of the lightning law. He already possessed a lightning domain, and now, with this comprehension of the lightning law, Boone could almost be called a thunder god. Just as the heavenly tribulation ended, Boone was still comprehending the power of the law, while the thunderclouds above started to dissipate. Just as Davidson and Iana were about to rush in to slay Boone, Tracy appeared. 50 years later, Davidson and Iana re-emerged, making the entire central state fear their power. Yet, Tracy was undeterred. It turned out that Tracy had also reached the Great Ascension stage. Their blood saint hall had been on the decline for 50 years. As one of the three major sects, it was the first to suffer under Davidson and Iana's bloodbath. Later, to seal the two away, the top experts from the three major sects collectively sacrificed themselves, buying Boone a 50-year respite. Tracy had escaped this fate because she was attending a grand ceremony at the Wilburtian sect. But now, she reappeared. She glanced at Boone, who was still enveloped in lightning, then loudly reprimanded Davidson and Iana. Today, I will avenge the predecessors and hall masters of the blood, Saint Hall, who perished unjustly 50 years ago. Ha ha ha, just you? While Boone underwent the tribulation, Iana took the opportunity to absorb her second essence soul. Now, having merged into one, she had attained the true immortal stage. Tracy frowned, looking at the formidable duo before her, then sighed. The reason why most of the Blood Saint Hall disciples who participated in the battle 50 years ago were wiped out was due to their special cultivation method. The 9 Gates blood elevation technique was the strongest technique for the talented disciples of the Blood Saint Hall. However, it was inherently a life-risking technique. Suddenly, Tracy's eyes focused sharply as her clothes burst open layer by layer, revealing a tight-fitting golden armor beneath. 9 Gates blood elevation technique. 9th gate. Gate, open. Boom. An enormous surge of energy erupted from Tracy. With her as the center, a column of energy connected heaven and earth. The overwhelming energy surge was the blood chi generated by her elevated chi and blood. Instantly, Tracy's realm had advanced to the immortal ascension stage. This was the terrifying power of the 9 Gates blood elevation technique. Even in the Blood Saint Hall back then, few could open the 9th gate. Everyone had their limits. Once that limit was crossed, the cultivator would inevitably die. Tracy could open the 9th gate because she was blessed with exceptional fortune. Davidson shook his head, for a momentary brilliance, willing to sacrifice your life. As he spoke, his originally calm face suddenly became distorted. You remind me of that old man. All of you from the Blood Saint Hall deserve death. Death. Boom. They began to unleash their laws of nature against each other. After reaching the immortal ascension stage, Tracy was able to fight Davidson evenly. However, relying on secret techniques to boost her realm made her mastery over the laws too weak. Gradually, Tracy became physically exhausted, and at this moment, Iana joined the fray, together with Davidson, using 2 different sets of laws to sweep towards Tracy. Ha 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 ha, your law is the law of strength, and in front of me, you shall die. It wasn't surprising that Davidson was so arrogant. Because Davidson mastered the law of water. Ayana mastered the law of fire. Both were more powerful than Tracy's law of strength. When their laws combined, the attack aimed at Tracy became even more powerful by 10%. Facing the combined water and fire laws, Tracy gradually grew weaker. Boom. Tracy fought until the very end, but still couldn't resist the attack and thus perished. In her dying moments, she glanced at Boone and smiled. After an unknown period, the thunder tribulation finally dissipated above Boone's head. The thunder tribulation was completely over. Davidson and Ayana prepared to mobilize their law powers to immediately annihilate Boone. But when they tried to activate the law powers, they suddenly found that the law powers wouldn't obey them. Boone saw this and smiled slightly. You were looking for these? Then, Boone lifted his hand, and the law powers came under his control. It seemed that Boone had become the Dominic of Xiuxian continent. How can this be? It's impossible. Impossible. Return my law power. Boone paid no attention. He casually waved his hand, causing Davidson and Ayana's realms to plummet, eventually stabilizing at the chi condensation stage. Using the law powers, Boone made all energies avoid the two. They had bodies beyond the immortal ascension stage, but their strength was only at the chi condensation level. Boone casually waved his hand again, sending the two to a remote place. Their future fates depended entirely on their own destiny. After dealing with the two, Boone rescued the people of Central State who had been imprisoned by them. Finally, he became the undisputed ruler of Xiuxian continent. At this point, Boone returned to the heavily damaged Wilburschen sect, retrieving the people he had stored inside the ninefold celestial star charm just before the attack, and rebuilt the Wilburschen sect. After this incident, Boone handed over the Wilburschen sect to Delbert and Reyna. As for himself, he left with his 7 wives and children to live a carefree life. Although Boone no longer appeared in public, legends of the ruler of Xiuxian continent, Boone, continued to circulate in the martial arts world. The end.